5-year-old, dragging a tiger carcass back to the village? This move left Tang how dumbfounded. Look at this tough kid. In the hunting soul forest, Tang San and the master were cornered by the mantis snake, about to become snake snacks. Suddenly, a child wrapped in grass leaf jumped out, shouted "Get down," and unleashed a powerful move. Sharpened giant wood with vines flew out, piercing the snake's mouth, followed by a flurry of long sticks that trapped the giant snake tightly. A sharpened giant wood tied with a strong vine formed an arc, swiftly brushing over the child's head and charging toward the gaping mouth of the giant snake. The sharpened giant wood brutally struck into its mouth, sending it flying, but a chain reaction ensued, with a series of whooshing sounds. Countless sharpened, long sticks shot out, crossing to form a cage, trapping the dazed mantis snake. Tang Sen looked up and was directly stunned. Wasn't this Jason from Holy Soul Village, who was even younger than him? Silver hair, purple eyes, famous for hunting since childhood, dragging a wild boar at 4, and even more impressive at 5, returning to the village covered in blood while dragging a tiger twice his size. Even Tang Hao was left in shock. Under the last rays of sunlight, a petite figure staggered forward, but what shocked everyone was behind him. A tiger, more than twice his size, was being dragged along. The massive body of the tiger still exuded the aura of the king of the forest. Seeing a blood-soaked child with deep, cold eyes dragging a tiger several times his size created an immense contrast, leaving the villagers feeling inexplicably shocked and fearful. Jason saved people, but looked displeased because Tang San and the others interrupted his hunting plan. This calmness was unlike that of a child. Even Tang San felt alarmed. His aura is too strange, completely blending with nature, like an old hunter. Guys, what do you think Jason is all about? Is this skill innate, or did he have some kind of fortuitous encounter? What will his martial soul awakening be? Could it be even more powerful than the Hao Ian hammer? Seeing a familiar face, Jason lifted his bare hat, revealing his silver-white hair. Are you Jason? Tang San asked uncertainly. The next chapter is directly high energy. Jason and Tang San go to awaken their martial souls together. Just as Su Yuntao took out the crystal ball, a fierce aura suddenly erupted from Jason, shattering all the testing tools. This martial soul is going to be extraordinary. When Jason woke up again, old Jack grabbed his cane and started hitting him wildly. Guys, a 5-year-old killing a tiger and dragging it back to the village? Old Jack directly swung his cane. Jason is too fierce. After the beating, surprisingly, he settled down. He was blowing things up at home every day, making old Jack's hair turn white with worry. What on earth did we bring back? As a result, at 6, his martial soul awakened. My goodness, a Bow martial soul. 6th level soul power. He was sent to Notting Academy with Tang San by old Jack, and just after saying goodbye, he ran off without a trace, leaving Tang San stunned. That was hasty. Since then, Jason gradually settled down, though he often created explosions that could be heard from his place, leaving old Jack with a worried expression. What kind of thing did they bring back? Always looking for trouble. Who knew this kid would sneak into the hunting soul forest, relying on his past life as a hunter, activating the hunting upgrade system, killing wild boars at 4 to gain experience, and at 5, taking on a wounded tiger to level up to 6. This operation is simply outrageous. In the hunting soul forest, he thrived, using his beast knowledge skill to see through soul beast details, enchanting his bow to hit every target accurately, rapidly increasing his experience and directly preparing to cause trouble at level 10. When he was 4, the hunter template appeared. IT displayed that killing prey could earn experience points, which could be used for leveling up. Beast knowledge. Collect information about target beasts. Tooltips will display status, health, armor, diet, abilities, whether it is a tameable animal, and if it is an extraordinary beast. Originally wanting to lure a 100-year-old explosive monkey for a soul ring, but ended up being interrupted by the mantis snake. Jason angrily trapped the snake on the spot. 300 years. Although not fire attribute, the poison attribute is still desirable. It's just a bit troublesome to absorb without a protector, so he was also thinking about getting a pet as a bodyguard. After dealing with the snake, he looked up and ran into Tang San and the master. Jason remained calm. Are you here to get a soul ring? Tang San was shocked. This kid is actually acting like a king in the hunting soul forest? Guys, do you think Jason can handle this 300-year mantis snake soul ring? Can his hunter system produce a god-level soul ring? Will Tang San team up with him to hunt soul beasts? And a couple of days ago, Jason finally reached level 10, which also meant his soul power reached level 10, allowing him to obtain a soul ring. After setting traps for 3 days, Jason began preparing to lure monsters. The next chapter is directly high energy. Just as Jason was about to absorb the soul ring, a more powerful soul beast suddenly jumped out to snatch the snake's corpse, and Jason immediately drew his bow. Dare to steal my prey, seeking death. As a result, that soul beast could actually spit fire, burning all his traps. Did he run into tough competition? Because his hunting tools were made by him and his father. Guys, Jason's operation is too impressive. He caught a 300-year mantis snake and actually made a deal with Tang. Sanha wants poison and weapons to exterminate a monkey group. Jason brought Tang San and the master to the snake's side, and the master was stunned. This snake is almost 400 years old. Tang San, you can absorb it. Tang San was still hesitating. Am a plant martial soul, can I absorb B soul rings? The master immediately entered theory mode. My martial soul mimicry theory. Blue silvergrass is not exclusive poison and toughness can be absorbed. This made Tang San's eyes light up. Yes. This snake is about 400 years old, just approaching the limit for soul masters to transition from soul masters to spirit masters. With your innate full soul power, you can absorb it. But am a plant martial soul while absorbing the beast martial soul's soul ring conflict? Tang San asked in confusion. At this moment, Jason suddenly spoke. Want a soul ring? Fine. Help me make poison and weapons that can exterminate a monkey group, made by hand. He had his eyes set on the 400-year-old explosive Monkey King and his group. The master advised him, don't seek death. You can't defeat it. Jason directly shot a glance at the trapped mantis snake, implying, if I can handle this, am I afraid of monkeys? Jason silently glanced at the mantis snake beside him and continued to look at Tang San. How much poison do you need? It should be enough to take out a monkey group. There are two 200-year-olds among the monkeys, and the rest are mostly under 100 years old, totaling 10, with the strongest being the Monkey King at 400 years. I believe today you see this snake. You can estimate their strength. Tang San agreed without thinking. Delivery in 3 days. Guys, is this deal solid? Can the poison Tang San makes take down the monkey group? Will Jason shooting the 400-year-old Monkey King make him a legend? Good. Tang San pondered for a moment and agreed. But I need 3 days. Okay, I will wait for you here. Seeing him agree, Jason felt assured. The next chapter is going to be high energy. Tang San went back and worked overnight, and surprisingly created a deadly poison that seals the throat upon blood contact and barbed crossbow bolts. Jason tested them on the spot. One tree was completely corroded and broken. The power is just too amazing. With a large amount of poison and weapons, I can create more secretive and powerful traps. Family. Jason's move is simply legendary. Armed with the poison and weapons made by Tang San, he directly started farming the exploding monkey group dungeon, making the 400-year-old Monkey King his dog. 3 days later, Tang San handed over the poisoned ironware and hidden weapons to him, and Jason immediately set up traps. 5 days later, the soul-hunting forest echoed with the screams of the monkey growth was jumping in front with a bow, chased by a group of red-haired monkeys, and the scene was too thrilling. Rushing into an open area, the Monkey King and 200-year-old monkeys fell into the trap, and the Monkey King exploded with a bang. All the wooden spikes shattered, and with a disdainful snort, it continued to chase. Wow, the defense is just too strong. But the little monkeys behind were doomed, as dense spears shot out from the forest. More than a dozen were instantly reduced to 2, with system notifications constantly popping up. Experience 67. Experience 96. Then the Monkey King's red fur shone brightly. Suddenly there was an explosion, and all the wooden spikes on the ground were destroyed. The Monkey King snorted disdainfully and continued to pursue the figure ahead. However, when a group of exploding monkeys, around a few decades old, arrived here, suddenly a flurry of breaking sounds came, and countless spears shot out from the surrounding dense forest that, in an instant, more than a dozen exploding monkeys were left with only 2, one injured and the other surviving because it ran a bit slower. Jason was luring 3 monkeys in front, and with wave after wave of traps, 200-year-old monkeys met their demise. One was entangled by vines and pierced by arrows. The other was poisoned, its brain nerves corroded. In the end, only the Monkey King was left, battered and bruised, its fur wilted, but its eyes still fierce. The open area turned into a duel arena, and Jason took out his enchanted bow, gathering soul power into an arrow. The Monkey King roared and charged explosively at him. He shot 2 arrows, one heavy and one light, and the sound of the heavy object hitting the ground echoed. The massive arrow pierced the Monkey King directly. With a final slash, the system prompted, Experience 412. Obtain Monkey Guardian, Dodge 1, Agility 1 can be upgraded. Looking at the Monkey King pierced by a giant arrow, Jason stepped forward and delivered the final blow. Experience. Family, this wave of hunting was so smooth. Jason dragged the Monkey King's corpse into a tree hole to absorb the soul ring, surrounded by 3 layers of traps, feeling completely safe. Meanwhile, Tang San was still struggling in the blacksmith shop, working hard to pay off debts, using his advance wages to buy materials, and was exhausted. What do you think Jason's 400-year exploding monkey soul ring can bring him in terms of miraculous skills for his Bow spirit? Is it explosive arrows or flame arrows? Outside, Tang San was laboriously working in the blacksmith shop. Because he had taken many of his wages in advance to buy herbs for poison, he also had to make ironware and hidden weapons. This made him extremely tired. The next chapter is going to be high energy. After Jason absorbed the soul ring, he opened his eyes, and the enchanted bow immediately burst into flames, unlocking the first soul skill, Exploding Arrow. He shot an arrow, and the tree trunk exploded into pieces. This power would make Tang San's jaw drop. If it weren't for being able to receive money from the Spirit Hall after level 10, and having a master, he would have trouble even eating. Family. Jason's transformation is just too big. He just eliminated robbers in the soul hunting forest, but when he returned to school, he turned into a cute little boy, leaving Tang San completely stunned. After absorbing the 400-year exploding monkey soul ring, Jason directly leveled up to level 12 and unlocked the pet template and taming skills. He tried the first soul skill, Exploding Shot, and blew apart a tree as thick as a person. This power is incredible. After tidying up the traps, he donned a mandala snake skin armor and a bear head hat, walking out of the forest looking like a little bear, only to be surrounded by 3 lewd youths at the exit. "Little brother, why don't you sell us your dagger and leather armor?" "Hey, little brother, why are you coming out alone? I see your dagger and the leather armor on you are pretty good. How about selling them to us?" 2 or 3 arrogant youths surrounded Jason. Nearby, Feng Yuding from another team couldn't stand it anymore. It's too much to rob a kid. But the robbers still dared to threaten Jason. Reaching out to lift his hat upon seeing Jason's silver hair and cold purple eyes, he was instantly scared silly. Before he could react, a few flashes of cold light passed, and all 3 had their tendons cut, unable to even summon their martial spirits, screaming in agony. Jason calmly said, "Hunters dislike being treated as prey, especially by those who don't know their own limits." Feng Yuding was directly stunned. Are today's kids this fierce? A few flashes of cold light passed, and the surrounding people only felt a chill in their hands and feet. When they reacted, their tendons had already been severed. They didn't even have time to summon their martial spirits. Screams echoed, changing the expressions of the onlookers. Back at Nodding Academy, Jason concealed his aura and sat in dormitory 7 waiting for Tang San. The first one back, Wang Sheng, even asked who he was, and then Xiao Wu bounced in. "Oh, you're the one who skipped class on the first day." When Tang San came in and took a look, he was shocked. This was a completely different person from the cold hunter in the forest, his eyes soft and even a bit cute. The contrast was just too big. However, looking at the person in front of him, who was completely different from the one in the forest, even his cold gaze had become gentle and lively. The whole person was even a bit cute. This surprised Tang San. Family, what kind of soul beast do you think Jason can tame with this pet template? Is it fierce or cute? Will he expose his strength at the academy? At the same time, he was also thinking about the pet issue. The next chapter is going to be high energy. The dormitory leader Zhao Wujin came to pick a fight, and Jason originally didn't want to pay attention, but when Zhao Wujin hurt Xiao Wu, he turned hostile on the spot, raising his enchanted bow and shot Exploding Shot directly at Zhao Wujin. Was he really going to confront the teacher he didn't? Here, Tang San took out the school uniform from the moonlit night on the 24th bridge and handed it to him. Family, I admire Jason's operation this time. Xiao Wu wanted him to call her big sister, and he directly retorted, "You're too weak," while secretly thinking, how much experience would I get for killing her, this guy actually. No, Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast. Just after changing clothes, Jason took off his outer jacket, and Wang Sheng and the others were instantly mesmerized. A claw mark running across his chest, like a medal, made the boy's eyes light up. "This is too cool." Xiao Wu also stared, but when Jason put on the school uniform, he directly closed his eyes and ignored her, making Xiao Wu grind her teeth in anger. Only to see a claw mark running across his chest, like a medal, it made Wang Sheng and the other boy's eyes shine. This is too cool. After that, Jason skipped class every day, hiding in the back mountain to do his own thing, researching his self-created soul skills. He played around with the first soul skill, Exploding Shot, trying to turn his arm into a bomb, exploding whatever he touched, and also wanted to set explosive traps under his feet. Simply a Douluo version of Killer Queen. Every day the back mountain was booming with explosions, and the students didn't dare to go there, even spreading a legend. There's a monster glowing red all over in the back mountain. Anyone who has seen it has been blown up. Jason probably smiled secretly upon hearing Thiswa sent that just him. As a result, Jason became famous in school, and everyone knew there was such a strange person in the academy. Moreover, the back mountain he often visits frequently has explosions. And out of curiosity, someone followed him but was scared off by an arrow that whizzed past. At the end of the semester, Tang San and Xiao Wu went to the back mountain to find him. As they walked, they noticed something was off. There were fewer and fewer trees. The ground was covered with burn marks, and there were no birds chirping. It was eerily silent. Family, do you think Jason's self-created soul skill will work? Is he planning to blow up the back mountain of Nodding Academy? Xiao Wu knows he is eyeing her experience points. Will she chase after him to hit him? The outside still has lush scenery, but the forest is completely silent, with not even a bird's call. As they moved further in, they found fewer and fewer trees, and there were many burn marks on the ground. The next chapter is directly high energy. When Tang San and Xiao Wu found Jason, he was pressing his hand on a rock, and with a loud bang, the rock exploded. Jason, with blood flowing from his arm, was still smiling. It's almost done. Xiao Wu immediately exploded in anger. Are you crazy? He carefully observed the destroyed tree. Xiao San, what are you looking at? Xiao Wu also glanced at Tang San, but couldn't figure it out. This tree exploded from the inside. Tang San pointed at the piece of wood blown out on the ground, noting that the charred part was not on the bark, but rather in the heart of the tree. As he continued to investigate, Tang San also discovered a patch of grass that had been burnt. Interestingly, the charred part faintly revealed some patterns. The closer he got, the more shocked Tang San became. He didn't know what this child from his village was researching, but in any case, it exuded a dangerous aura. Following the sound of the explosion, the two finally saw Jason standing in an open area. Jason was calmly sitting on the ground, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Did you come to find me for something? He asked, brushing his slightly long silver hair. Well, school is out. Let's go back to the village. Tang San looked at Jason's calm demeanor, which seemed out of place against the backdrop of burned trees and grass. All right, I haven't seen the old man in a long time either. When it came to returning to the village, Jason thought of the elder who had raised him, and a nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. Chapter 6. Returning to the village, the three of them sat in the cart, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. For some reason, Xiao Wu felt somewhat intimidated by Jason, a stark contrast to her usual lively self. At that moment, Jason broke the silence. Tang San, when we get to the village, if he asks about me, you mustn't let anything slip, Jason specifically reminded Tang San. I know how to answer. Tang San found it amusing to see Jason a bit nervous. It seemed only old Jack could make him care. So, how have you been learning from a master this past year? Jason casually brought up a topic. The master is very knowledgeable. I've learned a lot from him, Tang San said with respect when talking about the master. Why don't you come along? You can learn a lot. Tang San invited Jason. No, I only need to know the laws of the forest. I'm not interested in anything else. Jason waved his hand dismissively. Laws of the forest? Tang San was momentarily puzzled. Survival of the fittest. The weak are eliminated by natural laws, while the strong survive, reproduce, and evolve, Jason said slowly, with fervor in his eyes. Survival of the fittest. Tang San was taken aback for a moment, then pondered it carefully. It was a very straightforward statement, but it was too cold-blooded for humans. Tang San looked at Jason and said, Humans are even colder-blooded, because we are the strong, Jason replied directly. Tang San wanted to refute, but couldn't think of a counter-argument at the moment. The little rabbit beside them was already shivering. After chatting a bit more, the three parted ways at the village entrance. Xiao Wu followed Tang San, while Jason returned to his own home. When Tang San got home, he didn't see Tang Hao. Instead, it was old Jack who came out. After leaving a few words, he hurried back when he heard Jason was also home. As old Jack approached his house, he saw a silver-haired boy leisurely basking in the sun while chewing on a twig. A wave of nostalgia surged in his heart, and his hurried steps became lighter. Hey, old man, why do you look older again? Upon seeing the visitor, Jason cheerfully greeted him. You brat, coming back just to annoy me. Old Jack, hearing the familiar tone, nostalgically picked up his cane. Hey, why hasn't your cane broken yet? Dodging the falling cane, Jason provocatively said, What are you back for? To irritate me? Old Jack angrily picked up the cane and continued to chase after him. Jason skillfully dodged the cane and lazily replied, That's your bad temper. What does it have to do with me? You little rascal, don't run away. I'll make sure to get you. Oomph. You can't hit me if I just stand still. Jason said disdainfully. All right, then you just stand there. Old Jack pointed his cane at him. Then you put the cane away. Old Jack was speechless, continuing to chase after him with the cane. After running for a while, old Jack sat panting on a step. Jason immediately followed with a mocking gaze. Seeing his expression, old Jack's anger surged again, wanting to get up and chase him once more. However, his body was old, and After trying to get up a few times without success, he could only glare in frustration. Old man, your body can't take it anymore. I've sent you so much money over the years. Why haven't you found a companion or bought some supplements? Jason had sold a lot of the game he hunted in the soul hunting forest, keeping some for himself and sending the rest to old Jack. Now that you mention it, I just remembered. Where did you get all this money? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Old Jack looked at Jason with suspicion. Jason was speechless, watching old Jack get ready to stand up, his mind racing. Didn't I mention it in my letter? I'm a soul master now. I can collect money from the Spear Hall every month. Jason hurriedly explained. Old Jack slowly sat back down. Can you really get that much money from the Spirit Hall? He asked doubtfully. Well, being a soul master pays well. Jason chuckled. Haven't you gone hunting? Old Jack stared at Jason. No, how could I? Just focus on school. Don't run around recklessly. I know. That night, old Jack killed an old hen to celebrate Jason becoming a soul master. After spending some time with old Jack at home, Jason was reluctantly chased out by old Jack with his cane. Jason didn't have high requirements for his level. After all, he was still young, so he preferred to study more survival skills. Now, Jason's hunter template status is as follows. Host, Jason level, 13 acquired skills. Explosive shot, causes all enemies in front of you to explode, knocking them back and confusing them. Proficiency, explosive trap, sets a fire trap that explodes when enemies approach. Dealing X to Y points of fire damage and burning all enemies within the B code for Z points of additional damage over seconds. Proficiency 21100, bomb making, infuses explosive energy into a target object, allowing control over its explosion time. Proficiency 13100, beast perception auxiliary skills. First aid, uses bandages. Fishing, outdoor survival skill. Cooking, outdoor survival skill passive skills. Beast knowledge, gathers information about target beasts. Tooltips will display status, health, armor, diet, abilities, whether it is a tameable animal, and if it is a rare beast. Tame pets, tames beasts to become your pets. If you lose the beast attention for any reason, the taming process will fail. Rare beasts, you master the art of beast training, teaching you the ability to tame rare beasts. Explosive shot is obtained from absorbing the spirit ring of the explosive monkey. Explosive trap and bomb making are soul techniques that Jason researched himself, so they require full proficiency to upgrade. The passive skills are those given by the system after leveling up. Back at school, Jason still maintained a regular routine. Barbecuing, experimenting, training, and sleeping. Xiao was thriving at school. As a result, under her description, there was a demon living on the back mountain. The younger brothers were all convinced. Therefore, Jason became much quieter. Time flew by, and 3 years quickly passed. One evening, in a dark alley of Soto City, the dim moonlight illuminated the city, but the alley remained shrouded in darkness. At that moment, a silver-haired child slowly walked into the alley, followed stealthily by several adults with lewd expressions. Big brother, why do I feel something is off? A somewhat simple-minded, burly man looked at the child's back and felt a chill for some unknown reason. What's off? I've seen this kid wandering around the city for 3 days, and there's not a soul nearby. Plus, he's quite handsome. Selling him to a wealthy lady in the city would definitely fetch a good price. The bald man's eyes gleamed with greed, already envisioning the money he would soon have. It was just a pity that such a handsome child would be sold to a wealthy lady, where he would surely be tormented to death. But who told your family to not keep you in check? The bald man muttered gloomily. All right, you two go ahead and block him. I'll take the rear. This cargo is a good one, so be careful not to hurt him. As the child entered the alley, the group quickly began to act. Chapter 7. Explosion. The dark alley resembled the mouth of a monster, eerie and shadowy. The road, only about 1 or 2 meters wide, felt somewhat cramped. Jason noticed the movements behind him and smirked slightly. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and a burlap sack was thrown over him. Jason did not panic. Instead, he touched the 2 people in front of him and quickly retreated. The 2 missed their target, staring in shock at Jason, seemingly not expecting the child's agility. I must say you are quite clever to have found the loophole in the inspection team, Jason said with a cat-and-mouse glint in his eyes as he looked at them. Seeing the calm demeanor of the child before them, the 2 felt something was off. They began to look around suspiciously, slowly retreating to check for any ambush. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Do you want to hear an explosion? Jason spoke up. Explosion? The bizarre scene, and the child began to instill fear in the 2. Snap! A loud finger snap echoed in the silent alley. Then, one of them felt their body start to swell. Their eyes gradually filled with terror. Boom! An explosion sounded. They watched as their companion exploded beside them like a living bomb. What's happening? What did you do? The burly man, gasping for breath, stared at the child as if looking at a demon. Jason didn't even glance at him, shouting like a zealot. Explosion is art, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, another person exploded. Didera, you really know your stuff? Not bad, but the explosion's power isn't enough. It didn't even kill him at that close range, Jason muttered, somewhat dissatisfied. Then it disappeared into the alley. Just after Jason disappeared, the bald man hiding behind was sweating profusely, his clothes soaked with sweat. At that moment, he heard a faint sound of crisp, snapping fingers coming from a distance. Then a red pattern appeared under his feet. Realizing something, he wanted to leave. Bang! A fire column erupted from the alley, drowning out the accompanying screams. This explosion, accompanied by flames that appeared out of nowhere, burned for nearly 20 seconds. After that, explosions would periodically ring out in Soto City. This caught the attention of the patrolling military in the city, but even though they strengthened their defenses, they still found nothing. The identity of the child was Jason's natural disguise, and no one would connect the dots. Moreover, although this world possesses unique powers like martial souls, in terms of information technology, it is comparable to ancient times in the previous life, or even worse. As a result, Jason remains at large. As time passes, the search teams in the city still find nothing, but everyone notices that there were no casualties at the site of the explosion. Instead, the delinquents, human traffickers, and murderers who used to roam the city have disappeared. After that, it was just for show. However, a noble scion and his lackeys suddenly vanished in an explosion. This scion had a very bad reputation among the common people, so his death was met with cheers from the public. On the other hand, the nobles were furious, and the city lord even harshly scolded the members of the search team. Afterward, he sought help from the spirit hall. The spirit hall had already noticed this situation and welcomed the city lord with smiles when he visited. Shortly after, the city lord emerged with a pained expression, and the farewell smile of the host became even brighter. Then, the spirit hall began to intervene in the matter. The people from the spirit hall set off with full confidence, but after a month, explosions continued to occur in the city, and their expressions gradually became anxious. That night, the people from the spirit hall hid in the shadows, watching a pair of arrogant individuals on the street. Recently, they had negotiated with the city lord and persuaded a noble to let his son act as bait, choosing a notorious young wastrel for the role. They assured the noble that they would definitely protect his son before allowing the young wastrel to come out. The young man, named Tucker, was dressed in luxurious clothing and walked down the street, feeling increasingly arrogant knowing that a group was protecting him from behind. At that moment, a small soccer ball rolled in front of him, and a black-haired child hurriedly ran over. It seemed that the ball belonged to him. The child, unaware of any danger, rushed to pick it up. Seeing the child pick up the ball, Tucker kicked it away with a swift motion. "Get lost," he shouted, sending the ball flying. The people nearby dared not express their anger. The child, who had been kicked away, picked up the ball and hurriedly ran off. Go to the tavern in the sky." He spat disdainfully, waving his hand. The spirit hall team behind him remained still and continued to follow. Later that night, Tucker, having played late, prepared to head home. The spirit soul team, following closely behind, also began to feel anxious. They specifically chose a somewhat secluded alley and walked in. But at that moment, Tucker suddenly let out a painful groan and then felt his body start to swell. Then, under the watchful eyes of the spirit hall team, Tucker exploded. Such a bizarre scene left them stunned in place. "Quick, check if there are any people around. Hurry, hurry," the leader urgently commanded. Clearly, they still found nothing. Thinking of their solemn assurance, they were baffled that someone had exploded right under their noses. The body was gone. They didn't know how to report back. Thus, this incident continued for 2 years, and even the spirit hall had lost a few people, but there was still no solution. Even when the spirit hall sent people from other places to investigate, they found nothing. The explosion was completely illogical, and the dead bodies were unrecognizable, making it impossible to determine any motive. They didn't even know who the dead were, so how could they investigate? Graduation came, but Jason's soul power level was only 13th. Over the years, Jason had been focusing on these 2 skills, using his experience in killing to level up. Bomb making, LV 13, had reached its limit. An explosive trap, LV 13, had also reached its limit. If he wanted to level up further, he needed to increase his own level, which meant his soul power level. However, the troublesome part was that Jason's level was only 13. It seemed that applying for a general intermediate soul power school would be sufficient, especially since his spirit ring was 100 years old. Normally, he would be considered an excellent student. Now, Tang San's soul power should be around level 29. Sigh, that's a bit shabby. However, Jason didn't mind. He just needed to find a school close to the Stardew Forest, and preferably one where no one would bother him. Going to school was just to give old Jack an explanation. The old man is really annoying. Jason thought helplessly. Chapter 8. Forced to follow, however, after Jason returned home. The plan was disrupted. Old Jack intended for him to follow Tang San. From a young age, Tang San was well-behaved and sensible in old Jack's eyes. While Jason had a lively personality, loved adventure, and was simply courting death, he was always getting into dangerous situations. Old Jack couldn't keep an eye on him all the time, so he had to rely on Tang San. Old Jack was also frightened by Jason that time. After all, a 4 or 5-year-old child dragging a tiger several times his size, and he was also seriously injured. He was really worried that day he would be sending a black-haired person to meet a white-haired one. Moreover, they're all from the same village, so it's good to have someone to look out for each other outside. Anyway, they were just telling Jason all the good things about Tang San. How polite, how understanding, how composed. Unfortunately, Jason had no choice but to follow the arrangements. It's the same wherever you are. If you need to sneak away, you still have to sneak away. Going along with the old man's wishes would ease his mind a bit. At the west gate of Soto City, people were bustling along the road, most of them carrying food, moving a leisurely pace with the crowd. Recently, there had been more people than usual due to the Academy's enrollment period. At this moment, 2 boys and a girl entered through the west gate. Hey, Tang San, can you stop glancing over like that? One of the handsome boys with silver hair looked speechlessly at the boy in a blue outfit with blue hair, who subtly glanced at him. How can you be like this? If it weren't for Grandpa Jack's reminder, my brother wouldn't bother with you. Before Tang San could say anything, the increasingly adorable Xiao Wu couldn't help but defend her brother. In her eyes, Jason only had a bit of handsomeness. Everything else was a flaw. He had a terrible personality and a fierce gaze. He was basically a weirdo. Of course, this was just her subconscious feeling. To others, Jason looked harmless no matter how you viewed him. All right, I can't help it. Old Jack specifically wrote to me, asking me to keep an eye on you, so we can look out for each other outside, Tang San said helplessly. Then I'll definitely run away after I register and get into the academy. Why should I run before that when you've been watching me the whole way? It's unnecessary. Along the way, even if Tang San's glances were subtle, Jason could still feel them. Tang San, you've already told me when to run. Old Jack said if you run away, I should write to him. Tang San said slowly, causing Jason's expression to stiffen. No way. That old man thought of this too. Sun sighed. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Right. What if the academy doesn't accept me? Look, I'm only a level 13 Soul Master, and you're all nearly level 30 big shots. He recalled that in the original story, Shrek only recruited monsters, and they would definitely look down on his level 13. This was something Tang San hadn't really considered. Although Jason's level was just lower than theirs, with a 100-year spirit ring, he would still be considered an excellent student in a normal intermediate Soul Master school. Let us wait until tomorrow to check it out. It should be fine, right? Tang San said somewhat uncertainly. Hopefully the school will kick you out. Xiao made a face at Jason. TCH, let us go. I'll treat you to braised rabbit meat. He disdainfully glanced at Xiao Wu, and his words made her grit her teeth in annoyance. The 3 entered Soto City. Jason mentioned he had something to do and left first, planning to go on the day of the school enrollment. After parting, Jason headed straight to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Looking at the massive oval building before him, he followed the crowd inside. Upon reaching the registration area, Jason walked to the one-on-one registration counter. Hello, I want to register for the one-on-one Great Soul Master competition. Fill out this form. Then go over there to test your soul power. Can you challenge at a higher level here? After filling out the form and testing his soul power, Jason asked, higher level? The registering staff looked puzzled. Yeah, I plan to challenge a Great Soul Master, but you're only a level 13 Soul Master. You have no chance against a Great Soul Master. The staff member looked at the registration form and confirmed it was level 13. My combat strength is at the level of a Great Soul Master, and I'm signing up for a death match. Jason spoke astonishingly. The staff member, looking at the little kid in front of him, paused for a moment before responding. Wait a moment, let me ask upstairs. He then walked to the back. Jason believed they would agree because a boy, especially one who was only a level 13 Soul Master, wanted to challenge a Great Soul Master in a death match was essentially asking for death. However, for the Great Soul Arena, this was a sensational event and a chance to make money. Sure enough, after a while, the staff member looked at Jason with a hint of regret. They agreed upstairs. You can wait in the Great Soul Master death match area. He handed Jason a copper coin and said, Great. Jason took the copper coin and headed towards the deathmatch soul area. Death matches were generally used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. But there were also those who enjoyed killing or criminals coming here, as well as those affected by their martial souls. Jason, on the other hand, belongs to the type that needs to kill. After all, defeating someone is far less experience than killing. When Jason walked into the waiting area of the deathmatch, many eyes were drawn to his somewhat youthful face. Jason also felt a stifling and frenzied atmosphere here. They had doubts, excitement, bloodlust, and impatience about Jason's arrival. No one cared whether he had walked into the wrong venue or not, because they could sense a similar aura from Jason. This indicated that this 11 or 12-year-old boy had killed before. Jason found a spot, closed his eyes, and began to meditate as he waited. Below, the 13th match of the Death Duel Soul was about to begin, with the two participants being Bao, a level 24 beast martial soul, with a martial soul bloodthirsty leopard. His record, 3 kills. The Death Duel Soul reports achievements not by wins, but by the number of kills. As the announcement finished, the crowd began to cheer. Although there weren't many spectators for the Death Duel Soul, there were still quite a few. Some were regulars, while others were curious newcomers. However, it was clear from the cheers that this person had some fame. The other participant was quite special. The host deliberately created suspense. The other participant was a hunter, a level 13 weapon soul master, with a martial soul enchanted bow, and a record of 0. He was the fearless challenger of the day. After the host finished speaking, the audience fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information. Please welcome the two participants to the stage. When the two participants went on stage, especially the unfamiliar boy, the audience erupted in exclamations. Chapter 9. Pray? Does this kid want to die? This was the first thought that crossed the audience's mind when they saw Jason take the stage. Once on stage, both sides wasted no time and directly summoned their martial souls. Behind Bao, a black panther emerged, its eyes glowing with bloodthirsty red light. At the same time, his eyes also began to turn bloodthirsty. Meanwhile, his soul rings released, 1 white and 1 yellow. On the other side, Jason also released his martial soul, a pitch-black longbow with red patterns appearing in his hands. At the same time, a yellow soul ring appeared around him. This once again drew people's attention. After confirming that he was indeed just a soul master, there was a hint of regret. The first soul ring was a 100-year soul ring. What a pity. Jason took the initiative and shot an arrow. Bao easily dodged it. Looking at the boy opposite him, he curled his lips into a bloodthirsty smile. His figure suddenly moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages. However, he did not rush towards Jason immediately. Instead, he cautiously closed the distance while dodging the incoming soul power arrows. Jason seemed oblivious to his approach, continuing to shoot. At this moment, a red arrow shot towards Bao. Although he dodged it, the arrow suddenly exploded. Bao was caught off guard and was blown far away, suffering some injuries from the blast. Yet he smiled. His figure darted forward, activating his first soul skill, Chase, and his second soul skill, Brutality. At the same time, his whole body transformed into a red light, rushing towards Jason, who remained stationary. The burning sensation on his body made him even more excited. It seemed he had overestimated the shooter, who didn't even know how to change positions. Since he had already released his first soul skill, there was no need to fear anymore. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jason. Jason's expression remained unchanged as Bao's claws were about to grab him. He activated the back jump, an explosive trap. The back jump was a skill he learned when he reached level 13. Almost at the moment Bao missed and landed, the ground exploded, accompanied by a fiery eruption. The blast caused Jason's clothes to rustle, and his face was illuminated red by the flames. After waiting for a moment, he continued to draw his bow and shoot. First soul skill, Explosive Shot. Just as Bao, who had just been dazed by the explosion, was regaining his senses and trying to jump out, his expression changed drastically as he quickly extended his slightly burnt hand to grab the arrow. Seeing the arrow he caught, so close at hand, he felt lucky to have grasped it. Before he could feel joy, he suddenly realized that this arrow was red, and his face changed. The arrow exploded instantly, the close-range explosion directly blowing off his arm and shattering his head, while also sending him back into the trap. About a minute later, the flames subsided, and the arena became charred black. In the center, there remained a charred corpse. Jason frowned as he looked at his left arm. His sleeve had been torn, revealing several red claw marks. Sure enough, facing agility-type soul masters was somewhat troublesome. At the same time, Jason leveled up directly to level 14, with experience points still remaining. In the vast arena, facing an agility-type Soul Master. He had no bait to use, and the best bait was himself. As for other Soul Masters, apart from the control type, ones being a bit troublesome, they pose no problem. Of course, if it were in the jungle, any type of Soul Master would not be a threat to him. A smell of roasted meat wafted through the arena, making people instinctively feel a bit nauseous. Unexpectedly, this newly arrived Soul Master actually killed a great Soul Master beyond his level. Truly incredible. The host, having seen a lot, maintained a normal expression while thinking about the surrounding exclamations. What was going on? The dry leopard was actually killed by a young lad. Did he use 2 soul skills? Doesn't he only have 1 soul ring? Uncertain, perhaps only one of the 2 was his soul ring skill, while the other was an innate characteristic of the soul ring. Damn it, I lost money. Damn it, that useless dry leopard. The audience began to discuss chaotically. Jason silently walked off the stage to collect his winnings. A few Soul Masters from the deathmatch zone who had come to watch looked at the departing boy with apprehension. They were not too wary of Jason's soul skills, but rather of his cunning. As bystanders, they saw clearly how Dry Leopard was lured step by Jason. The combination of soul skills and psychological calculations was like that of a hunter, first disguising himself as prey. When the time was right, he shed the disguise, and before the opponent could react, his identity was instantly reversed, completing the hunt. Step by step, it was far from what someone his age should possess. Ignoring the gazes behind him, Jason continued to the betting table, where he took a large bag of gold coins under the boss's pained expression, leaving the great soul arena. Jason felt a bit bored, so he started to wander the streets. Speaking of which, after so many years in this world, apart from old Jack giving him a somewhat real feeling, everything else still felt quite game-like and somewhat false to Jason. This was also why Jason felt no emotion after killing. Apart from being a hunter in his previous life, there was also the system's reminder of the experience after killing, where soul power could level up just like experience points from killing monsters. This made Jason less eager for levels, and instead, he found researching skills much more interesting. Moreover, each time the enchanted bow absorbs a soul ring, it will increase a corresponding attribute. For example, after absorbing the soul ring of the explosive monkey, the enchanted bow also gains fire and explosive attributes. Without activating the soul skill, the attributes can be chosen to be added to the body or the arrows. When added to the body, Jason can set explosive traps at his feet and can activate the skills to create bombs. When added to the arrows, there will be small-scale explosive and burning effects. When kiting, he adds the attributes to the arrows, and when luring, he adds the attributes to himself. During combat, unless necessary, Jason will definitely not let the enemy come within 1 meter of him. Now that the skills have been researched and completed, he has begun to consider the abilities of the next soul ring. And she also wanted to catch a pet. With some anticipation, Jason bought a candied fruit and strolled leisurely. At that moment, a shadow suddenly bumped into him, reaching for the small pouch at Jason's waist. That was where Jason kept his poison. After the person grabbed the pouch from Jason's waist, she intended to leave. Suddenly, she felt her body go weak and nearly collapsed. Her tail had been caught. Struggling to endure the sensitivity, she extended her claws to attack behind her. Then, her arm was also seized. She glared angrily at the silver-haired boy in front of her. Just as she was about to unleash her martial spirit, the boy spoke. Hey, there's no money in my little pouch. Stealing it is useless. Chapter 10. Zhu Zhuqing, give me back my stuff. Jason released her arm, freeing his hand to eat the candied fruit, all while admiring the figure of this little thief in front of him. He casually squeezed the hand that was holding her tail. It's actually a real tail, Jason thought to himself, believing it was just a decoration. By the way, this figure is really unfair. Feeling the touch of her tail, Zhu Zhuqing's body softened again. In order to find her fiancé, she had been chased all the way and had lost all her money. She would definitely need a registration fee to sign up. So she thought about casually stealing from the street. It just so happened that this boy, who was about her age, had a shiny pouch hanging from his waist, which was surely a money pouch, and it looked harmless. I didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent. You let go of my hand first, resisting the urge to strike. I knew that if I used my martial soul, I would definitely expose myself. Then give me back my little bag. There's poison in there, not money. Jason continued to grip the tail in his hand, showing no intention of letting go. Zhu Zhuqing's breathing had already started to become a bit rapid. Here. Saying that, she hurriedly threw the bag in her hand to him. Jason, showing some courtesy, finally let go of the tail. I don't see you as someone who lacks money. Why are you still stealing? Jason said while biting into a candied hawthorn. None of your business. Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave. TSK, the world is going downhill. Even thieves are so arrogant, Jason said mockingly, shaking the candied hawthorn in his hand. Her steps paused for a moment, then she continued walking. Oh, by the way, you should be poisoned. Do you want the antidote? Jason asked kindly. His bag did have poison in it, but she left without looking back. Not sure if she heard him. Speaking of which, I hadn't asked her name. It wouldn't be Zhu Zhuqing, would it? Considering her figure and tail, it was likely. I'll give her the antidote on the day of enrollment, but I wonder if she has the courage to come out. This incident brought a bit of amusement to Jason's bored mood. Then Jason continued to wander the streets, buying a little of whatever he found interesting, especially since he had just won a fortune in the Great Soul Arena. In the evening, Jason casually found a room to stay in. The next day, Jason began to plan to buy some materials to make flashbangs. Although this world was different from his previous life, the materials were surely different as well. Later, Jason also consulted many books to search for relevant materials. However, he really discovered a material called strong light powder, which is used for some lighting purposes. But the light is somewhat dazzling and the duration is short, so its application is not widespread. Jason bought a lot of it and started making simple flash bombs. Since he himself is an ignition source, there is no need to pull a string or anything. He just needed to prepare the materials. This is very effective against sensitive attack-type soul masters, but not much use against tank-type ones. Over the years, Jason has created many interesting things around his explosive attribute, which is also the reason why he chose the explosive monkey for his first soul ring. After all, once the explosion issue is resolved, everything else becomes much easier. There are not many stores selling strong light powder, as it is generally used by children as toys, so Jason didn't manage to buy much in a day. When the agreed time with Tang San arrived, Jason came to a remote village in Soto City. Even though he was somewhat prepared for the dilapidation of Shrek Academy, he was still a bit surprised. When Jason arrived, there were already very few people left, and Tang San happened to be testing something. Behind him was Xiao Wu, and behind Xiao Wu was a cloaked figure. Upon seeing the cloaked person, he instantly guessed her identity. As he walked in, Tang San also saw Jason. Tang San, the school your teacher recommended is really too shabby, Jason said to Tang San with his hands behind his back, looking as if he was there to investigate. Just as Jason finished speaking, Tang San noticed someone trying to attack him. He was about to intervene, but saw Jason dodge with a backward jump. The attacker was the cloaked person with a cold demeanor. As she ran, her hood fell off, revealing her somewhat terrifying face. Tang San immediately recognized the poison, as it was the one he had concocted. As Jason stopped to say something, the other party relentlessly continued to attack. With her martial soul manifested, she moved quite agilely and simultaneously used her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. Helpless, Jason had to dodge again. Given the irrational nature of her attacks, it was basically impossible for Jason to be hit. He casually avoided Zhu Zhuqing's attacks, and even with the use of the Phantom White Claw, she still couldn't touch him. After dodging for a while, Jason jumped back to create some distance. At the same time, he threw a stone at Zhu Zhuqing, who was trying to charge at him. She instinctively swatted away the stone as it came, but when she made contact, the stone suddenly exploded. Caught off guard, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as she was about to get up, she caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai and saw the shock in his heterochromatic eyes. Instantly, she stopped rising, staring blankly at the sky, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing indeed looked somewhat frightening. Her face was covered in dense purple veins, and her lips were purple, resembling a female ghost. Hey, why are you crying? At this moment, a person she had been thinking about for the past 2 days blocked her view of the sky. Do you still need the antidote? Seeing that she was ignoring him, Jason continued to ask. Without the antidote, you'll die. At first, your face will slowly rot, you'll feel weak all over, and your rotting face will gradually start to smell. By then, you won't be able to move and will only be able to die and decay, Jason said slowly in a gloomy tone. Although it was you who stole my things first, I'm broad-minded and didn't hold it against you, right? I even wanted to give you the antidote when you left, but who knew you would just run away without a word? He said helplessly, but for some reason, his tone had a bit of a teasing edge. For some reason, an anger surged in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. You're talking nonsense. Which normal person carries poison at their waist? Zhu Zhuqing instantly got up, wiped her tears, and began to curse aggrievedly. So I'm not a normal person, Jason said matter-of-factly. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily at a loss for words, tears welling up in her eyes again. Hey, if you cry, the poison will act up faster, and your face will crack. At this moment, Jason produced a porcelain bottle in his hand and began to toss it around. Douluo, who was nearby, had almost figured out her identity, and seeing her flirt with another person, at least from his perspective, made him feel uncomfortable, but seeing Zhu Zhuqing's condition, he couldn't bring himself to approach her. Tang San and Xiao Wu also ran over. Jason, what is going on? Tang San asked, frowning at Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting on the ground. Xiao San, what happened to her face? Xiao Wu asked from behind Tang San. Oh, right. Jason was about to explain to Tang San. But at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing quickly snatched the porcelain bottle from his hand. Hey, just take one. Don't eat them all. By the time he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing had already consumed all the antidote in the bottle. Jason quietly watched her, and she defiantly glared back. If you eat too much, you'll get diarrhea, Jason said with a hint of amusement, looking at the seemingly silly Zhu Zhuqing. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, and she quickly ran towards the elderly man who was registering, hurriedly asking for directions before swiftly heading towards the latrine. Fortunately, she was a speed-type soul master, so she was fast. Watching Zhu Zhuqing disappear, Jason smirked slyly. Noticing Tang San's questioning gaze, Jason explained, that girl tried to steal my stuff on the street, but unexpectedly bumped into the poison pouch I had on my waist, which led to her current state. I didn't want to hold it against her since she has such a beautiful face, so I intended to give her the antidote, but she ignored me completely. I had no choice. Then I ran into her again today, and who knew she would attack me without warning? And when she couldn't hit me, she started crying. She's so neurotic. Sigh. Women. Jason shrugged helplessly. Chapter 11. Registration. Tang San was speechless, but he felt that Zhu Zhuqing was quite unfortunate to have run into Jason. What's wrong with women? Do they eat your family's rice? Xiao Wu, standing nearby, was displeased and jumped up to yell at Jason. By the way, are you guys still registering? At that moment, the elderly man in charge of enrollment couldn't help but ask. Oh, coming right up. Xiao Wu hurriedly ran over. After she finished her test, Douluo was about to take Tang San and the others to the assessment. However, Tang San insisted on waiting for Jason to join them. Do you know each other? Douluo asked. Yeah, he and I are from the same village. We're friends, Tang San explained. At that moment, Jason also arrived in front of the elderly man. Jason, age 12, weapon martial soul, enchanted bow, soul power level 14. Upon hearing that his soul power level was only 14, Douluo couldn't help but glance at Tang San. My friend is somewhat special. He has been cultivating soul power these years and has been researching something alone on the back mountain. Tang San didn't know much about Jason either. As Jason released his martial soul, he took out 20 gold coins for him. The registration fee is only 10 gold coins. The elderly man accepted it and said to him, Oh, the other one is that girl who just ran to the latrine, Jason explained. Am I not meeting the requirements? Should I just leave? Jason retracted his martial soul and was about to turn to leave. Wait. At that moment, the elderly man called out to Jason, who was turning to leave. Is there something else? He asked, stopping in his tracks. Let me check your bone age. If suitable, you can join them for the assessment. The elderly man pointed at Tang San and the others. Old man, I'm just a soul master. Aren't you only accepting monsters? Jason expressed some confusion. Damn it, just when I finally got away from Tang San, this old man is not playing by the rules. Right, I see you're also a little monster. Being able to defeat a great soul master as a soul master. What else could be considered monster? The elderly man said, seeing through it all. How hasty. Jason sighed helplessly and extended his palm. Hearing the old man's words, Douluo behind him also reacted. Indeed, I said. How could someone who becomes friends with you be an ordinary person? Douluo said to Tang San with a look of realization. All right, your physique is good. You passed. Go along with them for the assessment. After the old man finished testing, he pointed at Douluo and the others. Okay. Jason walked toward Tang San with little enthusiasm. Congratulations on being accepted. Tang San smiled and congratulated him upon seeing him arrive. Jason ignored him and hadn't he expected that he would ultimately enter this academy. Maybe I should go easy during the assessment, Jason thought to himself. Forget it, now that I'm in, I might as well find a way to negotiate some terms with the school. And old Jack, the acting supervisor, Tang San. Thinking of Tang San made Jason feel a bit of a headache. What should I think of? The group walked along the path, with Douluo explaining the traditional concepts of Shrek Academy to Tang San and the others. Jason was still thinking about how to deal with Tang San to prevent him from reporting to the village. At this moment, they finally arrived at the second assessment area. There was a queue that wasn't very long. Douluo said to Jason, Everyone except Jason can go to the front with me for the test. Why? Tang San couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's like this. Both of you have reached level 25 or above. So you can skip the second and third assessments and go directly to the fourth practical assessment. Although Jason displayed strong combat power, his potential for growth was still uncertain. So he needed to be tested in the second and third rounds. I'll tell the teacher not to pay attention to your soul power, Douluo explained. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, Jason's eyes lit up. There's hope. You guys hurry up. I'll wait in line here. Jason waved his hand, urging them to go quickly. As he spoke, Jason had already reached the end of the queue. Douluo looked at Jason, who was rushing to line up, a bit confused about why he was so eager. My friend is a bit special. If it weren't for his grandfather, he definitely wouldn't want to step into this place at all. Why? Our school may be bad, but our teaching ability is strong. It's much better than going to an ordinary intermediate school. Douluo was somewhat puzzled. He just wants to find the kind of ordinary intermediate school where no one cares. Douluo expressed his confusion. He has loved hunting since he was a child. When he was 4 or 5 years old, he brought back a tiger on his own, but he was seriously injured, so his grandfather forbade him. Now he still doesn't trust him and wants me to watch over him. If it weren't for his grandfather, I really wouldn't be able to keep an eye on him. Tang San gave a wry smile and explained to him. What a strange person. Douluo sighed. After that, the group directly cut in line at the front to start testing their soul power, which caused dissatisfaction among those waiting in line. But once the soul power was tested, everyone fell silent. Then Ning Rongrong, who was in front of Jason, ran ahead to indicate that she could do it too. Once they all left, Jason stood behind and felt a bit bored, so he kicked the stones on the ground to pass the time. When it was almost Jason's turn, an old man at the entrance passed by with Zhu Zhuqing. At this time, she had already detoxified, and her face had returned to its usual cold beauty. However, her previously lifeless eyes had gained something more. Looking at Jason in the queue, her eyes showed a hint of anger. For some reason, the moment she saw him, even her cold heart felt like it was about to explode. Aren't we going to queue? She forced herself to calm down and asked the old man. No need. Your soul power has already exceeded level 25. You can go directly to the fourth round. Is he not yet level 25? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Jason in the queue. Him? He's only level 14, but being able to easily dodge your soul skills shows he's not simple. As long as his martial soul and compatibility are good enough, he can be considered a little monster. What? He's only level 14, not even a great soul master. How is that possible? She was shocked by this news. As a level 27 great soul master, she couldn't even defeat a level 14 soul master. Perhaps he has some innate talent in the application of soul power. But the growth of a soul master ultimately depends on the level and quality of their martial soul. If his martial soul's growth potential and compatibility are not enough, he will still be eliminated. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily unsure of her feelings. All right, let's go ahead. Saying this, she continued to lead the way. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Jason, who was still kicking stones with his head down, and then followed him out. After waiting for a while, it was finally Jason's turn. Chapter 12, Pass? The testing teacher looked curiously at Jason in front of him, and then followed the procedure to check his soul power. Without a doubt, his soul power was still level 14. Then came the martial soul. When Jason summoned the Enchanted Bow, the teacher began to carefully observe his martial soul. Release your soul ring. Jason obediently opened the soul ring. How many years is your first absorbed soul ring? The testing teacher asked, closely examining the red patterns on the bow. 100 years. Jason replied without a blush or a racing heart. Upon hearing Jason's words, the teacher stopped looking at the martial soul and quietly stared at Jason. Do I look like someone who doesn't understand anything? You noticed it and still asked me. Jason said, speechless. All right, you passed. Huh? How did I pass? Jason looked at the teacher with a questioning gaze. Is there something wrong with passing? The teacher was somewhat confused by his question. How can you be sure I passed? I can tell. What did you see? What I saw is none of your business. Hurry up and go to the third round. Just go straight down that path and stop bothering me here, the teacher said impatiently, waving his hand. Jason left the testing platform with a look of sorrow, heading in the direction the teacher pointed. The teacher watched Jason leave with a face full of sorrow, not realizing that he might think he hadn't passed the assessment. Then Jason arrived at the third level, but there was actually no one else there, only Jason himself. Seeing Jason, the board teacher sitting there brightened up and quickly waved at him. Come here, young man, over here. So how we test? Jason said expressionlessly. He had a feeling that there was no turning back. Release your martial soul, and then see that wooden stake over there? Use your first soul skill to attack it. Okay. Jason summoned his martial soul, the Enchanted Bow, and at the same time, the first soul ring lit up. A red arrow shot towards the wooden stake. A flash of red light passed by, and the wooden stake was shattered to pieces. Sorry, I can only shoot one. After shooting the arrow, Jason's hand holding the bow trembled violently, and the enchanted bow seemed like it would dissipate if he wasn't careful. His face also showed a strained expression, as if simply lifting the bow was already his maximum effort. The testing teacher looked at Jason in a strange way. Then he said, "All right, you passed?" "Huh? How did I pass?" In an instant, Jason's hands stopped shaking, and he firmly held the enchanted bow, pointing it at the test teacher and questioning him. The teacher silently glanced at Jason's hands. After sensing his gaze, Jason's body stiffened. He paused for a moment, seemingly considering whether to continue acting. "Aren't you all old enough to be getting blurry vision?" he said somewhat reluctantly to the teacher in front of him. Upon hearing his words, the test teacher's face twitched slightly. "I'm only in my 40s. I'm not that old yet." He couldn't quite understand what the young man in front of him was thinking. Accepting his fate, Jason put away his martial soul and suddenly took off with an explosive step, accompanied by a loud bang, heading towards the fourth arena. The explosive step wasn't exactly a skill. It was just a small technique for using soul power. It wrapped around his feet to prevent injury from the explosion and then propelled his body forward using the force generated by the blast. After obtaining the first soul ring and relying on the explosive attributes granted by the enchanted bow, Jason had no idea how many skills he had developed over the past 4 or 5 years. Some were recorded in the system and only required experience points to upgrade, while later on, they might evolve into another type of skill. Without any records, one can only slowly become proficient. When Jason arrived at the fourth examination venue, a fight had already broken out in the arena. On one side was a burly figure with an illusory explosive bear behind him, a wide body that clearly indicated he was a powerhouse, likely Zhao Wujie. On the other side were 4 people, 1 man and 3 women. One of the women, stealthily moving around the battlefield, occasionally used her sharp claws to harass Zhao Wujie while looking for an opportunity. It was the recovered Zhu Zhuqing. Facing him head-on was a pink figure, with vines assisting in the attack, none other than Xiao Wu and Tang San. Behind them was a girl dragging a pagoda, which connected to several people present. At this moment, Xiao Wu jumped onto Zhao Wujie's shoulder, while Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill to attack him. Meanwhile, Tang San's vines also wrapped around him. Zhao Wujie felt some pressure facing them, and his first soul ring lit up, accompanied by a burst of golden light. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who were closest, were instantly blown away. Dai Mubai was about to catch Zhu Zhuqing, but he realized that she was being sent flying toward Jason's position, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Jason watched the incoming figure and instinctively caught her. Initially, Jason intended to place her on the ground, but seeing that she was heavily injured and still unconscious, he silently looked at the fainted Zhu Zhuqing. This girl was really unfortunate. She had just detoxified and now got injured again during the assessment. Seeing her in such a miserable state, Jason decided not to put her on the ground, but instead leaned her against his leg. Sitting on the ground, Jason summoned his martial soul while his first soul ring lit up. Adjusting his soul power, he charged up, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. A red arrow swiftly reached Zhao Wujie, who was about to run toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie noticed the arrow, but did not stop. Instead, he swatted it away. With a loud bang, Zhao Wujie was instantly engulfed by the explosive flames. The ground trembled from a shockwave. Tang San, crouching beside Xiao Wu, shielded her from the aftermath of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, a disheveled, muscular man was revealed, with a charred face and a somewhat dazed expression. Although Zhao Wujie was not injured, the sudden explosion left his mind a bit foggy, with a buzzing in his ears. Once he steadied himself and came to his senses, he looked in surprise at the boy sitting on the ground, with the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing leaning against his leg. "Teacher, I'm here to participate in the 4th assessment. I hope you don't mind adding me to the mix." Jason waved his hand while smiling. The others, having regained their composure, looked at him in astonishment, their expressions mixed with complexity. Tang San also looked at Jason. It was the first time he had seen Jason take action, though he had anticipated this arrow. Moreover, he believed that this could not be all of Jason's strength. "All right, little brat, I'll take care of you first." Seeing him so arrogant, Zhao Wujie expressed that he liked it and ran towards him, preparing to give him a big slap of love. Tang San wanted to release the vines again to stop Zhao Wujie, but it had no effect. Jason shot arrow after arrow at him, indicating his dislike for the big man. The arrows with small explosive properties danced in front of Zhao Wujie like little firecrackers, causing him no harm at all. Although their attacks hindered him, they had little effect. Zhao Wuji continued to advance with his imposing physique. As he looked at the two who seemed a loss for what to do, a bright white tooth slowly emerged from his dark face. At that moment, Jason's first soul ring lit up again, and a red arrow reappeared on his enchanted bow. Prepared, Zhao Wuji stood ready to take it head-on. At the same time, his first soul ring also lit up. Explosive shot. Immovable king. Chapter 13. Assessment. Zhao Wuji casually watched the red arrow shooting toward him. He was well prepared and wouldn't take it lightly. There is something on the arrow. As the red arrow approached, Zhao Wuji noticed something on it and instinctively focused to take a closer look. Seeing Zhao Wuji, who looked a bit silly like a big dumb bear, Jason showed a playful smile. Boom! The red arrow exploded in front of him, releasing a blinding white light. In an instant, Zhao Wuji felt the entire world turn white, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The onlookers concentrated on the scene. Those further away were fine, but some closer ones had a rough time. However, closing their eyes for a moment helped. Meanwhile, those at the center, including Zhao Wuji, received silent condolences. Roar! Overwhelmed, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but let out a bear-like roar into the sky. Tang Sin shivered for some reason. If he used the purple extreme magic eye, and this thing came at him, he couldn't even imagine how it would feel. The frenzied Zhao Wuji wreaked havoc in the center of the arena. Jason continued to draw his bow, this time producing 3 arrows. He shot into the sky, and the arrows arced toward Zhao Wuji. However, the 3 arrows did not directly hit him, but instead formed a triangle around him. After landing, the 3 arrows exploded simultaneously, and the small cylindrical objects rolled on the ground. Then, smoke filled the area, mixed with many red particles. Chili powder smoke bombs. Jason had made many of these life-saving items, which was also the reason his first soul ring chose to be an explosive monkey. He could control the explosion ignition, allowing many concepts in his mind to be realized. Temporarily blinded, Zhao Wuji steadied his mind, planning to track Jason's position using his sense of smell. However, at that moment, a pungent smell suddenly rushed into his nostrils. With his keen sense of smell, he was overwhelmed by the choking odor, causing tears and mucus to flow uncontrollably, and he couldn't stop sneezing. Outside, Jason had already retracted his martial soul and quickly retreated while holding Zhu Zhuqing. Not knowing the range of Zhao Wuji's martial soul skills, Jason retreated quite a distance. For a hunter, information, layout, intelligence, and patience are the most important. Most beast martial soul masters have heightened senses, such as keen smell, sharp hearing, and thermal perception. But these traits were exactly what Jason targeted. For instance, if you have powerful vision, he would use a flashbang on you. If you have a sensitive sense of smell, he would use chili powder or other irritating substances. However, all of this is based on unequal information. Just like now, Zhao Wuji had no idea about any information regarding Jason, while Jason knew a lot about him. Knowing he couldn't break through defenses, he focused on other areas for research. Smell, vision, hearing, these could all be exploited. Just like Jason's bomb-making skill. As long as others knew that the prerequisite for this skill was physical contact, Jason's skill would be rendered useless to a large extent. Unbeknownst to him, if Jason were to make contact, aside from some special martial souls or soul masters with excessively high defenses, it would basically be a death sentence. In the arena, Zhao Wuji was crying and snotting. His eyes were filled with a white haze, and the stinging chili powder was flooding into his brain through his nostrils, nearly suffocating him and making him dizzy, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, the 7th soul ring lit up, and the true form of his martial soul appeared. The 6th soul skill activated, the mighty Vajra roar. Accompanied by the roar, a wave of air erupted from him, instantly dispersing the thick smoke around him. The discomfort on his body immediately dissipated. Zhao Wuji felt that the world was so clear, and the air was so fresh and transparent. The entire academy could hear this bear-like roar. Flander, who was counting coins while wearing glasses, felt his desk shake slightly, and with that angry and loud bear roar, his expression changed. He put the money back in the drawer and flew toward the 4th examination area. Watching Zhao Wuji, who was surrounded by a massive bear phantom, Jason found this scene somewhat amusing. However, Zhao Wuji couldn't see it because he was too far away. After regaining his composure, Zhao Wuji planned to teach that little brat a good lesson. Otherwise, how could he establish authority as a teacher? Where's he? He looked around. his vision still a bit blurry, and did not spot Jason's figure in the distance. Suddenly, Oscar couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhao Wujia's face was blackened from the explosion, his beard slightly singed, and then he was bombarded by flashbangs and chili powder smoke bombs, tears and snot streaming everywhere, making his face look like a painted mask, with only his eyes bright. His clothes were also tattered, looking as miserable as could be. Zhao Wujia glared at Oscar, who was laughing. Daimu Bai, Oscar, we'll practice tomorrow. Daimu Bai, who was holding back laughter, and Oscar, who was laughing out loud. Afterwards, he looked around again, but still did not see Jason. Oscar silently pointed behind him. Zhao Wujia then turned around to look back, rub his eyes, and finally saw Jason sitting cross-legged far away. His pent-up frustration instantly found a direction to release. Crouching his legs, he jumped. He bounded toward Jason like a big clumsy bear, each landing stirring up large clouds of dust, shaking the ground. Soon, he arrived in front of Jason. He also saw Jason's face clearly. What surprised him was that Jason, sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiled at him and put away the martial soul in his hand, leaving nothing. He was currently helping the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing with her arm, which had just been dislocated. Seeing the scene, Zhao Wujia felt a softness in his heart and decided to go a bit easier on him later. However, he still kept a trace of vigilance, slightly slowing his steps. Sure enough, he saw an arrow rapidly descending from the sky. He knew this kid wouldn't just give up. Based on his own speed and the speed of the arrow's descent, it was just right to hit him. In an instant, Zhao Wujia seemed to be possessed by Conan, his mind racing. So the truth is, this smiling kid has a scheme. Zhao Wujia stopped in his tracks and even took a few steps back. After standing firm, he looked proudly at the unresponsive Jason. Indeed, he saw astonishment on the kid's face. You think I would fall for the same trick twice? When the arrow finally landed, he saw the small jar on the arrow and revealed such an expression. Bang! A small explosion sounded. About 10 meters away from the explosion, Zhao Wujia raised a hand to shield his eyes. After a while, the explosion site still showed no reaction. Zhao Wujia was waiting, but he already felt something was off in his heart. After waiting a bit longer, Jason had already set Zhu Zhuqing's 2 arms back in place, and Zhao Wujia was still standing in place, his expression growing increasingly stiff. He realized he might have been tricked. Chapter 14, Tang San vs. Zhao Wujia, because after the arrow exploded, there was neither a dazzling white light nor a pungent smoke, and there was no other reaction. Under the silent sky, a big man stood there like that. Perhaps, maybe, there were other methods I don't know about. Zhao Wujia comforted himself like this, then waited a bit longer. Looking at the still, unmoving small jar, Zhao Wujia felt an inexplicable mockery assaulting him, making his lungs feel like they were about to explode. Just as his eyes turned red and he was about to stride forward to settle the score with Jason, an incense burner landed in front of him. Teacher, it's been a stick of incense's time already. Jason stood up and said to him while pinching Zhu Zhuqing's face in his arms. Zhao Wujia looked at the incense burner in front of him that had already burned out, then looked at Jason, who was holding a beautiful woman. A surge of anger stuck in his throat made him feel uncomfortable. This was the biggest anger he had ever felt in his life, even more so than when he faced the spirit hall. Zhao Wujia retracted his martial soul form, his face dark as he stepped toward Jason. When he reached Jason, his tall and robust body, coupled with his suppressed anger, made his figure somewhat intimidating. His dark painted face made him look like a big gorilla. Jason still smiled and looked up at him. The two stared at each other for a long time. Zhao Wujia slowly raised his palm and slapped it toward Jason. Not bad, kid. Quite cunning, haha. He heavily patted Jason's shoulder, laughing and praising him. Jason felt the tense body in his arms relax. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Jason's face twitched. However, looking at Zhao Wujia's dark face, he decided not to hold it against him. At this moment, a figure flew over. Zhao Wujia, what just happened? Flinder, wearing glasses, saw this harmonious scene and couldn't help but ask the person involved. Dean. Zhao Wujia turned around to greet him and then explained, wasn't I just assessing? I encountered a few good seedlings, got a bit excited, and couldn't help but use my martial soul form. It's nothing. The other few people who had gathered around looked at Zhao Wujia with doubtful expressions. Is that so? Flinder couldn't quite grasp the situation. Look, today our school suddenly had 5 little monsters, all pass my assessment. Zhao Wujia hurriedly changed the topic. Flinder was surprised to hear this and looked around. Not bad, not bad. After seeing several unfamiliar faces, Flinder praised repeatedly. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll take my leave first. You all take a day off tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with the academy and gather on time the day after tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Flender had already taken off into the air. He hadn't finished counting his money yet. Thinking of the glittering gold coins in his drawer, his speed increased a bit. After Flender left, the few people exchanged glances and then all looked at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia looked at the extra people around him and began to feel happy for Shrek Academy. Good, you all passed. Congratulations on becoming members of Shrek. Although his face still looked a bit comical, it couldn't hide his serious tone. Wait. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward. I want to fight the teacher one-on-one. Still for Stick of Incense's time. Although Xiao Wu was not as severely injured as in the original story because of Jason, it still stirred up Tang San's anger. However, Jason's previous attack had distracted him somewhat. Zhao Wujia was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked excitedly at the furious Tang San. Just when he was feeling pent-up frustration with no outlet, here came a chance to vent. Tang San looked at Zhao Wujia with suddenly excited eyes, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, but for the sake of avenging his sister, he could only brace himself. Dai Mubai, go get a stick of incense. Zhao Wujia eagerly commanded. Then, the two of them took their positions, waiting for Dai Mubai to bring the incense. Seeing Tang San's posture, it was clear he was going to use his unique skill, Hidden Weapons. Jason, knowing the outcome, was not interested in watching. Instead, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, whose face was getting redder. Jason watched her struggle to hold back her expression with amusement, while his hand, which was pinching her tail, moved closer to the base. Just as Jason was about to touch the base of her tail, Zhu Zhuqing, whose face was almost bleeding red, suddenly opened her eyes, pushed Jason away, and shouted, "You pervert, you rogue." Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted from the two about to duel to the now-awake Zhu Zhuqing, who was scolding Jason with a flushed face. "You finally woke up." Jason found it amusing to see Zhu Zhuqing looking like a puffed-up cat in front of him. Zhu Zhuqing, in a panic, darted her eyes around, unable to speak. She even forgot about Jason touching her tail. In fact, she had woken up when Jason was helping her with her arm earlier, but for some reason, she didn't want to face him, perhaps out of fear of embarrassment. Slowly, in his arms, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of security for the first time. But soon, she began to feel a tingling sensation in her tail, which was becoming more intense. Strangely, her first reaction was not anger but shyness. Finally, unable to bear it any longer as he almost touched the tip of her tail, she jumped up. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's flustered state, Jason crossed his arms and watched her with great interest. Under Jason's gaze, she could only nervously avoid his eyes and feign calmness as she said, "I just woke up." At that moment, Dai Mubai arrived with a stick of incense. "Dai Mubai, you have a green leaf on your head." Oscar reminded him when he saw a green leaf resting on his smooth golden hair. Hearing this, Dai Mubai brushed his hair, and a vibrant green leaf fell off. "It must have fallen on my head when I passed by," Dai Mubai said nonchalantly. Saying that, he approached the incense burner. "Tang San, are you sure you want to fight teacher Zhao Wujia alone?" Dai Mubai asked with some concern, glancing at him. "Absolutely," Tang San said without hesitation. He inserted the incense into the burner and lit it. In an instant, many shadowy hands appeared around Tang San, accompanied by several explosive sounds and various secret whistling sounds. Zhao Wujia was startled and quickly protected his eyes and groin. At the same time, he activated his first soul skill, the immovable king body. The onlookers only felt a blur before they saw Zhao Wujia had already activated his first soul skill. Then came the dense and clanging sound of metal striking metal. If Jason's earlier arrow had shocked them, then Tang San's attack sent a chill down their spines. How could this kid have so many strange things? Zhao Wujia felt a bit frustrated. After sensing the power of the attack, he immediately controlled his strength and unleashed the fourth soul ring ability, lock-on tracking. He didn't want to assess anything anymore. He just wanted to release the pent-up frustration in his heart. What followed was predictable. Zhao Wujia directly pounced on Tang San and gave him a thorough beating, leaving Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others watching in shock. Jason expressed his condolences to Zhao Wujia. Chapter 15. The end. Xiao Wu helped the bruised Tang San as they, led by Dai Mubai, arrived at the dormitory with the others. However, Dai Mubai, who was leading the way, occasionally glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing's position. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to her usual cold demeanor, silently following Jason's side. Jason curiously looked at the academy that resembled a small village. He had rushed in without paying attention to the surroundings. To be honest, this kind of academy has its own charm. However, Jason glanced at Tang San, who was looking almost unrecognizable. As long as he dealt with him, the school wouldn't matter much. Along the way, everyone returned to their respective dorms. Tang San and the others needed to heal their injuries, while the rest familiarized themselves with the environment. That night, Jason sat on the roof, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, waiting in boredom. The academy was quite remote, making the night seem very quiet, with only unknown insects chirping, adding some sound to the village under the bright moon. At that moment, a figure quickly climbed onto the roof and sat next to Jason. Did you need something? Tang San, whose face was already showing signs of recovery thanks to some unknown medicine, asked. You see, we are from the same village, aren't we? Jason asked him. Yes, Tang San replied, already aware of what Jason was about to say, and waited for his next words. Jason continued, Old Jack treats you pretty well, right? Yeah, otherwise I wouldn't care about you. Tang San nodded. Wait a minute, what do you mean by you care about me? Jason said, somewhat displeased. All right, I'm supervising you. Tang San shot him a glance, but didn't argue further. Look, the old man treats you well, and you wouldn't want to make him angry by running off far away to find you, right? Jason said with a concerned expression. Tang San already knew what he was going to say. Then you can focus on school, right? How could that be? Have you seen me attend classes before? I'm not the same as normal soul masters, am I? Jason shrugged helplessly. But you're only at level 14, right? Tang San said, speechless. I was researching my martial soul and soul ring skills, creating my own soul skills, and I'm not in a hurry to level up. Just like in games, I like to explore the fun of skills first, and when I'm tired of researching, then I think about leveling up to the next level to research again. That's where the fun lies, right? Jason patiently explained. Can't you train at school? Tang San asked, expressing his confusion. School is too boring, and I also need to find partners in the forest. The pressure in the soul beast forest makes training much faster. If you leave, how am I supposed to explain to old Jack? And what about school? You haven't even been here a day, and then you disappear. What am I supposed to say? Tang San could see that Jason was determined and believed he had already thought of a way to explain. Well, Jason pondered for a moment and then said, you can do this. First, send my admission letter back to old Jack, indicating that I'm in the same school as you. If he doesn't reply, then don't say anything. If he writes back and needs my handwritten letter, just pick out a suitable reply from these. Jason said, handing him several letters he had prepared earlier. As for the school, just say I was taken away by someone with a hammer. All right, okay, that works perfectly. Jason praised his own cleverness. Hammer. For some reason, Tang San thought of his own hammer. Jason suddenly produced a bag from his hand. Here, this is a little token of my appreciation. Inside are the flash bombs, smoke bombs, and sound bombs I made. I made the most flash and smoke bombs, and you should have seen their effects today. As for the sound bomb, it requires a certain organ from a soul beast, and I only have 2, so I'll give you one. It can produce a loud noise when it explodes, causing dizziness. These are best used when caught off guard. You have your own damaging items, so you don't need mine. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take the bag, pulling out a cylindrical iron flash bomb. He didn't delve into where Jason got these things. After all, everyone has their own secrets. How do you use this? Tang San asked curiously. What you have is a flash bomb. Do you see that pull ring? Once you pull it, the explosive inside will react quickly and explode after 3 to 4 seconds. Just make sure not to stand too close, Jason said, and then demonstrated by throwing a flash bomb. Immediately, a strong light and smoke erupted not far away. Actually, flash bombs also have a stunning effect. But due to material constraints, I can only make a simple version, Jason said regretfully. That's still very impressive. No, your hidden weapons are the impressive ones. No, your explosive items are the impressive ones. No, your poison is the most useful. The two suddenly started complimenting each other. After Jason left, Tang San looked intently at the bag in his hand, starting to think about whether he could draw some inspiration for his own hidden weapons. On the other side, Zhao Wujia, with a bruised face, stood in a small forest, facing a man in a cloak holding a large hammer. Flandra beside him watched with great interest. Lord Haoyan, if you haven't vented your anger, please continue, Flandra asked, bowing slightly as he looked at the Haoyan who was retracting his hammer. Zhao Wujia, beside him, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Hao did not nod, but directly muttered something. All right, I will trouble you from now on. After saying that, he disappeared into the night. Tang Hao had not walked far when he stopped again in an open area. Come out, what are you following me for? His voice echoed in the quiet forest. After a while, a sparse sound came from a bush, and a person emerged. Haha, Uncle Hao, what a coincidence. Jason greeted awkwardly. Why are you following me instead of being at school? Tang Hao said, with a hint of surprise in his heart. Even though he had known since childhood that this child was special, he didn't expect to underestimate him still. With such a stealthy technique, if he weren't so perceptive, he might not have discovered him at all. Of course, if he hadn't watched Jason grow up, he might have killed him by now. Well, I just persuaded Tang San to come out, and as soon as I came out, I sensed a familiar aura. Out of curiosity, I followed along. It turned out to be you, Uncle Hao. Jason explained. Is there something you need? Tang Hao could tell he had something to say and asked directly. Chapter 16. Helping out Haha. It's been a long time since I saw Uncle Hao, and I missed you. Jason called him Uncle Hao affectionately. Just get to the point. Tang Hao said flatly. Well, I plan to go to the Douluo forest to hunt and train, but I'm alone, which is not very convenient, so, you want me to go with you? Tang Hao glanced at him. No. It's just that it's very dangerous to be alone in the Douluo forest without anyone to protect me, so I plan to catch a pet to raise. Jason quickly waved his hand and said, now among Jason's pet choices, there are felines and flying animals. It's best if the flying ones can carry people, as they're quite rare. However, with a big shot helping out, it's a small matter. So I hope Uncle Hao can lend a hand. Jason looked at Tang Hao expectantly. I don't have time. Upon hearing this, Jason's face fell in disappointment. However, I have an egg here, which I obtained from the nest of a 10,000-year-old beast I hunted down years ago. Due to the battle, I managed to preserve this one. I don't know if it can still hatch. Tang Hao suddenly remembered when he and Tang Xiao chased down a flying soul beast that had kidnapped children. They had pursued it for several days and nights before finally reaching its nest, where they worked together to kill it. After the battle, they found a well-preserved giant egg in the devastated nest, which Tang Hao had kept, planning to roast it for food later. However, many events followed, and he had forgotten about the egg in his storage space until Jason mentioned pets. Tang Hao took the giant egg out of his storage, and a hint of nostalgia flashed across his face. The egg was about waist-high for Jason, with blue patterns all over, resembling a gem. Jason excitedly touched the egg, feeling a vitality within it. If I give to the system, it should be able to hatch. Jason tried to place the egg in the system's pet slot. Detected pet egg, would you like to hatch it? The system's voice brought joy to Jason's heart. Confirm. Hatching requires 666 experience points. Jason was taken aback, realizing he needed experience points. That amount was enough for him to level up twice. His current experience points weren't enough. It seemed he could only go to the Douluo forest to grind for experience. Thank you, Uncle Hao. I owe you one. Jason thanked Tang Hao. Seeing him like this, Tang Hao knew he had a way to hatch the soul beast, but he didn't ask further. No need for a favor. I was planning to roast that egg anyway, so it's just right for you. Just keep in touch with Tang San in the future. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave now. With that, he leisurely disappeared. Okay, Uncle Hao, take care. Jason cheerfully waved at his back. He didn't expect to actually get a pet. A soul beast that could be jointly hunted by Tang Hao and Tang Xiao must be exceptional. So the potential of this egg would surely be sufficient. It would require a lot of resources, though. Since the pet matter was settled, it was time to head to the Douluo forest. The next day, everyone began to wander around the school. At this time, a bell rang throughout the academy, and everyone gathered at the school playground. People chatted in small groups on the playground. Zhu Zhuqing stood alone in a corner, occasionally glancing around, seemingly looking for something. After a while, a person walked into the playground. Upon seeing Flander, Oscar and several senior students instinctively straightened up. Flander scanned the crowd and noticed something was off. It seemed one person was missing. He confirmed again. Weren't there supposed to be 5 of us? Why are there only 4? Where's the other one? His brow furrowed, thinking that the student might be late. No way, this new guy is so bold, daring to be late on the first day. I have a feeling his days ahead won't be easy, Oscar said with a hint of schadenfreude. Ma Hongju nodded in agreement. At this moment, Tang San stepped forward and said, Dean, Jason left last night with a man carrying a hammer. He asked me to inform you. A man with a hammer? Flander was a bit puzzled, but then recalled the man with a red soul ring carrying a hammer from yesterday. Wait, isn't he Tang San's father? Why would he take Jason away? Could he be his disciple? Flander felt something was off. However, the person was already gone, and it was highly likely that he had followed that powerful figure. He didn't dare to go over and ask. All right, Dai Mubai will explain the academy's rules to you later. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, you two stay. The matter was brushed aside, and Flander continued giving orders. Oscar walked up to Flander with a pained expression. Zhu Zhuqing, walking through the crowd, had a fleeting expression, deep in thought. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze growing resolute. Finally, Ning Rongrong showed her spoiled rich girl side, which was a small episode. Flander took everyone to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. After understanding the competition rules, everyone began to register. Seizing this moment, Dai Mubai called out to Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to step forward to register. Wait a minute. Can we talk for a second? Zhu Zhuqing stopped, and turned back to look at him indifferently. I want to ask, what is your relationship with that boy from before? Dai Mubai looked at her nervously, waiting for her response. Well, my relationship is with him doesn't concern you, does it? Zhu Zhuqing knew who he was talking about. Although her feelings for Jason were somewhat complicated, she hadn't reached the point of liking him yet. Her response was merely to get back at Dai Mubai. You are my fiancé. As expected, Dai Mubai became furious in an instant, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Then you left home without permission, abandoning me there. And after coming out, you indulged in pleasures and sought women, yet you are carefree. Why didn't you think you have a fiancé? Zhu Zhuqing mocked. Yet the inner pain was known only to her. The women I sought were just for release, nothing more. Dai Mubai paused, and then explained. You couldn't hold out at 15, and neither could I. Zhu Zhuqing, still mocking, turned and walked towards the registration desk. Stop right there. What exactly happened between you two? Dai Mubai couldn't help but shout angrily at her, his hand gripping a sphere of white light. I said stop. Did you hear me? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing continue on without looking back, Dai Mubai's anger surged. Dai Mubai felt unable to contain his fury and struck at Zhu Zhuqing's back. Zhu Zhuqing's ambiguous attitude made Dai Mubai feel like he was being cuckolded. Sensing the attack from behind, Zhu Zhuqing turned around and saw a furious Dai Mubai charging at her, his hand glowing with white light. Chapter 17. Griffin. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai, who was about to attack her, in disbelief. In fact, she didn't fully understand how humiliating her words were to a man, even though they were only engaged. The attack halted just in front of Zhu Zhuqing's incredulous face. It was Flander who, seeing the situation was wrong, stopped Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Flander questioned as he held him back. With Flander restraining him, Dai Mubai regained some rationality and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who had returned to a face of indifference. Feeling somewhat at a loss. It's nothing. We were just joking around. I'm going to register now. The indifferent Zhu Zhuqing suddenly smiled sweetly and then turned to the registration office. What's going on? Why do you want to attack Zhu Zhuqing? Flinder glared sternly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai remained speechless. For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing's charming smile just now left his heart feeling empty. Go back and explain it to me clearly, Flinder said to the dazed Dai Mubai before turning to leave. On the way to school, everyone noticed that Dai Mubai's complexion was a bit off, and Ma Hongjun wanted to take him out to have fun. Dai Mubai glanced at the indifferent Zhu Zhuqing, remained silent for a while, and then declined. Perhaps he still held some expectations in his heart. A few days later, in the Stardow forest. On the outskirts of the forest, a small gray bird blinked its lively little eyes, tilting its head curiously at the swaying bushes. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the bushes in front of the bird, making a face at it. The little bird felt as if its soul had been scared away. Its head tilted, and it fainted immediately. Jason caught the little bird that was about to fall from the tree and found it a bit amusing. This little thing was too easily scared. He pinched the bird's fluffy little belly. So small, it was barely enough to fit between his teeth. He then lifted its feet and waved them in front of him, gauging its weight. Gigi, possibly awakened by Jason's movements, opened its eyes and saw a big face in front of it, scaring it into chirping and flapping its wings in a panic to escape. Jason released its little claws and let it go. Watching the lively little bird, Jason revealed a heartfelt smile. Although the forest was cruel, there were also many warm and lovely things. Glancing around, most of the soul beasts were about 10 years old. Jason crouched down and continued deeper into the forest. As he ventured in, Jason quickly found several 100-year-old soul beasts that were easy to hunt through his knowledge of wild beasts. And soon there was a commotion in the forest. However, this noise was negligible in the Stardow forest. Jason planned to hatch his pet first before considering his own level. As long as it wasn't a soul beast over 5,000 years old, Jason had ways to escape. As for those under 5,000 years, he could still hunt them if given the chance. However, preparation took time, and he couldn't guarantee a 100% kill. In fact, hatching a pet could be done anytime. Even reaching level 20 wouldn't be too late. But Jason was currently looking forward to his first companion and hoped to see it soon. After hunting 3 soul beasts around 200 years old, Jason had enough experience to hatch the pet egg. He also prepared a lot of raw meat. That night, Jason sat cross-legged in a cave, with a bird egg gifted by Tang Hao in front of him. With enough experience, should he hatch the pet? Jason pressed his hands on the egg and silently thought, yes. Immediately, a white halo transferred from Jason's arms into the egg. About 3 minutes later, the egg finally showed signs of movement. Crack! A fissure appeared on the egg. Then, like a chain reaction, the cracks increased in number. Finally, a bird's beak broke through the eggshell, and it grew larger. A creature emerged, completely bare, with a carnivorous beak, 2 small wings on its back for legs below, and a long, slender tail. When it first came out, its eyes were tightly shut, and its beak was searching for something. Jason placed the prepared raw meat in front of it. Watching the oddly bare bird, Jason began to imagine what color feathers it would grow and whether it would look majestic. Moreover, looking at it, which is about half my size, it should be very suitable as a mount when it grows up. Also, it needs to be trained in some hunting skills, since it has 4 limbs and wings. It should be able to fight both on land and in the air. Moreover, when its fur grows fully, he can give it a good name. However, it has 4 claws, 2 pairs of wings, a beak, and is a carnivorous creature with a tail that is not typical of ordinary birds. He thought of a griffin, a mythical creature from his past life. The more Jason thought about it, the more excited he became, eager for it to grow up quickly. Although it looked rather unattractive now with its bare appearance, Jason couldn't help but stroke its head. Seemingly sensing a closeness, it rubbed against Jason's palm with its eyes closed. After it was full, Jason put it back into the pet space. In his mind, Jason listed various hunting skills of different animals. Then, a training plan was formulated based on the newly born, unknown bird. Normally, it would take about a month for this bird to reach its juvenile stage. However, Jason had a system that allowed him to gain experience through hunting and level up, and his pet could certainly do the same. Jason thought. Having already opened the beast knowledge, he began to scout the surroundings. He wanted to see his pet grow quickly. Before obtaining the second soul ring, he aimed to train his pet's hunting skills first. 2 weeks later, a creature with sunlight-like feather and fur colors appeared. Its lion-like hindquarters were covered in tawny fur, while its eagle-like head and front limbs were adorned with golden eagle feathers, interspersed with deep red spotted cream feathers. Its head and wing feathers were blue. Its chest feathers were crimson, and its eagle-like beak and feet were brilliantly golden, with black claws. The creature was wobbling through the forest as it flew. "Shout Tion, steady!" Jason shouted from a tree. It responded with a sound that was a combination of a sharp shriek and a roar. It could rest on a nearby tree and reflect on what could be corrected from its recent flight. "Don't rush, take it slow." Jason gently guided Xiao Tian. It responded with a sound, then rested for a while on a thick trunk before flapping its wings to continue flying, this time with much more stability. Jason named his pet Griffin Beast, calling it Xiao Tian, because its appearance resembled the legendary creature Griffin from his previous life. Chapter 18. Preparing for hunting since the experience needed was minimal and Jason had strength far exceeding this stage. Hunting for experience was easy. In about 2 days, Jason hunted many soul beasts and transferred all the experience to Xiao Tian, allowing it to grow from the hatching stage to the chick stage in a short time. Once its training was complete, he would let it naturally develop into the growth stage and then begin hunting soul beasts. After about a week, once Xiao Tian was capable of protecting itself, Jason could also obtain his second soul ring. Good, keep it up. At this point, Xiao Tian could fly steadily, though not too quickly. 3 days later, Xiao Tian had reached the growth stage. Its body had more than doubled in size, standing taller than Jason. Its fur and wing feathers had also become more abundant. "Dive!" Jason commanded Xiao Tian, who was still in the air. The shadow in the sky quickly descended, diving towards Jason. In front of him, a red-haired wild boar with glowing eyes charged at him. "Grab!" Jason calmly stood his ground, continuing to command as if the wild boar was not charging at him. The wild boar drew closer, and Xiao Tian sped up in the air. Just as the wild boar was about to collide with Jason, a shadow flashed past, stirring a gust of wind that tousled his hair. However, in that fleeting moment, Jason furrowed his brow. After a while, Xiao Tian excitedly returned to Jason with a wild boar's corpse, eagerly awaiting his praise. However, when it approached its master, it found him sitting on a rock, bandaging his leg. The pant leg was already soaked in red. Its keen sense of smell detected a strong scent of blood. Xiao Tian silently lay down in front of Jason, placing the wild boar down, and lowered its head with a sound, like a child who had made a mistake. After bandaging his leg, Jason looked at Xiao Tian, who was lying with its head down, jumped down, and patted its head. "I trust you. Although things didn't go perfectly, you still saved me and didn't betray my trust. You did well. Let's adjust our mindset and try again." He pressed his forehead against Xiao Tian's and spoke gently. "Chirp." Xiao Tian stood up, its gaze firm as it met Jason's eyes. "All right, let's do it again." With that, Jason turned to find another target. Jason moved through the forest, searching for his target. Xiao Tian in the sky also set aside its playful heart, focusing intently on its master. In the woods, Jason headed towards the target he had just spotted. Upon reaching the location, he saw a black snake about 100 meters away. It was approximately 16 meters long, completely black, and hidden in the shade of the trees, nearly invisible without careful observation. Creature: black snake age, 123 years characteristics, good at hiding, possesses the patience of a hunter, quick reflexes, able to spring into action. Weakness: as the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. But if you can't hit the 7 inches, hitting the 3 inches will do. After reviewing the information on this snake, Jason took out the recently deceased wild boar. Then, he grabbed its hind legs with both hands, steadied himself, and began to channel his soul power. After calculating the angle, he swiftly threw it. The wild boar's corpse flew towards the position of the black snake, which was currently tasting the air with its tongue to sense Jason's location. Suddenly, it felt a source of heat separating from Jason and flying towards it. The black snake didn't think much of it. After all, who would refuse food that was right in front of them? Like a flash of lightning, it quickly sprang forward, opening its massive mouth wide to swallow the wild boar whole. At that moment, Jason also ran to a spot not far from the black snake, right within its attack range. Seeing a piece of food appear, the snake had no time to think and continued rushing toward another meal. The wild boar had been used by Jason to calculate the speed of the black snake, allowing him to find his position, lure the black snake in, and ensure that Xiao Tian could catch it before it reached him. The reason for choosing the black snake is that its way of eating is by swallowing. Moreover, despite the black snake's dark and ominous appearance, suggesting it might be highly venomous, it actually has no fangs. Jason, even if swallowed, is confident that he can break free before its jaws crush his bones. Dive! Grab! Jason fixated on the black snake rushing towards him and commanded in a deep voice. This time, just as the black snake came within a meter of Jason, little Tian firmly grabbed it by the 7-inch and 3-inch marks and flew into the sky. Not sure how far they flew. After a while, a black snake twisted its body and fell towards the ground. When it hit the ground, it didn't struggle at all and fell silent. Jason walked over to the pit and looked at the black snake. Caw! Little Tian landed beside Jason with a gust of wind, proudly making sound. Not bad, very impressive. Jason praised. All right, let's end today's training here. Bring it along. It will be our meal for today. Jason pointed at the black snake in the pit. Caw! Little Tian grabbed the black snake and soared into the air. Be careful not to fly too high. Jason reminded. This is the Stardow forest, and being too high up can attract attention. By now, little Tian's training is basically complete. What's left is just to familiarize itself through repetition. By a small lotus pond, a large black snake was skinned and placed on a makeshift barbecue grill with a roaring fire burning underneath. Turn it to the left a bit, align it correctly. Right here, little Tian used its front paws to adjust the stick, flipping the snake meat under Jason's instructions. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. Under little Tian's eager gaze, Jason cut a piece of meat to taste. As Jason ate the meat in his hand, he discreetly observed his surroundings. In the dark forest, a cluster of green eyes emerged unnoticed. He opened the beast knowledge to check for any soul beasts that were too old. All right, it's ready to eat. After confirming, Jason said. As soon as he finished speaking, little Tian had already vanished from the spot, rushing towards various soul beasts attracted by the smell of grilled meat. Jason also set down his grilled meat, summoned his martial soul, and activated his first soul ring, shooting a fiery arrow with a flashbang attached in the opposite direction of little Tian. Instantly, a thunderous boom echoed ahead. Accompanied by a blinding flash, the hidden bushes and trees in the forest were thrown into chaos. At the same time, a flurry of cold glimmers flashed under the moonlight, leaving trails of blood and cries. The preset explosive traps also detonated one after another, sending waves and flames everywhere. On the other side, little Tian, with excited roars, darted through the forest, both running and flying, performing various daring and precise maneuvers. While the hidden soul beasts were in disarray, tonight was destined to be an unsettled night. Chapter 19. The Ant Queen. After about half an hour, the surroundings finally began to calm down. At this moment, a person and a pet gathered in one place, facing a large lizard. Creature: mountain lizard age, 1,150 years characteristics, can hide underground. Although it doesn't have a swift tongue, its skin is tough and its flesh is thick. Weaknesses: eyes, mouth, abdomen. Jason felt a bit startled at the recent scene. After the surrounding prey had either fled or been killed, he was just about to clean up the battlefield and quickly leave with Xiao Tian to prevent any powerful soul beast from being attracted. However, just then, as Jason looked at the ground, a wild beast suddenly jumped out. Without thinking too much, Jason quickly jumped back to avoid the spot. Sure enough, right behind him was a large yellow lizard that burst out from the ground. If Jason hadn't jumped away, he would have ended up in the belly of this large lizard. Jason stood on a tree branch, raised his bow, and shot an arrow at it, only to stir up a cloud of smoke. The lizard was unscathed, but its eyes turned slightly red. Xiao Tian, let's go. After marking the lizard with a hunter's mark, Jason hopped onto Xiao Tian and flew into the sky. Let's go. We'll come back after we've developed for a while. Jason patted the somewhat unwilling Xiao Tian on the head and said, Screech. Xiao Tian looked at the lizard on the ground, which was several times larger than itself, and let out a reluctant cry before carrying Jason away. The mountain lizard glanced warily at the departing duo, then moved towards the surrounding corpses, burying them underground for storage, and claimed this area as its territory. After all, a 1,000-year-old beast had ventured into the outskirts. However, despite losing many prey bodies this time, the experience had already been gained. Jason allocated all the experience points from this hunt to himself and instantly reached level 20. Jason level, 20 skills learned. Explosive shot. Causes all enemies in front of you to explode, knocking them back and confusing them. LV-14. Explosive trap. Sets a flame trap that explodes when enemies approach, dealing X to Y points of fire damage and burning all enemies within B code for Z points of additional damage lasting a seconds. LV-14. Bomb crafting. Infuses explosive energy into the target object, allowing control over the explosion timing. LV-14. Beast perception support skills. First aid. Uses bandages. Fishing. Wilderness survival skill. Cooking. Wilderness survival skill. Passive skills. Beast knowledge. Collects information about target beasts. Tooltips will display status, life, armor, diet, abilities, whether it is a tameable animal, and whether it is an exotic beast. Tame pets. Tames beasts to become your pets. If you lose the beast attention for any reason, the taming process will fail. Exotic beasts. You master the art of beast training, teaching you the ability to tame exotic beasts. After having a pet, several skills were added. Beast's Eye. Directly control your pet and observe through its vision. Last 1 minute. Hawk's Eye. Increases hunter's vision, usable only outdoors. Griffin's Guardian. The hunter gains the protection of the griffin, increasing ranged attack power and strength. Heal Pet. Restores pet's health every second for 5 seconds. Hunter's Mark. Even if the target is stealthy or invisible, the hunter can still see the marked target. This hunt yielded about 5 or 6 century-old soul beasts, among which 2 were 500 years old, while the rest were below a century. Of course, Jason was able to easily hunt century-old soul beasts due to years of skill research and Xiao Tian's help, as the experience required for leveling up increases. This hunt only raised Jason's level to 20, leaving him with a lot of surplus experience. Prior to obtaining a soul ring, the experience points after level 20 had not yet been displayed. He wasn't sure if he could level up again. Jason decided to allocate the extra points to Xiao Tian. Now, after training and allocating points, Xiao Tian could also protect itself. So, it was time to obtain the second soul ring. Jason planned to have 2 second soul skills, one with ice attributes and one with poison attributes. However, there were no ice-type soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. Ice-type soul beasts were found in the extreme north, so Jason could only choose the poison attribute. There were many poison-type soul beasts in the forest, and Jason needed to carefully select them one by one. Moreover, with the poison attribute, even without preparing traps, there's still a chance to hunt the large lizard just now. There's still many hidden weapons left there, and he'll have to go back to retrieve them later. He didn't have to experience making them again himself. All in all, that big lizard that scared him was doomed. After that, Jason began to delve further into the forest. By the next morning, the sun had just come up, and there were still dewdrops among the branches and leaves. Jason crouched on a tree branch, peering through the dense foliage at a nest where an ant as big as a buffalo was located. This ant had 2 long jaws like ivory tusks, 2 huge compound eyes, and 3 simple eyes on its head. Its body was dark brown, with red-brown antennae, jaws, and legs. Its exoskeleton was hard, covered with granular punctuations, and its abdomen was noticeably constricted at the second segment, with a long and thick stinger. The entire figure was slender and elongated, plus the 2 long jaws, resembling a cold-blooded female assassin. Species: Pain Queen. Age: 756 years. Features: it has sharp mouth parts that can easily tear apart enemies, accompanied by toxins that can cause excruciating pain leading to death. It also possesses immense strength. Weakness: aside from having a good set of jaws and great strength, everything else is quite mediocre. This ant was the queen of the ant nest, and because the toxin from this type of ant could cause unbearable pain, leading to death, it earned the name Pain Queen. Jason had been crouching there all night, waiting for the queen ant of this nest to appear. He had followed a pain ant the size of a rabbit to find this nest, and, using his knowledge of beasts, realized that there was a queen ant of suitable age inside. However, queen ants generally do not leave their nests. Foraging is the job of the worker ants below. But last night, Jason had killed several pain ants that came out, and by morning, he was finally noticed by the queen. Although these ants were also social animals, they did not have tens of thousands of members like in his past life. The pain ant nest had only about 50 or so ants, including one queen. With about 10 or so of the worker ants dead, the queen would definitely have noticed. Today, she finally intended to come out to investigate. Seeing the massive queen ant, Jason felt relieved. After the queen emerged, about 40 worker ants followed her, striding forward aggressively on their segmented legs. Jason timely took out a dead pain ant and showed it to them before turning and running without looking back. The queen ant opened her mouth parts wide and let out a sharp screech. Instantly, a group of ants angrily chased after Jason, their antennae turning red with rage. This time, Jason used the same method as when he hunted the explosive monkeys, divide and conquer. However, the traps he had set were still at the previous mountain lizard's place, so this time he could only rely on himself. At that moment, a shadow passed over Jason's head. Oh, there's Xiao Tian. A few questions. The protagonist is paying to follow a team with an official order into the soul hunting forest, so he doesn't need an official order. As for being discovered by the Spirit Hall people, that's just because he temporarily got separated from the team. I feel that adding all these explanations might be a bit excessive, as it is a fan fiction. Too many explanations can seem verbose. If you all need it, I can add explanations later. I won't say much about the level issue. Just take your time to read it. Thanks again for everyone's comments. By the way, there will be a one-day update break. Doghead. Chapter 20. The second soul ring. Jason weaved through the forest, trying to run towards the outskirts. The leading queen ant, accompanied by her workers, swiftly navigated through the small paths of the jungle, raising clouds of dust and vibrations. In the sky, Xiao Tian, with eagle eyes, reflected the situation below, ready to await Jason's command. As Jason moved forward, he occasionally turned around to shoot an ant to attract their hatred, while also blocking some of their progress. At this moment, Xiao Tian called out from the sky. Upon hearing this, Jason stopped on a sturdy towering tree, looking down at the group of giant ants rushing toward him. This was the tallest tree in the area, seemingly piercing the heavens. When the ants saw Jason stop, the leading queen screeched, causing the workers behind her to halt immediately, their dozens of compound eyes fixated on Jason in the tree. Wow, they actually have some intelligence. Under the gaze of a group of compound eyes, Jason felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he wanted to give them the middle finger. As he thought this, his middle finger was already raised. Instantly, feeling the provocation, the queen ant's antennae turned even redder as she angrily opened her mouth parts and let out a loud screech, causing the surrounding grass to bend down slightly. The workers behind her immediately surged past the queen, climbing the tree trunk toward Jason. Looking at the swarm of ants climbing up, Jason glanced back at the nonchalant queen behind them and quickly began to ascend the tree. In terms of climbing, Jason was definitely no match for these ants. However, Xiao Tian was not the same. Flying in the air, Xiao Tian grabbed a pointed stone tied with hemp rope for easy handling. She flapped her wings, watching Jason below. Drop it. Jason ordered in a low voice as he spotted a pain and almost catching up to him. Following the command, Xiao Tian dropped the pointed stone toward Jason. The pursuing pain ant was getting closer, and the pressure above was becoming heavier. Just as the pain ant was about to leap at him, a loud bang erupted from beneath Jason's feet, and with the recoil, he instantly sidestepped away. This not only allowed him to dodge the descending pointed stone, but also the biting ant behind him. Bang! The pointed stone smashed down onto the leaping pain ant with a muffled thud, and then like a string of beads. Dozens of ants on the trunk were also knocked down. The queen ant, who was also on the trunk, dodged the falling bodies and the pointed stone, her compound eyes closely tracking Jason, who was falling beside her. She screeched again, and the remaining pain ants on the branch, undeterred by death, leaped from the branches, aiming to pounce on him. Even if they hit Jason, they would die. At this moment, Jason, descending, saw the ants bouncing toward him like rabbits. Calmly extended his right hand toward the sky. A flying claw shot out from his sleeve, connected to a rope. It was the flying god claw made by Tang San. Jason's falling body suddenly came to a halt, and looking at the densely packed pain ants jumping at him, he shook his left hand. Goodbye. At the moment they leaped, Jason rapidly ascended, causing the pain ants to miss their target, and in doing so, they also lost their lives. From the ground, it looked like dumplings falling from the sky, and those lucky enough could grab onto a branch, while the unfortunate ones fell directly to the ground, shattering into pieces. During this time, Jason was not touched at all. It should be noted that ants are incredibly strong, able to lift objects hundreds of times their own weight. The ants in this world were unknown to him, but based on the knowledge of beasts he had, they were exceedingly strong. Thus, Jason ruled out most close combat plans. After a thrilling escape and lure, over half of the pain ant group was dead, and a portion was in a disabled state, unable to fight. Now, only about 10 pain ants, including the queen, were left capable of combat. The ant queen, witnessing this scene, could no longer hold back. Her legs arched, and she quickly scurried up the trunk, soon surpassing her little brothers and charging towards Jason, who was still leaping between the branches. Of course, Jason noticed this as well. I'll leave the rest to you, shouted Eon. As Jason spoke, an excited shout erupted, and a dark shadow swiftly descended, passing by Jason and his companion. Be careful not to get bitten. After a quick reminder, Jason continued to climb upward. The ant queen was climbing on the trunk, while Jason was jumping on the branches. Soon, the ant queen caught up with Jason. The battlefield had been divided into upper and lower levels, and Jason stopped on a sturdy branch. The duel begins. Looking at the ant queen, which was as large as a cow, he saw her leap forward, agile and graceful. Her sickle-like mouthparts gleamed ominously. Jason quickly jumped back, deploying a flash bomb and a chili powder smoke bomb, which exploded rapidly upon impact with her. Master Ma exclaimed that the young man was not adhering to martial ethics. Jason was unsure if the ant queen's compound eyes were effective. If she relied on touch and smell, tossing just a flash bomb would be quite embarrassing. Soon, accompanied by a painful roar, the ant queen burst out of the red smoke, her antennae flailing wildly like whips. It was evident that Jason's tactics were working. He took off his sunglasses, and at the same time, his first soul ring lit up. A red arrow shot toward the ant queen, who had just emerged from the smoke. Instantly, with a wave of fiery air, a thunderous sound erupted. The explosion was accompanied by sharp screams and the sound of branches breaking. Under Jason's first soul skill explosion, the thick branch was also blown apart. As Jason watched the ant queen fall with a massive branch, she panicked in the air, her 6 long legs flailing helplessly. The whip-like antennae on her head were also blown off, charred and broken. Jason leaped down. Below him was an endless void. This was the spot Jason had specifically chosen. A straight drop without any branches obstructing him. The ones that had been there were already cut down by Jason. During this hunt, Jason had hardly consumed any soul power, mostly just while traveling and with the final arrow. Whoosh! Jason whistled mid-fall. A gust of wind swept through the surrounding leaves, arriving beneath him just in time to catch him. Have you finished over there? Jason asked, stroking its feathers. Chirp! Shouty Eon replied in frustration, as he still had one left to deal with. It's fine, let's go follow her. Jason pointed towards the falling ant queen. Then, Xiao Tian carried Jason and circled around the falling ant queen. With no leverage in the air, the ant queen could only struggle in despair. After a smooth descent, not knowing how long it had been, they finally reached the ground. With a dull thud, the ant queen's body hit the ground, ceasing its struggles. At the moment it landed, Jason shot another arrow. Looking at the ant queen in the pit and the soul ring floating up, Jason let out a sigh of relief. However, it must be said that the ant queen's body was indeed tough. It fell from such a height and did not turn into mush. Chapter 21. Second soul skill, maybe in the next life, I should be a spider. Jason looked at the motionless ant queen and then sat down cross-legged, preparing to absorb the soul ring. Xiao Tian sat down beside him. From a moment Jason spotted that painful ant, he had been preparing for this hunt. Combining his knowledge of beasts with his understanding of ants, Jason began to strategically select a favorable battlefield. Since the iron tools used for traps had already been exhausted in the earlier group hunt, Jason had to think of other methods. In the end, he discovered this towering tree. His own attacks would definitely not harm the ant queen. While he could kill some of her subjects, it would alert the queen. Jason's ultimate goal was still the ant queen. Therefore, he thought of luring her in and then killing her through a high-altitude drop. Initially, Jason had planned to kill the ant queen using thrown-pointed stones. However, the ant queen was quite cautious and sent her minions to charge first. Jason had to resort to backup plan 2. First kill the ant swarm, and then engage the ant queen in a 2-on-1 battle with Xiao Tian. However, after noticing that his minions were dwindling, The Ant Queen sensed something was wrong and decided to enter the fray herself, aiming for a quick resolution. Jason activated Backup Plan 3 again, splitting the battlefield, with Xiao Tian intercepting and killing the remaining ant swarm, while Jason lured the Ant Queen to a designated location. Then the flashbang blinds its eyes, the chili powder smoke bomb stimulates its sense of smell, and the explosive shots interrupt its antennae, eliminating its sense of touch. It doesn't matter whether this queen ant relies on sight, smell, or touch. After eliminating its sensory perception of the outside world, the last sense must also be removed. Interrupt its only point of contact, the branch, and let it fall into the air. Just like the method used against Zhao Wujia. Although I can't break through its defenses, I can attack from other angles. As for why prepare so much, it's because the pain ant's venom, once it pierces your flesh, will basically cause you to die from pain unless you sever that part the moment it bites you. Moreover, their mouth parts not only possess deadly toxins, but also have a strong armor-piercing capability. This is why, despite their small size and lack of special advantages compared to other soul beasts, pain ants are not often provoked by other soul beasts. Therefore, Jason, in order to prevent any issues, prepared meticulously without getting too close, being cautious upon cautious. In the end, he still achieved his goal. He hopes that the soul skill he acquires will meet his expectations, especially since he is hunting a queen ant. Jason sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the soul ring, while Xiao Tian guarded him, scanning the surroundings with his eyes. At that moment, a pain ant jumped down from a tree, ready to pounce on Jason. It was the one that Xiao Tian had overlooked. In an instant, the pain ant was caught by Xiao Tian, its head pressed into the ground by his claws. However, Xiao Tian felt that he was slowly being lifted while pressing down on the pain ant. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect such a small creature, no larger than a rabbit, to possess such strength. Glancing at his master, who was still absorbing the soul ring, he put away his playful intentions. Then he directly extended his claws and killed it. He continued to obediently circle around Jason. The yellow soul ring slowly wrapped around Jason and gradually stabilized. Host, Jason level, 21 acquired skill, Poison Ant Sting. Requires a ranged weapon to pierce the target, with pain toxins compressing its brain nerves, reducing its strength and agility. Main effect, pain. Lasts for 30 seconds. Jason slowly opened his eyes, and a purple stripe had quietly climbed up his martial soul bow. The skill's effect was within his expectations. Jason summoned his second soul skill, and a purple arrow shot towards a distant tree. The tree that was hit burst like foam, and the arrow easily passed through it, continuing through a few more trees before finally stopping. Clearly, the second soul skill had also added an armor-piercing effect to Jason's arrows. This was an unexpected delight for Jason, as being at a lower level made it difficult to deal with many high-defense opponents. The armor-piercing effect solved his urgent problem. Next was the experiment with the toxin effect of the second soul skill. Jason began to search for prey with Xiao Tian. After flying for a short while, they discovered a hornbird that came to provoke them. This hornbird was about the same size as Xiao Tian, with a reddish-brown beak resembling a rhinoceros horn. It was flapping its wings, charging toward Xiao Tian with its rhinoceros-like large mouth. Creature, horned bird age, 140 years characteristics, jealous. Dislikes creatures more beautiful and powerful than itself. Has a hard beak. Weakness, self-destructive, never considers the enemy's strength. This type of bird has strong reproductive abilities, but due to its self-destructive nature, its numbers remain neither too many nor too few. Xiao Tian deftly dodged its attack, glaring angrily at the suddenly ambushing bird. "I'll handle this," Jason said, summoning his martial soul, and then the second soul ring lit up. A purple arrow appeared on the enchanted bow, aimed at the horned bird that was circling and charging again with its large mouth. At the right moment, the purple arrow shot out, targeting the charging bird. The purple arrow arced, avoiding its hard beak, and sliced across its foot, leaving a trail of blood. This little damage didn't stop the horned bird as it continued to charge forward. After about 3 seconds, the horned bird, still charging towards Xiao Tian, suddenly convulsed, letting out a miserable cry, and then plummeted straight to the ground. Perhaps it wasn't flying very high, as it didn't die from the fall, but continued to flap its wings chaotically. Maybe the pain from the fall allowed it to regain some sanity from the deep, bone-piercing pain. It aimed for a nearby tree and crashed into it repeatedly, as if it felt no pain from the impact. It didn't know how many times it collided before finally lying on the ground motionless. Xiao Tian waited for a while, then walked over and kicked its corpse. With a shudder, he looked at its miserable state. The bird's eyeballs were almost bursting, filled with blood vessels, leaving one to wonder what kind of pain it had endured before. Is this toxin really that potent? Jason was also somewhat startled by its tragic condition. Afterwards, to confirm, Jason continued to wait for prey, testing the effects. His toxin acted on the brain nerves, meaning it tested willpower. For example, later, when he shot a ghost wolf that had ambushed them, it lost its combat ability but was still able to force itself to escape. Jason tracked it to see if it would react. The ghostly wolf staggered into a cave, and after a while, it seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Looking at the wound glowing with purple light, it bit down hard, the pain intensifying but causing its teeth to sink deeper. In the end, it tore off a chunk of flesh entirely. The pain in its mind vanished, and even though the bloody leg revealed some bone, compared to the pain it just experienced, this was just a minor injury. Chapter 22. A visit. Jason looked seriously at the ghostly wolf, which was covered in a serene hue, its mouth stained with its own blood, and its leg showing some white bone through the red. It looked quite tragic, but Jason felt no sympathy, only appreciation. After taking a deep look at the wolf licking its wounds, Jason considered for a moment and suddenly jumped in front of it. The ghostly wolf was startled by Jason's sudden appearance and quickly got up, baring its teeth at him. How about following me? Jason squatted down to look it in the eye. The ghostly wolf showed no reaction, still baring its teeth at him. You want to survive in the forest like this, still baring its teeth. Actually, the toxin can only last 30 seconds, and you just happened to bite off your own flesh in the last second. The wolf paused, its expression becoming more ferocious as it stared at Jason. The ghostly wolf was very fast, making it back to its cave in just 20 seconds. Sometimes being too fast is not good. I appreciate you. So how about following me? Jason patiently tried to persuade it. Sure, I'll be damned. Jason slapped its head. Are you coming or not? In the end, the ghostly wolf wagged its tail, with its leg wrapped in bandages, following Jason happily, ignoring the disdainful look from the little Tion beside them. Let us go settle accounts with that big lizard. After reaching level 20, Jason had an additional pet slot. After putting the ghostly wolf into the pet space to heal, the excited little Tion headed towards the already marked location. Pet, ghostly wolf, age, 652 years, talent, ghostly light, can accelerate itself and increase physical defense. Note, this ghostly wolf seems to have been driven out of its pack for enjoying destruction. Flying is an excellent feature for both combat and travel. Arriving at the location of the previous hunt, the area was in disarray, but the corpses of the soul beasts were already gone, leaving only faint traces of blood. Some areas of grass and tree trunks were blackened, and from a distance, many hidden weapons on tree trunks and rocks glinted coldly. Although this forest was illuminated by the midday sun, it was eerily silent, giving off a ghostly vibe. Jason was not afraid of this. He was just worried that a tattooed monk might suddenly jump out and shout something like "Great Power of Heaven." Sitting on little Tion's back, Jason opened the beast's knowledge and scanned the ground. Soon, he spotted the big lizard quietly lurking underground next to a large tree. The big lizard stirred uneasily beneath the ground. It had noticed Jason above. Jason smiled and summoned his enchanted bow, the first soul ring lighting up. A fiery red arrow slowly coalesced and grew brighter. When the red light seemed ready to explode, Jason released the string. Big lizard, I'm here for a visit. As the words fell, the arrow traced a red line and shot towards the ground where the mountain lizard was hiding. The red arrow struck the ground without exploding, instead sinking into the earth directly towards the mountain lizard. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the ground erupted like a dragon turning over, dirt and stones flying everywhere. The giant lizard, covered in blood, emerged from the ground, letting out a painful roar. Seeing the pitiful state of the yellowish lizard, little Tion cheered happily. With the increase in soul power, Jason's first soul skill was also upgraded. If the previous first soul skill explosion was equivalent to the power of a hand grenade, the current explosion was equivalent to that of a cannonball. However, since the first soul ring was about 400 years old, its upper limit wouldn't be too high. With the system, it should be able to raise the limit a bit. The mountain lizard glared at Jason with its beady eyes and turned to run deeper into the forest. A guest has arrived, and, as the host, why don't you entertain me? How rude. Jason scolded as he shot another arrow at it. This was just an arrow composed of soul power, but still hit the big lizard, only causing a shallow wound. The massive mountain lizard knocked over many trees as it fled, shaking the ground with its enormous body. The wounds behind it deepened, and feeling threatened, the mountain lizard burrowed back into the ground. Hey, you dare to go underground? Jason exclaimed, watching as its escape speed slowed significantly after entering the soil. Then I won't be polite. A purple arrow appeared on the bow, aimed at the mountain lizard moving slowly underground. Taste the pain. The arrow sliced through the soil like cutting tofu, piercing into the previously shot wound. The arrow directly entered its body through the wound. With a howl, the mountain lizard surfaced, its massive body rolling around in agony. Seeing the lizard thrashing and howling on the ground, Jason instructed Little Tion to fly lower. Little Tion deftly dodged a tree that was knocked down by the mountain lizard and continued to descend. "All right, this height is enough," Jason said, picking up the enchanted bow. The cooldown was over, and the red arrow appeared again. Thus, Jason quietly watched the writhing mountain lizard in pain, his eyes sharp like an eagle, waiting for the right moment. After 30 seconds passed, the giant lizard was almost rolling its eyes, and suddenly the pain disappeared, its bodily functions relaxing instantly. The mountain lizard's beady eyes reflected a red arrow, which was the last sight it saw in life. It seemed its meal was still unfinished. Boom. Experience 1,150. Jason allocated all this experience to himself, leveling up again to level 22. Feels good. Jason sighed in relief. Approaching the big lizard, he began his side job, skinning, gathering. Jason's current side jobs included skinning, gathering, leatherworking, and engineering. His flash bombs and similar items all belonged to engineering. As for making guns and bullets, he needed blueprints and materials. However, he hadn't found the materials yet, and the blueprints needed to be exchanged. But now that Jason had the enchanted bow, guns and bullets were not that useful. He might as well spend some time making a motorcycle to play with, just like when he thought about making flash bombs. Jason wanted to find gunpowder, but he didn't have any. Moreover, the materials for making gunpowder do not exist in this world. There may be similar ones, but Jason has not discovered them yet. Moreover, Jason's first soul skill can create explosions, so he doesn't really need firearms and ammunition, and hasn't looked for them much. It's already considered lucky to have found strong light powder. He made the flashbangs when he killed a soul beast called the explosive roar beast while gathering. Its stomach can produce a loud sound. However, it seems that this type of soul beast is also rare. He encountered only one more later. So he only made 2 flashbangs in total, giving one to Tang San. Later on, things like jewelry processing and enchanting will need to be unlocked. Chapter 23. Dragon and Snake. The soul ring of the mountain lizard floated out and was absorbed by the system as experience. After Jason thoroughly examined the giant lizard, a slightly curved tail appeared in his hand. Mountain lizard's tail, a slightly curved tail that has lost its life, possessing strong medicinal properties. Consuming it can harden the skin for an hour. Note, it tastes very bitter. Harden. Jason's eyes lit up as he thought of something. This is a skill that increases defense, which can be quite useful at critical moments. He put the tail and the corpse into his backpack, and then began preparing to return to collect the hidden weapons he had left behind. "I'm so broke." Jason sighed and followed Xiao Tian back to the place where the hidden weapons were scattered. Upon arrival, Jason put on specialized gloves and started collecting them one by one. He picked up the hidden weapons from the trunk and the ground, carefully cleaning those with bloodstains and discarding those that were severely damaged. Xiao Tian lay on the ground, bored, flicking its tail and watching its master pick up items like a farmer transplanting rice. Halfway through picking up, noticing that Xiao Tian seemed a bit bored, Jason released the nether wolf. Once the little wolf came out, it circled around Jason, its tail spinning like a small fan. Although it was running on 3 legs, it didn't affect its playful demeanor at all. "Stop, stop, stop." Jason was a bit dizzy from being circled and hurriedly called for a stop. "Aren't you a wolf? Why are you acting like a dog?" "Woof." It seemed to understand and immediately barked. Jason stood there in a daze, somewhat doubting whether there was something wrong with his ears. "Aren't you supposed to bark once?" His voice trembled. "Woof, woof, woof." Jason felt as if struck by lightning and couldn't help but pull up the pet template. Pet, Netherwolf talent. Jason stared carefully at the character for wolf in Netherwolf, confirming it wasn't dog, and then looked at the little wolf in front of him, which indeed resembled a wolf. What exactly went wrong? Woof woof. Jason began to doubt life. Can you bark like this? Woof, he still didn't want to accept reality, personally demonstrating how a wolf should howl. Woof woof, no, it's woof ooh. Garlic, ginger, and scallion stir-fried, hot pot, braised. Woof. Seeing its master-esque gaze turning a bit dangerous, the little wolf couldn't help but shrink back. Woof ooh, in a moment of crisis, it quickly changed its bark, although the sound was a bit off. Upon hearing this, Jason put aside thoughts of eating hot pot. Not bad again, woof ooh. Woof ooh, even a husky is smarter than you. It's ooh woof ooh. Ooh woof woof. Saw you got it right before again, ooh woof. At the side, Xiao Tian looked curiously at its master and the new partner as they raised their heads and howled. At that moment, a burst of laughter came. Ha ha, Grandma. Look at him. He is really too funny. Accompanied by the laughter, 3 figures, a couple and a girl, walked out. The old woman appeared to be around 60 or 70 years old, already showing white hair. The other old man was tall and upright with bright eyes, showing no signs of aging. The girl was about the same age as Jason, with short blue-gray hair, dressed in form-fitting attire that highlighted her good figure, looking like a beautiful snake. Who are you? Jason looked at the 3 with caution. I'm Chao Tianxiang, and this is Meng Shu. Young man, have you seen a human-faced spider pass by? No. Jason looked confused. What are you doing? Meng Ran, however, was curious about what Jason was just doing with the wolf's bark. I was training the wolf. Jason, for some reason, felt a bit insincere saying the word wolf. But thinking about how awkward it was to teach the little wolf to howl, he felt extremely embarrassed. Is this another wolf? Meng Ran's gaze turned to the little wolf. Woof. The little wolf barked in response. Grandma, this is just another wolf, right? Meng Ran also felt a bit insecure after hearing its bark. The elderly woman carefully observed the young man in front of her. After hearing her granddaughter's question, her attention shifted from him to the ethereal-colored wolf. This is indeed another wolf, but perhaps it grew up with dogs? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the young man in front to tame it. This was the most reasonable explanation she could think of. After all, she wasn't studying soul beasts. Meng Shu looked at a strange bird nearby, which had 4 claws and a tail resembling that of a lion. He had never seen such a soul beast. Not seeing anyone else around, he curiously asked, Are you alone, young man? Oh no, my master just went to chase the soul beast. I'm here cleaning up the battlefield. Jason had deeply ingrained in him his parents' teachings. Never say you are alone when strangers ask. Is that strange bird who tamed beast? Chao Tianxiang continued to ask. That's my master Esmout. He asked me to collect the things on the ground before riding it to find him. Jason spoke without even blinking. Just as Meng Shu was about to continue following his granddaughter to chase after the so-called big spider, Meng Yuran suddenly gasped in surprise at a purple iron tool on the ground. Hey, are these iron tools all yours? Yes, right, that one is poisoned. So don't touch it. Jason hurriedly warned as he saw her reaching for the hidden weapon on the ground. She quickly pulled back her hand. I'm Meng Yuran, what is your name? She looked at the somewhat peculiar young man in front of her with curiosity. Nicholas Zhao Si. My surname is Nicholas, and my name is Zhao Si. Jason introduced himself seriously. At the same time, he felt that the girl's name sounded somewhat familiar. Nicholas Zhao Si. Meng Yuran pronounced it awkwardly. Yeah, because our martial souls can bond with a soul beast, we are called Nicholas. Does Nicholas have anything to do with soul beasts? Meng Yuran felt a bit confused by what he said. Nicholas is the name of the soul beast that our ancestors bonded with, and Las is the name of our ancestor, so our clan's surname is Nicholas. For some reason, Jason was speaking more and more fluently. Moreover, most of our clan lives in a remote village next to the Stardow forest. To survive better in the forest, we have made many iron tools like the ones around you. Jason was almost speaking non-stop, and Meng Yuran listened very attentively. All right, let us hurry and chase the human-faced spider. Your third soul ring is still relying on it. Next to them, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu could hardly listen any longer and couldn't help but urge Meng Yuran. Oh, I almost forgot, and I Zhao Si. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuran reluctantly said goodbye to Jason while only calling out the latter's name. Chapter 24. Encounter. Hey, why did you leave? I haven't finished speaking. Jason seemed to be reluctant to end the conversation and wanted to keep them a bit longer. Kid, we have important matters to attend to. I'll bring my Iran to find you when we have time. Chao Tianxiang said as she took her granddaughter away. Definitely. Jason waved goodbye from behind. He sent Xiao Lang to Xiao Tian's side and continued to pack his iron tools while contemplating. He was somewhat familiar with the names Meng Yuran and Meng Shu. Either he had seen them before or they were characters from the storyline. Characters from a story: Stardow Great Forest, Snake Staff, Six Heavens. That's right. That's them. Jason's eyes lit up as he finally remembered. The 3 with the legendary dragon snake, who had very little screen time. It seemed that Tang San and the others had already arrived as well, but he didn't have any interest in specifically looking for them. He was still thinking about hunting a few soul beasts today. After sorting it all out, Jason continued to tidy up his iron tools. Meanwhile, Meng Shu, leading her granddaughter, felt that the boy wrapped in green leaves and wearing a bear hat seemed a bit off, but she couldn't pinpoint why. Moreover, His bird was quite unusual. If it weren't for the urgent pursuit of the human-faced spider, she would have been interested in visiting Nicholas' village to see if she could bring it into her family. At that moment, she noticed a trace of blue blood on the ground, which was left by the human-faced spider. Chase. After a long time, everything in this area was finally cleaned up, though it was a pity about the corpses of the prey, which had been stored underground by the mountain giant lizard. Jason didn't have time to dig up the remains. Phew, finally done. Jason let out a long sigh and stretched his somewhat sore body. At that moment, a shadow suddenly blocked his view. Without thinking, he rolled forward. Bang, crack. A muffled sound and the sound of breaking branches echoed behind him. Who? Jason half squatted on the ground, his enchanted bow with red and purple stripes already in hand. The surroundings were silent. Wong Wong. Chirp. The sounds of Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang rang out. Jason looked over and immediately turned dark-faced. Arriving at the place where the tree had broken, he found a large pit at the base of the tree, with fresh claw marks around the edge. Bring Xiao Lang over here, Jason shouted. Xiao Tian dragged Xiao Lang to Jason's front. Wong Wong. It looked at Jason with a flattering expression, knowing it had caused trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run away. The main reason was that Xiao Tian ignored it, and it had nothing else to do, so it went to dig a pit, which was its favorite thing to do. You silly dog, did you dig this pit? Jason no longer expected it to act like a wolf. It continued to stick out its tongue and wag its tail at Jason. How'd I end up with such a thing? Jason had a face full of despair. Forget it. Raising it as a hunting dog isn't bad either. Xiao Tian is still the best. Jason gave Xiao Tian an appreciative look. Chirp. It called out proudly. Let's go find some prey and solve tonight's dinner. That evening, Jason skewered a leg about 2 meters long on a wooden stick over a fire below, while Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang were gnawing on bloody raw meat. Seeing that the meat had started to turn red, Jason sprinkled some seasoning from his backpack onto it. After a while, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. Xiao Lang chewed on the raw meat, sniffing the delicious scent. Why does the meat taste so bland now? Little Tian doesn't really like cooked food and continues to eat his raw meat. Little Wolf struggles to swallow the meat in his mouth and runs excitedly to Jason's side. Not ready yet. Jason gives him an annoyed glance. Hearing this, he lies down nearby, drooling as he watches the thigh meat gradually turn golden brown. After a while, the meat is ready, and Jason prepares to take it down. Just then, little Tian suddenly calls out. Jason quickly extinguishes the fire, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A few people? Chirp. Can you sense the strength? Woof. Woof. You have this talent too? Jason looks at Little Wolf in surprise. Chirp. Little Tian confirms. 8 people. There's a powerful energy source, likely the leader, and the others are relatively weak, probably team members. It seems like a small squad. Let us hide first. After saying that, Jason sits on Little Tian and flies up into the sky, while Little Wolf finds a spot closer to the barbecue to hide. For a lone wolf, concealment is very important. Little Wolf's concealment is also quite good. At least when he ambushed, Jason didn't notice where he had hidden in advance. The bright moonlight filtered through the trees appeared much dimmer, and the surroundings suddenly fell silent, with only the black charcoal and residual heat indicating that someone had been here earlier. After a minute, the insects hidden in the grass perhaps felt no danger and began to chirp, adding some liveliness to the quiet forest. However, they only chirped for a minute before stopping again because someone had arrived. Little San, are you sure this smell is from the rabbit meat that ran away on the first day? Before reaching, a deep, muffled voice came through. I'm sure, after all. Only he can make such fragrant barbecue. I really haven't smelled such fragrant barbecue elsewhere. That guy may not be much, but the barbecue is indeed delicious. But barbecue is just barbecue. Why does he like to barbecue rabbit meat? Isn't rabbit meat very fragrant? What did you say? I didn't say anything. 7 or 8 people were talking as they arrived here. Huh? Why is there no one? There seems to be charcoal over there. Did they just leave? But the barbecue is still here. While everyone was guessing, a person dressed in black athletic wear and moving quickly had already reached the barbecue. Looking at the shiny barbecue illuminated by the light brought by her companions, she couldn't help but reach out to grab a piece. Be careful! A loud shout rang out, and a figure in a shadow that seemed to spring out of nowhere lunged at the person trying to grab the barbecue. At the same time, a sound of breaking air rang out from above, and a purple arrow swiftly cut through the air. The events unfolded in an instant, and when everyone reacted, they saw this scene. A strong man crouched on the grass, clutching his arm in pain, blood seeping through his fingers. However, looking at the scene before him, he didn't dare to act rashly. My student doesn't know better. Come at me if you have something to say. Opposite him a ghostly wolf bared its fangs. Glaring fiercely at the person it had knocked down, its claws pressing against her throat, seemingly about to pierce it at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone watching this scene became tense. Tang San's hidden weapon was ready to launch, but beside him, Dai Mubai was about to rush out, and he quickly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Do you want her to die? Chapter 25. Titan Giant Ape, so what should we do? Just wait. Wait for what? Dai Mubai felt a bit angry upon hearing wait. Calm down. You let me. At this moment, a dull sensation from a gust of air came. Little wolf. Let her go. Jason hurriedly jumped down from Little Tion and said to the still growling Little Wolf. Hearing this, Little Wolf obediently stepped back from Zhu Zhuqing and returned to Jason's side. Slap. Jason gave a slap on the head. She just wanted to eat some meat. Why are you in such a hurry? After scolding it, Jason took off his bear hat and faced Zhao Wujia and the others. It's me. He declared his identity. After saying that, he didn't take care about their reactions and walked up to Zhu Zhuqing. Come here. Let me bandage you. No need for you to bandage me. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, not looking at him. I think you need it. Saying this, he directly walked behind her and began to wrap the bandage around the bloodstain on her neck. Zhu Zhuqing merely shrank her body a bit, but did not evade. Speaking of which, we really are fated. Every time I see you, you get hurt. But you too, you dare to touch anything. Don't you know that curiosity killed the cat? Jason continued wrapping the bandage while speaking. The others looked at this scene with strange expressions. Hey, Dai Boss, I think you're out of luck. Ma Hongjun whispered to Dai Mubai, who had a confused expression. Dai Mubai said nothing but stared intently at the two of them. All right. Jason tied a butterfly knot on her neck, clapped his hands, and declared the task complete. Zhao Wujia's pain had disappeared, and seeing Jason after a few days, he was somewhat surprised and angry. Little brat, was that arrow just now shot by you? He questioned Jason. Yeah, it was me. Jason admitted calmly. Then why did you attack me? I didn't see it was you. Hey, do you think you need a beating? Zhao Wujia prepared to step forward to teach Jason a lesson. Didn't you get enough of a beating that night? Do you want to enjoy it again? Jason placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and raised an eyebrow at the approaching Zhao Wujia. Hearing this, he immediately stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? Just what you understand. I have to say, pulling the tiger skin really works. I bet this kid will get beaten badly soon. Oscar whispered. Yeah. Teacher Zhao's bad temper. How can he endure it? Maong Junekud. Ning Rongrong also curiously looked at Zhao Wujia, wondering what he would do next. Zhao Wujia stared at Jason, his mind racing. This kid seems to be with Tang San, and the dean also said he was taken away by that person. So it seems he might really be related to that person. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Wujia continued. So what are you doing here alone? Barbecuing. But I only roasted my own portion and still need to share some with Little Wolf. Little Wolf is it? Saying this, he pointed at the ghostly wolf. So I want to share with you. After speaking, Jason reached out and lit the campfire. I have to say, the attributes added by the first spirit ring are really convenient. The surrounding area was illuminated by the rising flames, and Jason began to cut meat to eat. Occasionally, he tossed a piece to the drooling Little Wolf. The others just watched Jason sitting by the campfire, eating roasted meat. The aroma of the roasted meat made them swallow hard. Oscar and the others weren't very familiar with Jason, so they didn't approach to ask for meat. But Tang San and Xiao Wood already sat down beside Jason, casually picking up roasted meat. The Little Wolf, having eaten several pieces of roasted meat, continued to stare at Jason. What are you looking at? You're going to stuff yourself. Jason laughed and scolded at its somewhat bloated belly. Woof. The Little Wolf barked back defiantly. Tang San and Xiao Wu immediately looked at it with curious expressions, seeing that there was no more roasted meat. The Little Wolf ran to a tree to start digesting. I'm telling you, if you dig up that tree and it falls on me, humph. Jason's threat was self-evident. The Little Wolf snorted, glanced at Jason disdainfully, and continued to dig in the dirt. This white-eyed wolf, Jason muttered while eating the roasted meat. He glanced over at Zhu Zhuqing, who had a bow tied with a bandage around her neck, her eyes occasionally drifting toward the roasted meat. Come eat with us. Just consider it an apology from the Little Wolf. Jason waved to her. She stood in place, seeming a bit hesitant. It's fine, come over. He's inviting you to eat roasted meat to show that he considers you a friend. This guy is quite smug. Xiao mumbled slowly. Oh, I might not be full. I'll go catch a rabbit to roast and eat later, Jason said with a sigh. You dare, with your hands on me. Can you still control it? Jason glanced at her disdainfully, his expression somewhat similar to the Little Wolf's just now, filled with mockery. Xiao Wu, unable to do anything about it, could only pinch Tang San's sleeve with her oily paws and act cute. All right, he's just joking. Tang San comforted Xiao Wu indulgently, then asked Jason, how long do you plan to stay here? After pondering for a moment, Jason replied, I plan to level up to around 30 before going back. If I'm lucky, it should take about 2 or 3 days. Tang San was surprised. What level are you now? Guess. Jason smiled and didn't tell him. Tang San was taken aback, realizing he had been a bit abrupt. You really are hard to read. He sighed helplessly. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi ran over upon hearing the conversation. Hey, I had thought about it until you mentioned it. Weren't you only level 14 when you were at school? In just a few days, you've gained your second spirit ability? You weren't hiding your level before, right? Only Wunti have missed that. Zhao Waoqi was puzzled. The others also recalled the fleeting purple glow of the spirit power fluctuations. Everyone looked at Jason in shock and confusion. I've leveled up during this time. Jason didn't explain, intending to let them figure it out for themselves. Zhao Wuji indeed began to piece things together. During this time? That kid has been with that adult, no wonder. As for the others, they still wore expressions of confusion and shock. He left Shrek for 6 days. And in that time, he leveled up to level 20, 1 level a day. How is that possible? Jason had no intention of hiding his abilities. They would find out sooner or later. Just as Zhao Wuji wanted to understand more, a sharp sound suddenly came from little Tian, who was lying down. Besides Jason, everyone was startled by the sound. Jason's expression changed, and he quickly went to little Tian's side. Chapter 26. Appearance. Little wolf, follow me, he said to the small wolf, whose fur was standing on end, and then took off into the air. The remaining people were left looking bewildered at the flying Jason and the disappearing little wolf. In the air, Jason could see a massive figure in the distant forest. It was a giant ape, completely black with dark golden stripes, the Titan Great Ape. It seemed to sense something, stopping in its tracks and looking up at little Tian in the sky. After just a glance, it lost interest. It was still looking for its little sister, Xiao Wu. After staring at it for a while, Jason thought better of it and decided not to take any risks. Little Tian brought Jason back down to the ground. What happened? Zhao Wujie asked, with the others looking at him in confusion. A giant ape is coming from afar. It should be the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape? Zhao Wujie exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression also changed. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? How could it come to the outskirts? Zhao Wujie seemed unable to believe it. Believe it or not, Jason said, already taking off again with little Tian towards the direction of the Titan Great Ape. As they flew closer, Jason's knowledge of beasts revealed itself. Creature, Titan Great Ape age. Characteristics, speed, strength, defense, and attack are unparalleled, with almost no weaknesses. Weakness a bit clumsy. Note, it seems to have no malicious intent at the moment, provided the host does not provoke it. Although Jason reminded them to move further away. They still couldn't outrun the Titan Great Ape and were quickly caught up. Zhao Wujie, determined, activated his martial soul to face the mountain-like figure. Everyone behind him stood ready. Respected king of the forest. We mean no offense, Zhao Wujie said, not acting rashly but intending to negotiate first. However, the Titan Great Ape was eager to find its little sister, Xiao Wu, and had no intention of acknowledging him, continuing to stride forward. Seeing the enormous figure getting closer, Zhao Wujie said heavily, you all go first. I will hold it off here. Oscar, quickly prepare the sausages. The others did not retreat an inch, firmly releasing their martial souls and soul skills. Zhao Wujie's spirit rings lit up, and he lifted his bare paw to fan at the Titan Great Ape. The others also unleashed their abilities to attack it. Zhao Wujie's paw swung towards its head, but with one slap, he was instantly sent flying. The Titan Giant Ape was knocked back by the hit. Immediately, it opened its mouth to let out an angry roar. Just as it opened its mouth, Jason couldn't resist the opportunity and threw his only stock, the shock bomb, into its mouth. Jason didn't know the bomb's power, only that it was made according to the system's requirements. To the Titan Giant Ape, the shock bomb was like a small pill. Boom! A loud bang echoed from its mouth. Even from a distance in the air, Jason could still hear the tremendous noise. The power was indeed impressive. As expected from the system, Jason thought to himself. After a moment of silence, a much larger roar spread throughout the forest. Although this hit was effective, for the Titan Giant Ape, it was just a bit uncomfortable and left it with a buzzing headache. However, this hit couldn't compare to the taunt from Zhao Wujie at all. The dark golden patterns on its body turned red with anger as it glared at the small Tian in the sky. The thing that had just fallen into its throat had come from above, its gaze fixed on it. Damn! Xiao Tian quickly ran away. Jason hurriedly patted Xiao Tian's back. Xiao Tian sensed the danger and flapped its wings to take Jason away. The giant ape, seeing Xiao Tian fly away, angrily began to run and prepare to leap. On its way, it also grabbed Xiao Wu, whose eyes were turning red in Tang San's case. Whoosh, the titan giant ape leaped instantly, creating a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding leaves. Oh no! Xiao Tian, move aside. Seeing the titan giant ape jump high towards them, Jason was startled. Fortunately, Xiao Tian's wind skill was high, and it quickly flew sideways to avoid the attack. Oh no! It's coming again. Once more, it soared into the sky. Finally, Xiao Tian and Jason almost flew into the clouds before it snorted and gave up. Watching it walk away, Jason let Xiao Tian slowly descend. That was intense. Jason patted his chest, his heart still racing. Xiao Tian, when you grow up, we'll go find it. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Remember this grudge for now. Did you hear me? Chirp. Xiao Tian flapped its wings in response. Let's go down and see how Tang San and the others are doing. When Jason returned to the original spot, it was already a mess with fallen trees everywhere, and the little monsters were supporting each other, looking quite disheveled. Where's Tang San? Jason didn't see him and already knew where he had gone. He went to chase the titan giant ape. You take me to quickly catch him, Zhao Wujin said urgently, enduring his injuries. Xiao Tian can only carry me. No one else can ride. What should we do? In this emergency, Tang San and Xiao Wu were in danger. Jason didn't speak, but whistled sharply. Whoosh, in a moment, a shadow quickly appeared in front of Jason, carrying a person on its back who had already fainted. You know how to save people? Jason took Zhu Zhuqing from its back. Woof! It barked defiantly. All right, now I have a task for you. Go find Tang San, the one with a strong blue-silver grass scent. Got it? Woof! After giving the instructions, Jason turned to Zhao Wujin and said, You all follow the little wolf. It should remember Tang San's scent. You follow it while Xiao Tian and I go find Xiao Wu. Be careful on your own. Zhao Wujin pondered for a moment, then heavily patted Jason's shoulder and said, She should be waking up soon. Please take care of her, teacher. Goodbye. With that, Jason placed the soon-awakened Zhu Zhuqing back onto the little wolf's back, then climbed onto Xiao Tian's back, feeling the airflow from its wings blowing their hair. Zhao Wujin and the others followed the little wolf and disappeared into the forest. But along the way, one of them cast a complicated glance at Jason in the sky. After flying up, Jason instructed Xiao Tian to follow the titan giant ape's path slowly. After all, Xiao Wu knows her family's Air Ming, so there shouldn't be any danger. As for Tang San, with the little wolf leading the way, they should meet much earlier, perhaps avoiding the threat of the dragon and snake couple altogether. Chapter 27. The End? Jason had been flying through the air for quite a while. Suddenly, the little sky, who was weaving through the forest, came to a stop. Jason focused his eyes and indeed saw a pink figure jumping between the trees. Xiao Wu, over here. Jason waved at her. Xiao Wu was startled by his voice and looked over to find it was Jason. Fortunately, he didn't see the scene with Air Ming just now. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. The little sky landed in front of her with Jason on its back. Oh, it's you. Where are Tang San and the others? Xiao Wu pretended to be surprised and asked. I came to find you alone. They went to chase after Tang San, Jason replied. By the way, weren't you captured by the titan giant ape? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes darted. Oh, it encountered another powerful soul beast in the forest, and I took the opportunity to escape while they were fighting. Let's not talk about that for now. What happened to Xiao San? She asked urgently. He ran off to chase after you alone, and now we don't know where he went, Jason said, noticing her attempt to change the subject but decided not to say more. Then we should hurry to find him. The Stardew Forest is so dangerous. I hope nothing happened to him, Xiao Wu said nervously. Then let's go. I'll have the little sky carry you. It will be faster this way, Jason said to her after signaling the little sky to take off. Xiao Wu looked at the space beside Jason on the little sky's back. Isn't there still room for me? She pointed and asked. Sorry, the little sky only carries me. It doesn't allow others to ride, Jason said helplessly. I don't believe it, Xiao Wu protested, feeling that as a 10,000-year soul beast with strong affinity, no soul beast could refuse her. Saying this, she sank her body and jumped onto the little sky's back. As she landed, a flash of pride crossed her face. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came. Xiao Wu quickly changed her position in midair to dodge the little sky's tail attack. When she landed, she glared at the little sky, which immediately returned a disdainful look. This made Xiao Wu grit her teeth in anger. You should stop wasting time and quickly go join them. They might have already found Tang San, Jason said from the little sky's back, observing her defiant expression. Oomph. One person and one pet are both the same. With no other choice, she had to accept her fate and let the little sky carry her away. Thus, the little sky held Xiao Wu and carried Jason back in the direction they came from. Little sky flies slowly after sensing the presence of Tang, San, and the others. They also felt 3 other familiar auras. It seemed to be the dragon and snake couple they encountered during the day. When the little sky leisurely flew to the location, Zhao Wujia and the others had already confronted the dragon and snake couple. At the same time, they noticed the little sky in the air. As they descended, the sharp-eyed Tang San immediately spotted Xiao Wu being carried by the little sky. Xiao San, she began shouting loudly while still in the air. It's Xiao Wu. It really is her. Great, Xiao Wu is still alive. Tang San and the rest of the Shrek group exclaimed joyfully. It's him. Unlike the joy of the Shrek group, Meng Shu recognized the little sky and the Jason on its back. He had noticed the ghost wolf next to Shrek earlier, but didn't pay much attention due to the human face spider. Now, seeing Jason, he seemed to have a connection with Zhao Wujia and the others. Meng Shu below had many thoughts flash through his mind as the little sky had already put Xiao Wu down. The moment she landed, she dashed into Tang San's embrace like a lightning rabbit. The others curiously surrounded Xiao Wu, asking about her situation. At this moment, Meng Shu and the others couldn't stand it any longer. Zhao Wujia, I'm only giving you some face to hear what you have to say. Do you want me to personally demand an explanation now? Meng Shu said with a displeased tone. Oh, it's Uncle Meng. What are you doing here? Jason immediately greeted him after getting down. I want to ask you, who exactly are you? Seeing Jason here, Meng Shu knew he hadn't told him his true identity. I'm also a student of Shrek. I lied before out of necessity. After all, one must be cautious when wandering outside. Please don't be angry. Jason said with a smile. You're also a student of Shrek? Meng Shu felt a bit unlucky today, running into Shrek students everywhere. Exactly. You liar. I was foolish enough to believe you. Meng Yiran angrily pointed at Jason, her expression resembling someone who had been dumped by a scumbag. Instantly, the Shrek boys looked at Jason with insightful gazes. How can this be called deception? I was just being obedient. My master has always advised me not to tell the truth to strangers when outside. Then why are you speaking the truth now? Meng Yiran retorted. Vufei mit twice now. We're no longer strangers. Let me introduce myself. Ahem, Jason. Single and unmarried. No one I like. My goal is the stars and the sea. The Crystal Palace. Jason spread his arms, as if embracing the world. The little sky next to him had already turned its face away. So embarrassing. Fortunately, the little wolf was far away. Otherwise, its expression would have been even more straightforward. I know the stars and the sea, but what is the Crystal Palace? Meng Yiran was always able to get straight to the point. This wish should be hard to achieve, so I won't say more. Meng Shu glanced at Zhao Wujia, who was focused on eating sausages, and said lightly, All right, time has dragged on enough. Give us an explanation. Jason stopped talking and made a helpless expression toward Zhao Wujia. Thank you, senior, but I am not this kid's master. He has another teacher, Zhao Wujia said with thanks, and then slowly continued. Sure enough, Meng Shu's expression changed as he began to think. Can I have a word with you in private? After that, the two whispered something to each other, and Meng Shu's expression indeed underwent a significant change. So you are a disciple of the master. In that case, for the master's sake, we won't pursue this matter with you. However, hearing what he said later, Zhao Wujia's heart sank, but he wasn't too nervous. He didn't believe that Meng Shu would dare to be ungrateful after mentioning the master. However, the nearby Chao Tianxiang took over the conversation. We want that soul beast next to the kid as compensation. Although it's not as good as the human-faced demon spider, it would be quite suitable as a soul ring from Iran. Zhao Wujia looked at Jason with some hesitation. What? Is this request too excessive? Chao Tianxiang's tone darkened. She had noticed the strange soul beast next to Jason since the last time, but to avoid offending people for no reason, she hadn't considered it. But this time, she had her eyes set on the little sky's soul ring, and flying-type soul beasts were rare and hard to catch. As for Jason's relationship with that soul beast, she hadn't considered it, and with their strength, there was no need to consider it. Chapter 28. Art is Patrick star Zhao Wujia hadn't spoken yet when Jason, not knowing when, had already taken a bite out of a tail and walked over leisurely. How could that be? This request is not excessive at all. Although that spirit beast is very precious to me, if the senior wants it, I will gladly offer it. I guarantee it will remain still for you to hunt its soul ring. Jason chewed on the bitter raw meat and said with a smile, That's good. Meng Shu saw that he was so accommodating and didn't make things difficult anymore. Still, this flying-type spirit beast, although it has no toxins, is also good as your third soul ring. As he spoke, he was about to attack Xiao Tian. Wait a moment. Jason shouted. What? Are you reluctant now? Meng Shu asked him with a sideways glance. No, it's like this. My spirit beast recognizes its master through a contract. You see, I have a master-servant contract with this spirit beast on my hand. Since I am giving it to you, I will also give you this. I only ask that you don't kill it. Let it guard the house for you. Jason showed a mysterious pattern made of earthy yellow lines on his palm. Meng Shu pondered for a moment, exchanged glances with his wife, and after seeing her nod, he said, All right, transfer the contract to me. Good. I thank you on behalf of Xiao Tian. Jason walked up to Meng Shu with a grateful expression. The contract transfer requires palm to palm. This is a transferable contract that comes with my martial soul, passed down from my father, and now I am passing it to you. Saying this, Jason extended his palm to him. Meng Shu hesitated for a moment, but thinking that the kid in front of him was only below level 30, he wouldn't be able to harm him, so he took his hand. During the contract transfer, there might be a flow of soul power. This is the contract transferring. You don't need to panic, Jason kindly reminded. Feeling a surge of soul power entering him, he felt a bit uncomfortable. But hearing Jason's words and not sensing any malice from him, he didn't obstruct it. Do you have any plans to join my family? We could definitely focus on cultivating you then. He looked at the kid in front of him, who he considered a genius, and couldn't help but ask. That sounds great. But as he spoke, he secretly glanced at Meng Yiran beside him. Sharp-eyed, Meng Shu naturally understood his thoughts and smiled. As long as you work hard and your strength is sufficient, you can pursue whatever you want. He painted a big picture. Really? Then if I join you, can I get Xiao Tian back? Jason looked at Meng Shu expectantly. This I have to give to Yiran. He hesitated for a moment and said, That's fine. Giving it to her is the same. Jason looked as if he had fallen in love. It's done. Can I go talk to Xiao Tian for a few more words? Jason asked reluctantly. Yes, be quick. I still need to find a spirit beast for Yiran. Meng Shu waved his hand and agreed to his request. Thank you so much. Jason turned around. The brutality hidden in his eyes almost turned tangible. Watching Jason's back, Meng Shu suddenly felt he was like an abyss that devours people. He shook his head, dispelling the illusion in his mind. He raised his hand, looking at his palm, intending to see what the contract looked like. He did not see any contract in his hand. He looked up at Jason, intending to ask him what was going on. But when he looked again, he found that Jason had already climbed onto the back of that spirit beast, squinting his eyes and smiling, waving at him. But that smile made his heart feel like an ice cellar. He hurriedly wanted to expel the soul power from his body. But Jason had already raised his index and middle fingers side by side in front of his mouth. Art is an explosion. Suddenly, under Meng Shu's terrified expression, his body began to swell violently. He tried to suppress it with soul power, but when his soul power encountered this force, it ignited like gunpowder, burning more fiercely. The skill Jason had studied for more than 5 years, this power akin to a rule, finally fired its loudest shot today. A burst of fire lit up the forest, and the world seemed to turn white, as if it had lost its voice. The violent explosion roughly outlined a bloated humanoid shape, resembling Patrick Star. This loud noise startled many spirit beasts to flee in all directions. With the soul bombardier as the ignition source, the power was unimaginable. Xiao Tian, along with Jason, was blown away by the explosion, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a stop. Looking at the charred and unconscious Xiao Tian, Jason struggled to get up and patted its head. I will never give up on you. Xiao Tian vanished from the spot, having been sent into the system for healing by Jason. Jason's current state was a sight to behold, his body completely charred, with not a single piece of clothing intact. Many areas of his skin had begun to crack open, oozing blood. Slowly, he transformed from a charred figure into a bloodied person. Fortunately, eating the tail of that lizard had hardened his skin considerably, and with Xiao Tian helping to block many of the aftershocks otherwise, he might have been lying down now as well. Despite this, Jason felt a sense of exhilaration. If you want my things, you must be alive to take them. He curled the corners of his mouth and coldly stared at the surviving Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. Thanks to her husband's warning, Chao Tianxiang had taken precautions to protect her granddaughter in advance, but they were very close to Meng Shu, and even with preparations, they still suffered serious injuries. Meng Yiran, cradled in her arms, had already fallen unconscious, while Chao Tianxiang stared blankly at the massive pit in front of her, seemingly unable to accept the reality. This area had almost been leveled to the ground, with a gigantic pit in the middle. The center of Meng Shu has undoubtedly vanished into thin air. Hearing Jason's words, She regained her senses and looked at the blood-soaked boy, who resembled a demon. Her mind was instantly overwhelmed by anger and hatred, and despite the pain, she launched an attack at Jason. The earlier defense had almost drained her soul power, and the scattered serpent composed of soul power seemed fragile enough to shatter upon contact. But even if it was weak, it could still take Jason's life. Jason watched as the attack came toward him, making no move, or rather, standing still was all he could do. Just as the attack was about to hit Jason, a towering figure blocked his path. The golden light shone brightly. It was Zhao Wuji, who was in the form of the immovable king. "Old woman, let us call it a day, shall we?" He suppressed his inner shock and noticed a glimmer of killing intent in Chao Tianxiang's eyes. "We just want an explanation. Why are we being treated this way?" Chao Tianxiang's voice was hoarse and nearly broke, her expression becoming frantic, like a mad old woman. "That's because you brought the explanation to me," Jason said. Seeing Jason, her face turned crazed, and she pointed and cursed, "You monster, may you die a horrible death." Chapter 29, The End. Tang San and the others poked their heads out of a pit like groundhogs, looking around in confusion. What has happened? As the little witch, Ning Rongrong, lost her composure for the first time, her voice trembled. But the others couldn't hear her words, only feeling a buzzing in their ears, still recovering from the ringing. However, as they looked around at the charred desolation, they no longer cared whether they could hear or not. Their minds felt as barren as the land before them, unable to conceive any description. What kind of power could cause such destruction? Tang San was shocked as he witnessed this scene, and he began to recall Jason's previous attacks. Even his Tang sect's top-ranked hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, seemed like a firefly's glow compared to this. It wasn't surprising for Tang San to think this way. After all, a hunter, particularly an archer type, was being played by Jason like a magic cannon. Perhaps he no longer needed to find gunpowder to make the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. He just needed to find Jason. With this thought, Tang San felt a surge of excitement. Oscar and the others, after their shock, felt relieved. Fortunately, Tang San had the foresight to run far away at the first sign of trouble and dug a pit to avoid harm. Tang San had sensed something was off when he saw Jason smiling, but since he wanted to do something that could harm a Soul Enchanted level opponent, the power must be significant. Thus, he led Xiao Wu and the others to retreat far in advance. Although they didn't understand why Tang San was doing this, they still trusted him enough to follow when they saw his serious expression. However, as they slowly retreated, they looked down on Jason's cowardly demeanor. In the end, the explosion swept over, and Tang San had underestimated Jason's methods. But fortunately, Zhao Wuji arrived in time to block much of the aftermath. Now, looking at the desolation around them, everyone felt a wave of fear. On the other side, Jason quietly watched the madwoman cursing in front of him. "Teacher Zhao, is there a chance to kill her?" He suddenly asked Zhao Wujia, who was blocking his way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia looked back at the bloodied figure, but his indifferent gaze couldn't be concealed. Coupled with the recent explosion of a Contra right before his eyes, even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "No, I was seriously injured while protecting my students just now. If I fight her, I might end up perishing together." Zhao Wujia turned to look at Ko Xingxiang ahead and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Jason stared at Ko Xingxiang for a moment, lost in thought. Even from a distance, Ko Xingxiang could still feel the gaze of the monster behind Zhao Wujia, which made her heart race, causing her cursing to pause for a moment. "Then let's end it here today. I'm leaving." Jason struggled to turn around. "Little wolf, let's go." A clump of dirt suddenly shifted, and a ghostly wolf quickly broke through the ground. Perhaps sensing its master's bad mood, it swiftly came to his side without further attempts to please or act cute. Little wolf grabbed Jason and tossed it backward. Hissed Jason winced in pain. "Stupid dog, are you taking personal revenge?" Little wolf turned around and licked Jason's face before carrying him away from the scene. Watching Jason leave, Ko Xingxiang wanted to chase after him. But upon seeing the flickering golden light of Zhao Wujia and her unconscious granddaughter in his arms, she sat down in despair. As Jason passed by Tang San and the others, he glanced at them and said, "Tang San, hurry up and absorb your soul ring, or we'll disappear soon. See you at school." Although the recent explosion had destroyed the corpse of the man-faced demon spider, the soul ring still floated lightly in the air. Jason didn't have the strength to wave goodbye. He just said a few words and left. The others watched as Jason departed, letting out a long sigh. For some reason, when he looked over just now, they felt the air had become thick and heavy. This made the Shrek team realize Jason's presence for the first time. During Zhao Wujia's assessment, they only thought that Jason had high damage and intelligence, but his overall personality seemed fine. But now, they felt an overwhelming pressure from him, as if they were prey being targeted by a hunter. On the other side, Little Wolf brought Jason to a hidden cave. Jason took out some bandages from the system space and began to administer first aid to himself. Looking at the still unconscious Xiao Tian in his pet space, Jason sighed. After bandaging himself, he took out some homemade medicine and applied it to Xiao Tian's wounds, slowly wrapping them up. Little Wolf sat beside him, watching this peaceful scene. It recalled the first time its master had bandaged it. Although it was also injured by its master, it was saved by him, and most importantly, it had found someone to rely on. The two of them and their pets were quietly in this dark cave. In fact, with Little Wolf's help, it was still possible to kill KO Xiangxiang. However, Jason did not trust Zhao Wujia. If he didn't give it his all, Little Wolf might be dragged down by KO Xiangxiang in a desperate fight. A mere old woman wasn't worth the risk of Little Wolf trading blows with her. After bandaging Xiao Tian, Jason closed his eyes and began to meditate. His mind entered the system, looking at the string of numbers. Jason couldn't help but let out a cold smile. Killing an 80-level boss at over level 20, bridging more than 60 levels, the experience gained was almost unimaginable. However, there were significant risks involved. If he didn't show weakness, if Meng Shu insisted on killing Xiao Tian, if Meng Shu didn't underestimate Jason and was more cautious. There were many possibilities, but under Jason's various verbal and physical distractions, Meng Shu ultimately fell. After instantly leveling up to level 30, the increase in soul power allowed Jason's injuries to heal significantly. He wondered if the system would open a shop. If there was one, Jason would like to exchange for many healing potions. However, up to now, besides increasing the pet template, the system had shown no signs of activity, and it was unlikely to open. Looking at the remaining experience, Jason thought for a moment and allocated most of it to Xiao Tian. He called Little Wolf over and pressed his hand on its head. A white stream of light appeared on Jason's arm and slowly flowed into Little Wolf's body. After the white light disappeared, Jason smiled and patted its head, feeling a bit reluctant. Chapter 30. Lying a few days later, in the Stardow Forest. A ghostly wolf darted through the forest, leaving behind faint shadows. On its back, there was a person holding a sleek black longbow adorned with red and purple patterns, constantly scanning the surroundings. Little Wolf, head west, Jason said to the Little Wolf, not having found what he was looking for. The Little Wolf immediately turned and dashed westward. Thanks to the system's enhancement, even though it was only a small part, the Little Wolf's lifespan had increased to about 1,500 years. Now it had grown much larger. An ethereal glow on its body deepened as it ran. The only regret was that its howl had not changed. After running for a while, Jason felt relatively relaxed because the Little Wolf had a keen sense of smell, allowing it to avoid many dangers in the forest. Jason kept scanning while sitting on the Little Wolf, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Little Wolf, slow down, he said immediately. Jason and the Little Wolf crouched beside a giant rock, watching a lion in front of them squinting its eyes in the sunlight. The lion had a red mane, large paws, white lightning stripes on its body, and a blue crystal dangling from the end of its tail. Creature, Thunderstorm Lion Age, 2,412 years talent. Potential activation: the crystal at the end of its tail stores energy, which can be released to activate its potential when necessary. When released, the blue crystal dims, the white lightning stripes on its body turn blue, and its entire body is covered in lightning, with its red mane standing upright, significantly increasing its speed, strength, and reaction time. Weakness. After the potential activation ends, it will enter a period of weakness. Note, it is currently sleeping, and disturbing someone's sleep is the most detestable thing. It may be dreaming of a lioness. After checking the environment behind and around him and choosing a good escape route, Jason looked at the restless lion in its sleep and activated his first soul skill, shooting an arrow backward. Gather at the designated location, he said to the Little Wolf before they each took off in different directions. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, followed by a furious lion's roar, stirring up flocks of flying birds. Since Jason arrived at the Stardow Forest, this forest had hardly seen a moment of peace. There were either small-scale explosions or large-scale ones. It was either this area of soul beasts was scared and running everywhere, or that area of birds was frightened and flying all around. This was very unfriendly to the timid soul beasts sensitive to sound. The smell of blood might attract ferocious beasts, but the sound of explosions would scare them away. On the other side, the Little Wolf carried Jason through the forest. And looking back at the pursuing lion, Jason drew his bow and shot arrows, each blue arrow striking to halt it. Then it relentlessly continued to chase. The sole beast with over 2,400 years of experience would shred its small body upon contact. However, all Jason needed to do was kite on the small wolf. He didn't even need to maneuver himself. Thus, Jason maintained his distance, attracting hatred and exhausting the raging electric lion. After a long time, Jason felt that the small wolf's running speed had slowed down, and the ghostly light on its body was gradually weakening. The pursuing Thunderbolt Savage Lion revealed its bloodthirsty fangs. "That's enough, Little Wolf. You should go first," Jason said, jumping off Little Wolf. Little Wolf glanced back reluctantly at the massive lion before quickly disappearing from the spot. Once it left, Jason held his breath as he watched the lion getting closer. The second soul ring lit up, and a purple arrow coalesced on the enchanted bow, ready to fire. Feeling the violent aura of the lion drawing near, Jason grew increasingly calm. Closer, closer, even closer. When the lion lunged, baring its sharp fangs at Jason, he thought, "Now's the time." Jason executed a sliding maneuver, firing the purple arrow directly into its open mouth, then rolled to the side. After the purple arrow was shot, the Thunderbolt Savage Lion sensed danger and tilted its head in midair. Thud! The sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. It managed to dodge the arrow with its mouth, but its left eye was not so fortunate. The purple arrow pierced through its vulnerable eye. The pain of its left eye being stabbed, combined with the agony of the poison, caused it to collapse to the ground, howling in distress. Without thinking, Jason aimed his right hand at the tree trunk above, launching a steel claw projectile. It was the sky-soaring claw. Jason lightly pushed off, and the cable tightened instantly, pulling him away from the spot. Then, a roar accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning erupted. A blue light shot up from the ground, lunging toward Jason, who was suspended in midair. As he looked at the lion, crackling with electricity, rushing towards him, a tingling sensation surged through him. Jason's expression changed slightly. He extended his left arm straight out, and an explosion erupted from his hand. Using the recoil, he maneuvered sideways in the air, narrowly avoiding the lion's attack. Feeling a tingling sensation in his left arm, he glanced at the claw marks that had begun to bleed, but he felt no pain. His left arm was temporarily incapacitated, but he had managed to evade this deadly strike. He had underestimated the electric fury of the lion after its potential was unleashed. Standing on a tree branch, Jason hung his left arm limply, watching the lion on the ground. The lion now appeared somewhat terrifying, with a purple arrow lodged in its left eye. Blood dripping from it. Covered in blue electricity, its red mane stood on end, stained with blood or perhaps turned crimson from rage. He hadn't expected that the potential activation could temporarily make him immune to the negative effects on his body. The electric fury lion glanced up at Jason in the tree and quickly began to climb up the trunk, moving with incredible speed as if it were on level ground. Jason once again extended his flying claws and floated away. The electric fury lion lunged again, but continued to chase without fatigue. Jason swung through the trees like a monkey. The thunderous lion bounced between the tree trunks, chasing after them. Each jump left a charred mark on the trunks. In the chase, Jason always found opportunities to create distance from the thunderous lion, with the additional consumption of some of its basic stamina from the little wolf. It could never catch up to Jason. As they chased each other, about 5 minutes quickly passed. The blue currents on the thunderous lion grew weaker, and slowly, as it realized it could not catch up to Jason, it began to lose its will to fight. The purple arrows in its eyes had long disappeared, but they left behind a gaping, blood-red hole, quite terrifying. Perhaps still unwilling to give up, it chased for a while longer, but after realizing it still couldn't catch up, it turned and ran away. Chapter 31. The blood-sucking tree demon, seeing the lion turn and leave, Jason was not surprised. He whistled softly, and the little wolf, recovering its stamina, quickly appeared in front of Jason. "Catch up to it, but don't get too close." Then, changing roles, Jason rode the little wolf to pursue the lion. Seeing Jason coming after it, the lion immediately wanted to turn around and fight, but the little wolf suddenly stopped, creating distance between them. Jason's first soul ring lit up again, and the explosive arrow anticipated the lion's position. The red arrow collided with the charging lion, exploding in a burst of flames and smoke. After the explosion, nothing happened. A silence fell, as if the shot had missed entirely. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a charred patch of grass revealed itself. However, the thunderous lion was nowhere to be seen. The surroundings were silent, and the little wolf bared its teeth, vigilantly watching the area. Jason opened the knowledge of the beast and had already seen its tracks, getting down from the little wolf. He found that he wasn't agile enough and could easily become a target. After getting down, Jason also didn't act rashly, as that could easily expose his flaws. Moreover, its time is running out, and it will be the one that can't hold back in the end. Jason only needs to dodge its last pounce, and this hunt will come to an end. 10 seconds later, a blue figure suddenly sprang out of a bush and charged towards the one person and one pet who were on high alert. Dodge! Prepared! Jason shouted at the little wolf and quickly rolled towards the ground. However, this pounce was not its final one at all. After landing, the violent electric lion's blue lightning erupted wildly, and a sharp, piercing sound rang out. Its hind legs propelled it upwards, causing the ground it touched to collapse under the recoil. With a burst of energy, it used its remaining right claw to pounce at the rolling Jason. At this moment, Jason's body was in a state of stagnation, unable to react at all. Just as it was about to pounce on Jason, a figure in a serene hue suddenly rushed out from its side and knocked it away. At that moment, Jason touched the little wolf's body and returned it to the pet's space, paralyzed. After being knocked away by the little wolf, the lightning that had wrapped around the violent electric lion slowly dissipated, and its mane drooped visibly. Jason breathed heavily as he watched the lion slowly get back on its feet. Its eye was pierced, its leg was blown off, and its red mane looked somewhat dull. Coupled with the weakness after the potential burst, it was already on the brink of death. Yet, even with such severe injuries, it still struggled to stand up. Its single eye fixed firmly on Jason. Roar! It let out a roar, unhesitatingly unleashing its beastly nature, and charged at Jason. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. A purple soul ring floated out from it. Jason ignored the soul ring and went to the lion's corpse, aiming to release a gathering technique and skinning. Potential crystal. It can activate the body's potential and can remove all negative states after use. Duration: 30 seconds, no side effects. Mad Lion head hat. Wearing it can increase intimidation. A thumb-sized blue crystal and a red lion head hat appeared in Jason's hand. After taking off the hat, looking at the blue crystal in his hand, Jason was a bit excited. I can proceed to the next step. He made it into a simple pendant to hang on his chest, and then summoned the little wolf from the pet space. Let's go. Let's rest for a bit first. And tomorrow we'll prepare to find it, Jason said as he climbed onto its back. Jason first bandaged his arm and then rested for the night. The next morning, the little wolf set off with Jason. After weaving through the forest for a while, they arrived at a somewhat special place. Unlike the dense forest, this was a barren land. The surrounding trees formed a large circle. In the middle of the circle stood a large tree with red branches and leaves. In appearance, it looked like giant broccolis with an oversized umbrella-shaped crown. The crown diameter was about 60 centimeters, with all the leaves crowded at the tips of the branches. The roots appeared to be exposed, tangled, and chaotic around them. Upon closer inspection of the entire tree, one can occasionally see a green glow. The surrounding sunlight seems much dimmer. Creature: blood-sucking tree spirit ability, plunder. Plunders moisture, plunders sunlight, plunders life, plunders soul power. Age 2. 541 years weakness. Afraid of fire note. The blood-sucking tree spirit relies on instinct to plunder, but due to excessive plundering, the surrounding area will become desolate, resulting in it having no energy to absorb. The energy from sunlight is simply not enough to sustain its growth. If its strength does not increase, it will ultimately starve itself. This type of tree is rare in the forest. The stronger the plundering ability, the quicker it dies. Conversely, those with weaker plundering abilities live longer. This is because the strong ones deplete all the surrounding resources, causing the moisture in nearby trees to vanish, turning the area into a wasteland where water no longer exists, trees no longer grow, and animals no longer approach. Additionally, its tendrils do not grow fast enough, ultimately leading to its starvation. Those with weak predatory abilities, on the other hand, do not instantly turn their surroundings into a dead zone. Although their growth is slower, they can sustain a cycle of growth. However, as they grow, their predatory abilities will also strengthen, ultimately leading to the surrounding area becoming a dead zone. The outcome is predictable. It seems that such trees should not exist in this forest. They appear to have incurred the disdain of heaven and earth, so they ultimately head towards self-destruction. Now, Jason sees this giant tree, and if its roots are not growing and expanding, it might not survive for much longer. His first soul skill is quite effective against it, but the second soul skill is basically useless. However, since this tree cannot move, it means that as long as he doesn't step into its specific domain, he won't be in danger. Jason tentatively took a few steps forward, about a meter or so, and the giant tree showed no reaction. But Jason didn't continue moving forward. Instead, he quickly retreated. Sure enough, when the tree noticed Jason was retreating, a thick root broke through the ground and reached out to entwine him. But Jason had already exited its domain. This tree actually understands how to lure? Jason was a bit surprised. Hopefully, its intelligence isn't too high. Jason tried shooting another arrow at the giant tree. The blue arrow was blocked by a root in the middle, and then the arrow slowly disappeared, absorbed by it. This boss is difficult to farm. Jason sighed and leaned against a tree outside the domain, gazing at the giant tree in the center of the wasteland, slowly pondering. Fear of fire. But the surroundings are all wasteland, with no combustible sources. But he can find a combustible source. To find a combustible source, he needs to create a big fire in an instant. Otherwise, any small ignition source will be extinguished by it. He can use explosives to set it up. With that, he started to slowly improve the method. Chapter 32. Flames Little Wolf Go, find some firewood. After the method was refined, Jason patted Little Wolf. Woof. Then, the two of them split up and began to search for firewood around the forest. After about a morning, they returned to the original spot. They had piled up firewood as high as a house, and spreading it out could cover the wasteland in front of them. However, looking at the circle of trees around the wasteland, Jason thought for a moment. He still needed to dig a circle of trees. If they throw in this firewood and start a fire, attracting the surrounding trees, it would lead to a forest fire. He definitely didn't want to be burned to death by a forest fire again. You like digging holes, right? Go ahead. Jason clapped his hands, and the two of them got busy again. One by one, the trees around the wasteland fell down. However, he didn't cut down the trees closest to the wasteland. After about 2 more hours of work, the layout was finally completed. There was a circle of trees around the wasteland, and looking outward, it was a completely deforested area. This way, even if a fire ignited and spread to the outer trees, there would be no more fuel for it to continue spreading outward. The flames could only burn within this range. After resting for a while, Jason adjusted his state. For today's battle, he basically didn't need to fight. He just needed to set things up and wait nearby. Looking at the dim sunlight filtering through the blood-sucking tree demon and the heavy air, everything felt dead silent. But soon, it would become lively. Jason first threw all the trees he had just cut down into the firewood. It was like feeding. The blood-sucking tree demon greedily absorbed the remaining vitality of the trees. The greenish trees, once thrown in, withered and decayed at a visibly rapid pace. The tree demon itself slowly grew some green leaves. Once all the wood was thrown in, Jason bundled up the dry firewood, mixing in a homemade bomb. The arrows shot towards the giant tree with the dry firewood, but were blocked midway and then absorbed. Jason shot again, and it was unhesitatingly absorbed once more. In the meantime, Jason gradually strengthened his soul power, and the arrows passed through the obstructing roots, getting closer and closer. To keep its attention focused on the arrows he shot, Jason fired almost continuously. Finally, feeling his dwindling soul power and looking at the dry firewood scattered across the wasteland, Jason sighed. Explosions are truly fascinating. Then, the first soul ring lit up, and a red arrow condensed on the bow. This time, the giant tree extended its roots again, intending to absorb the relatively abundant soul power. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud explosions triggered a cacophony of blasts as the dry firewood met the intense flames. The tree demon barely had time to react before the wasteland was engulfed in flames. The giant tree rolled its roots and extended its trunk in an attempt to extinguish the fire. However, the high temperatures from the explosions had already ignited all the firewood on the ground. Having absorbed some soul power and gained a bit of vitality, it extended its roots and limbs to try to put out the flames, but instead, it ended up igniting itself. Ultimately, realizing it could not stop the fire's spread, it severed its burning roots and branches, retracting the remaining ones to wrap itself up. This was its last method of survival. Jason watched the towering flames and white smoke from inside the circle, his face feeling hot from the high temperatures, turning red. As he saw the fire growing stronger and seemingly coming toward him, Jason jumped on a little Sky's back and said, "Let's go. We can't let the fire reach us." The flames eventually spread to the surrounding trees. The fire burned for a long time, slowly extinguishing by nightfall. Fortunately, the weather showed no signs of sudden rain, and the wind direction remained stable. However, after this fire, which was neither too large nor too small, the weather turned gray, indicating it might rain. Jason watched the flames recede and walked in with Little Wolf. As Jason stepped on the ground, he heard a series of crisp creaks, and the surrounding temperature had not completely dissipated, as if he were in an oven. Occasionally, burnt tree trunks still had flickering flames that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. The acrid smell of burnt wood made Little Wolf shake his nose in discomfort. Following the path, Jason walked toward the center. Upon reaching the center, Jason saw a purple soul ring rising. As he approached, he noticed a conical black object beneath the soul ring, resembling a flower bud. Jason took out his enchanted bow. The first soul ring lit up again, and he aimed directly at it. Bang! An explosion sounded around it, kicking up a cloud of smoke. After a while, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing the charred shell of the flower bud, which had been blown apart, exposing a faint green light within. Holding the bow cautiously, Jason slowly approached. As he got closer, he finally saw the object glowing green. It was an irregular shape about the size of a fist, wrapped in a layer of roots resembling blood vessels. The flickering green light pulsed as if a heart was beating. This was the heart of the blood-sucking tree demon, a remnant of its strong will to survive. Even if it was disliked by heaven and earth, it still wanted to live desperately. Jason observed the green light emanating from it growing weaker, yet still shone with effort. After a moment of silence, Jason couldn't help but touch it. Immediately, the roots wrapping around the heart entwined around Jason's finger, beginning to absorb his soul power and vitality. From it, Jason felt a pure obsession to live. This object seemed like a vessel of consciousness, existing in reality. Suddenly, Jason remembered that after reaching level 30, he gained an extra pet slot. He tried to release a taming pet towards it. Sure enough, it worked. Gradually, Jason established a connection with it. However, he did not sense any thoughts from it. Jason tried to give it a command. Immediately, the roots wrapping around Jason's finger slowly retracted. But as it stopped absorbing, the green light emanating from its surface began to weaken. Jason stared at it, contemplating for a while, and suddenly had an idea. He picked it up and placed it on his chest. Then its roots spread out, wrapping around Jason like blood vessels. Then it gradually became blurry and started to merge with Jason. Symbiosis. Feeling some changes in his body, Jason did not rush to investigate, but instead sat down beneath the soul ring, which slowly entered his body. However, it was clear that the age of this soul ring had exceeded Jason's absorption limit. After a while, Jason's expression began to twist in agony. The little wolf guarding beside him glanced at his master with concern and then continued to patrol the surroundings. Chapter 33. Plunder. The maximum age of a soul ring that can be absorbed at level 30 is around 1,700 years. The lifespan of the blood-sucking tree demon reaches over 2,500 years, far exceeding the absorption limit of level 30. Indeed, blood vessels have already started to emerge on Jason's body. In his mind, the densely packed roots and branches of the blood-sucking tree demon tightly entangle Jason. As time passes, Jason has become a blood person, and his consciousness begins to blur. Potential activation. Just as he was about to reach his limit, the blue crystal on Jason's chest suddenly lit up, followed by a squeaking sound from his body, which was now covered in lightning. In an instant, a surge of power emerged from Jason's body again. The roots and branches that were wrapping around Jason in his mind quickly exploded. The phantom of the blood-sucking tree demon also slowly dissipated. Jason's mind became clear and bright in an instant. At the same time, the purple spirit ring was steadily absorbed by Jason. 30 seconds quickly passed, but the purple spirit ring had already integrated into Jason's body. At this point, the spirit ring absorption was successful. The feeling of weakness in his body made Jason quite exhausted, but the spirit ring had not been fully absorbed yet, so he could only hold on a little longer. After a while, Jason slowly opened his eyes. It really works. After reaching level 20, Jason planned to look for the violent electric mad lion, mainly targeting the crystal on its tail to prepare for future spirit ring absorption. However, this type of spirit beast is very rare, and unlike other lions that prefer to live in groups, they like to live alone like tigers. Moreover, its unique explosive ability allows it to withstand a 5,000-year-old beast around the age of 2,000 years. In fact, Jason also planned to choose it for his third spirit ring, but after the incident with the dragon and snake couple, Jason decided to look for a spirit ring that leans towards recovery abilities. He already has damage and armor-breaking control, so for the third one, he wants something that has lifesteal. Discovering the blood-sucking tree demon was a big surprise for Jason. Its plundering ability is so strong that it can not only drain life force, but also soul power. It's like having both a blood-sucking and a blue-draining dagger. The effect of potential stimulation can elevate Jason's limits. It is akin to an elastic barrel being stretched once again. This is also the reason why Jason is able to absorb the soul ring of the blood-sucking tree demon. Feeling the weakness in his body, Jason was about to sit on the little wolf to find a place to rest. At that moment, he suddenly felt the heart of the tree in his chest pulse. Jason sensed what it wanted to express, and then he extended his hand toward the little wolf. Come, channel your soul power to me. The little wolf obediently extended its paw and placed it on Jason's hand. Then, the heart of the tree in his chest began to absorb its soul power. After a while, a more refined soul power was transmitted from the heart of the tree into Jason's body. Feeling this pure soul power, Jason was somewhat surprised, and he tried to make it absorb the soul power from the world. The tree core began to absorb the soul power from the heavens and the earth as per Jason's command. After a while, Jason felt a surge of soul power flowing into his body again. At that moment, Jason was so excited he could almost jump up. With the tree core, it meant he no longer had to rely on hunting to cultivate. Previously, Jason's soul power was provided by the system, and he had thought about absorbing soul power from the world to cultivate on his own. However, Jason could not feel the soul power from the world at all. After many unsuccessful attempts, he had no choice but to give up. The soul power he consumed was also restored by the system. It was really just like a game. Now, Jason finally felt some reality from this world again. Then, Jason quickly approached a large tree on the outskirts, extending his hand to press against its trunk. The tree showed no reaction, but Jason felt a small surge of life force flowing from the heart of the tree into his body, and his weakness immediately faded significantly. Once he fully recovered, Jason began to experiment again. In addition to being able to absorb soul power and life force, Jason could also control the roots attached to his skin through the heart of the tree. This meant that as the heart of the tree gradually grew, he effectively possessed a plant-type martial soul. Jason was very happy. He didn't expect his third pet to bring him such a big surprise. This type of pet should be classified as an attached pet. Moreover, it can absorb the experiences of the system and also grow by plundering for itself. That is double growth. The faster it grows, the greater the help it provides to Jason during battles. It can not only increase Jason's vitality, but also enhance his training speed. Perhaps developing towards the druid path is not a bad idea. Imagining in the future, he could wield roots to entangle his prey and then shoot them dead with an arrow, while also sucking their essence. Although it is not his own growth, its growth is, in a sense, his growth, right? Jason now feels as if he has won the lottery, feeling a breeze with every step he takes. It seems he will still have to wait a while before leaving the forest. Sorry, I got a bit stuck on the writing. Taking a leave. I worked late yesterday, so there will be a break in updates today. Chapter 34. Reluctance. The relationship between Jason and the little demon is somewhat similar to the relationship between Venom and its host in a movie from his past life. However, the little demon does not influence Jason, and its consciousness is primarily led by him. Their abilities are also different. Nevertheless, they are separate entities and can grow independently. Jason stayed in the forest for a few more days, hunting for nutrients for the little demon. In the morning, the sun hung high in the sky. Although the Douluo forest is densely wooded, one can still feel a wave of heat that makes one reluctant to move. Only want to find a cool place to lie quietly. The mating season for many soul beasts has long passed, so the Douluo forest appears quite tranquil. However, there are occasional loud explosions that annoy these soul beasts. They do not appreciate this kind of art. They only feel dislike and fear. Recently, many soul beasts have been going out, and occasionally some desiccated corpses are found. These bodies are shriveled, and just a touch causes their bones to shatter completely. Their hair dull and lifeless. It is quite terrifying. Looking at the bloodless corpses, they glanced at them with disdain and then disappeared. On the outskirts of the Douluo forest, a large tree stands quietly, seemingly no different from other trees. But if you look closely, you will notice a snake with dim patterns coiled around the trunk, quietly resting there, like a giant vine hidden among the dense branches and leaves. However, it is not realized that a pair of eyes has quietly set its sights on it. Creature, illusionary killer, age, 724 years, talent, hiding, illusion. Its snake eyes can emit illusions, causing its prey to realize, when they come to their senses, that they have already entered its belly. Weakness. It seems that warnings about attacking the snake have been given. Note, be careful not to look into its eyes. While it won't petrify you like Medusa, it can still lead to your demise in its belly. Jason squats on a nearby tree, his body entangled with branches and roots. Then a branch slowly extended from it, gradually approaching the giant snake. The branch moved like a small snake, inching towards it slowly. After a while, the branch had already surrounded most of the giant snake's body, but it was careful not to touch it. It stretched a little longer and then suddenly tightened. The entrapped phantasmic killer immediately began to thrash in panic, trying to break free. The branch only hindered it for a moment before it was snapped. However, the dense branches behind quickly followed and wrapped around it again, binding it tightly to the tree, emitting a blue light. The struggling phantasmic killer felt itself growing weaker. Its vertical pupils glowed red, trying to locate its hunter and then confuse it. As its body weakened, the branches binding it grew tighter. The trunk inside had been worn into a groove by its struggles, but the branches still tightened further. As time passed, the phantasmic killer slowly ceased its struggles. Its body relaxed and it stopped fighting. The entwining branches seemed to have become much thicker and more resilient. Seeing the still giant snake, the branch extended a sharp spike, aiming for its head. After the wooden spike pierced through the giant snake's head, the branch slowly returned to Jason's side. Thud! A dull sound of a heavy object falling echoed as the giant snake's corpse slid from the branch to the ground. The branches and leaves around Jason slowly retracted back into his body and then disappeared. Feeling the small demonic aura in his chest strengthen a bit more, Jason decided it was time to leave. Xiao Tian, Xiao Lang, let us go back. Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang, who were playing by a small pool, shook off the water droplets on their bodies and immediately dashed toward Jason. Since it wasn't too far, Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang quickly arrived in front of Jason. Xiao Tian, grab it. We're having snake meat today. Jason kicked the corpse of the giant python in front of him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang's tail began to wag rapidly, like a fan. Jason had deliberately left this giant python. Normally, those killed by small demons would turn into dried corpses, so eating them was definitely out of the question. After these few days, Xiao Tian had leveled up and grown, and his healing ability had certainly improved. Now his injuries were completely healed. His body had also grown larger, and the fur and feathers on him had regrown, shining with luster. His beak and claws had become sharper, glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Xiao Lang, on the other hand, was still the same, behaving like a silly husky. At night, Jason lit a campfire. Half of the snake meat was already skewered, and the other half was given to Xiao Tian. Xiao Lang and Jason ate cooked meat, while Xiao Tian ate raw meat. The small demon didn't need to eat meat. It only required moisture, oxygen, and soul energy. Jason had also been searching for traces of the fragrant herb, but had found none. Perhaps it had already left the forest. It had left quite quickly. Zhao Wuji and the others had also achieved their purpose for coming here and were preparing to return to school. However, what their feelings were like remained unknown. Jason cut off a piece of meat and threw it to Xiao Lang, watching it gobble it down voraciously, then glanced at Xiao Tian, who was quietly eating raw meat. Jason was momentarily lost in thought. He patted the small demon on his chest. Although he was reluctant, he knew he had to leave. If he stayed here too long and killed too much, it would surely provoke the dissatisfaction of a local leader. Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang, as spirit beasts, did not have such concerns. Jason was also uneasy about leaving Xiao Yao in the forest. Unlike the two of them, if Xiao Yao were to be planted underground and allowed to grow without control, it might end up plundering the entire forest. When they encountered those hidden old monsters, it wouldn't end well. Once everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Jason leaned against Xiao Lang, while Xiao Tian lay beside him. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, his heart suddenly felt much broader. One person and two pets made three. They lay quietly on the lawn. The summer breeze was cool, making one feel comfortable enough to close their eyes and take a nap on the grass. Jason closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle breeze. Xiao Tian, Xiao Lang, I'm leaving tomorrow. The two of them looked at Jason, seemingly confused. I don't want you to stay in the space. It feels like imprisoning you. You should be in this forest. This is where you belong. Yip woof. They seemed to understand Jason's meaning a bit and felt somewhat reluctant. It's okay. We're just separating for a while. I will come to see you soon. I hope the next time I see you, you can surprise me. Jason smiled and patted their heads. Chapter 35. Back to school at the edge of the Stardow Forest, Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang watched as Jason gradually walked away until he was out of sight. Then they retracted their reluctant gazes and headed deeper into the forest, ready to hunt and become stronger. On the other side, Jason found an outside, ate some food after having mainly roasted meat in the forest, and realized he hadn't had vegetables in a long time. After finishing his meal, although he attracted some attention as a child alone, no one bothered him. After eating, Jason hired a carriage outside. To avoid being overcharged, He declared himself a spirit master and negotiated a normal price before getting in. The ride was a bit bumpy, but it didn't affect Jason's thoughts. He had now acquired 2 new spirit skills. The second spirit skill, Poison Ant Sting, and the third spirit skill, Plunder Arrow. Host, Jason level, 31 acquired skill, Plunder Arrow. Active, shoot a black arrow. Upon hitting, it returns health and spirit power based on damage dealt. Passive, the arrow adds a lifesteal effect of 15. This skill enhanced Jason's sustainability and kiting ability, but the bigger gain was his newly acquired pet, Xiao Yao. It was nestled at Jason's chest, and the roots clinging to him effectively provided Jason with a set of armor. Moreover, it could assist Jason in training and combat. This time back at school, Jason mainly planned to level up Little Demon and become proficient at using it in battle. He also wanted to research some of his own skills to see if he could merge soul rings and blend 3 skills together. Explosive Poisonous Light Blood Arrow. It sounded quite fun to think about. Lost in thought, the bored Jason began to practice. Previously, he could only study skills, but now he was also someone who could cultivate. He didn't encounter any robbers on the way, nor anyone being robbed. After having a simple meal at noon, he arrived at Soto City around dusk. After sitting in a horse-drawn carriage all day, Jason's body felt a bit sore, which made him miss Little Tion even more. He wondered what they were up to. Entering through the west gate, there weren't many people moving around the city. It was dinner time, and most were at home eating and drinking tea. Jason walked around the city for a long time, looking around as if searching for something. Candied hawthorn. Smelling the sweet aroma in the air, Jason's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had eaten something sweet and sour, and he felt like his mouth was about to dry out from boredom. Sometimes Jason thought how nice it would be to cross into a world of culinary delights, fighting for food and adventure. He really liked that kind of world. Seeing that there was only 1 candied hawthorn left, Jason quickly approached the old man selling them. 1 candied hawthorn, please. All right, young man, you're lucky. This is the last one for today. That means this candied hawthorn is destined for my stomach, right? Here, take the money. After receiving the candied hawthorn, Jason took out the money to give to him. Walking down the street, Jason enjoyed the candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour taste lifting his spirits. The sunset in the distance seemed even more poetic. Just as Jason was about to eat the last candied hawthorn, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixated on him, unabashedly staring at the candied hawthorn in his hand. Following the gaze, Jason spotted a small beggar crouched in the corner of the street. Her hair was disheveled. She wore tattered burlap. Her feet were bare, and her face was covered in dirt, but her eyes were bright, almost dazzling. Jason stopped, retracting the bite he was about to take from the candied hawthorn. He walked slowly to the little beggar and shook the candied hawthorn in his hand. Do you want some? She shrank back a bit in fear, saying nothing, but her eyes still longed for the candied hawthorn in Jason's hand. If you don't say anything, I might just eat it, Jason teased, ready to bite into the last candied hawthorn. I want it. Her desire overcame her fear, and she shouted at Jason. Do you really want it? Yes. Really what? I want the candied hawthorn. Then it's yours. Saying this, Jason handed the candied hawthorn to her. She glanced at Jason and then at the candied hawthorn in front of her. Thank you. Then she quickly took the candied hawthorn and stuffed it into her clothes. Seeing her actions, Jason's eyes flickered. I am a soul master, and I'm in a good mood today. The little beggar looked at him with some confusion, not understanding why he said that. I'm in a good mood. I like to help others, Jason said, looking at her meaningfully. Hearing this, the little beggar's eyes suddenly brightened, and she couldn't help but excitedly say, Really? Really? Really what? Are you really in a good mood? Yes. Then, big brother, can you help me? She looked at Jason with a mix of surprise and nervousness. How do you want me to help you? I want to save my brother. Can you help me? Is he sick? No, he was captured by the boss. If I don't get money today when I go back, my brother will have his legs broken to beg. Big brother, can you save my brother? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. Okay, I'll give you something that can help you. Jason took out the tree heart little demon from his chest. She watched in amazement as a glowing green orb appeared from his chest. The green light made her feel much less fatigued. Aren't you coming with me? She seemed a bit uneasy. Do you want my strength? Or do you want my temporary help? Jason held the tree heart forward. The little beggar stared at the glowing stone, caught in a dilemma. After a while, she seemed to make up her mind. Can the power you give me defeat the boss? Yes. Jason nodded firmly. Then I want it. She reached out her hand, resolutely speaking to Jason. Wise choice. Jason handed the little demon to her. Put it on your chest. When you encounter danger, it will help you fight. By the way, I'm at Shrek Academy. Remember to find me after you finish your business. If the little demon doesn't receive life and soul power for a long time while on her, it will absorb her life force. During the time the little demon was with Jason, it was also fed by Jason's soul power when there were no prey. However, the soul power Jason absorbed through was very pure. In summary, it acted like a compressor, absorbing the natural energy in Jason's soul power, and then feeding back more refined soul power to Jason. When there was prey for it to absorb, Jason wouldn't need to use his soul power to feed it. Chapter 36. Strange happenings in the city the next day. A young boy led the city guards to a hidden courtyard. Looking at this small courtyard, Yuquan, one of the city guards, felt inexplicably uneasy. The one who brought them was a boy about 15 or 16 years old, whose face bore a mix of fear and joy, creating a rather strange expression. But the boss was dead, the children were free. Yet the children left behind didn't know where to go. The ever-shrewd Hong had been taking care of the children while trying to please the bosses. Now that the bosses had suddenly died, and in such a terrifying way, he was momentarily at a loss. Finally, he thought of the city guards who often patrolled. Yuquan nervously pushed open the courtyard door, gripping his sword tightly. Although he learned from the boy that the human traffickers in his hideout were dead, the silent atmosphere and the situation described by the boy still made him anxious. Taking a deep breath, he quickly pushed the door open, stepped back a few paces, and pointed his sword forward. There was nothing behind the door. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had been overly tense. Sheathing his sword, he stepped over the threshold and walked inside. Once he entered the courtyard, he saw many disheveled, dirt-covered children gathered there. Some were lying on the ground, some were kneeling, and some were missing arms. However, there were still a few who looked relatively intact. They were whispering to each other in fear. Seeing this, Yuquan felt a surge of anger rise within him. He finally understood how those begging children in the city came to be. At that moment, he loathed human traffickers more than ever. He instructed his subordinates who had followed him and then approached the tightly shut door of a house. The fearful gazes of the children occasionally glanced in that direction. Standing in front of the door, he kicked it open with a bang, entering the house in anger. He was immediately hit with a chill upon seeing the situation inside. A few emaciated corpses lay sprawled on the floor, and from their clothing, it was evident that they were 2 men and 1 woman. Their faces with skin resembling tree bark and their mouths slightly ajar, along with their wide-open eyes, all indicated that they had endured immense fear in life. Despite the summer heat, Yuquan felt a wave of coolness wash over him. Yet for some reason, he also felt a sense of exhilaration. This was clearly the work of a soul master. Gradually coming back to his senses, he exited the house. Since it was the work of a soul master, this matter was over. After going out, he asked the children a few questions. It seemed that only one little girl had entered last night, after which there were some screams from inside, and everyone else was too frightened to look further. The next day, someone discovered that the traffickers inside were dead, and the little girl and her brother had also disappeared. Hearing this, Yuquan could already imagine the situation at that time. A kind-hearted soul master happened to pass by, heard the little girl's cries for help, found the traffickers, and then used bizarre and cruel methods to kill them. Afterward, the little girl begged desperately, and the kind-hearted soul master softened again, taking her and her brother away to adopt them. There aren't many kind-hearted soul masters like that, he mused. For soul masters, they rarely care about the lives of ordinary people. As long as they don't actively bully them, that is already considered good. The kind of soul master he encountered today was even rarer, although their methods were a bit cruel. After reporting this matter to the city lord, notices were posted in the city and at the city gates, asking parents who had lost children to come and claim them. The events in the city did not affect Jason, who had returned to Shrek Academy. At that moment, he was leisurely watching Tang San and the others running around the village since early morning. He held a candied hawthorn stick in his hand, which he had just bought from the street. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4. Seeing them getting a bit tired, Jason cheered them on. He also took out a whistle he had made himself and blew it, playing the running music for the big break. The small village was suddenly filled with a catchy whistling sound. Perhaps he had gotten a bit dry in the mouth from blowing. He walked over to a few of them. Oh dear, Xiaowu, do you want to eat carrots? That sweet and crispy taste. Doesn't it make your mouth water just thinking about it? Even though she was exhausted, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jason. TSK, Xiao-san. Look at that huge basket of stones behind you. ISN, it heavy? Tang San was speechless. How could he say whether it was heavy or not? You must be Ma Hongjun, right? You've really got it tough. Running with such a big frame, your burden must be heavier than the stones in Tang San's basket. Ma Hongjun activated his potential and ran a few steps ahead. I'm fat. I eat your family's food. right? That handsome guy, you must be Oscar, right? Look, that beauty is watching you. Upon hearing this, Oscar straightened his running posture a bit. Is she really looking at me? Hey, we're old acquaintances, TSK. So tragic. Why do you always look so miserable when I see you? But this time it's not because of me. Hey, why are you showing your claws? It looks like you're not tired at all. Zhu Zhuqing revealed her sharp claws from her fingertips, seemingly wanting to scratch Jason. This beautiful young lady. Don't you think it feels great to lie on your princess bed at home? All sweaty? That soft bed, that fragrant room, look. The color of her face had turned to a grimace. I'm so tired. Ning Rongrong felt that compared to the boy in front of her, she was much kinder. Big brother, you seem quite unhappy. Is there something bothering you? As someone who has been through it, I advise you, don't keep your worries to yourself. You can tell me. Let me cheer you up. Dai Mubai's face turned red, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. He couldn't tell if it was from running or from anger. Jason seemed to have transformed into a chatterbox. A wave of sword energy surged from him. Watching Tang San and the others get ample physical and mental training, Jason revealed a satisfied smile. Flinder, who had been watching, seemed unable to bear it any longer. Jason, what are you doing if you're not training? He asked, maintaining a distance from Jason. I just arrived yesterday, and today I saw my classmates training, so I actively joined them. How am I not training? Jason said with righteous indignation. Flinder seemed to agree. He was also running along. No, we don't need you to train with us. Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted from the team. The others also nodded, not knowing where they found strength. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately became sad. Principal, they're isolating me. Flinder felt his head throb. How to manage a student like this? He felt anxious. You come with me first. I want to ask you about the dragon and snake couple. After saying that, he walked ahead to lead the way. However, even as he turned his back, he still kept his distance from Jason. Chapter 37. Conversation. Jason followed Flinder into his office. Have a seat. He sat behind the desk and pointed to the chair opposite him. To call a chair was more like calling a bench. Jason sat down and looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Since you are my student now, we need to understand each other better. I heard from Zhao Wuji that you killed Meng Gong, he said, adjusting his glasses, his eyes fixed on Jason. Yes, if I hadn't been seriously injured. I would have wanted to leave Chao Tianxiang in the Stardow Forest. I didn't expect her to run so fast, Jason replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Flinder was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had received the news from Zhao Wuji, he wasn't present at the scene and didn't share in that kind of shock. But now, hearing the boy confirm it in person, he didn't know how to express his feelings, whether it was shock or disbelief. In any case, his mind seemed a bit muddled. A great soul master killing a soul sounded like a fairy tale. Wait, a great soul master? He remembered that the report from Oldley indicated that he was only at the 14th level, right? Because Oldley specifically mentioned that he could easily dodge an attack from a great soul master at level 14. And the table showed that his martial soul quality was very high, with attack power not weaker than that of a soul master, and even comparable to a soul venerable. He paid special attention to the table when he saw it. Later, after learning about his relationship with Tang Hao, he thought all of this was normal, and even sighed that it was no wonder he was the crown prince of Haotian. His son and disciple are both so strong. But now, in just a few days, not only has he advanced to Great Soul Master, but he also doesn't know what method he used to kill a Soul Douluo. Normally, it's already great to level up 2 levels in a year. But for you, it's like drinking water, just gurgling up. When did you become a Great Soul Master? He had only noticed Jason killing Meng Gong before and hadn't paid attention to the fact that he was a Soul Master. Oh, I'm a Soul Venerable now, Jason said, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose around him. How is this possible? Flinder suddenly stood up, his glasses almost falling off. There's nothing impossible. I was just hiding my cultivation level before, Jason said calmly as he retracted his soul rings. Then why did you hide your cultivation? Flinder asked in confusion. Flinder didn't ask how he deceived Oldley. After all, the Crown Prince of Haotian is impressive. Of course, I wanted you to underestimate me. Jason shrugged. Why? If you didn't want to come, couldn't you just not come? It's fine to show off, right? Jason didn't feel like explaining so much to him. Flinder had nothing to say about this excuse. Can you reveal your true cultivation level? Flinder calmed down and asked Jason. Looking at it this way, it's no wonder he could easily defeat Great Soul Masters at level 14. This is my most authentic cultivation level. Jason answered truthfully. As for what it might be in a few days, who knows? All right, let us end our conversation here today. Although I want you to integrate into Shrek, I can also see that it's impossible for you to fit into the Shrek team. Flinder could see that although Jason didn't seem cold and distant, His personality was even harder to approach than coldness. Coldness only makes people feel uncomfortable, but Jason gives a sense of danger. After all, a Soul Enchanted just exploded in front of them. This strange ability does easily raise people's guard. However, since you have entered Shrek Academy, as long as you don't break the rules, you are still a member of Shrek, and wherever you go in the future, I want to take care, but accordingly. If you cause trouble, don't let it burn to Shrek, how about it? Flinder asked him. Okay, that's exactly the school I've always dreamed of. Jason naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Great, then it's been a pleasant conversation today. Goodbye. After Jason happily pushed open the office door, he planned to return to share hardships with Tang San and the others. Tang San and the others said they didn't need it. After Jason left, a person with a stiff expression walked in. Seeing Flinder sitting in the office chair deep in thought, he asked eagerly, "How is it? Did he really kill a Soul Enchanted? Although somewhat incredulous, it's indeed true. How is that possible? Even if he is a great soul master, he wouldn't be able to harm a single hair of a Soul Enchanted, let alone kill him." The person who came in looked incredulous. "He is a soul venerable now," Flinder said lightly. "So what if he is a soul venerable?" "He is a soul venerable?" The person who came in was the master who arrived a few days ago, and he looked skeptical of life at this moment. He said he hid his cultivation level before coming here, and he has a relationship with that person. Perhaps someone gave him a life-saving method, which isn't impossible. Flinder habitually adjusted his glasses and said, "But his innate soul power is only level 6. How could he reach soul venerable so quickly?" The master felt that the theories he had researched for many years were being challenged at this moment. "I'm not sure about that," Flinder shrugged helplessly. "No, I need to ask him personally." After hesitating for a while, he suddenly ran outside. Flinder quickly stopped him. "It's better not to go. Everyone has their own secrets, and it's best not to delve too deeply. Moreover, from the fact that he could happily kill the dragon, it seems this child is not of a good temperament. He is the kind who would say he'll kill you, and then just do it. I don't want our golden triangle to lose a corner. I just want to ask him a few questions. That's not possible either. I don't know you well enough. In a rush, who knows what I might end up asking?" Flander said. The master sat in silence for a while, and ultimately, he reluctantly sat back down. "Xiaojing, there is something I still want to advise you on. That child is a monster, and you don't need to be tangled up with him," Flander urged him. "But his existence means my theory is completely useless, doesn't it?" The master said, covering his head in pain. "You can't say it like that. Hasn't Xiao San already been validating your theory? It's normal for theoretical research to have both right and wrong. There is no need to get stuck on it. Just like mutations. How can you be sure your research is correct? Since it's a mutation, it's inherently elusive." Flander tried hard to enlighten Xiaojing. The master sat there in silence, looking down at the floor, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Flander had no other way to help. So he took out the money from his drawer and started counting. At the same time, he was considering arrangements for Jason. Chapter 38, Grafting on the Other Side. After Jason left the house, he was going to find Tang San and the others. However, on the way, Zhao Wujia ran over. "Hey, Jason kid, there are people outside looking for you." "Who is looking for me?" Jason asked in confusion. "I'm not sure. It's a shabby little girl and a little boy sitting on a cart, saying they've come to find you as agreed. They're right at the school gate." As he spoke, Zhao Wujia was also pondering what two beggar-like children wanted from him, especially since one of them seemed to have a broken leg. "Oh." Jason's eyes lit up as he remembered. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I'll go first." He waved goodbye to Zhao Wujia and ran towards the school gate. As he got closer to the gate, Jason sensed the presence of the little demon. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw the little girl he had met yesterday. Her expression seemed a bit dazed. Next to her was a little boy sitting on a worn cart, kneeling on it and moving with his hands, his face showing curiosity. Jason saw them, and they also saw Jason. Before Jason could reach them, the little girl had already run up to him. "Big brother, we've come find you. It looks like you've already killed them." Jason could tell from her expression what had happened. "Yes," she replied, but thinking of the roots that had mysteriously drained those people last night, she felt a bit of fear. Her eyes flickered slightly. "So if I give you a choice now, do you still want this power?" Jason asked her intently. Upon hearing this, the little girl lowered her head, her withered, dirty hair covering her face, and in the shadows, her expression was hard to see. Both sides fell silent for a moment. At this time, the little boy had already maneuvered the cart closer with his hands. He slowly came to his sister's side and held her hand. Feeling the hand that was being held, she glanced down at her brother. Looking at his trusting and strong gaze, she finally made up her mind. She raised her head to look at Jason, holding her brother's hand, and then knelt down on the ground, her forehead deeply buried in the earth. I want this power. Please grant it to me, big brother. The little boy beside her also struggled to lie on the ground. Jason sat in silence for a moment, looking at the two kneeling before him, feeling their determination. Both wanted power to protect each other. A wise choice. I will give you strength, Jason said, summoning the little demon from within her and leaving a branch within her body. Do you want power too? He asked the little boy. Yes, he answered firmly. The little demon merged back into the little boy's body, while also integrating a branch within him. The little demon returned to hide in Jason's chest, and at the same time, a wave of desire was conveyed to Jason. Jason smiled and transmitted soul power to it. You may rise. I have planted a power within you. The strength of this power depends on how you nourish it, and the nourishment is soul power, life. If you stop nourishing it, it won't drain your life force, but it will die, and at the same time, you will lose your power. Do you understand? The two siblings looked at each other and then nodded firmly. We understand. Let's go. I'll take you to wash up first, and you can familiarize yourselves with the use of power during this time, Jason said as he turned and led them into the school. Jason allowed the little demon to leave branches inside them, but those branches did not die. Instead, they grew inside them through a grafting method. However, this type of grafting does not require any wound contact. It is similar to parasitism. Similarly, the branches that were separated still belong to the little demon. Those who accept this little demon's branch must constantly hunt to feed it if they do not want to lose this power. The feeding will also grow stronger, and the required nourishment will increase again endlessly. During this time, the nutrients they kill will transform into experience and be passed on to Jason. As the branches that split off increase, they become stronger and stronger. This way, even if Jason sits at home, he can continuously gain experience. They gain more powerful strength, and Jason gains a larger amount of experience. Once their branches have grown to a certain extent, they can also graft a part of their branches onto others. After entering the school, Jason brought them to Flandra's office. He politely knocked on the door. Come in. Flandra's voice came from inside. With his keen hearing, Jason could also hear the crisp sound of soul coins clinking together, and he sensed the master's aura. Pushing the door open, Jason glanced at the master, then brought the two siblings to Flandra. Dean, these two are kids I rescued from human traffickers. I plan to let them stay here for a few days before sending them away. What do you think? As he spoke, Jason tossed out a few soul coins. Oh, what pitiful children. Here is the key to the room next to your dormitory. I will have someone prepare the bed soon. Flandra took the soul coins and quickly handed a key to Jason. Thank you, Dean. Let's go. I'll take you both to wash up and then get something to eat. Jason weighed the key in his hand, then turned to the siblings and said. At that moment, the master couldn't help but stand up and approach Jason. Jason, can you wait a moment? I want to ask you some questions. I hope you can answer me truthfully. After the master's words, Flandra behind him had already nervously activated his martial soul. Jason looked at the master blocking his path, then at Flandra, who had stood up and grown wings behind him. The atmosphere in the room seemed to become tense because of the master's words. Sorry, I don't have time. I still need to settle them. Jason waved his hand helplessly. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room eased. Just as the master was about to say something, Flandra covered his mouth. It's fine, you can go first. If you need anything, come find me. He retracted his martial soul and dragged the master away. Then I'll trouble you, Dean. With that, Jason led the two siblings out. Flandra let out a sigh of relief as he watched the door close, then looked at Yu Xiaojiang with a mix of disappointment and frustration. Have you forgotten my previous advice? He had just heard the master questioning Jason and couldn't help but lament his emotional intelligence. In fact, if it weren't for the incident in the Stardew Forest, he wouldn't be so tense. However, having witnessed his exposed fangs, coupled with that individual, made him feel the need to be cautious. He could kill a Mengong through unknown means, and he asked himself if he was stronger than Mengong. Chapter 39, Preparation on the Other Side. Jason was leading the siblings towards the dormitory. Along the way, they happened to encounter Tang San and the others, who were still running with weights. They looked curiously at the two ragged people behind Jason, puzzled. Although they were curious, they were too tired to speak and didn't ask. Those are students from our academy, my classmates. They're training right now. Jason introduced the siblings. Then why isn't that big brother training? The little girl asked curiously. I want to, but they don't welcome me, Jason sighed. The others, who hadn't run far, couldn't help but look back at Jason upon hearing this. The way they look at you is so strange, said the little boy sitting on the cart. Oh, maybe they realize that excluding classmates is wrong and want to ask for my forgiveness. They want me to reintegrate with them. He pretended not to see their gazes and spoke to himself. That big brother-esque classmates are still very nice. In our place, there are always people trying to steal our food, the little girl said enviously as she looked at their disheveled figures. All right, we're almost at the dormitory. When we get there, you two can wash up first, then familiarize yourselves with the powers given to you by the little demon over the next few days. Jason pointed to the house not far ahead. Upon arrival, Jason took out the key and opened the door. It was empty inside. At that moment, several village women came over with things. Young man, we're here to make the beds for you, said the leading woman, wrapped in a headscarf, holding a quilt. Yes, this house is for them to stay in. So, could someone take them to wash up? Jason nodded, then pointed to the siblings. The woman then noticed their ragged clothes and the boy sitting on the cart. Oh dear, what happened to these two little ones? They really are pitiful, she said compassionately. Come, Xiaoying, quickly take them to wash up. Also, see if there are any clothes for them to change into. If not, you can get some from my house. She quickly called someone from behind. These human traffickers are really rampant. I heard that not long ago. The child from Old Lu's family, next door, suddenly disappeared on the street. Old Lu only had that one child. Losing him is like the sky falling down. The chatty woman said while preparing the beds. That's right. I saw Old Lu on the street yesterday. He can't draw, but whenever he sees someone, he gestures wildly. It really looks pitiful. If I may say, these human traffickers really deserve to die. While tidying up the room, they discussed this. By the time the room was nearly ready, the siblings returned after washing up. After washing, the two looked like completely different people. The little girl's once brittle hair became much smoother after washing, and her soft hair was simply tied up at the back, revealing her delicate features. However, perhaps due to prolonged hunger, her face appeared very pale and thin, with many cracks on her lips. She wore a loose white linen dress. The younger brother, still sitting on the cart, looked similar. Overall, the two looked much fresher compared to before. All right, go in. You'll be living here for the next few days. Jason waved to the two. Then Jason looked at the already cleaned room and said to the aunties standing nearby, Thank you for your trouble. The aunties waved their hands repeatedly, saying, Not a trouble at all, not a trouble. Later, Jason looked at them with confusion. Do you have anything else to discuss? Oh, we still haven't received the money, the leading aunt said with a shy smile. Jason was speechless. Then he thought to himself, This guy is really greedy. It's fine if the young man doesn't have money. We are just here to help, the aunt said, thinking he was broke. Jason came back to his senses and smiled at her. I do have some. I was just a bit distracted, sorry. As he spoke, a soul coin appeared out of thin air in his hand. Wow, young man, you gave too much, the aunt said as she handed the money back. It's fine. You can use the extra money to buy some clothes for them and find a carpenter to make a wheelchair. Jason pointed at the siblings and said, No problem. My husband is a carpenter. I'll make sure he makes a good wheelchair. At this moment, the aunt suddenly felt a bit envious of the siblings. After the aunts left, Jason turned to the siblings, who were looking at him with anticipation. Let's go. Take a look at your room. Jason led the way inside. The threshold had been kindly removed by them. The room was no longer messy as it had been before, but had become tidy. There were 2 beds added, covered with straw mats, with a stack of quilts on each. The quilts were made by the villagers and looked quite thick. A simple layer of cloth separated the room, and there was a wooden basin with a towel on the window. Other than that, there was nothing else. This room must have previously been a storage place, so it wasn't very large. However, it was enough for 2 children. Although it was very simple, with only 2 beds, the siblings both showed satisfied expressions. Compared to before when they slept on the cold ground with a bunch of people, having their own room and beds was already great. After looking for a while, Jason said, All right, let's go out for now. You both must be hungry, so let's eat something and take a break, and we'll start training tomorrow. The 2 responded and then followed him out. Jason chose a suitable place outside. All right, this will do. As he spoke, thick branches began to sprout from his body, forming a chair behind him, and then extending behind the siblings, forming another chair behind the little girl. When it extended in front of the little boy, it lifted him off the ground, and then a table woven from branches slowly appeared in front of each of them. Watching this magical scene, both of them showed expressions of amazement and longing. You can do this in the future too, Jason told them. Really? The little girl couldn't believe it. Of course, but only if you cultivate it. Jason stood up from the chair and said with a smile, All right, let's start preparing for the barbecue. Jason took out the iron grill, charcoal, and wooden skewers from his system backpack. He set up a fire and then took out raw meat, vegetables, and seasonings. They both watched in amazement as Jason prepared the food. They had never seen such a cooking method before. Chapter 40, Growth at Shrek Academy. A special scene appeared in an open space. 3 tables and chairs in the open space looked as if they had grown from the ground. occasionally adorned with green leaves. In the middle, there was a rack with a fire burning, producing smoke. Jason was flipping the skewers, occasionally sprinkling some seasoning. The siblings watched eagerly. The enticing aroma began to waft out, making the already hungry duo swallow hard. All right, you can eat first. Jason plated a serving of grilled meat for each of them. The little girl looked at the skewered grilled meat on her plate. The meat sizzled, and a drop of hot oil slowly slid down the plump texture, making one intoxicated. Taking a deep breath, the enticing smell quickly aroused her appetite. Unable to hold back, she bit into it without caring about the heat, taking a big mouthful. The warmth filled her mouth with a sense of happiness. The meat, having been grilled over charcoal, was already aromatic, and with the addition of spicy salt and sauce, it became even more flavorful, tender, crispy, and savory. The spiciness danced in her mouth, and the delicious taste reached the tip of her tongue. With each bite, she forgot all her unhappiness. With the second bite, she felt as if she was floating in the sky. With the third bite, it was as if she had transcended. The siblings also stuffed their mouths with skewers, not caring about the heat. Slow down, there's more behind, Jason said while grilling the meat. Not far away, Tang San and the others, who had just finished another lap, felt a bit dizzy and could only rely on their blurred will to keep running. At this moment, Ma Hongjun, squinting his eyes, suddenly sniffed and then opened his eyes wide, sniffing the air vigorously. The others also sensed a fragrant smell entering their nostrils. Instantly, their already dry mouths, due to running, began to secrete a large amount of saliva. Everyone unconsciously swallowed hard. Then, they coincidentally exchanged a glance, their faces filled with pain. The more they ran, the more exhausted they became, yet the aroma of the roasted meat at their noses grew more enticing. They wanted to run faster to escape this torment, but they were somewhat reluctant to part with that delicious smell. Their training was not yet complete, so they could only endure the temptation with strong willpower. After running for a while, the aroma gradually faded, and they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was so torturous. Without a doubt, it was that guy Jason roasting the meat. The two siblings were completely immersed in the food, while Jason continuously grilled meat and vegetables for them. After eating for an unknown amount of time, when they felt their stomachs were so full they could eat no more, they reluctantly licked the remaining flavor off the wooden skewers. All right, since you guys are full, let us get to know each other. My name is Jason. You can call me Nethers. Jason thought for a moment and decided to use the name from the dog head. No one can stop me from developing my Q soldier. What are your names? Jason didn't explain the purpose of the code names. The siblings exchanged glances, and then the little girl said softly, "We don't have names." After thinking for a while, Jason replied, "Then you can take my surname. Let us call you Jelen." He pointed at the little girl. Thank you, big brother." Jelen looked very happy after getting a name. Then he pointed to the little boy and said, "You should be called Jemming." After confirming the name, Jason continued, "Now that you have a name and have accepted my power, you must also cultivate it as soon as possible. Your task is to rescue more suffering individuals, and then you can choose whether to grant them power." Jelen and Jemmin nodded seriously. "As for how you choose to cultivate your power, I won't interfere much. Whether it's killing people or soul beasts, it doesn't matter. But I still hope you can maintain your bottom line. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied earnestly. "After your numbers grow, you can absorb members in the name of your sect, which worships the death god Neles. The doctrine is about life and death, the endless cycle of reincarnation. We live, they die," Jason said in a low voice and with a clap of his hands. The chair and table made of branches transformed into particles and dispersed. The grass on the ground quickly withered. Life and death, the endless cycle. We live, they die. The two repeated Jason's words seriously while looking at the scene around them. After a moment of contemplation, Jason changed the subject. "Of course, all of that isn't very important. The only key point is this: develop in a low-key manner and don't be reckless." The two were somewhat confused by this statement. Seeing their confusion, Jason explained, "It means don't flaunt your power everywhere. Instead, be discreet and avoid drawing attention while you grow secretly." Understood." They nodded, indicating they got it. "Good. Now stretch out your hands to me." Jason squatted down in front of them and extended his hands. Without hesitation, the two placed their hands in Jason's palms. Gripping their hands, Jason began to input soul power into them. The branches within Jelen and Jemmin quickly, greedily absorbed this pure soul power and began to grow rapidly. After a while, feeling the branches inside them expand significantly, Jason withdrew his soul power. "All right, now you can start to guide the power within you." Jason released their hands and said. The two, upon hearing this, slowly closed their eyes and began to sense. After a while, a small sprout began to appear in Jelen's palm, swaying in the air. Good, take your time, Jason praised. After a moment, Jimin's palm also exhibited the same situation. Thus, Jason watched them transition from unfamiliarity to gradually becoming familiar. Their relationship with the branches inside them was different from that of Jason and the little demon. The little demon was merely attached to Jason's body like a suit of armor. In their bodies, the branches were directly integrated. Through grafting, they became one with the branches. This can also be considered a form of special experimental modification. At noon, Jason let them take a break and then have barbecue. Well, mainly because Jason was a bit lazy and didn't want to cook, plus he only knew how to barbecue. Cooking stir-fry was out of the question. At most, he could make a soup. During this time, Tang San and Xiao Wu came over to mooch a meal, and when they left, they took away many meat skewers. When Tang San and the others returned to the cafeteria, a group of people were stretching their necks to look outside. Before Tang San even placed the skewers from his plate on the table, it was already empty. By the way, Zhu Qing, this is for you from Jason. Tang San took out a stack of skewers from his space and handed them to her. The people around, still licking the meat residue off their wooden skewers, suddenly felt that what they had didn't taste as good anymore when they saw the large bunch of skewers. Chapter 41. Untitled. After finishing their meal here, the two began training again. From being shaky to swinging freely, they practiced until evening. At this time, the aunties also returned from the market, bringing new clothes and a wheelchair. The wheelchair was made of wood, entirely red, probably made from red sandalwood. Thank you all. No need to thank us. There's no need for that. How can that be? You all traveled a long way to the market. It wasn't easy. Oh, really? Jason and the aunties exchanged pleasantries for a while before parting ways. All right, these clothes are for you. Just make do with them for now. In a few days, I'll order a set of custom outfits for you. Jason placed the clothes at their bedside for them to change into tomorrow. Jiaming, come try out your wheelchair. Noticing Jiaming's gaze fixed on the wheelchair, Jason said. Jiaming's branches immediately extended to lift him up, then stretched out to the wheelchair. After sitting in the wheelchair, he quickly pushed the wheels with his hands and started moving around. Clearly, the wheelchair was much more convenient than a skateboard. Jiaming happily tried out his newly acquired means of mobility. Seeing her brother's happy expression, Jielin, who was standing behind Jason, couldn't help but smile happily as well. Then she silently stared at Jason's back. He had rescued the two siblings and given them new names and new lives. She was fortunate to meet this kind big brother that day. She didn't even know when she had been captured by human traffickers. Over the years, she had long forgotten where she came from and what her name was. She only remembered that she had a younger brother, so she numbly went out to beg, just to complete her task and ensure her brother wouldn't have to beg. They were afraid her brother would run away, and if they let him out, they would have to break his legs. Even when she tried hard to beg, there was still one time when she failed to complete her task. The money they brought back was not enough for the two of them, so they turned on her brother, breaking his legs, as this would not only make it easier to get money, but also prevent him from escaping. At that time, it seemed she cried very hard, hating her own powerlessness, despising herself for not being able to protect her brother. Hearing her brother's cries of pain, she felt as if the sky was about to collapse. She struggled desperately, but it was impossible to break free from an adult's strength. Her brother was thrown in front of her. He looked pale and smiled at her. Sister, you won't have to work so hard in the future. In the days that followed, she became even more numb, numbly going out to beg, mechanically shouting, "Please pity me." The whole world was gray and white, as if only her brother's smile was colorful. Year after year, she felt no passage of time, only the heat and cold that never diminished. Until yesterday, she saw a person holding a candied hawthorn. She had once found a squished candied hawthorn on the ground and had worked hard to remove the dust, then broke off a bit to taste. Although it had a slightly rotten and earthy flavor, it couldn't mask the sweet and sour taste. Because of this, she envied those on the street eating candied hawthorn. Whenever someone walked by with a candied hawthorn, she would look at them with longing, but no one ever noticed her. However, yesterday, he looked over and seemed to have noticed her. Watching the person approach, she felt a bit flustered, but he seemed harmless. Instead, he gave her the last candied hawthorn. Then he said he was a soul master. He had heard of soul masters. They were a group of lofty individuals, completely on a different level from beggars like himself. And now, there is a soul master willing to help her. At first, she was somewhat incredulous until he took out a bead that emitted a green light, resembling a stone. Desire erupted in her eyes. She wanted to escape from there with her brother. The handsome older brother soul master in front of her could help her. Later, he gave her a choice, to empower herself to solve the problem or to let him handle it. At that moment, she naturally wanted him to solve it. But then she thought, after he dealt with the human traffickers, how would she protect her younger brother? Looking at the glowing green bead in her hand, she made up her mind. When she returned to the hidden courtyard, she came back a bit late, and, as expected, she was about to face a beating. Usually, it was that mean-looking woman who would hit her. She was very harsh and looked fierce, as if she wanted to beat someone to death. She held the money she had earned that day and pushed the door open. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, the woman who had been waiting for her started to curse at her, first snatching the money from her hand, and then reaching for her hair with the other hand. She remembered the bead she had been clutching in her other hand. She aimed it at the woman and threw it. Suddenly, a sharp wooden thorn shot out from the bead and pierced through the woman's palm, then entered her body. She screamed in agony, and the few people behind her rushed forward to help. However, thick roots extended from the bead again, slithering towards them like snakes and wrapping around them. The woman's cries gradually weakened, her eyes filled with deepening terror, and her skin began to rapidly dry up. Stunned, she watched this scene unfold, observing them slowly turning into mummies. She felt some fear, but even more, she felt a sense of exhilaration. The bead slowly emitted a red glow, pulsing in the air like a heartbeat. Perhaps there was nothing left to absorb, as it retracted its roots and branches, returning to her body and slowly disappearing. She panicked slightly and felt her body, but couldn't find where the bead had gone. She sat on the ground, breathing heavily. After a while, she slowly calmed down and glanced at the few desiccated corpses. It seemed she was free. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed. Then, he thought of his younger brother and quickly got up to find him. That night, before dawn on the second day, while everyone was sound asleep, she took her brother and left there. The darkness had not yet faded, and the sky was only illuminated by the faint light of the moon. As she stepped out with her brother, she looked around at the familiar streets and alleys. It seemed different from before. The unknown filled her heart with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, along with a hint of fear. Her brother sat silently on the cart, being pulled by his sister, feeling a bit confused as well. Then she took her brother and walked a long way in the direction where that big brother had left in her memory. She didn't know how far they had walked, but the sky was beginning to brighten and some vendors were starting to prepare early in the morning. Along the way, she met an old man selling steamed buns, who had previously given her a bun to eat. She explained that someone at Shrek was willing to adopt them, and the old man was very happy to hear this, providing her with the address and detail. She asked the old man for the location of Shrek Academy, and then continued on her way. Chapter 42. Training a week later in an open space. Jason looked around at the densely branched surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's wrap it up. After several days of training and Jason's continuous input of soul power for them to absorb, they had probably developed battle power at the Soul Master level. Along the way, Jason also took them to hunt animals, so they would be mentally prepared when it came to killing. The surrounding branches slowly began to wriggle, and then gradually retreated back into the bodies of the two. After a week of recuperation, their complexions gradually became fuller. Jelen's face became fairer and more beautiful, her hair simply tied back, dressed in training clothes, and despite her short stature, she exuded a sense of heroism. The younger brother, sitting in a wheelchair, has become increasingly delicate, yet he remains silent. Essentially, he only responds when Jason asks him something. Overall, however, both of them have become more energetic. Perhaps it is because they have gained strength and they're growing more confident. That's it for today. If you want to stay here, go out and earn money to buy this house. It should be easy for you now that you have power, Jason said as he walked ahead. The two remained silent behind him. I've taught you everything I can in these days. The rest is up to you. I need to start my own training. In a few days, the school will organize a trip to the Battle Soul Arena, and I need to hone my own strength as well. The two continue to be silent behind him, heads down, lost in thought. Also, remember this when you go out. Develop cautiously and don't be reckless. He added, you don't have martial souls, but you possess unique energy. If someone with ill intentions notices you, you could be in danger. So be as cautious as possible while you're out. As Jason spoke, he fell silent himself. The three returned to the familiar little house, and Jason stood at the door, sighing deeply as he looked down. After today, you will go on your missions. I hope you don't unexpectedly die out there. After saying that, he handed the key to the house to Jelen and then turned to leave. Jelen and Jimming silently watched Jason's departing figure, their eyes filled with reluctance. But they did not try to stop him. He has given us a second chance at life. We cannot demand too much. Life and death, the cycle never ends. We live and they die. The two silently recited the Lord's teachings. Then he took out a white and a black mask to wear on his face. One was a holy lamb mask, and the other was a fierce wolf mask. Wherever the lamb goes, there must be hungry wolves following. From then on, they became the eternal hunter twins. Jason arrived at the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jason pushed the door open and saw Flander sitting in a chair, counting a stack of soul coins on the table. Oh, a rare guest, he exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jason. I've finished my work. Can you free up space for me? Jason said as he sat down in front of him. Space? How big? He asked with some understanding. You know I'm a marksman with incredible destructive power, so as big as the space can be. Jason shrugged. In fact, he had initially wanted to find a random place since it was quiet and sparsely populated. But thinking about the surrounding villages and with the dean around, he didn't have the heart to check where would be suitable for training. Let me think about it. He frowned and pondered hard. By the way, why don't you join Tang San and the others for physical training? Flander suggested. After all, as a ranged soul master, physical training is also good for you. No, his training method doesn't suit me. I'll arrange it myself. Jason firmly rejected his suggestion. The master's training was not only to improve their physical fitness, but also to develop their tacit understanding, and Jason did not intend to get involved. Moreover, that kind of training didn't mean much to him, who had been hunting in the forest since childhood. Now show me your attack. Let's go outside. Saying this, he got up from his chair and walked out. Jason followed closely behind, arriving next to a stone pedestal. He pointed to a distant wooden post that was just a small dot. That's the wooden post used for student training. Just attack it. Jason activated the Griffin's Guardian, and then the distant small dot of the wooden post quickly became clear. An enchanted bow with red, purple, and black stripes appeared in Jason's hands. The first soul ring lit up, and a red arrow appeared on the enchanted bow, drawing the string and releasing it. The red arrow shot out like a streak of red light. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Flandra's pupils contracted. The target, that wooden post, had undoubtedly been blown to pieces, and the ground was left with a deep pit. Such destructive power. He stared in shock at the distance. How is it? Jason's question brought him back to his senses. Are you really just a soul master? He asked, somewhat incredulously. Absolutely. With a system that can continuously increase skill levels, there's basically no limit on soul rings. However, the required experience grows exponentially. If it weren't for killing a Soul Douluo that made him instantly rich, his explosive shot skill wouldn't have leveled up. Jason level 31 acquired skills. Explosive shot causes all enemies in front of you to explode, knocking them back and confusing them. LV 31. Max level reached explosion trap. Sets a flame trap that explodes when enemies approach, dealing X to Y points of fire damage and burning all enemies within range B for Z points of additional damage for seconds. LV 31. Max level reached bomb making. Infuses explosive energy into a target object, allowing control over its explosion timing. LV 31. Max level reached venomous ant stinger. Requires ranged weapon passive. Armor break active. Stings the target, causing pain toxins to pressure their brain nerves, reducing their strength and agility. Main effect, pain. Lasts 30 seconds. LV 21. Insufficient experience, plundering arrow active. Fires a black arrow that returns health and soul power based on the damage dealt. Passive. Arrow adds 15 lifesteal effect. LV 30. Insufficient experience. Support skills. First aid. Uses bandages. Fishing. Wilderness survival skill cooking. Wilderness survival skill passive skills. Beast knowledge. Gathers information about target beasts. Tooltips will display status, health, armor, diet, abilities. Whether it is a tameable animal, and if it is a rare creature. Tame pet. Tames a beast to become your pet. If you lose the beast's attention for any reason, the taming process will fail. Rare beasts. Master the art of beast training, teaching you the ability to tame rare creatures. Beast's eye. Directly control your pet and observe through its vision. Lasts 1 minute. Eagle eye. Increases the hunter's vision. Can only be used outdoors. Griffin's Guardian. The hunter gains the protection of the griffin, increasing ranged attack power and strength. Heal pet. Restores pet health every second. Lasts 5 seconds. Hunter's mark. Even if the target is stealthy or invisible, the hunter can still see the marked target. The third soul skill was obtained directly at level 30. Chapter 43. Sparring in a secluded place in the academy. It was desolate, surrounded by scorched earth and the remnants of broken trees. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no good place. At this moment, a sound of an explosion echoed in this open area. A figure was rapidly darting back and forth in this space. Every pause or turn would trigger a series of explosive sounds. In the venue, There was a man wearing glasses, his sharp eyes constantly tracking the rapidly darting figure. Another loud bang echoed, and the figure, accompanied by flames, had already arrived in front of him. A dagger, held in his hand, glinted coldly as it lunged toward his throat. Faced with this swift stab, he calmly adjusted his glasses, a flash of light glinting in his eyes, and slightly sidestepped to evade it. However, just as he dodged, the person wielding the dagger suddenly unleashed another loud bang, and the dagger turned sharply downward, aiming to stab him again. The sound caused his ears to ring, but he seemed unaffected, again dodging by a mere millisecond. The person with the dagger was incredibly fast. The swinging dagger danced around him as if alive, threatening to strike if he let his guard down. At that moment, two wings suddenly appeared behind the bespectacled middle-aged man, and with a flap, he vanished from the spot. Jason stopped in his tracks and looked up at Flandra, who was flapping his wings in the air. The two people in the venue were Jason and the dean. One person training alone was definitely not enough, but he couldn't hold back the means he had to train. Battling with Tang San and the others could very well end up with him killing them. Therefore, Jason set his sights on the dean. He was the most suitable sparring partner. However, it wasn't easy to ask him, as he was usually busy making money and unlikely to practice with Jason. But after Jason offered more money, everything went smoothly. Jason stood ready on the ground, watching him. Suddenly, Flandra in the air flapped his wings, then transformed into a black shadow, rushing towards Jason. Too fast. There was no way to evade. Even if his mind sensed it, his body couldn't react in time. Without thinking further, the blue crystal on Jason's chest suddenly erupted with electric light, enveloping him. Potential activated. A piercing sound of electricity filled the air around Jason. The soul power within him quickly surged to his feet. Another loud bang echoed. The world in Jason's eyes seemed to slow down significantly. Jump back. Jason swiftly retreated to avoid Flandra's attack. Along the way, the enchanted bow quietly appeared in Jason's hand, red stripes glowing. Raising the bow, shooting arrows. The skill engraved in his muscles mechanically aimed at Flandra. At the same time, with the activated potential and the increase in the activity of his soul power, Jason shot out more than 10 arrows in a second, 3 arrows each time. An uninterrupted rain of arrows shot towards Flandra. Flandra, under attack, felt Jason's speed suddenly increase and then disappear from sight, followed by the sound of arrows slicing through the air. Is it a soul bone skill? He speculated silently. There was no time to think further. He quickly folded his wings, protecting himself. The dense arrows struck against his wings, and then the explosive properties attached to the arrows began to detonate. Then Flandra was engulfed in flames. When the timing seemed right, Jason's second soul ring lit up. A purple arrow appeared above the enchanted bow. The poison ant's sting, which also had armor-piercing properties, shot towards the flames. Flandra, hiding behind his wings, prepared to wait until his soul power was exhausted. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sensation in his wings, followed by a surge of intense pain. How could this be? Even if he wasn't good at defense, he shouldn't be breached by a soul sovereign. But now he was injured, and the stabbing pain in his head made his movements sluggish. He was poisoned. Helpless, he activated his soul skill, and a faint golden protective shield appeared around him. Jason stood there, continuously outputting attacks, occasionally mixing in a soul skill. At the same time, the plundering attribute added by his third soul skill made his endurance skyrocket. As long as he stayed there without moving, he could shoot all day. After a while of gunfire, the time for Jason's potential activation had also arrived. Although the plundering attribute wouldn't weaken him, the density of his attacks was certainly not comparable to before. Flandra also felt the weakening of his attack, and the faint golden protective shield around him slowly disappeared, vanishing from sight. So far, he had only used one defensive soul skill. Watching Flandra disappear, Jason didn't think twice. The sound of an explosion erupted from beneath his feet, and the shockwave propelled him away from the spot. However, this time Jason was heading towards the sky. The explosive soul power continuously released from his palms and feet, allowing him to fly directly into the air. Then the two began to chase each other. Jason flew into the academy using an explosion, weaving through various rooms while occasionally attacking backward in an attempt to hinder Flandra. Flandra calmly flapped his wings, following Jason and occasionally sidestepping to dodge arrows. Ahead, Jason soared through the air with a heat wave, while Flandra silently flapped his wings behind him. Tang San and the others, who were undergoing the master's intense training outside, vaguely heard the sound of explosions and couldn't help but look up. Wow, that guy looks so much like Jason, Oscar exclaimed. Looking up, it's definitely him with that sound. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't his martial soul just a bow? How can he fly?" Ning Rongrong wondered. If even a Soul Douluo can be killed, flying doesn't seem like a big deal. Xiaowu couldn't help but comment. The one behind seems to be the dean. Tang, Sin said, spotting a winged figure. Why is the dean chasing him? Ning Rongrong asked. Did he steal the dean's money? As Tang Sin thought about it, considering Jason's reckless behavior in the past, it really seemed possible. At that moment, Zhao Wujia ran up to them. That's just Jason's training. Do you want to join? No. No. Ma Hongjun and Oscar shook their heads repeatedly. Then hurry up and train for me, Zhao Wujia shouted. Watching them continue to focus on their training, he thoughtfully looked at Jason in the sky, who had a fiery red tail. Jason continued to fly, occasionally dodging the blades of feathers that shot at him from behind. Jason also seized the opportunity to turn around and shoot a few arrows. One might think these two were playing Thunder Fighter. Flandre was getting closer, and Jason finally saw his destination, a patch of woods. Then he quickly turned and rushed down towards the woods, creating waves of heat behind him. Chapter 44, continue. Flandre, who was behind, saw Jason's figure dive towards the woods and understood his intention. Trying to hide? Changing the terrain? Not a bad idea. He admired this thought and followed suit. When he arrived at the woods, Jason's figure had already vanished. He looked around at the intertwined tree trunks. It was now morning, and the summer sun was scorching, but the trees and shrubs were lush. Occasionally, the clear chirping of birds could be heard, as if they were oblivious to the heat. The dense foliage and the dappled sunlight made the woods seem very serene. This hidden method of breathing was truly remarkable. He hadn't detected Jason's figure or aura, as if the person had evaporated from the world. However, he had grown accustomed to this. Countless unbelievable events had occurred to him. Amazing layouts, astonishing destructive power, incredible speed, remarkable body control, astonishing creativity. So many things that made him hardly believe they could all be concentrated in one person. The martial soul was a bow, belonging to an agile attack type soul master. But Jason's performance while shooting arrows indeed aligned with the characteristics of agile attacks. Yet that exaggerated attacking power was truly excessive. In close combat, their speed and attacking methods are now comparable to those of agility-type soul masters. Moreover, with his strategic vision, it seems that he would never allow anyone to catch him off guard. There appears to be no weaknesses. At the same time, I feel a sense of sorrow for the master encountering Jason. He is the true monster. It seems that all forms of irrationality can manifest in him. At this moment, a hidden arrow appeared from nowhere, rushing towards him in an instant. The rapidly shot blue arrow halted in front of him, and he grasped the arrow shaft. Such a covert technique. Bang! The arrow exploded, and Flandre was engulfed in a blaze of fire. At level 14, the explosive effect of an ordinary arrow is only equivalent to the power of a skyrocketing firecracker. Now, Jason is already in his 30s, and the explosive power of his arrows has reached that of a grenade. The range of the explosive shot has reached the power of a small rocket. Although the power is sufficient, the rate of fire is still a drawback. In the recent battle, it relied on the increased rate of fire from potential activation, which is equivalent to entering a berserk mode. This forced Flandre to use a defensive soul skill, which suppressed him for a while. It's unclear if he was injured. After the flames subsided, Flandre had vanished. Flandre suddenly appeared in an open space, where he could sense the residual soul power from the previous shot. Has he already left? His keen eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, another sound of something cutting through the air was heard. Flandre flew directly towards the arrow. A wooden arrow. In the instant he dodged the arrow, he realized it was made of wood, not soul power. Suddenly, another sound of something cutting through the air came from his side. Just after dodging the wooden arrow, he quickly twisted in midair to evade this one. However, as soon as he landed, several arrows shot towards him again. He casually flapped his wings, sending these arrows flying away. He sensed the soul power in his body. Sure enough, his arrows could absorb my soul power. It seemed he had lost a portion of his vitality when he was just injured. Although what he absorbed was negligible to him, he could still feel it. The ability to absorb soul power and vitality is indeed a terrifying attribute. He marveled inwardly. Moreover, in addition to the noticeable explosive attribute, there was also a poison attribute soul skill. Even I could feel that nerve-wracking pain. It seems he obtained the soul ring of the pain ant. During the battle, he was also gathering information about Jason. Meanwhile, Jason kept his eye on the stone next to Flandre. He tried not to look directly at him, so he could only use the nearby object as a reference. He had already tested the speed, If it weren't for the potential activation, he would definitely not be able to dodge his attacks. In the air, he could create some distance, but he knew he couldn't last as long as Flanders. Moreover, if he was hit, he would definitely be killed in an instant. And his attack speed had also increased. Jason thought, and then continued to change positions. Along the way, he set up some simple traps. Thus, Jason and Flanders engaged in guerrilla warfare in the small forest. Flanders still hasn't been able to catch Jason in the woods. However, being an owl martial soul, he is very patient. Meanwhile, Jason continues to relentlessly harass him, trying to find an opportunity. At noon, just before mealtime, the sun is at its most scorching. Flanders gradually became familiar with some of Jason's little traps, which no longer caught his attention. Jason had almost been discovered many times. Standing next to a tree, Flanders closed his eyes and remained motionless, while Jason in the distance seemed to sense something, tightening his grip on the enchanted bow. Thoughts of strategy began to form in his mind. Then, he drew his bow and shot 3 arrows simultaneously, which quickly exploded in midair as they aimed at Flanders, creating a cloud of smoke. One of Flanders' soul rings lit up, and he charged towards Jason with a sudden burst of speed. As he passed through the smoke, he was met head-on by a red arrow. Boom! A fireball erupted in the forest, and the shockwave from the explosion scattered the surrounding trees, branches, and grass in all directions. Even Jason, who was far away, could feel the impact of the shockwave. He didn't glance at the explosion, but quickly jumped back. Sure enough, just as Jason moved away, a shadow appeared in that spot. He was about to wave his hand and say something to Jason. Then a red-striped formation appeared beneath his feet, and an even hotter explosion of flames erupted into the sky. An explosion trap. Jason stood on a tree, the red light illuminating his face. At that moment, a casual voice rang out behind him. "I'm leaving, going for lunch." Saying this, he flapped his wings and flew away. That was close, almost embarrassed. Flanders in the air thought with relief. But with such a strong student, isn't it a bit unfair to compete? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Jason glanced at the surrounding forest engulfed in flames and sighed helplessly. I was still hoping he would help put out the fire, but why did he run away? There's no choice. I caused this, so I have to put it out myself. It would be a pity for this forest to burn down. Chapter 45. The Master of Self-Destruction. In the following time, Jason continued his training, and he was able to last longer in battles against Flanders. However, Jason noticed that his money was running low. Previously, Jason had saved a lot of money and didn't pay attention while spending. But during this period, he had been visiting Flanders almost every day, and gradually, the money had disappeared. That guy Flanders is really greedy. Jason looked at the few soul coins left in his backpack with some pain. With no money, how could he have that guy accompany him for training? Jason couldn't waste time making more money again. The money earned from selling soul beast skins went straight to that greedy principal. After pondering for a while, Jason suddenly had a bright idea. Got it. First, he pulled on some stones for a while, then quietly approached the principal's office. Outside the door, Jason vaguely heard Flanders' voice. Why hasn't that kid come yet? It's not every day you get someone to give you money. But unexpectedly, that kid seems to have quite a bit of money. Jason took a deep breath and then knocked on the door. Come in. Jason walked in and saw Flanders enthusiastically coming up to him. Come sit down. Are you here to train with me again today? His eyes seemed to be swirling with images of coins. But the money needs to increase a bit. You see, as it gets stronger, my pressure also increases. So it's reasonable to have more money, right? He looked at Jason with a shrewd expression, calculating. No, I've given you all my money. I don't have any on me right now, so I can't pay for your training, Jason said calmly. But I'm not here to ask you to train with me today. Teacher Zhao asked me to find you, saying there was a problem over at Tangsan's side, but he couldn't make a decision himself. So he sent me to find you. What could happen to them? Flanders muttered to himself in confusion. Oh, I heard it's quite urgent. The master is also there, and it seems he's injured. What? Xiao Gang is injured. He was immediately shocked and bypassed Jason, heading in the direction where Tang San and the others were training. A gust of wind blew Jason's hair into disarray. Watching Flanders fly away, Jason hurried over to his desk, looking at a stack of soul coins in the drawer. These should be the ones he just counted and hadn't put into storage yet. Greedy old man, he whispered and quickly stuffed all the money into his backpack. Then he took the paper and pen from the table and started writing. After carefully placing it on the table, he looked around and then went out, directly taking off with an explosion, heading towards the small forest. On the other side, Flanders quickly spotted Tang San, who was training, and the hidden Zhao Wujia and others. The master stood there with a serious expression. Seemingly nothing was wrong. At that moment, he realized that he had been deceived by Jason. But why would he deceive himself? Suddenly, his expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around and flew back. When he arrived, the room was already empty. The first thing he saw upon entering was a large piece of paper on the table. Curious, he picked it up and glanced at it. Dean, after this period of time together, I found that you are a dedicated teacher and dean. Although you are a money fanatic, I know it's for the college's sake, which I truly admire. Also, during these past few days of practice, I have gained a lot, and I owe that to your careful nurturing. He felt somewhat moved as he read, thinking the child was too shy to say it face to face, hence writing it down. The lengthy praise even made Flanders feel a bit embarrassed. After reading for a while, he finally reached the last line. Oh, by the way, I'm short on money recently to buy some nutritional supplements. I saw some money in the dean's drawer, so I'm taking for now. The last sentence made the corner of his mouth that had been slightly raised suddenly stiffen. He quickly rushed to the desk and opened the drawer. It was completely empty. That little brat actually dared to steal my money. He gritted his teeth while staring at the empty drawer. Then came a loud slam of the door. Bang! Thud! Two sounds. One was the sound of the door slamming, and the other was the sound of the door crashing to the ground. Looking at the fallen door, Flanders' mouth twitched again at that little rascal. It was obvious that Jason had also tampered with the door when he left. After glancing at the door lying on the ground, he turned around and flew away. First, he needed to find that kid. In the sky above Flandra Academy, Hawkeye was constantly scanning the opposite side, trying to trace Jason's whereabouts. As he passed by the forest where they often trained, he finally sensed a fluctuation of soul power. Then a purple arrow shot up from the ground towards him. Flander, who was already familiar with this, would definitely not take the attack head-on, but instead sidestepped to evade it and glided down towards the ground. During the glide, he continuously dodged the incoming arrows. When he was about the right distance from the ground, one of the soul rings on him lit up. Then the feathers spread out. A large number of feathers shot out, covering the general direction of Jason. The feathers along the way easily cut through the obstructing tree trunks and branches. Aiming for the ground, Jason on the ground watched this scene, his eyelids twitching. What the hell, are you serious? He hurriedly hid behind a nearby rock. The intense gunfire made it impossible for Jason to lift his head. After hiding for a while, the barrage of feathers finally stopped. Suddenly, Jason, hiding behind a rock, felt a chill in his heart, and the hairs on his body stood up. Without thinking, the crystal on his chest lit up. Just as Jason was wrapped in lightning and about to leave, the rock he had just hidden behind exploded. The dust from the shattered stone slowly dissipated, revealing Flander, who was poised for a wing attack. Without thinking, Jason activated his first soul ring, and a red arrow shot toward him. However, the arrow exploded mid-flight, and the shockwave knocked Flander, who was charging forward, off balance. The smoke from the explosion didn't confuse him. He adjusted his stance and continued to rush toward Jason. Even though Jason had activated his latent potential, he still couldn't outrun Flander. However, he was not unprepared. He placed his index and middle fingers in front of his mouth. Art is an explosion. The bombs he had set up around him quickly detonated, engulfing the small area in flames. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Jason was completely wrapped up in roots and was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. He crouched on the ground, hands on his head, shouting, "Don't hit my face." The charred Flanders twisted his neck and started punching and kicking Jason. Immediately, the woods that had just experienced the explosion erupted with screams again. "You little brat, taking my money. Stopping. I've told you not to hit my face. And you still do. This is pure jealousy." Chapter 46. Thoughts. In the following period, Jason accumulated a massive debt. Coincidentally, Flanders had nothing to do during this time, spending all his time counting money. Later, he encountered Jason, who was a big spender. Every day, he would take a little time to make money. As for the days when there was no money, Flanders' attitude clearly underwent a big change. He used to be very cautious, afraid of hurting this benefactor. But now that the benefactor was out of money, he naturally felt free to act however he wanted. However, what surprised him was that no matter how serious the injuries this kid sustained during training, he would show up the next day full of energy and completely unharmed. This amazed him. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a weapon spirit? How could his recovery ability be so abnormal? But he didn't investigate further. He simply became even harsher afterward. For Jason, these past few days have been nearly nonstop. He has been doing warm-up training in reality, and after finishing his training, he would find Flan to practice with. After their sparring session, he quickly healed the injuries on his body and continued with weighted running and archery, focusing on the explosive power of his legs and arms. He also engaged in various obstacle runs. During the training, he constantly infused vitality into himself. With 3 months passing, The time spent training has decreased while the time spent sparring has increased. The leaves of the trees around the school have begun to turn yellow. Perhaps autumn is approaching. After training, Jason silently placed his hand on a tree trunk. After nearly 3 months of training, Jason is still the same. Just standing there in a yellow, training outfit reminiscent of Dragon Ball. His aura more robust than ever, like a mountain, yet shrouded in a layer of mist. Jason sat cross-legged on the ground, while the roots of the little demon silently took root in the ground, absorbing nutrients. As time passed slowly, the flowers and grasses around Jason began to wither, and under the last rays of sunlight, the golden fabric draped over him emitted a faint green glow. The fatigue from training was swept away, but the energy in his stomach had been completely consumed. Feeling the emptiness in his stomach, Jason decided to go to the school cafeteria for a meal. During this time, after getting tired of barbecue, Jason would often go to the school cafeteria for free meals. However, when he encountered Tang San and the others, aside from speaking with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, he hadn't talked much with the others. They would only politely say thank you when he brought them some skewers. Ning Rongrong occasionally looked at Jason, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately did not voice it. Everyone was exhausted from training, only thinking about food. Jason arrived at the cafeteria, greeted by the last rays of sunlight. With a long table was already set with dishes. The meals were rich in protein. Jason found a seat, knowing that Tang San and the others would finish training soon. He served himself a bowl of rice and began to eat slowly. The food included soul beast meat that Jason had sent to the chef for preparation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a group of people walked in from outside. Hey Jason, you're here too. It looks like we're having extra food today. Xiao Wu's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, clearly happy to see Jason. His arrival meant there would be meat in today's meal. Tang San nodded in greeting and sat down opposite Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing silently took a seat next to Jason. The others sat down one by one, already ravenous after training, and began to eat without reservation. They had often heard explosions during their training and knew Jason was training with the Dean. Once, they had seen Jason battling the Dean from a distance. In the arena, they could occasionally catch glimpses of the two pausing, while the rest was filled with flames and flickering blue light, followed by craters and patches of black feathers glinting coldly. They could hardly see any figures. They suddenly felt that their training seemed insufficient. Jason's presence made everyone in Shrek feel somewhat defeated, yet it also ignited their determination to train even harder. Each of them didn't want to be weaker than the others, even if they were monsters among monsters. Today, their training was nearing its end, and the master had given them a 7-day break to relax before starting the second phase of training. Jason was also asked by the Dean to participate, saying that making money in the Fighting Soul Arena was quick. Jason was deep in debt. Every day, the Dean's gaze towards him seemed to grow increasingly strange. Just in time, Jason also needed to find nutrients for the little demon. He was definitely not afraid of that guy, Flander. 7 days off? Does everyone have any plans? After finishing the food on the table, Oscar lazily asked with his soft voice. I definitely want to go vent some frustration. Ma Hongjuan's chubby black face had begun to look lewd. The other girls rolled their eyes, knowing his character. Hey Dai, do you want to join? Ma Hongjun nudged Dai Mubai beside him. Dai Mubai was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting next to Jason, and, after a moment of silence, said, Forget about the kind of place you're going to. I'll go find something on my own. TCH. Eating good food without bringing me along. He said sourly. That was something I picked up myself. It can't be compared to what you have. He seemed to let go of something and started chatting happily with Ma Hongjun. On the other side, Jason placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, and the little demon began to restore her. As Zhu Zhuqing consciously leaned in closer, Jason also tacitly maintained this relationship. Basically, she would come to find Jason after training every day. At that time, Jason was usually still training, so he didn't pay attention to her. However, she seemed unfazed by Jason's indifference, sitting quietly beside him, watching his somewhat exaggerated training. With the presence of the little demon, Jason pushed himself to the limit, resulting in an astonishing amount of training that was almost inhuman. By the time Jason finished training, night had fallen, and under the starry sky, only his deep, heavy breaths echoed like muffled drums in the open space. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the grass with her eyes closed and her face pale from the training, Jason calmed down a bit. He understood her intentions. Jason squatted down and picked her up by the waist. She, who had curled up due to the cool night breeze, was now nestled in Jason's embrace. The little demon's roots wrapped around her, emitting a faint green light to help her recover. Jason carried her to the girls' dormitory. The door was opened by a weary Ning Rongrong, who first looked at Jason with caution and then at Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. She pointed at the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing and then at the calm Jason, seemingly asking what was going on between them. After handing Zhu Zhuqing over to her, Jason turned and left. Chapter 47. Conversation. The next evening, Zhu Zhuqing returned to the training ground to watch Jason train again. After several days, on a certain day, it was still night, and the moonlight cast a silver sheen over the grass, but the ground occasionally trembled. Jason was pulling a stone taller than him to build his arm strength. Every time the stone fell, the ground would shake slightly, indicating its weight. Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the usual time. Once she saw him, Jason finished his last set of training and walked towards her. Upon seeing Jason approach, Zhu Zhuqing, who was quietly watching him, seemed a bit flustered, lowering her head to look at the ground. "Have you finished training?" Jason asked as he sat beside her. Feeling the warmth radiating from Jason after his workout, she stammered, "Why, yes. Training is so exhausting. Why not go back to the dormitory and rest? Come with me?" Her gaze drifted, unsure of what to say. "Do you really want to become stronger?" "Yes," she answered firmly. "Why do you want to become stronger?" "Before. It was to prove myself." She paused for a moment, then looked seriously into Jason's eyes. "Now, I want to keep up with your pace." Jason was speechless. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, the surroundings silent enough to clearly hear the chirping of summer insects. Jason saw determination and reliance in her eyes, like a stubborn little kitten. But Zhu Zhuqing couldn't read any expression in his eyes, which seemed as deep as an abyss. This left her feeling a bit defeated. "I see. Do you need to recover your strength?" Jason's question left Zhu Zhuqing confused. Like the past few days? It was clear that she had noticed her physical condition after waking up these past few days. "Yes. Are you sure you want to recover?" Jason said, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. She found it strange. Was the recovery potion hard to swallow? She thought that only medicine could help her recover. Basically, she had already fallen asleep by the time Jason finished training. "No, I will input energy to help you recover." "Then let's do it. How do you input it?" Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand towards Jason. "Of course, I need to pull you into my arms," he said, suddenly pulling her close and lowering his head to kiss the blushing Zhu Zhuqing. As he slowly leaned down, feeling the warmth getting closer, she gently closed her eyes. Green energy flowed from his lips into her body. A refreshing sensation instantly spread throughout her body, making her want to take a few more breaths. After a long while, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jason, who was holding her, with dazed eyes. The fatigue of the day seemed to have dissipated, and her body was filled with energy. "Now that I have recovered my strength, let's train together." "Okay." In the following days, a beautiful figure accompanied Jason during his evening training. Just like Tang San and the others, Jason also needed to rest for 7 days to recuperate before going to fight in the soul fighting arena with them. However, while Jason planned to rest, Zhu Zhuqing had no such intention. Therefore, Jason spent these days watching her train, conveniently serving as her sparring partner, without charging her. One day, Jason was sitting on a stone stool, watching Zhu Zhuqing train on his original training ground. She had an elastic band tied around her legs, with the back end of the band tied to a tree. She kept stretching and running back and forth. At that moment, Jason glanced to his left and saw someone there. From the light voice, it should be a girl. Excluding Xiao Wu, it must be Ning Rongrong. Sure enough, after a while, Ning Rongrong peeked out from behind a tree, cautiously watching Zhu Zhuqing train in the field. "Hey, is there something?" Suddenly, her shoulder was tapped. Ning Rongrong was startled and, in her panic, bumped into the tree in front of her with a thud. Jason winced. That looked painful. He crossed his arms and quietly watched Ning Rongrong, who was sitting on the ground, holding her head. His training ground generally wouldn't have anyone come by. Although they usually seemed fine when they met, Jason could still sense their wariness. Tang San and Xiao Wu were okay, but Zhu Zhuqing was completely defenseless around him. The others maintained a typical classmate relationship. As for partners, Jason wouldn't entrust his back to anyone else. So, his only partners would be Xiao Tian and the others. "Why did you come over without making a sound?" she said, her eyes teary as she looked at Jason. "Come on, you were hiding quietly behind the tree. And I didn't even ask you." Jason looked at her speechlessly. "By the way, why were you sneakily hiding behind a tree? You didn't even come to help me." She saw that Jason wasn't planning to help her up, mumbled something, and got up on her own while holding her forehead. "I actually have something to find you for. Yesterday you lost your 3 bookmarks. Sobi. Chapter 48. The Great Soul Arena. The two of them arrived next to a stone platform, watching Zhu Zhuqing train in the arena. Is she training like in a matter of life and death? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock as she looked at the blood under Zhu Zhuqing's feet. This was her first time witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's training. Previous training sessions had only resulted in fainting, but nothing this bloody. It's like self-harm. She wants to become stronger. Jason said flatly. But that can't be the way. Training like this can easily leave aftereffects. Ning Rongrong wanted to rush over to stop her. It's her own choice, and besides, isn't there me? Jason reached out to stop her. What do you? She wanted to retort, but thought of his mysteriousness and held back her words. All right. Did you come to find me for something? Jason lowered his hand and sat cross-legged back on the stone platform, asking, I do have something to find you for. She glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still immersed in training like a pain-free robot, suppressing her inner shock and recalling today's events. You know, I'm from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. We have no combat power. We can only find a Battle Soul Master as a partner or spouse. I know. Do you want to find me as your partner? Or perhaps companion? Jason raised an eyebrow and asked. And no, don't say that. At his words, she immediately stiffened her neck and said, her demeanor as the little witch is suddenly becoming a bit shy. Oh, Jason suspiciously glanced at her. You want to see if I would take out your eyeballs? She threatened, shaking her fist at Jason. All right, no more joking. Just tell me what you need. Jason said with a smile. Ning Rongrong thought of her purpose for coming to Jason. Since we are both support soul masters, we need some self-defense capabilities. I've already talked to Tang San about this, and now I want to discuss the flash bombs you used against teacher Zhao Wujia that day. The term flash bomb was something she learned from Tang San. You want the production method? Jason asked. Yes. If that's not possible, we can buy them. Ning Rongrong looked at Jason nervously. But I don't really need money. After saying this, Jason suddenly thought of his money from Flandra, and his expression darkened. It seemed like he was quite short on cash. Then what do you want? We could trade with you, she said urgently. How about you exchange those special ores and materials? Special? Can you be more specific? As long as it's special, it can be very hard, very soft, or exude strange abilities, etc. All these are fine. Jason counted off on his fingers. So, are you selling the formula or the tools? The tools. Many of the things I make now require my soul power to inject. Once I find a main formula, then we can consider selling the formula. Also, I have not only flash bombs, but also fragment grenades, smoke bombs, and stun bombs. By the way, if you can help me find the exploding beast, I can make more stun bombs for you. He started promoting his goods. If he could get ores and metals from them, he might be able to unlock many side professions. Among them, what Jason looked forward to the most was the enchantment. After that, Jason gave her some smoke bombs and flashbangs to take to her father as samples. Finally, Ning Rongrong thanked Jason and left. Then he found the person hidden nearby, gave him the items, and asked him to take them back to the sect. Today, it seems that Tang San and the others have all gone out, apparently to vent their anger for Ma Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing was training with Jason, so she was the only one in the dormitory. She sat on the bed, and the conversation she had just had with Jason began to echo in her mind. A few days of vacation passed quickly, and the second phase of training began. Jason also participated in the school's group activities for the first time and went along with them. On the way to the Great Soul Arena, Jason followed Tang San and the others, but it felt as if there was a barrier between them, dividing them into two worlds. Jason quietly walked beside them, looking at the streets around him, while Tang San and the others were enthusiastically discussing the second assessment. Overall, it was Jason's reluctance to integrate into their circle. And they also didn't have the habit of trying to make him feel welcome. They maintained this subtle relationship. Buy candy Hawthorne. A vendor's shout made Jason pause in his steps. Without saying anything to them, he ran over by himself. Come get some candied Hawthorne, Jason said, reaching for his money. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find any money in his backpack. It seemed that all his money had been taken by that guy, Flander. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he took out a piece of meat that still had traces of blood on it. Boss, do you think this piece of meat could be exchanged for a candied Hawthorne? He weighed the piece of meat in his hand. The elderly vendor was silent for a moment. It was his first time encountering someone wanting to trade meat for candied Hawthorne. However, seeing the familiar face in front of him, the vendor smiled and handed him a candied Hawthorne. Young man, I recognize you. You often buy my candied Hawthorne. I'll give you this one for free, and I won't take the meat. He still had a good impression of the silver-haired, handsome young man. That's fine. But can you give me another candied Hawthorne? You can take this piece of meat back to improve your dinner, Jason said, hanging the meat on the stick with the candied Hawthorne, and casually took down another stick of candied Hawthorne. The vendor wanted to refuse, but Jason added, you can give it to your children if you don't want to eat it. After saying that, he had already walked away. The vendor watched his back and reached out, then shook his head with a warm smile, continuing to call out to sell. When he returned to them, several pairs of eyes were curiously staring at Jason. Jason took a bite of the candied hawthorn and asked, "What are you looking at? If you want some, go buy it yourselves." They all shook their heads. No, we just didn't expect you to like candied hawthorn. What's so strange about that?" This little episode seemed to make Jason appear more approachable. The group followed Flander to the Great Soul Arena, where Master gave each person a nickname. Jason casually picked a name for himself and called himself the Poop Scooper. "What kind of nickname is that? It sounds so strange," Xiao Wu said disdainfully. "Because I have a little cat." Jason smiled and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing as he said this. My little Sand's name is still more imposing," Xiao Wu said dismissively. "Softball and charm rabbit. Sounds very suitable for steaming." Jason rubbed his chin and pretended to think. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu kicked Jason in anger, but he easily dodged. "All right, you still need to choose your combinations. Stop fooling around." The master stopped the two from playing around. Chapter 49. Soul Fight. Xiao Wu immediately ran to Tang San's side. Since support soul masters must find a battle soul master to form a combination, Oscar found Dai Mu Bai. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to walk towards Jason, she was stopped by Ning Rongrong. "I can just participate in one-on-one," Jason said to her. Later, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong formed the 7 Treasure Spirit Cat combination. Then they registered to participate in the competition. However, Jason showed little interest in this and was more looking forward to another match of his own. Next, let's welcome the Poop Shoveler. The host also seemed to be hearing such a strange title for the first time. Poop Shoveler? What does it mean? The spectators were also quite puzzled. Then, a person wearing a white mask with face paint walked onto the stage. Their eyes were simply painted with a small black dot. 2 blush spots were applied on their cheeks, and their mouth was slightly curled, making the mask design look somewhat comical, seemingly out of place in this dueling arena. Could one see through such a mask? They wondered, as it appeared to have no openings. The strange name and mask attracted some attention from the audience. However, their focus quickly shifted to another contestant as the host began to speak. The opponent of the scooper was the Firewing Bird. With her flying ability and high attack power, she had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. Would she be able to continue her winning streak today? Let's wait and see. Soon, a woman dressed in bright red clothing appeared on stage, her outfit accentuating her figure, while the lower part hugged her curvy thighs. Her heavily made-up face matched perfectly with her fiery red attire. She was a stunning beauty and a heartthrob for young men. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, enthusiastic cheers and whistles erupted from crowd. However, the expression under Jason's mask is somewhat strange. This guy seems to be a man. Even though the holes for the eyes in the mask are small, he can still see the bulge in the other person's throat. Moreover, his physique seems a bit off. The match begins. As the host's words fell, the surrounding audience also quieted down. Then, an enchanted bow appeared in Jason's hand, and the surrounding soul rings lit up. The configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring made the opponent, hidden under red eyeshadow, pause. "Little brother, why wear a mask? Can you show your face to your sister?" She sprouted 2 red wings from her back, accentuating her figure, making her look like a combination of an angel and a devil. But he was male. The surrounding audience cheered enthusiastically. Jason directly raised his bow, leaving a trail of afterimages, and a rain of arrows shot densely towards him. The opponent seemed caught off guard by Jason's decisiveness. However, she flapped her wings and flew to evade the incoming arrows. But just as she soared into the air to avoid the arrows, a red arrow arrived even faster in front of her. Boom! A cloud of smoke appeared in the duel arena, and then a figure flew out from the explosion, landing outside the arena. He was completely charred and had already fallen into a coma. The battle ended so quickly that the already expectant audience was somewhat taken aback. However, when they came to their senses, many captured male fans immediately became angry. Hitting a woman, you're not a man at all. What if there's a woman behind a mask? That doesn't justify such violence. My goddess, don't you have any compassion for the fair sex? Of course, they only dared to discuss it in whispers. Watching this scene, Tang San and the others were filled with heartache. Ning Rongrong glanced at the person being carried away and nudged Zhu Zhuqing with her shoulder. Hey, Zhuqing, your boyfriend seems a bit violent. Will he be abusive to you if you two get together in the future? Zhu Zhuqing shot her a glance, but didn't respond, continuing to watch the fight. Jason didn't wait for the host to announce the results and turned to leave. I'm heading back. Can you lend me some money? Jason said as he approached Flender. Aren't you going to watch their fight? He looked at the next match, which was Chincho Azura versus Yuming Spirit Cat. Flender casually handed some money to Jason. No, Zhuqing is still too inexperienced. Jason took the money and turned to leave. Just outside the door in a hidden spot, Jason swapped his comical mask for a doghead mask. This blue jade doghead mask was quite ancient, adorned with decorations that exuded an aura of ancient mystery. He re-entered the Fighting Soul arena and approached the registration desk. Level 31 Soul Respect, Martial Soul, Blood-Sucking Tree, Title, Groot. Deathmatch Zone. Jason's voice from behind the doghead mask was much lower. The staff looked at the masked person in surprise. It seemed he was someone whose martial soul had affected his temperament. However, the fact that he could participate in the deathmatch here indicated that he still retained some rationality. In Douluo continent, the number of people awakening soul power was relatively small, but that was in comparison to the total population. With tens of thousands of martial souls awakened, there were bound to be some mutated or unique martial souls. Some even had their minds eroded by their martial souls, becoming entirely different people. The deathmatch arena not only resolves conflicts, but also provides a place for those who enjoy killing. After the soul power test, Jason received another badge. He had already discarded the copper coin he received on his first visit. Please place your hand on it, a staff member said, taking out a blue crystal ball. Following the instruction, Jason placed his hand on it, and the crystal slowly lit up. This is for testing soul power to prevent anyone from falsely reporting their level. It also ensures fairness in the matches. Please pay the soul coins. Jason handed over some money he borrowed from Flandra. Borrowed money comes with interest. Will you participate in the match today? After confirming both the soul power level and the amount of money, the staff member continued, Yes. All right. Please proceed to the waiting area in the basement. We will do our best to match you with an opponent. As he spoke, a receptionist came out and led Jason to the waiting room. The atmosphere in the waiting room was similar to last time, and Jason randomly found a spot to sit down. However, it seemed that someone was uncomfortable with him wearing a mask and came over to provoke him. The newcomer was a burly man, bald, with a lot of facial flesh, looking quite fierce. Hey kid, are you hiding something under that mysterious mask? Jason remained silent and ignored him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? The burly man seemed to feel somewhat slighted. People around looked over. Some were indifferent, while others seemed eager to stir trouble. Don't you have anyone to duel with? Jason glanced at him from behind the mask. The man was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jason to speak up about his intentions. Some individuals who had already participated in many deathmatches could directly enter the waiting room for deathmatches. Some clever people would come straight to the deathmatch waiting area to see if they could encounter newcomers. After encountering a newcomer, these individuals would rush forward to provoke them. The deathmatch is different from regular soul battles. It has its own designated area, where there are few people, allowing two individuals to directly sign a contract for a duel without needing to be assigned. The burly man in front of Jason belonged to this category. Newcomers are generally much easier to deal with than experienced veterans. They just like to kill, not to be killed. Since you already know, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? He paused for a moment, then bluntly said, Okay, let's do it in the next match. Jason replied calmly, then fell silent again. Good kid, you've got guts. I'll give you a decent way to die later. Seeing his decisiveness, the thug's facial muscles became even more twisted. He found a staff member and requested a contract. After stamping his handprint behind the challenger, he handed it to Jason, saying, Kid, put your handprint here. Jason took the contract, glanced over it, and then stamped his handprint on it. The staff member took the contract and went backstage to prepare the list for the next duel. The people around were also curiously watching the masked figure sitting silently there. Most of them also wore masks or face coverings, but none were as ancient as Jason's mask. 3 months of training had allowed Jason to suppress the killing intent within him. If one didn't look into his eyes, it was almost impossible to sense any killing aura from him. Thus, like the thug earlier, they assumed he was a newcomer who had never seen blood, a soft target. However, some perceptive individuals sensed a threat from Jason. In the arena, a young man had his head chopped off by a muscular woman with a scar on her face. The audience immediately erupted into cheers. The cleanup crew quickly came onto the stage to remove the young man, who was left with only half a head. The muscular woman also limped off the stage. When the host arrived on stage, the thug could no longer contain his excitement and stood up. Kid, see you in the duel arena, he said to Jason, then headed toward the preparation corridor. Mr. Groot, please proceed to the preparation corridor and get ready to go on stage, a staff member reminded him. At this moment, the host also called out, The two duelists are the 31st level Soul Master, Groot. Clearly, he is a newcomer. Let's welcome him to hell. Instantly, excited cheers and whistles erupted. And welcoming our newcomer is the 36th level Soul Master, the Butcher, who has won 3 consecutive matches. His opponents have all met with a gruesome end. It was evident that there would be no defeats here, only consecutive victories. Jason and his opponent both arrived on stage. Compared to the thug, Jason appeared slightly petite, and he was also 5 levels lower in soul power. The audience seemed to already envision the scene of the ancient dog-headed masked man being dismembered on the spot. After the host retreated, the opponent had already released his martial soul and soul rings. His martial soul was an axe, with black mist wrapping around the handle and dark red speckles on the blade. A white, yellow, and purple soul ring immediately lit up around his muscular body. Jason was wrapped up by thick roots, forming a shape like a giant egg around him. The layers of sturdy roots made it impossible to see what was inside. "Hey, are you playing the turtle?" The fierce man, holding an axe, had eyes that had turned blood red. There was no sound from within. If he hadn't just spoken to him, he would have thought the person was mute. He tried again to provoke the person inside, but it seemed like there was nothing but a tree inside, completely unresponsive. Faced with this bizarre scene, he did not rush forward, but instead observed carefully for a while. The audience watching the match was not patient at all. They had already begun to curse. The fierce man ignored the insult from the crowd and continued to circle around the giant egg made of intertwined roots and stems. It was tightly sealed, and he couldn't see the person inside at all. Putting on an act. Eventually, all 3 of his rings lit up, and he struck at the giant egg. Midway through his attack, he had already transformed. His axe grew larger, a layer of black armor wrapped around him, and the red light in his eyes surged. His speed increased. He charged at the giant egg like a demon, roaring in fury. However, when he got within 3 meters of the giant egg, countless sharp, massive wooden spikes shot towards him. He raised his axe and chopped down all the incoming spikes. Occasionally, one would hit him, but it was blocked by the black armor on his body. The roots and stems on the ground that were reaching towards him were also shaken off one by one. He cut through the thorns and got closer to Jason, and finally, he stood before the giant egg. With a bloodthirsty smile, he allowed the surrounding wooden spikes to stab him and raised his axe to strike. The armor on his body slowly became illusory, as if it would vanish in the next moment, while the surrounding wooden spikes rushed at him like moths to a flame. Shatter and stab, shatter and stab. It was endless. Since entering this area, the fierce man, feeling the vanishing soul power, seemed to already know the answer, but he could not retreat. He could only charge forward in a lonely gamble. The red light in his eyes intensified, but just then, some wooden spikes suddenly stabbed at his feet. Several pits appeared under his feet in an instant, and he stumbled as he raised the massive axe, causing his direction to change. A piece of the giant egg suddenly disappeared, revealing Jason, who was wearing a mask inside. Hope seemed to be within reach, but the fierce man showed a look of despair. Roots crawled up his face, obscuring his expression. The black armor surrounding him also shattered instantly, and the massive wooden spikes pierced through it. Yet, not a single drop of blood fell. The roots that covered half the arena slowly retreated, and the giant egg, which had lost a piece, gradually gathered into Jason's body. The roots that had lifted the fierce man into the air swung him around and tossed his body onto the ground, then slowly retreated back into Jason's body. The fierce man's corpse was unrecognizable, completely shriveled, with many hollow holes pierced by wooden spikes, yet not a trace of blood could be seen. This bizarre scene left the spectators feeling a chill run down their spines. The rare fire-type martial soul in the waiting area felt somewhat fortunate. Chapter 51, Provocation. The host above immediately picked up the microphone upon seeing the Death Butcher, and unexpectedly announced that the winner of this battle was actually Grut, who was at level 5 less. "Let's cheer for the winner." He spread his arms, stirring the atmosphere around him. However, the cheers this time were still much quieter. Most of the spectators preferred the thrilling scenes of blood and flesh. This bizarre death did not provide them with the excitement they craved. Jason left the passage. Feeling the delight of the little demon in his chest, Jason also curled the corners of his mouth. After getting the money, Jason left the fighting arena through a hidden exit. He earned money twice today and also provided some nourishment for the little demon, which was not bad. Experience 10, experience 12 suddenly. A sound indicating experience gained echoed in Jason's mind. He paused his steps, and his joyful mood increased significantly once again. Although this little bit of experience was negligible for him, it indicated that Jelen and Jimin had already begun to act. Hopefully, they won't be influenced by power. Endless power growth will definitely control those with weak will. You think you are developing well until you recklessly explore the bushes and encounter Daddy Kai. Casually putting away the mask, Jason walked down the street board. Because the recent death match usually requires some time for matching, Someone actively approached him, speeding things up considerably. Moreover, only one match is allowed per day. Tang San and the others seem to have a group battle today. Suddenly remembering that Tang San and the others seemed to have a group battle to fight today, Jason looked at the crowd wandering the streets and thought for a moment. He decided to go see them battle. After making up his mind, Jason returned to the fighting arena in his true form and found Flinder at the betting table. Watching Flinder happily collecting money, Jason seemed to recall how Flinder had cleaned him out of money a few months ago. However, this seemed like a very good way to make money. "Hey, why are you back again?" Flinder asked in surprise upon seeing Jason. "Oh, I was too bored. So I came back to see our school's group battle." Jason waved his hand and said, pointing at the betting table, "Are you betting money?" "Yes, why? Do you want to bet too?" He casually put the money into his spatial backpack and asked. "Yes, don't Tang San and the others have a group battle today? I just happen to win some money and want to bet on them. When you bet later, put mine in as well," Jason said, handing him all the money in his hand. Flinder habitually waited and said, "Well, I trust Tang San and the others, but if they lose, you won't even have money for accommodation today. I believe in them. Worst case, I'll sell grilled meat at a stall." Jason replied. There was no shortage of grilled meat in his spatial storage. "All right, since it's a school group battle, you should go over there too." "Why should I go over?" Jason asked in confusion. "You are also a member of Shrek Academy," Flinder said, putting his hands behind his back. "Okay, but don't they already have enough people? Then you can go as a substitute. It's not good for you to be too disconnected from your classmates. Of course, this is my suggestion. Are you sure it's not just to get rid of me?" Jason shot him a skeptical glance. "Ahem, how could that be? I'm just trying to help you get closer to your classmates." He coughed twice and then said seriously, "Really?" Jason retorted. Flinder nodded firmly. Jason glanced at him and then headed toward the gathering point. "You better not pocket my money." He suddenly turned and pointed at him midway. Flinder was startled by him. I know. How could I deduct students' money?" He waved his hand impatiently. Soon after, Jason quickly arrived at the waiting area. When he got there, he found a strong man inside, and Tang San and the others were glaring at him. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already risen and summoned her martial soul, sharp claws protruding from her body. The opponent also released their martial soul and was about to attack her. Just as Tang San was about to strike the muscular man, he saw a figure suddenly flash between the two. "Hey, where did this trash come from?" Jason coldly stared at him while silently activating his bomb-making skill. The blocked muscular man and the intermediary who had just attempted to intervene were momentarily stunned upon seeing Jason, as they had not seen how he appeared. The muscular man regained his composure and was about to speak when a middle-aged man beside him preemptively said, "Fighting is not allowed here. That's the rule. Any issues should be resolved at the Soul Fighting platform." Upon hearing this, the muscular man immediately softened his attitude. Sorry, Supervisor AO, it's my fault. I couldn't hold back." The middle-aged man, referred to as Supervisor AO, turned his gaze toward Jason and Tang San and said, "You must be the new registered team. The Shrek 7 monsters. All right, you don't need to argue here. Coincidentally, you will be opponents at the Soul Fighting platform today. Any grievances, resolve them there. Guangxi, if I see you causing trouble on my turf again, don't blame me for being rude. This is your last warning. Remember that." Yes. There definitely won't be a next time." The man named Guangxi bowed his head repeatedly, then turned fiercely to Jason. "Kid, you'll see what happens when it's your turn." After saying this, he arrogantly left. However, he did not notice that the Shrek group looked at him as if he were a dead man. They knew how Meng Gong had died. Given Jason and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship, this guy was definitely doomed. "Jason, after we finish, you can kill him." Tang San stood up and requested. "Do as you wish. He'll die sooner or later anyway." Jason waved his hand indifferently and then sat down beside Zhu Zhuqing. "You've never killed anyone?" He suddenly asked Zhu Zhuqing. "Why do you ask that?" She replied. He had been evading pursuit from the Douluo Empire and never had the chance to counterattack. "If you had, that person would have been dead already since he was so close to you. Eyes, throat. With your attack speed, you could have killed him in an instant," Jason casually said, placing his hands behind his head. "So, do you have a chance to take me to kill someone?" Zhu Zhuqing asked him. "Wait until the task is completed." Okay. For some reason, Ning Rongrong and the others, who were a bit close by, felt that the world had changed. When did killing someone become like slaughtering a pig? Soon, someone announced that both sides would take the stage. "Go for it." Jason waved at them. Tang San and the others nodded at him, and then headed towards the Soul Fighting platform's passage. Chapter 52. Fireworks. The group battle was intense. After a fierce struggle, the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters withdrew, leaving only Tang San in the arena. To the outside world, it seemed the outcome was already decided. However, in the end, Tang San turned the tide, defeating all weakened opponents, and then defeated the last woman who possessed the spider martial soul, securing victory for the Shrek 7 monsters. When Tang San and the others returned to the waiting room, exhausted, they found Jason leisurely eating popcorn by himself. It's really infuriating to see someone so relaxed when we're exhausted from fighting. Looking at Xiao Wu's gritted teeth directed at him, Jason was momentarily taken aback, then offered her the popcorn in his hand. "Do you want some? I made it myself. Eat, 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 and die from it." She snatched it all away and said fiercely, After taking a bite, a sweet flavor burst on her taste buds. Seeing her savoring it, Jason smiled. "I still wanted to make some for you as a snack. I didn't expect you to treat me like this. I'm so sad. So sad that I can't make delicious crispy popcorn anymore." He pretended to be heartbroken. His exaggerated acting made Tang San and the others unable to bear looking at him. Xiao Wu looked at his smug expression, clenched her little fist to hit him, but when she thought of the popcorn in her hand and future snacks, she reluctantly put her fist down. Oof. She turned her head away, refusing to look at this jerk, stuffing popcorn in her mouth, her little rabbit teeth quickly crunching it. After everyone rested for a while in the waiting room, Master and Flender walked in. "After we recover, let's head back to the hotel. We should also summarize today's battle." The group stood up and followed behind the three. They marched towards the exit in a grand manner. Just as they reached the exit, they happened to encounter the somewhat dispirited Quangzhan team. Perhaps they had not yet recovered from their recent aftereffects. Wherever they passed, others would retreat far away to avoid them. "You guys are so lucky. You can watch a fireworks show." Looking at the leading Quangshi in the distance, Jason suddenly laughed inexplicably. Then, under the watchful eyes of Tang San and the others, the expression of the mad rhinoceros suddenly turned to one of terror, and its body began to swell irregularly. Bang! A loud explosion echoed at the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. Right before many people's eyes, the robust body of the mad rhinoceros exploded like fireworks. As soon as his teammates sensed something was wrong, they quickly used their soul power to defend themselves, but many still suffered injuries. In an instant, after the flames, the scene became chaotic as if it had been hit by a terror attack. Screams erupted everywhere. However, soon after, a middle-aged soul master with long hair, dressed in a security uniform from the Great Soul Arena, jumped into the scene. Silence. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The chaotic scene stabilized immediately with this command. "What happened?" he asked, tilting his head. A person from the crowd, trying to maintain order, hurried over to report the situation to him. It suddenly exploded? Was there any contact with them? No, there wasn't. The long-haired, middle-aged soul master frowned. This was not going to be easy to handle, but first, he needed to stabilize the situation here. He looked around and said, "Everyone, this incident was caused by our improper supervision. To express our apologies, you can receive a free ticket from the staff shortly. How about that?" Seeing that no one had any objections, he turned to leave, glancing at a group wearing masks in the crowd, taking note of them. He planned to inquire about them later. As he left, the moment felt eternal. This kind of art was truly captivating. Jason turned around, leaving behind a statement that made Tang San and the others feel somewhat strange. "Madman." This was the master's evaluation of Jason regarding this matter. Even though Zhao Wujing and Flender confirmed the incident in the Stardow Forest, he still maintained a skeptical attitude. Yet at this moment, this bizarre scene truly unfolded before his eyes. A person, right under so many people's noses, suddenly exploded without warning. Facing this scene so directly for the second time, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. What kind of soul skill was this? The joy of victory among the crowd was slightly dampened. Everyone returned to the hotel in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Tang San sat cross-legged in his room, beginning to contemplate his battle with Jason. After pondering for a long time, considering Jason's revealed abilities, he concluded that he would at most achieve a mutual defeat with him. As a control-type soul master, he was suited for mid-range combat. Jason is a ranged soul master with incredible attack power, a wide range, and long distance. It's impossible to attack him directly or defend against his attacks. The Ghost Shadow stealth step may allow one to slowly approach him, but it's very difficult to avoid the range of his first soul skill. In long-distance combat, one would be doomed. In mid-range combat, his first soul skill would add an explosive attribute, and the flames generated by the explosion would just counter my blue silvergrass. However, I have hidden weapons, and if he releases a flash bomb, I can determine his location by sound. But it's such a close distance, while I can't dodge my hidden weapons. I also can't avoid his first soul skill. The result will be both sides suffering heavy losses or going down together. In close combat, as long as he is not touched by Jason, he can kill him in an instant. However, based on his understanding of Jason. He knows that Jason is ruthless and very smart, and it would be impossible for him to let himself get close. The fact that he can get close to himself indicates that he has been prepared for a long time. Of course, all of the above is based on the strength that Jason has shown at this stage. Moreover, he still didn't know about Jason's third soul skill, nor whether there were other undisclosed means. If it really came down to a battle, he would likely be doomed. This left Tang San feeling somewhat defeated. He realized that he had been somewhat lax in his training over the years. However, it's fortunate that their relationship was still fairly good, although they couldn't be considered brothers. They were at least fellow townsmen. The chances of becoming enemies in the future should be quite small. The others in the nearby rooms also began to think. In close combat, being touched by him would result in an explosive death. Even a Soul Douluo could fall victim, so there was no hope for himself. 4 ranged attacks. Discussing range combat with a shooter was absurd. It seemed that apart from being crushed by several times the level difference, there was no solution to the problem. Most importantly, they were not familiar with Jason and had no idea if what he was currently displaying was all of his strength. Just as everyone was quietly processing the shock of the day in the inn, the master came running over, knocking on doors and calling them out one by one. Chapter 53. Nutrients. Everyone was called into Tang San's room by the master in succession. Jason was called over by Flender, who said it was to distribute money. Jason immediately followed him eagerly. When he entered Tang San's room with Flender, he found it already filled with people. Seeing the serious scene inside, Jason quietly walked over to Flender and asked, "Hey, where's my money?" Flender glanced at him silently, and Jason continued to stare at him. Flender averted his gaze, but after a while, he could still feel Jason stare beside him. It made him a bit uncomfortable, so he looked over at Jason. Sure enough, Jason was wide-eyed, staring at him. "Here you go." Flender took out a portion of the money he had won that day and gave it to him. "You didn't take a cut, did you?" This question infuriated Flender. "With so much money, do I need a little bit? I don't have to pay you back what I owe." Jason's eyes lit up as he said, "Impossible." Flender firmly rejected him, then turned his head to listen to the master's important speech. How did this kid become so money-minded? I wonder who he learned it from. Jason had no choice but to listen to their back-and-forth discussions, summarizing this and that. This part one did poorly. "Oh, the young man is quite good. Sorry, this part was wrong." Jason wasn't participating in the team battles, so listening to their summaries was of no use to him. He didn't know what the dean had brought him over for. Sigh, he missed the old man a bit. He wondered if he had found a widow. Aren't there many village stories about village heads and widows? But for the old man, finding an old woman to spend his old age with would be fine. Who knows when his body might give out? Jason's thoughts began to drift. Flender also noticed Jason zoning out, but didn't say anything. Just him being there was already quite good. Old Jack in Holy Soul Village was unaware of Jason's thoughts. If he knew, he would probably grab his cane and chase after him. By the way, once Tang San finds the elixir, he should brew some soup and send it back. Otherwise, when his secondary job of gathering herbs refreshes, he could go pick some himself. And for enchanting, that will depend on Ning Rongrong's dad. With enchantments, it seems like I won't lack money anymore, which is great. His thoughts drifted further and further away, and he didn't know where they ended up. Hey, the meeting is over. Hurry back to sleep. We have a competition tomorrow." Flender nudged the somewhat dazed Jason and shouted, Oh. Jason came back to his senses, stretched, and left Tang San's room to catch up on sleep. Lying in bed, he said, "Little demon, I'm counting on you tonight. Good night." After that, Jason closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. The little demon on Jason's chest began to absorb soul power and then feed it back into Jason's body. In the following month, Jason fought twice a day, 1 normal soul battle and 1 death soul battle. The normal soul battles usually ended in 1 move. When facing defensive soul masters, Jason would apply a bit more force, while against speed-type agile attack soul masters, he would hold back a bit, but needed to predict their movements, which made the timing of his strikes longer. So far, no one has been able to last more than 2 moves against Jason. This has become a hot topic among the audience. Despite Jason being only at level 31, no one in the Soul Master realm has been able to withstand even 1 move from him, which is truly astonishing. Each time Jason took the stage, the betting rules also changed to whether the opponent could last a few seconds under the caretaker's control. After this ends, Jason will put on the dog-headed mask and sign up for the deathmatch again. Because the little demon has absorbed nutrients, its roots and branches have become increasingly resilient, making it easier to kill opponents. When encountering remote soul masters, Jason would still wrap himself up and then advance step by step until he ensnared them in their desperate gaze. He also encountered a fire-type soul master in between, but fortunately, the attack range was not far. In the end, Jason pierced through the heavy fire barriers with his dense wooden spikes, leading to the opponent's death, and that time also caused great damage to the little demon. Jason input a lot of soul power to restore it. Today is a somewhat special day, because Jason's opponent has been matched with the Thousand-Hand Azura. Today, the Soul Arena is unexpectedly lively. People from other arenas have rushed over after hearing the news. In no time, the venue was already packed, almost rivaling the scale of a team battle. Both sides are on a winning streak, having never lost until now. However, one side is a fire-type agile attack Soul Master, while the other is a plant-type Soul Master. Given their elemental weaknesses, everyone knows the outcome. But this is considered the only interesting battle for the caretaker. Place your bets. Behind the betting platform, the betting sides have been divided into 2 sections. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 10 seconds. The time has significantly increased compared to before. Now, let us welcome the caretaker. He is a legend in our Soul Arena. No one has been able to last more than 2 moves under his hands. So far, this tradition has never been broken. Wearing a somewhat comical mask, Jason strolled to the duel stage. 1 move, God of War, Explosive Fire God. Cheers and screams immediately erupted around him. The other participant is also not ordinary. Although he is not as exaggerated as the caretaker, he has also never lost until now. Today, will his undefeated record be ended? Please welcome the Thousand-Hand Azura. Then, Tang San, wearing a half-face mask, walked up to Jason. The supporters around them began to cheer. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Tang San looked at Jason with a serious expression. This was his first time fighting against him, and also his first opportunity to understand him up close. However, Jason, having already known Tang San's methods, was rather uninterested. The outcome was already determined. Both sides released their martial souls, and their soul rings were the same. 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tang San directly unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Spiderweb Binding. Immediately afterwards, a crisp explosion sound suddenly appeared in the air. Hidden weapons. As Jason faced these, he executed a backward jump. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and in the air during the jump, a burst of fire erupted from the soles of his feet. He soared once again, conveniently bypassing the hidden weapons that were shot at him, predicting that he couldn't use force while in midair. With several explosive sounds ringing out, Jason had already appeared above the arena. He raised his bow and shot an arrow. His hand had already flicked out a shadow on the bow. A dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, aimed directly at Tang San. As Tang San looked at the dense rain of arrows in the sky, his eyes lit up with a purple glow. On the ground, he dodged the falling arrows with fleeting shadows. Just as Tang San was focused on evading, suddenly, a purple arrow appeared right in front of him amidst the rain of arrows. This purple arrow appeared very suddenly and was quite tricky. With no time to dodge, he hurriedly used the Xian Jade hand, trying to catch the arrow. Sorry for the delay. I got a bit engrossed in reading the 3-body problem yesterday and lost track of time. By the time I realized it, it was already bedtime. I'll try to make up for this chapter tomorrow. Apologies. Chapter 54, Pain. When Tang San's palm touched the purple arrow, it made a crisp sound. The purple arrow was deflected significantly by him. On stage, the nervous Xiao Wu and others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the arrow did not hit him. But at that moment, Tang San's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but kneel down on the ground. Blood began to flow slowly from the palm of his hand that had just struck the purple arrow. It was evident that although his mystic jade hand had deflected the arrow, it still cut his palm. The pain effect of the poison ant's sting took effect instantly. Tang San, kneeling on the ground, felt a sharp pain invading his mind from his palm. This pain almost made him faint, let alone mobilizing his soul power to resist it. The agony penetrating his brain nerves was even more profound than the last time he absorbed the spirit ring from the man-faced spider. He clenched his teeth, and blood was almost visible on his gums. Jason slowly descended from the air, retracted his martial spirit, and stood with his arms crossed, quietly watching Tang San, who was kneeling on the ground and enduring the pain with low growls. After reaching level 30, the duration of the second soul skill's piercing effect increased to 60 seconds. As for why he didn't use the first soul skill, it was because the power of the first soul skill was too great, and it wouldn't be appropriate to seriously injure someone from an entire village. The second soul skill is just a wound. As long as you endure the pain similar to that of an ant's sting, no further treatment is needed. If it were the first soul skill, the injury could become uncontrollable, with the possibility of burns or internal injuries. Thus, Jason watched from the side for about a minute. During this time, Some people around who were betting began to curse anxiously. Once the sting effect passed, Tang San's tense body relaxed, and the sudden reaction caused him to feel a bit dizzy again. After a moment, his blurry vision gradually became clear. Looking at Jason standing across from him, he forced a bitter smile on his pale, corpse-like face. His whole body felt as if it had been pulled out of water. This soul skill is indeed abnormal. Even though he was very knowledgeable about poisons, he was helpless against this neurotoxin, especially since it took effect instantly. Once hit, it was basically certain death. At the same time, he realized from which soul beast Jason obtained his second soul ring. It was from the Pain Ant Queen. Only the queen could possess such a high-quality soul skill. He wanted to acquire a soul ring from this kind of soul beast, but the uncertainty was too great. Even if you killed the pain ant, the chance of absorbing its toxin after obtaining the soul ring was very small. Instead, you might gain attributes that enhance strength. The first time he saw his soul skill was in the Stardow Forest, when Zhao Wujia was hit. Seeing that his teacher could still move, he knew that his second soul skill carried poison, but he didn't expect it to be from the Pain Ant Queen. I admit defeat. From the moment Jason took to the air, he understood that he had already lost. He had been too naive before. Not using the first soul skill was probably to avoid inflicting too much injury on himself. The shovel officer wins. In this exciting battle, the shovel officer finally used his second soul skill. Although he didn't know why the shovel officer waited for a minute while standing, the thousand-handed Azura indeed was the contestant who had lasted the longest in battle against him so far. As soon as Tang Sen stepped off the stage, he saw Xiao Wu's worried gaze. I'm fine. Jason just went easy on me. Otherwise, I would have been carried away. He smiled and showed the small wound on his hand that had just been scratched by a purple arrow. It's just a bit of pain from the accompanying toxin. Although he was smiling, he still felt some lingering fear when he thought of the pain he had just experienced. At this time, Jason had already gone out ahead to put on his mask and entered the soul fighting area. Everyone was fighting in an orderly manner. Aside from one match where he lost to Jason, Tang Sen won all his other matches. The others also had very few losses and all exceeded the master's requirements. As the end of the month approached, Jason accompanied the master and the others into the Grand Soul Arena, as usual. However, this time, Supervisor AO, who had appeared once before, came to them. Hello, esteemed team leader, may we have a word? Oh, is it you personally or the Soto Grand Soul Arena? Of course, it's the Soto Grand Soul Arena. The leading master nodded to indicate he understood and gestured for him to continue. The thing is, I hope that the group battle of the Shrek 7 monsters can take place in the central area today, but we are still not Silver Soul fighters. According to your rules, we shouldn't be allowed to participate, right? I'll be frank, a few days ago, a team of soul masters came to our arena, seemingly sent specifically by other nobles, he said with a wry smile. Under the comical mask, Jason's expression changed. It seemed to be the royal battle team. At this moment, Supervisor AO looked at Jason. Right, aside from the team battle, the captain of this team also plans to challenge the caretaker in your team. It must be at the behest of those nobles. Clearly, in this past month, Jason's name has become well known in the Soto Great Soul Arena, almost like a legend. After all, he is only at level 31, yet in the Soul Sovereign area, regardless of your level, no one can withstand a single blow from him. No one knows why his first soul skill is so powerful, but the explosive scenes are unforgettable. His limits are even deeper than one can imagine. The only exception was when he revealed his second soul skill during the battle with the thousand-hand Azura. Because Jason is only a nominal member of Shrek and has never stepped onto the field, many people are unaware that he is part of the Shrek 7. However, Supervisor AO knew that the special nature of that time was because they belonged to the same team. When he learned that the dog owner was also a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, the shock in his heart was unimaginable. At the same time, he wondered if this was a team secretly trained by the Spirit Hall or a royal family from some country. Jason tilted his head and glanced at him. Everyone else was also surprised to hear this. Someone actually dared to challenge Jason? They had no idea how strong this terrifying classmate really was. They even wondered if Jason could kill a titled Douluo. Of course, it was just a thought. After all, that was a titled Douluo. And no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to kill a titled Douluo. During that time, when they killed Contra, they must have used some forbidden means. This is the only explanation they could come up with. Why would their captain challenge me instead of him? Jason pointed at Dai Mubai. After all, captains should face captains. They were unaware that you were part of the Shrek team. And they also didn't know that it was you they were going to battle today, likely indicated by some nobles. Chapter 55, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. No way. Do they really think that the captain of that unknown team can defeat him? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but speak up, saying, I feel like even if their whole team joined forces, they might not be able to beat him. The others were silent, tacitly agreeing. Supervisor AO wanted to say something upon seeing their expressions, but Jason interrupted him. All right, since he dares to challenge me, let us have a death match. After Jason finished speaking, there was a moment of silence around them. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, an anxious voice broke the silence. It was the master. He looked grim and said to Supervisor AO, we refuse this battle. Please go back and inform them. Supervisor AO was about to agree when Jason interrupted him again. Don't mind him, he is in charge of the team, but he can't interfere with my personal matters. Just relay my message truthfully. The master looked angrily at Jason, seemingly wanting to say something, but through the small holes in his mask he saw the cold, abyss-like gaze Jason had when they first met in the forest. The master felt his breath catch, struggling to breathe. Jason, Flander stood in front of the master. Looking at Jason, the atmosphere became tense. Didn't you tell him about my relationship with your academy? A voice came from beneath the comical mask. I haven't had the chance to tell him yet. All right, kid, the master might be anxious for some reason, so calm down a bit. Zhao Wujia patted Jason's shoulder, speaking in a casual manner. Sorry for making you all a bit nervous. After spending the past few months with Flander, who often practiced with him, and Zhao Wujia, who occasionally came by, Jason still respected them greatly. Supervisor AO, just go and tell them as it is. Jason continued, ignoring the master's displeased expression. Oh, okay, then let us discuss the team battle now. Supervisor AO sensed something was off with the team's atmosphere and changed the subject. We agree, but I need to meet them first. The master, regaining his poker face, said in a deep voice, seeing the master's resolute expression as he looked at the lead, and then at the comical mask Jason. Supervisor AO contemplated for a moment. All right, I'll take you there shortly. The master seemed to realize he had overreacted earlier and quickly adjusted his attitude. You should provide information about the opponents, right? It's already prepared. Supervisor AO took out the materials he had prepared in advance. Tang San and the others looked over. The white cloth was bordered with gold thread embroidery, and on both sides were embroidered with the logo of the Soto Great Soul Arena, neatly recording the information of a team. Everyone lowered their heads to read it, and even the proud Dai Mubai couldn't help but gasp. However, perhaps the shock brought by Jason was already enough, so they didn't lose their composure too much. The Royal Battle Team, consisting of 7 members, all holders of the Silver Soul Badge. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Attack Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Devian, Martial Soul, Blue Phosphor Snake, Level 38 Control Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 38 Defense Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 37 Defense Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Bellbird, Level 36 Agility Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, Level 35 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, EntersDouluo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard, Level 36 Agility Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. After reviewing the opponent's information, Tang San and the others raised their heads and exchanged glances, all seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Although they had anticipated that their opponent, being a Silver Soul team, would not be weak, they had not expected them to be this strong. Flander adjusted his glasses on his nose. If I'm not mistaken, this team must be quite famous in some city. How did they suddenly come to Soto City? Xiao Gang, you really should have agreed to battle them. I'm afraid we are not their match. The master seemed to have forgotten about the previous matter and said calmly, pressure is the driving force. Retreating in the face of difficulties will never make one a true strong person. Jason couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. He thought it was ironic that the master had been avoiding and retreating, yet could calmly say such words. Flander shot Jason an annoyed glare. Jason's expression turned serious as he pointed out, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Martial Soul seems to be the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, right? Upon hearing this, Flander finally understood why Xiao Gang had been so nervous earlier. Then, everyone began to discuss the team's martial souls and their background. The more they talked, the lower their hopes seemed to get. Flander couldn't help but glance at Jason, then lowered his head to think. Chapter 56. Team. After looking at the members of the royal battle team, most of them felt somewhat dejected. This was because their team composition was indeed perfect. One healer who could unleash powerful abilities, one warrior for damage output, one control specialist in the Snake Woman, two tanks for protection, one assassin for flanking, and one disruptor in the Free Spirit. In contrast, in terms of support, the overall soul power of the Shrek team is much lower. Although the presence of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda can balance it out somewhat. However, in this way, the opponent has an additional healer, and a very sufficient one at that. To be honest, as an archer, Jason really likes the opponent's lineup. There are tanks, a front line, and healing. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, it feels like none of them can take a hit. If I were just an ordinary marksman, I would still have to find my own position to deal damage and constantly keep an eye on the enemy assassins. Those 2 squishy supports definitely won't take damage for me. It's much more comfortable with 2 tanks up front. What kind of operation is needed? I could just output mindlessly. If I lose some health, the healer will immediately heal me back. Without mentioning Jason's thoughts, Flandra, who was watching from the side, felt something was amiss after hearing Ning Rongrong's explanation. For the sake of his school and the rich rewards of the Great Soul Arena, he immediately went to Jason's side. To reassure everyone, let's let him participate in this match, he said, pushing Jason. In the Great Soul Arena, team battles can have more than 5, but fewer than 10 participants. Moreover, Jason has always been part of the Shrek 7 Monsters team, so he doesn't stand out. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao's eyes lit up. He wholeheartedly supported this plan. Master wanted to refuse immediately, but seeing how Tang San and the others quickly calmed down, he held back the words he was about to say. Indeed, Jason is also a member of Shrek. Although he has never admitted it, he always shows up on time for team battles, and that's enough. And this is also what Flander has been trying to change. It seems that there has been some progress. Well, isn't it a bit bullying to let him go too? Oscar said softly. You just need to go up and watch. Mainly, it's to serve as a backup, so even if you guys lose, there is still a last line of defense, right? A wise light shone in Flander's crystal eyes. Shouldn't you ask me before making this decision? Jason, who had been silent, suddenly said in a low voice. All debts cleared, Flanders said quietly with a pained expression. Jason was speechless and continued to stare at him. At another week of practice, Flanders seemed to endure great pain when he raised the price. Deal. Jason immediately nodded in agreement. Anyway, with Tang San's advantage, it's highly likely that I won't have to make a move. This matter feels like picking up something for free. After that, Tang San obtained the decision-making power from a master, and several people gathered together to start discussing tactics. The master followed Supervisor Ao. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, in the VIP lounge, room number 3. The luxurious room spans over 200 square meters, with a massive genuine leather sofa that exceeds 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating several people. The entire room is decorated primarily in gold, featuring golden palace lamps, golden wallpaper, and various golden ornaments, all giving a sense of splendor. In front of the enormous white leather sofa, there is a crystal coffee table adorned with exquisite snacks and a variety of beverages. Most importantly, one wall of this room is made entirely of transparent crystal. Through special treatment, one can see outside from here, while those outside cannot see into the room at all. Outside the crystal wall is the central main spirit arena of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, which holds the most important position. At this moment, there are only 7 people in the room, each with their own unique characteristics, all appearing to be in their early 20s. Sitting in the middle of the sofa is a tall young man with long black hair. His appearance cannot be considered handsome, and he rarely shows expressions, as if the muscles in his face are stiff. He resembles the master somewhat. Dressed in a blue tight-fitting outfit with no embellishments, he gives off a very simple vibe. He is leaning back on the comfortable sofa, closing his eyes to rest. He is the master's nephew, Yu Tianheng. Also sitting on the sofa is a woman leaning on the shoulder of the blue-clad youth, looking lazy. Her deep purple short hair appears quite spirited, but strangely. She has a pair of green eyes that give off a somewhat eerie feeling. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she possesses a kind of enchanting charm. At this moment, she is playing with her nails, which are dyed a vibrant green, while leaning on the shoulder of the blue-clad youth. She is Douluo. In a dark corner of the room stands a woman dressed entirely in black, with even her face covered by a layer of black veil. She has a slim figure and a waterfall of blue long hair cascading down her back. Her eyes, the same color as her hair, reveal no emotions, and from her, one can only sense loneliness and desolation. She is Jiao Xian Haidang, Yi Lingling. After all, this way of inheriting martial souls is indeed a tragedy. The remaining handsome young man is the Wind Bellbird Spirit Master, Yu Feng. The man in black is the Ghost Leopard Spirit Master, Luo. Sitting on the ground, meditating, are two brothers, both spirit masters of the Xuanwu turtle. They are talking to each other when Guanju enters the room with the master, accompanied by an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed simply. Upon seeing the newcomer, the seven immediately stood up straight. Master, Qi Ming nodded and then pointed at the master behind him, saying, "Someone is looking for you, saying he is your uncle. Tianheng, do you still recognize me?" A somewhat familiar voice reached Yu Tianheng's ears. He hesitated a bit while looking at the master and said, You are uncle." After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he immediately excitedly ran to his front. "Uncle, where have you been all these years? Dad and Grandpa have missed you a lot." Then the two began to reminisce. After chatting for a while, the master remembered the purpose of this meeting. "I heard you want to challenge the Pooper Scooper. Is that right?" The master asked him. "Yeah. Actually, I'm not really interested in challenging that Pooper Scooper. It's just that someone requested it. So I thought I'd just go and have a match. It's no big deal," he replied, not caring much despite the Pooper Scooper's famous reputation in the Soto Great Soul Arena. "That's right. Mr. Pooper Scooper accepts your soul duel. But it will be a death match." Supervisor Ao finally interjected. "What?" Yu Qianheng and the others looked at Supervisor Ao in surprise, doubting they had heard wrong. The master beside them repeated it in a deep voice. Chapter 57. Meeting Ha. Is that Pooper Scooper crazy? Does he really think that just because he has a little fame in this small soul arena, he can act so arrogantly? Du Guyan couldn't help but mock. "Exactly. We don't even need the captain to take action. Any one of us could easily defeat him." Others echoed. Yu Tianheng said nothing, but the master could see his disdain and contempt from his eyes. The master felt a heaviness in his heart. As expected, they hadn't seen Jason's battles. "Tianheng, you cannot agree to a death match with him." He placed his hand on Yu Tianheng's shoulder and looked into his eyes seriously. "It's fine. Yu Tianheng is very strong, and he's not someone who hasn't seen blood." Qi Ming interjected. "Yeah, uncle, don't underestimate me. I'm already level 39. I heard that Pooper Scooper is only level 31. Even if he levels up a couple of times during this period, it's nothing." Yu Qianheng proudly patted his chest. "Now that you mention it, I just remembered that guy is only level 31, but dares to accept a challenge from a level 39 Soul Master, and he wants it to be a death match. Is he trying to scare off his opponent because he knows he can't win?" The Wind Bell Bird Soul Master, Yu Feng, said jokingly. His previous victories might be due to the high quality of his own martial soul, and he has only encountered soul masters with low-quality martial souls and soul rings. "In this soul arena, I can also do that," Osro of the Black Panther martial soul said, causing Supervisor Ao's face to darken. The master took a deep breath. "Tianheng, listen to me. Do not agree to his death match." He did not say that Jason was very strong or that he would die, as this could provoke a rebellious mindset. Qi Ming and the others looked at the master in confusion, not understanding what he meant. However, despite their dissatisfaction, they did not say much because the master was Yu Tianheng's elder. Yu Tianheng was silent for a moment, looking at the master, who rarely showed a serious expression towards him, and he silently nodded. The master sighed in relief upon seeing him nod, then returned to his usual expressionless face and said to Supervisor Ao, "He has already declined. You may leave." "Mr. Yu Tianheng, do you refuse the Pooper Scooper's death match?" Supervisor Ao asked Yu Tianheng seriously. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng glanced at the master, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes." "Good. Then please prepare your team for today's Central Area Team Battle. I have already sent the information about the opposing Soul Master team to Mr. Qin. If you need anything, feel free to find me." He nodded and then turned to leave. "I also need to go, so I won't disturb you any longer. Don't be careless during the battle." The master reminded Yu Tianheng before leaving as well. "Uncle, let's talk a bit more. It's not easy to meet once." Yu Qianheng tried to keep him back. The master glanced at him as he closed the door. "We will meet again soon." "Master, is it that theoretically invincible master?" Du Guyan suddenly remembered something and asked Yu Tianheng. "Yes, he is my uncle." Yu Tianheng nodded. "What use is there in having only theory without strength?" "It sounds like a title, Douluo," Yu Feng muttered quietly. "Shut up. Don't let me hear any more slander about my uncle. I believe his theory is the greatest achievement. It's just that the content of the theory is too shocking to the mundane world," Yu Qianheng said sternly, even though Yu Feng's voice was very soft. Qi Ming quickly stepped in to ease the atmosphere. "All right, let's take a look at the Soul Master team we are going to battle today." He took out a form, as gathering information is something every team leader must do. Du Guyan also pulled Yu Qianheng. "Okay, Yu Feng just speaks bluntly." Yu Qianheng's unpleasant expression eased a bit. "Yu Feng, I was a bit harsh just now. Don't take it to heart." "It's fine, I was wrong too." Yu Feng waved his hand. Qin Ming looked at this scene with satisfaction, then clapped his hands. All right, let's quickly check the information on the opposing team and see if there's anything we need to pay attention to. While they were looking at the information, he said, this time you can consider yourselves to have encounter opponents. I got this information from the City Lord. This team is called the Shrek 7 Monsters. They have only been in the Great Soul Arena for a month, yet they are about to reach Silver Soul. You all took a year to achieve that. Osro argued as he detached himself from the information. You know the mad warriors you battled yesterday, right? Their soul power is similar to yours. The Shrek 7 Monsters have battled them before, but at that time the captain had not yet changed. After the death of Quan Chi, they brought in someone new. Did Shrek win? Others were also drawn in. Yes, you can check their soul power levels. They carefully looked at the information in their hands again. Shrek 7 Monsters team. Captain, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Martial Soul. White Tiger, level 38 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Thousand-Handed Azura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, level 32 Control Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Softbone Charm Rabbit. Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, level 31 Close Combat Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix, Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix, level 28 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Nether Spirit Cat, level 28 Agile Attack Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Sausage Specialty, Martial Soul, Sausage, level 31 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, level 27 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Pooper Scooper, Martial Soul, Enchanted Bow, level 31 Agile Attack Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Below this team data, there was a note. Since this month, the Shrek 7 Monsters have achieved a complete victory in team battles, and their true strength is far from what their levels indicate. As the control system Soul Master, Shinsho Azura needs to pay extra attention. This person has extremely strong control abilities and can often turn the tide of battle. Additionally, there's a teammate known as the Pooper Scooper. Although he has never participated in a group battle, he usually ends single soul fights with just one move, and his soul skills can produce explosions with immense power. During the battle with Shinsho Azura, he also revealed a second soul skill that predicts with toxins. The effects of the toxins are unknown, but from Shinsho Azura's performance, it seems to only incapacitate him. This mysterious teammate needs to be treated with caution. The third soul skill is unknown. Chapter 58. Battle Who collected this data? It's hilarious. That Pooper Scooper S Martial Soul is an enchanted bow, and what S with a special note about a blue silvergrass. If I'm not mistaken, there are even a few who haven't reached the Soul Master level yet. Everyone looked at the information in Qin Ming's hands with smiles on their faces. Serious. How did I teach you all? Especially you, as the vice captain. How can you lead the team with this mindset? Never underestimate others. I hope you will always remember that. Qin Ming sternly looked at Douluo. Douluo shrank her head, avoiding the gaze that was directed at her. Sigh, Pooper Scooper. Is he the one your uncle just mentioned? At this moment, Yi Lingling, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately looked back at the notes on the Pooper Scooper. It's him. I didn't expect him to be on this team, Yu Qianhing said, somewhat surprised. This guy's indeed a bit mysterious. He hasn't even used his third soul skill. Adjusting her mindset, Douluo looked over. Qin Ming also walked over and said, this mysterious soul master is also your formidable opponent. I specifically requested his battle information from the City Lord. He took out another information sheet and began to read. Pooper Scooper entered the soul fighting arena a month ago, and in his first match, he gained soul power with overwhelming damage. After that, he became unstoppable. Enemies have never lasted a single move under his hands. Even speed-type soul masters can be predicted and hit by him, demonstrating extremely strong insight. Moreover, this applies even to soul masters at level 39. At this point, Qin Ming paused to give Yu Qianheng and the others some time to process the information. From his level 31 perspective, this was quite incredible, but it was indeed a fact. Additionally, in these battles, his first soul skill comes with explosions, burns, and shocks. The damage is high and the range is wide. Furthermore, during the fight with Shinsho Azura, he displayed a flying soul skill. And since his soul rings did not light up, it means that the flying soul skill is his self-created skill. Upon hearing this, even Qin Ming, who had seen it once before, couldn't help but be amazed again. A flying soul skill, and it's self-created? Everyone was shocked, and Douluo couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Qianheng also gradually became serious. A flying soul master with extremely high damage, superb shooting skills, and strong insight. In group battles, he is like a mobile artillery platform. This poses the greatest threat to support soul masters. As for his sustainability, since battles end in an instant, it's uncertain how many arrows he can shoot before exhausting himself. He should be the trump card of the Shrek 7 Monsters team. Qin Ming solemnly placed the information down and looked seriously at Yufeng. So in group battles, Yufeng, you must keep a close eye on him. Yes. Yufeng nodded solemnly. Shimo, you also need to keep an eye on him and protect Yulingling. Yes. The two responded in unison. Of course, according to past situations, he might not come to the stage like usual, but they should have seen your information. This person is likely to appear. Qin Ming threw the manuscript onto the table, letting them study it themselves. I didn't expect to encounter someone like this in such a place. No wonder he is so arrogant with his self-created soul skill. Douluo murmured while holding the paper. Yes, and don't forget, he still has a third soul skill that no one has seen yet. If it weren't for that Shinsho Azura being on the same team as him, perhaps his second soul skill wouldn't have been revealed. Yu Qianheng also said in a deep voice. An enchanted bow. I haven't heard of any family that uses a bow. He thought for a moment and found no major family with a bow as a martial soul. Alright, even if he is strong, he is just one person. ISNT, there's still a soul master with a 7 treasure, glazed tile, martial soul in their team, and their captain, who is just one level below the captain, has an evil white tiger martial soul. If I'm not mistaken, he should belong to the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. We can't just discuss him alone, and his information is too scarce. We can only make plans after the match begins. Yes, because of Jason, the royal fighting team's contempt for the Shrek 7 Monsters team has diminished significantly. At the same time, Yu Qianheng is also looking forward to meeting the Pooper Scooper. He wants to see what kind of person can make his uncle advise him to retreat. Yes, this behavior is indeed retreating. The deadly soul. Stars appeared in the sky, heralding the arrival of night. In the central main soul fighting arena, there are a total of 12 high-class VIP rooms and 320 ordinary VIP rooms. These rooms are rarely empty. The high-class VIP rooms have all found their owners, and the ordinary VIP rooms are fully booked at the beginning of each year. Suddenly, the already bright golden lights in the central main soul fighting arena increased in brightness again, and all the light no longer scattered in all directions, but concentrated towards the soul fighting stage, like a giant spotlight casting a golden beam from the sky, perfectly enveloping the entire fighting stage. Just from this lighting-type soul guide, one can see how wealthy the soul fighting arena is. In the center of the fighting stage, the ground suddenly bulged up a circular area 2 meters in diameter, slowly rising. Underneath the rising circle, a thick golden pillar can be seen supporting it. And at this moment, a lady is leaning against that golden pillar. The lady looks to be only 18 or 19 years old, wearing a dignified and elegant white long dress with long brown wavy hair. She holds a conical loudspeaker soul guide in her hand, with a professional smile on her pretty face. It is my honor to meet all of you distinguished guests again. After the circular platform rises to position, the lady walks out, spins in place, and waves to the surrounding audience. The circular platform that brought her up quietly descends and quickly returns to its normal position, leaving no trace behind. It is a great honor to host the group Battle Soul competition for all distinguished guests again. I hope all of you enjoy yourselves tonight. Today will be a major event. We have only arranged this one battle for tonight. Although both competing sides are only Soul Master level, they have already earned the honor of the Silver Soul Fighting Badge. If we must give them a title, I believe Genius would be very fitting. Douluo will provide commentary throughout for all distinguished guests. Now, let me introduce the situation of both teams to the guests. Shrek 7 Monsters Team. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger Soul Master Royal Fighting Team. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Master. After briefly introducing the situation of each team, let us invite both teams to the stage to begin today's most thrilling battle. As he spoke, a pair of white wings grew from his back, and he flapped them and flew into the air above the arena. Sorry for the delay in updates. I originally planned to post 2 chapters yesterday, but the company meeting went on until 10 p.m., which was quite frustrating. So today, sorry. Chapter 59. Bystander. After the one with white wings, Douluo, flew into the sky, both sides continued to take the stage. The royal fighting team is adorned in various colors, with the captain and vice-captain walking in the front. On the other side, the Shrek 7 Monsters team wore matching outfits, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and donning uniform green masks. However, there was one exception at the back. Jason himself was also wearing black clothes, but he still hadn't taken off his white, comical mask. He was like a spot of white in the team. As both sides took to the stage, the atmosphere began to clash. Standing at the back and watching the two sides exchanging glances, Jason boredly looked up at the sky. Huh, this world has safety pants too? The source of all evil. The floating figure in the sky also noticed Jason, primarily because he was somewhat conspicuous at that moment. Both sides were unleashing their dazzling and captivating martial spirits, while Jason stood there motionless, like a black dot in a colorful scene. She instinctively paid attention to him, and then saw him looking up at her. This was a situation she had never encountered before. After all, when taking the stage, shouldn't everyone be nervously focused on their opponents? Who would specifically look at her, and so blatantly looking up her skirt? Luckily, I never forget to wear safety pants every day. Pervert. Jason below was just curious whether the women in this world wore safety shorts under their skirts. Definitely not what others might think. No, absolutely not. At this moment, Jason finally looked across, and the most striking was the leader, Yu Qianheng. His half-dragon form made Jason feel a bit itchy in his hands, wanted to shoot him. Then there was the vice-captain, Du Vian, beside him. With her lower body transformed into a snake, she had a unique seductive charm, creating a somewhat thrilling sensation. Bored, Jason skipped over the Black Panther Birdman and the two turtles in front of him, turning his gaze to the back where the beautiful Bai Tang, composed of white and pink petals, was held delicately by the leaf, showcasing vibrant colors and graceful postures. For some reason, Jason felt that pink didn't quite suit her. Black would have been better. The outfit was a bit too tight, not much to see. Although the host was wearing safety shorts, she still showed off her legs. Both sides released their martial souls, and the astonishing momentum collided with each other. Jason stood at the back like a spectator. Only he was watching beautiful women while the audience was focused on the fight. In a minute, it seemed that some spectators had noticed Jason at the back. Old Zhao, a young man with a buzz cut tapped the muscular man next to him. What? He replied impatiently, excitedly watching the arena. Look at that guy behind the Shrek 7 Monsters team. Do you see who it is? He pointed at Jason, who looked like a small transparent figure in the background. It's impressive that he could find Jason amidst the dazzling martial souls. The muscular man then shifted his attention from the various martial souls to the back. Wow, isn't that the poop scooper? What is he doing on the field? And he's even the Shrek 7 Monsters team. Seeing him with a white comical mask, he immediately exclaimed. The person next to him glanced at him in confusion and then looked closely, also exclaiming, wow. However, in the central area, although they knew of the name Poop Scooper, not many had actually seen him. Hearing that the Poop Scooper was also on the field added some anticipation to the battle. A minute quickly passed. The battle began. As soon as the host finished speaking, the sound of dragon roars and tiger howls erupted, and the two leading captains had already collided. The clash of claws and the dispersing soul power created a thrilling atmosphere. The feeling of fists connecting with flesh made Jason's blood boil. Until now, aside from wrestling with a tiger, he hadn't had anyone or any animal come before him. There was no way to talk about hand-to-hand combat. Jason was just as excited as the spectators in the stands, even raising his fists and waving them around as if he were there. Watching others fight up close was much more exhilarating than watching from the lounge. Thinking of this, Jason's eyes lit up. Then a burst of fire erupted from beneath his feet, and he ascended into the air. His actions caught the attention of those across from him, causing some who were previously focused on Jason and the two onyx stone grinders, as well as the airborne windmaster, to shift their attention back to him. Supporters and spectators also noticed this sudden movement. Under the gaze of many, Jason rose into the sky, hovering in midair, and suddenly a strange object appeared in his hand. It was something resembling a paper cylindrical shape. Was it some secret weapon? But there was no fluctuation of soul power. The windmaster, also in the air, halted his attack on Xiao Wu, nervously watching him. Thus, under his watchful gaze, Jason first pulled down his mask halfway, then took out a round object from the wooden barrel. Then he tossed it into his mouth and started munching away. Is that it? Is it over? Yufeng watched Jason leisurely eating something he didn't even know, feeling like a fool at that moment. Are you here to play? Just as he was about to angrily prepare to attack him, Jason's gaze suddenly shifted from the ground to him. Yufeng's eyes immediately moved. Is he going to attack? It seems like your captain is ambushed. Shouldn't you go rescue him? These girls are too violent. He pointed to the ground, watching the brutal scene of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing finishing off Yu Tianheng, feeling a bit unable to look. He immediately grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth to calm his nerves. TSK still too young. Glancing at Yu foam rushing down. Jason shook his head. Yu Qianheng, under the joint attack of the Shrek 7 Devils, was severely injured and retreated to the team. Even if he didn't want to kill him, shouldn't they find a way to throw him out of the arena in this situation? Forget it. If this battle doesn't have some twists and turns, then the popcorn in his hand would be wasted. Sure enough, Du Guyan watched her boyfriend return severely injured, and that miserable sight immediately pierced her heart. The third purple spirit ring lit up. She opened her mouth wide and unleashed a blast of purple breath towards the Shrek 7 Devils. Watching the small area enveloped in smoke, Jason silently breathed a sigh of relief while eating popcorn. Luckily, he had already flown into the air in advance. He couldn't handle that strong breath. Then, the prepared Tang Sen took out the water bag filled with wine and threw it out. Dai Mubai tossed a few white light bombs, and instantly, a strong smell of wine spread out. Ma Hongjun spat out a mouthful of fire, and the snake poison was immediately burned away. Seeing this scene, the confident Du Guyan, who was sure of her snake poison, suddenly felt her mindset crumble a bit. There's no need to be afraid of disadvantages. At this moment, a person who can turn the tide is needed, and that person is the support. Can't you handle this little setback? Yi Lingling said as she fed a mouthful of milk to the injured Yu Qianheng on the ground. He immediately revived to full health. This healing effect surprised Jason as well. How much magical power is needed to achieve such a level of healing? He immediately grabbed some popcorn. The main event was about to begin. With the passionate speech from the healer, the strength of the Imperial fighting team surged, and their firepower was fully unleashed. The Shrek 7 monsters were on high alert. This is no less intense than Boruto. Chapter 60. Load-bearing a strange scene appeared in the central area of Soto Great Soul Arena. Two teams were fiercely battling on the stage, but above them, a person was leisurely eating something, with bursts of fire occasionally erupting from beneath his feet. As both the first soul skill and bomb-making level reached level 31, Jason had mastered the use of explosive energy to perfection. This was also thanks to Flinder's training during this period. He had been hitting harder and harder, and even though Jason tried his best to protect his face, he still ended up looking like a pig head after practice. Flinder was simply ruthless. Therefore, Jason could now freely control the shockwaves of the explosions to keep himself suspended in the air. Moreover, with the increase in level, his physical body was also strengthening. And with the hidden armor of the little demon's clothing, the explosions generated would generally not harm him. During the past few months, Jason developed a state while battling Flandra. It's called the load state. By using the potential crystal, he can fully unleash an explosion that exceeds his own defenses. Potential activation, explosion propulsion. The combination of these two allows Jason's speed and rate of fire to surge dramatically. Although it can't match the rate of a Gatling gun, he can still shoot 30 arrows per second, and each arrow carries the power of a grenade. However, this can only last for 30 seconds, which is the duration of the potential crystal's usage. After the mode ends, Jason's arm and leg bones will crack, and the soul power within him will nearly vanish. If he only activates the potential, he will still have the strength to fight after the time is up. But if he includes the explosion that far exceeds his physical limits, the soul power consumed and the aftermath of the explosion will leave Jason in a near-death state. Similarly, the symbiotic little demon will also be heavily injured. Jason suddenly remembered this from a few months ago. A few months back, Jason had insomnia one night because he realized that the effect of potential activation was simply not enough during his battle with Flandra. Therefore, he thought of explosion control. In the past, when Jason used explosion control, he would keep the explosion value below his defensive threshold to avoid harming himself. But this time, he suddenly thought to increase the power of the explosion and push his body to the limit. Lying on the bed, he became more and more excited as he thought about it, spending the whole night considering the feasibility of this method. Taking a further step in potential stimulation, it erupted even stronger, and the outbreak is the most effective means of rising up and counterattacking. In bed, although Jason's eyes were closed, his thoughts were like a storm in his mind. Early the next morning, Jason couldn't wait to arrive at his training ground. He first experimented with the possibility of breaking through his own limits. However, the result of the experiment was that it didn't work. Due to the body's and mind's self-protection, it was difficult to reach the explosive impact. When the explosion was about to harm the body, both the body and the soul force would instinctively retreat, as if there were an invisible wall ahead, preventing him from hurting himself. Then, Jason tried to activate the potential crystal. When the lightning enveloped his entire body in an instant, the feeling of being in control of everything surged in his mind. The The soul power within him flowed more rapidly than usual, and the cells in his body became active quickly. Then, the explosion was under control. A loud bang echoed through the sky, and a large spiral wave of air appeared behind Jason, and he instantly vanished from the spot. Then, the entire academy was occasionally filled with a loud booming sound. In the morning, while Tang San and others were jogging around the school, they heard a tremendous roar, followed by a gust of wind blowing past them. The group stood there in a daze, staring ahead, only to see a cone-shaped object resembling a sonic boom left behind by the excessive speed. This situation was very similar to the scene when breaking the sound barrier. However, Jason's speed was not that fast. The loud booming sound was caused by an explosion, and the conical shockwave was also produced during the propulsion and explosion. Meanwhile, Flender, who was waiting in the office for Jason's arrival, naturally heard the booming sound from the academy. This kid can't stay quiet for a day. Flender shook the coins in his hand and muttered to himself. But at that moment, the explosion sound suddenly grew closer, almost deafening. Just as he was puzzled, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly stored the coins in his storage space and swiftly left his position. Just as he left, the wall behind him was suddenly breached. And before he could see what it was, the chair and table were also smashed to pieces. A figure stopped about a meter away from the door. Just as Flandra was about to curse, he saw the figure suddenly collapse to the ground. He hurried over to check. He saw Jason's body starting to bleed out, with large areas of burns covering him, and there was hardly a good spot on him. Feeling his faint breath, Flandra's expression turned grim, and then he summoned his martial soul, picked up Jason from the ground, and rushed towards the city. While flying over the village, he shouted below, "Zhao Wujia, quickly check if there are any outside soul masters in the academy. If you encounter them, kill them without mercy." His face was cold as he surveyed the area. Then the soul rings flickered, and he disappeared from the spot. He found a healing soul master in Soto City and finally managed to stabilize Jason's injuries. However, Jason himself was wrapped up in bandages like a rice dumpling. After Flandra waited for Jason to wake up and learned from him in the air that his injuries were self-inflicted, Flandra looked at him for a long time, seemingly wanting to say something, but felt at a loss for words. Even though he knew this special student was dangerous and ruthless to others, he didn't expect him to be so harsh on himself. With such serious injuries, his first reaction was that someone from the Longshi family had sent someone to assassinate him. He didn't expect it to be such a big misunderstanding. "So, you calculated to come find me." Thinking about how Jason just happened to collapse right when he reached his room, it shouldn't be a coincidence. "Yes, I was heading your direction. So even if something unexpected happened, I believe you, the dean, wouldn't just stand by and watch." Jason, whose whole body was wrapped in bandages, nodded with just his head exposed. "Why practice such dangerous soul skills?" he asked after a moment of silence. "Because I don't want to become prey. Only when my gun is powerful will I become the hunter." Jason looked at Flandra, whose expression was complex, and spoke some heartfelt words. "Is that so?" Flandra suddenly thought of his past regrets, but he realized that even if given another chance, he couldn't push himself to train as desperately as Jason did. "Next time you practice this soul skill, remember to call me over to watch," he said seriously to Jason. "No problem, when I practice with you. I will use this move, so you better be careful." Such a bold tone, a soul Zune telling a soul sage to be careful. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Chapter 61. Supplement a chapter. The situation in the arena gradually approached its climax. The foul breath of Dugu Yen filled the entire area, causing Jason in the sky to frown. This was somewhat affecting his viewing experience. Immediately, Jason activated the Griffin's Guardian, and his vision instantly cleared up. He could even see the scales on Dugu Yen's snake body clearly. A fierce battle reignited in front, while the two assassins on the side clashed with each other. The two who both had bird-type martial souls formed a pair. The remaining Tang San and Xiao Wu faced off against two meat creatures. The two meat creatures removed their turtle shells and formed two shields in their hands. Then the soul ring on his body lit up, and he threw the turtle shell shield in his hand towards Tang San. The heavy turtle shell shield emitted a dull sound in the air, along with a sharp whistling sound, indicating its weight and sharpness. Facing the flying turtle shell, Tang San looked relaxed, and his palm turned into a jade-like material. Then, using the momentum, he deflected the four incoming shields, simultaneously changing their direction, causing them to collide with each other. However, at that moment, the four turtle shell shield that were about to collide suddenly changed direction, cutting off the blue silver grass used for the link. At this time, Xiao Wu had successfully leaped over the area covered by the four shields and was now very close to the two Xuanwu turtle spirit masters. The expressions of Shimo and Shimo were grave, and a purple glow emanated from both of them as they activated their Millennium Spirit Ring abilities. Xiao Wu was airborne at this moment and could not change her forward momentum. In this critical moment, Xiao Wu demonstrated her quick adaptability. The second and third spirit rings shone simultaneously. With her beautiful eyes fixed on Shimo to the left, a strong red light radiated from her gaze. The second skill of the soft bone charm rabbit, Charm, affected the opponent's mental state, putting them in a stiff state. The duration of the stiffness depended on the difference in mental abilities between the two sides. If the mental power difference was too great, it would result in backlash. Shimo froze for a moment, and the purple light on him naturally dimmed slightly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Wu activated her teleportation skill, although she was still rushing forward. She managed to shift 5 meters sideways using her teleportation ability, avoiding a direct hit. Luring the enemy deeper was a tactic that Tang San and others had previously used against Yu Tianheng, but now was being used by the Shimo brothers against Xiao Wu. The third spirit ring skill of the Xuanwu Turtle Spirit Masters only revealed their terror once it was activated. Jason in the air also brightened up, realizing that this skill was quite impressive. The 4 turtle shells that had cut through Tang San's blue-silver grass suddenly retracted at a speed difficult to discern with the naked eye, and each piece of turtle shell exploded into 16 diamond-shaped fragments under the influence of the purple light, instantly shooting out and almost sealing off all the space in front of the 2 Xuanwu Turtle Spirit Masters. If Xiao Wu still had Tang San's blue-silver grass at her waist, perhaps Tang San could pull her back, but now, suspended in the air, she had lost all support. The turtle shells of the Shimo brothers shattered into 32 pieces each, violently rotating within a 10 square meter area around their bodies, creating a strong sound of air being torn apart that distorted the air within the coverage of the turtle shells. It looked like a giant meat grinder. The Shijia brothers had unknowingly separated laterally, not only maximizing the effectiveness of the third soul skill, the turtle shell dance, but also avoiding mutual collisions. Xiao Wu sidestepped 5 meters. Although she avoided the frontal turtle shell, she did not completely evade its attack. In midair, it seemed that Xiao Wu was about to be struck by the swirling turtle shell. On the other side, Tang San was filled with panic and could no longer remain calm. Xiao Wu. At that moment, several streaks of light suddenly flashed past Xiao Wu. The turtle shells that were still swirling around her were instantly hit by these blue streaks of light and fell to the ground. Xiao Wu landed safely and was then entwined by the vines extended by Tang San. The members of the Huang Do team suddenly remembered something and looked up at the sky. They saw Jason casually holding a completely black bow adorned with patterns. It was then that they recalled that the Shrek 7 monsters had another member, someone they had valued from the very beginning. However, in a situation where Yu Tianheng had been lured and severely injured, they had long forgotten about Jason, who hadn't even released his martial soul. They never expected him to choose to take action only now. Your support has been eliminated. Jason smiled and waved at the members of the Huang Do team who were looking over. The hearts of the Huang Do team members sank, and they hurriedly turned around. They saw Yi Lingling standing there in a daze, her grayish-purple short hair missing a strand. Behind her, there was still a lingering blue soul power arrow. Yi Lingling didn't know whether she was scared or what, standing there motionless. Lingling, are you okay? Du Guyan asked with concern. Yi Lingling came to her senses and looked at a person in the sky wearing a comical mask, whose lower face mask had been put back on at some point, and flames occasionally burst from underfoot. I'm fine, the rest is up to you. Yi Lingling shook her head and then turned to walk down the stage. Du Guyan, behind her, stretched out her hand, seemingly wanting to keep her, but looking at the arrows gradually dissipating on the ground, she retracted her hand. Xiao Jia, thank you. Tang Sen let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the already returned Xiao Wu, and then expressed his gratitude to Jason. Oh, did I just hear thank you? Jason wondered as he dug in his ears. Thank you. Xiao Wu, beside him, said somewhat shyly in a low voice. You're welcome. Just invite me over for a visit next time, Jason said with a hint of meaning. Before she could react, Jason turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhu Qing, after this is over, come with me to cultivate. How about it? Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded. It seemed that only she was at a disadvantage in the battle. She was still too weak. Chapter 62. The End. Due to the departure of the support and the fact that the soul skills of the Shimo brothers had been exhausted, Jason's sudden intervention greatly diminished the momentum of the Emperor fighting team. Shrek's team was particularly angry due to Xiao Wu's perilous situation. Their momentum became sharp. Tang Sen no longer held back and directly summoned his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. In the end, the Emperor fighting team was defeated one by Tang San. Shrek emerged victorious. The central area fell into silence. And Tang San stood in the arena with 8 spider lances radiating purple energy from his back, their sharp roots piercing into the bodies of the poisoned members of the Emperor fighting team to detoxify them. The Shimo brothers were the most severely poisoned. However, at this moment, the two looked up at Jason in fear. This was because the fragments of the turtle shell they had just scattered were still pinned to the ground. Any chaotic fragments that could harm that woman had been hit and penetrated. Knowing their own defenses, the two understood the terror of the person in the white mask hovering above. When retracting, many fragments of the turtle shell were lost, leaving numerous gaps. And Tang San had precisely targeted those gaps to strike them. They dispersed their martial souls, and the punctured turtle shell fragments on the ground slowly dissipated. At the same time, the arrows composed of soul power also vanished. The Shrek 7 Monsters team won. Douluo fluttered down from the sky, announcing the result. As the words fell, some crisp sounds faintly emerged from luxurious private boxes. The people in the Soto Great Spirit Arena let out a sigh of relief. This also meant that the disturbance caused by others had come to an end, and, as the ones being disrupted, they managed to regain control of the situation. Jason saw that the fight was over and there was nothing more to watch, so he left the venue early. He had no interest in enjoying the cheers of the surrounding audience, and these do not count as victories for him. Jason quietly found Flandra, intending to confirm whether what he said before the match counted. When he returned, he saw Flandra and the others beaming with excitement. It was unclear whether it was because the student team had won or because they had made money. In any case, for Jason, winning money and Flandra's promise were the most important. Upon seeing Jason enter, Flandra quickly waved his hand. "Good boy, I really didn't misjudge you." "Ha," he laughed rarely. "Don't forget our practice in a few days." Jason found a spot and sat down, saying lightly, "I won't, but I didn't expect you to save someone," Flandra said, sitting down in surprise. "I'm just familiar with Tang San and Xiao Wu, and I owe someone a favor." As for whose favor it was, Jason didn't elaborate. "If it were Dai Mu Bai and the others, I definitely wouldn't have intervened," Jason added. "It's fine, you'll get used to it slowly." Flandra waved his hand dismissively, knowing his character. The opportunities should be rare. Jason calculated the time, and it was indeed close. Just as Flandra was about to ask further, Tang San and the others returned. The master exchanged glances with Tang San, then looked around at the others before speaking. "In this battle, although you can't be considered to have lost, you also can't be considered to have won, because the reason for your victory largely relied on Jason." He neither praised nor criticized. At this moment, Zhao Wujia spoke up from behind. "Master, you can't say that. Jason is also part of the Shrek 7 Devils team. Why separate the two? Winning is winning." Saying this, he looked at Tang San and the others. "Of course, you also have some shortcomings. From the very beginning, since you lured the enemy in, and Rong Rong had already revealed the healing effect of the 9-heart sea pearl, if you couldn't kill him, why not find a way to send him out of the arena directly? Also, during Xiao Wu's incident, I have to criticize you, Tang San. Although hidden tactics are meant to win unexpectedly, it shouldn't come at the cost of ignoring your teammates. If today was like any other day and Jason didn't go on stage, that scale of damage could have seriously injured Xiao Wu or even led to her death. At that time, even if you unleashed your hidden tactics, what would it have been for? To take revenge for Xiao Wu?" Zhao Wujia's words caused Tang San's excited expression from victory to fade. It was clear that Zhao Wujia's words struck a chord with him. Although Zhao Wujia appeared rough and strong on the outside, he was quite meticulous. Although the master wrote theories that were grand and impressive and had strong teaching abilities, he instead got entangled in the outcome of the battle regarding this matter. From this perspective, Zhao Wujia is a much more competent teacher than the master. All right. How do they win? You all look like you've suffered a defeat." Flandra stepped in to ease the atmosphere. "Everyone performed well today. Winning despite such a significant soul power gap is already an incredible feat. You truly deserve the title of monsters. To celebrate today as victory, Jason is treating." Flandra changed his tone and pointed at Jason. Jason, who was feeling the increase in experience, suddenly froze upon hearing this, snapping back to reality from the system's voice and turning to look at him. "No way, Dean. Are you really going to save on this little money?" Ma Hongjun looked at Flandra with a face full of disdain. The others also looked at him with similar expressions. However, for the sake of money, Flandra had a thick skin. "Jason, you are treating for tonight's celebration banquet." He waved his hand with an air of generosity, as if he were the one treating. Jason gave him a speechless glance, but did not refuse. Just as everyone was happily discussing, there was a knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Pushing the door open, the person who entered immediately approached Flandra and Zhao Wujia. Disciple Qin Ming pays respects to Dean Flender and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. He knelt on one knee, looking very excited. Zhao Wujia helped Qin Ming up from the ground, looked him up and down, and laughed. Good kid. You're getting better and better. It seems that before long, you'll catch up with us old guys. Flender adjusted his crystal glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, I thought you little brat had forgotten about us a long time ago. Qin Ming stood respectfully with his hands down. No matter when, the two deans would always be his teachers, and Qin Ming would forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy. Flender raised his hand and patted Qin Ming's shoulder firmly. You've been away from the academy for so many years, yet you're still as stiff as before. Cool, mate. Let me introduce you. This is the master, and these 7 little monsters you just saw on the soul fighting platform. And there's one sitting over there. He was about to bow to the master, but the master dodged. Chapter 63. Conversation. Seeing that the master did not accept his bow, Qin Ming said nothing. But Flender beside him chuckled. You are his nephew's teacher, so in terms of seniority, you are on the same level as him. Of course, he won't accept your formalities. I know that. I just met the master, Qin Ming replied. I just didn't expect the master to be a teacher at our school. Oh, you've met? Flender recalled that the master had gone out once before because of the death match. Since you know each other, I won't say more. At this time, the master stepped forward and said, I'll go check on my Tianheng. After saying that, he had already walked out. After the master left, only Qin Ming, Flender, and others were left to chat. Tang San and the others were very curious about Qin Ming. After all, the team leader they had just fought was actually their senior. Such a thing felt quite strange. After chatting for a while, they agreed to find a hotel to celebrate. Tang San and the others needed to go back to change their outfits, so Zhao Wuji and Flender went ahead to find a hotel. On the other side, the master found Yu Tianheng again. Tianheng, the master called out from behind them. Uncle, Yu Tianheng looked a bit downcast at this moment. I also watched your battle today. Although you lost, it wasn't due to your own strength, but because of your pride. Even though I specifically mentioned the poop scooper, his information must be on the data. However, after you took the stage, you still carried a dismissive attitude and overlooked him. It was this disdain and neglect that allowed them to turn the tables at a critical moment. The master enumerated his criticisms. Yu Tianheng lowered his head and pondered the master's words. After seeing the battle information, he and his companions found that the highest soul power was only the 38th level evil, White Tiger. There are also a few team members at the Great Soul Master level, and from here, they had already stopped taking their opponents seriously. However, reality taught them a lesson. Uncle, next time we absolutely will not lose. But this did not dampen his fighting spirit. Instead, it presented an opportunity to regain their honor. The master slowly shook his head, thinking of Jason, this exceptionally powerful individual, which gave him a headache. Do you know? I was just the captain of that team. Yu Tianheng was very surprised. Do you know their ages? At this, Yu Tianheng's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had already guessed something. They can't be. Yes, most of them are around 11 or 12 years old. The control-type soul master with the blue-silver grass martial soul in the team is my disciple. The master's words directly shattered the last remnants of his pride. Moreover, there is one person whom even I cannot see through, the one you wanted to challenge earlier. The poop scooper? Yes, although his soul power is only 31, his combat power is unfathomable, and he has no mercy, adhering to the law of the jungle. Therefore, if you accepted his life and death challenge, he would kill you without hesitation, which is why I warned you in advance. How is that possible? Yu Tianheng clearly found it hard to believe. As a powerful attack-type soul master with a blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul, and with 8 levels higher soul power, even if he couldn't defeat him, he shouldn't be able to be killed. What he displayed on the field is just the tip of the iceberg. And you can ask the two in your team who possess the Xuanwu turtle martial soul about this. Yu Tianheng felt that his understanding had been greatly shaken today. Alright, I hope that if someone asks you to challenge the poop scooper, you must refuse. Promise me, Tianheng. The master earnestly looked at him and reminded. Yu Tianheng saw the concern in his eyes and could only nod. I promise you. That's good. The master said, then patted his shoulder. Alright, you should go back now. After saying that, he turned around and left without hesitation. After studying martial souls for over 10 years, I still feel like I'm groping in the fog. Yu Tianheng looked at his back and faintly heard such a phrase. Poop scooper. Yu Tianheng silently repeated the name, already remembering it. He returned to the lounge and found the Shimo brothers. Since he was at the front, he was unaware of their experiences. The two also happened to want to discuss this matter with him. Yi Lingling stood quietly in the back, not saying a word. Even after stepping off the stage, she still felt lingering fear, because that arrow had grazed past her neck. If it had been just a little off, she might have met her end. Now, She could still feel the sharpness of the arrow passing by her neck. Dugian, Yu Qianheng, and the others were all focused on Tang San, as they had all been defeated by him. The royal battle team emerged from their defeat and began discussing it. On the other side, Tang San and the others had also changed their clothes and were ready to set off. Jason took off his mask and changed into more casual clothing. As he walked along the road, Jason returned to the experience points on the system. Over the past month, he had gained a lot of experience through the Soul of Deathmatch. In fact, a month and a half ago, no one was willing to fight Jason anymore. Facing him was simply unsolvable. The entire arena was filled with the roots and branches of the little demons, continuously entangling and attacking, making it impossible for anyone to get within a meter of Jason. Due to the bizarre corpses of the dead, Jason was also known as the Plunderer. Although Jason preferred the name Groot, people only remembered the title of Plunderer, because no one was willing to engage in battle. Jason had to challenge opponents at higher levels again. Therefore, after a month, the little demons had begun to form the prototype of a domain, the Plunder Domain. During this period, Jason also gained a lot of experience. A small portion of it came from the dueling arena, provided by Jelen and his sister, while another part was contributed by Xiaotian and Xiaolang. However, Xiaotian and the others added their experience to themselves, and Jason did not add any to himself. Nevertheless, the remaining experience combined was enough for Jason to directly level up to level 35. Of course, this was not what made Jason the happiest. Instead, it was through the little demon that felt a part of the branches within the bodies of Jilin and Jiaming had branched out. This also meant that the number of their team had begun to increase. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and the others were steadily developing. Everything was progressing smoothly. By clicking the plus sign next to the level on the template, Jason quietly leveled up 4 times. Ma Hongjun had already rushed into the hotel ahead of them. As soon as Jason entered, he saw Qin Ming looking at him and the others with a shocked expression. Today, Jason was treating everyone. Feel free to order whatever you want. After everyone was seated, Flander directly called the waiter to let everyone order food. Qin Ming, this one is a monster among monsters in our school. It seems there is no limit to him at all, Flander said, pointing at Jason. Qin Ming looked at Jason, who was somewhat out of place yet handsome, in surprise. He never expected Flander to hold such a high opinion of this young man. Senior Qin, just eat today. I'm treating, so don't be polite, Jason said, raising his glass. Okay, Qin Ming smiled and also took a drink. He then looked around and said, if the younger students here weren't from Shrek Academy, I would definitely find a way to pull you into Tiendo Academy. At that moment, Master walked in and interrupted him, saying that even if they were Shrek students, it wouldn't prevent them from going to Tiendo Academy. Chapter 64. Flander's decision. Master pushed the door open and sat down next to Flander. Looking at Master, Qin Ming hesitated and asked, Master, do you mean? However, before Master could finish, Flander was already unhappy, saying, these kids can only belong to Shrek, now, and in the future. How could they possibly go to Tiendo Academy? For what might be the last batch of students, Flander treated them like his own children. Who would want to send their own children away? After taking a calm sip of wine, Master slowly said, I didn't say to let the kids join Tiendo Academy. I just suggested they go for some exchange. What do you think? Can you make a decision on this? He turned to Qin Ming and asked, well, it's definitely good for the younger students to communicate, but... As he spoke, a trace of worry flashed across his face. Are you afraid they won't come back after going to Tiendo Academy? Master began to show. Qin Ming nodded. Yes, Tiendo Academy is also gradually declining. It hasn't produced any stunning geniuses for many years. If the younger students go there, they will definitely use all kinds of connections to keep them. Wouldn't that undermine Shrek? Hearing this, Flander was pleased that Qin Ming was thinking about his alma mater. Xiao Ming, good, as expected from someone from Shrek Academy, knowing to think for Shrek. Xiao Gang, just say what you need. There are no outsiders here. Master nodded and then said, then I'll speak plainly. Tiendo Academy, as a royal established academy, Qin teacher, if I remember correctly, should have 2 competition slots for the grand event a year from now. I can let these kids temporarily join Tiendo Royal Academy as exchange students until the event is over. I think this way, it will be easier for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming showed a difficult expression. Although he said that Tiendo Academy would publicly announce that the younger students were their students. Getting another diploma from an academy isn't a bad thing, Master smiled and said. Hearing this, Flander immediately slammed the table and protested, glaring at Master. No way. The kids belong to Shrek. You have to know how much effort I've put into Shrek over the years. Facing Flander's anger, Master remained unchanged and continued. You know what the situation at Shrek is now. Even if the kids aren't from Tiendo Academy, Can you provide them with a simulated training environment? Furthermore, can you give them the qualification to participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Competition a year later? But I want to ask you one last question. What is the significance of establishing Shrek Academy? Master's words made Flander slump down in defeat. I have a way to solve the problems you mentioned. At this moment, Jason, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, everyone looked at Jason. What method do you have? Master frowned and asked Jason. A while ago, Ning Rongrong talked to me about some things. She wanted to buy my formulas for flash bombs and smoke bombs. I believe she has also talked to Tang San. I can provide the recipes for making flashbangs, smoke bombs, stun grenades, and grenades to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If that's not enough, I also have many powerful devices that do not require soul power to operate. With these items, I believe the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be able to solve our problems. Ning Rongrong, who was standing nearby, immediately brightened up and said, yes. Jason's items can greatly enhance our sect's survival capabilities. I believe my father will definitely agree. At this moment, Flinder hesitated. On one hand, he didn't want these matters to rely on a student, but if they went to the EntersDouluo Academy, the kids would have to represent EntersDouluo in battle. Although I can't share my methods for making hidden weapons, I can find someone to mass-produce them and then sell them to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as funding for the school, Tang San also stated. If needed, I can personally contribute money to the school. My funds may not be much, but it's still money. Everyone chimed in. Flinder quietly sat there drinking, deep in thought. Everyone was waiting for his decision. In the end, he heavily set down his wine glass and made a decision. No, these are all your own things. You don't need to worry about the school. Just focus on your studies and training, and we'll take care of the rest. Flander looked at the children around him, feeling very moved. Why do I feel like there are tears in your eyes? Jason, through his crystal glasses, noticed that Flander's eyes seemed a bit moist. It's the wine. And so, the matter was settled. Everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting with each other. Jason was in the middle of eating when Ma Hongjun suddenly stood up with his big belly, holding a wine glass. Jason, I toast to you. Although you usually don't mix with us, I admire you for what you did just now. No matter whether you see me as a brother, I see you as one. Cheers. Jason stood up to clink glasses with him and down the drink. At that moment, Dai Mubai also stood up. Brother Jason, I had some misunderstandings about you in the beginning, but I've reflected on it during this time. It's my own fault, and I can't blame others. I wish you all the best. With that, he quietly finished the wine in his glass. Zhu Zhuqing, who was talking with Ning Rongrong, looked at him in surprise. Then Xiao Wu stood up again and said, Jason, although you have a bad personality and are not likable, I, Sister Xiao Wu, would like to thank you for your earlier help. Xiao Wu's face was flushed, as if she were a bit drunk. After that, everyone raised a glass to Jason, and Jason drank each one. By the way, Jason suddenly remembered something as he looked at Flinder. If you guys go to the EntersDouluo Academy in a while, I won't be going. I'm going out to train for a while, he said, glancing at Qin Ming. Flinder fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Jason, I actually don't want you to go out alone, because if you stay by yourself for too long, you'll gradually lose your sense of human connection. And I can feel that. During this time, I've been trying my best to help you integrate into Shrek, but just when I saw some progress, you're planning to leave. He looked at Jason and said in a calm tone, I've said it before, I don't want to become prey for others to slaughter one day. Jason replied calmly. You're already strong enough. Not enough. Tang San and the others were speechless. If that's not enough, then what are we? Everyone has their own goals. Just like you for Shrek, and the master to prove himself. Because of those goals, didn't your iron triangle separate back then? Jason's words made the master, who was holding a wine glass, pause for a moment. Chapter 65. Battle Flinder sighed bitterly and then silently drank his wine. Next to him, Qin Ming, a bit puzzled, asked, Jason, aren't you going to train with the other students? I have my own way of training. I've mentioned before that Jason is quite special. The reason he can come to Shrek is because of Tang San. To be honest, we really haven't taught him much. Hearing this, Qin Ming glanced at Jason. Do you want to fight? Jason suddenly said to Qin Ming, who was looking over. Huh? Qin Ming didn't react at first. Let's go back to school tomorrow and have a fight while we're at it, Jason said seriously, before Qin Ming could respond. Flinder next to him knew that this kid was itching for a fight again. Xiao Ming is going back with his students tomorrow. He doesn't have time to train with you, Flinder said, slapping him on the head in exasperation. Ouch, old man, are you drunk? You're being so rough. Jason covered the back of his head and glared at him. What's wrong? You don't accept it? Let's go out and fight. Perhaps because of the school situation. Flinder was also in a bad mood. Let us go to the Great Spirit Arena. I'll pay. Jason immediately perked up and stood up to leave. Hey, we're having a meal. Xiaoming has come here with great difficulty. How can you leave him out? Zhao Wujia tried to stop the two of them. It's fine. I'm in a good mood today. It's a great time to fight. Flinder waved his hand and followed Jason toward the Great Spirit Arena. This meant that those behind them would definitely miss their meal as well. Just in time, everyone had almost finished eating, although the two of them often battled at school. Tang San and the others had never watched them up close. They could only occasionally hear the sound of explosions and see fleeting shadows while training outside. Now, the two of them went to the Fighting Soul Arena to have a match, which sparked everyone's interest. They also wanted to see Jason's strength. By the way, Xiaoming, bring that girl with gray purple hair from your team to help out. Flinder suddenly turned to Qin Ming and said, Sure, although he didn't understand why the principal said that. He agreed immediately. Vice Principal, Principal Flinder is going to go all out. This might not be good. Qin Ming suddenly thought of the role of Nine-Heart Begonia and quietly asked Zhao Wujia. No, that kid will go hard on himself. Thinking of that day, the blunder incident, Zhao Wujia was also quite shocked. Qin Ming felt like he couldn't understand what they were talking about anymore. The group returned to the Soto Great Soul Arena in full force. By the time they entered, Jason had already put on his mask and followed Flinder to find Supervisor AO first. It was quite late, and the people in the Great Soul Arena were scattered. Nearing the end of the day, the others had separated, and they would just gather at one venue later. In response to Flinder's request and Jason's money, Supervisor AO readily cleared a large arena for them. Arena number 7 of the Great Soul Arena. Tang San and the others in the audience had already taken their seats, and beside them was Yi Lingling, who had just been called over. Originally, she didn't want to come, but after hearing that it was the battle of that poop-scooping official today, and that teacher Qin Ming expected it to be quite tragic, she decided to come. There was no referee in the arena, so as soon as the two stepped onto the stage, they directly activated their martial souls. Little Dance unexpectedly pulled out a bunch of popcorn and shared it with everyone, also giving a portion to Yi Lingling. They on the stands began to enjoy eating it. Looking at Flinder, who had already activated his martial soul's true form, Jason's expression turned cold as he aimed an arrow at the sky. Bang! An explosion sounded from above. And the moment the explosion occurred, many feathers shot towards Jason from Flinder. At the same time, Jason's red arrow also shot towards Flinder. The moment the feathers in the air met the red arrow, another loud bang echoed through the arena. The pupils of Qin Ming and others shrank, reflecting a fiery red. They saw that a large part of the arena had already plunged into flames and smoke. Compared to their first encounter with Qin Ming, Tang San and the others were much calmer. Jason's explosion had blocked the feathers shot by Flinder. The area was now engulfed in smoke. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the smoke. It was Flinder. However, as he passed through the smoke created by the explosion, he did not spot Jason's figure. Just as he was about to ascend for a better view, suddenly, a muffled explosion echoed again from the smoke. Hearing this sound, Flinder's expression changed, and a golden defensive shield appeared around him, activating his defensive soul skill. At the moment he activated it, countless arrows, spiraling with energy, shot out from the smoke towards him. It seemed endless, and the arrows continued to rain down on him. This time, Flinder took his defense very seriously. With a flap of his wings, a vacuum formed around him, forcing the rain of arrows to halt just outside a certain space in front of him. He looked into the smoke, and a glimmer of light flashed in his glasses. Acceleration, wing strike. All that could be seen was a black light rushing into the smoke, followed by a figure dressed in blue lightning being forcibly sent flying out. In the air, Jason suddenly had an explosion appear behind him, as if an invisible hand pushed him, reflecting him at a 30-degree angle. The moment Jason disappeared, Flinder appeared at his previous location. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Jason's mouth, but he seemed unfazed as soul power surged to his feet. He reappeared in the sky. In midair, Jason did not even look back and directly turned around to draw his bow. Small explosions repeatedly occurred in his hand, leaving afterimages on the bow. The arrow he shot this time seemed to pierce through the air, and along with the sound of explosions, there were chaotic and sharp whistling sounds. Flinder sidestepped and suddenly appeared in front of Jason, delivering a punch straight at him. It hit. With a loud bang, Jason vanished from the spot, and the explosion generated also hindered Flinder's movement. The chaotic and sharp whistling sounds rang out again, but this time a hint of purple was mixed in. This time, Flinder's forward movement was blocked, forcing him to glide sideways to evade. The purple arrow seemed to predict his movements and shot towards him. Flanders grabbed the arrow shaft and, with a swift motion, flung it away, causing the purple arrow to pierce the ground like it was entering water, leaving a deep hole. Flanders flew around, dodging the rain of arrows while looking for an opportunity to approach Jason. However, every time he found a chance to appear beside Jason, it seemed Jason could react quickly. Even after being punched, he appeared to feel no pain, and the barrage of arrows showed no sign of diminishing. After 30 seconds, Jason, who was in midair, suddenly began to shake violently and plummeted toward the ground. Flanders dodged the rain of arrows and caught Jason as he fell. This brief battle, lasting less than a minute, left the spectators on the stands with their mouths agape. The popcorn in their hands hung motionless in the air. Chapter 66, Departure. Is this still a human? Oscar's trembling words echoed what everyone else wanted to say. It seems that Qin Ming has realized why the master asked Yu Tianheng to refuse his death match, why the master had such a complicated expression when talking about him, and why Dean Flander holds him in such high regard. The very first arrow had already shocked Qin Ming, not to mention what followed. This is the speed and attack power that a soul master should have. From Flander's expression, it was clear that he was under some pressure as well. A soul master being able to make a soul sage feel pressure seemed almost impossible. Yet, the fact was right in front of him. If this person reached the rank of title Douluo, Qin Ming couldn't even imagine what that would be like. Flander quickly brought Jason to Yi Lingling. Qin Ming also saw Jason's terrible condition. His entire body was charred black, with red flesh and char mixed together, and the legs and arms still showed faint curves. The price was too heavy. He also understood what Zhao Wujia had said earlier. Unlike the first time, this time Jason was awake. Lingling, hurry and treat him. Qin Ming shouted at Yi Lingling, who was still in shock. Oh! She snapped back to reality and quickly summoned the 9-heart sea butterflies, with all her spirit rings lighting up as she released them towards Jason. A miraculous scene occurred. Jason's burns visibly healed at a rapid pace, and the bent bones slowly returned to their original shape. After a while, Jason's exterior had completely healed, though his internal organs and bones still needed some care. Yi Lingling, who was focused on the treatment, turned her face away, blushing. Although his bones weren't fully healed, it didn't affect his ability to stand. Jason calmly put on his clothes and then gratefully said to her, "Thank you." He wasn't embarrassed at all. She turned back somewhat awkwardly and replied. Ning Rongrong noticed this and nudged Zhu Zhuqing. "Aren't you going to hurry over?" Since they had arranged for the venue to be exclusive with Supervisor AO and there weren't many people left at this time, Flander revealed his soul sage cultivation. Supervisor AO had certainly arranged everything properly. Thus, the stand were only occupied by Tang San, Qin Ming, and the others. As Qin Ming and Yi Lingling left, they both cast a deep glance at Jason, seemingly wanting to remember him. Remember this extraordinary young man. The master's expression was somewhat uncomfortable. In fact, every time he saw Jason's extraordinary methods, he would fall into self-doubt. Even his own disciple, Tang San, with his innate full soul power and twin martial spirits, was still within his predictions. However, Jason only has a level 6 innate soul power, yet his level can rival that of someone with full innate soul power. Moreover, his self-created soul skill, which is derived from the first soul skill, is also outrageous. Could it be due to the martial soul? However, he also knows that Jason doesn't like him, so he won't have the opportunity to study him. Moreover, he no longer had the confidence to give him better advice. On the other side, Yi Lingling and Qin Ming were walking towards the team's lounge. Along the way, Yi Lingling had a hesitant expression, lowering her head as if she wanted to say something. Qin Ming noticed this and wondered, was it because she had consumed too much soul power just now? No, it was just that the soul power consumption during the healing was indeed a bit abnormal. Yi Lingling thought for a moment and said, could it be because he was injured too severely? No, it seemed like there was something else besides him. He recalled the feeling when he was treating that person. Qin Ming smiled upon hearing this. It seemed my junior had quite a few secrets. All right, don't probe further, just rest easy. We'll set off for the academy tomorrow. Saying this, he had already taken big strides ahead. Yi Lingling hurriedly caught up and asked, Teacher, can you tell me the name of that caretaker? Qin Ming stopped and looked at her strangely. If you want to know, go ask yourself. If Jason were here, he would definitely think that there's a reason why this person, in his 30s, still doesn't have a girlfriend. Without getting the name, she could only return to her room, feeling sullen. Back at the inn, Tang San and the others also seemed a bit tired, and they fell asleep as soon as they lay down on the bed. Jason was helped back by Zhu Zhuqing because his bones had not yet healed. After helping Jason onto the bed, she stood beside him, seemingly troubled about something. Jason asked curiously, is there something else? Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have made up her mind and said calmly, well, I thought I would keep you company tonight. She felt her words were a bit off and quickly corrected herself. No, I mean, since you're injured, I'll take care of you tonight. I'll sleep on the floor. The last sentence she said with a slightly heavier tone. All right then, sleeping on the floor isn't very comfortable. How about we lie down together? We can fit. Upon hearing Jason's words, she could no longer maintain her composure, and her face instantly turned red. No, that's not necessary. All right, we can sleep on the floor then. Just remember to make it a bit thicker. After Jason said this, he lay down on the bed, and the little demon began to channel life force to Jason, starting to heal his internal injuries. Just now, Yi Lingling had helped the little demon recover as well. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jason, who had already closed his eyes on the bed, and felt an inexplicable anger surging in her heart. And I looked at my own figure. In the end, I could only sleep on the floor. The next day, except for Tang San, everyone else got up slowly only after the sun was high in the sky. Jason had recovered to his best condition after a night of rest. When he woke up, there was no sign of Zhu Zhuqing beside him. After everyone had lunch and checked out of the room, they began to enjoy their free time. After all, they had a half-month vacation. Jason found Flandra, and he hadn't forgotten his promise. 1 week later, at Shrek Academy, Jason and Flandra sat on a large rock. The summer breeze carried their words away. You can go, but please don't bring Zhu Zhuqing with you. Why? I'm afraid you might see her as a burden and then abandon her. I just don't care about strangers. She's my partner. Once we enter the forest, she will be my closest companion. But I think what you're doing is too risky, and you have a tendency to court danger. It's too dangerous for her to follow you, and she might hold you back. If you die out there, don't drag anyone else down with you. Come on, Dean. That really hurts my feelings. If you acted more steadily normally, I wouldn't be so worried about this. That night, Jason quietly left, and no one knew of his departure. It wasn't until the next morning, when they didn't hear the usual loud explosions, that they realized Jason was gone. Chapter 67. The Starry Empire, Gongxin City. The walls of Gongxin City are entirely a metallic gray, giving the impression of being forged from metal. Although they had not yet entered the city, one could already faintly sense the metallic aura of Gongxin City. The weather was somewhat gloomy, with a light drizzle enveloping the entire city in a haze, as if covered by a layer of transparent gauze. Gongxin City is one of the main cities of the Starry Empire, but it is certainly not considered a famous city. The city itself is only in the middle to lower tier within the main city domain. Douluo continent is a world of soul masters, and, as a metal city, it is quite normal for it to be overlooked. The status of blacksmiths is on par with that of commoners. The influence of the Blacksmith Association holds some status only within this city. However, although Gongxin City appears gloomy, its interior is full of fervor. Wherever one wanders, the clear sounds of hammering metal can be faintly heard. In a hidden small house on the outskirts of the city, the locks on the doors have rusted, and the yard is overgrown with weeds taller than a person. Dust and spider webs cover the outside of the house, indicating that it has been abandoned for a long time. It's unclear whether the owners have moved to a better house in another city or met with an accident. In this era, death is a commonplace occurrence. However, the weeds in the yard have been cleared away significantly, forming a vague pathway leading directly to the front door. One of the windows of the house has also been broken open by someone. Through the window, the sunlight streaming in reveals that the interior of the house is not as dusty as one might imagine, but rather tidy. The tables and chairs are neatly arranged, with no dust at all. Surrounding the table are a group of youths. A girl wearing a white, pure goat skull mask sits in a position turned away from the sunlight. Beside her is a person in a wheelchair wearing a black, fierce wolf skull mask. On either side of the table sit several youths and maidens dressed in matching blue-green robes, including an adult woman. They gaze fervently at the two figures who are only shadows against the light. You have accepted the power of the gods. The gods have given you new life. You must wholeheartedly serve them, and they will grant you even greater strength. We need to use this power to find more people like you who are still suffering. We will overthrow this decaying empire, establish new rules, and let the power of God spread throughout the world. And this is God's salvation for us. A somewhat muffled, yet heartfelt power emanated from beneath the ram mask. This power stirred the crowd below into a frenzy. We need to tear apart all injustices. The soul masters will no longer be high and mighty. The nobles will no longer humiliate us at will, and the common people will no longer suffer their humiliation. The voice from beneath the wolf mask was hoarse, like the whisper of a demon. Life and death, the cycle never ends. We live, they die. The ram mask spoke slowly. The crowd echoed in unison. Life and death, the cycle never ends. We live, they die. Praise God and the power He has given us. Praise God and the power he has given us. The two masked individuals were Jelen and Jiaming, who crossed the border of the Tiando Empire 2 months ago and arrived in the Xinglu Empire. Along the way, they rescued those bullied by soul masters or sold by nobles. Most of those with families returned home, while some joined their sect. They were all powerless commoners who no longer held hope for this world. The ones who rescue them can change this world, because they have the help of God. Those who have received power are like a light that suddenly appears in the darkness, and they desperately grasp onto it. They wholeheartedly believe in the death god fabricated by Jason Nelles. They become fervent believers. For those who have been saved, God is the only pillar of their existence. The following sentence is crucial. You need to remember it well. Be a little creepy and don't be reckless. This phrase seemed to suddenly change the atmosphere of the room in a surprising way. Our power is still weak, and we are not yet suitable to attract others' attention. So we must quietly become strong, increase our companions, and absorb more power. Understood? The people below responded in unison. From now on, this will serve as our base in Gongxin City. Lin Miao, you will be the bishop of this base, secretly developing believers. Be careful not to expose too much power. Thank God. The only adult woman seemed to accept a significant mission, her face serious and solemn. Then, Jelen took out a piece of paper and began to read from it. Du Xing, Du Guang. You two go to Mu City. Ross Olin, you go to Tiangong City. Wu Liangdo, Kong Li Hu Hao, you go to. Pay attention. You must start from the surrounding small villages and then advance towards the small cities. You must proceed steadily and not be impatient. During this time, you should also read and write. It will make spreading the doctrine easier. The cities she mentioned are all small towns and villages around the Xinglu Empire. Every month, we will return here to report on our progress and exchange ideas. Understood. Dismissed. Thank God. One by one, everyone left. And soon the house was left with only one adult woman stationed here. Jilin and Jiaming continued to develop followers. No one knew what ideas Jason had instilled in the two of them during that time. In this world, faith is the most effective means of uniting people's hearts. And it is also the most effective means of uniting the weak. As for awakening them, Jason couldn't wait that long, and he wasn't good at it either. Moreover, this decision was made hastily after the appearance of the little demon. As for how far Jilin and the others could go, that was beyond his contemplation. He could only try to convey some religious concepts and other ideas from his past life to them. He didn't discuss anything that was too advanced. After a month, the embryonic form of religion in the small towns around the Xinglu Empire had gradually taken shape. Some were conducted secretly in the dark, while others operated under the guise of a medical clinic, treating people with tree branches while spreading their doctrines. In a monthly discussion meeting, it was discovered that opening a clinic seemed like a pretty good idea. During the day, while treating patients, one could also absorb some insignificant life force and spread the teachings. In the evening, one could seek out others who are suffering like oneself, rescue them, and then ask if they are willing to accept the power of God and become believers. It would also serve to punish evil and strengthen oneself. Taking leave. I worked overtime yesterday, and I'll try to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 68. Reviving the Church. The monthly meeting began again, with people from various city outposts arriving in Gongxin City one after another. The previously dilapidated houses had undergone a significant transformation. The weeds in the yard were gone, replaced by vibrant flowers and plants arranged in an orderly manner. A row of wooden benches was also set up on the east side of the yard, each marked with a number. The walls in the room are neat, and there are many beds arranged. Opposite the door, there's a wooden platform with some books placed on it. Behind it is a long row of cabinets, with densely packed drawers labeled with the names of various herbs. The space has also doubled in size, with an additional backyard added. At the entrance of the courtyard hangs a plaque that reads Revival Medical Hall. However, today the medical hall is completely empty, with a notice at the door stating that it is closed for the day. Strangely, there is not a single person in the entire medical hall. Even during renovations, such a large establishment should have someone on duty to keep watch. At this moment, a young man dressed in a blue-green robe walks in through the back door of the hospital. He slowly approaches a large tree in the backyard. This tree did not exist a few months ago, yet it has suddenly appeared, towering and robust. He reaches out his palm towards the tree. A vine, resembling a slender serpent, extends from his palm and touches the trunk in front of him. Upon contact, a green ripple appears on the surface of the tree. The tree seems to flicker as if it were an illusion, and then a dark passage, wide enough for a person, opens up in the thick trunk. He appears unfazed, stepping calmly into the passage and disappearing into the darkness. The passage closes as if nothing had happened just now. All of this was witnessed by a woman in a black tight-fitting outfit who had been following them. This was definitely not an ordinary religion. She was perched on a rooftop, feeling secretly alarmed. Although she had heard of the revival church, it was only mentioned occasionally by others, and she hadn't paid much attention to it. However, today, as she was about to leave the Soul Hall branch in the city, she suddenly noticed someone quietly sneaking out. The bluish-green robe of the person reminded her of the previous descriptions of the revival sect. A sudden curiosity compelled her to change direction and follow. When she saw the person leave the city, her curiosity grew even stronger. She followed from morning until noon, occasionally contemplating giving up, but feeling that the sect exuded an air of mystery. She thought that even if she couldn't discover anything, it would still be worthwhile. Finding something would be even better. Ultimately, she followed them to the revival sect's stronghold in Gongxin City. Looking at the eerily quiet clinic in front of her, she sensed something was off. It seemed that this trip was not in vain. Let me see what you are hiding. Then, she witnessed the person she was following suddenly manifest vines from their palm, without any prior invocation of a martial spirit. Suddenly, a passage appeared in the trunk of the tree ahead, and the person walked in and disappeared. Her name was Gong Boyan, a member of a small family in the Spirit Hall. In the Spirit Hall, there were many small families like hers. Her martial spirit was the flying goose, which allowed her to fly, so she had some status in the branch hall. Now she was on the rooftop, looking at the large tree standing quietly in the backyard, feeling a bit conflicted inside. Should she go in, or should she wait for the people from Gongxin City to come together? If the members of the revival sect were really ordinary people, she would definitely rush in and interrogate them about their intentions. However, the scene she had just witnessed clearly indicated that this sect was not as simple as it appeared. In the end, she decided not to take the risk. A black shadow of a large goose merged with her, and then her two hands spread out, instantly transforming into two pairs of wings. Just as she was about to take off by flapping her wings, the rooftop beneath her suddenly cracked open. Then several vines entwined tightly around her feet. Gong Boyan's face looked somewhat ugly, but she quickly activated her second soul ring. The two wings instantly straightened, with airflow swirling around them. She slashed at the vines beneath her feet. The vines were easily cut, but an endless stream of them surged forward. She struggled like a bird entangled by snakes, desperately flapping her wings. Surrounded by the vines, Gong Boyan felt her soul power depleting rapidly, and she grew weaker and weaker. In the end, she was silently pulled down. The strong sun hung high in the blue sky, but when that intense sunlight encountered the pit of the house, it seemed to be blocked, revealing only darkness inside. It was like the belly of a giant beast. Over here, after passing through a somewhat narrow and dark passage, a boy dressed in the attire of the revival church was greeted by an underground world. This place was about the size of a football field, with thick roots crisscrossing everywhere, like a world opened up beneath a giant tree. The thick roots were filled with people dressed like him, both men and women. Some older than him, some younger. They sat on the roots like branches sprouting from them. Through the roots within him, he could sense that everyone around him was like him, equally miserable. Yet, among this group of miserable people, in such a strange environment, there was a fervent passion that seemed ready to ignite the thick roots surrounding them. As the last person took their seat, Jelen, wearing a sacred ram-headed mask, began to speak. The meeting started. The voice reverberating in this space instantly drew everyone's attention to her. With the expansion of the Starry Revival Church, it would inevitably attract the attention of the TurnsOut Empire and the Spirit Hall. She paused for a moment, and then said, "Therefore, we will cancel the monthly meetings. Subsequent meetings will be communicated to participants." Her words caused some commotion and whispers among the crowd. Silence. The god has always been watching over everyone, hoping that each of you can steadily develop in your own areas. One day, the god will descend. Jemin's hoarse voice rang out again. The surrounding commotion suddenly quieted. Everyone slightly nodded and respectfully shouted, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Now let's formulate our future development path," and everyone is encouraged to participate. The next meeting might be a long time away. I think we can continue to expand our business by utilizing the advantages of the medical clinic. I believe we can nurture orphans and bring them into the embrace of the God. We can actively mediate civil disputes and engage in more public welfare activities to increase our reputation. In this intricately woven space, everyone discussed their viewpoints in an orderly manner. A special force erupted in this small space, transcending spatial planes, unknown of where it went. Chapter 69. Arrival in the following period, a sect called the Revival Church spread throughout the TurnsOut Empire. They preached their doctrines in various cities, believing in a death god named Neles. Death god. At first glance, it seemed quite terrifying. Could this be a cult? However, as the public came into contact with the revival church, they found that they were not as gloomy as imagined, but rather very friendly. Moreover, the medical clinics they established are well known throughout the area. Occasionally, they organize members to regularly fund orphanages and nursing homes, as well as other welfare institutions. They often go around helping others resolve disputes. As a result, the members of the revival church are respected everywhere. Moreover, it is said that believing in the death god can prolong one's life, which has led many people to join. However, this cult only accepts ordinary people and completely rejects anyone who exceeds the status of a soul master. This step has dispelled much of the scrutiny and fear from the TurnsOut Empire and the Spirit Hall. As long as it does not involve soul masters, they will not pay attention to this cult. Moreover, the members of the sect voluntarily donate a large amount of money to the local Spirit Hall and the nobles of the TurnsOut Empire every month. Since the establishment of this sect, public order in various places has improved significantly, and their funding for orphanages and nursing homes has also alleviated the burden on local management. Therefore, they have developed alongside this sect and are willing to help when needed. As long as this sect, called the Revival Church, does not recruit soul masters, there is no need to worry about it. The TurnsOut Empire worships the evil, Holy Lord, while the Spirit Hall worships angels. As for the god worshipped by the Revival Church, a death god named Neles, they have never even heard of it. Perhaps it is just a form of comfort for the weak in society. The Revival Church has steadily developed in the surrounding cities of the TurnsOut Empire, expanding from medical services to commerce and transportation. They actively assist the work of the TurnsOut Empire and the Spirit Hall, such as opening roads and providing free transportation for those awakening their martial spirits. Over time, members of the Revival Church have become almost ubiquitous among the populace, and their reputation has grown increasingly high. The nobles, benefiting from the monthly support of the Revival Church, are also content and comfortable. The Spirit Hall has reached some cooperation with the Revival Church. Not only will it not impose restrictions, but it will also do its best to help. However, with the emergence of the Revival Church, many strange occurrences have also arisen in some areas. For example, soul masters suddenly appearing everywhere to hunt. These individuals act flamboyantly, indiscriminately killing innocents, and after committing their crimes, they leave behind a dry corpse at the scene. This leaves those who gather under the sun the next day feeling an inexplicable chill. In response to these incidents, the Spirit Hall and the TurnsOut Empire have dispatched personnel to investigate. However, most of the actions taken are merely superficial. Generally, such hunting does not last more than 2 days, and the people from the TurnsOut Empire and the Spirit Hall conveniently take credit for resolving it. Some people also associate this with the newly emerged Revival Church. But the people from the Revival Church are ordinary, and the actions are clearly the work of soul masters. And their usual behavior would not lead anyone to believe that this matter is related to them. In the extreme north, a robust giant wolf is traversing through a vast expanse of snow. It resembles a stroke of ghostly green ink on a white canvas. Each time it lands, it stirs up a cloud of snow dust, splashing around like waves. This ghostly wolf was supposed to remain in the TurnsOut forest, but now it has appeared in this extreme north. Moreover, the speed and size of this ghostly wolf are somewhat exaggerated. Through the swirling snow dust, one can see a person wearing a lion-headed hat lying on its back. At this moment, a shadow obscured them. A gigantic bird in the sky was gliding steadily, its sharp eagle eyes surveying the surroundings. It was Jason and his group. A few days ago, in the TurnsOut forest, after quietly leaving the academy, Jason couldn't wait to arrive at the TurnsOut forest. Looking at the endless forest before him, Jason opened his arms in ecstasy, as if embracing this forest. He smelled the scent of adventure. Putting on a long-lost lion-headed hat, Jason casually reached forward, and a vine quickly shot out, wrapping around a sturdy branch. Then, Jason swung through the forest like a monkey. He raced wildly through the woods, letting out exhilarating howls. In the forest, a great battle was underway. The rhinoceros was staring with blood-red eyes at the shadowy wolf in front of him. He couldn't understand how a shadowy wolf could appear here, and this one was even as large as he was. A mutated shadowy wolf? He didn't want to think too much. The rhinoceros's sharp horn began to turn red, and its hind legs started to gather strength, ready to charge at any moment. Just as the atmosphere in the field became tense, a sharp cry rang out from the sky. The sound was filled with joy. At the same time, a large shadow flashed by. The ghostly wolf facing off against the rhino paused for a moment upon hearing those words, then turned and ran away without even glancing back at the giant rhino. Watching the ghostly wolf leave, the giant rhino stood in place, its two little eyes sparkling with confusion. What was going on? However, its disappearance made the giant rhino feel a little relieved. It was still quite wary of that strange, ghostly wolf from earlier. Moreover, the sharp scream that just rang out from the sky made it dare not linger any longer. The little wolf running on the ground envied Xiao Tian's wings for the first time. The urgent longing made their speed much faster than usual. Of course, the first to arrive was Xiao Tian. Jason, who was swinging in the woods, suddenly felt the surroundings darken. Then came a deafening screech, accompanied by an excited cry. Jason looked up in terror. Stop, stop, don't come over. It was obvious that the little Tian couldn't stop. Jason felt himself pinned to the ground by its massive body, struggling to breathe. Dead bird, get up quickly, or I'll die. Jason, barely managing to poke his head out, shouted with a flushed face. The little Tian quickly stepped aside, suddenly remembering that it had grown much larger. Master has become so small. It tilted its head, looking at Jason, who was like an ant on the ground. Seeing the silly expression on the giant creature in front of him, Jason felt a surge of anger. Don't you have any idea how big you are? Did you learn to be stupid from that little wolf? Thinking of the little wolf's foolishness and looking at the silly bird in front of him, Jason realized that Tian might have been infected by it. With this thought, Jason's face darkened. At that moment, his ears were once again assaulted. A wolf howl echoed, accompanied by tremors in the ground. Watching the little Tian run overexcitedly, Jason looked at it in despair. Don't come over. After a while, Jason, looking disheveled, sat on a large tree, staring at the excited wolf and griffin in front of him. What kind of feed did you eat to grow so big? Chapter 70, Black Flame Bear Wolf. Damn it, stupid dog. Don't lick me, my clothes are all wet. Jason wiped his face with a look of disdain. With such a big tongue coming towards him, half of Jason's body became damp. The little wolf looked at him with a wronged expression. Jason adjusted his hat and somewhat messy clothes while sitting on the branch. The little wolf and little Tian obediently sat there, watching him with joy at their reunion. After a while, once Jason had tidied himself up, he looked at his long-lost companions, and his gaze gradually softened. This was a look that the people from Shrek had never seen before. Jason opened his arms. Long time no see, my partners. He smiled gently, his eyes slightly closed. The little Tian and little wolf slowly moved closer to Jason. Finally, the three heads of a wolf, a griffin, and a person, all differing greatly in size, leaned together. Jason felt the gentle brushes of their cheeks and softly patted their heads with his open hands. The sunlight filtering through the dense leaves seemed to soften at that moment. Ever since Jason left, the little wolf and little Tian had begun their own hunting. Among them, the little wolf was the fiercest, exchanging injuries in battle. Completely the opposite of the silly demeanor it had when it was with Jason. Little Tian, due to its flying ability and having learned many hunting skills from Jason, is not likely to get injured during battles. During this time, Jason has shared his hunting experiences with them, which is why they have grown so rapidly. Let's go hunt some prey. Once I reach level 40, we'll head to the far north. They definitely haven't heard of the far north, but wherever Jason goes, they will follow. Then Jason leaped directly onto the back of the little wolf. Xiao Tian flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with a whirlwind. The long-lost thrill of the hunt made Jason's blood boil again. The little wolf's massive body carried Jason through the forest, its soft fur flowing like water in the wind. Many soul beasts encountered along the way scattered far and wide, with some timid ones burying their heads in the ground. As they got closer to the inner perimeter, the little wolf was finally stopped. Blocking their path was a black bear, its fur dark as night, with no pupils in its eyes, only two flames of black fire. Its overall size was even larger than the little wolf. The little wolf glared fiercely at the black bear, anger in its eyes. It recognized this bear. A few days ago, it had severely injured it, and if it weren't for Brother Tian, it might have become the bear's prey. It had originally planned to come back after getting stronger to settle the score, but it didn't expect that when it received its master today, it would suddenly jump out. Jason quickly activated his beast perception and began to scan the large black bear, which had black eyes. Creature, Black Flame Bear, age, 7. 412 years talent. Black light note. Even though its eyes are fiery, they cannot emit light, but it can emit black lasers. The black flame possesses explosive power. Wow, laser eyes. Jason couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the black bear's talent skills. At this moment, the black bear across from him had grown impatient and charged towards the little wolf with black light glimmering in its eyes. Its massive, bulky body moved with surprising agility, reaching the little wolf in an instant. Clearly, the little wolf had been caught off guard before and dodged in advance. It then retaliated with a swipe of its paw. A scratch appeared on the bear's side, with some blood oozing out. However, it felt nothing and turned to pounce on the little wolf again. This time, Jason noticed that the bear's paw was covered in the same black flame as its eyes. The little wolf, not even looking at the bear's incoming paw, aimed its mouth directly at its throat to bite. If this continued, the little wolf would get hit in the waist by the bear while also biting its throat. It seemed like the little wolf had the advantage, but one must not forget that the black bear had tough skin and thick flesh. The little wolf's teeth might not penetrate its throat immediately, while the bear's paw, enhanced with black flames, could easily crush its waist and incinerate the little wolf entirely. But this time, the little wolf was not fighting alone. Jason was above it. A purple arrow suddenly appeared at the bear's slightly open mouth and then lodged itself in its throat. Although it didn't penetrate, it got stuck there. The pain and toxins quickly surged through its brain. "Little wolf, retreat," Jason shouted. Upon hearing this, the little wolf immediately closed its mouth and kicked off the bear's abdomen with its front paws, using the momentum to pull back. At this moment, the black bear no longer cared about the little wolf and only wanted to pull the arrow out of its throat. The pain made it cover its mouth and struggle wildly. The agony caused the black flames in its eyes to surge, and then a thick black beam shot out from its eyes like a rope. The beam struck a large tree not far to the left of the little wolf. The tree broke with a crash, and the snapped trunk was engulfed in black flames. It still had consciousness, Jason thought to himself, observing the somewhat disheveled black bear before him. If Jason had only hit its exterior, perhaps it wouldn't have lost its fighting capability. Clearly, the pain effect from his second soul skill could only disturb the black bear, but not render it unable to fight. Fortunately, Jason had hit its throat, allowing it to still have the energy to use its innate skills. Watching it paw at its mouth with its two bare paws in distress made Jason feel a bit uncomfortable as well. So he continued to raise his enchanted bow and shoot at it. Arrow after arrow pierced into its body, and in an instant, this black bear became a hedgehog, glowing with blue light. The black bear let out an angry howl, its beastly nature fully awakened, and the black flames in its eyes burned even more fiercely. Aiming at the little wolf, two beams of black light shot out again. The moment the black bear looked over, Jason was about to instruct the little wolf to dodge, but it had already evaded in advance. Jason stopped mid-sentence, and the arrows in his hand continued to rain down. It seemed that the little wolf had grown not just in size during this time. Ultimately, under the combined effort of Jason and the little wolf, the black bear let out a roar and then fell to the ground, its massive body shaking the earth once more. As it fell dead, the black flames in its eyes gradually extinguished and disappeared, leaving only a hollow darkness where its eyes had been. The black flames on the broken tree trunks around them also dissipated. The little wolf and Jason stood at a distance, not approaching, but circling around the bear's body. After Jason shot a few more arrows, the little wolf finally led him to the corpse. Without eyes, Jason couldn't discern its expression, but he could feel its frustration. After using the gathering technique on the corpse, Jason found a bone in his hand. Chapter 71. Soul Bone. A black skeleton appeared in Jason's hand, consisting of vertebrae, ribs, and other bones. Clearly, this was a torso bone. Jason did not absorb it directly, but put it into his backpack. A torso skeleton appeared in the system's equipment slot. Equipment name, Soul Bone. Torso bone. Soul Bone skill, black flame armor. When used, the entire body will be enveloped in a layer of black flame armor, increasing defense by 50% and continuously causing burning effects in the surrounding area. Passive, enhances stamina. Would you like to equip it? Jason silently looked at the equipment description. With the defense and continuous healing from the little demon, plus this black flame armor, was this the rhythm of becoming a tank? Forget it. It's already great that a soul bone dropped. You could replace it later with something better. Equip. Jason silently thought. With the system, the soul bone was just an equipment for him, which could be dismantled at any time without needing to remove arms or legs. The moment he equipped the soul bone, Jason felt a significant enhancement in his bone structure, and his overall physique improved considerably. He became sturdier. Today, he could have bear paws for lunch. Looking at this big black bear, Jason had already decided on his lunch for the day. The little wolf proudly circled around the corpse of the black bear, feeling quite cheerful. After Jason equipped the soul bone and looked at its skills, his shoulders tensed. He activated the bones in his torso. Boom! A black flame shot out from Jason's body, instantly incinerating the remaining flowers and grass around him, and the ground was scorched. The little wolf, happily bouncing around, was startled and quickly jumped away. Then he saw black armor appear on his master's body. The original lion head hat was gone, replaced by a black ghost face helmet. The protruding sharp horns pointed backward, resembling the horns of an evil dragon, with red light glowing from the eye area. At the same time, a garment-like armor also appeared on him, with a collar-like piece wrapping around his shoulders, extending to the back and forming a cape made of black flames. The black flame armor not only did not make him look bulky overall, but instead made him appear taller and slimmer. However, it also made his demeanor suddenly turn dark and profound. Jason, wearing the black ghost face helmet, looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of power rising. At that moment, with a thought, the cape made of black flames detached from his back, swirling around Jason and forming a spiral that surrounded him. After playing with it for a while, and feeling that his soul power was depleting a bit too much, he retracted it. The lion head hat reappeared on his head, and then he turned to the somewhat bored little wolf and shouted, "Let's go, find the next one." Jason climbed back onto the little wolf's back and continued deeper into the forest. Now, if he encountered a soul beast around 10,000 years old, Jason, along with the little wolf, Xiao Tian, and Xiao Yao, still had a good chance of being able to kill it. Of course, excluding those that are fast. Speed is advantageous for both combat and escape, so Jason also pays great attention to his own speed. However, the soul bone that the black flame bear exploded was a torso bone, not a leg bone. But the black flame attached to this torso bone surprised Jason a bit. This black flame, besides having a higher temperature than ordinary flames, also had extremely strong adhesion. It was sticky. Once it touched you, it was like a rubber candy, impossible to shake off, and it would also scorch your soul power. However, the black flame would only appear when activating the soul bone skill of the torso bone. Continuing forward, soul beasts became fewer, but with Xiao Tian scouting in the air, Jason and the little wolf could quickly determine the location of their prey. Time passed in travel and combat, and the slightly calmer Stardew forest became lively again. At night, Jason sat atop a massive corpse, breathing greedily in the oxygen in the air. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there was a wasteland, with only a few broken trees and branches burning with flames. The ground was pockmarked with charred black pits, some of which contained crystals formed from the high temperature. Both Xiao Lang and Xiao Tian have bloody claw marks on them, especially Xiao Lang, who is injured the most. The corpse beneath Jason is a purple fox. Interestingly, there is actually an eye on its forehead. Creature, 3-eyed demon fox. Age, 11-0-24 years. Talent, enchanting eye. When used, the third eye targets an enemy and releases a mental attack, trapping them in an illusion and ultimately leading to their mental exhaustion and death. Note, if you want to see a beautiful girl taking a bath, you can look at its third eye. Jason had already known about its innate skills and must have been prepared for this move. When Jason and his companions launched a group attack out of love, the battle was earth-shattering and soul-stirring, raging from the entrance of the village to the end. The 3-eyed demon fox only suffered a few arrows, with no other injuries, while Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang managed to seize the opportunity to claw it fiercely a few times, proving that it was indeed a fox. Among them, the greatest threat to it is the airborne Little Heaven, and most of his energy is focused on it. Even if Jason's arrows hit it, they wouldn't cause much damage. Watching the strange large bird in the sky dive towards it again, it thought to itself that as long as it could control the situation, the nearby ghostly wolf and the humans in the distance would pay for their foolishness. It pretended to charge at the little wolf, and after the little Tian closed in within a certain distance, the eye on its forehead began to emit a pink glow, sending out a peculiar ripple through the air. But at that moment, a small iron cylinder suddenly appeared in the field of vision of its third eye. Buzz! In that instant, the 3-eyed demon fox seemed to see the light. The whole world was light. With Jason's reminder, the little wolf and little Tian accurately pounced on the blinded magic fox. Jason, who had been just a bystander, finally revealed his hidden fangs. Black flame armor. Half-load state. The black ghostly armor reappeared, with a cloak made of black flames entwined with blue lightning. At the same time, the hand drawing the bowstring emitted a deafening roar. Red, purple, black. Countless soul power arrows shot towards it amidst the 3-colored flowing light. In an instant, the blinded 3-eyed demon fox let out a wail. Its throat was bitten by the little wolf, and all three of its eyes were clawed out by the little sky. The weak areas like the nose and ears were all hit by Jason's arrows. Retreat! Jason shouted at Little Wolf and Little Tion. Little Tion immediately grabbed Little Wolf and flew away from the three-eyed demon fox. At this moment, the three-eyed demon fox had fallen into a frenzy, its sharp claws wildly swinging, and its tail thrashing and striking the ground behind it. Jason had retracted his martial soul, his right hand drooping, blood flowing from his fingers to the ground. But he was only focused on the demon fox, which was struggling in its final moments. With such severe injuries, its death was just a matter of time. All he could do now was wait. Chapter 72. Preparation. At the moment the three-eyed demon fox died, the soul ring floated in the air and then converged towards Jason. The crisp sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Experience 11024. Level up. Jason emerged from the bushes and slowly walked towards the collapsed giant fox's corpse. His left arm had already been entwined with roots, and the wounds on his arm were visibly healing at a rapid pace. By the time he reached the corpse, his arm had fully recovered, though his sleeve was gone. Jason used the gathering technique on the prey's corpse as usual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 mink. Then Jason had a purple ferret cloak appear in his hands. Accessory. Ferret cloak. 1. 7 meters long and 1 meter wide. Effect. Can change colors at will. With excellent warmth. Today's luck isn't great. Jason retracted the cloak back into space and rested briefly on the fox's corpse. It seems that today he only collected some accessories, like earrings and rings. Jason actually wanted his third eye, but clearly luck was not on his side. Congratulations, host. Your level has reached level 40, which is the maximum level. Please absorb the soul ring. After resting for a while, Jason picked up his knife and started collecting valuable items from the three-eyed magic fox. After finishing the collection, Jason waved to the little wolves and Little Tion guarding on both sides. You guys should go back to the space to heal. Tomorrow we will set off for the extreme north. As he spoke, Jason patted their heads and then retracted them into the space. Looking around, Jason changed direction and headed towards the outskirts. Not long after Jason left, a group of people suddenly arrived here. Among them were 2 boys and a girl. The girl had short golden hair, graceful features, and an alluring charm in her every step. The boy to her left has gray hair with a streak of red at the front, patterned eyes, a serious expression, and a somewhat charmingly sinister demeanor. The boy to the right, behind him, has red hair and often glances at the girl in the middle, wearing armor with red stripes. Behind the 3 of them was a middle-aged man. When the 3 saw the corpse of the three-eyed magic fox in front of them, their expressions immediately froze. They didn't expect someone to get there first. The middle-aged man, who was lagging behind, stepped forward to examine the body and said regretfully, "It seems to have just died not long ago." Looking at the still wet blood on the ground, a somewhat charming young man said, "Yes, but the soul ring has already dissipated. From the traces of the battle here, it should have been 3 soul beasts entangled with each other, and in the end, the three-eyed magic fox was killed. If we had come a little earlier, we might have reaped some benefits." The girl with golden short hair observed the surrounding traces and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man nodded in appreciation. "Then let's hurry and look for the next one. We should try to return by tomorrow," said the boy with red hair impatiently. Let's go." The group immediately started running again. From their attire, it was clear that they were from the spirit hall. At this moment, Jason was still wandering through the forest, searching for a clearing with a pond, where he could set up camp, cook, and rest. The starry forest was so vast that there were certainly many ponds, and he quickly found a spot. There was a pond here, surrounded by a few spotted deer with blue patterns on their fur, as well as a herd of cattle with heavy horns. They quietly gathered around the pond, occasionally lowering their heads to drink some water. Jason slowly approached the edge of the pond, scooped up some water to drink, while the little sprite extended its tendrils into the water, eagerly absorbing moisture. Jason's presence did not startle them. They merely glanced at him in surprise, as if seeing a human for the first time. Seeing Jason only drinking water, they continued with their own activities. After storing some water in his flask, Jason couldn't help but reach out to pet the curious little spotted deer that had come close to him. At the moment it was touched on the head. The little deer seemed a bit startled, but realizing that Jason's touch felt quite pleasant and posed no danger, it began to enjoy the sensation and squinted its eyes. Just then, a large spotted deer rushed over and nudged the little one with its head, as if to say, "Don't stay there." The nudged little deer looked towards its mother and bleated softly, seemingly asking why it was pushed. Jason couldn't help but chuckle and then stood up. The nearby spotted deer nervously took a few steps back. Jason put the flask back into his space, then took out the wine jug from his waist, opened the cap, took a sip, and leisurely left the pond. The little spotted deer curiously wanted to come over and sniff the scent, but was stopped by its mother. The area around the pond remained undisturbed by Jason's arrival, and there was no ripple from his departure either. The sun began to set, casting a red hue over the entire starry forest. By this time, Jason had reached the top of a hill, sitting on a large rock, quietly watching the clouds dyed red by the sunset, the warm glow of the evening light shining on his face. In that moment, it seemed both parties were admiring each other's grandeur and charm. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed in Jason's mind, causing him to almost fall off the rock while admiring the sunset. All you think about is eating. Even in space, your dog nose can't be stopped. Jason sighed as he let the little wolf out of his pet space. It had just healed from its wounds, with some bald patches where the injuries had been. As soon as it came out, its eyes fixated on the roasted meat in front of it, and its mouth began to water. This was the meat Jason had just roasted, which he was letting cool for a while. He didn't expect the little wolf to wake up just in time. All right. You can have that piece. I'll roast more. Jason waved his hand at it, following the command. The little wolf grabbed the piece of meat still on the skewer and started tearing into it. The skewer under its mouth was like chopsticks, and fortunately, Jason had a big appetite and the meat was substantial. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for the wolf to take a proper bite. While Jason was roasting the meat, the little sprite also woke up. Then a huge creature appeared on the small hill again. It was still easier for Xiao Tian. Jason directly handed the raw meat to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian still preferred raw meat and didn't like cooked meat. The little wolf can eat raw meat, otherwise it can't be left hungry when Jason is not around. However, it prefers grilled meat, so Jason has to cook it for him. In fact, Jason is quite surprised by the little wolf's growth. After all, it is just a ghostly wolf with a not-so-strong bloodline. Even with experience points, it's impressive that it has managed to elevate itself to this level in such a short time. Hurry up and grow up, and then we can go find that big gorilla together. Sorry about that. Yesterday, I finally got off early, but the company organized an event, and I couldn't leave. By the way, I feel a bit guilty for missing updates once a week. When a May Day holiday comes, I won't go out to have fun. I'll lock myself in a small dark room to write. By the way, have you guys read a post-apocalyptic novel? It's about zombies. In it, humans don't have superpowers, and although zombies can evolve, they can still be killed by conventional weapons. The particularly terrifying mutations of some animals are probably just these. I remember the first electronic novel I read was this one. At that time, I borrowed my friend's MP5 to read it. Then, regarding the little demon, the book also mentions a state similar to the symbiosis of venom, where the consciousness is merely ordinary instinct, and pets are no longer soul beasts. Their levels are no longer calculated by years, but by combat power. Death will not produce soul rings. As for the female protagonist, I won't say much. The debate between a single female lead and a harem has always been quite significant. Let's continue watching. If it feels uncomfortable, we won't watch it. There's no need to endure that, right? By the way, are there any girls among the readers? Organizing an event is really exhausting. Chapter 73. Ice Crystal Beast. After racing through the snow for a while, the little wolf carried Jason into a forest. Most of the trees here are firs, interspersed with a few cedar and white bark pines. After traveling for a long time, it was already evening, and the red sun slanted down on the earth. The white snow and red light complemented each other, creating a magnificent scene. This is a stunning sight, adorned in red and white. At this moment, Jason jumped off the little wolf's back, wrapped in a layer of white fox fur cloak, and with his silver hair, he seemed to be a part of this snowy expanse. After quietly admiring the scenery for a while, Jason suddenly made a secret decision. Let's go. Jason stepped into the woods before him. Unlike the boundless white of the snowfield, this place was filled with many colors, although white was still the dominant one. The arrival of Jason's group startled some soul beasts inside. However, with the little wolf intimidating them by his side, they did not dare to approach. Although they were still far from the inner regions of the extreme north, the temperature had already dropped significantly. Fortunately, with the mink cloak, the warmth was truly excellent. Windproof and warm. Jason suddenly felt that getting this thing from a 10,000-year-old beast was quite worthwhile. However, it was probably impossible to reach the center of the extreme Iceland. Wrapped entirely in the mink cloak, Jason strolled through the untouched woods, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, while the little wolf followed behind, baring its teeth to intimidate the soul beast that looked over. While walking, Jason suddenly stopped, frowning as he looked at a soul beast in the distance, which was a white monkey. Its gaze seemed somewhat different. Seeing Jason looking over, the white monkey immediately pounded its chest in provocation. Not sensing anything significant, Jason continued on his way, leaving behind long footprints and large plum blossom prints, with the top of the plum blossom prints bearing sharp edges. After walking for a while, Jason stopped at a cave. This cave was on the ground, pitch black and bottomless. The cave entrance had a radius of about 10 meters, resembling a giant pit. Surrounding the entrance were many ice crystals, scattered and intertwined around. As Jason approached the cave entrance, he felt a cold current blowing out from it. Jason tried to extend his hand from the white cloak to feel the cave entrance. Just a few seconds later, he felt a chill invading his finger bones, as if the blood flow had stopped. Jason withdrew his hand, and a warm, comfortable feeling came from it. But at this moment, he was staring intently at the pitch-black cave entrance, as if something in the darkness was attracting him. At that moment, a panel appeared before Jason's eyes. Creature, Ice Crystal Beast Years. Talent. This was not because the soul beast inside had too high a level, but rather because the distance was too far, leading to incomplete detection. Little wolf, you go back first. I'll summon you when I reach the bottom. Jason waved to the little wolf, which then dissipated in place. Then he said to the little sky above, Little sky, you are patrolling up there? I will go down first. Caw! The little sky in the air heard this and flew a little lower. Jason took out a pair of glasses from the space again and put them on, while the enchanted bow quietly appeared in his hand. The first Soul Skills Soul Power Simulation operation route began to function. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the cave entrance. The dark cave mouth was like a giant abyss, swallowing Jason whole, making him disappear from sight. As he fell, everything around him was pitch black, and he couldn't see his own hand in front of him, which made him somewhat inexplicably irritable. At that moment, Jason suddenly saw many red dots light up around him. A panel also appeared. Species: Ice Bat Swarm Lifespan 1,000,000 years. Weakness: Fire ability. Freezing bite. After biting the target, it will inject cold poison, freezing the target. And after freezing your blood, they will drain you. Note: the frozen blood tastes even better. In the darkness, the dense red dots around are the eyes of these ice bats. However, Jason has no intention of lingering with them. Suddenly, a burst of firelight erupted in the darkness, followed by a loud bang. Jason, who was diving, suddenly accelerated. The firelight from behind caused the surrounding ice bats that were rushing forward to halt their momentum. A few ice bats with a lifespan of 1,000 years seemed reluctant to give up the frozen drink, and despite their discomfort, they continued to dive towards the direction of the firelight. But just as they hadn't pursued far, several blue arrows suddenly appeared, piercing them one by one and pinning them to the surrounding circular wall. Jason hadn't fallen for long when he vaguely heard the sound of flowing water. Upon hearing the sound, he began to adjust his position. He flipped his diving form to stand upright, and the firelight continued to ignite beneath him, slowly reducing the inertia of his descent. The sound of flowing water grew closer, and through the explosive firelight, Jason saw the situation on the ground. Below was a narrow stream, flowing gently. The stream was shallow, revealing many exposed stones. As the feeling of weightlessness disappeared and his feet landed on solid ground, Jason lit a torch, and the red light illuminated the surroundings. Upon reaching the underground, the space opened up significantly, with many smooth ice crystals on either side of the stream. The firelight cast on the ice crystals glimmered like rubies. Upstream of the stream, there was another passage, where the ice crystals were denser, chaotic, and still beautiful. He faintly heard a crackling sound coming from the other side of the passage. The frequency of this sound was very similar to that produced by soft-bodied animals in motion. Jason surveyed his surroundings again, and then headed straight towards the stream. Shortly after Jason left, a soul beast resembling a snake, covered in ice crystals, appeared at the passage. It had no facial features, as if its entire body was made of ice crystals. The ice crystals that made it up emitted a chill, and as it passed by the stream, the flowing water was instantly frozen, halting its movement. After passing through the passage, it finally saw the human who had disturbed it ahead. Its entirely ice crystal head stood upright, seemingly preparing to charge. Jason also turned to look at the soul beast that had appeared. When it crouched down, it was about a meter taller than Jason, and its length was around 10 meters. Considering its nearly 3-meter wide body, it seemed somewhat uncoordinated. This must be the ice crystal beast. Just seeing it raise its head like a cobra, arch its back, and then launch itself towards Jason's position was enough to make him realize its intent. At this moment, Jason found a much larger space compared to before. allowing for more room to maneuver. Moreover, there were no ice crystals in sight. Meanwhile, the ice crystal beast was charging towards him. Looking at its sharp crystal tip, being hit by it wouldn't feel good. Jason shot a few arrows casually, but they were blocked by the crystals on its body. Creature, Ice Crystal Beast age, 12. 400 years talent. Ice crystal freezing, it can shoot ice crystals at a target, freezing it. This unknown cave will soon have a new artwork. Note, this is an artist, skilled at preserving eternal beauty, but not particularly concerned with the idea of beauty itself. Little Wolf, come out to entertain the guests. Chapter 74. Kill. A massive figure suddenly appeared in the air above the path of the Ice Crystal Beast. With a thud, the entire cave seemed to shake. The little wolf that had just landed quickly jumped up. It noticed frost forming on its rear. After jumping away, the little wolf looked at the ice crystal beast it had just pinned down, seeing it covered in ice crystals and exuding cold air. It immediately turned to its master. Jason gave it a thumbs up. For a moment, the little wolf suddenly realized that its master was even more dog-like than itself. A frozen wolf's rear. Is this something a human would do? Don't look anymore. It's going to attack you. Jason felt no discomfort from the little wolf's gaze and instead pointed at the ice crystal beast that had gotten back up. The ice crystal beast shook its head and then looked at the suddenly appearing giant wolf. The frost on its body thickened, seemingly solidifying. It flicked its tail towards the little wolf, and a crystal shot out from its tail, speeding towards it. Alerted, the little wolf quickly ducked down, and the ice crystal flew over its head. As the crystal flew over its head, all the wolf fur along the way was frozen. At that moment, a purple arrow suddenly appeared in front of the ice crystal beast. The purple arrow instantly pierced into its body. It immediately retaliated by launching a completely white crystal at Jason. Jason quickly jumped back, dodging the attack. This creature was truly made of crystal, and it seemed that the poison was no longer effective against it. Seeing the purple arrow lodged in its head, yet its movements were unaffected, Jason felt a sense of trouble. In this low temperature, the little wolf is not suitable for prolonged combat, so it needs to be dealt with quickly. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for itself. Looking ahead, the ice crystals that had just fallen to the ground had already split into many other crystals, shaped just like the one seen earlier. Jason continued to use his third soul skill to absorb some of its soul power, keeping his blue bar as healthy as possible. In case he needed it during the upcoming explosion, running out of blue would be quite embarrassing. Jason moved around, observing the hidden ice core within the ice crystal beast body. The ice crystal beast is actually just a small blue crystal, and the ice crystals covering its body are merely a form of self-protection. Therefore, breaking through its outer white crystals is essentially ineffective. However, it is very difficult to locate its true form beneath the thick layer of white ice crystals. The only opportunity is when it uses its skills. At the moment it activates its talent skill, there will be a fluctuation of soul power. As long as Jason can determine the source of the soul power fluctuation, he will have a chance to kill it. As time passes, the surrounding ice crystals increase, and the temperature drops accordingly. The little wolf is nearly covered in frost. Its dark green fur freezing in clumps, but its gaze becomes increasingly fierce. Jason's hands had started to turn purple, and his body was becoming increasingly stiff. Watching the little wolf in front of him clumsily dodge another ice crystal, Jason began to feel the urge to retreat. The ice crystal beast has always hidden its core, and as soon as Jason gets a little closer, it will retreat, never giving you a chance. And it also knows that these sudden intruders cannot outlast it, so it has never been impatient. This is also something that Jason is quite worried about. By the time of the Eternal Era, many soul beasts had already developed a certain level of intelligence, and with intelligence, battles would become more difficult and filled with uncertainties. Just as Jason was preparing to retreat, the small wolf in front of him showed a fierce expression and suddenly let out a wolf howl. Its body was enveloped in a ghostly green light, transforming into a streak of green light that instantaneously appeared in front of the ice crystal beast. The ice crystal beast was taken aback by its sudden outburst and failed to react in time, getting swatted away by a paw and crashing into the nearby stone wall. The entire underground shook once again, causing many fragments to fall from above, and a large chunk was also missing where the ice crystal beast had been struck. As soon as it landed, the ice crystal beast stood upright, seemingly very angry, and a shard of ice shot out from its body, aimed at the small wolf. The little wolf had just exhausted all its strength, barely standing, with the eerie green light on its body dimming, looking like it could extinguish at any moment. It stood still, staring at the ice crystals shooting toward it, with no trace of panic or fear in its eyes. Only one thing remained: trust. Sure enough, the ice crystals were struck by several blue streaks of light in midair. Although they did not shatter, they veered off course, scattering the ice crystals that were aimed at the little wolf, which then plunged into the ground with unabated force. Little demon. Now, a loud echo reverberated throughout the space. Countless vines composed of branches and roots suddenly appeared around the ice crystal beast and wrapped around it. Since it was still backed against the wall, there was much less space to evade, and with the sudden attack, its entire body was bound. It struggled violently, twisting and writhing, the vines loosening, but more vines kept replenishing, repeating this cycle, and the ice crystal beast was controlled for a while. At this moment, the crackling sound of lightning echoed through the space again. Jason was surrounded by lightning, illuminating the surroundings brightly. With the enchanted bowstring taut, he focused on the temporarily controlled ice crystal beast. Found you. The familiar explosive sound rang out again, and flames appeared in his hand as he pulled the string. Coupled with the rapid response from the soul power triggered by potential activation, countless arrows formed a stream of light in just 1 second, shooting towards the ice crystal beast that was about to break free. A long blue line struck a specific spot on the front of the ice crystal beast. All the arrows formed a line, hitting that one point. As the saying goes, constant dripping wears away the stone, let alone arrows. The blue line lasted for 2 seconds before dissipating, and a small hole appeared on the body of the ice crystal beast, with a shattered blue crystal in the center. At the same time, a black soul ring floated out from the corpse of the ice crystal beast. Jason shot a few more arrows at the shattered blue crystal, and only after it was completely crushed did he retract his martial soul and move in front of the little wolf. The little wolf was now lying on the ground, unconscious, covered in frost, and its body was somewhat stiff, like a frozen corpse. After gently stroking its head, Jason put it back into the pet space. He then sat down next to the corpse of the ice crystal beast and said, "Little, stay alert around us." Vines spread out from Jason's body, forming an intricate enclosed space that surrounded him. After some time of growth, the little had developed some independent consciousness, but it still couldn't speak and could only follow some simple commands. However, this was already a significant improvement. Jason then began to prepare to absorb the soul ring. Chapter 75. 10,000-year soul ring in this space filled with branches and vines. The ice crystals on the ground turned back into ordinary ice crystals as the soul power dissipated, and were subsequently shattered by the passing vines. In the center of this area, Jason was regulating his breathing while waiting. He was inputting soul power into the potential crystal on his chest, trying to fill it up as quickly as possible for reuse. The duration of the soul ring's presence was 1 hour, and in that time, he could not only adjust himself to the best state, but also use the potential crystal again. This time, he was absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring which, like the third soul ring, exceeded his own level's absorption limit. Jason's determination to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring comes from the continuous healing and energy supply from Xiao Yao. The significant growth in both body and spirit triggered by the potential crystal and the torso bone soul bone acquired a few days ago in the Stardow Forest, which has also enhanced Jason's physique, along with his usual self-abusive training. Explosion, repair, each reconstruction and repair strengthens Jason's body further. In fact, Jason is also tempted to risk absorbing soul rings of even higher ages. However, in the extreme north, the cold weather is not suitable for Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang's combat, nor for himself. Therefore, the best choice is to hunt soul beasts under 15,000 years. This ensures safety during absorption and is not overly dangerous during the hunt. The energy of the potential crystal is finally full, and after adjusting his breathing for a while, Jason begins to prepare to absorb the black soul ring before him. The black soul ring slowly drifts toward Jason, and the absorption begins. The moment he starts absorbing the soul ring, a cold aura begins to freeze Jason's mental consciousness. Outside, there is no frost on Jason's snow-white ferret, and his body temperature is somewhat cold, which is normal in this environment. But Jason's eyebrows are covered in a layer of frost, his lips are pale, and his teeth are chattering. It seems very cold. Xiao Yao begins to input energy into Jason, and, at the same time, the blue crystal on Jason's chest lights up again, his whole body wrapped in lightning. The cold that was freezing Jason's spirit is instantly pierced by a bolt of lightning, and his thoughts become active again. At the same time, the speed of soul ring absorption accelerates once more. Thus, the 10,000-year soul ring of the ice crystal beast is smoothly absorbed by Jason. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Jason slowly opens his eyes. The frost on his eyebrows has disappeared, and his lips have returned to a light red. Let's go, we should head up. Xiao Tian is still waiting. Jason stands up, retracting all the surrounding vines. The ice blocks on the way are starting to melt, and some water is beginning to flow. Arriving at the cave entrance, Jason uses the explosion's thrust to fly upward again. On the way, he encounters that group of ice bats, but in this dim space. Jason does not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Flying over them and out of the cave, this time, no ice bats chase after him. At Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing is standing in front of the principal, glaring at him. Why are you stopping him from taking me away? She doesn't know how many times she has repeated this today. You are too weak. You will become a burden to him. Flinder patiently repeats. But if I don't follow him to train, I will always be a burden to him, Zhu Zhuqing stubbornly replies. Flinder sighs helplessly, but his training is too dangerous. He can't take care of you at all. I'm protecting you, but I'm not afraid of death. But we at Shrek are afraid of your death. We are a whole. Isn't Jason part of that whole? She immediately retorts. Flinder falls silent for a moment. Yes, he doesn't belong to our whole. His voice is somewhat low, as if saying this weighs heavily on him. Zhu Zhuqing seems momentarily unable to believe it, unable to accept that this statement comes from the man with crystal eyes. I once hoped he would make an effort to integrate into Shrek, but it seems he has always hidden something in his heart, always keeping himself concealed. After finally peeling away some of the clouds in his heart, he seems very sensitive and chose to leave again. Flinder's eyes flicker, and Zhu Zhuqing, as an adult, I must advise you that your feelings for Jason are not love. You're just looking for something to fill the emptiness in your heart. You don't really like him. He enunciates each word, and these words seem to strike deep into Zhu Zhuqing's heart. She immediately wants to refute, but looking into Flinder's glasses that see through everything, she finds herself unable to speak. That kid Jason, although he exudes danger inside and out, under all that, there's a warm heart. If you really like him, go love him. If you don't like him, then don't disturb him. This time, Zhu Zhuqing does not argue further and leaves Flinder's office with her head down. After she leaves, Flinder lets out a long breath, as if the pressure accumulated over a long time has been released. He recalls the conversation from a few days ago. If he usually acted a bit more stable, I wouldn't worry so much about this matter. After this sentence, the two fall silent again. When a crisp bird call rings out around them, Flinder looks at Jason with a gentle gaze. I'll call you Xiao Jia. No, just call me Jason. Jason quickly shakes his head and waves his hand. Xiao Jia? Little stutterer? What nonsense? Flinder laughs and continues. Actually, I know you want to help Zhu Zhuqing, but you have no obligation to help her. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. How can there be no obligation? Although Jason's tone is very casual, Flinder can tell that he seems a bit flustered. Really? I believe you should be able to sense that Zhu Zhuqing does not like you. She's just grabbing onto you like a drowning person grasping at a straw. It's not a lifeline. Jason suddenly finds Flinder somewhat annoying. After a moment of silence, Jason stops arguing and silently nods, then says, yes, perhaps it's a bit of guilt. After all, I didn't expect that incident would cause her such great harm. I was the one who made her feel like she was drowning, so I willingly became that straw. Anyway, it's not a loss for me, right? Just helping her a little. Once she gets out of the water, she can leave if she wants. Jason lowers his head, fiddling with a small blade of grass. Speaking nonchalantly, things are not calculated like that. You don't owe her anything, nor do you need to compensate her for anything. Just do your own thing. You, although you're like a fierce beast, thriving under the law of the jungle, you're overly cautious when it comes to dealing with people. Being seen through and having your inner thoughts spoken out loud is somewhat shameful. Principal, don't you think you are quite annoying? Am I? Haha, all right. When dealing with your own people, don't be so cautious about hurting them. Just do your own thing. If you need my help, feel free to ask. Can I borrow money? No. Huh. Jason glances at him dismissively. Kid, I will clarify things with Zhu Zhuqing. You don't need to feel guilty. Sometimes, having too much insight isn't good for you. You've been observing me. Jason looks at him and asks, isn't it normal for the principal to observe students? Flinder shrugs in response. In fact, if it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing, I might not have noticed at all. Indeed, during that training period, Zhu Zhuqing would come over every time, not just because she liked him, but it was merely a misperception of feelings. In her emptiness, it was like drowning, grabbing randomly. Once she caught something, she would hold on to it. After getting back to shore, she might thank that straw, but she knows she wouldn't like him. This seems very unreasonable, but feelings are often irrational. Perhaps in the end, Zhu Zhuqing really did fall for Jason, but they didn't spend much time together. Liking this was not very realistic. It was precisely because Jason keenly sensed her situation that he made that choice at the time. His actions seemed to be two extremes from his usual behavior. Unexpected. With a sigh, Flan turned and left. Watching his departing figure, Jason's gaze became resolute. My matters should also come to a conclusion. Book release notice. This book will be available on May 1st, and there will be a wave of updates. With at least 5 chapters, I will take a 4-day break, and after my vacation, everyone can start reading. Let us head to the little black room. I will definitely finish this book. After all, I have nothing to do after work except write and update. Of course, I also appreciate everyone's support. You all give me the motivation to keep writing. Chapter 76. Magic Ice Crystal Arrow. As soon as Jason stepped out of the cave, he felt a wave of warm comfort. Chirp! The little Tian, who was patrolling, immediately flew to him excitedly as soon as it saw him come out. Jason patted its head, reassuring it. It's okay, it's already resolved. For some reason, looking at the little Tian in front of him, Jason felt a bit reluctant. He glanced at the unconscious little wolf in the space, and it seemed he was struggling with something. Little Tian noticed its master looking a bit down and couldn't help but nuzzle its head against his palm to comfort him. Jason smiled and seemed to come to a realization, thinking about some things, but you must remember, I will never give up on you all forever. Little Tian didn't understand his meaning and couldn't help but call out in confusion. All right, you go play for now. I'll test the skill I just obtained. With that, Jason summoned his martial soul again. Finding a spot, Jason focused on a soul beast hiding in the dark, observing in this forest. The enchanted bow added another white pattern this time, enhancing its holiness. The soul rings on his body, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, lit up again. Retreating to his feet, taking a deep breath, Jason's 4th 10,000-year soul ring lit up. A white transparent arrow appeared on the enchanted bow, and both the bow and arrow exuded cold air, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. 4th soul skill, Magic Ice Crystal Arrow, launched a massive icy arrow towards the target, causing damage and a stun effect on the hit target. The Magic Ice Crystal Arrow would also deal damage and slow down all enemy targets nearby. Moreover, the icy arrow would not dissipate. The further it flew, the larger it would become until it hit an object. This strike could be considered a super long-range shot, capable of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Jason released the bowstring, and the icy arrow shot out, continuously absorbing moisture and cold air from the surroundings, growing larger and larger, yet showing no signs of slowing down. At this moment, if he could use a tracking soul skill like Zhao Wuji's, it would be even more perfect. The arrow passed through one silver tree after another and finally arrived in front of a white monkey, the very one that had provoked Jason earlier. Seemingly not expecting an attack, the monkey quickly climbed up the branches above when it saw the enormous icy arrow in front of it. The moment it jumped up, the icy arrow shot past beneath it. However, right behind it was the trunk of the tree. The arrow struck the trunk, causing the tree to explode instantly, while the shattered ice crystals scattered like flowers from the heavens, and a wave of cold air erupted, plunging the surroundings into a chilling cold. The white ape was pierced by the scattered ice crystals, but no blood flowed out, all frozen by the cold. It screamed in panic and hurriedly fled from the area. Jason retracted his martial soul and began to run swiftly through the forest, quickly arriving at the spot where the ice arrows had just struck. Looking at the broken tree trunks and the scattered ice crystals around, many of these crystals were embedded in the nearby tree trunks, while some had fallen to the ground. At the same time, the moment he entered this area, the temperature dropped significantly, and the flow of blood in his body slowed down considerably. Let's try the soul power. Jason muttered to himself, and then began to take action. After a blue hue flowed from his palm, Jason withdrew his hand. It would also reduce the flow of soul power. No wonder it was called magic. Then Jason continued to look around and drew a circle in this area, about 10 meters in diameter. It was approximately 3 kilometers from where he was to here, and the damage coverage was 10 meters. Jason stood outside the circle, calculating to have a rough idea. This data was still very important for Jason. Before understanding the enemy, he needed to understand himself. After some observations, he sat down and began to brainstorm. If an explosive were added to the ice crystal arrow, wouldn't it have the power of a fragmentation grenade? It's important to know that the greatest power of a grenade doesn't come from the explosion itself, but from the shrapnel that scatters. Not considering the attribute issues for now, Jason immediately began his experiment. This time, the white stripes lit up again, but Jason added the explosive attribute in the middle. The white transparent ice crystal arrow was infused with a trace of red and shot towards a tree stump again. However, this time, as the flying arrow absorbed the surrounding moisture and cold air, it dissipated. The explosive attribute soul power in the middle quickly cooled down. Ultimately, the arrow came to a halt like an ordinary soul power arrow midway. It seemed that it wouldn't work. Jason was not disappointed. He decided to try an arrow with an added ice attribute. Jason lifted the enchanted bow and continued experimenting. This time, he didn't use any soul skills. Just a regular arrow with an ice attribute. A blue arrow appeared on the bow, but the arrowhead was made of ice crystal. Jason tried to attach the explosive soul power again. The sharp whistling sound echoed once more as the arrow shot toward a nearby tree trunk. Getting much closer to the target, the arrow instantly hit the trunk and then exploded. Jason hurried over to check the situation. When Jason arrived at the scene, he gasped in surprise. He noticed that behind the tree that had been blown apart, there was a hole in another tree. Following this hole, he found a small piece of shattered ice crystal on the ground behind it. So that's how it is. After thinking carefully, Jason understood. At the moment of the arrow's explosion, the ice crystal at the arrowhead was propelled like a bullet by the shockwave of the explosion, causing secondary damage. Similar to a gun. To put it more vividly, it was like a booster rocket. Although he didn't create a shrapnel grenade, he stumbled upon another surprise. Having just acquired the ice attribute, Jason began to experiment joyfully in this forest. A few days later, in a rocky cave, Jason and his group were inside. The space in this cave was large, and Jason and Xiao Tian felt like insects in comparison. Above them were jagged stalactites, with sharp stone tips dripping water, and below was a waterhole. It was entirely blue and seemed bottomless. Jason started a fire in a relatively open area, bringing some light to the dark cave. As he continued moving toward the inner area, he reached the foot of a snow mountain, but just as he arrived, a blizzard suddenly swept down from mountain. The fierce wind whipped up the white snow, causing the world to lose all sense of direction in an instant. Feeling the howling wind around him, Jason urged the little wolf to move forward. In his previous life, Jason had also experienced such a blizzard, but at that time, he had a shelter to take refuge in. Here, however, the surroundings were completely open, and there was no shelter to protect him. Fortunately, he had roughly surveyed that there was a cave not far ahead, and he needed to get inside quickly before the blizzard fully unleashed its fury. With visibility reduced to just 2 meters, the little wolf struggled to move forward, but suddenly stepped into thin air and fell into the large cave. The howling sounds around them vanished instantly, plunging them into silence. Chapter 77. Crisis now. Inside the cave, little Tian and the little wolf seemed very interested in their surroundings. Running around, sniffing this and that, clearly curious about everything. Jason sat cross-legged by the fire with his eyes closed, the flames casting a glow on his stern face. At that moment, he opened his eyes, and it seemed like a chill flickered as he did. He reached out to touch the flames. The fire scorched his hand, yet he appeared to feel no heat, only gazing intently at his hand above the flames. His hand seemed to be wrapped in a layer of mirror, reflecting the flame's image. He reached into the fire and pulled out a burning log. At the moment of contact, the log emitted a sizzling sound. Then the surface quickly froze, while the fire in the middle had not yet extinguished. Jason's hands were not wrapped around a lens, but rather around ice crystals. Thanks to his experience in cultivating the first soul skill, refining the ice attribute went much smoother this time. Enchantment was not only applied to arrows, but also to his own body, which was the greatest feature of the enchanted bow. Perhaps this feature seemed very good, but what if the system was gone? Without the system, one would have to choose between cultivating attributes and leveling up soul power. If one primarily focused on enhancing attributes related to the body, their level would increase very slowly. With insufficient levels, their soul power wouldn't be enough to support combat using soul power. The choice to focus on soul power levels was much better than the previous one, but the methods would lean towards soul rings and soul skills, allowing one to quietly be an archer. However, which archer doesn't have a heart for close combat? He casually threw the ice stick on the ground. Although the temperature around was low, Jason felt inexplicably irritable. He didn't even want to train anymore. Glancing at the still, lively little wolf and little Tian, Jason left the campfire and walked into the cave. After turning a few corners and navigating around some rocks, Jason crossed a narrow passage and arrived at a relatively open area. The space here wasn't large, probably slightly bigger than a basketball court, and there were no sharp stalactites or other protruding rocks, making it quite smooth. Finding a suitable spot, Jason took out a homemade training bow. This bow was made from the horn of a rock rhinoceros and the tendons of an earth dragon, crafted by Jason himself. It was quite heavy and was usually only used for training. Then he took out a quiver from his space and slung it over his back, filled with many wooden arrows. He found a special stone, perfectly stacked on top of a boulder. Jason didn't use any soul power. He relied solely on his physical strength. Repeatedly taking arrows, drawing the bow, and shooting, he continued this process over and over. Although his speed wasn't very fast, the process appeared exceptionally smooth. The wooden arrows kept piercing into the target, and before long, they were shattered. He continued searching for the next one. After a short while, with continuous shooting, Jason was already soaked in sweat. But he remained focused, drawing the bow and shooting arrows. When he ran out, he would take more from the space, as if he aimed to exhaust all the arrows in there. However, there were still thousands of arrows left in the space. His restless mind gradually calmed down with each shot. After an unknown number of shots, the area was already filled with wooden arrows and shattered stones. And Jason slowly came to a stop. In an instant, a powerful wave of fatigue washed over him, almost causing him to faint. He braced himself and returned to his original spot. The fire had already gone out, so Jason reignited it, then laid down a blanket beside it and slowly lay down. He watched the flames in front of him, the firelight reflecting in his pupils, momentarily entranced. Then two shadows pressed over. It was Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang. They lay beside the fire, nudging Jason. After he patted them one by one, they happily laid down to rest. Jason had no idea how long he had been asleep when he suddenly felt a jolt in his dream. He immediately sat up and became alert to his surroundings, summoning all of his martial soul rings. Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang were also cautiously observing their surroundings. There was no movement around them, only the caves shaking. At the same time, they could faintly hear the powerful roars of beasts. Just from the sound, they could feel an immense sense of pressure. The noise was deafening and seemed very angry. They were still far from the inner circle, so why was there such a powerful soul beast? Jason's expression darkened, sensing that something was off. Just as he was preparing to let the unknown presence above move first, suddenly, the accumulated snow at the cave entrance collapsed, and large amounts of snow fell, revealing a bright sky. When the snow hit the ground, it made a muffled sound like a heavy object falling. Xiao Lang and Xiao Tian vigilantly stared at the place where the snow had fallen. As Jason finally saw what was hidden in the snow, his expression suddenly changed. It was a corpse, the body roughly the same size as a small wolf, covered in fur that was the same color as the snow, with limbs like those of a monkey. Run! Jason had barely shouted when the entire cave suddenly collapsed. Countless boulders scattered, and a beam of light from the sky shone through a massive figure. It was a creature resembling the corpse he had just seen, but its body was several times larger. It was like the difference between an adult and a baby. Jason was dodging everywhere among the collapsed rubble, while the magnificent stalactites had now become the deadliest weapons. Jason narrowly avoided one giant rock after another. His small stature turned out to be an advantage. As for the ones he couldn't dodge, he would blow them to pieces. Although the little wolf and little sky are large in size, they are quite agile, and even if a block occasionally hits them, it doesn't have much effect. That enormous snow-white figure immediately found the corpse, grabbed it with its massive paw, sniffed at its nose, and upon realizing it was no longer alive, let out a mournful and piercing roar to the heavens. The accumulated snow on the entire mountain shook violently. Jason crouched on the ground, covering his ears, feeling as if his eardrums were about to burst. Finally, it stopped roaring and turned to look in Jason's direction, or perhaps more accurately, behind Jason. But there was nothing behind Jason, only a scattering of stalactites. At this moment, Jason only felt a chill throughout his body. He recognized the creature before him as the Titan Snow Demon. Creature, Titan Snow Demon age. Talent. Weakness. Note, level insufficient. This time, it truly was a matter of insufficient level. From the corpse of the Titan Snow Demon cub, just now, Jason had already sensed something was wrong, but he only had time to shout a single word before it arrived. The Titan Snow Demon's massive foot came crashing down towards Jason, covering the sky and ground, moving quickly as if it were angry and wanted to crush this ant. Jason looked at the enormous foot descending, seemingly with no way to evade it. Chapter 78. Dream? Low mode. With no time to choose, Jason directly activated load mode. The sharp sound of lightning and a loud explosion erupted simultaneously as Jason's figure flickered and vanished from his original spot. The giant palm slammed down, kicking up a massive wave of white mixed with rocks. But countless arrows suddenly pierced through this wave, each carrying a spiral airflow, shooting towards the eyes of the Titan snow demon. Seemingly angered by the ant's resistance, it let out a tremendous roar towards the ground. The arrows shot at it from the air were shattered by this roar. Jason below was directly struck by the roar, causing his eardrum to rupture, with 2 streams of blood flowing from his ear. However, Jason remained focused on the colossal creature before him. The huge wave hadn't subsided yet, and another massive foot quickly stomped down toward Jason. The explosive sound echoed again as the enormous foot hit the ground, and amidst the giant wave, a figure was sent flying. It was Jason who was knocked away. Although his burst of power was strong, it was utterly insufficient against the overwhelming disparity in strength. At this moment, every bone in Jason's body was fractured, and his internal organs were severely injured, nearing the brink of destruction, with his life hanging by a thread thanks to the little demon's efforts to keep him alive. This was merely the aftershock, not even the full force of the stomp. A wave of pressure surged towards Jason once more, and this time, he seemed to take it more seriously, using his palm to defend. Looking at the enormous hand that overshadowed everything, it resembled a vast expanse of snow descending upon him. As Jason lay on the ground, a vine quickly stretched out and wrapped around a nearby rock, trying to pull it over. But it was too slow. There was no way to escape. Just as the Titan snow demon was about to strike down on Jason, a figure slightly larger than its palm blocked the way. A long cry echoed, filled with determination. Jason widened his eyes at the figure in front of him and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Get out of the way!" Xiao Tian collided with the Titan snow demon's palm. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and then the pressure of the wind dissipated. The Titan snow demon's hand came to a halt. Xiao Tian braced against its palm. A flicker of surprise passed through the Titan snow demon's eyes. Then it transformed its palm into a claw and grabbed Xiao Tian, casting a glance at the struggling creature. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light as it squeezed hard. Instantly, its palm was stained blood red, and blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the snow a deep crimson. "No!" Jason, lying on the little wolf's back, watched this scene with wide eyes, a dull sound echoing from his body again. At that moment, a cracking sound rang from the mountaintop, followed by a thundering roar that echoed throughout the mountain. A large mass of snow surged down the snow-capped mountain like a tidal wave. It resembled a white snow dragon, rushing down the slope with a howl. The little wolf, carrying Jason, which was charging towards the mountaintop, was immediately engulfed by this avalanche, disappearing into the vast white waves. In the far north, where snow accumulated year-round, the force of the avalanche was unimaginable. Watching the avalanche rush past beneath him, the creature let out an enraged roar to the sky. The avalanche seemed to surge even more fiercely. The avalanche continued for a long time until the terrain gradually flattened out, and a thick layer of snow piled up at the foot of the mountain, resembling layers of cotton. The Titan snow demon had already taken its cub and headed back to its tribe. Jason slowly opened his eyes, and before him was a vast expanse of white walls. He looked around and realized he was in a hospital room. "Oh, you're awake," a nurse exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Jason's eyes open. "Am I in the hospital?" Jason asked in confusion. "Yes. The forest firefighters found you unconscious on the ground and brought you back." The nurse, who seemed to be an intern, exuded a youthful and lively aura. "Why did you save me?" Jason said with a bitter smile, gazing up at the ceiling. "Isn't it good to save you? You can do more of what you want to do, eat more delicious food, and maybe meet better people," she said, already losing herself in her thoughts. "Really?" Jason retorted to himself, but did not argue further. He then closed his eyes to rest. "You rest up. I need to go check on other patients." She seemed to find Jason a bit uninteresting and left, striding away. A few days later, Jason was discharged from the hospital and returned to his little house. The hunting dogs he had raised had died during that forest incident, and he needed to buy 2 more. Thinking of hunting dogs reminded him of the little wolf and Xiao Tian from his dream. He found a specialized breeding facility for hunting dogs located on the outskirts of the city. The 2 hunting dogs he had previously owned were a Taicang hound and a Chuandong hound, both suitable for deep mountain forests. This time, he planned to choose these 2 breeds again, as he was already familiar with their training, under the guidance of the owner. He took quite a while to select 2 that he was satisfied with. Choosing hunting dogs is an art. It's not something to be done casually. After taking 2 lively puppies from the owner, Jason brought them to the car, watching the 2 small hunting dogs already starting to fight in the passenger seat. Jason couldn't help but smile as he started the car and headed to the supermarket to prepare food for the 2 puppies. Upon arriving home, the two small hunting dogs showed no signs of unfamiliarity and immediately began to run around the yard. Jason teased them and then took out the items he bought from the supermarket to prepare their food. Jason's home felt empty, but the arrival of the two puppies brought some life into it. During their training, the two puppies grew up. After waking up from the hospital, Jason often had strange dreams, making him feel uncomfortable for the past few months. Today, as usual, Jason prepared the dog food. "Xiao Wolf, Xiao Tian, come eat," he called, tapping the food bowl. The two hunting dogs, each about 70 centimeters tall, happily ran over. Xiao Wolf had a wrinkled face and stood with its ears erect, its muscular body evident. Xiao Tian had a black back and yellow legs, with V-shaped ears that were level with its eyes. The two puppies did not rush to eat the food in the bowl at first. Instead, they looked at Jason, waiting for his command. "Go ahead." Jason patted Xiao Wolf. But this time, Xiao Wolf did not immediately rush towards the food. Instead, it lunged at Jason's neck. Danger made Jason's hair stand on end, and adrenaline surged through him. At the same time, the world in his eyes began to twist, and then Xiao Wolf appeared right in front of him. Jason stared in disbelief at the exposed fangs of the little wolf hovering next to his neck. Seeing its owner awake, it retracted its fangs and gently licked Jason's face. Then it fell heavily into Jason's arms. Chapter 79, Explosive Ring. "Hey kid, your pet is quite loyal." A man holding a spear shook off the blood from it, leaving a red spot on the snow. The blood beneath him was also bright red. Jason didn't hear the man's words. He was just lost in thought, staring at the little wolf that lay collapsed in his arms. It had a bloody hole in its throat, but its eyes were peacefully closed. It had protected its master in its final moments. It had no regrets. Why does my heart still ache so much? Why? After the avalanche, Jason was protected under the little wolf, which was completely covered by thick snow, while the little spirit was diligently channeling life energy to restore him. When the avalanche ended, the little wolf dug itself out from nearly 100 meters of snow piled on top of it, and then dragged Jason out. Jason was awakened by its tongue licking him, but before he could react, an enemy approached and controlled him with a mental attack. A soul king with a weapon spirit in the form of a spear stepped forward. The extremely weak little wolf bared its teeth in a threatening manner. If it hadn't experienced the avalanche, the little wolf could have escaped with Jason, but it was already exhausted from protecting him. After a brief standoff, the middle-aged man wielding the spear finally struck. The little wolf was pierced through the throat by a spear, but the middle-aged soul master also received a claw mark on his face. Surprisingly, the little wolf, despite having its throat pierced, did not die immediately. Dragging its nearly lifeless body, it crawled to Jason, whose pupils were vacant, and bared its sharp fangs, aiming for his throat. It believed that in this moment of crisis, its master would surely break free from the mental control. Seeing the clarity return to its master's eyes, it reluctantly licked his face. This was its last chance. At least its master got to see it one last time. It closed its eyes without regrets. A team had been tracking Jason, consisting of 3 members, one skilled in mimicry and hiding, one proficient in mental control, and one adept at combat. The one good at mimicry and hiding was named Shi Tsuitsue, a soul master of the soul respect level, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman with no distinguishing features. Her first soul skill could hide her aura, the second could transform and mimic, and the third was a wide-range sharing skill that could hide all teammates within a 1-meter radius. The mental-type soul master was a man with stubble, seemingly only 27, named Duanjua. His earlier soul rings had useless skills, but his 5th soul ring granted him strong mental control due to the stacking effects of the previous ones. The last middle-aged man, a weapon spirit soul master named Ronglei, was also a soul king and the strongest in combat. They were a robbery team, targeting Jason due to a bounty from the Longshi family. "I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" Ronglei stepped forward and impatiently tugged at Jason's hair. Jason still stared blankly, lost in thought. He stepped on the little wolf's body and brought Jason closer. "Kid, you'd better obediently reveal your beast-taming methods, and we will hand you over to the Longshi family in one piece. If you don't cooperate, what we deliver might not be complete." He stared into Jason's eyes as he spoke. At this moment, Jason reacted slightly. He looked at the foot on the little wolf's corpse. "You've been following me since I entered the extreme north, right? You're not stupid. You managed to kill the young of the Titan Snow Demon thanks to your hiding skills, right? That group of Titan Snow Demons certainly didn't expect anyone would dare to hunt their young. With a mental-type soul master, killing the young could indeed be done quietly. and they could endure the extreme cold and bring out the young S bodies. You are truly more professional than rats. The others just looked at him indifferently. They didn't believe Jason could pose a threat to them. But since you have ways to withstand the extreme cold, can kill the Titan Snow Demon young, and safely bring them out to lure out a 10,000-year-old beast, would you really care about a bounty? Huh. Who would take such a big risk for a measly bounty? We are interested in your beast-taming methods. I advise you to obediently tell us how. Such a handsome face. It would be a shame to waste it. The middle-aged woman stepped forward and touched Jason's face. No wonder the Longsheaf family wants to hunt this genius. The reaction is quick. But what does it matter how talented you are when you are still firmly in our grasp? Duanjua said sinisterly. One must not underestimate anyone. Although you think highly of me, it seems you are underestimating me a bit now. Little spirit, I leave the aftermath to you, Jason said resolutely, and suddenly, soul rings lit up around him. Explosive ring. Then they all slowly detonated. After dodging a spear, Jason directly struck the opponent's chest with a palm. Bang! With a loud noise, Rong lay, he was engulfed in flames. Then a charred corpse fell to the ground, the high temperature hissing as it met the snow. How is this possible? Watching as Rong lay, a soul king, was instantly killed, the other two looked on in disbelief. What is impossible? Jason appeared behind the middle-aged woman, his face pale like a ghost. A chill quickly enveloped her entire body, and she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Her terrified expression still clearly visible. The remaining spirit master had completely lost his mind, seemingly still unable to react to the sudden turn of events. You should join him in death. An arrow pierced through his forehead. He widened his eyes and slowly fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the remaining strength, Jason retrieved the little wolf's corpse back into his space. Little demon, get out of here. After saying this, Jason could no longer hold on and fell into a coma. Just now, Jason hadn't fully recovered. His body had only escaped danger thanks to the little demon's treatment. He had no soul power left, and the little demon had nearly exhausted her life force to heal Jason. The explosion of the spirit ring is a last resort. This explosion ring is different from that of the Hautian sect. Jason's explosion ring completely destroys the soul ring directly, resulting in a brief burst of power. But this excessive burst will damage his meridians. In other words, after the explosion of the ring, Jason will completely lose his cultivation and will never be able to cultivate again. He will become a complete cripple. The little demon took over Jason's unconscious body, and then he wandered away like a lost soul, unsteady on his feet. After he left, a Titan snow ape, exuding a kingly aura, arrived at the scene. Looking at the three dead bodies on the ground, it angrily crushed their frozen corpses again. The Titan Snow Demon clan is already sparse in population, yet someone dare to hunt them. Do they really think our clan is easy to bully? Those useless members of the clan can't even guard a child. I wrote all night and only managed 4 chapters. I'll add another chapter during the day. I feel completely drained. Chapter 80, Prayer Recently. A joyful event occurred in the TurnsOut Empire, which of course has little to do with Soul Masters. It is about the Revival Church and the ordinary people. The Revival Church has been growing stronger during this period, and basically, anyone who belongs to the ordinary populace chooses to join the Revival Church and worship that god, the god of death in the desert. Legend has it that he has the head of a dog and the body of a man, recognized by the sun, governing death and time, walking in the deserts of the West. By believing in him, you will stay away from death and gain wisdom. However, this is not the main point. The main point is that their spirits have found a faith to rely on, no longer feeling empty. Ordinary people can gather together, all believing in this god. Everyone is equal. The protagonists of this world are only soul masters. They seem to have been forgotten in the corners and need an organization to gather them, so the world does not forget them. Such rapid development, of course, attracted the attention of the nobility and royalty of the TurnsOut Empire. But everyone knows that military power is the hardest foundation for rule. No matter how many ordinary people gather, there is still a pile of ruins. Moreover, with the emergence of the Revival Church, many new industries have appeared in the TurnsOut Empire, boosting the overall economy of the empire by several times. Moreover, the followers of the Revival Church are very understanding and voluntarily pay more taxes. Once the money is in their pockets, they are quite pleased. During this time, the Revival Church began preparing to build an altar, seemingly to welcome the arrival of the Desert Reaper. Each day, everyone must gather for a collective prayer at a set time until the day of the deity's arrival. At the same time, the album also started to record when the preparations for welcoming the deity began. Therefore, every town, big or small, has more or less established an altar. During this period, as long as you're a follower of the Revival Church, no matter how busy you are, you must take time each day to go to the altar for a prayer until the deity arrives. Some fervent believers stayed at the altar almost all the time, going out early and returning late, praying diligently every day without fail. For a moment, the entire TurnsOut empire was engulfed in prayer. A force of faith floated from the altar into the sky above the TurnsOut empire, drifting into the universe and breaking through the barriers of space. In the far north, Jason slowly awakened in a tree hollow, a vine stretching out from his sleeve and joyfully swaying in front of him. "I didn't expect you to have grown up too," Jason said with emotion as he touched the little sprite. He then checked his body. It was in tatters. The inside looked like a patched-up doll. However, he didn't really care about his body. He needed to confirm something. System, bring up the character panel. Host, Jason level, 0 skills, bomb making. Jason directly skipped the top row and began searching in the skill bar. He looked again and again, but still didn't find the words he was hoping for. System, why is the resurrect pet skill missing? It's strange, why didn't I ask before? And why am I asking now? I'm sorry, this skill is not available. Why? Host permissions are insufficient, refusing to answer. You are bound to me. Why is there a concept of permissions? Host permissions are insufficient, refusing to answer. So you can't resurrect the little monsters? The host must become a god to obtain full system permissions, and the resurrect pet skill can be activated accordingly. Become a god? That's too difficult. Jason shook his head dejectedly. After that, he didn't bother with the system and began to examine his disheveled body. The death of his partner and his level dropped from over 40 to 0 in an instant, leaving Jason greatly frustrated on this journey to the extreme north. He stayed quietly in the tree hollow for a day, neither eating nor drinking. He became increasingly dejected, and his mental state began to decline. The next day, Jason emerged from the tree hollow and started moving toward the outskirts. The broken meridians in his body prevented him from even using his soul power, let alone the explosive and ice attributes of his soul power. Along the way, he looked like a weak, ordinary person in distress, struggling to walk on the snow-covered path. When he was tired, he used a cane to support himself when the wind and snow were too strong. He wrapped himself in a small demon to shield himself from the cold. When he was hungry, he took meat from the system. When he encountered danger, he would hide if he could, and if he couldn't, he let the small demon take action. He became more and more disheveled, and the small demon seemed to become his only pillar of survival in the icy world. A month later, with disheveled white hair and a face full of stubble, his mink coat, which resembled snow, had also become filthy. He looked like a destitute refugee. What should have taken just 2 days to travel in took him a full month to come out. He staggered to the nearest small town in the extreme north. The town wasn't too big, but it was bustling, with people coming and going, vendors selling their goods, and others shouting. As Jason walked into the town, his dejected demeanor fell out of place. He wanted to stop a carriage back to Soto City, but upon seeing a small tavern not far away, he changed his mind. Jason stepped over the threshold and entered the tavern. A cacophony of noise accompanied by a rush of warm air hit him. He smelled the aroma of alcohol, and he inhaled deeply, longing to drink to numb himself, even just for a while. His arrival drew some glances, but upon seeing his unkempt appearance and the air of despair around him, they lost interest. With a slap, Jason placed a gold soul coin on the tavern keeper's table and said, "Pour me as much as this can hold, the strongest and easiest to get drunk on." "All right, just a moment." The tavern keeper, a middle-aged man wearing a furry hat with a sharp face, seemed rather shrewd. He took the gold soul coin and immediately began to pour the wine. Taking the jug, Jason gulped it down, the green liquid flowing down the corners of his mouth like a starved drunkard. After receiving several bottles of wine, he stored them in his space. Those nearby noticed the wine disappearing from Jason's hands, their eyes flickering. In this remote area of the extreme north, there was no good security. Even the spirit hall wouldn't station here. After Jason staggered out of the tavern, a few figures quietly followed him. Jason's eyes were murky, making it hard to see the road ahead, so he occasionally bumped into people along the way. However, seeing him reeking of alcohol and looking disheveled, they merely cursed him and moved away. Some hot-tempered individuals even beat him, but he offered no resistance, simply allowing them to punch and kick him. After being beaten, Jason once again staggered up from the ground when a group of people surrounded him. "Search him. See if he has any spatial soul guide devices." A group of people encircled him, wanting to strip him of his mink coat. At this moment, those searching him screamed in terror. Chapter 81. withered with the two people who went to search him were entangled by twisting vines, which gradually climbed up to their faces. They tried to resist, but the vines were like steel chains, tightly binding them. The companions watching nearby realized what was happening and hurriedly summoned their martial spirits, which were mostly beast martial spirits. Like cats and dogs. Let go of him. How dare you resist? They bared their fangs and claws, attacking the still vacant Jason. On the desolate street, several corpses lay around. Those who saw them merely glanced and then apathetically walked away, while some even watched with mild interest for a while. The horrific shapes of the corpses did not scare anyone here. Their hearts had long since become as cold and indifferent as this extreme northern land. Sometimes, even frozen corpses were more terrifying than this. A few stray dogs sniffed at the corpses and walked away in disgust. At this time, Jason sat in a carriage. The driver seemed to be a good-natured person who frequently came to the extreme north to pick up passengers. Besides him, no one was willing to come here. Jason was lucky to have encountered him. The driver smelled the strong scent of alcohol wafting from the back of the carriage, making his mouth water a bit. What happened to this guy to end up like this? He thought, recalling Jason's appearance before getting on the carriage. Surrounded by the smell of alcohol and an air of despondency, with his withered white hair and full face of stubble. Brother, we're men. What can we get through, right? Just a few days of feeling down is fine, but don't ruin your body. As they walked along the desolate road, he seemed a bit bored and planned to comfort the passenger in the back. You know, my wife ran off and left me with a kid. I work hard every day to raise him, and he has turned out well, becoming a soul master. But it costs a lot to become a soul master. Even though I'm poor, I can't let him be poor, right? So, I gave up driving in the city and came to the extreme north to pick people up. There are all soul masters there, and they pay generously. My son is better off at school. He leaned back against the carriage, speaking slowly. It was unclear whether he was speaking to the passenger or just to himself. The sound of liquid swallowing awkwardly filled the atmosphere. The bumpy ride made Jason get off several times to vomit, feeling like he was about to expel his bile. But he continued to drink, finishing one bottle and taking another from his space. If it's not enough, I'll stock up in the next town. He spent his days in the company of alcohol. Now, anyone within a meter of him could smell the heavy scent of alcohol on him. The driver also noticed that this passenger hadn't eaten at all, only drinking. Seeing his state, he was afraid this passenger might suddenly die on the road. Overall, the journey was uneventful, and they finally arrived at Soto City. This was a big deal for the driver. The long trek over several days had left him somewhat exhausted. However, he admired this passenger, who had vomited several times along the way and hadn't eaten. It was a miracle he hadn't died. Maybe this is what being a soul master is like. He thought enviously. After entering through the north gate of Soto City, he turned back to open the curtain. A strong smell of alcohol instantly made his face flush. Cough, cough, brother, we've arrived in Soto City. What did you say the Shrek Academy is? Jason looked at him with murky eyes and slurred. I don't know. What? You don't know how I'm supposed to take you there? Forget it. I'll ask someone else. Seeing him in a daze, unable to speak properly, I couldn't ask him anything. He asked an old man for directions and immediately headed towards Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was somewhat remote, and the coachman asked a few more people along the way before finally finding the academy next to a village. Is this the academy? Looking at the simple sign that read Shrek with some weeds growing beside it, he felt a bit doubtful. At that moment, a little chubby boy in red came out. He hurried forward. Hey, little brother, can I ask something? Is this Shrek Academy? Ma Hongjun glanced at him. Yes, what is the matter? Well, I have a passenger in my carriage who wants to go to Shrek Academy. He should be one of your academy's people, right? Huh, we haven't had anyone go out recently, though, Ma Hongjun replied, a bit puzzled. Maybe he is someone living right next to Shrek Academy. Why doesn't he get off and walk himself, needing you to ask? He pointed to the carriage and asked. The coachman smiled wryly. Don't mention it. This passenger doesn't know what kind of stimulus he received. He's been drinking all the way and hasn't eaten anything. I found Shrek Academy by asking others. But speaking of it, your academy is a bit too shabby. Isn't it? He pointed at the sign and said, funding is limited. Well, little brother, how about this? You take a look and see if you recognize this passenger. If you don't, I'll ask someone else. I can't just leave him on the ground, right? The coachman requested. Hey, you're quite responsible. All right, I'll go take a look. Maybe he is from the village of Tsuehua, Ma Hongjun praised. Then walked towards the carriage. It smells a bit strong, so be careful. The coachman reminded as he saw him about to lift the curtain. Ma Hongjun paused, then covered his nose with one hand. The moment he lifted the curtain, even covering his mouth and nose, he could still smell a strong odor of alcohol. However, at that moment, He didn't care about the smell, but carefully looked at the person slumped in the carriage. He frowned and leaned in for a closer look. Jason? He tried to call out. What the hell, brother? What happened to you? How did you end up like this? He saw the purple eyes hidden beneath the withered and messy white hair and was immediately shocked. Great, as long as you know him. The coachman sighed in relief beside him. He helped Ma Hongjun lift Jason out of the carriage, then opened all the curtains to air out the smell inside. Ma Hongjun supported Jason's arm over his shoulder and took him directly to the principal's office. Principal, something happened to Jason. He knocked heavily on the office door and shouted. What happened? Flander impatiently opened the door and stopped speaking upon seeing the person on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. He tilted his head and looked closely. Jason? His expression was the same as Ma Hongjun's earlier. Jason, who was resting on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, glanced at him, his purple eyes already dull and lifeless. Gulping, he picked up a wine jug and started drinking again. First, help him inside. Then go find teacher, Xiao, Xian, and Oscar. Flander took Jason and instructed Ma Hongjun. Chapter 82. Ordinary people and soul masters. The people of Shrek gathered in a small room, surrounding a bed where a person lay, his breath weak, clothes disheveled, and face covered in stubble. The room was large and did not feel cramped. Tang sat beside him, feeling his wrist and checking his pulse. The room was silent, with several pairs of eyes fixed on the closed-eyed Tang San, and the sound of breathing was the only noise. As time passed, Tang San's brows furrowed deeper, almost forming a knot. Everyone began to feel anxious as Tang San's expression grew more serious. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh and lowered his hand from checking the pulse. Is the situation very bad? Flinder asked cautiously. Yes, his meridians have been completely destroyed by a surge of energy, and they cannot be repaired at all. In fact, with such injuries, a person should die. However, Jason's body has some energy sustaining his life. Although he is alive, the rest of what Tang San didn't say was understood by everyone else. With the meridians destroyed, it means that soul power cannot flow. And without the flow of soul power, it also means that Jason will become a waste soul master with only brute strength. Everyone looked at the sleeping Jason and sighed silently. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to step forward, but after considering things for a while, she realized that she didn't actually like Jason. So, what identity should she face him with? Sigh, all right, everyone stop gathering here. Go train first, leave this to me. Flander sighed and waved his hand at the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing retracted her foot that was about to step forward and silently followed everyone out of the room. The last to leave, Tang San glanced at Jason before closing the door. He actually had a way to treat Jason's injuries, but he had his own matters to attend to and couldn't waste time on this. After everyone had left, Flander let out another heavy sigh. It was one of regret. Judging by the fox fur cloak he was wearing, he must have come from the north, and given Jason's temperament, definitely ventured into the extreme north of the Forbidden Land. The extreme north is a place he himself is wary of. Looking at Jason's injuries, he must have gone deep into the inner circle. This kid really dares. However, this time, he ultimately lost his footing. A single mistake can last a lifetime. He first thought of the nine-heart begonia, but Jason's condition was not just an injury, it was a kind of illness. Unless he shattered the meridians in his body again and then reconnected them with the nine-heart begonia, but that carries a great risk. If he's not careful, Jason could die immediately. Perhaps becoming an ordinary person wouldn't be such a bad outcome for you. He thought about Jason's reckless and adventurous personality. Maybe after becoming an ordinary person, he would calm down. The next day, Flander had someone help Jason clean up a bit. Once he was cleaned up, Jason regained his youthful appearance, but the deadness in his eyes and the aura of despair on him did not diminish at all. Jason, what exactly did you encounter outside? Flander wanted to understand what had happened to him in hopes of helping him. Jason paused in the action of pouring wine into his mouth, then drank heavily, like a thirsty desert traveler. Dead, haha, all dead. Putting down the wine bottle, he mumbled with vacant eyes, tears streaming down his face. A strong sense of sorrow emanated from him, causing Flander to fall silent, his desire to ask further questions fading away. Flander remained silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder, trying to cheer him up. What could he say? To encourage him to train hard for revenge? But he could no longer become a soul master. He didn't even have a glimmer of hope left. Although he had never experienced such despair, he could understand it. He could only silently hope that Jason would get through this. When he returned to his office, the master was also in the room. Seeing Flander come back, he stood up and said, "In a while, we're going to the Heaven Do Academy. Do you want to prepare a bit?" Flander had just returned from Jason and seemed a bit distracted, not paying attention to what he said. Flander, the master called a few times, and Flander finally came back to his senses. "Oh, what is it?" He sat down, calming himself as he looked at him and asked, "In a while, we're moving to the Heaven-Do Academy. Do you want to prepare a bit?" As long as I take the students over, there's nothing much to prepare, right?" He was obviously not very concerned about this at the moment. "You need to tally up the arrangements, etiquette, and which teachers are willing to go with us, right?" the master said in an orderly manner. "Just leave that to Zhao Wujia," Flanders said quietly. The master noticed his mood was poor and understood the reason. "I've also learned about Jason's situation. It's truly regrettable for such a prodigy to become a waste, but he will only be an ordinary person from now on. We will only grow further apart. It's also because he wasn't steady enough and took too many risks to dare to venture alone into the extreme north." The master sighed in regret. Flander frowned at this and said, "What are you trying to say? We're a Soul Master Academy. He is no longer suitable to be in our school." "Xiao Gang." Flander suddenly stood up and shouted sternly. "Did you think about yourself when you said that?" The master fell silent, momentarily speechless. Flanders seemed to realize his words were a bit harsh, slumping back into his chair. "You should go check on Xiao San and the others. I heard Xiao San has created a flying god claw. You should go take a look." He closed his eyes and waved his hand to send him off. The master said nothing more and quietly left the office. Tang San and the others also came to visit Jason early in the morning. When they entered the room, it was dim and lifeless, and the light that streamed in from the door seemed to dim instantly. At the same time, the same smell of alcohol from yesterday filled the entire room, causing the girls who had just entered to cough a few times. At this moment, Jason was quietly leaning in the corner of the room, drinking alone. The food that had been brought to him sat untouched and had already gone cold. They approached to offer a few words of comfort, but Jason seemed deaf to their presence, not even glancing at them, simply continuing to drink in silence, the allure of the alcohol intoxicating him. After their efforts proved fruitless, the group had no choice but to leave and attend to their own matters. Over time, their visits to see Jason became less frequent, and gradually, no one wanted to see him anymore. It seemed that Jason had been forgotten in this small room. The person who has seen him the most is the chef of the academy, teacher Xiao Xian. He delivers meals to Jason on a regular basis every day. Although Jason hasn't eaten a single meal, which made him a bit angry and curse a few times, he still sent the meals without fail. During this time, everyone noticed Zhu Zhuqing's behavior, but no one said anything or had any thoughts about it. It was just very natural. Gradually, the day for Shrek Academy's relocation arrived. On the day of the move, students and teachers gathered outside the village, preparing to set off. "What about Jason?" Ning Rongrong suddenly asked amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled Jason, their expressions somewhat complicated. "I've arranged for someone to take care of him. When he wants to go back, he can go back by himself." "All right, let's go." After Flanders finished speaking, he took the lead and walked ahead. As the group moved further away from the academy, the two paths seemed to diverge completely. From a moment Jason could not become a soul master, a barrier had already existed between the two sides, and this barrier would only grow thicker. Not long after they left, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Jason's mind, dulled by alcohol. Ding! Chapter 83. The Abandoned Gun. Ding! The Hunter system is about to be unbound. Ding! The Hunter system is about to be unbound. The system's voice rang in Jason's mind 3 times. His confused gaze became a bit clearer. Huh! He let out a sound that seemed both disdainful and sorrowful, then continued to pour alcohol into his mouth. The Hunter system has been unbound. After the system's voice disappeared, silence once again enveloped the surroundings. Jason's soul power had also completely vanished. In the corner, Jason continued to drink without any reaction, numbly pouring alcohol into himself. It seemed that the departure of the system meant nothing to him. After spending another day in a daze, Jason finally fell asleep in a haze. In a distant dimensional space, amidst an endless desert under the blazing sun, a majestic being with a dog's head and a human body was walking through the desert. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing a surge of energy that had appeared out of nowhere. Following the source of this energy, he crossed through time and space, looking towards the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, prayers have been ongoing for more than a month, marking a legendary period since the founding of the empire. Today, a fervent believer who had been praying at the altar suddenly felt a force gathering in the air of the Star Luo Empire. It was vastly different from the soul power they were accustomed to. It was an energy as vast and empty as the starry sky. It felt like the power of a deity. At the same time, others who were praying in different locations also sensed this energy. Tears of excitement streamed down their faces. The deity had responded, acknowledging their sincerity. They suppressed their inner excitement and continued to pray. The faith power that had been drifting in the sky seemed to gain recognition at this moment, slowly beginning to gather together. In the divine realm, deep within the Douluo forest in the far north, all the gazes hidden deep within the Douluo continent converge here. Under the watchful eyes, the faith power above the TurnsOut empire gradually coalesced into a being with a dog's head and a human body. He was solemn and majestic, with a robust figure and a fierce intelligence shining in his eyes. Dressed in the attire of an Egyptian pharaoh, his appearance caused the praying believers to glance up at the sky, and they saw their god. But after just one glance, the deity disappeared. The observers in the shadows all had different thoughts and began to speculate, but no one acted rashly. This day was referred to as the Day of Arrival by the people of the Douluo Empire. Every year on this day, everyone would wear dog-headed masks and hold a welcoming ceremony in the streets. You are the origin of faith in this world. A deep and ancient voice echoed in Jason's mind. At the same time, Jason found himself in an endless desert. He opened his eyes and saw a tall figure in Egyptian attire with a dog head. Neza. Yes. The dead gray in Jason's eyes had vanished, replaced by endless brightness. But I see no faith in your eyes. Human. I believe in myself. Everyone has faith. You believe in your own wisdom. Then what do you believe in? I believe in the sun. At that moment, a ball suddenly appeared in Jason's hand for some unknown reason. He tossed in his hand. Will you pick it up? Neza felt a stir in his heart, resisting the temptation of his body, and replied, No. What a pity. The ball in Jason's hand disappeared, and the atmosphere momentarily eased. Suddenly, Neza sniffed in Jason's direction with his dog nose. Human, I detect the smell of parasites on you. Oh, Jason's heart stirred. What kind of parasites? Perhaps standing was a bit tiring, so he sat down on the sand. Parasites that crawl on the world and suck blood. They typically seek a host to draw the world's blood while hiding their own presence. Neza, having wandered in the desert for years, seemed intrigued as it was his first encounter with such a thing. What happens to the host that is parasitized? Jason asked curiously. Of course, they become powerful and consume it. Are they supposed to wait for you to grow strong to destroy it? He seemed a bit disdainful of Jason's naivety. Is that so? Jason mumbled, lowering his head. Indeed, the idea of pie falling from the sky is not trustworthy. From the moment the system was bound to him, he had been thinking about how to gain the greatest benefit through the system. Oh no, through the parasite. It was evident that leveling up through hunting was the easiest thing to do, but all of that was provided by the system, which could reclaim it at any time. As for skill levels, he can gain insights from them. Even if he ultimately retracts these, it's like using an experience card. During this time, he can acquire a lot and clarify his development direction. As long as he develops in that direction, everything will be fine. According to Jason's hunter philosophy, the system is the hunter, and Jason is a gun forged by the hunter. The power has never been in Jason's hands. He cannot tell the hunter, hey hunter, don't use me anymore. However, when this gun becomes useless, it will surely be discarded. Jason can only break free from this hunter by becoming a useless gun. Jason has been looking for an opportunity to turn himself into a useless weapon since he obtained the system, while maximizing the acquisition of useful things. He has been studying how bullets are chambered, what caliber they are, how they are fired, how the trajectory is aimed, and so on. Just a month ago, during his expedition in the extreme north, when hunting the ice crystal beast, he saw that white ape. When he saw the white ape, he had already noticed its abnormalities, but he did not use the system's beast perception to investigate it. Instead, he observed and was convinced that it was not a soul beast, but something that had transformed. This was considered an opportunity, and it depended on whether this opportunity would be fruitful. The subsequent series of events ultimately did not disappoint Jason. Everything that happened afterward was within his expectations, or rather, as long as he did not die, it was within his anticipated range. However, even so, the deaths of Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang left him heartbroken. Yet, he would eventually become a god, and they would be resurrected again. The subsequent performance of the system confirmed Jason's thoughts. The cult of the fallen star is a backup plan he left behind. Since the Douluo continent can traverse dimensions and has a parasitic system, gaining the attention of an illusory god might also be feasible. Therefore, he had already written to Jelengemin of the TurnsOut Empire to begin laying plans. The entire scheme reached Jason's expectations without any danger. His gun was wasted and voluntarily discarded. Although it was gone, he gained a free body. He no longer had to be fattened up like a pig, only to be slaughtered. Chapter 84. Ascendant Nasus is a solemn and imposing ascendant with a canine head and human body. During the ancient Shurima Empire, he was revered as a demigod by the desert people. His wisdom is laced with ferocity. As a guardian of knowledge and unparalleled tactician, he guided the ancient Shurima Empire toward prosperity and greatness for hundreds of years. After the empire's fall, he began a self-imposed exile, becoming a nebulous legend among the people. Knowledge is what Jason values the most, especially knowledge accumulated over hundreds of years. Even though his body's meridians were completely destroyed, Jason felt an endless sense of ease at this moment. "Are you in the Valoran continent?" he asked curiously. "Oh, it seems to know a bit about me." "Not too much. I roughly understand the situation in your empire. If I don't know a bit about you, how could I believe in you?" "Indeed. Isn't it tiring to stand while talking? Let's sit down and chat. You must be visiting this other world for the first time." "In a sense, yes." Nasus waved his hand, causing yellow sand to dance and form a stone platform for him to sit on. The void should also be considered another world for him. Humans are truly strange. Even when facing an elephant like an ant, some remain self-satisfied while others tremble in fear. Perhaps the fearless are unafraid. Jason shrugged. "You are a warrior, and also a wise man," Nasu said with admiration. "But not everyone can resist the temptation of power given by the parasites. Most people lose themselves when faced with this power. After all, it can easily grant an ant the power to kill a rat. My mind has always been clear. I have never lost myself. Would you be interested in explaining the matter of parasites to me?" "Sure." Nasus readily agreed to Jason's request. Parasites belong to a mechanical civilization that has no fixed location, traveling between the crevices of space. This entire civilization is merely a mother body, which then splits into countless parasites that travel to various worlds. Once their energy is saturated, they devour their hosts and return to the mother body to be consumed by it. "Have you encountered them?" "I stumbled upon a parasite in the desert. The host had already been devoured, and I later found out about this civilization through literature." "What is your current state?" Jason politely extended his hand instead of pointing at him. "I'm a body of faith, recognized, with a trace of consciousness for my true self." "Are you a bit interested in this place?" "Yes, what he conveyed to me is to have you seek out something related to calming the heart." "Calming the heart?" Jason thought for a moment and understood. Perhaps he couldn't find something in his world that could change his brother. So he was looking to see if this other world had such a thing. "Then I will be his spokesperson from now on." "You're my spokesperson," he corrected. "It's the same." "Not the same. To me, it's the same. To me, it's different." Jason glanced at him with a vacant expression. "Is this person a contrarian? Will you dissipate?" He changed the topic and asked another question. "As long as faith exists, I exist." "That's good." Jason nodded, seemingly wanting to turn away. Suddenly, he turned back and threw a ball at Nasus. Watching the ball fly, its speed was not fast, even quite slow. He did not dodge but casually caught it. For a moment, only the sound of the wind howling in the desert could be heard. Looking at the dog-headed figure holding the ball, a hint of amusement flashed in Jason's eyes. "Huh." Nasus awkwardly spat the ball out his mouth. "Human, that's not funny," he said seriously. "I didn't laugh." Jason innocently shrugged, but the amusement in his eyes was hard to conceal. Just then, a gust of yellow sand suddenly covered Jason's face. "A slight punishment," he said, looking at Jason, who was spitting out sand. "Pa. You really don't mind, do you?" After spitting out the sand in his mouth, he could still feel some grains lingering. "All right, do you have anything else? If not, I'm going out to find something." The stone platform behind the dog head disappeared, preparing to leave. "How will I find you?" "Just chant my true name. Pretty high profile." Jason pouted. "I'm leaving," he said, about to depart. Wait. I have one more thing." Jason hurriedly called out to him. "Look at my body. Is it appropriate for me to be your spokesperson? Do you have any way to reconstruct my body?" Upon hearing this, Nasus began to ponder. "I do have a method for body reconstruction. I happened to see it while collecting books. It is noted to be from someone in Ionia, created based on a guardian called the Ice Crystal Phoenix. It just happens to be suitable for you as a human." After recalling many methods for body reconstruction, he finally found one suitable for Jason. After saying this, his figure slowly dissipated in the boundless desert. "Then give it to me." Jason stretched out his hand, staring blankly at the fading phantom. Not long after he vanished, the entire desert began to darken until it was completely engulfed in darkness. In the darkness, breaths and heartbeats were distinctly audible. At that moment, a light suddenly appeared in the darkness, like a small campfire in the wilderness, but the light it emitted was a blue ice color. In front of him was a glowing egg made of ice blocks. It shone with light, which was strange. An ice block could actually emit light. The cold light grew brighter, and the chill penetrated deep into the bones. But this giant egg made of ice began to emit a rhythm of life as the cold increased. Just when Jason felt that his consciousness would be frozen, the egg shattered. In that instant, the entire world brightened up, and the ice crystal phoenix emerged from it, becoming the center of this world. After it came out, it let out a loud cry, a sound that pierced the heart, becoming the most wonderful note in this world. After the phoenix's cry, it transformed into a stream of light and rushed into Jason's body. The world fell back into darkness. When Jason opened his eyes again, a glint of cold light flashed in his pupils. The lifeless aura around him disappeared, and the blade that had been hovering over his head also vanished. He sat cross-legged and began to check his physical condition. The ferret outfit outside had disappeared, as had the spirit bone from the drive-out. The potential crystal on his chest, along with many pieces of equipment he had obtained earlier, had also vanished with the space. Jason let out a long breath. What doesn't belong to him ultimately isn't his. Now, besides his clothes and liquor, there was nothing left on Jason. But this made him feel a long-lost sense of freedom. Having a burden might feel good, but he didn't want to be a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 85. The sunset forced Jason pushed open the door, and the glaring light made him squint. This was the first time he had stepped outside in days. His skin, rarely exposed to sunlight, was exceptionally pale, and his frequent drinking had made him even weaker. As soon as he stepped out, a wave of dizziness hit him. Steadying himself and acclimating to the sunlight outside, Jason walked slowly through Shrek Academy. The entire academy was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, like an empty, abandoned village. He strolled along the path until he reached a shaded area, where a little sprite automatically made him a vine chair. Jason sat back and leisurely enjoyed the gloomy sunlight and the gentle breeze. His sickly face gradually regained some color. "Young man, are you here? I was wondering where you had gone." At that moment, a woman found Jason. He opened his eyes and looked at her. "Annie, how did you find me?" This woman was the one Jason had previously invited to help tidy up Jalene's house. "Oh, I was sent by Toffland to bring you food. It's rare for that stingy guy to be so generous." The woman held a meal in her hands. "I just went to your room and couldn't find you. I thought you were still injured and wouldn't have gone far." "Oh, my injury is healed. It's nothing serious." Jason scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That's good to hear. You're still so young. Be careful. Here, eat first. You look so weak, you need to eat more." The woman enthusiastically handed the food to Jason. Looking at her sincere smile, Jason felt warmth in his heart. "Okay, thank you, Annie. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I brought you food first, and we'll go back to eat after. You can leave it in your room after you finish. I'll come to collect it later. I'm heading back now." "Okay, take care, Annie." Jason accepted the food and waved goodbye to her. As Jason ate the meal in his bowl, it tasted exceptionally good. The smell of liquor on him had dissipated after a morning of fresh air. After washing the bowl, Jason closed his eyes at the door to rest and began to review the method Nieces had transmitted to him for reforging his body last night. The method was based on the rebirth of the ice crystal phoenix, requiring him to collect materials for crafting a new body. However, there was one prerequisite. He had to destroy his original body. But wouldn't that mean death? Not necessarily. At the moment of death, the soul has not yet dissipated, and he must construct an embryo to contain the soul before it disperses. Ice and fire are the most suitable attributes for nirvana. He repeatedly simulated the process of nirvana in his mind. At this moment, the woman finished her meal and walked over, noticing the young man meditating at the door. She slowed her pace and happened to see the clean bowl and chopsticks placed on the window. Looking at the already washed utensils, she smiled. After putting away the dishes, the aunt was about to leave. "Oh, you're here?" Jason's words startled her. "Oh dear, you scared me. Did I disturb you?" She patted her chest to calm herself down. "No, it's not that. I need to tell you something. I'm leaving tonight, so you don't need to trouble yourself to bring me food anymore," Jason said with a smile. "Huh? You're leaving after just one meal? Can't you stay a few more days?" She looked at Jason in surprise. "Yes, I have something to attend to, and I probably won't return here," he replied. "Really?" "Sigh. With you all leaving, the village will feel a lot quieter. But you are all soul masters, so you must have important matters to deal with. I wish you all the best," the woman said somewhat sadly. "Thank you for your blessings." He stood up and sincerely thanked her. "By the way, why didn't you leave with the others?" The woman suddenly remembered that everyone else had left, leaving Jason behind. "Oh, for some reasons, I probably won't belong to Shrek Academy anymore," he explained, scratching his head. "Did you have some kind of conflict?" No, it's for other reasons. In any case, we don't have any unpleasantness." Jason shook his head repeatedly. "All right then, I don't really understand the matters of soul masters as an ordinary woman, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, take care." After tidying up the room, Jason changed his clothes, shouldered his bag, and left. He took a carriage on the way and headed towards the sunset forest. Yes, the place where Jason would reconstruct his body was the Eye of Ice and Fire. The remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were very suitable for Jason to forge his body. Jason intends to take everything. It's all up to you on the way, little demon, Jason thought as he looked at the vines extending from his hand. The vine humanized nodded slightly. The Sunset Forest is a mysterious forest located near EntersDouluo City. It is rich in mineral and herbal resources, making it a paradise for blacksmiths and potion makers. However, it is also extremely dangerous, with high-level soul beasts appearing one after another. Those without certain strength do not dare to venture here easily to gather herbs. As one of the 3 forbidden areas, the dangers here are not as great as those in the Stardew Forest, but it lacks the 100,000-year soul beasts. In fact, when he had the system, Jason intended to come here to see if he could unlock the mining and herbalism professions. However, he ultimately did not have the time. After a day's journey, Jason finally arrived at EntersDouluo City. However, it was already dark, and for Jason, who could not use soul power, the forest was too dangerous. Therefore, he rested for the night at a small inn. Meanwhile, after the establishment of the Day of Descent, the prayers within the Douluo Empire began to slowly decline. However, a rumor spread among the people that the deity had heard their prayers and had met with his followers. At the same time, those who had prayed and seen the desert death god began to depict him. A deity with a dog's head and a human body was thus established within the revival church. Those who have not seen the deity are beating their chests and stomping their feet, regretting why they did not pray at that time. Only the fervent believers within the church and the lucky ones who were praying at that moment have seen the death god of the desert. Their reactions, as if they had witnessed it firsthand, are scoffed at by the nobles and royalty of the Douluo Empire, merely self-deception of the commoners. If a titled Douluo had flown down from the sky, they might have believed it a little, but a god? They could never believe that. However, after this incident, the reputation of the revival church in the Douluo Empire grew larger. Yet, because it is composed of ordinary people, many would not choose to join. After all, it seems rather odd for a spirit master to join an organization of commoners. With the development of the revival church, the lives of the common people have been improving, and their mental state has become rich due to their faith. Happy smiles have been increasing. However, the nobles and spirit masters of the Douluo Empire still act like greedy vampires, draining the blood of the revival church. Recently, many who incessantly demanded have mysteriously died. But the number is small, so it hasn't attracted much attention. Chapter 86. Ghost Tiger. The next day, Jason got up early and headed towards the Sunset Forest. Compared to the Stardew Forest, this place feels much more prosperous overall. Along the way, Jason frequently encountered some precious herbs and ores. The weather today is somewhat gloomy, with dark clouds covering the sky, giving a sense of impending rain that sweeps across the forest. It shouldn't be long before a heavy rain falls. As Jason walked through the forest, he felt a bit hot, but he couldn't take off his clothes here. Otherwise, the mosquitoes would be unbearable. Now, if a 100-year-old soul beast appeared, Jason could be killed. But he was not worried at all, strolling through the forest as if he were in his own backyard. At this moment, a blue-striped leopard suddenly blocked his path. It bared its fierce fangs, glaring menacingly at the human in front of it. Instead, Jason crossed his arms and looked at the leopard with interest, watching the prey not run away but stand its ground. The fast leopard angrily let out a roar at him, and a small whirlwind appeared beneath its feet. It transformed into a blue light and charged at Jason at high speed. Pretty fast, not bad. Jason commented with satisfaction as he watched the leopard come close. The leopard maintained its pouncing stance in midair, but its body was already entangled with vines, tightly binding it so that it could not move at all. It glared fiercely at Jason, opening its massive mouth to roar at him. Oh wow, that stinks. Jason waved his hand in front of his nose, disgusted by the foul smell coming from the leopard's mouth. The little demon understandingly nudged it back a bit, looking at the tightly bound and still angrily roaring leopard. The little demon said, "First, give it a few lashes." Then several vines extended from the bound vines and began to whip the leopard. After a series of loud cracks, the swift leopard finally calmed down. "Big leopard, let's make a deal." He stepped forward and rubbed its head. It felt quite nice. Ugh. It let out a muffled roar, but did not resist. Having lived in the Sunset Forest for so many years, it had gained some wisdom. "You carry me for a while, and I spare your life. How about that?" If it were the old Jason, he would have killed it without hesitation. But now he didn't need any experience, and he just happened to need a mode of transportation. "Of course, as long as you take me to my destination, I will let you go immediately." Don't worry, I won't take you out of the Sunset Forest, just this area where you live. The leopard's face was conflicted. It's already quite fortunate to encounter someone who spares your life in the forest. And you're still hesitating? Jason said speechlessly. If he hadn't noticed that it still had some intelligence, he would have killed it long ago. Awuit finally nodded, indicating its agreement. Little demon, let it go. Considering your hard work, don't dig your own grave, he said to the now free leopard. Roar after landing, it glanced at Jason and then laid down on the ground. Hey, not bad. How about following me from now on? Jason jumped onto its back and said. The swift leopard ignored him and simply stood up, then let out a roar. Continue moving inward. Jason pointed towards the forest and said. The swift leopard sprang into action, leaping away and disappearing from sight. The surrounding leaves and flowers were blown around chaotically by the turbulent air. With the swift leopard, Jason's speed of travel increased by several levels. However, as they moved deeper into the forest, the swift leopard became increasingly uneasy. Although there weren't many thousand-year-old beasts in this forest, there were quite a few that surpassed the swift leopard. Moreover, the cheetah itself is primarily focused on speed and is not good at fighting. Although it internally resists, it knows that if it does not obey, the human on its back could kill it at any moment. When it runs, the blue light on its body automatically fades to avoid drawing attention. At this moment, although Jason no longer had the system's beast perception, the little demon could scout ahead. As long as they encountered a soul beast, he would command the swift leopard to take a detour. Although the detours along the way wasted a lot of time, they also avoided danger. Along the way, Jason was also searching for the inverted conical mountain. He didn't know how long he had been rushing through the forest, but the clouds in the sky grew thicker and the air became increasingly hot and stuffy. He felt sticky all over, which was quite uncomfortable. Finally, Jason vaguely spotted an inverted conical mountain. We're almost there, he said to the somewhat tired swift leopard. Upon hearing this, it immediately perked up, and the refreshing breeze around it became lighter. However, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, the scouting little demon suddenly conveyed a message to Jason. There's a soul beast ahead. It can handle it. Jason could already vaguely see the toxins at the foot of the mountain. There was no need to detour. The swift leopard continued forward, but suddenly stopped beside a large tree. It sensed a terrifying aura. All right, you go ahead first. Remember to follow the route we took and be safe. Jason jumped off its back and patted it. The swift leopard tilted its head and glanced at him, confirming once again before immediately running back. The darkened weather made the forest appear gray and dim, creating an inexplicable sense of irritation. He walked through the woods, stepping on the fallen leaves and branches on the ground, making a crunching sound. The vines formed by the little demon's roots quietly spread out as he walked. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed not far from Jason. Then, a shadow lunged toward him. A huge vine suddenly blocked its path like a whip, and then, with a swift motion, it struck and sent it flying. At this moment, Jason also saw the appearance of the soul beast in front of him. It had something like ram's horns on its head, but they were soft like grass, and its two sharp fangs protruded from its upper jaw, resembling the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. Its entire body was covered in purple stripes. It was indeed a ghost tiger. The vines attacked it again without hesitation. However, this time it was prepared and shattered the vine with a swipe of its claw. But there was not just this one vine. Countless vines began to extend from Jason's body, wrapping around the ghost tiger. Faced with the endless vines, it could only momentarily evade the attack to avoid being ensnared, while secretly looking for an opportunity to charge towards that human. The little demon didn't give it a chance to react, attacking it one after another. The ghost tiger was very fast, but against the overwhelming strikes from the little demon, it couldn't find an opportunity to break through to Jason. Unable to find an opportunity, it had to create one for itself. After dodging an attack from a vine, its figure split into three and charged towards Jason. The little demon completely obscured its line of sight. After Jason spoke, all the vines in front of him retracted and formed a large wooden shield. The shield had a wide coverage but was therefore quite weak. The three ghost tigers crashed into the wooden shield, but all vanished, instead revealing a gap in one corner of the shield wall. The true form of the ghost tiger suddenly appeared, but Jason's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 87. The Fall of Ice and Fire. After breaking through, the ghost tiger immediately sensed something was wrong when it couldn't see the human figure and wanted to leave. But it was too late. The hidden vines on the ground suddenly burst forth. The ghost tiger was like one trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch, as the dense vines wrapped around it, simultaneously beginning to drain its soul power and life force. It sank deeper and deeper into the quagmire until it vanished. Jason walked past the withered corpse and continued towards the conical mountain peak. On the outskirts of the mountain, Jason saw a faint poisonous mist and also noticed the mist rising. It seemed he was right. Jason let out a long breath at the sight before him. Little demon, I'm counting on you. Right now, Jason couldn't do anything. He could only rely on the little demon for everything. Dense roots and stems crawled all over Jason's body, and then more and more until he was wrapped up like a bloated giant before slowly stopping. The little demon controlled its feet and began to move slowly towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The moment it came into contact with the poisonous array, the outer roots and stems emitted a hissing sound. A section was quickly corroded away. It grew back again. The cycle of corrosion and regrowth repeatedly resisted the poison. At the same time, the closer they got to the Eye of Ice and Fire, the stronger the little demon's inner desire became. Gradually, the little demon's roots and stems began to weaken. The growth speed couldn't keep up with the rate of corrosion. Its size was also getting smaller. But not far ahead was the Eye of Ice and Fire. Surrounded, Jason felt that the oxygen in the space was gradually becoming insufficient, and his mind began to feel dizzy from the lack of oxygen. Just as he felt himself about to faint, a gap suddenly opened in the enclosed space. A large amount of oxygen rushed in, allowing Jason to greedily breathe in deeply while lying on the ground. Although he was dizzy, the joy in his heart was impossible to hide. As he slowly recovered, he looked at the hot spring pool in the distance, one side red and the other blue, and he knew that his other self was about to be reborn there. According to the plot, at this moment, Douluo should also be in Tiando City. After Tang San and the others left, they first went to see Shui, and it took them a couple of days to reach the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. At that time, Douluo was also present, indicating that he had at least left on the same day that Tang San and the others departed from Shrek. Therefore, he wouldn't encounter Douluo now. He sat cross-legged in the distance, meditating and recalling the nirvana technique that Nethersis had transmitted to him. In a state of empty stillness, he thought of nothing. The heart and body were detached from thoughts, equating to emptiness, thus transcending life and death, which is nirvana. Gradually, Jason's figure seemed to become increasingly ethereal. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was as calm as water, sitting in stillness like Zen. Little demon, throw me into the center of the lake in a bit, and then you can absorb energy to your heart's content, Jason said as he took the little demon from his chest. This place was not only a nirvana for Jason, but also a feast for the little demon. A vine wrapped around Jason's waist and then, like throwing a ball, launched him towards the center of the lake. Jason fell from the sky, landing at the center of the ice and fire duality eye, and then his body suddenly exploded, vanishing into the center of the lake. A phantom slowly appeared in the position he had just occupied, while the surrounding ice and fire energy began to converge towards the center. A large vortex gradually formed in the middle. This unusual phenomenon alarmed the two spirits at the bottom of the lake. Two deafening dragon roars rose from the spring's depths as two dragon souls appeared simultaneously, gazing at the central vortex. Is that a human soul? The Ice Dragon King looked at Jason in his spiritual state with surprise. No matter what he is, we must stop him. He is actually consuming our energy. The Fire Dragon King glared angrily at the human spirit sitting in the vortex's center. Human, what are you doing? The Ice Dragon King asked tentatively. However, Jason at the center still had his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to them. He is manipulating our corpses. The Fire Dragon King suddenly exclaimed in anger. At that moment, two massive dragon skeletons suddenly surged from the bottom of the lake, one glowing blue and the other glowing red, which were the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Human, you dare to pry into the remains of our dragon race. Roar. The two angry roars echoed again as they charged toward Jason. In a state of soul, Jason could definitely not withstand the souls of two dragon beings. As soon as they touched him, Jason's soul would dissipate between heaven and earth, reincarnating and becoming unreachable. But if he couldn't fight, he could call for help. Nasus, the dog-headed figure adorned in Egyptian pharaoh decorations, emerged from the void. Seeing Jason in a soul state, sitting cross-legged at the center of the vortex, along with the two dragon souls diving towards him, he instantly understood the situation. He raised his staff and unleashed Soul Drain and Soul Strike. Without saying a word upon his arrival, he immediately cast two Q abilities, performing a disappearing act on their health bars. As soon as the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King appeared in Nethys, they felt a shudder in their souls. They wanted to say something, but in the end, They couldn't bring themselves to speak and completely lost consciousness. The scattered energies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King also entered Jason's soul along with the vortex. Nethi surveyed the surroundings. This was indeed a good place to condense a body. Then he looked at Jason in the center. His thoughts were bold and meticulous, which was quite remarkable among humans. He could certainly see that all of this was part of his plan. His true self was also a person of great cunning and thoughtfulness, eager for knowledge and learning. Therefore, as a fragment of his consciousness, he still held a certain admiration for this human named Jason. However, there was still nothing useful. After surveying the area once again, he sighed regretfully. At this point, the lake water had begun to lighten, and the skeletons of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had also vanished. The central whirlpool disappeared, replaced by a giant egg made of ice crystals, yet it was still flowing with fiery magma. Around the spring, the little is deeply rooted in the ground, happily absorbing the surrounding nutrients. This is the first time the master has allowed it to freely plunder, and it must be going all out, taking everything it can. The rich spiritual energy of the ice and fire duality dissipates at a visible speed. All of it converges on a giant egg at the center, with some being devoured by the little. Above the soil, it belongs to Jason, and below the soil, it belongs to the little. It seems I am no longer needed here. Looking at the little glowing with fairy aura and the giant egg at the center, he turned to leave, but just as he was about to go, he suddenly thought of something. He turned back and released a blue light towards the giant egg, which merged into it. Only then did it turn around and disappear from the spot. The giant egg quietly remained at the center of the spring, with only flames and lava flowing above it. The little demon silently began to plunder the nutrients of other spirit herbs. Robbing them of their nutrients would only prevent their growth, rather than absorbing their own nutrients. If all these spirit herbs were plundered by the little demon, it would truly be a waste of resources. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, and a flash of lightning appeared in the sky. Raindrops pattered down to the ground, splashing up many water droplets. Chapter 88. Rebirth. The heavy rain instantly swept through the entire forest, causing many soul beasts that were still foraging outside to hurriedly return to their dens to avoid the rain. Some even ran directly into other soul beast dens to take shelter from the rain. However, these were all small and relatively gentle soul beasts. On the other side, Tang San and the others had also arrived at the Tiando Academy, where they met several Soul Douluos under the guidance of Qin Ming. After another day passed, Tiando Academy. Is this really an external soul bone? Dream Machine of Tiando Academy stood up, his voice trembling violently. The master nodded. I can be sure. However, I asked the 3 committee members to keep this matter confidential. Although the external soul bone has already fused with Tang San's body and will not drop like other soul bones upon death, it is indeed a case of a common man is innocent, but the jewel is guilty. I do not wish for him to face 2 powerful opponents before he is grown. That is certain. Dream Machine nodded repeatedly. But didn't Qin Ming say that you have 8 students in total? Why are there only a few here? He pointed to the people present and asked with confusion. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the Shrek members suddenly became complicated. That child had some issues during his training and has now, the master said, glancing hesitantly at Flinder and seeing that he had no reaction, continued, has already withdrawn from Shrek Academy. Ah, why? Dream Machine, who had learned about Jason's talent from Qin Ming, was already surprised by Tang San, so he wondered how outstanding Jason could be. That child was seriously injured and can no longer become a soul master, Flinder said sadly. How could that be? Our academy has a martial soul with 9 hearts, which can heal any injury, Dream Machine said anxiously. The master shook his head regretfully. His injury is beyond healing. Even the 9 hearts can't cure it. Dream Machine was momentarily speechless and fell silent for a while. That is truly too unfortunate. What is too unfortunate? At that moment, a strong voice came from the doorway. Then 3 people came in. One of them made Shrek's group feel uneasy. Sure enough, Prince Shiweshing started to make trouble. And then Meng Shinji and the 2 committee members confronted Poison Douluo. The humiliated Flandra and the others had no choice but to leave, and similarly, Qin Ming left with them. For some reason, Flandra felt a bit regretful for not agreeing to Jason's conditions back then. Jason sighed every time he thought of him. Flandra would have a look of regret. Such a remarkably talented person ended up in such a situation. Could it be that heaven is jealous of talent? The group unknowingly arrived at the Lamba Academy, and upon seeing it, Flandra's conflicted heart suddenly found resolution. After joining the Blue Tyrant Academy, I met the dean, Lu Erlong. The group continued to talk until evening before planning to have dinner. At this time, in the Sunset Forest, The once thick energy of the ice and fire two element I had dissipated. Under the devouring of the little demon, it was even less abundant than the spiritual energy outside. One person and one demon, like robbers, scavenged the area, leaving no trace behind. Oh, and the immortal herbs were spared from disaster. At this moment, in the center of the spring, the fiery lava patterns on the surface of the giant egg began to flow and rotate. While a life force started to emerge from within, growing stronger, it seemed that something would break out of its shell at any moment. After night, the torrential rain in the sunset forest had stopped. In the thick water mist of the morning, only the vague shadow of the sun could be seen. By evening, after the mist completely dissipated, the afterglow of the sunset was clearly visible. The fiery patterns on the surface of the giant egg spun faster and faster, and the crystal began to melt, but instead of dripping down, it rotated with the flames. Gradually, the ice crystals completely melted, and the giant egg, primarily made of ice crystals, disappeared, replaced by a red-blue energy sphere. The red and blue colors first spun chaotically on the surface of the sphere, then slowly converged together, ultimately forming a half-blue, half-red sphere. The two colors continued to merge and rotate, and slowly, they fused together, eventually forming black. The black grew more and more, and gradually, the entire sphere turned into a black ball. This ball was very black, like an abyss, yet also like the lonely darkness in the universe, boundless and endless. All light seemed to be absorbed the moment it came into contact with it. Darkness is the mother of life and civilization. The black on the surface of the sphere deepened, but the life force within grew stronger. Eventually, the black seemed to reach a point and began to slowly shrink. It shrank down to the size of an adult. The black sphere began to squirm, as if someone inside was trying to break free. Then, the black sphere disappeared, replaced by a bald. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing black pupils. His strikingly delicate features seemed almost painted. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as if the world took a glance at him. Jason returned to reality from the visualization of nirvana, opening his eyes to the surroundings. He saw a world different from before. The world before him was devoid of color, only a gray expanse, accompanied by floating points of light. In that instant, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. But soon, the vibrant colors of the world returned, and the paused time began to flow again. A gentle breeze passed by, sending a chill across Jason's scalp. He touched his bald head and couldn't help but rub it a few times. He had become bald? Jason not only felt a chill on his scalp, but also a slight chill in his heart. After looking at his bare body, Jason regretted not preparing a spatial soul guide device earlier. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed. "Little demon, come here," Jason shouted at a conspicuous giant tree ahead. The giant tree immediately shook its branches, and then its roots broke through the ground and ran joyfully towards Jason. The scene of a giant tree moving on its roots was remarkably beautiful. The giant tree stopped in front of Jason, and a branch stretched out towards him. Jason reached out to touch the branch, and then the giant tree quickly shrank, forming a long vine along the branch that wrapped around Jason's body, creating a garment made of vines. Although Jason looked a bit different at this moment, and his aura had changed significantly, the bond in his heart made him recognize it immediately. Moreover, there was energy emanating from Jason that it craved. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with his bald appearance, it was only temporary, and hair soon sprouted. Jason examined his newly formed body. Then, with a thought, a red and blue longbow appeared in his hand. The weapon Soul, Ice Fire Breaking Demon Bow, also known as the Two-Instrument Bow. Chapter 89, Twin Martial Souls. The previous Martial Soul Enchanted Bow evolved into a stronger Two-Instrument Bow after merging with the residual spirit of the Ice Fire Dragon King. It possessed extreme fire and ice attributes. Its appearance had also changed significantly. The bow had two protrusions resembling dragon fangs in the middle, one emanating red flames and the other exuding blue chill. The two did not interfere with each other. At the same time, the entire bow had become much heavier and more magical than before. "This doesn't match my low-key personality at all." Jason looked at the magnificent ice fire breaking demon bow in his hand with some disdain. At that moment, it seemed like some power within Jason was triggered. Two deafening dragon roars echoed from within him, and then blue and red dragon shadows appeared, swirling around Jason. The main body martial soul, Ice Fire Dragon King. This martial soul was generated by merging the bones of the Ice Fire Dragon Kings. Twin martial souls. Meanwhile, the ice and fire energy within Jason was slowly merging, and when the fusion was complete, his body would grow another level. Too eye-catching. Although Jason's tone was somewhat disdainful, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Low-key, low-key. But upon sensing his soul power, he couldn't help but start grinning. Innate full soul power, level 30. At this moment, Jason's situation was somewhat special. If you say he is human, his new body is based on dragon bones. His physical form had long since departed from the human realm. But if considered a soul beast, he wouldn't produce a soul ring upon death. Thus, Jason's situation was closer to that of a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing transformation. At this point, Jason was indeed quite unique. However, many things couldn't be tested immediately. Looking at the setting sun in the sky about to set, he calculated the time. He had to hurry, otherwise, he might encounter poison Douluo. Although Jason's newly forged body had amazing talent, it was still just talent and hadn't yet translated into strength. After the recent tests, he discovered that his reactions were somewhat out of sync with his body. For example, when he wanted to raise his right hand, there was about a 1-second delay before it actually moved, as if it were lagging, which was very uncomfortable. It should be that his body and soul were still in a state of mutual adaptation. Jason retracted the dazzling weapon soul, and the dense ice and fire attributes around him began to dissipate slowly. He stretched his body and then started to walk out of the small mountain. When he reached the area of the poison formation, Jason suddenly remembered something. Oh dear, my brain. How could he forget so many good things? He turned around again, looking at a patch of celestial herbs still swirling with spiritual energy. Little demon, it's up to you. Remember not to steal any. He couldn't pick these celestial herbs himself. If he harvested them incorrectly, it would be devastating, and he would feel heartbroken. Although he didn't need them, they would be a good choice for favors or to cultivate power. He didn't recognize any of the herbs in this patch aside from those that appeared in the plot. It seemed he would need to make a deal with Tang San in the future. At that moment, the plant-like little demon began to delve its roots into the ground and intertwine with the roots of each celestial herb. The nutrients from the soil were transferred to the little demon. Subsequently, the patches of celestial herbs became one with the little demon. The herbs, like fruits, absorbed the little demon's nourishment. After robbing the energy from the Ice Fire 2 instrument eye, the little demon had more than enough to nourish these herbs. Looking at the desolate land, Jason nodded in satisfaction and then walked into the poison formation. The poison mist was completely evaporated by the extreme heat of the fire attribute as it entered Jason's body. Although he might have entered in a somewhat awkward state, he exited feeling relaxed and comfortable. Stepping out of the poison formation, only half of the sunset remained. Facing it, Jason's face was illuminated in fiery red. Having shed the system and forged a new body, the world before him seemed to lighten up. It felt like he was truly living in this world now. Looking at the setting sun that was about to disappear, Jason couldn't help but let out a long howl from the mountaintop. The sound emitted from his lungs traveled through his chest bone and transformed into a dragon roar that came from his mouth. Roar the dragon's roar echoed throughout the sky. All the soul beasts in the sunset forest knelt down towards Jason, as if worshipping him. The echo of the dragon's roar resonated in the sunset forest for a while before fading away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Poison Douluo had brought Tang San to the sunset forest, heading to his medicinal garden. For some reason, Poison Douluo felt an unsettling feeling in his heart. It was as if something important had disappeared, similar to the feeling he had when he discovered that his granddaughter had been taken away by Yutianeng. Could it be that something happened to my treasure land? But then he thought it was impossible. He had set up a poison formation around that place, and it was extremely dangerous inside. He had never dared to enter. In such a perilous place, how could anything go wrong? Yet, the restlessness in his heart still made him quicken his pace. Tang San was already accustomed to the temper of this old monster. Although the inverted cone-shaped mountain peak was somewhat high, it was only a matter of minutes for a tidal Douluo. After he took Tang San to the top of the inverted cone, his expression immediately turned ugly. The steam that used to frequently rise was gone. He said nothing and jumped down directly. Although Tang San felt a bit puzzled, he still released his 8 spider lances from his back and followed him down the cliff, thinking about his own life. Who was it exactly who? Once he went down, he saw the poison Douluo enveloped in green poisonous mist, angrily shouting at the desolate land ahead. The poison Douluo was also contemplating various possibilities. If it was just the disappearance of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he might not have associated it with someone else's doing. However, at this moment, apart from the fairy grass in the inner circle, not a single herb he had planted in the outer circle was left. Who could be so crazy as to scour this place clean? But how could humans possibly take away this treasure land entirely? Could it be soul beasts? Thinking about how it was already unfathomable for a tidal Douluo to accomplish such a feat, He wondered who else could reach such a level. If it wasn't humans, then it could only be soul beasts. Soul beasts were all kinds of strange. Perhaps one happened to be unaffected by this area and absorbed everything here. This was the closest to the truth. The disappearance of the treasure land momentarily unsettled the poisoned Douluo, but after a while, he adjusted himself. He couldn't imagine how strong a soul beast capable of absorbing this treasure land must be, but he was certain it wasn't something he could handle. Let it disappear. Although it was a bit regrettable, if the kid in front of him wasn't lying, then the poison in his body might be alleviated. As long as the poison was resolved, he had only lost a piece of land beneficial for cultivation. However, with his medicinal garden gone, he had to think of other ways. Tang San stood silently behind, not saying anything. He could see that the poisoned Douluo in front of him was definitely experiencing some issues, which was why he was so angry. Thinking about the purpose of this trip and looking at the desolation before him, he could roughly guess the outcome. The poisoned Douluo suppressed his inner anger. Anyone would be furious if the herbs they had cultivated for many years were destroyed in an instant. However, when there was nowhere to vent the anger, he could only hold it in. Chapter 90, Self-Produced Soul Ring. At this moment, the real culprit is still within the sunset forest. He is still familiarizing himself with his new body. The sun has completely set, replaced by the bright moonlight. Many soul beasts that absorb moonlight have emerged from their caves, quietly and peacefully taking in the moonlight, just like the serene moon in the sky. However, danger still lurks in the forest. Many soul beasts, having found a pattern, specifically wait for their emergence before launching their hunts. Beneath the tranquil moonlight, a killing intent is palpable. At this moment, Jason was in a hollow in the mountains, surrounded by an expanse of open space. Yet more and more soul beasts were gathering here. They were attracted by the aura emanating from him. There were 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts. At this time, they all obediently stayed around Jason, quietly absorbing the energy radiating from him. Suddenly, a deep vibration was felt, and through the moonlight, a massive shadow could be seen emerging from the nearby forest. As the vibration grew closer, the shadow finally revealed its true form. It was a large brown bear, with the surrounding tree trunks standing beside it like pillars. Its deep brown fur shimmered with golden light under the moon's glow. It was the 10,000-year soul beast, the dark golden bear. Its golden pupils glanced at Jason, who was sitting cross-legged at the center of the soul beasts. At this moment, Jason was surrounded by the illusory figures of a red and a blue dragon king, and the imposing dragon presence made even the ferocious soul beasts around him hesitate. The dark golden bear pushed aside all the surrounding soul beasts, finally settling into a position closest to Jason. The soul beast that had been quietly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy glanced at the dark golden bear in dissatisfaction, but had no choice but to obediently make way. After finding a spot very close to Jason, it lay down quietly on the ground, beginning to absorb energy like the other soul beasts. Subsequently, more and more soul beasts gathered, as if the entire forest soul beasts had converged here. However, these soul beasts were certainly not even 1,000th of the total. Nevertheless, this scene was quite spectacular. If they were to go out, it could form a small-scale beast tide. Jason was fully immersed in the mysteries of his innate martial soul. He discovered that his innate martial soul, the Ice Fire Dragon King, could autonomously produce soul rings like the spirit beast that had existed for 10,000 years. However, the Ice Fire Breaking Demon, Bow, could not do the same. He had some vague speculations about this. Now he was about to generate his first soul skill. He wondered what the first soul skill would be. Although he was somewhat curious, the first few soul skills were not very important to him. As long as he had the ability to control the ice and fire elements, the soul skills were not too significant. It was only after the 7th soul skill that he would look forward to the skills produced by the soul rings. A special energy entered Jason's body, and then a yellow soul ring lit up beneath his feet. The soul ring was at the maximum age limit for a first soul ring. Subsequently, a second yellow and a third purple soul ring appeared and lit up in succession. After feeling the soul skills brought to him by the soul rings, Jason slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a large brown bear lying in front of him. He then got up and looked around at the circle of soul beasts. Among them were various soul beasts emitting fluorescence, making this area quite spectacular. However, all the soul beasts were quietly lying or sitting in place, peacefully absorbing energy. It seemed these creatures considered themselves as soul beasts. Nevertheless, the presence of so many soul beasts here was too conspicuous. It was not suitable to stay for long. With that thought, the first yellow soul ring on his body lit up. First soul skill, Dragon Bloodline, which increases fire element control, boosts soul power and strength by 50%, and allows flight. The red fire dragon king merged into Jason's body, and then he soared into the air, disappearing in flames. As the soul beasts surrounding watched the flames in the sky gradually transform into a red dot and disappear, they reluctantly left the place and returned to their nests. During this process, none of the soul beasts showed any inclination to attack each other. Even the fiercest soul beasts did not choose to hunt prey at this moment. Before long, all the soul beasts that had surrounded the area vanished. At this moment, Jason found a desolate place and began to experiment with the 3 spirit rings he had just obtained. The first spirit ring, Bloodline of the Fire Dragon. The second spirit ring, Bloodline of the Ice Dragon. It enhances ice attribute control, increases soul power and strength by 50%, and allows flight. The third spirit ring, Duality of Ice and Fire. It forms a vortex of ice crystals and flames, sweeping away all targets within 50 meters ahead. This is what Jason obtained out of thin air this time. The Ice and Fire Demon Breaking Bow has not yet been equipped with soul rings, which means it should be necessary to hunt soul beasts to obtain them. However, the lifespan of the acquired soul rings is something to consider. The soul ring lifespans of the main body martial soul, the Ice and Fire Dragon King, are absorbed according to the maximum lifespan and can grow in the later stages. The soul of the Ice Fire Break Demon Bow needs to be obtained by oneself, but based on his current body. If the first soul ring is based on 1,000 years, it should be bearable. Just right, after obtaining all 3 soul rings in the Sunset Forest. He would leave here. Looking at the sky outside, he decided to come back the next morning to find a suitable soul beast. Now, he raised his arm and placed it in front of his eyes, frowning. The delay was still there. This feeling of the soul and body being out of sync was really uncomfortable. The research on the martial soul had come to a temporary conclusion, and now he began to explore his own body. The various parts of the body were the same as the structure of a human body. Only the bones were coursing with red and blue light, which should be due to the absorption of the Ice Fire Dragon King's bones. However, most of the energy in the eyes of ice and fire had been used to grant life to the body. So now, Jason's bones were tough enough, but his flesh was not, although his current body was becoming stronger under the influence of the bones. Soul beast? Human? Jason pondered for a while again, but ultimately had no conclusion. He wondered about Xiao Wu's situation. It seemed there would be time to ask her. Continuing to observe, he felt that the new body he had just obtained still had many mysteries yet to reveal. For example, by the early hours of the next day, he was still full of energy, not feeling any fatigue at all. The rising sun shone on his face. He got up facing the sun, and the red and blue light on his body retreated into his body. Let's go. We are about to start a new journey. The vines on his body extended to his face, forming a spiral mask. At the same time, a vine quickly extended to a tree trunk ahead, pulling it away from its original spot. Jason also began searching for a suitable soul beast for himself. Although his understanding of soul beasts was not as profound as Master Tang San's, he was still very clear about the soul beasts that were suitable for his soul rings. As for why he didn't use flight, after using the Fire Dragon Bloodline last night, the vine armor covered by the little demon on his body was quickly burned away. Fortunately, there was still fire on the outside. Otherwise, Jason would have been completely naked in the sky. He had no interest in being the naked hero. Chapter 91. Hunting for soul rings. A week later, deep in the Sunset Forest, a mournful beast roar echoed, startling a flock of birds. Beside a lake, a gigantic sphere made of vines fell not far from the shore. The surface of the sphere bulged occasionally, accompanied by the low growls of the soul beast inside. The vine sphere slowly shrank, and the beast roars grew weaker and weaker until they disappeared. About a minute later, a soul ring appeared above the sphere. All right, it has already died. As the words fell, the vines that formed the sphere slowly retreated like snakes to a human wearing a wooden spiral mask. When the vines completely receded, there was nothing inside, only a black soul ring floating in the air, indicating that a soul beast had died here. Jason stepped forward, and the Ice Fire Breaking Demon Bow appeared in his hands. At the same time, 2 purple soul rings lit up on the ground. It was clear that in these 7 days, he had already obtained his first and second soul rings, both of which were 1,000-year soul rings. What lies before him is the black soul ring of 10,000 years. Sitting cross-legged beneath the black soul ring, Jason begins to absorb the soul ring. The battles in the Sunset Forest are all resolved by the little demon, and during one of the fights, Jason was hit by a soul beast due to a delay in his body's reaction. Fortunately, with the little demon and his new body having strong enough defenses, He could have been seriously injured otherwise. Although as time passes, the body's reaction has improved somewhat, there is still a delay. Moreover, the time to go home and visit is approaching, and I must quickly join an academy. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain to old Jack. Although Tang Sin doesn't care much about the people in Holy Spirit Village, when he receives a letter from old Jack inquiring, he will still respond truthfully. After the soul beast shadow, resembling a black rock, was dispersed by the dragon's soul aura, the black soul ring was smoothly absorbed by Jason. This time, they hunted a soul beast called the Explosion Beast, which is unknown to be tens of thousands of years old, but based on the aura detected by the little, it seems to be in the range of 10,000 to 30,000 years. Of course, the little cannot pinpoint the exact age. It just compares the aura of the current soul beast with previous ones. And then Jason makes a prediction, and the age is roughly estimated. The Explosion Beast is a soul beast that excels at hiding itself, lying on the ground like a piece of black rock. Its surface is covered with many black rocks, giving it very high defense. The ordinary attack power is relatively weaker compared to other soul beasts. However, its maximum attack power is unmatched by many soul beasts, but requires time to charge. Therefore, after the shadow beast disguises itself as a rock, it will charge during the hidden period. Once prey enters its attack range, the fully charged attack will swiftly target it. A single strike is enough to kill. If it does not kill the target will still retreat in anger due to its foul and hardened physique. Thus, this type of soul beast can be quite bothersome. However, for the little demon, it can be tied up and slowly absorbed. After absorbing the black soul ring, Jason obtained another skill. The third soul ring skill, Energy Bow. It enhances physical and magical attacks. The attack strength depends on the charging time. The second soul ring skill, Explosive Arrow. It shoots an explosive arrow infused with extreme fire, and the arrow has lightning attributes for speed. This was obtained from hunting a Thunderfire bird soul beast that is about 5,000 years old. The first soul ring skill, Ice Arrow. It shoots an arrow with extreme ice attributes that rapidly freezes the target upon hitting it. This was obtained from hunting a fish dragon soul beast that is about 2,000 years old. The first soul skill is a single target skill that controls the target. The second soul skill is a type that can be used both on single targets and in groups. Its group effect is similar to the splash damage of a grenade. With this, Jason finally completed all 3 of his soul rings, and it was time for him to go out. He felt that he wasn't quite ready to experiment with his previous soul skills. The network was lagging. Moreover, there was no system trial card available now. It would be embarrassing if he accidentally hurt himself. After passing through the lush forest, Jason finally returned to the human world. Looking at the bustling sounds echoing throughout the town, he did not feel warmth but only found it noisy. The townspeople also noticed the strange person wrapped in vines. Although there are many odd individuals due to the influence of martial souls, someone like Jason is truly rare. Jason headed straight to a clothing store. The feeling of being in a vacuum was indeed strange. After entering a store called Sunset Clothing, he faced the shopkeeper's unusual gaze and directly selected a suitable white long shirt and underwear, then entered the fitting room. At the moment he closed the door, the vines wrapping around Jason quickly receded, revealing his skin, which was as smooth as jade. At the same time, an Icefire Dragon King tattoo appeared on his back. The red and blue Dragon King tattoos spiraled around each other, forming a circle. After putting on the chosen clothes, the tattoo on his back was gradually obscured. Once he was fully dressed, Jason tidied up his hair, which had grown some strands, and walked out of the fitting room. The shopkeeper heard the sound of the door opening and looked over. What a handsome fellow, a bald head. There are no monks in this world. She thought for a while before finally coming up with the idea of a bald head. Although Jason had some short hair, it was still quite sparse. Jason's face darkened at her words. Give me another week, and let's see if you dare to call me bald again. Shopkeeper, give me a hat. The shopkeeper was a woman around 30, dressed simply but had a bold demeanor. Are you here alone, handsome? She leaned over the counter and asked. Is there a problem with me buying a hat alone? Jason looked at her as she leaned in. How did you come to Sunset Forest alone without a teacher? Perhaps because it was hard to find someone pleasing to the eye, she wanted to chat more. You want to know? Jason pondered for a moment and asked. She immediately nodded. Give me a freebie, and I'll tell you. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have no money on him. Sure enough, you little brat really came out alone and dare to come here to freeload. As soon as Jason mentioned a freebie, she slammed her hand on the table and shouted at him. Aha, you figured it out. Jason's indifferent expression suddenly broke, and he awkwardly said. She stared intently at the embarrassed Jason, who was scratching the back of his head. You will see. I'm a soul master, and I can definitely afford the price of a piece of clothing, but I just came out of Sunset Forest, and I'm out of money. You saw it. I came entangled in vines. His gaze drifted, avoiding hers, as he laughed awkwardly. So what if you're a soul master? Does that mean you don't have to pay? As she spoke, a droplet of water appeared behind her, and 3 soul rings lit up around her. White, yellow, yellow. No, Jason quickly denied it. Then thought for a moment, I really have no money. How about I give you a herb? It's definitely worth that price. He handed her a ginseng he had grown. This is a herb planted by Douluo Fu at the Eye of Ice and Fire. She approached the herb on the ground, sniffed it suspiciously, and looked it over. Chapter 92. Blue Tyrant Academy. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite rich, she exclaimed in surprise as she took the ginseng. And I need a hat too. Jason returned to his indifferent demeanor. You can choose. She pointed to the place in the shop where the hats were displayed. After Jason finished picking a hat, he headed towards Heavendoe City. As he walked, he contemplated which academy to go to. For Heavendoe Academy, just a noble requirement would block him. And in that kind of environment, he was really afraid he might kill someone, which would lead to a heap of trouble. There is also Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendoe City, which would become the Shrek Academy in the future. Since he was no longer part of that, there was no need to join. As for the all-girls Tianxue Academy, to be honest, many men want to go there. However, they only recruited girls, and he wasn't sure if he could blend in by cross-dressing. Why not give it a try? This idea took hold in Jason's mind and became uncontrollable. No. If the cross-dressing is discovered, that would be social death. He thought about the scenario of being caught cross-dressing and quickly dismissed this dangerous thought. Then there were the Shankong Academy and the Chihua Academy. As for others, most were family-type academies, not very suitable. He just happened to have a fire attribute. Let's go with Chihua Academy. However, he still had some things to do. After entering Heavendoe City through the city gate, Jason asked for directions and arrived at Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, the entrance of the academy was bustling. Several people were taking down the academy's plaque, and on the ground lay a plaque that read Shrek Academy. It seemed that Blue Tyrant Academy was about to change its name to Shrek Academy today. Hello, sir. I'm here to find Flender. Is he in the academy now? He approached a middle-aged man who was directing the work and asked. The middle-aged man looked at Jason upon hearing this. One exquisite young man. This was his first reaction upon seeing the youth before him. Besides the exquisite features, the white clothes he wore added to his aura. Who are you? He asked curiously after admiring him. I was Flender's student before. I need to discuss something with him now. Jason smiled and replied. Student? Aren't you with them? He remembered a group of teachers and students had come before, and he heard it was a full group. There were some changes midway. Please help me inform him that a person named Jason is looking for him. Seeing his confusion, Jason explained again. No, I'm busy right now and can't get away. He glanced at the plaque and apologetically said. At that moment, a student in uniform happened to walk over. Upon seeing her, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened. Jiangzhu, come here. The girl who was about to enter turned to look when she heard. Teacher who? Is there something? Her voice was very soft, seemingly having a healing effect. Please help this young man find Principal Liu and the others. He pointed to Jason beside him. Jiangzhu's eyes lit up upon seeing the young man. Okay, she happily agreed, then came to Jason's side. Let's go. I'll take you to find the principal. Thank you. Jason thanked her. Following her, he walked into the academy. The academy space was large, surrounded by many flowers and trees, as if the school was built in a forest. Along the way, many students greeted her, then curiously glanced at Jason behind her. My name is Jiangzhu, what's yours? She slowed her pace to walk alongside Jason and asked. Jason, she repeated, then asked. So why are you looking for our principal? Do you want to join Blue Tyrant Academy? I'm looking for Teacher Flender. I have something to discuss. He casually replied while looking at the scenery around. Flender? Is he one of the group that came to our school the day before yesterday? Are you also a student there? I used to be. I'm not anymore. You dropped out? Something like that. That's really unfortunate. What level are you now? Level 30. That's impressive. How did you drop out? There were some changes. So are you looking to rejoin him now? Not really, it's something else. With each question Jiangzhu asked, Jason patiently answered. Unknowingly, the two walked for a long time. As they moved forward, the trees became sparser, and a particularly thick tree had a sign hanging from it that read, Academy Restricted Area, no entry without permission. Beyond the trees, a small lake appeared, with a diameter of only about 50 meters. A stream about 3 meters wide quietly fed water from the other side of the forest and flowed back. This place, which should be called a pond, always maintained a flow of fresh water. Next to the pond was a simple thatched hut made of wooden boards and straw, perfectly blending into the surroundings. Surrounding the hut was a fence inside which various flowers bloomed, competing to open in vibrant colors, looking very beautiful. Principal Lu, someone is here looking for those who came the day before yesterday. She came to the cabin and knocked on the door respectfully. After a short while, footsteps could be heard from inside, and the wooden door was opened. A stunningly beautiful woman with exceptionally impressive chest muscles stepped out, her figure alluring and her expression puzzled. "Who are you looking for?" she asked Jason, Flandra, and the others. "Do you know Flandra?" "Yes. Is Tang-san here too?" "I'm mainly looking for him." Jason wondered if after completely seizing the ice and fire Tuin Ai, Tang-san would be killed by the poisoned Douluo. Yes, wait a moment. They should be coming over soon. Since she knew Tang-san, she must know him as well. "Come in." She walked into the room and called out to Jason. Dean, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." Jiang Zhu recalled she had other matters to attend to and took her leave. Jason stepped over the threshold and entered the room. The room looked very simple, with only a dressing table and a tea table. Jason found a spot to sit down, casually took off his hat, and quietly waited. Lu Erlong approached him and began to ask some questions. Although some of the questions were somewhat repetitive compared to those from Jiang Zhu, Jason still patiently answered them one by one. However, her occasional glances at the top of Jason's head made him feel somewhat offended. After a while, a stiff-faced person walked in and was slightly taken aback upon seeing Jason. At this moment, Jason had changed significantly compared to before. His purple pupils had turned black, and his white hair had also changed to black, although not much had grown back. Additionally, his aura had changed a lot, occasionally emanating a presence that felt very pleasant, making people involuntarily want to get closer. This was due to the ice and fire dual eyes. Although his facial features hadn't changed much, the master still couldn't recognize him at first. Jason politely nodded at the master. Upon seeing the master enter, Lu Erlong's gaze immediately became fully focused on him. "Is this boy a student of the academy?" the master asked Lu Erlong with a puzzled expression. Chapter 93. Meeting a crowd of people stood in the open space behind the thatched cottage. Everyone was amazed, looking at a black-eyed boy wearing a hat. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, excitedly said something to him. "Great, since your body has recovered. You must be careful in the future. Your martial soul cannot mutate again," Flander said with a smile, patting Jason's shoulder. The master looked puzzled, with a hint of envy. He glanced at others' martial soul's mutations, then at his own. Jason attributed his recovery to the mutation of his martial soul. This was the most reasonable explanation. "Jason, can you talk about your martial soul mutation?" The master thought it was too bizarre that a martial soul mutation could restore broken meridians within the body. However, Jason seemed not to notice him and continued conversing with Flander and Zhao Wujia. Lu Erlong frowned at the somewhat awkward master and said, "Kid, didn't you see someone talking to you?" Jason, who was smiling while talking to Flander, paused for a moment. At the same time, the entire scene fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Ma Hongjun and the others couldn't help but shrink their necks. "Oh, little Jay might not have heard. There's no need to be so serious. Ha, Flander laughed, hoping to ease the tension. "Since I'm not particularly welcome, I'll leave quickly. Where's Tang-san? I came this time not only to visit you, but mainly to find him." As he spoke, the tense atmosphere around them relaxed instantly, and the air seemed to become lively. He looked around and noticed that Xiao Wu and Tang-san were both absent. When it came to Tang-san, Flander and the others showed concern. Zhao Wujia sighed and then said, "Little Sam was taken away by the poisoned Douluo the day before yesterday. When he returned, he locked himself in his room alone and wouldn't see anyone, not even Xiao Wu." Flander was also deeply worried. On the night Tang-san was captured, they had gone to find the poisoned Douluo's garden, but upon arrival, there was nothing but a wasteland. This left the master and the other two feeling very anxious. After all, the poisoned Douluo was both righteous and wicked. No one knew what he would do to Tang-san. They searched every possible place in and outside of Heaven Do City, yet still found no sign of him. Instead, early the next morning, Tang-san appeared at the academy's gate, pale-faced. The master asked him with concern, and he forced a smile on his pale face, saying he was fine. He then locked himself away. No matter how Xiao Wu called from outside, he refused to open the door. This continued until today. "I should go. Since I happen to have something to discuss with him, maybe I can help." Jason suddenly thought of something and said with an indifferent expression. Although the heavy atmosphere had passed, Jason's demeanor no longer felt approachable. Instead, there was a subtle sense of pressure. "All right, I'll take you there." Seeing his indifferent face, Friend couldn't help but feel guilty. After all, that decision was something he had tacitly agreed to at the time. "Let's go with him," the master said to Lu Erlong. "Okay." She snapped back to reality and replied. Then he looked ahead at the back of the boy in white, feeling a deep sense of shock. What was that overwhelming pressure he just felt? As a soul sage, he was actually experiencing a sense of oppression from a mere teenager. This was not about levels. It felt like it was related to bloodline. Yes, bloodline. Lu Erlong immediately confirmed this. But wasn't he a weapon spirit? Why would he feel such pressure from himself? The journey was somewhat silent. Jason, do you have any plans for the future? To ease the awkward atmosphere, he asked the boy beside him. I plan to go to the Blaze Academy. If you participate in the elite competition for advanced soul masters in a year, I hope we don't meet, he replied. His expression still calm, lost in thought. Hey, that's true, but they are still young. They should wait another 2 years to participate. At that moment, Flanders had not yet considered letting them join the elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent. However, he did not mention Jason's level, as he knew that. For him, levels were somewhat transparent. You will participate, right? Is that the place ahead? He pointed to a wooden cabin in front, where a girl with a ponytail sat. Looking gloomy, it was Xiao Wu. Yes, Xiao has been sitting outside all night, and Tang San still hasn't opened the door. I don't know what that poison Douluo did to him. Speaking of poison Douluo, anger immediately flashed across his face. Maybe poison Douluo poisoned him. It could be the kind that leads to death in 3 to 5 days. Jason said slowly as he walked along the path. Upon hearing Jason's words, Lu Erlong immediately stiffened, feeling there was a high possibility of this. He anxiously ran toward the wooden cabin. Xiao only saw Dean Flanders rushing over in a hurry, and before she could ask anything, he kicked the door. Bang! With a loud noise, the wooden door was kicked open. Sure enough, inside, Tang San was bare-chested, covered in many acupuncture needles, and there were many purple and red liquids on the floor, along with some corroded pits. Tang San, who was in the process of bleeding, was stunned when he saw Flanders suddenly kick the door open. Then his brows furrowed. Dean, why did you suddenly barge in? Xiao San, what is going on? Why didn't you tell me? At this moment, Xiao Wu also walked in, and upon seeing the tragic scene inside, tears immediately streamed down her face. However, seeing the acupuncture needles on him, she didn't dare to approach, only standing by the side, sadly saying, looking at the expressions of Flinder and Xiao Wu who suddenly barged in, I also knew they misunderstood. I'm just detoxifying. I locked myself up because it was inconvenient, he said with a. The two were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Is it true? Can you detoxify? Xiao Wu asked, half believing. Yes, it's because I need a quiet environment, so I locked myself in a room. I actually forgot to inform you. Tang San's words made Flinder feel a bit awkward. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from behind. I have the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot beauty. This statement left Tang San standing there in shock, looking at the person who entered. The person wore a hat and was backlit, their face somewhat blurred, but it gave him a sense of familiarity. However, it seemed unlikely that the person he was familiar with would appear here. Who are you? He suppressed his inner shock, but his rapid breathing couldn't be concealed. How does he know about the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot beauty? How could he possibly have these? How does he know I need these 2 celestial herbs? A storm of questions swirled in his mind, but he maintained a calm exterior. Jason, the other party responded lightly, and then the backlight disappeared, allowing Tang San to see the face under the hat. Chapter 94. Grafting the Master and others behind also walked in, and the small wooden house instantly felt crowded. Upon seeing Tang San's condition, everyone came forward to express their concern. But at this moment, Tang San's gaze was focused on only one person. Jason? Looking at Jason, whose features were somewhat similar to before, he felt puzzled. It's me. I can talk to you about something, to make a deal. He stood among the crowd, like an isolated eagle. What did you say when you just came in? He stared intensely at Jason, hoping that what he just heard wasn't wrong. The octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot beauty. The other party's words made Tang San's heart surge with excitement in an instant. However, seeing the indifference revealed in Jason's black pupils, his heart immediately sank. The two were now like strangers. Only he had what Jason needed, which was why he came to find him. And the price. The weight of the 2 immortal herbs made him unable to imagine. And he also prayed that the other party had just happened to obtain these 2 immortal herbs and did not know their effects. But Tang San knew that since the other party could come to find him, they must be well aware of those 2 immortal herbs and his situation. What do you want? Let's talk privately, Jason said as he surveyed the people around. Hey Jason, what can't we hear? Xiao Wu said unhappily. The details of the transaction need to be kept confidential. Isn't it just the Xianbing grass and the Lihua something? What do you want? I'll get to you, she said boldly, patting her chest. Upon hearing this, Jason suddenly laughed and then said, "A 100,000 year soul ring. Will you give it?" His smile was like the warm sun of dawn, but it made Xiao Wu feel a chill for a moment. "You all go out. I want to talk to him." At this moment, Tang San removed the acupuncture needles from his body and put on his clothes. After everyone glanced at the two, they gradually left the room. The somewhat dazed Xiao was pulled out by Ning Rongrong. The wooden door closed, and the room fell into silence. The two did not speak, only staring at each other. Ultimately, it was Tang San who broke the silence. "I want to see those two things you mentioned first." His voice was somewhat low, unsure if it was due to the poison. "All right." As she spoke, Xiao Yao had already taken out the octagonal Xianbing grass and the Lihua Xingjiaoshu. Jason's arms grew some vines that extended to his palms, and then an herb grew from his left hand. The white herb looked like a large white flower on top. Octagonal, with the central part shimmering like ice crystals. There was no fragrance released. At the same time, a cold air spread out, making Tang San's weak body feel uncomfortable. His right hand also grew a plant that was entirely red, resembling a cabbage. The discomfort in his body arose. But Tang San still stared excitedly at the two immortal herbs before him. Suddenly, he thought of the uniqueness of the two herbs. The cold air and scorching toxins actually had no effect on him at all. He looked again at the two immortal herbs that seemed to be growing in his hands. "Who exactly are you?" At this moment, he even doubted whether Jason was an immortal herb that had become sentient. "Jason," he replied calmly, then continued, "Now I have two immortal herbs, one to repay a favor and one for trade. How about it?" "Favor? When have you owed me a favor?" Tang San tried hard to recall, but he found no past interactions between them. "You will know about this favor later. Now, it's about the other immortal herb, which is for trade. What is the content of the trade?" He temporarily set aside the matter of the favor. "Submit to me." When he spoke this sentence, a faint dragon might was released from his body, transforming into a kingly aura. It was like the fangs of the king of the forest suddenly exposed. This was the first time Tang San felt this aura from him. Who exactly is he? Jason's mystery had existed since childhood, maturing too early, with a beast-like aura that seemed to belong to the forest from birth. But at this moment, his whole appearance had changed, and the beast-like aura had disappeared, replaced by a friendly, gentle, yet imposing presence. Douluo should have given you 3 or 5 days. If the time is up and you can't find a way to dispel the poison in his body, he will take your life. As his aura receded, Jason returned to calmness. Although he didn't know where Hao Hian had gone, he certainly wasn't nearby at this moment. This gave Jason an opportunity. The coldness and heat emitted by the two immortal herbs had already begun to cause Tang San pain, his face alternating between green and red. But at this moment, he was caught in a dilemma as he looked at the two immortal herbs before him. The Tang sect was his obsession. But even with only one of the immortal herbs, he still couldn't escape death. Since the other party was able to find him, they surely had a way to safely absorb the two immortal herbs. He didn't know how Jason knew these things, just as he wouldn't let others know his secrets. But now he felt like a transparent person standing right under the other's eyes. The power you will have in the future is just a part of what I create. Jason seemed to sense some of his concerns and spoke again. Tang San understood the implication of his words. His own power could be under his control, but he had to follow Jason's rules. All right, I agree. In the end, Tang San accepted the other's conditions. He had no choice, because even if he obtained these two immortal herbs, he currently had no way to absorb them. As for directly giving them to Douluo for self-preservation, when he heard that he would have to remove the poison and his cultivation would be completely wasted, he might as well kill himself on the spot. A wise choice. The two immortal herbs extended their vines forward. "Don't move. I will integrate a branch into your body. It can help you absorb the two immortal herbs." The two immortal herbs transformed into two red and white vines, wrapping around Tang San entirely. Tang San silently felt the tiny roots of the vines implanting into his body like they were taking root in the soil, climbing into the various meridians of his body. Surprisingly, all the toxins in his body were absorbed by the tiny roots that had seeped in. At the same time, the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs gently permeated through the roots, transforming his physique. Throughout the process, Tang San did not act rashly. Looking at the roots that had taken root in various meridians and heart veins, he understood that his life was now in someone else's hands. But still, he had no choice. After the little demon grafted the branches carrying the 8-petal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom into his body, it seemed to sense an alluring aura. It wanted to greedily continue searching for that aura within Tang San. It's back. Jason's words made it reluctantly sever that branch and retreat back into Jason's body. Looking at Tang San, who had regained his rosy complexion, he smiled and said, "Welcome to the Star-Covering Sect. That branch is harmless to you. It can help you absorb the medicinal power of the immortal herbs, allowing you not to die instantly. And as it grows, it can also enhance your recovery ability, while significantly boosting your blue silvergrass as well. However, it requires your nourishment to grow. If you stop nourishing it, it will consume your own soul power and vitality. This could be considered a drawback." Jason stood up and explained the function of the branch to Tang San. The roots grafted into his body were different from those of others. If others stopped nourishing it, they would only lose power. Inside Tang San, if it does not provide nourishment for a long time, it will consume his own soul power and vitality. Chapter 95. Layout. At this moment, Tang San felt the gentle medicinal power of the two immortal herbs being softly injected into his body. But he knew how astonishing it was to achieve this step. These two herbs, which could destroy the body when mixed, could actually be absorbed by him in this way. It is important to note that being classified as immortal herbs signifies their uniqueness. What is this branch that can unify the immortal herbs? Additionally, from Jason's earlier words, the plant that had just entered his body possesses intelligence. Is a soul beast? He pondered in his mind for a moment and then looked at Jason. "How should I address you in the future?" he asked calmly. There are rarely free lunches in the world. Although there are, it is clear that Jason would not give him one. His life was ultimately saved by him, and he had only lost his freedom. For Tang San, it was not a loss. "You can call me whatever you like." Jason was not very concerned about this. "Then I will call you Jiaozhu from now on." Thinking of the revival church he mentioned earlier, it was obviously a church. "All right," Jason nodded, and, at the same time, this transaction came to an end. Both sides got what they wanted. Jason lost two immortal herbs, but gained Tang San's loyalty. Tang San lost his freedom, but gained his life. Tang San from now on. In addition to improving your own strength, you can also start to create your own force. I give you 5 years. I need a military force that can counter the Heaven-Do Imperial City. He stared at Tang San, and from now on, your force will be under your command. Upon hearing this, Tang San's pupils slightly constricted. Is this going to target the Heaven-Do Empire? But he is just one person. How could he possibly create a force that could match the one within the Heaven-Do Imperial City in 5 years? However, he also knew that the other party wouldn't make such a request without reason. What else does he know? For some reason, at this moment, Tang San had more and more questions about Jason, and at the same time, the veil over him became thicker and bottomless. Even the sect master and elders in his previous life had never put such pressure on him. "I will do my best," he said in a deep voice. "Very well. The branches implanted in your body can enhance your strength, and they complement your martial soul, allowing you more time to develop your force. I hope you won't disappoint me." Jason nodded, and then, under Tang San's shocked gaze, he extended many branches like a tree. On that branch, all kinds of celestial herbs were growing abundantly. The grass, resembling fruits, created a peculiar scene that left him in unprecedented shock. How is this possible? The appearance of the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot flower had already excited him. But now, looking at the ever-increasing celestial herbs around Jason, he was in a daze. Meanwhile, those outside the house also felt the unusual phenomenon inside the wooden cabin. The occasionally exposed aura made them feel as if they were in a fairyland. They looked inside in amazement, seemingly wanting to know what was happening. "I don't recognize many of the celestial herbs inside. I need you to help me identify them. You can take a look for a minute first, and then write me a list later," Jason said to the somewhat dazed Tang San. "Okay," he replied stiffly after regaining his composure upon hearing Jason's words. Then he began to approach various plants to observe them. During his observation, Jason continued, "In a moment, you can choose a few spirit herbs to take with you as public funds for your development of power. I hope you won't misuse the public funds." He gave a faint warning at the end. Tang San, who was focused on examining the herbs, nodded to indicate he understood and continued his research. A minute quickly passed. "Now you can choose the herbs you need. You can either pick them or let me transplant them onto the branches of your body." Looking at the treasure trove before him, Tang San felt a bit conflicted. "Master, you've given me a difficult problem. Obviously, among the 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong belonged to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, while Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing belonged to the royal family of the Star-Luo Empire. It was clear that the 3 of them could not join the Tang sect he was building. But if he gave herbs to the others, how would he explain it to the 3? That's up to you. However, I have arrangements for Ning Rongrong and Dai Mu Bai, so you can choose first." Jason urged with a wave of his hand. He quickly selected the 8-petal immortal orchid and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower from his spirit herbs. But in the end, he hesitated between the two herbs. One was an ordinary-looking white flower, palm-sized and resembling a peony, without any grass leaves. The other was a pure white flower that looked as immaculate as a green lotus with white petals. It was indeed the heartbroken red and the narcissus jadebone. After struggling between the two, he ultimately chose the heartbroken red. After the selection was complete, all the surrounding spirit herbs slowly retreated into Jason's sleeves. For some reason, Tang Sen really suspected that he was a spirit herb plant that had come to life. I will be in the EntersDouluo city all day today. Please quickly compile the information on what you just saw, detailing the methods and uses, and record as much as possible about everything else, Jason said, pausing to give him some time to absorb this. Do you understand the above matters? I understand, he nodded in response. All right, today's matters come to a close. You are a rare talent for me, and I hope you won't disappoint me. As he spoke, he had already reached the door. The wooden door creaked open, and Jason, wearing a hat, walked out under the gaze of everyone. The shadow of the hat obscured his face, making it difficult for people to see his expression. Everyone silently watched him. Even the usually lively Xiao Wu looked at Jason with fear. Sorry to disturb you today, Dean, Vice Dean. This will be my last time addressing you. Take care. He solemnly bowed to Zhao Wujia and Flender. Jason's previous personality was indeed very unpleasant, exuding a coldness that came from within, not fitting in. In summary, Jason did not treat them as companions, and they would not treat him as one either. This was due to Jason's own reasons. However, Flender and Zhao Wujia had always tried to understand him, wanting him to integrate into the academy. It was just that he ultimately had his own matters to attend to, and it was impossible for him to accept their goodwill and peace. Flender and Zhao Wujia nodded heavily. Take care. Jason smiled slightly after standing up, then walked along the path he came from. After exiting the school gate, Jason took a carriage heading towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 96. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is located in the northwest of the Heaven-Do Empire, situated on Jingyu Mountain. After the establishment of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the name of this mountain was changed to Glazed Tile Mountain. The sect is built on the mountain, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. After a few hours in the carriage, Jason finally arrived at the foot of Glazed Tile Mountain. After getting off the carriage, he took out the money collected from Tang San and paid the driver. At the foot of the mountain, the 5 large characters of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were extremely conspicuous. The sect at the foot of the mountain was in the style of a pagoda, with many patterns carved on it, resembling an enlarged 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. On either side of the gate, there were disciples on duty, dressed in uniform. Through the sect, one could vaguely see buildings towering on the mountain behind. There were many stone pillars on both sides, all carved with elegant and exquisite patterns. Hello, I have matters to discuss with Sect Master Ning, Jason said to the 2 disciples on duty at the entrance of the sect. What business do you have with our sect master? Do you have a hand order? The tall, middle-aged man on the left did not underestimate or drive away the young boy before him, but rather approached him with a formal inquiry. I don't have a hand order, but I do have something to discuss with him. If you can't let me in, could you help me pass the message? What is it? He planned to listen to what the matter was before deciding whether it was worth reporting to the sect master. About the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. What business could our sect's martial soul have? If you don't have a hand order, you should go back, the younger youth beside him said impatiently. You're talking about the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda? The middle-aged man beside him did not heed the youth's words, but instead seriously focused on the young boy before him. As someone from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, most would know a secret. As the strongest auxiliary martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile school has always had a secret that appears above their martial soul. In the legend of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, if there is a special opportunity, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda can evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which not only strengthens the foundation of the soul master, but also provides a broader space. Once a soul master with a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda reaches the level of a titled Douluo with 9 rings, they can obtain the title of the God of Assistance, possessing the power to turn the tide in any battlefield. Yes, please help me pass the message. Jason nodded to confirm. Okay, wait for me here. Qing Yu, pay attention to the sect's decorum. Do not be rude. Although he did not know why this young boy knew about the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it was clear that his purpose for coming here was not simple. The middle-aged man's name was Yang Liang. He had been in the sect since birth and rarely went out. He rarely knew anything about the sect, except for some specially hidden matters. As he stepped onto the mountain path, his footsteps were a bit hurried, but not flustered. This place was unlike other sects, where one had to announce step by step to meet the sect master. Ning Fengji generally sat in the hall drinking tea and discussing matters, and few people would disturb him. However, if there was something, one could go directly to the hall to notify him. Soon, he arrived in front of a magnificent building. The hall was directly open, and he could see 3 people gathered together, enthusiastically discussing something. In the center was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and elegant appearance. On either side were an imposing old man in white and an old man who appeared somewhat withered. Sect Master, Elder Jian, Elder Gu. After approaching, he respectfully greeted each of them. "Oh, Yang Liang, what is the matter?" Upon seeing him arrive, the conversation among the 3 paused for a moment. "Here's the thing. Today, while I was on duty at the entrance of the sect at the foot of the mountain, I encountered a boy around 12 or 13 years old who said he wanted to see you to discuss something important." He glanced at the curious sect master Ning before continuing. "It's about the 9-treasure glazed tower." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fengji frowned, pondering the 9-treasure glazed tower. The 2 elders beside him exchanged glances. "Are you sure he's just a 12 or 13-year-old boy?" "Yes, I confirmed it. I also saw that the boy had an extraordinary demeanor, and what he mentioned is very important to our sect, which is why I came to disturb the sect master. There's no need to worry about disturbing me. Just bring him up. It's lunchtime anyway, and it will be good to entertain a guest." Ning Fengji waved his hand, indicating there was no need to be nervous. "Yes." Yang Liang responded and headed down the mountain. When he arrived at the bottom, he saw that the boy was still standing there, seemingly having waited patiently since he left, with no sign of impatience in his eyes. He was slightly amazed and then approached the boy. "Hello, may I ask how to address you?" Although the other party was just a 12 or 13-year-old boy, he couldn't help but lower his posture when facing him. He sensed an aura similar to that of the sect master emanating from him. Jason, please follow me. The sect master has prepared lunch." He politely gestured for Jason to follow. They crossed the sect and followed Yang Liang up the mountain. Along the way, they saw many well-maintained small fish ponds, as well as trees and flowers. Occasionally, there were small paths that seemed to lead to unknown destinations. As they ascended higher, the number of buildings increased, and there were people in sect uniforms walking back and forth. Some boys gathered around a pond, chatting freely, while passing girls curiously looked over, making the atmosphere even livelier. It was a scene of thriving prosperity. Eventually, guided by Yang Liang, they arrived at a place that resembled a conference hall. After passing through the spacious hall, the 2 walked along a quiet path and finally stopped in front of a building with a long corridor. The sect master is inside. "I need to go back to have lunch now, so I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands towards Jason and then turned to leave. "Now that you mention it, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Since entering the Sunset Forest, I haven't had a meal yet. Although I'm not starving, it feels like something is missing if I don't eat." Pushing open the door, a faint aroma wafted in. Then he saw a refined middle-aged man sitting inside. It was Master Ning. He first greeted them and then sat down opposite the dining table. "What should I call you, young brother?" Ning Fengji glanced at the boy in the hat who had entered and found him somewhat inscrutable. "Jason." Today, it seemed he had introduced himself more than usual. "Well then, let's eat. We can talk while we eat." After meeting him, Ning Fengji knew that what he had mentioned must indeed have substance. "Thank you for your hospitality. Let me toast you." Jason raised his glass and then drank it down. During that period of despondency, his alcohol tolerance had increased significantly. After finishing the drink, he got straight to the point. "How did you learn about the 9-treasure glazed pagoda?" Although this matter was a secret, it could be known with a little investigation. "I have a medicinal herb that can complete the defects of the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, turning it into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda." Jason did not answer his question, but spoke directly and clearly. Chapter 97. The name of the sect master, the 7-treasure glazed sect, appeared calm and serene as usual, perhaps built on the mountain to avoid the noise of the outside world. However, from the various buildings on the mountain, the 9-treasure glazed sect had a sense of understated luxury. At this moment, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, stood rigidly in front of the dining table, facing a young man in white clothing and a hat. The young man was smiling as he looked at Ning Fengji. The food prepared by the master of the Ning sect was quite good. Jason picked up a piece of green vegetable, tasted it, and praised it. Ning Fengji came back to his senses from his daze. "Haha, I'm glad you like it, little brother. If it's not enough, I can have more sent over." He maintained a calm expression, regaining his position as host. "That won't be necessary, and besides, there is so much food here. It can't be prepared just for me." He waved his hand, pointing at the table piled high with dishes, speaking with a hint of meaning. "Elder Chun, Elder Gu, You should join us for a meal too. Since this truly concerned the matter of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he called the two elders to join the conversation. Douluo and Douluo pushed the door open and entered, both surprised to see the young man sitting across from the master, before taking a seat beside Ningfengji. These two are titled law of our sect, and it's well known, so I won't introduce them one by one. Once the two were seated, a pressure suddenly surged towards Jason from Douluo, who was also dressed in white. This was Douluo releasing his pressure towards Jason. Of course, he was controlling his aura, just enough to make Jason feel slightly uncomfortable. It was a show of strength. Regular guests wouldn't need this. But when facing a stranger who had mysteriously arrived, it was necessary to assert dominance, making future discussions much easier. It was also a form of testing. However, Jason seemed unaffected, his expression calm, and instead, he politely greeted the two. Douluo nodded in response, then looked at Douluo in confusion, as if questioning why they hadn't started yet. Perhaps he felt reluctant to intimidate a young boy. But since this was about the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it didn't matter if the opponent was male or female, or their age. Ningfengji had informed them about the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and understood its importance to him and the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Seeing that Jason showed no reaction, Douluo began to gradually increase his pressure, but the other party remained unfazed. Just as he was about to intensify his pressure further, Jason suddenly looked at him. His black eyes flickered with a cold glint, accompanied by a conflicting aura of freezing and burning dragon might that hit Douluo directly, causing his momentum to falter. This guy, he stared in shock at the now calm young man. In terms of strength, even hundreds of Jasons would not be able to compete with a titled Douluo, but in terms of momentum, ever since absorbing the remnants of the ice and fire dragon King's soul, he hadn't feared anyone. At the dining table, everyone continued eating. At this moment, Ningfengji suddenly thought of something and said to Jason, "Coincidentally, I remember there's a student named Jason at the Shrek Academy where my daughter is. It's the same name as yours. That's me, but I no longer belong to Shrek Academy." Haha. Unexpectedly, did you have a conflict with the school? I can help you bridge the gap. No, I have no such intention. Thank you for your kindness, Master Ning. Indeed, a genius like you will be welcomed wherever you go. What do you think of our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Very good. The people are nice. The environment is good, and there are talents everywhere. Would you be willing to join our sect? If I joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, who would I partner with? Are there any girls? Yes, many. As long as you are willing to join our sect, you can choose any girl. But they must be willing. However, I see that you are so handsome. There will definitely be many young girls in our sect willing to choose you as their partner. Master Ning, you are joking. The two continued to converse at the dining table, while Ningfengji also tried to gather some information about Jason, carefully avoiding any mention of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Jason is not in a hurry either, as his martial soul is not the 7 treasures glazed tile. The two titled Douluos sitting on either side of Ningfengji were not good at negotiations either, so they could only stare. Moreover, the conversation between the two sides has been very harmonious so far, just short of calling each other brothers. They both couldn't interject. When the food and wine on the table were finished, Ningfengji looked at Jason, who remained as steady as a mountain, and sighed silently. He couldn't understand how a 12 or 13-year-old boy could be so composed. Look, the food is finished. Let's talk about serious matters. He gestured at the leftover dishes on the table. Oh, I got too caught up in the conversation with Sect Master Ning and forgot, Jason chuckled. But then there was no further response. Ningfengji was momentarily speechless. Even with two titled Douluos present, they still couldn't shake the boy in front of them, who firmly held the initiative. Indeed, how could someone capable of bringing the secret of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda up the mountain be an ordinary person? He just didn't know which family he belonged to. Was it the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, or perhaps the Haotian sect? However, after searching his mind, he still couldn't determine where the boy in front of him came from. Moreover, the other party had never activated their martial soul, so it was unclear how they managed to resist the pressure of a title de law. Does the young brother really possess a treasure that can complete the flaws of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? He straightened his expression and asked. Yes. Jason replied briefly. How can I be sure of the correctness of what you said? The fact that I came here personally proves the validity of this matter. Indeed, unless someone is out of their mind, they wouldn't bring a fake item up the mountain to deceive two titled Douluos. Moreover, as one of the upper 3 sects, it is quite easy for the 7 treasures glazed sect to kill someone. How do you know that what you have in your hand can complete the defects of the 7 treasures glazed tower? You can have someone from your sect try it out, but I only have one. Jason took out a jade box containing the Douluo tulip directly from his sleeve. Opening the box revealed a very strange, immortal herb, with roots and leaves resembling wisteria drapery, meticulously combed, but the top was a golden tulip, and a rich tulip fragrance immediately filled the entire room. Snap! Jason quickly closed it again. This item is called the Douluo tulip, elegant and luxurious. Consuming it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon. This flower cannot be swallowed. It must be gently inhaled from the stamen, allowing the essence to slowly enter the body, and then cultivating soul power slowly to let the medicinal effects spread throughout the limbs and bones. Jason explained to Ning Fengji. It is a rare herb, so tell me, what do you need? After seeing the Douluo tulip, he believed a little more in what Jason said. In the name of the sect master. As soon as this phrase was uttered, the room fell silent immediately. Chapter 98. Transaction. The atmosphere in the room, which had just eased for a moment, suddenly solidified again. This time, Douluo and Sword Douluo both exerted pressure, enveloping Jason. The aura of the two titled Douluos filled the entire room, causing the table in front to creak as if it could not withstand the pressure and was about to break. The two looked unfavorably at the calm young man across from them. Sword Elder, Bone Elder, don't scare the guest. Ning Fengji signaled the two to retract their aura. Upon hearing this, both of them retracted their pressure simultaneously, but inside they were secretly shocked. Douluo also understood that the Sword Elder hadn't exerted pressure on the young man because it had no effect on him. This time, the two released all their aura. Facing the pressure of two titled Douluos, even a soul sage would not be able to handle it so easily. Little brother, could you clarify a bit more? If he heard correctly, the other party said in the name of the sect master, not the position of sect master. To make up for the defect of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower's martial soul, I believe Sect Master Ning can understand the importance of this moment, Jason said. Looking at Sect Master Ning. Yes, he nodded, not denying the matter of the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tower, which had a significant impact on both the strength and significance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. In this case, is it too much to change to another Sect Master's name? You mean the name of the Sect Master? Yes, the name of the Sect Master, not the position of Sect Master. This means that only the title of the Sect Master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is needed, without any real power. The actual Sect Master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect would still be Ning Fengji. Only the title would be changed to Jason. Ning Fengji thought for a long time. Could we change the condition? This matter seems to bring you no benefits aside from making you famous. Even having the assets of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, or having the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect as your backing, would be more advantageous than just the title of Sect Master. He said to Jason, hoping he could change the condition. This matter is not unacceptable to Ning Fengji. On the contrary, it seems quite profitable. But precisely because of this, he was a bit hesitant to agree. Once this matter gets out, it would only let people know that a young boy obtained a treasure that could complete the defects of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Yet he asked for nothing but a hollow title to satisfy his vanity. After all, he is not a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, but just a 12 or 13-year-old boy. However, Ning Fengji knew that the person in front of him could not be limited by age, but he also couldn't figure out what the other party was after. I really do need the title of Sect Master. If you are worried, 20 years later, I will step down from the position of Sect Master and hand it over to your daughter or anyone else. Clearly, Jason's goal this time is the title of Sect Master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Ning Fengji's face showed difficulty for a moment. The two titled Douluos also looked strangely at the young man in front of them. Is this guy really just after a title? They thought he would need the assets of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect or need the entire sect as his backing. If they were being excessive, he might even want to marry Ning Rongrong. Of course, if he dared to say that the condition for exchange was to marry Ning Rongrong, the two would definitely be furious and take action. But they never imagined that he only wanted a title of Sect Master. Although his status would be greatly elevated, it seemed not very practical compared to the long-standing defect of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. After all, this item of Jason's has opened the path for them to become titled Douluos. This herb can be given to you first. Tang-san, you should know that this person understands this aspect much better than I do. You can have your daughter ask him. Once the Nine-Treasure Glazed Tower confirms it, you can announce the change of Sect Master for the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. As for how you promote it, I don't care. Jason handed the jade box containing the immortal herb to him. Ning Fengji took a glance, paused for a moment, then accepted it. By the way, you need to find someone with good qualifications, If an accident occurs later, don't blame me. Jason suddenly added. He cupped his hands towards Jason and said, all right, if this matter is true, I will thank you in advance, little brother. If there is any mistake, he did not say the rest of the words. The two titled Douluos looked over, and it was self-explanatory. No need to thank me. This is just a transaction. I hope Sect Master Ning can fulfill his promise then. Jason said indifferently. Definitely. After putting the jade box into his storage space, he solemnly nodded. Then, he hesitated for a moment and asked Jason softly, little brother, could you conveniently tell me why you won the title of Sect Master of my Seven Treasures Glazed sect? For a title, Jason replied ambiguously. After that, the two talked again, and Jason took his leave. This kid is not simple. Douluo sighed as he watched Jason's back. Nonsense, anyone could see that. Douluo said disdainfully. Let us go to Heaven-Do City tomorrow. When we see Rong then, let us see if we can learn more about this young man. I'll go with you. Before Douluo could speak, Douluo stepped in first. Nonsense, if anyone goes, it's me going along. You're so weak. Just stay home, Begard. You're getting itchy bones again, huh? Calling me weak? With that little flower needle of yours, what use is it? Flower needle? Old bone. Let us go practice. Let us go, I'm not afraid of you. Watching the two old men disappear, Ning Fengji shook his head with a wry smile. He also couldn't say much about such matters. If you were just going out to do errands alone, the two would definitely not fight over it. But as soon as they heard they would meet Rong, they would fight to the death. However, thinking of his daughter, he couldn't help but reveal a doting smile. He hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. Jason, thinking of the young man just now, he couldn't help but frown. What exactly does he want to do? It seems necessary to have someone look into his movements carefully. Unknowingly, lunch took more than 2 hours, and it was already afternoon. On the way down the mountain, Yang Liang was still leading the way ahead. Finally, the two parted ways at the foot of the mountain at the entrance of the sect. Jason took a horse-drawn carriage, and tonight he was heading to Tiando City to get the booklet from Tang San. At the same time, there was another matter he needed to arrange for him. Sitting in the carriage, he closed his eyes and meditated, thinking about whether there were any flaws in the plan. After a bumpy ride, Jason finally arrived at Tiando City in the evening. Lifting the curtain, he could see the sign in the moonlight. Shrek Academy. It seemed that the sign had already been replaced. In front of the door stood a man and a woman. The man looked ordinary, while the woman was beautiful and cute. It was Xiao Wu and Tang San. The Blue Tyrant Academy was located in a relatively secluded area, with few people coming and going. Most students had already gone home, making the academy both inside and out feel very quiet. After giving the money to the coachman, Jason walked towards the two. For some reason, Xiao Wu seemed to be a bit afraid of Jason, hiding behind Tang San. It made Jason feel like a bully. Chapter 99. Departure to Qihong. Is the booklet ready? Yes, I have basically written down all the herbs. And I also made a note for the two children you specifically wanted to prepare for. He took out a thick stack of booklets and handed it to Jason. Okay. After receiving the booklet, Jason took out an envelope. Besides the direction of the upcoming forces, there was also a letter for Dai Mu Bai. If you want to give him the celestial herbs, or if he wants the celestial herbs, he must agree to what is stated in the letter. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing for him. He handed the envelope to Tang San and said indifferently, if he agrees, he can come to Qihua Academy to get the herbs for me. Understood. Tang San nodded in response. Xiao Wu remained silent behind them, just feeling that Jason in front of her was very unfamiliar. Even dressed in white, he still had an aura of darkness and depth, darker than the night itself, as if it could swallow a person's soul. Well then, that's all. You two should rest early. See you on the competition field in a year. Jason smiled and waved his hand to the two, then turned and left. What happened to Jason? His body has changed, and his personality has changed. He feels completely different. Xiao Wu glanced at Jason as he left, and then asked Tang San, maybe this is the real him now. Tang San exhaled deeply and said, facing Jason, I don't know why, but I always feel a pressure weighing on my heart. Maybe hold my fate. He also felt that his understanding of this world might not be deep enough. As time went on, he increasingly felt that the master's theories were becoming more and more illusory, like bubbles that burst upon contact. The two returned to the academy, and Tang San was also considering how to tell Ma Hongjun and the others about the herb distribution. The Tang sect had not yet been established, but given the current situation, it certainly needed to be. By the way, he also needed to help the old monster with the detoxification issue. A lot had happened today, and he needed to digest it. Xiao Wu, if I create a force, would you join? Tang San asked Xiao Wu beside him, wanting to see her reaction. Of course I want to join, but I want to be the big sister among them. She happily jumped around Tang San with her hands behind her back. Really? He murmured, and then said, you could go back first. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Surprise? What surprise? Hearing there was a surprise, she excitedly leaned closer to Tang San and asked, I can only tell you tomorrow. Tang San mysteriously kept it a secret. Third brother, let me see, she said in a spoiled manner to Tang San. Wait until tomorrow. He firmly refused. Third brother, you've changed. You're not the same third brother who used to indulge me in everything. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears, as if she was about to cry. Wait, I was wrong, but I need you to join the Tang sect. Seeing her like this, Tang San hurriedly took out a box containing the celestial herb Xiangxi Duanchang from the moonlit night on the 24th bridge. When Xiao Wu saw the box in his hand, she grabbed it, saying, I'm in. Her expression, that was about to cry, instantly returned to normal. The speed of her mood change was so quick that it felt like he couldn't even see clearly with his purple extreme magic eyes. Inside was a celestial herb named Xiangxi Duanchang, along with a tragic love story. Under the gaze of the moonlight and stars, Tang San began to tell Xiao Wu a touching story. Because of the heaviness brought by Jason, it seemed to lighten a lot in that moment. On the other side, Jason was walking on the main road of Tiando City. Even at night, the streets were still bustling and lively. The bright lights made Jason feel as if he had instantly entered the ancient city of his past life. The only regret was that there were no candied hawthorns being sold at night. After strolling around the street, a sudden commotion arose ahead. The crowd was growing larger. Curious, he approached to take a look. Pushing through the crowd, Jason finally saw what was happening in the center. He saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground. His chest caved in, blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide open but lifeless. Beside him stood a young man with an arrogant expression, looking disdainfully at the corpse on the ground. Hey, what happened? Oh, it seems that two people had a disagreement over business. But unexpectedly one of them is a soul master, the one standing there. The person cautiously pointed at the man in the middle. Well, it looks like this incident is bad luck for him. There's nothing to be done. The person on the ground should be from outside and didn't know him. So he got tricked. One of the onlookers seemed to be quite familiar with the standing man. How to say it, bro? That soul master specifically targets ordinary merchants for business and then refuses to pay. I've heard many people have been tricked already. But the one on the ground was really unlucky. He got killed. Why provoke a soul master? Even if dead, it won't end well. The crowd murmured. But when discussing the middle-aged young man, they instinctively lowered their voices. After a while, the law enforcement team from Tiando City arrived and took the corpse along with the young man away. See, in a few days, that soul master will come out unscathed. Who told him he was destined to be a soul master? That merchant was also unlucky, just arrived in Tiando City and got targeted by him. Jason watched the departing law enforcement team, narrowing his eyes. Similar incidents are common in this world. Soul masters, born with the ability to cultivate soul power and martial souls, occupy the upper echelons of society, like animals. But we are human, and what humans have always done is to distinguish themselves from animals. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Jason found a hotel to stay in. The next day, Jason boarded a carriage heading towards the Blaze Academy. Tang San had basically arranged everything here, and he just needed to wait. In the past few days, although Jason hasn't trained much, his level has still risen by 1, and he is now level 31. The Flame Academy is located in Flame City, at the border between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Many fire-type soul masters have emerged from the Flame Academy, and over time, the entire city has become predominantly inhabited by fire-type soul masters since the establishment of the academy. Flame City. Getting off the carriage at the south gate, one could see the city walls glowing red, as if they are on fire. This is a spectacle unique to the south gate, while the other gates still have ordinary stone walls. However, from here, the entire Flame City appears to be burning. After paying for the ride, Jason walked through the fiery wall openings along with the crowd. There is only one high-level academy in Flame City, which is the Flame Academy. Therefore, he easily found the academy. As he got closer, he noticed more and more people wearing gold and red uniforms. Chapter 100. The Boy in the Center of the Lake. Half a year later, a boy with long, flowing black hair sat in the middle of the water. His black eyes displayed an unperturbed calmness, and he wore white clothing. Below him, the lake water flowed gently, and fish swam around. There was nothing beneath his feet. Yet the boy sat in the center of the lake as if he were weightless. At this moment, he was seated at the center of the lake, carefully reading a book titled The History of Empire Development. A gentle breeze passed over the lake's surface, creating ripples and blowing his black hair, which hung over his forehead, back slightly, revealing his exquisite features. He seemed to blend into the surface of the lake, calm and peaceful. The fish in the lake swam freely beneath him. The sunlight shining here seemed to grow warmer. This lake is called Tranquil Heart Lake, built specifically for the students of the Flame Academy. Most of the students at the Academy are fire attribute soul masters, so their personalities tend to be more restless. The name Calm Heart Lake was chosen with the hope that students can come here to calm their minds and ease their inner restlessness when they feel anxious. However, despite the good intentions behind this place, very few people are willing to come here. It is too quiet. Moreover, everyone is eager to raise their soul power level, spending every day in the simulated training environment. As the Grand Soul Master Academy competition approaches, the Academy will soon begin selecting participants in a couple of days. The upcoming assessments have made the entire Academy feel like it's trapped in a furnace, heavy and oppressive. Every student carries a serious and tense expression, doing their utmost to enhance their strength in preparation for the selection or to face the upcoming evaluations. The black-haired boy sitting in the center of the lake was like a patch of water surrounded by a furnace. Calm as water. It seemed that this page had already been read, and he was ready to turn to the next page. At that moment, a blazing fireball suddenly shot out from the surrounding rockery, heading straight for the center of the lake. The fireball emitted intense heat in the air, causing the high temperature to create ripples. The fireball was not moving fast, as if it had been thrown. However, the boy in the center of the lake seemed completely unaware and continued to turn to the next page. The title read The Reform and Establishment of the Soul Master Army. The fireball drew closer, startling the fish on the lake's surface into frantic movement. Finally, it reached about a meter away from the boy. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The blazing fireball quickly frosted over and slowly transformed into an ice ball. After becoming an ice ball, its speed gradually decreased. Then the direction changed, and the hockey puck returned the same way it came. Finally, it crossed over the rockery, and I don't know where it ended up hitting. Oh, damn it, that hurts. Accompanied by a cry of pain, a very beautiful girl emerged from behind the rockery, holding her head. The golden red school uniform she wore complemented her well, and with her dark red long hair, she looked like a flame that could melt any man. At that moment, she was glaring fiercely at the boy in the center. The boy glanced at the girl by the lake, helplessly closed his book, and then stood up on the lake's surface, slowly walking towards her, as if walking on solid ground. Looking at the boy walking on the water, Huo Wu felt a twinge of envy in her eyes. This level of control over soul power was something she could only dream of. Even though she had tried many times, she still couldn't walk on a lake like this boy, who seemed almost godlike. The boy before him was Jason, who had been enrolled for about half a year, with his soul power level in the 30s and his dual element martial soul of ice and fire. He easily joined the Blaze Academy, even though it was not the admission season. Having dual attributes meant he was free from being restrained by any element. However, dual element martial souls were rare, especially those of ice and fire. During his time in the academy, Jason focused on the integration of his body, as the sensation of delay in his movements was quite uncomfortable, making it difficult for him to concentrate on training. As a result, he began to read books and learn to paint. Due to the delay, he struggled to produce anything coherent in his drawings, but he persisted in practicing. At least during this time, his mind and body were focused on the same task. When he got tired of painting, he would read. Ever since entering the academy, he had been a calm individual, and the sparsely populated Tranquil Lake became his residence. Jason was like a drop of water in a campfire, attracting the flame's attention around him. Yet he was not vaporized by the high temperature. People noticed this out-of-place individual. Painting? Reading? Was he here to study or on vacation? Jason's strange behavior and handsome appearance caught the attention of many girls in the academy, including the renowned beauty, Huo Wu. She cornered Jason in the library and, like a little punk, confronted him. Hey, kid, why aren't you training properly? What are you reading here? I despise guys like you, pretty boys, weak and frail. You'd be better off using this time to train, she lectured him. Jason quietly looked at her for a while. Do you need something? He asked. Besides reading, he also needed to practice controlling his soul power, aiming to fully master his body and soul power within 3 months. So while he appeared relaxed, there was still a sense of urgency. Huo Wu, seeing his indifferent expression, became furious and commanded, "You, go train." She had learned from her teacher that this boy with a dual-element martial soul was likely to participate in the elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent a year later. This meant he could potentially become her teammate. However, she had noticed that since he arrived at the academy, he had not trained at all, only read and painted. She was definitely not pleased with this, which is why she sought him out in the library, hoping to push him to train. Jason's first reaction was, "Is this person an idiot?" And she didn't reply and tried to walk past him. Huowu moved her feet to block his way. The people around were also curious and ran over to watch the excitement. Jason tried to walk around her again, preparing to leave. As he watched her move her feet, a sudden wave of frost emerged from his body. The frost quickly floated towards Huowu, and her foot froze in place as she was about to move. Ice crystals appeared from the soles of her feet and spread up her neck, leaving only her head exposed. She immediately wanted to channel her soul power. What was happening? She realized that her soul power seemed to be frozen as well. "Hey, what did you do?" She shouted at Jason, who was walking away. He continued to walk at a steady pace, ignoring the commotion behind him. Before long, with the help of others, she shattered the ice crystals on her body and broke free. However, her body was frozen stiff, since she had been pampered by her brother since childhood. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "Jason, right? Just you wait, I'll make you pay." Although he was not present at that moment. Chapter 101. Huowu in the following time. Huowu kept looking for trouble with Jason. Library, Serenity Lake, Bamboo Forest. Each time she was able to find him, as if he had put aside the important matter of cultivation. However, despite her impulsive nature, she wasn't overly reckless in her actions. Thus, each time Jason would lightly punish her, freezing her in place and sealing her mouth for being too noisy. Over time, even if Huowu was unwilling to admit defeat, she understood that she was no match for him. After all, Jason possessed the ultimate attributes of ice and fire. Huowu's flames couldn't hurt him at all. Accepting this situation, she became much more restrained when she went to find Jason. Jason noticed that she was just following behind, glaring at him fiercely. But she didn't bother him, so he let her be. This time she wasn't frozen, so she followed Jason to a sparse forest. Seeing him set up his painting tools and begin to paint a leaf in front of him, she stood beside him and watched. Gradually, as she observed him painting, her restless heart surprisingly calmed down. She felt an unprecedented peace within. The words of advice she had prepared to say were swallowed back, as if she couldn't bear to disturb this scene. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and a handsome young man was focused on his painting, while a beautiful girl with wine-red hair watched quietly beside him. It seemed like another painting. The two people in this peaceful and harmonious world appeared both special and insignificant. After a morning's work, a vivid leaf finally appeared on the canvas. On the pristine white paper, there was only a small green spot in the middle, a single leaf. It seemed that in the painter's eyes, in his world, there was only this leaf before him. Jason set down his brush and let out a long sigh. Then, he packed up his easel and tools and continued towards the tranquil lake. Watching Jason leave without even glancing at her, she felt as if she were invisible. Ignored, she puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Her previously calm heart seemed to be stirring again. However, thinking about how embarrassing it would be to freeze up again, she managed to hold herself back. "I won't believe it. I can handle you." Feeling frustrated for the first time, she declared that this matter was not over. Soon after, she followed Jason to the Academy's tranquil lake. Jason stood by the lake, looking at the water in front of him, and began to concentrate his soul power at his feet. He tentatively stretched out his foot towards the surface of the lake. The moment his foot touched the water, a buoyant force acted upon it, and then he began to sink. Just as he was about to sink completely, a column of ice extended from the bottom of the water to his foot. His sinking foot came to a halt. Retracting his foot, he pondered for a moment while facing the lake's surface, roughly calculating the buoyant force of the water and the ratio of his soul power at his feet. Then I adjusted again and continued to stretch out my foot. Failure. Adjust. Failure. Adjust. Beside him, Huowu looked at him in confusion as he stretched and retracted his foot towards the water surface. Although his foot was surrounded by soul power, she still didn't understand what Jason was doing. This guy is so strange. She frowned at the scene. Whether it was reading, drawing, or what he was doing now, none of it was something a normal soul master would do. Could it be that this guy is so powerful because of these things? Even though she thought so, she still couldn't believe that these alone would make someone stronger. "Hey Jason, what are you doing? Can you stop wasting time here? I admit you're strong, but next year, we'll be facing not only soul masters from other academies, but also the Spirit Hall team. If you keep slacking off like this, how will you face the Spirit Hall team?" She wanted to continue speaking, but then the familiar feeling hit her again. She quickly summoned her martial spirit, and flames appeared around her shadow. But it was already too late. The ice sculpture surrounded her without losing its power. A lifelike ice sculpture appeared by the tranquil lake, and Huowu was trapped inside, furious. It seemed to say, "Despicable person, you only know how to sneak attack. If you have the guts, fight me openly." The feeling of being motionless was definitely uncomfortable, and at this moment, the surroundings were quiet and deserted, with no one to help her escape from the ice sculpture. However, this time she found that she could redirect some of her soul power, but it could only be used to keep herself warm. Helpless, she could only continue to glare inside the ice sculpture. After an unknown amount of time, Douluo, who was dozing off inside the ice sculpture, suddenly widened her eyes and stared ahead. She saw Jason standing on the surface of the lake as if walking on solid ground. There were no ice crystals beneath his feet. Under her gaze, Jason began to slowly move his feet. What is going on? What is happening? She knew that Jason's martial spirit didn't have any water attributes. So what was going on in front of her? How could the soul power wrapping around his feet allow him to stand on the water surface? Douluo was quite confident in her control over soul power, but the scene before her truly left her in disbelief. If he were using a martial spirit, or if there were ice crystals beneath his feet, she could accept it. But through the transparent ice crystals, it was clear that there were no ice crystals under his feet. After that, Jason stood on the water surface like a child who had just learned to walk, moving cautiously. Slowly, his steps became more casual. The sun had already set, and Jason calculated the time. A path of ice extended from beneath his feet to the lake shore. He still didn't glance at Douluo, leaving on his own. Faced with Jason's indifference, a wave of frustration swept over Douluo, making her feel a bit wronged and wanting to find her brother. Shortly after Jason left, the ice crystals surrounding her, as before, slowly began to dissipate. She silently approached the lakeside, imitating Jason's actions, channeling her soul power into her feet, and then stepped onto the water surface. Splash! She accidentally fell into the lake. Soaked, her wet clothes clung to her body, revealing her alluring curves. But at that moment, no one was there to appreciate it. Her wine-red hair dripped with water, making her look quite disheveled. With a dark expression, she left without saying a word. Mist like water vapor rising as she walked, and the water droplets on her body dried at a visibly fast pace. The next day, she found Jason again. But this time she learned to be quiet and said nothing. When he practiced on the lake surface, she practiced as well. Seeing him drawing, she quietly sat beside him to cultivate. During her cultivation, she was surprised to find that the fire element soul power around her was unusually active. Although the effect wasn't as good as in the mimicry training room, the soul power was very pure. Now, she became even more interested in this peculiar boy. Over time, Jason was able to run on the lake surface, and she slowly found the trick to standing on it as well. However, any large movement would cause her soul power to stir again. Gradually, it seemed Jason acknowledged her, and they exchanged a few words. Although they weren't as close as friends, they at least became familiar with each other. Chapter 102. The arrival of Dai Mubai in the past 6 months among Tang San and the others. Except for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, everyone else had absorbed the celestial herbs, and their strength and talent had both improved significantly. Xiao Wu was the exception. Among them, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu all received celestial herbs from Tang San. Like in the original story, Oscar obtained the 8-petal celestial orchid. Ma Hongjun received the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and Xiao Wu got the heartbroken red, yet she still had not absorbed it. Ning Rongrong's fairy grass was gifted to her by her father, Ning Fengji. Before this, Ning Fengji had specifically met with Tang San and others who had absorbed fairy grass. After Ning Rongrong absorbed the fairy grass, the defect of her martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile, was fixed, and it became the 9-treasure glazed tile. As for why Ning Fengji himself did not absorb it, it was due to age and potential reasons. The moment he saw the 9-treasure glazed tile in his daughter's hands, his tense feelings immediately relaxed, followed by overwhelming excitement. This was the dream of every sect master. So one can imagine his emotions. As Jason, who was realizing his dreams, returned to the sect, he immediately drafted the prepared sect decree. The decree is as follows. Announcement from the 7-treasure glazed tile school as one of the top 3 sects. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is honored to be known as the holder of the first auxiliary martial soul. However, since the establishment of our sect, there has been one regret, which has been the dream of every sect master. Now, this regret has been fulfilled by one person, and as the current sect master, I am deeply honored. As part of the agreement, today, I, Ning Fengji, will transfer the title of sect master to Jason. He will serve for 10 to 20 years. Although Jason is a young talent, he is still quite young, so I will temporarily oversee all the affairs of the sect. I hope everyone is informed of this matter. Announcement from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Not long after this decree was issued, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, The Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, and the two princes, as well as the leaders of various families, all received this decree. The forces in all directions pondered for a moment, contemplating what the regret mentioned in Ning Fengji's decree really was. As for Jason, everyone only paid slight attention, knowing of this person, but did not take it seriously. This is because the last line of the decree clearly stated that the one in power is still Ning Fengji. Therefore, although Jason became famous, he could only gain some superficial respect. In the past 6 months, the change of sect master in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the only significant event, while everything else remained quite calm. In Shrek, watching his companions absorb the herbs and their strength rising to a new level while he himself was still making slow progress put a lot of pressure on Dai Mu Bai. The captain, however, the condition to obtain the celestial herb was to join the Tang sect, but as the prince of the Xingluo Empire, how could he join another force? Now, he looked conflicted at the paper in his hand, which had a line written on it. If you want to obtain the celestial herb but do not want to join the Tang sect, then agree to one condition. The details of the condition will be revealed to you when the time is right. If you come to terms with this, you can follow Tang San to the Blaze Academy to find me. From what he learned through Ning Rongrong, the herb in Ning Fengji's hands was obtained from Jason. After Jason left, Tang Sen also appeared. This suggests that the herbs may have come from Jason's hands. Since giving up on Jason and leaving Shrek Academy, he has changed completely when they met again, both in personality and temperament. Being deeply rooted in the royal family, he could sense that Jason's actions, whether it was making Tang San establish Tang sect or obtaining a title of sect master, were definitely premeditated. Being in the royal family, he vaguely sensed these things. However, what Jason's ultimate goal was remained unknown. But looking at the envelope in his hand, he realized that he was also part of Jason's plan. He was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Was Jason planning to target the Star Luo Empire? But thinking about it, he was just one person. Even if Tang's sect developed, it could not possibly face an empire. His mind was racing, yet he still couldn't figure out what method Jason could use to overthrow or change an empire. Even without mentioning title de law, such a thing seemed too far-fetched. Moreover, the title of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's leader left him completely puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more questions he had. In the end, he could only let out a helpless bitter laugh and returned to the spirit herb. If what Tang San said was true, after absorbing suitable spirit herbs, he would also achieve a qualitative leap. Ultimately, facing the pain of being surpassed by his juniors, he chose to agree to his conditions. The next day, he went to Flame City with Tang San. Jason arrived at the shore and looked at the girl glaring at him while holding her head. Then, he casually delivered another chop to her head, reminding her not to disturb his peace. Otherwise, he would freeze her for a day. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Huowu squatted on the ground, holding her head in pain, tears streaming down her face. With teary eyes, she glared at the culprit. Don't you know how to cherish a beautiful girl? You just hit me, a big beauty, without any mercy. Are you even a man? You've got quite a thick skin, Jason commented lightly. Huowu immediately stood up upon hearing this, seemingly wanting to fight back, but after considering their respective strengths, she decided to calm her inner fury. Jason walked past her towards a quiet path. Is there something you want? Huowu glared fiercely at his back and then wiped her damp eyes, quickly catching up. There are 2 guys outside the academy looking for you, saying they know you. Where are they? Jason already had an inkling of their identities. Do you know them? She asked curiously as she walked beside him. Former classmates. Former classmates? Which academy did you attend before? Shrek Academy. Later, I left and came to the Blaze Academy. Shrek Academy? Never heard of it. It must be pretty bad for you to come to Blaze Academy. Not really. The teachers there are some reclusive soul masters. Aside from being poor, it's not bad. But they should be quite wealthy by now. Will they participate in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? Yes, they're also very strong. The Blaze Academy team might not be able to defeat them. TCH, no way. She obviously didn't believe him. You'll know in a year. That's because you haven't seen the strength of our Blaze Academy. All you do is slack off. How am I slacking off? Jason questioned, somewhat confused. I only see you reading books, drawing, or finding ways to read and draw on a lake. I've never seen you seriously cultivate. Sometimes, personal strength isn't that important. As soon as Jason said this, Huowu looked at him as if he were a fool. If soul masters don't focus on personal strength, what do they focus on? She muttered to herself. There are not only soul masters in the world, but also all sorts of strange soul beasts and soul guidance devices. By the time Jason finished speaking, they had already arrived at the Academy's main gate. Chapter 103. Miraculous Mushroom and Heavenly Chrysanthemum. The Blaze Academy is located within the city, while there is another academy adjacent to it in the suburban area, which is the Divine Wind Academy. Not far to the south is Tianshui City, which houses Tianshui Academy. The three major elemental academies are quite close to each other, with the farthest being just a 2-hour journey. Jason brought Tang San and the others into the academy and returned to the Serenity Lake once again. It was quiet here, with no one to disturb them, making it a great place to discuss matters. Of course, it would have been even better if Huo Wu wasn't around. For some reason, ever since their first meeting, she had become attached to him. Perhaps it was the extreme fire element that occasionally radiated from him that attracted her. However, Jason didn't mind. It was nice to have an acquaintance in the academy. Otherwise, in his quiet solitude, he would know very little about many things. Have a seat. As Jason spoke, several ice crystal chairs appeared by the lake's edge. They sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a naturally formed ice sculpture. Tang San was not surprised by these and sat down on the ice chair. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai was very shocked. How incredible must the control of soul power be to achieve such a level? However, Huo Wu was somewhat prepared and sat down with surprise. The first feeling for the three of them when they sat down was that their butts were cold. Tang San began to circulate his soul power to resist this chill. Huo Wu sat directly on the grass. Jason sat on the ice chair, feeling quite natural, as if he were sitting on an ordinary chair without any discomfort. How is it developing on your side? He asked Tang San. We have already started developing the soul guide you mentioned, and many hidden weapons are also being produced on an assembly line, Tang San replied. As for the power dynamics, I believe you already know. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. He had already encountered Talon and subsequently learned many secrets about himself, also managing to reclaim the Li clan. He was aware that all of this was within the expectations of the young man in front of him. Moreover, that soul guide, even he could feel a chill running down his spine. Compared to his own hidden weapons, if that soul guide were to be developed, even an ordinary person could possess formidable lethality. Recently, it has been learned from a Force clan that there has been some progress in the research of this soul guiding device. If Dai Mubai believes that Jason cannot overthrow an empire, then Tang San, having witnessed the principles of firearms, understands that this is not only about overthrowing an empire, but also about overturning an era. Now it depends on whether the developed products can be practical. In the pamphlets that Jason gave him before leaving, besides the directions for the Force's development, there were also many general principles of firearms from his previous life. He did not have more detailed parameters, which need to be developed by the Tang sect. The main development direction still focuses on soul-guiding devices combined with the principles of firearms. There is a saying that goes well. Truth is only within the range of cannon fire. For the indomitable person, there is no such thing as failure. The major issues of our time cannot be solved through speeches and the resolutions of the majority, but through iron and blood. Otto von Bismarck, the German Chancellor of Iron and Blood. This statement is the most straightforward description of war. Now, it's time to start preparing for your own truth. Whether it is the Tang sect founded by Tang San or the Falling Star cult in the Starfall Empire, both are preparing for Jason's truth. Of course, war cannot be just about fighting. It also requires support from the economy, speeches, ideology, reputation, and so on. It seems you have already considered this, Jason said, sitting on the ice throne, with a hint of meaning in his words. Yes, but I want to know what your conditions are, Dai Mubai said solemnly. When the time comes, I will naturally tell you, and of course it won't be a bad thing for you, Jason replied, tapping the ice chair and looking at him. How do I know it won't be a bad thing for me? He continued to question. Then you can go back. Jason shrugged nonchalantly. Seeing his indifferent expression, Dai Mubai felt relieved. From his nonchalant attitude, it was clear that he was not important in Jason's plan, although he still didn't know what Jason's plan was. All right, I agree to your conditions, he said earnestly. Good. I hope you will keep your promise then. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Jason warned as he stood up from the ice throne. He then extended his palm, and a large chrysanthemum grew from his hand. It was a huge chrysanthemum, presenting a magnificent purple color. Strangely, every petal of the chrysanthemum looked fluffy and exceptionally cute. The whole flower appeared as one entity, but no fragrance was emitted. The center of the flower was more than half a foot taller than the petals, and the tip of the flower's stamen shimmered with a faint golden light. It is called the Wonder Fluffy Sky Chrysanthemum, a neutral immortal grade herb. Consuming it enhances one's fortune, facilitates blood circulation, and can cultivate an indestructible body. Tang San timely explained this immortal herb to Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai looked at the Wonder Fluffy Sky Chrysanthemum in front of him, his eyes bursting with intense light. Bingo! As Jason finished speaking, the immortal herb that grew in his palm automatically fell off and was handed forward. Tang Sin cautiously picked up the jade box and then stored away. He then nodded at Dai Mu Bai, indicating to keep it for now. All right, if there's nothing else, let's just stroll around here for a bit. He waved his hand, and several ice chairs were casually left in place. Tang San, come with me. After he finished speaking, he took the lead towards the center of the lake. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two, he walked on water, moving towards the center of the lake as if walking on solid ground. After he had walked quite a distance, Tang San finally reacted, and the branches within his body began to stretch along his surface to his feet. And then he followed suit. With each step he took, a thick stick of wood appeared beneath his feet, supporting him as he walked on the water. Seeing Tang San's strange performance, Huowu was also taken aback. This guy seems to have not summoned his martial soul. After the two walked for a while, Jason finally stopped. It seems you have a good grasp of the power of the branches, he praised. Yes, his growth rate is very fast. Even better than my blue-silver grass martial soul, he nodded. Let's talk about what the Tang sect has researched in the past 6 months. Jason sat down cross-legged, his shadow reflected in the water. Yes, Tang San replied, and a block appeared behind him as he sat down. After pausing for a moment to organize his thoughts, he spoke. In the past 6 months, one of the powerful clans has submitted to me, and the embryonic form of the Tang sect has been established. Most of the Li family are blacksmiths, making them the most suitable for developing soul tools. Over the past 6 months, I have been researching alongside them and have already made some progress. I believe that in another 6 months, once the quality of the firearm soul tools stabilizes, as long as the materials are sufficient, we can expect to start mass production. Tang San calmly shared the achievements of the Tang sect over the past 6 months. He spoke for about half an hour before slowly coming to a stop. During this time, Jason was also listening attentively. Chapter 104. Sending off as the two were talking in the center of the lake, Huowu and her companion by the lake had some downtime. Hey, are you a student from that Shrek Academy? Huowu asked, though her tone was still somewhat unfriendly. I'm not called in. Dai Mubai frowned and replied, Oh, I didn't realize you had a bit of temper. I'm Huowu, a level 41 control system soul master. Upon hearing this, he was immediately surprised to look at the girl who was glowing faintly red. She was actually level 41? I'm Dai Mubai, a level 40 assault system soul master. The display of strength made him a bit more serious. Level 40? No wonder Jason praised you guys before. Huowu took Jason's earlier words as compliments. By the way, I heard Jason was in your academy before. How did he end up in our Blaze Academy? Huowu thought of Shrek and immediately recalled Jason's departure. Dai Mubai was momentarily at a loss for words. Come on, just say it. Anyway, he is no longer a student of your academy, she urged, looking at the hesitant Dai Mubai. Well, actually it's our fault. We abandoned him, he said with a bitter smile. Abandoned? Huowu was immediately confused. How could someone as strong as Jason be abandoned? What kind of place was Shrek Academy? One morning, after returning from training, Jason came back to the academy reeking of alcohol, and upon inspection, it was found that all his meridians were damaged. Although it was unclear how he survived, even if he managed to stay alive, he could never become a soul master again. And then you abandoned him. Huowu immediately thought of this outcome. In any academy, they would accept someone who isn't a soul master, even if he used to be one. Of course, Blaze Academy is no exception. If Jason couldn't fulfill his role as a soul master, he would still be ordered to withdraw. Compared to that, Shrek Academy's approach was much more lenient. Yes, he nodded. But he doesn't look like someone who has been wasted now, does he? Thinking about how she was basically powerless against him every time they faced each other, he hardly seemed like a waste. That is because of the mutation of his martial soul. The mutation of a martial soul has such effects. Although it was somewhat unbelievable, mutations in martial souls were inherently unpredictable. It could go in a good direction or a bad one. Dai Mubai paused and continued, Our academy needed to relocate, so we left him behind in the academy. But unexpectedly, he found us again at the new location, and his body and martial soul have fully recovered. In fact, he is even stronger. Moreover, he himself has undergone a significant transformation in appearance, personality, and temperament. If he hadn't revealed his identity, we might not have recognized him. He recalled as he spoke. That guy's experiences are so bizarre. No wonder his personality is so strange. Huowu suddenly understood the reason behind Jason's odd behavior. Dai Mubai looked at her in confusion. It's nothing. By the way, are you all preparing to participate in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition? She suddenly remembered something and asked. That depends on our dean's arrangements, but we will most likely participate. He thought for a moment and replied. Well, let's hope you don't run into our team from the Blaze Academy, Huowu said arrogantly. I'll return that line to you, Dai Mubai retorted, not willing to back down. In an instant, Huo Wu's martial spirit, Fire Shadow, was summoned, and the red light surrounding her became even more intense, her aura pressing down on the opponent. A white tiger phantom appeared behind Dai Mubai, glaring fiercely at the other side. The two were evenly matched in momentum, neither giving way to the other. Is it fun? A calm voice came from the lakeshore. The two immediately withdrew their momentum, the tension in their eyes dissipating, and they looked towards the source of the voice. Jason and his companion had returned from the lake, watching the two. Have you finished your conversation? Dai Mubai noticed the two had relaxed. Tang-san, if there's nothing else, let's head back, he said, sounding somewhat anxious. After witnessing Huo Wu's strength, his desire to absorb the fairy grass grew even stronger. Tang-san did not respond, but turned to Jason beside him. He nodded. All right, Tang-san, you all can go back first. Huo Wu, please see them off, he said to Huo Wu. Oh, she subconsciously replied, then suddenly realized, why was she listening to him? But since she had already agreed, it wouldn't do to go back on her word. She thought, fine, let us consider it compensation for secretly learning. Even though she thought this, she still felt somewhat unwilling. So her expression was sour the whole way, as if others owed her money. Watching the three leave, Jason returned to the center of the lake. However, this time, he did not draw but sat cross-legged in place and began to think. Familiar with the plot, he had many plans for the events to come, but it was essential to have overwhelming martial power. Although his arrival had disrupted the plot somewhat, it had nothing to do with the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the plans of the Spirit Hall should remain unchanged. Moreover, at the Blaze Academy, it was about time to meet the dean. Over the past 6 months, through daily painting, reading, and meditation, his physical compatibility had completely merged. The internet had returned to normal. At the moment of complete synchronization, a soul power that had always been dormant suddenly became active within him. Jason's soul master level, which was originally 31, instantly rose to 35, a leap of 4 levels in one go. While he was painting, he remained calm and continued to focus on the scenery in front of him. Everything in the world is connected to one thing. After achieving complete integration, he did not rush to begin cultivating, but continued his cultivation of the heart. Thus, over the past 6 months, he had already achieved a state of tranquility, as calm as water, undisturbed by the world. In this state, he maintained absolute focus and absolute calmness. For an archer and hunter, this was the perfect state. After Fire Dance sent them off, she seemed to feel some pressure from Dai Mubai and entered the long-awaited simulated cultivation system. Upon entering, a wave of comfortable heat greeted her. However, her body did not exhibit the usual excitement. Instead, she walked calmly deeper inside. As she progressed, the number of students around her dwindled, but the temperature continued to rise. Finally, when she felt beads of sweat on her forehead, she saw the man sitting cross-legged ahead, deeply focused. He had light yellow hair, styled neatly, and wore a red headband on his forehead, dressed in the gold and red uniform of the Blaze Academy. It was her brother, Huo Wushuang. Chapter 105. Exchange with the 5 element academies in the days that followed. Under Fire Dance's appreciative gaze, Jason began to actively cultivate. His soul power level rose at a visibly slow pace. During Jason's training time, Fire Dance also introduced him to her brother. He remembered that when Huo Wushuang first saw him, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Fire Dance had been doted on by him since childhood, and he knew how unruly her personality could be. Her temperament was genuine, but not everyone could tolerate such authenticity. Being genuine is good, but not every stranger is willing to patiently understand you. Before knowing you, they might avoid you out of dislike. Therefore, although she appeared to be a big sister figure at the academy, she remained isolated. He also felt troubled by this. Now, watching Fire Dance happily introduce her future teammates, he felt reassured because Jason was the first friend she had introduced to him. After that, the 3 of them fell into simulated cultivation, with the 2 men saying little, while Fire Dance continued to chatter away on her own. As time went by, the academy's people also discovered the whereabouts of the 3. They recognized the student who had already been enrolled for half a year. This odd character seemed to have been corrected by Huo Wu. Upon seeing Jason in the trio, the first reaction of all the students was this. During his training, Jason had been waiting for the right moment to talk to the dean. One day, Jason was having a barbecue picnic with Huo Wu and the others near the Tranquility House. After training for a long time, they also needed to relax occasionally. This was also the first time Jason invited the 2 of them. In the past, it was always the 2 of them inviting him to visit. The Tranquility House was a wooden cabin built by a small demon next to Tranquility Lake. Although it was called a wooden cabin, It resembled an umbrella-shaped tree with branches intertwined. At this moment, Huowu and the others were sitting on the lawn, their eyes shining as they looked at the grilled meat on the grill in front of them. The meat being grilled was Huoming chicken, a rooster raised by the old dean. There was no doubt that it had been stolen by Huowu. At that time, Huowu Shuang felt a bit guilty, but smelling the enticing aroma, his guilt quickly faded away. It was so delicious. I didn't expect you to have such a skill, Huowu said in surprise, swallowing hard as he watched Jason skillfully flipping the meat on the grill. Indeed, it's not fair at all. You have to cook for us every day from now on, Huowu Shuang said somewhat indignantly, feeling that they had lost a lot in the past. Sure, as long as you can bring the same Hua Ming chicken every day, Jason replied casually, causing both of them to stiffen. Stealing once was fine, but if they stole again, their grandpa would definitely beat them up. Although Huowu was reckless outside, he was still very obedient in front of the old dean. Moreover, this time of stealing food, even if they were caught, just going back and acting cute would be fine. But next time it might not be the same. Huowu glanced at Huowu Shuang, who was tightly focused on the roasted meat beside her. She could act cute, but could his brother do the same? If that happened, Grandpa would only be harsher. Poor brother. She silently thought to herself, then hurriedly urged, "Is it ready? Hurry up and let me taste it." "It's ready. Here you go." Looking at the already roasted meat, he picked it up and handed it to Huowu. She excitedly grabbed it all at once, and then began to devour the skewers without any grace. Huowu Shuang looked at Huowu with a pitiful expression, hoping that he would remember his brother beside him. But Huowu was just focused on eating the chicken wings, completely oblivious to his gaze. Helpless, he could only continue looking at Jason, waiting. At that moment, a boy's voice came from a distance. Huowu Shuang, I came to see you." Not long after, a man with white hair and dressed in blue approached. The first moment he arrived, he glanced at Huowu, his eyes flashing with admiration, and then, as if remembering something, turned to look at the boy by the barbecue grill, his eyes filled with obvious hostility. A lot of drama. What are you here for?" Huowu said bluntly. Hasn't our academy not communicated for a long time? I came to see if we could interact a bit." When facing Huowu, he seemed to be afraid to speak too harshly. "Have you chosen your team members?" Huowu Shuang suddenly asked. "Yes, haven't you chosen yet?" Seeing his expression, Feng Xiaotian seemed a bit surprised. This can't be helped. He has been immersed in training for a long time, and Huowu has been hanging around Jason. So they have only decided on a pair of twins, and the rest is still up in the air. No way. The competition starts in half a year, and you still haven't found your teammates. Teams are usually confirmed 6 months in advance. The latter half of the year is used for cultivating teamwork and studying tactics. The other 4 major elements have already selected their teammates, and after the academy head chose Huowu Shuang and Huowu as captain and vice-captain, he didn't manage things anymore. By the way, in a month, our 5 major element academies will hold an exchange meeting. You should have received the notice too. This exchange meeting is actually a training match to get to know each other. Regardless of whether it's serious or not, at least during the battle, one can recognize some of their own shortcomings. Yes, I received it. Looking at Huowu Shuang's dazed expression, he was momentarily speechless. Big brother, are you that careless? That's the elite competition of the advanced academies across the continent. I heard that this year's team from the Water Academy is not simple. He adjusted his mood and casually sat on the lawn, speaking to Huowu Shuang, but his eyes kept glancing at Huowu, who was still munching on skewers. Oh, really? But at that moment, Huowu Shuang was only staring at the grill, giving a perfunctory response. At this time, the chicken skewers placed on the grill crackled under the flames, and a delicious aroma wafted through the air again. The captain of the Water Academy seems to be above level 40, and their control abilities are as strong as ever. Have you researched any countermeasures? No, let's talk about it once we've found all our teammates. That's right, since you haven't gathered all your teammates yet. You need to hurry up. Don't be embarrassed when the exchange happens in a month and you're still not all together. That still depends on Huowu. He is a control spirit master, so the choice of teammates should revolve around him. Huowu is indeed very impressive. At this moment, while they were talking, Huowu Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Your roasted meat is ready. Jason picked up a piece of roasted meat and handed it to him. He immediately took it with excitement, but when he took a bite and was enjoying the delicious taste, he felt 2 pairs of eyes staring at him. It was Huowu, who had finished eating her roasted meat, and Feng Xiaotian beside her. He hesitated for a moment and then handed over 2 skewers of roasted meat to his sister. Feng Xiaotian didn't even glance at it and started to enjoy himself. He swallowed and looked at Jason. I'm sorry, but 1 chicken isn't enough for us, he said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Chapter 106. sparring. Afterwards, Feng Xiaotian simply put on a mask and quietly admired the scenery of the lake. It was clear that he had come at the wrong time. The three of them did not stop their picnic because of his arrival. They quickly finished the food they had brought. Finally, you have finished eating. Watching them tidy up the dishes, Feng Xiaotian also stepped forward to help clean up quickly. There weren't many dishes, and they were quickly put away. At the same time, Jason took out his homemade tea leaves and began to arrange them on the wooden table. Go ahead. He sat by the table and gestured for them to sit down. After the three of them sat down, he took out a clean handkerchief, wiped his hands, and then replaced it with a beautifully clean tea set. Then, he heated the water until it boiled and poured it into each tea set, rinsing them before discarding the water. After that came the steps of washing the tea, brewing, clearing the foam, pouring into cups, returning to the pot, and pouring from the pot. Every step he took was meticulous, yet the other three showed no signs of impatience or boredom. His movements seemed to possess a kind of magic that was captivating. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, and his arms seemed to move with the wind. When he lightly brushed the tea set, it was as if he was gently brushing time itself. A sense of peace and tranquility spread throughout the atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, tea was poured into the cups in front of the three. A refreshing fragrance jolted their spirits. They couldn't help but pick up their teacups and sniff the fragrant aroma that emanated from the tea. This fragrance brought them an unprecedented sense of tranquility, and their spirits felt much more solid. Then they began to savor the taste of the tea. It was not bitter upon entering their mouths, but rather a rich and fragrant aroma that struck their taste buds. Under the remnants of sunlight filtering through the quiet Heart residence, everyone was immersed in the tranquility of the tea ceremony. They felt an unprecedented lightness in their bodies and minds. The sun's shade slowly shifted eastward, turning pale red. Let's stop here for today. Jason began to put away the tea set. Wow, it feels like I had a wonderful nap. Fire Dance stretched her delicate body and remarked, this way of drinking tea is unique. I feel my grandfather would definitely enjoy it. Thinking of the essence of this tea ceremony, he thought of his grandfather. It was worth the trip. I feel your temperament is more suited to Tianshui Academy, but unfortunately, Tianshui Academy only admits female students. Feng Xiaotian also sighed. Such gatherings are good only occasionally. Everyone still has to cultivate. This kind of tea tasting takes half a day, and we can't drink it every day. Jason tidied up the tea set, placing each item carefully. By the way, here is a box of tea leaves for your grandfather. It should help you avoid a beating. He took out a green wooden box from a cabinet and handed it to Fire Wushuang. You really are thoughtful, little brother Jason. She received the wooden box with a joyful expression. These tea leaves were cultivated by the little demons and carry the aura of the two instruments. They are naturally extraordinary. This was something he had been working on for the past 6 months, and he had completed the tea ceremony based on some memories from his past life. Hello, brother. Let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Xiaotian, a level 42 Assault Spirit Master, a student of Shin Feng Academy. He stepped forward and formally introduced himself after seeing Jason finish tidying up. Jason, level 35 Agility Assault Spirit Master, from Chihua Academy. He nodded in response. You're only level 35? Feng Xiaotian seemed quite surprised. However, upon seeing the unfriendly gazes from Fire Wushuang and Fire Dance, he quickly explained, no, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. In fact, he came this time not just to see Fire Dance, but mainly because he heard that she had been getting close to a boy recently. So after the battle team selection, he rushed to Chihua Academy, intending to challenge Jason. Although the tea just now had made him feel mentally clear and immersed in it, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit. However, he didn't expect that the other party was only level 35. Logically speaking, with Fire Dance's personality, it was impossible for her to befriend someone of such a low level. But the fact was right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. For a moment, he fell into embarrassment. If he were level 39, he could shamelessly challenge Jason. But as a level 42 challenging a level 35, he felt he couldn't face it. You want to spar with me, right? Jason saw through his thoughts and smiled as he spoke. I indeed came with that intention, mainly to see how you caught Fire Dance's attention, he thought. But he didn't say the latter part aloud. The three of them understood his meaning. In this world, where martial souls and spirit power levels are paramount, it was only natural for Jason, as an anomaly, to be underestimated. Sparring is fine, although my level is lower. I have many techniques and should be able to barely keep up with you. There's no need for that. Let's talk at the exchange meeting in a month. Feng Xiaotian thought perhaps Fire Dance was arranging some strategy that brought this person in. The sense of crisis in his heart diminished significantly. All right then. Jason didn't press the matter and had some appreciation for Feng Xiaotian. Of course, it wasn't for his strength, but for his ability to create his own soul skills. Organizations need innovative individuals like this. He also thought about whether he could bring him under his wing through this sparring. However, he didn't want it to end without resolution. There would be opportunities to discuss it later. First, he needed to settle the matter of the principal of Chihua Academy. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had been looking at Jason with disdain, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Remembering the humiliating history from some time ago, her mood suddenly soured. A level 35 person had completely overpowered her, a level 40-something, and she hadn't seen how he cultivated it all. He just read books and painted. Yet his strength was so formidable. It was ridiculous. However, thinking of his incredible control over spirit power, she felt somewhat comforted. Fire Wushuang, on the other hand, was unaware of Jason's strength and instead felt relieved. Later, after Feng Xiaoyan's invitation to Fire Dance yielded no results, the three of them escorted him to the school gate, and he returned to Shinfeng Academy. As the sky darkened, everyone consciously returned to their own abodes. Just as Jason was bidding farewell to them, a teacher approached Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang. He vaguely heard something about the principal looking for them. Fire Wushuang instinctively shrank his head, but thinking of the tea leaves Jason had given him, he felt a bit relieved. Soon, they skillfully arrived at a courtyard. At a glance, it seemed to be all bright red. Red pillars, red plants, red animals. Some plants swayed in the wind like burning flames. The two walked in side by side, but their expressions were somewhat different. Fire Dance looked relaxed, while Fire Wushuang appeared tense. Thinking of his father's fiery temper made him feel a subtle pain in his body. After passing through a courtyard that resembled a sea of fire, they entered the main guest room. An old man with fiery red hair sat with his eyes closed at the front door, dressed in the same fiery red as Fire Dance. Yet his aura was calm and restrained. Chapter 107, Fire Xiaoyan. Seeing their grandfather meditating with his eyes closed, they instinctively slowed their breathing and walked more lightly. Then they obediently sat down on both sides, waiting for the other to open their eyes. After a creaking sound of the door opening echoed in the room, it fell silent again. The two felt a heavy atmosphere spreading in the room. Generally, when you make a mistake and go home, you can sense this kind of atmosphere. The dean's name was Hua Xiaotian, and he had been serving as the dean of the Chihua Academy for about 40 years. On one hand, the people from the academy would choose the forces they would serve after graduation. On the other hand, over the years, there had indeed been no one in Chihua Academy capable of succeeding him. The son, who was highly regarded by him and the father of Huo Wu, also passed away along with his daughter-in-law due to an accident. The pain of losing a child is unimaginable. But thinking about the grandchildren left behind that he needed to raise, he endured the inner sorrow and continued to serve as the dean. At the same time, he devoted himself to training Huo Wushuang, hoping that he would take over his position and manage the Chihua Academy before he became unable to do so. Therefore, he was always very strict with his grandson. He would criticize him for even minor shortcomings, and if he was particularly dissatisfied, he would take the opportunity to spar and give him a beating. Of course, the training he provided was substantial. As for Huo Wu, he just hopes that she can live happily, so he has always spoiled her. The Huoming chicken in my yard's gone. Hua Xiaoyan's strong voice echoed in the dull room. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang exchanged a guilty glance. It must be that it got tired of staying in Grandpa's yard and flew away. Huo Wu thought for a long time and came up with an excuse. Although the Huoming chicken is different from ordinary chickens, it is still a chicken, not a bird. The dean at the main seat said lightly, maybe its firebird bloodline awakened, and then it might fly away. She immediately jumped on the excuse she had prepared. The Huoming chicken has a thin firebird bloodline in its body, but is still very precious. That makes sense. It didn't fly far and then got shot down and eaten, right? The dean looked at his granddaughter with some amusement. That is also possible. Huo Wu felt a bit guilty under her grandfather's gaze. Xiaowan, what do you think? He looked at Huo Wushuang, who had been keeping his head down. Huo Wushuang, who was trying to lower his presence, was taken aback. How does the Huoming chicken taste? Quite fragrant, Huo Wushuang subconsciously replied, and then he was dumbfounded. Huo Wu had already turned her head away, wanting to distance herself from her brother. What a useless teammate. Sure enough, Hua Xiaoyan's face darkened, and he slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense. When did you learn to steal chickens and dogs? Grandpa, don't be angry. We just recruited a new team member. There's nothing to celebrate. We just took your Huoming chicken to roast it. Besides, it's annoying to have it crowing in the yard all day, disturbing your peace, so we thought about it and decided not to catch it. Huo Wu quickly ran to him, pretending to be pitiful. Then why not go out and buy one? Why catch my Huoming chicken? Thinking of the precious pet that had been raised for a long time being treated like this made her heart ache. Ordinary chickens can't compare to its taste. Huo muttered softly. Instantly, upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoyan's anger flared up. Xiaoduan, come out. It's been a long time since I tested your skills. Let us see what progress you've made today. Upon hearing this, Hua Shuang's face turned pale. Then he thought of something and quickly took out a blue box from his sleeve. Grandpa, this is the tea my friend made for us today. It smells extremely fragrant, and I specifically brought some for you. He held up the box, silently praying. I hope it can help him escape a calamity. Oh, this is the second time Hua Xiaodian has heard them mention their friend today. It seems you care about your new friend. Yes, he is a student who joined half a year ago, the one with both ice and fire abilities. Although he is a bit strange, his strength is impressive. Hua Wu said, excitedly beside him. Jason is indeed a bit special. I'm not sure about his strength. Hua Shuang also replied seriously. You probably don't like tea, right? Hua Xiaodian showed some interest, taking the blue box. We definitely don't like other people's tea, but the tea he brews can unknowingly calm our mood and immerse us in it. He expressed his feelings from this afternoon. Xiao, do you feel the same? Hua Xiaodian asked, surprised, then looked at Hua Wu. She nodded. Yes, although his tea brewing process is very complicated, it has a sense of ritual, making us not feel bored. Instead, we find every action of his pleasing to the eye. Ha! It seems I need to meet him sometime and see how magical drinking tea can be. He opened the blue box, revealing the dry green tea leaves inside, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. His somewhat restless mood seemed to calm down instantly. Smelling this aroma, his eyes brightened. Good tea. Afterwards, Hua Xiaodian seemed to forget about the Hua Ming chicken and started discussing the academy's competition teams. How many team members have you found? He asked in a calm tone. If Jason is willing to join, our team will have 5 people. Hua Wushuang replied. That's a bit slow. Other academy teams have already formed, and you're still short on members. Which one to do? He frowned upon hearing this. This progress is indeed a bit slow. I already have candidates in mind for the team tactics and other members. We will finalize everything in a few days. Hua Wu said confidently. That's good. But the 5 major elemental academies will have an exchange in a month, so don't embarrass me when you go. Okay, you can rest assured. Hua Wu and her brother were confident in their strength. Hua Xiaodian and the others discussed some arrangements for the competition team, and after some casual talk, the conversation came to an end. However, just as Hua Wushuang was about to follow his sister to say goodbye, Hua Xiaotian suddenly said, By the way, Xiaoduan, let's spar a bit and see if you've made any progress recently. Hua Wushuang, who thought he had escaped a calamity, looked bitter. So this was what he was waiting for. Hua Xiaodian walked ahead toward the training platform in the backyard. Hua Wushuang had no choice but to obediently follow. Hua Wu looked at her brother's back with a face full of regret. I hope Grandpa will be a bit gentler later. Then he happily followed along. Before long, the backyard of the dean lit up with firelight, occasionally accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Chapter 108. A disagreement the next day. Hua Wu and her companion did not go to practice because they needed to start selecting team members in the academy. So Jason simply stayed alone in the center of the tranquil lake to practice. Ever since he reunited with his body, he hadn't tested his strength. The perfect fusion of his body was only recently completed. However, his control over soul power had already become second nature. In the Douluo continent, no one focused on mastering soul power. Hua Wu began practicing soul power control only in recent years due to tactical needs, as she was a control-type soul master. But clearly, she wouldn't delve too deeply into research. Therefore, Jason also didn't know how much his precise control over soul power could exert in battle. However, he could definitely perform many astonishing feats. For example, walking on water, compressing soul power, and turning soul power into threads. This was not just due to the past half year's training, but mainly due to the experience cards he received from the system earlier. The valuable experience gained from there laid a solid foundation for Jason. Thus, with a foundation in place, the subsequent progress would be much easier. Now, sitting at the center of the lake, he was researching his skill. A sphere made of soul power slowly appeared in his hand. But the soul power making up the sphere looked extremely chaotic. Spiral sphere. Those who have watched the anime Naruto would surely recognize this iconic skill of the main character, commonly known as the ball technique. Now Jason was testing whether he could develop this skill. If successful, it would be another unexpected means for him. Of course, in the later stages, he might be able to integrate the ultimate fire attribute, forming the fire release spiral sphere. This would provide area of effect damage. To recreate many of the flashy skills he had seen in his past life, precise control over soul power was necessary. The blue sphere made of soul power became increasingly chaotic, as if it would explode at any moment. Bang! Ultimately, this sphere still burst apart. The roots surrounding Jason's surface only cracked slightly, causing no harm to his palm. However, the lake water beneath him was splashed up by the residual waves. He stared at his palm in a daze for a while, thought for a moment, and then began to act again. A vortex began to gather in his palm. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. The vortex in his palm began to slowly disperse, and he squinted his eyes toward the lakeshore. There, he saw an old man with striking red hair who had appeared at some point. Simultaneously, he could feel the intense heat emanating from the old man's body, even from a distance. He's here, he thought to himself. Upon seeing the old man for the first time, he understood the other's identity. He then stood up and walked calmly toward the shore. At this moment, Hua Xiaotian was secretly shocked. Even though his granddaughter had specifically mentioned it to him yesterday, he was still deeply impressed by the scene before him. To be honest, he knew he could never achieve the level of ease displayed by the young man in front of him. Even the Tianshui Academy would not be able to reach such a degree. Just this display alone was enough to capture Hua Xiaotian's attention. He walked slowly across the water's surface to the old man. Jason carefully examined him. Although he was an old man, there was not a trace of senility on him. Instead, his physique resembled that of a strong, middle-aged man. When he looked at Jason, his eyes occasionally flashed with brilliance. I am Hua Xiaotian, here to see what kind of person can make my indomitable granddaughter sing praises. Upon closer inspection, he realized this young man was indeed remarkable. Both his appearance and demeanor, as well as the skill he had just displayed, left him in awe. However, his gaze still held a hint of scrutiny. I have met the principal. If you have something to discuss, please come to my humble abode, he said, cupping his hands in respect, and then gestured for him to go to the tranquil residence. No, let's have a spar first. As he spoke, flames erupted from his hand as he launched an attack. His movements were not fast, and Jason easily sidestepped to avoid it, looking at his opponent speechlessly. Goodness, resorting to fighting at the slightest disagreement. However, the long-dormant fire in his heart ignited at this moment. It was the burning will to fight. In an instant, the magnificent fire demonic bow appeared in his hand. The extreme fire energy bursting forth wildly. The surroundings plunged into a sweltering heat. The nearby water surface began to emit steam as if it were about to boil. At this point, the icy half of Jason's ice-fire demonic bow had completely vanished, enveloped by crimson flames. His white robe also looked as if it had been stained with blood, turning bright red. The fervent combat spirit, combined with the wildly dancing flames and ethereal steam, made him seem like a god of fire. Jason, a level 35 agility attack type, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Enchanted Bow, accompanied by his solemn introduction. A bright red arrow appeared on the bow, aimed at his opponent. Ha, good. Sensing the intense heat around him and the fire bow, Xiaotian laughed heartily. Xiaotian, level 86 Soul Enchanted Martial Soul, Unicorn Tyrannosaurus. As he spoke, 8 soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, black. At the same time, a phantom of a unicorn red dragon appeared behind him, bringing a heavy sense of pressure. Jason's expression remained unchanged as he shot the red arrow from his hand. The arrow, entwined with flames and spiraling energy, hurtled towards his opponent, leaving a trail of scorching fire in its wake, the air distorted by the extreme heat. This was just a normal arrow, but it carried explosive power. The arrow flew at high speed, yet Hua Xiaotian stood still. Just as the arrow was about to hit him in the face, he slightly tilted his head. The red arrow grazed his cheek, the fiery light illuminating his relaxed profile. Boom! The sensation of a hand grenade exploding near his ear was unimaginable. Along with the explosion came the extreme fire. Heat was the essence of fire, and fire was the pinnacle of heat. The extreme fire boasted a temperature far exceeding that of any other flame. The deafening roar of the explosion enveloped him in a wave of scorching flames. Before the flames could dissipate, Jason activated his second purple soul ring, Fire Explosive Arrow. The crimson arrow was surrounded by lightning, screeching as it shot towards his opponent at an even faster speed, disappearing into the smoke. Jason did not have his own attack to break the defense, and continued to gather soul power to shoot. The uninterrupted shooting lasted for 1 minute, and he finally stopped shooting. His soul power was exhausted. This was still in the case where Jason's precise control had not wasted any. The rapid consumption of soul power is simply due to his high firing rate. However, despite this, Jason still shows no signs of fatigue on his face. It's definitely not comparable to when he had the system. Back then, he was already nearly at level 50. Although his talent has become stronger, he hasn't fully grown yet. And there was no need to display the Ice and Fire Dragon King's martial soul. From a very beginning, it seemed that Jason had been attacking and suppressing Hua Xiaotian. But at this moment, his expression showed no sign of relaxation, only a focused gaze at the fading flames. He wasn't that naive, even with extreme fire. It was impossible to harm a Soul Douluo. Once all the trump cards were revealed, it would be a different story. Chapter 109. Battle. Not bad, not bad. As the flames dissipated, Hua Xiaotian, glowing red all over, revealed himself. He was completely unharmed. He laughed loudly, seemingly very satisfied with the recent attack, though his ears were still buzzing. Kid, your attack is ridiculously powerful. No wonder that girl, Xiao Wu, praises you so much, he said, looking at Jason with admiration. However, at this moment, Jason had retracted his martial soul and had nothing on him. This caused a flicker of displeasure on Hua Xiaotian's face. Hey kid, our battle isn't over yet. Are you going to admit defeat? He scolded Jason from a distance. You damn it. I haven't even had my fill of fighting yet. For this promising kid, he wanted to leave a deep impression. After all, this kid was indeed good enough for Xiao Wu. Jason didn't respond because the distance between them was too far. He didn't like shouting. Xiao Yao had restored some of his soul power, and Jason began to gather soul power beneath his feet. Boom! Like a rocket, flames erupted from under Jason's feet, and he soared into the sky. As he took off, Hua Xiaotian had already vanished, leaving a pit in the ground. Then Jason suddenly appeared in the air. The empty figure seemed a bit confused, and then he looked at Jason, who was flying in the sky with flames shooting from his feet, rising higher and higher. This kid can actually fly. He couldn't help but feel surprised. At the same time, he realized that it was impossible to leave a deep impression on him today. Kid, come down, let's talk. Helplessly, he had to shout at the sky again. The Contrast still couldn't fly, and he didn't have a flying martial spirit. He was the only one talking the whole time, and the key was that the kid was still far away, so he could only shout at the top of his lungs. If he had known, he shouldn't have held back from the beginning. He secretly lamented. Jason descended from the sky, his face returning to calm, as if the fierce battle just now hadn't been him at all. After landing, he looked sadly at the grass around the quiet lake that had been damaged by the high temperature of the flames. Such a beautiful scenery had been stained. Dean, remember to find someone to repair this place when you go back. He pointed at the charred ground and said, It's a small matter. Come on, let's go have tea. Besides testing his strength, he also wanted to experience his tea. Please. In the wooden house, Hua Xiaotian looked around in amazement at the furnishings. The tables, chairs, and walls here seemed to have grown from the ground, like a house surrounded closely by trees. He had been to the quiet lake before, but that was a long time ago. He didn't expect that such a unique wooden house would appear, and it felt very suitable for his retirement. Just too little red. Then he began to examine the young man before him. To be honest, what kind of tricks could one play while drinking tea? However, afterward, he focused and quietly took a seat. After a pleasing ceremonial moment, the tea was finally served to him. The two began to taste it quietly. The dean must be getting old, Jason remarked after taking a sip of tea, hinting at something. Oh, why do you ask that? He thought the other might ask questions about soul power cultivation and the like. I wonder what the dean thinks about the Blaze Academy participating in the competition next year. He continued to inquire. What can there be to think? Just aim for the championship. But it seems that the champions of each competition are always from the Spirit Hall. The best Blaze Academy has done is reach the top 4. What exactly do you want to say? He put down his teacup and looked at Jason, asking in a low voice. I can win a championship for Blaze Academy. His words made Hua Xiaotian's expression tighten. Win the championship. If it were an ordinary student, he might be pleased, but he could tell that this young man had ulterior motives. From these words, he also realized that the young man before him seemed to be quite extraordinary. Since meeting him, he felt he had never truly seen through him. You are a student of Blaze Academy, he said after a moment of silence. Yes, so, if I can win the championship for Blaze Academy next year, will the dean offer a reward? What do you want? An invitation? Jason said something inexplicable. What invitation? He furrowed his brows and asked. An invitation sent in the school's name to graduates from various empires, inviting them to a gathering. In what capacity? If Blaze Academy wins the championship, inviting all the alumni back to celebrate at their alma mater. This is the reward you want? Yes, I want to network a bit so that when I graduate, I have somewhere to go, Jason explained, but what he really thought remained unknown. So, you have confidence? You should know that your current strength might not be enough. Although his attack power was strong just now, it was indeed still insufficient. I heard that the Saintess of the Spirit Hall will also participate in next year's competition. Jason smiled, but did not answer, instead continuing to ask, is the dean willing to agree to this condition? You should also want to do something for Huo Shuang. Upon hearing this, Huo Xiaotian was indeed tempted. He had always felt a bit guilty towards the two offspring left by his son and had wanted to do something for them. Before stepping down, winning a championship for the academy is indeed the best gift left for Xiao Shuang. You won't endanger the Blaze Academy, will you? He asked again. No. The dean thinks too highly of me. I'm just a great soul master. If I endanger the academy, the dean can eliminate me at the first opportunity. I really just want to expand my network. You know the benefits of connections, Dean. Huo Xiaotian fell silent for a moment and then nodded. All right. I'll see how you win a championship. He suddenly poured the tea in his cup into his mouth, as if drinking alcohol. After that, the two fell into silence. Only Huo Xiaotian occasionally glanced at him, then fell into thought. This tea ceremony was slowly approaching its conclusion. Kid, to be honest, apart from that Pope, you are another person I can't see through. Although I don't know what confidence you have facing me, and I don't care who is behind you. Remember, do not involve the Blaze Academy. After finishing his last cup of tea, he stared at Jason and said in a deep voice, all right. Jason looked him in the eye and replied, then I'll be leaving first. The tea was good. As he said this, he stood up and left. After watching him leave, Jason began to methodically tidy up the tea set. His light and brisk movements showed that he was in a good mood. The Pope? I haven't seen him yet. I wonder what he will be like. Although there are descriptions in the books, I have never seen his true form. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the room darkened. On the other side, Huo Xiaotian, walking on the road, was contemplating about Huo Wu. He originally thought that the young man was very suitable for his granddaughter, both in terms of strength and personality. Moreover, it seems that Huo Wu does not dislike it either, so he plans to see if he can facilitate something. However, after the recent conversation, he changed his mind. That boy is too dangerous. Xiao Wu cannot follow him. Chapter 110, Tianshui Academy. The news that the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a young boy gradually spread from the influence of the first tier downwards. Eventually, the news reached the common people, becoming a topic of conversation after meals. On the third day after his conversation with Jason, Huo Xiaotian also received news about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He was certain that the boy mentioned in the news was the same one he had talked with just 2 days ago, the title of leader and the celebration banquet. In his view, neither of these has any practical use. It would be better to find a way to enhance his own strength or power. In the Starry Empire, almost all of the lower-class populace has become a member of the Revival Church. The royal family and the nobles feel some unease about this. But under the weight of vast wealth and the unique divide that soul masters have over ordinary people, they have no reason or opportunity to disperse them. Although some have raised concerns, it is clear that many do not want to give up the benefits brought by the Revival Church, and the matter can only be left unresolved, while its popularity continues to grow. This issue is not a priority for them. Instead, they are focused on another matter, the mysterious massacre incidents. Recently, strange soul masters have appeared in various towns, employing bizarre methods to drain people's blood. Among them are nobles, soul masters from the Spirit Hall, and some ordinary people. Many ordinary people within the Revival Church have also fallen victim to these heinous acts. Initially, this issue was small in scale, but gradually, such incidents have become more frequent, forcing people to pay attention to the matter. Moreover, they also found that these individuals use the same methods. However, with so many similar incidents occurring in different cities, it was clearly not the work of a single person. The people from the Spirit Hall speculated that it might be someone who awakened a spirit capable of controlling others, or perhaps a spirit that could create clones, or other similar spirits that could control the undead. Enhancing power requires killing and blood-sucking. They had captured a murderer, but his own spirit could not possibly have the ability to kill the person whose blood had been completely drained. They wanted to ask more, but the murderer suddenly widened his eyes in pain, and then numerous roots suddenly sprouted from his body. Then it quickly grew and became a dead tree. A person, right under the eyelids, turned into a dead tree. This bizarre scene is chilling. The Spirit Hall has thus inferred some things. The Revival sect appears to be thriving, but the Star-Covering sect is experiencing some headaches internally. Clearly, the events occurring within the TurnsOut Empire are related to them. As time goes on, more and more people are accepting the branches, and the Star-Covering sect is growing stronger. In recent years, some of the similar cases have been arranged by the sect. For example, hunting down greedy nobles or heartless spirit masters. However, there are also cases where individuals who suddenly gain this power experience a surge in desire. losing control of their inner selves and wanting to become stronger quickly, leading them to recklessly plunder vitality. Of course, these are the minority, as joining the star covering sect requires passing various psychological tests. After joining, one must also undergo 1 to 3 months of observation before being able to integrate with the branches. Therefore, the star covering sect needs to secretly strengthen itself while also paying attention to ideological education. Recently, as the number of members in the star covering sect has increased, many hidden troubles have arisen. The pressure on the 2 representatives of the sect leader has greatly increased. With the plan approaching, they must resolve the issues within the star covering sect as soon as possible. Thus, they have been frequently holding meetings to discuss matters. Although this may attract the attention of the royal family or the Spear Hall, there is no other choice. Compared to the changes in the TurnsOut Empire, the EntersDouluo Empire is much more peaceful. A month later, the exchange meeting among the 5 major elemental academies is about to begin. The team from the Blaze Academy has also assembled. Team leader, Huo Wushuang, Spirit, Fire Dragon, level 41 attack type Spirit Master. Vice Captain, Huo Wu, Spirit, Fire Shadow, level 41 control type Spirit Master. Member, Huiyu, Spirit, Fire Crane, level 38 agility attack type Spirit Master. Member, Huiyun, Spirit, Fire Crane, level 38 agility attack type Spirit Master. Member, Jason, Spirit, Ice Fire Breaking Demon Bow, level 35 agility attack type Spirit Master. Member, Hui Ji, Spirit, Fire Leopard, level 37 attack type Spirit Master. Member, Hua Ming, Spirit, Firestar, level 37 support type Spirit Master. Member, Hui Ji, Spirit, Firestar, level 36 support type Spirit Master. The above are the participating members from the Blaze Academy. It can be noted that there are 2 pairs of Spirit Masters with the same spirit. The ones with the Fire Crane are a pair of twins, but unfortunately, they are not female. Their synergy is undoubtedly unquestionable. Then there are 2 auxiliary soul masters with Mars martial souls. From these 2 points, it can be seen that the goal of this team is summed up in 2 words: extreme. Unlike other diversified teams, the purpose of the Chihua Academy team is to crush utterly. No matter what tactics you have, we only have one word: charge. This also aligns well with the nature of fire. The few of them put on the already made team uniforms and began to head to TurnsOut Academy under the guidance of their team leader teacher. This year's exchange competition is set to take place at TurnsOut Academy. The last exchange competition was held at Thunder Academy, and this time it is TurnsOut Academy's turn. To be honest, everyone is quite looking forward to going to TurnsOut Academy. Of course, only the boys. After all, TurnsOut Academy has traditionally not been very welcoming to men. This time, everyone can enter openly. Soon after, Jason and the others followed their leading teacher for 3 or 4 hours and finally arrived at TurnsOut Academy. The exterior of TurnsOut Academy was predominantly blue, giving the impression of stepping into a city beneath the water. At the entrance, a woman dressed in teacher's attire saw Jason and the others and hurriedly approached them. "Hello, you must be from Chihua Academy. Please follow me." She smiled slightly, like ripples in the water. The group followed her into TurnsOut Academy. It was no wonder it was a women's academy. Once inside, Jason saw all kinds of women, as if he had stepped into a kingdom of daughters. They, of course, also noticed Jason and the others in their striking gold and red team uniforms. In a sea of blue, a bold splash of red was suddenly added. The other boys in the team seemed a bit uncomfortable being stared at by a circle of women, and their steps unconsciously quickened. Jason, who lagged at the back of the group, seemed quite noticeable at this moment. He calmly followed the team, appearing unfazed in the eyes of Huowu. He admired the vibrant surroundings, occasionally making eye contact and politely smiling. The other party's face flashed with a hint of red, shyly turning away. Some people instead shot him a provocative glare, clearly a tomboy. Along the way, Jason's delicate and gentle face attracted a lot of attention. After all, he was the beauty of the team. Under the guidance of the teachers from TurnsOut Academy, everyone arrived at a spacious venue. In the center was an arena the size of a soccer field, surrounded by a few stands. There were already people on the arena. Chapter 111 Duel. The team in light blue outfits was obviously from TurnsOut Academy. The one dressed in blue is from the Shenkong Academy. There's also the muscular team from the Xiangjia Academy, with their upper bodies exposed. Currently, these are the people on the field, and with the arrival of the Chihua Academy, there should be another team. The members of the Thunder Academy. When the Chihua Academy, led by Huo Wushuang, appeared, several academies turned their attention towards them. The teacher from the TurnsOut Academy brought Jason and others to the designated area for a short break. As they just sat down, Feng Xiaotian wearing a mask, walked over. "So this is the team uniform you designed. It's dazzling," he exclaimed when he reached them. "Of course," Huowu replied. "But why are you covering your faces? Trying to be mysterious?" She looked somewhat puzzled at the Shenkong Academy members who all had half their faces covered. "Of course, covering our faces when we go on stage. Wearing masks to appear and disappear. How cool is that? Besides, it mainly helps to hide our expressions," he said, tilting his head slightly and adding as an afterthought. "It should be more like being secretly cool." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Chihuo Academy, causing Feng Xiaotian's expression to stiffen. He turned to see it was Jason. He stepped towards him, unable to hide his expression under the mask. Standing in front of Jason, he placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Bro, that is not cool. How can you expose our shortcomings? I'm telling you, I'm really angry right now and need some food as a reward." Seeing Jason reminded him of the barbecue from that day. He had reminisced about it for a long time and couldn't forget it. Jason glanced at him with a vacant look, thinking he resembled a little wolf in some ways. Thinking of the little wolf made Jason's eyes involuntarily fill with sadness. In fact, the deaths of the little wolf and Xiao Tian were related to him. One could say he was the one who orchestrated it all. But for the future, he could only endure the pain and carry it out. He just hoped that when he revived them, they wouldn't hold it against him. After Feng Xiaotian said a few words, he looked at him expectantly, hoping he would agree. However, he noticed that the other's expression had inexplicably become sad. "Did I say something wrong?" He felt a bit confused. Hey bro, it's just a barbecue. Why are you getting sad?" He awkwardly released his grip on Jason's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Jason also snapped back from his sadness, looked at him, and smiled, saying, "Sorry, seeing you reminded me of my pet, and I got a bit emotional. After this exchange, I'll invite Huowu and them to go eat barbecue. You all come along." Bait. Feng Xiaotian felt somewhat offended, but seeing his sincere apology, he decided to forgive him. It was definitely not just for the barbecue, even though Huowu would be there as well. After that, the two teams got to know each other a bit. After waiting for a while, the last team from the Thunder Academy, dressed in lightning-patterned uniforms, also arrived. The Tianshui Academy, Chihua Academy, Shinkong Academy, Xiangjia Academy, and Thunder Academy, all 5 elemental academies gathered here. The host of this exchange event stepped to the center and began to speak. The speaker was a woman with sky-blue long hair, her skin smooth as jade, and her body wrapped in a blue robe, exuding a dignified and gentle aura. "Everyone, in half a year, the Advanced Soul Master Elite competition will take place. To achieve good results on the field, we are holding this exchange event at the Tianshui Academy, hoping everyone can discuss their strengths and make further progress." After she finished speaking, she looked around at the crowd. "Now that all 5 elemental academies are gathered here, you can freely choose your exchange partners." With that, she disappeared from the stage. Huowu immediately stood up, planning to engage with the Tianshui Academy. But someone was quicker than her. The Xiangjia Academy challenges the Shinkong Academy. A deep voice rang out. A team of muscular men stood up. The members of the Shinkong Academy also stood up in response. Since this was an exchange match, winning or losing was not the most important thing for them. What mattered was what information they could gain from it to prepare for their academy afterward. Just now, Huowu was planning to challenge the Tianshui Academy. The two teams stepped onto the stage, both sides ready. At the Xiangjia Academy, several people stood there, their momentum like a small mountain, standing tall on the stage. On the other hand, the Shinkei's Academy appeared much more relaxed. The exchange match was about sharing insights, and the woman with blue hair outside the ring reminded everyone not to use lethal methods during the combat. Inside the arena, both sides began to summon their martial spirits. The dazzling light of the soul rings spread across the arena. On the side of the Elephant Armor Academy, after summoning their martial spirits, their already imposing bodies swelled further amidst the booming cries of their martial spirits. A layer of dark yellow keratin material appeared on the surface of their skin, shimmering with a metallic luster. At the same time, their noses elongated, their upper lips curled up, and 2 tusks grew to a full foot in length. They stomped their feet heavily against the ground, shaking the entire platform. Fortunately, the materials used to construct the platform by the Heavenly Water Academy were sturdy. Otherwise, it might have cracked from that stomp. Unlike the uniformity of the Elephant Armor Academy, the martial spirits of the Shinkei's Academy were diverse. Jason focused a bit on Kazuki, who was surrounded by a faint azure light that surged from within him. The azure light flowed, and his body clearly underwent a transformation. Accompanied by the cracking sounds of bones, both his muscles and bones swelled, making him noticeably larger. His long hair was also tinted blue, and most notably, a wolf's head emerged from his left shoulder. The Azure Wolf head glared fiercely at the opponent. Looking at Kazuki's change hair color, Jason thought to himself, at least it wasn't turned green, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. The battle began. The Shinkei's Academy transformed into streaks of azure light and charged towards the Elephant Armor Academy. On the side of the Elephant Armor Academy, the first soul ring was activated, forming a line. Under the effect of the first soul ring, the originally dark yellow armor on these 7 figures, resembling mountains of flesh, gained an additional layer of shimmering color, as if each person was covered with a layer of glaze. The 7 individuals stood in a line, resembling a city wall, advancing from the center and nearly occupying half the diameter of the circular competition arena. Their steps were slow, but with each step forward, their momentum increased. The clash between the two sides began. The blue light and earth yellow light collided, producing a series of crisp and powerful sounds. One side advanced steadily while the other launched sharp attacks, attempting to break through the enemy's defenses. Although the Elephant Armor Academy had strong defensive capabilities, the Shinkei's Academy displayed great agility. Thus, it became a case of a mass of flesh fighting against a group of assassins. However, the control of this mass of flesh was insufficient, making it difficult to hit the assassins. In this way, the Shinkei's Academy began their path of scraping. Chapter 1:12. Blazing Fire versus Heavenly Water. Due to the lack of control from the Elephant Armor Academy and insufficient agility, facing a group of Wind Element Soul Masters, they could only passively endure the attacks. Ultimately, the Elephant Armor Academy, under the continuous assault from the Shinkei's Academy, experienced depletion in both spirit and physical strength. The Kamikaze Academy continuously sought out the weaknesses of their opponents with powerful mobility, ultimately seizing the flaw of a student from the Xiangjia Academy and tearing a hole in the resilient human wall. The disadvantage of Xiangjia Academy grew increasingly larger, leading to their complete defeat. This match ended with a victory for Kamikaze Academy. However, the losing Xiangjia Academy did not show any signs of discouragement. Clearly, they still had hidden tactics that had not been employed. As both teams stepped off the stage, Hu eagerly raised her hand and shouted, "Kamikaze Academy challenges Tianshui Academy." As she spoke, she provocatively glanced at the composed, blue-haired woman leading the Tianshui Academy team. Both sides were invited to the stage. The all-female team of Tianshui Academy stepped onto the arena, facing off against the Chihua Academy. It was evident that Chihua Academy had one additional member, Ji, who possessed the Fire Leopard martial soul, did not take the stage. Both Tianshui Academy and Chihua Academy had been in a state of mutual restraint. In the past, their strengths were also comparable. Both sides began to prepare. As the announcement was made, the arena lit up with icy blue and fiery red lights, each occupying half of the stage. The various soul rings also began to shine. However, unlike Tianshui Academy's team, whose soul rings all lit up, one member of Chihua Academy seemed not to activate his soul ring. He stood at the back alongside 2 support soul masters. "Hey Jason, aren't you going to activate your soul ring?" asked the robust Huiji, looking puzzled at the teammate who only displayed his martial soul without a soul ring. Activating one's martial soul and soul rings at the start not only showcases strength, but also allows soul skills to be in a ready state, which is why they do it. "It's fine with you 2 supports, I can just use basic attacks." Jason waved his hand and did not elaborate. He certainly couldn't reveal 2 purple and 1 black soul rings. That would be a bit unfair. The 2 support soul masters nearby frowned at his words, feeling that he was somewhat disrespectful towards the match. Although it was a friendly competition, there should still be a level of respect. The 2 exchanged glances, but said nothing. While they did not understand why the vice captain and captain insisted on letting him take the stage, they were somewhat displeased with his dismissive attitude. After all, no support would want to assist a foolish shooter, especially one who had tampered with the skill keys. The 2 focused their attention forward. On the opposite side, Tianshui Academy was also fully prepared. The positions of both teams were quite similar. However, Jason noticed that there seemed to be very few archery-type martial soul masters among the soul masters he had encountered in the past. They were either tower-type, staffs, or swords. Among the 5 elemental academies, it seemed that he was the only one with an archery martial soul. It was no wonder he was the only archery soul master. Historically, archers were often seen as weak. Suddenly, Jason seemed to understand something. Since the Chihua team was initially surrounded by fire from the 2 support soul masters, no one had noticed Jason's situation. The battle began. The icy blue and fiery red clashed. However, within the first exchange, the captain of Tianshui Academy, Shuei Binger, activated her first soul ring. The charging Huo Wuxuang and the two agile twin attackers were instantly frozen in ice. Even Huo Wu and the others behind them were frozen. Jason was no exception. Huo Wu, who was frozen, felt a flash of anger. This reminded her of the previous scene when she was frozen by Jason's hand. But this time, she would not be without the power to resist. Her third soul ring instantly lit up. Resistance Fire Ring. In an instant, a ring of fire suddenly expanded from her body. She controlled the range of the fire ring to be in front of the charging Huo Wuxuang. As the fire ring surged forward, the ice crystals on the three in front shattered instantly. At the same time, the ice blocks on Jason and the two support soul masters behind them also shattered in an instant. This move seemed somewhat unwise, as the opponent had only used their first soul ring skill, and the soul power consumption was not significant. The Control Soul Master from the Blaze Academy has already revealed their third soul skill. It seems that the Control System Soul Masters from the Heavenly Water Academy are indeed superior. However, Huo Wu clearly has her own considerations. At the moment of resisting the release of the fire ring, the people from the Heavenly Water Academy are already rushing towards the three who are frozen. In fact, they could easily escape from this control, but they trust Huo Wu. When the Agile Attack and Strong Attack Soul Masters from the Heavenly Water Academy reach the three who are encased in ice, they're definitely on high alert. But now they're only about 3 steps away from the three, and they can attack them with just a raise of their hands. They did just that. But just as they were about to attack the three who were frozen, the Resistance Fire Ring from Huo Wu happened to disperse the ice blocks on the three of them, and the resulting shockwave caused a few from Tianshui to stumble. The attack was interrupted. Opportunity. The three who were unfrozen instantly lit up their soul rings. At the same time, the soul rings of the two auxiliary soul masters who were unfrozen also lit up in an instant. The sparks swirling around the three accelerated and surged into their bodies in a moment. The fire-based abilities surged explosively. The phantom of the fire crane behind the two brothers and the intense flames on Huo Wuxuang also surged dramatically. The few members of the Tianshui battle team who had just been attacked were still in the air, unable to find leverage to evade due to the impact of the repelling halo. The reaction from Tianshui Academy was also swift. The team captain, Shui Bing, changed her expression slightly and quickly activated her second spirit ring. A layer of ice armor appeared on the few spirit masters who had been knocked into the air by the repelling fire ring. Ice ring armor, the third spirit skill, repelling light, followed closely. In that instant, both sides displayed terrifying reflexes, all reacting in the blink of an eye. With the ice ring armor, although the few strong attack and agile attack spirit masters from the Tianshui team would still be hit, they would not lose their combat effectiveness. However, the Tianshui team still suffered a significant loss in this confrontation. At this moment, Shui Binger's expression suddenly changed again. When did this happen? A few fiery red streaks suddenly shot out from the back of the Chihua battle team, arriving in front of the group in an instant. The attacks from Hua Hishuang and Huo Wuxuang had already found their respective targets. Although there was protection from the ice ring armor, Huo Wuxuang's 3 members also had the assistance of Hua Xing. The ice armor quickly shattered, and the attacks struck their abdomens with full force. Shui Binger's third spirit skill, repelling light, followed, pushing Huo Wuxuang's 3 members back. The 3 hit in the abdomen turned pale, making onlookers feel a pang of heartache. Jason, as a man, also looked pained as the fiery red arrows shot towards the 3 of them. What made Shui Binger's face change drastically was exactly what Jason had just shot. Chapter 113. One-on-one communication at the moment when the 3 Tianshui Academy Spirit Masters were knocked back by the repelling fire ring. They were in the air, having been shattered by the repelling fire ring. The escaping members of Chihua Academy seized the opportunity, and the tactics they had practiced countless times erupted instantly. The 3 in front assisted in the attack, while Jason dealt the finishing blow. Indeed, facing the sudden assault from the Chihua Academy, Tianshui Academy could not respond in time. If it weren't for Shui Binger's quick reaction, Jason wouldn't even need to deal damage. Ultimately, the 3 concentrated spirit masters from Tianshui were hit by the red arrows. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and the 3 beautiful Tianshui spirit masters were engulfed in crimson flames. The boys watching the battle, especially Feng Xiaotian, looked at the 3 Tianshui beauties being surrounded by the blazing flames in an instant, revealing expressions of heartache. So ruthless, this guy looks gentle and refined, but his attacks are so vicious. The members behind, including Shui Binger, quickly shouted as they saw Chihua Academy wanting to continue the attack. We concede. It was clear that under the thunderous offensive of Chihua Academy, TurnsOut Academy had already lost 3 frontline members, and they had lost the match. There was no point in holding on any longer, and they were also very concerned about their 3 teammates surrounded by flames. Upon hearing this, the members of TurnsOut Academy immediately stopped their attacks. The intense flames then disappeared, revealing the 3 TurnsOut battle team spirit masters who had been surrounded by fire. However, at that moment, they looked somewhat disheveled. Their clothes were not burned at all, but their beautiful faces were now blackened by the flames, with tear streaks caused by the smoke. They instantly resembled 3 little black cats, looking very pitiful. Jason controlled the flames, surrounding them without harming them. Seeing the 3's faces, the members of TurnsOut Academy couldn't help but laugh. But then realizing it was inappropriate, they forced themselves to hold back, their expressions somewhat contorted. The 3, who had been under a series of attacks, regained their senses. They immediately opened their bright eyes and looked towards the back, trying to find out who had just attacked. But after surveying the area, they couldn't figure out who it was. The 2 auxiliary spirit masters from Huaxing were obviously not possible, and Huo Wu and the others have been closely monitoring them. One person is missing. At this time, they noticed that there were only 6 people on the opposite side of TurnsOut Academy. Gu Qingba, hurry back. Shui Binger shouted from the back. Their faces are still painted. Just as she was about to ask something, she could only reluctantly return to the team. But at this moment, as they exchanged glances, they also noticed each other's painted faces. Understanding what had happened, the 3 immediately covered their faces and ran back to the team. They had just been wondering why the expressions of the TurnsOut battle team were so strange. A girl in the team, seeing their painted faces, pursed her lips and conjured a ball of clear water in her hand. Quickly wash your faces. You aren't hurt, are you? The 3 shook their heads and then took the clear water to wash up. Both sides exited the stage. As Gu Qingba was leaving the stage, she glanced at the TurnsOut Academy team again. There was no one she wanted to see. She frowned. Could it be that they left early? At this moment, in the Blaze Academy team, Huo Ming, who was walking at the back, looked helplessly at Jason in front of him. After TurnsOut Academy admitted defeat, Jason had been hiding behind him, easily blocking Jason's figure with his robust physique. This was also why Gu Qingba noticed that someone was missing. I say, why are you hiding from them? He asked Jason helplessly. I'm just afraid they'll remember me and then turn love into hate and get attached to me. There's nothing I can do. Being handsome isn't my fault, Jason explained seriously. The members of Blaze Academy immediately looked at him strangely. Among them, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang had particularly complicated expressions. It's important to note that their perception of Jason had always been that he was not very articulate and sometimes a bit cold. But what was with this somewhat silly behavior at the moment? Especially for Huo Wu, her inner thoughts were even more subtle. Once everyone returned, Jason quietly found a place to sit down. As a marksman, one must be stealthy. Surviving is key to dealing damage. Just wait for the right opportunity to secure a few kills. Once the matter is settled, one should leave quietly, keeping their achievements and name hidden. In this kingdom of daughters, his dark humor was satisfied, but facing the all-beautiful TurnsOut Academy, he still felt a bit intimidated. Given the unreasonable nature of women, it was better for him to keep a low profile. After the communication between TurnsOut Academy and TurnsOut Academy was completed, it was time for the Thunder team to battle the Godwind team. After the team battle, it moved to the individual exchange phase. This time, Huo Wu eagerly raised her hand to choose her opponent. TurnsOut Academy challenges TurnsOut Academy. A calm and steady female voice said lightly. Clearly, Huo Wu had been preempted this time. However, she was not angry, but rather happy, because the person she wanted to challenge was from TurnsOut Academy. Or rather, she wanted to challenge Shui Binger. The two had often interacted before, but she had always been overshadowed by Shui Binger, so she had been quite unconvinced. During her learning process with Jason, her control over soul power had become more precise, so she hoped to seize this opportunity to redeem herself. She looked at Shui Binger with excitement. I want to challenge you. Shui Binger pointed to the Chihuahua team. Huo Wu, full of excitement, was about to get up but was pressed down by Huo Wushuang. She is not challenging you. She is challenging Jason. Looking at her impatient sister, he felt a bit helpless. Sure enough, following her finger, the direction pointed to a Jason who was bowing his head. Hey, someone wants to communicate with you. Huo Ming patted Jason's shoulder and said, All right. He sighed helplessly, then stood up. Jason hit her hard. As he passed Huo Wu, she said fiercely to Jason. Jason ignored her and walked up to the stage. At the same time, Shui Binger was already waiting on the other side, looking at the delicate features and wise gaze of his opponent. Jason was thinking about the skills he had experimented with before. It's this guy, Sister Binger. You have to take revenge for us. Guqing Bao recalled the moment he embarrassed himself earlier when he saw Jason on stage for the first time. Seeing Jason come up, he recognized him immediately. Jason regretted not wearing a mask like Feng Xiaotian. Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, Level 42 Control System Soul Master. The other party introduced herself seriously. Chihua Academy, Jason, Level 35 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Jason's introduction stunned Shui Binger. She didn't expect that a man who could shoot such powerful attacks was only level 35. She thought the opponent at least had a Soul Master level of 39. She frowned, thinking she would have to go easy on him. The match began, and both sides took their positions. As soon as the words fell, both of them released their martial souls. The ice fire-breaking demon Bao appeared in Jason's hand. But this time it was completely wrapped in ice crystals, becoming an ice bow. Ice fire dual system. Shui Binger exclaimed in surprise. Because in the previous team battle, she had seen that the bow in the opponent's hand was entwined with flames. Chapter 114. Ice make Shotgun Phoenix Flower. In the open field, a light shout rang out. Jason stood opposite Shui Binger with his hands clasped together. Dozens of ice particles shot out from his hands like bullets. The shooting speed was extremely fast. There was no prelude, not even a soul ring lit up. Shui Binger was slightly stunned, and then her second soul ring lit up, and a layer of ice armor appeared around her. Bang, bang, bang. Several crisp sounds rang out, and thanks to her quick reaction, the ice particles were blocked just in time. At the same time, she raised her hand to aim at the running Jason, and her first soul skill lit up. Jason, who was already about a meter away from her, was frozen in place. What was that just now? Self-created soul skill? Clearly, when Jason used it just now, there was no fluctuation of soul rings. And from the beginning, he hadn't even lit his soul rings. It could only be a self-created soul skill. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been defeated by a sudden move. Looking at Jason, who was frozen and motionless, she let out a sigh of relief. Even with a self-created soul skill, she still couldn't avoid the gap in soul power levels. Ice make, ice iron prison. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang above her head again, causing her face to change dramatically. Before she could react, an ice cage fell from above, trapping her inside. Jason, who was controlled in front of her, also became an ice sculpture like a block of ice. Ice creation, stand in. Beautiful lady, you lost. Jason poked his head out from above and said to her, whose expression had darkened. Shui Binger felt a bit unwilling, gritting her teeth as she continued to use her third soul skill. Resist light. The Jason above was quickly knocked back, but the cage was still there, trapping her. Just as she was about to take the next step, suddenly, a sharp, long spear shot out from the ice cage, stopping right in front of her forehead. The breath of death was closer to her than ever. Hey, you just lost with that move. Why are you still being unreasonable? Jason, who didn't know when, returned to this place. At the same time, the spear that was hovering in front of her forehead also retracted, retreating into the cage. The battle ended quickly. Although Shui Binger's first soul skill was a mental lock and was still a spontaneous release, she was still at a disadvantage when facing a prepared or deceptive skill soul master. Of course, Jason couldn't achieve such spontaneous freezing skills against his enemies. After all, soul rings and soul skills sometimes don't follow reason. But if targeted, soul rings and soul skills appeared very single and had cooldowns. Shui Binger looked at the cage surrounding her, the icy frame still emitting a chilling aura. With the Ice Phoenix martial soul, she unexpectedly felt the coldness from it. In the previous team battle, she used a fire-type weapon martial soul bow, but now she was using an ice-type bow. You possess a dual system martial soul. Although she was still asking, her tone was more of a statement. It was as if the spear that had just appeared was non-existent. Martial soul, ice fire breaking demon bow, level 35 agility attack system soul master. As the words fell, half of the ice bow in Jason's hand turned fiery red, flames wrapping around it. A luxurious long bow, half crimson and half ice blue, appeared in his hand. Although she got confirmation, Shui Binger still felt a bit envious. One must know that dual system martial souls are second only to twin martial souls. They are even rarer than divine level martial souls. However, she found it strange that although the opponent was holding a bow, it seemed he hadn't aimed at her to shoot an arrow. Instead, he seemed to be playing with ice. Moreover, how did the opponent achieve that soul skill? Thinking of this, she asked, how did you do that? She touched the ice barrier surrounding her, feeling its coldness. Self-created soul skill, ice form. Jason replied with a smile. As he spoke, the cage surrounding Shui Binger shattered like magic, transforming into a flock of icebergs that flew away in all directions. It was quite a spectacular sight. This scene not only shocked Shui Binger, who was closest, but also left the other spectators from the Tianshui Academy in awe. They felt it deeply and understood how terrifying the level of control required to achieve such a feat was. Even the principal of Tianshui Academy might not be able to reach this level. However, the opponent was from the Fire Academy, which made it even more unbelievable. If Shui Binger had felt somewhat unconvinced before, facing such a magnificent scene now left her with nothing but admiration. Compared to herself, a control-type Soul Master, the opponent truly demonstrated mastery over both the enemy and himself. Although he was still an agility attack-type Soul Master, his self-created soul skill transcended mere positioning. Victory for the Fire Academy. The Tianshui Academy teacher shouted loudly. However, Jason felt that her gaze on him while she spoke was somewhat green, like a woman who had been thirsty for a long time, seeing a robust man. The graceful and elegant woman was named Shui Niancy, the director of Tianshui Academy. Despite appearing to be in her 20s, she was actually over 30 and had entered middle age. She was responsible for managing the event, observing the strength of students from other academies to see if any targeted changes could be made. The other academy teachers had the same purpose. The initial team battles progressed steadily without any unexpected incidents. But unexpectedly, as the individual exchanges just began, it gave her such a big surprise. A self-created soul skill. And it was ice-based. Looking at Jason, still standing on the stage, she was already thinking of ways to keep him. It seemed that only a beauty from Tianshui Academy could attract him. She licked her lips, somewhat seductive. Meanwhile, in the Fire Academy, aside from Huowu, everyone else was also somewhat stunned. Setting aside the self-created soul skill, a level 35 Soul Sovereign actually defeated a level 42 Soul Sect. Although the odds were much greater for agility attack types against control types, achieving victory despite such a significant difference in soul power levels still demonstrated his strength. Furthermore, he had both ice and fire attributes. Except for Huowu, the others did not know what Jason's martial spirit was, only his level. The reasons for Shui Binger's loss, aside from carelessness, also included the information gap. After all, Jason knew her well, while she knew nothing about him. Not only the Fire Academy, but also members from other academy teams were shocked. A self-created soul skill. Just this move was enough to astonish them. Moreover, I defeated the captain of the Heavenly Water Academy using my self-created ice-type soul skill. Moreover, he is also from the Fire Academy. With this person's addition, the Fire Academy has gained many more means invisibly. Previously, only Feng Xiaotian had his own self-created soul skill, and unexpectedly, another one has appeared. If anyone was the most shocked, it would undoubtedly be Feng Xiaotian. He originally thought it was an auxiliary soul master, but it turned out to be a speed attack soul master. He initially thought it was a fire-type weapon spirit, but to his surprise, it was a dual ice and fire type. Even if it was dual ice and fire, he also had a self-created weapon spirit and defeated Shui Binger, who also used ice at a higher level. Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged. This is a formidable opponent, whether in love or on the battlefield. Chapter 115. I bet both sides exited the stage. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Jason calmly returned to his position. Well done, Huowu said, feeling relieved. She had always been pressured by Shui Binger, and there had long been a pent-up frustration in her heart. Since Jason and Shui Binger had just fought, neither of them was challenged for the next match. The next battle featured the captains of the Thunder Academy and the Shinfeng Academy. Feng Xiaotian versus Yu Tianxin. The two clashed right from the start. Both were strong attack soul masters, and their speeds were quite similar. Therefore, as soon as they entered the arena, the two became locked in a fierce struggle. In the duel between the blue electric Tyrannosaurus and the double-headed demon wolf weapon spirits, the sharp screeching of thunder and the whistling of wind blades echoed throughout the arena. Unlike the previous match between Jason and Shui Binger, this battle was a close-quarters fight that got the audience's blood pumping. As one of the top weapon spirits among the three sects, the dragon transformation effect of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus greatly increased the physical damage of the combatant. However, the mutated weapon spirit of Feng Xiaotian, the double-headed demon wolf, was not to be underestimated, as the additional wolf head significantly boosted his combat ability. Nevertheless, in the end, Feng Xiaotian's strength prevailed, and he defeated Yu Tianxin, forcing him out of the arena. However, Feng Xiaotian himself was quite battered. Defeating his opponent was not an easy task. Feng Xiaotian wins. The two exited the arena to the cheers of their teammates, but as they left, he glanced in the direction of the Fire Academy. Afterward, the captain of the Fire Academy, Huo Wushuang, fought against the captain of the Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanli. After all 5 elemental captains had fought, the members of each team gradually started challenging each other. The various soul skills that lit up during the battles opened Jason's eyes. The exchange competition continued into the evening and was gradually approaching its conclusion. In the end, Shui Yuerer from the Tianshui Academy defeated Hu Yu from the Fire Academy, and the members from the 5 elemental academies were preparing to exit. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian, who had just rested, suddenly shouted, "Captain of the Xinfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian, challenges Fire Academy member Jason." His words were neither too long nor too short, and he shouted them out in one breath. The others preparing to leave turned their attention to the two. They were also curious to see how it would unfold, but as the captain, challenging a member of another team was not very appropriate. Shui Binger's revenge had some justification. Assuming Jason was just an ordinary soul master, after she taught him a lesson, she would continue to battle Huo Wushuang or Huo Wu from the Fire Academy. The soul power consumed would not be replenished, and she would certainly face some disadvantages against the next opponent. As for Feng Xiaotian challenging Jason, they were happy to see this situation unfold. Both had their self-created soul skills, and since Feng Xiaotian was a strong attack soul master, his soul power level was also elevated to a higher tier. Feng Xiaotian would definitely not lose. They just wanted to see how many tricks the Fire Academy's member could display in this battle. Should we refuse? Huo Wushuang asked Jason from the Fire team. After Jason fought Shui Bing, the members of the Fire Academy had directly challenged the Tianshui Academy before they had the chance to trouble Jason. However, this time it was Feng Xiaotian who suddenly proposed a challenge, and they couldn't do anything about it. But Jason could refuse. He had used some clever tactics to win against Shui Binger. However, in this match against Feng Xiaotian, the opponent's speed and strength far surpassed Jason's. And clever tactics would not be practical. "No need, your sister knows my strength, so there's no need to worry about me. Besides, if I lose, it's not embarrassing," he said with a smile as he stood up. He then walked toward the arena. Since Huo Yu had just challenged Shui Yuerer, there were still some remnants of fire and water soul power lingering in the arena. Jason stood calmly, gazing quietly at his opponent. Feng Xiaotian, who was facing him, looked serious, his aura heavy. As soon as they entered the arena, Jason seemed to have the upper hand in momentum. Both sides prepare. With that, Feng Xiaotian activated his weapon spirit. A faint azure light surged out from his body, the azure glow swirling, accompanied by the cracking sounds of bones. As his muscles and bones expanded simultaneously, making his figure grow larger, his long hair was also dyed azure, and a wolf head emerged from his left shoulder. The azure wolf head glared fiercely at Jason. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings lit up around him. On the opposite side, Jason merely had an ice crystal bow emitting a chilling aura in his hand. His soul ring remained unlit. "Jason, do you look down on me?" Wen Xiaoyan's face flashed with anger upon seeing that he did not activate his soul ring. "How about we make a bet?" Jason casually rested the bow on his shoulder and said, "What kind of bet?" He glanced at Huo Wu on his left, thinking that the wager would be about who could leave Huo Wu or not approach her. "If I win this round, how about you serve me from now on?" Wen Xiaotian was slightly surprised by this, pausing for a moment. "Are you from a clan or from an empire?" he asked, frowning. To be honest, no one would feel comfortable hearing that they would become someone else's subordinate. "Well, I guess I'm from a religion. Our religion was established not long ago, and we need to develop, so we are recruiting. What do you say? Do you want to join?" Let's talk after you beat me." Wen Xiaotian snorted coldly and took an attacking stance. "You agree?" Jason's eyes lit up. "I accept, but if I win, you will join the Divine Wind Academy." This condition could not only allow Jason to leave Huo Wu, but also strengthen the Divine Wind team's power. It was a win-win situation. Deal. The battle began. With a command, Wen Xiaotian dashed towards Jason at incredible speed. His entire body was enveloped in a blue light as he swiftly approached Jason. In the blink of an eye, he was just 1 meter away from Jason, claws aimed in his direction. The first soul skill activated, Wind Blade Array. 10 half-arc-shaped blue wind blades, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, flew towards their target. Ice Creation, Shield. With his hands together, what he needed appeared. An ice shield stood in front of Jason before the wind blade struck. The wind blades hit the ice shield, producing a sharp cutting sound. Bang! Then it shattered loudly. Wen Xiaotian suddenly appeared amidst the shattered ice crystals. The ice shield had been destroyed by him. However, there was no sign of Jason behind the ice shield. Ice Creation, Infinite Blade Leaves. The shattered ice crystals began to spin rapidly, surrounding Wen Xiaotian. Taking this moment, Jason, as he landed, clapped his hands on the ground. Ice creation, floor. The surface of the arena quickly froze over. At that moment, a wolf claw suddenly appeared behind Jason, tearing through the air with a sudden swing. Whoosh! The sharp claw easily shredded Jason into fragmented ice. Ice creation, ice fist. Jason's figure appeared to the side of his wolf claw, mere inches away from it. At the moment wind Shoutian shattered the substitute, an ice fist struck from the ground with a heavy blow. Even if his speed was fast, he was in a rigid attacking state at that moment, and Jason's timing was just right. In an instant, he was sent flying into the air by a single punch. Chapter 116, Spiral Sphere. Ice creation, fishing net. The cold aura emanating from Jason formed a fishing net that aimed to capture Wind Shoutian in the air. Facing the incoming icy fishing net, Wind Shoutian's expression turned grave. He knew that if he got caught in this net, while he wouldn't lose his combat ability, his speed would definitely be significantly reduced. In the end, he would slowly walk towards failure like a frog being boiled in warm water. Moreover, the opponent didn't have any intention of testing the waters at the beginning. It seemed like he wanted to settle things quickly. Jason's soul power was definitely less than his, and he possessed a weapon spirit, so the increase in physical strength was certainly far behind his beast spirit. This meant that dragging it out would offer no benefits to Jason. How much soul power would these soul skills consume? The thought flashed by, and as he looked at the increasingly close fishing net, his second and third soul rings lit up one after another. Then, a phantom of a two-headed magic wolf appeared behind him and merged into his body, while his two arms transformed into azure wings. Dual Wolf's possession. Gale dual wings. With the drastic change in his body, the small wounds inflicted by the ice blades disappeared as well. He soared rapidly, before the icy fishing net arrived. With a flap of his wings, he vanished from the spot. The empty, icy fishing net slowly dissipated. Since you want to settle this quickly, then come on. Dodging the fishing net, Feng Shoutian flapped his wings again, drawing a blue line in the air towards the target. As the leader of the Shenkong Academy and a standout of the younger generation, he also had his own pride. Glancing at Feng Shoutian swooping down from the air, Jason summoned two ice blades beneath his feet. Then, he exploded forward, leaving a cut mark on the icy floor. The subsequent wind blades left another cut mark behind. After Feng Shoutian landed, he immediately changed direction and chased after Jason. He used the wind wings to keep his body suspended in the air. The ground was already covered in ice crystals, turning it into a natural skating rink. The smooth ice surface prevented him from picking up speed. He could only fly in the air using the wind wings. However, this also meant a lack of explosive power. At this moment, Jason resembled a little prince on ice, gliding freely across the surface, gaining speed. The speeds of both sides gradually evened out. If he were a fire-type soul master, he could use the high temperature to melt the ice. But unfortunately, he was a wind-type soul master, skilled in one-on-one combat. Watching Jason, who moved like a sprite on the ice, narrowly dodging attack after attack from his opponent, the members of the Heavenly Water Academy displayed expressions of fascination. The ice, in his hands, was so agile and graceful that it made them feel a bit ashamed. Observing Jason, who moved like a loach on the icy surface, Feng Shoutian felt a bit anxious inside. His opponent merely maintained the ice blades underfoot while gliding, requiring no energy expenditure, only his special technique. Meanwhile, he had to use soul power to maintain his wind wings, which made it inconvenient for him to touch the ice. He had to break his opponent's home ground. After dodging another attack, Feng Shoutian flew into the air, his gaze flickering as he looked down at the ground. Jason, utilizing his technique, soared across the ice. Moreover, his explosiveness on the ice has not diminished. In the air, he clearly could not match his opponent in terms of body movement and agility. This was also the reason why, despite his speed being fast, he could not land an attack on the opponent. Therefore, he had to first destroy the opponent's home ground. He adjusted the soul power within him, and the fourth soul ring lit up around him. Magic Wolf Storm. His arms, transformed into wings, struck the ground. Countless blue wind blades flew towards the ground, forming a storm. The moment the storm touched the icy surface, the ice and the ground beneath were swept up. The terrifying blue wind blades spun wildly in the storm, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. Wherever they passed, they left behind deep ravines. However, the storm did not last long. After the ice surface was mostly destroyed, the storm gradually calmed down. Jason, standing at the edge of the arena, silently watched this scene. The storm was not fast, but its power was immense. In a moment, the storm subsided. Feng Xiaotian charged towards Jason at the edge of the arena with the little soul power he had left. His wings swiftly slashed towards the opponent. The technique of the 36 slashes of the Gale Magic Wolf also activated. Although his soul power was low, he believed he could complete the 4th slash before exhausting it. The opponent was just a soul master with a weapon spirit. He definitely couldn't withstand even the 3rd slash. The spectators outside were all focused on the match. Jason was going to lose. Huo Wushuang said worriedly. No way, hasn't he used his soul skill yet? Huo Wu said somewhat unwillingly. Jason leaned towards being a ranged soul master and was not strong in physical combat, even though he had a self-created soul skill that gave him the ability of a control-type soul master. However, a weapon spirit would not significantly increase his physical strength. But why wasn't he using his soul skills? Huo Wu was confused. Perhaps his soul skills would not be more practical than his self-created soul skills in this battle. Jason's weapon spirit was a bow. If the arrows he shot were not fast, fierce, and accurate enough, they would not hit the fast-moving Feng Xiaotian. Instead, they would waste soul power. Huo Wushuang's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke. That makes sense. Jason, as a shooter and mage, would not last long even if he wasn't instantly defeated if a warrior closed in on him. However, Huo Wu thought that based on their previous interactions, Jason wouldn't be so simple. Ice creation, ice block. A thick ice block suddenly appeared in front of Jason. This was the most soul power-consuming attempt in this match. A pointless struggle. Feng Xiaotian snorted coldly and swung his wings to shatter the ice block. Then, without losing momentum, he continued to attack Jason, who was positioned behind him. Watching Feng Xiaotian break through and wield his wings, Jason produced a blue orb in his hand. The chaotic blue soul power enveloped the sphere, creating a dazzling sight. What is that? Feng Xiaotian also noticed the orb in Jason's hand. The distance was already very close, and there was no time to think more. Using the downward force of gravity, his wings fiercely slashed towards the target. However, to his astonishment, the other party charged directly at him. He quickly reduced his strength, but even then, the strike would still severely injure the opponent. He didn't understand why the other party suddenly acted foolishly at such a moment. Just as Feng Xiaotian's first strike with his wings hit Jason, he turned into a pile of shattered ice. When did that happen? He was shocked to see Jason break into ice chunks before him. He had been keeping an eye on the opponent in the air to prevent him from using this move. He never expected to fall for it, after all. At the moment he shattered the substitute, Jason had somehow appeared above him. In the air, he twisted his body, his white robe billowing, and with the spiraling orb in his waving arms, he pressed it against Feng Xiaotian's back. Chapter 117. The Invitation from Tianshui Bang, accompanied by the sound of ice shattering. The sound of the ground being struck followed almost simultaneously. The two sounds erupted at the same time. As the flying ice shards scattered, the scene in the arena was revealed. A white-robed youth had one hand pressed on the ground, and where he made contact, there was a spiral-shaped small pit, as if it had been forcibly twisted. The young man in the green robe, lying on the ground, was almost touching the spiral pit, staring blankly at the other person with an expression of disbelief. Jason stood up and extended his hand to Feng Xiaotian, who was still on the ground. "Welcome to the star-covering sect," he said with a smile, curling his lips. Feng Xiaotian came back to his senses, silently staring at Jason's palm for a moment before calmly taking it and getting to his feet. "You took the opportunity to use a substitute when I shattered the ice block, right?" he asked with certainty after standing up. "Yes, the moment you broke the ice. It gave me the chance to use my substitute. If you had chosen to attack from a distance, you might have had a chance, but at that time, you were already very close to me. Your desire for victory made you eager to defeat me, and you didn't have much soul power left, so you lost," Jason explained slowly after pulling him up. In fact, he had already lost the moment he rushed toward Jason. Although most of the energy in the body condensed from the bones of the Ice Fire Dragon King was used to replenish life force, even so, he didn't know the limit of his physical strength. His white robe had just been torn in battle, but his body remained unscathed, without even a red mark left. Moreover, he was not a novice in combat. Years of fighting soul beasts had already honed his skills to a deadly level. However, it was clear that Feng Xiaotian had not pushed him to the point of using the hidden dagger at his waist. So, although he appeared to be an archer on the surface, his strongest abilities were in close combat. Feeling that he had consumed a third of his soul power, Jason thought he needed to train harder. Apart from the ice floor covering the entire area, nothing else had consumed much of his soul power. What was more challenging was the precision of soul power control. If he exerted himself fully, he could probably condense an ice ball with a diameter of about 10 meters, which was far from the ball of that female general during the competition. He would probably need to reach the Soul Sage stage to achieve that level, akin to a meteorite. He also needed to start preparing to hunt soul beasts with time-related abilities. The soul skills similar to moke-boats made him envious. Victory for Jason of the Fire Academy. The announcement from the teacher of the Water Academy brought the stunned students back to their senses. Is it true? The boss actually lost. They wondered how he could lose to someone who wasn't even a girl. This person is very strategic in battle. We need to be careful when facing the Fire Academy in the future. No matter how strong, can they surpass the monsters of the Spirit Hall? Each academy had their own thoughts upon hearing of Jason's victory. Water Academy teacher Shui Niancy suddenly felt that the school rules could be broken for him. As night fell, the exchange meeting of the 5 elemental academies concluded successfully. Each took the information they had gathered and began to ponder, with some realizing their own shortcomings and starting to think of ways to improve. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Jason returned to the fire squad. Huo Wuxuang looked at him and opened his mouth, wanting to say something but found he had nothing to say, so he gave up. Impressive. Huo Ming gave him a thumbs up, sincerely expressing his admiration. In his previous life, he would definitely have exclaimed, "Wow, awesome," to fully express his shock and respect. The others also looked at him with complex expressions, still slowly digesting what had happened. Well done. Huo Wu also waved her fist, excitedly saying. Unfortunately, they did not see his application of fire abilities. Given his exceptional control over soul power, the fire element in his hands would surely be strong as well. The leading teacher felt somewhat relieved at this moment, glad that Tianshui Academy did not accept boys. Otherwise, with his self-created ice-type soul skill, he would definitely have gone to Tianshui. Chihua Academy struck gold. The exchange activity ended here, and everyone, led by the teachers of Tianshui Academy, went to their respective accommodations. These dormitories were temporarily made available by the academy for people from various colleges to rest for a while. The next day, everyone would have to say goodbye and return to their own academies. Jason followed Hu Wushuang and others to a dormitory building under the guidance of Shui Niancy. The dormitory building had 3 floors and was designed in an attic style, looking very elegant. Hu Wu went to the girls' dormitory with another teacher. There were not many girls from other academies besides Tianshui, so Hu Wu would probably have to squeeze in with Shui Bing'er and the others. Under the guidance of teacher Shui Niancy, they arrived at the 2nd floor and opened one of the rooms. Upon entering, the decor of the room still faintly suggested it was meant for females, with a dressing table near the back door. There were a total of 4 beds, but there were 7 people who came along. Huo Yu, Huo Yun, Huo Ming, and Huo Ji chose to stay, while Huo Wushuang and the other 3 continued to the next dormitory. When Jason was about to enter the next room, Shui Niancy suddenly said from behind, "Jason, I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient?" The 2 who had entered the room turned back to look. Jason shrugged at them and then turned back to say, "Sure, where should we talk?" "Let's talk while walking." She had just obtained information about Jason, of course, only recent information. It was obtained through casual chatting with the leading teacher of Chihua Academy. This information made her more confident about Jason joining Tianshui Academy. She believed no boy could refuse to enter an academy full of beautiful girls. The trouble was how to explain it to Chihua Academy. But that was something the principal should worry about. She just needed to bring him in. "Captain, why did that woman call Jason over?" Huo Ji curiously asked while watching the 2 leave. "Is she trying to poach him?" Huo Wushuang muttered to himself. But Huo Ji also heard his muttering and was immediately surprised. No way. Although Jason's martial soul includes ice elements, he's a boy. How could Tianshui Academy possibly want to poach him? I hope not. Even so, he really couldn't think of what Tianshui's teacher would want to talk to Jason about. It couldn't be that she wants to ask him for his self-created soul skill training method, right? Jason followed Shui Niancy out of the temporary dormitory building. Both sides remained silent, not speaking. Watching the indifferent young man beside her, Shui Niancy finally spoke up. "I heard you only joined Chihua Academy half a year ago." "Yes. What's wrong?" Jason nodded and asked, "Are you interested in coming to our Tianshui Academy?" Shui Niancy got straight to the point. "I'm a boy, and I don't accept cross-dressing," Jason said lightly. "Huh." Shui Niancy was taken aback and laughed. "You don't need to cross-dress. This is a formal invitation for you to enroll. Your talent allows our academy to make an exception." She smiled and then said seriously, "Sorry, I've already joined Chihua Academy, and I promised Principal Hua to win the championship in the elite competition of senior Soul Master Academies across the continent." Jason declined her invitation. In fact, if there were things he needed in Tianshui Academy, he wouldn't even need their invitation. he would find ways to join. He would even cross-dress to get in. But obviously, aside from the pretty girls, there was nothing in Tianshui that attracted him. Chapter 118. Flame Escape Great Jade Spiral Bomb. Shui Niancy was stunned, seemingly not expecting the other party to refuse so decisively. As for the championship statement, she automatically ignored it. The long-standing oppression from the Spirit Hall, although the 5 major elements competed with each other, had never defeated the Spirit Hall in the elite competition. Gradually, it seemed to become a kind of luxury. How about I let you live in the same dormitory as Shui Binger? Or, if you like any particular one, just tell me, and I'll arrange it. Shui Niancy, somewhat unwilling, chose to use her beauty to continue persuading him. Even if he agreed, they could just build a wall in between later. Moreover, this young man's appearance was not bad. His features were even more exquisite than Shui Binger's, a proper handsome young man. If she weren't older, she would have thought of ways to pursue him. No, thank you for your kindness, teacher. Jason still refused. You're not moved by so many beauties? She teased, flipping her blue hair enticingly. Hu was also very beautiful. Jason helplessly brought up Hu. Shui Niancy fell silent for a moment, seeing that Jason indeed did not want to join Tianshui, so she had to give up. What a pity. She sighed. Maybe we'll still be on the same battlefield in the future. Jason tilted his head and said suggestively, well then, since you don't want to come, forget it. You should know that having you join Tianshui Academy puts a lot of pressure on me. If you don't want to, I'm relieved. Unknowingly, the two had walked to the dormitory building of Tianshui. Jason, using the moonlight, could still see some lace. Teacher, I'm going back now. Jason did not follow her further and stopped to bid farewell. Okay, you can think about it when you get back. My offer still stands. Shui Niancy nodded, and after saying that, she turned and headed towards the dormitory building. Jason also followed the way back. When Jason returned to his accommodation and opened the door, he saw 2 pairs of eyes staring at him intently. What are you doing? Jason raised his body, puzzled, and asked. Come, sit. Huo Wushuang stepped forward and pressed his shoulder, leading him to sit on the bed. What did that teacher call you over for? He asked with a hint of nervousness and curiosity. She didn't ask for much. Maybe I performed too well today, and she wants to make an exception to invite me to join Tianshui Academy. Jason replied honestly. Did you agree? Upon hearing this, Huiji immediately asked curiously. Before Jason could answer, Huo Wushuang couldn't help but say, Jason, you won't betray my sister, right? Jason was speechless upon hearing this. How could I betray your sister? You two are so close every day, and my sister has never lost her temper with you. Plus, you even fought Feng Xiaodian for Hu Wu. Doesn't that mean anything? Although I haven't been in a relationship, I understand what I should understand. Huo Wushuang had a look that seemed to see through everything. At this moment, Jason was actually a loss for words. This logic is amazing. Hey, stop thinking too much. I didn't agree to her invitation, and I also made an agreement with the principal to win a championship for Qihua Academy. Jason helplessly covered his forehead and planned to move on from this matter. Have you met my grandfather? He was surprised. Win a championship? Huiji obviously focused on the main point. Yes, so you all need to work hard when you go back. Don't hold me back. If Jason had said this earlier, everyone except Huo Wu would have thought he was just boasting. But after the duel in today's exchange competition, no one dared to think he was exaggerating. The 3 continued to chat for a while, and after a day of battles, they were a bit tired, so they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, under the reluctant gazes of the ladies from Tianshui Academy, Jason left with the Blaze battle team. Everyone from the various academies fell into a tense and serious atmosphere. Each team hoped to achieve good results in the competition 6 months later, so they pushed themselves forward, hoping to create even stronger techniques during this sprinting period. After returning to their respective academies, the 5 major elemental academies began to study tactics to restrict Jason. As for the Blaze Academy, recently, astonishing explosions could be heard from the training grounds of the team. Even though standing outside, the building could feel a slight tremor in the ground. One can imagine its power. As a member of the team, Jason was also involved. The booming sounds of explosions coming from the arena were either caused by him or, one could say, by the assistance of several other team members. On this day, Jason continued his usual routine and arrived at the training ground with Huo Wu and others. However, unlike before, where Jason, as a shooter, would fight at the back, this time he stood at the front. Huo Wu and the others behind him looked serious, their martial souls and soul power ready to go. Is Jason really okay? Huo Wushuang, standing to his right rear, expressed some hesitation. Haven't we tried it a few times before? Don't worry, Jason confidently replied. But before he could say anything else, Huo Wu impatiently interjected. Oh, it's fine. Don't you know his control over soul power? Let's begin, Jason said calmly from the front. As soon as he spoke, a spiral sphere began to form in his hand, which he raised high. Then, the third soul skills of the two support soul masters, Huoming and Huoji, lit up, and flames gathered into Jason's body. Subsequently, the blue orb in his palm slowly began to change to a crimson color, as the solid flames were injected into Jason's body. The spiral sphere he held was also covered in red, transforming into a crimson ball. Violent spiral air currents erupted from the crimson ball in his hand, ruffling the hair of Huowu and the others behind him. Huowu Shuang squinted at the ball, which was the size of a soccer ball, and emitted a scorching red light, feeling the chaotic and violent energy swirling within it, nervously swallowing his saliva. If the energy inside was not controlled properly, he and the others could end up lying in bed for a month or two. Fire Dance had a fiery expression, as if her fourth soul skill could develop in that direction. However, she knew how high the control requirements for such a soul skill were. At least she was sure she couldn't achieve it. The spiral airflow centered around the crimson spiral ball grew increasingly violent, and the crimson flames seemed to be on the verge of turning into liquid. Finally, the energy seemed to reach a critical point, and Jason swung his raised arm and threw it forcefully towards the distant open ground. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the ears of the few people present, and a small mushroom cloud appeared in the arena ahead. The shockwave from the explosion made their robes rustle, and the blazing firelight illuminated their stunned expressions. Slowly, as the smoke cleared, a giant pit appeared in front of them, filled with many crystals formed by the high temperature. So, are you confident about winning this time? Jason turned around and smiled at them. The others nodded mechanically. Time flew by, and the entire continent seemed to fall into a calm during this period. But beneath the tranquil surface of the lake, turbulent waves were hidden, waiting for the right moment to rise and obliterate everything. Chapter 119. Fire Dance. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, he had been diligently cultivating. To be honest, this was the first time since Jason arrived in this world that he was seriously and formally cultivating soul power. At first, due to the system, he could only increase his soul power level through hunting, and only through skill cultivation could he have his own training, which was still done with the system's assistance. During that time, he didn't have to worry about soul power levels at all. All he had to do was hunt. To be honest, Jason was quite reluctant to part with the system, as that rocket-like upgrade was really enjoyable. If the system was something he was familiar with, he might have already used it to reach the Soul King level in 5 years at Notting Academy. Unfortunately, he didn't know the details of the system, so he always listened to old Jack and rarely went hunting, trying to slow down his own upgrade speed. This is not a game. As a hunter, every step must be taken cautiously. While you hunt your prey, you might also be prey yourself. Later on, Jason quietly observed the system without making any moves. In fact, from the moment he couldn't cultivate, he had already developed suspicions about the system. Various behaviors afterward hinted at the system's unusual nature. Therefore, he began to prepare for his backup plan, obtaining a blood-sucking treant, adopting a sect representative, creating a sect, gaining faith, and then creating a god. Creating a god was something Jason was unsure about, but according to his understanding of the world's rules, it still had a good chance of success. He thought that at most, he could only create a god made of condensed faith and then find a way to merge it with himself. The stronger the faith, the stronger he would become. Ultimately, he would truly obtain the authority of the Grim Reaper in this world. However, he never expected to attract the attention of Nethersis from another dimension. He had to slightly alter his plans, but fortunately, Nethersis had no malice toward humans. If he had chosen a more villainous character, he would have been in big trouble. The separation from the system and the reassembly of his body also represented a turning point in Jason's fate. Over the course of a year, the tumultuous experiences began to settle down. In the first half of the year, he completely mastered his body and the soul power within it. In the second half, he began formal training. Feeling the immense soul power within him, Jason deeply realized the terrifying talent of his new body. In half a year, Jason's soul power directly reached level 41. The Ice Fire Dragon King Martial Soul also autonomously produced a purple soul ring again. The fourth soul skill, Roar of the Fire Dragon King. A phantom of the Fire Dragon King appeared behind him, unleashing a deafening sonic wave dragon roar aimed at the target, accompanied by a wide-ranging fire attack, while simultaneously removing his own negative effects. It caused intimidation to the target, with sonic and burning effects. This soul skill was a combination of damage and control, and it also had a Mercury effect. The Mercury effect should have been generated by the dragon might effect carried by the Fire Dragon King itself. The Ice-Fire Dragon King, Martial Soul, could produce soul rings. But the Ice-Fire Breaking Demon Bow could not. With only a few days left until the competition, Jason planned to go out to obtain a soul ring. Slowly standing up from the lake, Jason went to the meditation room to change into a set of black training clothes. After all, he wasn't going for a picnic or attending any event, so there was no need to wear a white robe. At this time, Fire Dance and the others were familiarizing themselves with tactics on the training ground. With only a day or two left, they didn't need to train. It was better to get familiar with tactics before the competition. However, Jason did not participate. He mainly served as a trump card, only stepping in when necessary. He wouldn't make a move in the early battles unless he encountered teams from other elemental academies or the Shrek team. As for the Spear Hall team, to be honest, Jason felt a bit sour. Just show up for the finals. As long as he made an appearance, it would be fine. There was no need to even watch the preliminaries. We still had to go through the arduous selection battles. As he passed the training ground, Jason walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt a wave of heat. In the wide central area, 7 students dressed in golden red clothing stood in the middle. 4 of them stood at the front, while a girl stood in the center, holding a crimson ball that was gathering and compressing energy. The 2 people behind her were continuously merging fireballs into it, and as they merged, the ball that the girl was holding grew larger and began to change color to a white-hot hue. Gradually, a small sun emitting intense white light appeared in her hand. Then, with a slight movement of her raised hand, the small sun above her head transformed into a beam of white light that shot toward the target in front. The moment the target was hit, it melted from the high temperature, and the intense white light exploded with scorching heat. Seeing the result, the others nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Fire Dance, your control of soul power has improved again. Jason stepped forward to compliment her. The others turned to look at Jason, seemingly surprised. After all, Jason had always been a lone wolf, rarely participating in team training unless necessary. However, given his strength, no one said anything. Of course, Fire Dance proudly nodded, a smirk on her lips. Her expression remained calm, clearly indicating that the control of soul power she just demonstrated posed no difficulty for her. Fire Wushuang shook his head helplessly at his sister's proud demeanor, then turned to Jason. Do you have something to discuss? Yes, I want to go out for a bit. If a teacher asks, just say I went out. Jason went straight to the point. What do you want to do? Fire Dance asked warily. Seeing her expression, Jason found it amusing. Today Shui Yuer isn't here. I'm just going to obtain a soul ring. Since the last exchange event among the 5 elemental academies, Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy had been frequently coming to find Jason, hoping he would visit Tianshui to discuss soul skills. As long as they had seen Jason demonstrate his self-created soul skills, none of the girls from Tianshui Academy were not envious. However, their modesty prevented them from approaching Jason. But Shui Yuer expressed, what is modesty? As long as he becomes my boyfriend, won't his soul skills also be mine? It would be great to have him teach me soul skills hand in hand every day, right? Of course, the main reason is that Jason is good-looking enough. However, the idea is good, but it does seem a bit unrealistic. Jason spends most of his time training, and even if I see him, I can invite him to hang out. Plus, that Fire Dance person keeps getting in the way, and I still haven't succeeded in pursuing him. TCH, that lovesick girl comes here every day trying to poach you. Does she think I don't exist? Fire Dance's expression softened. Then she disdainfully said, if Shui Yuer were here, the 2 would definitely start arguing again. By the way, shouldn't you be surprised that he's going to hunt for a soul ring? Fire Chi suddenly said in a low voice, always getting to the point. Oh, that's right. He just said he was going to hunt for a soul ring. Is he already at level 40? The others, realizing this, immediately looked at Jason with deep, expectant eyes, waiting for his answer. Chapter 120. Return to Sunset Forest in the training ground of the fire team. A group of people dressed in gold and red stared intently at the black-clad youth in front of them. Yes, he just reached level 40 a few days ago, solidified it a bit, and now he plans to go hunt for a soul ring. Jason's words confirmed what they had dared not believe. Fire Wushuang frowned. Jason, I remember you were only level 35 6 months ago. Well, you don't have to worry. I didn't level up through any shady means. I absorbed a medicinal herb and spent 6 months digesting it to reach level 40. Jason could only explain it this way. He couldn't very well tell them he had good talent, could he? Then why was he still at level 35 before? That doesn't make sense. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. No wonder. Fire Wushuang nodded in realization, and the others looked at him with envy. After all, such treasures were rare in Douluo continent, and even if obtained, they might not suit you. Improper use could lead to side effects. Therefore, Fire Dance immediately became anxious and asked, "Is there any side effect?" "It's fine, don't worry." "No need to be so tense," Jason said with a smile, noticing her nervousness. Fire Dance blushed under his gaze and turned her face away. "Who's nervous? All right. You guys train first, I'll head out. If possible, I'll bring back some gifts for you." Jason waved his hand and turned to leave. Through their time together, the Fire Wushuang siblings could still be trusted, and perhaps he could give them both some celestial herbs. Through the letter from Tang San, Jason already knew what kind of herbs suited them. It was just always in a pending state. Jason then left the academy and headed towards the Sunset Forest next to Tiando City. The Fire Academy wasn't too far from sunset, and Jason set off around 10 in the morning, arriving around 8 in the evening. However, he didn't choose to stay at an inn, but directly entered the Sunset Forest. Besides hunting for a soul ring, he also wanted to see Tang San. He heard that he had recently developed a soul guide pistol and was supposed to deliver it to the Fire Academy for testing. But since he heard they were going to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings, and Jason happened to be going there too, it was better to meet in the Sunset Forest. To be honest, he missed Flinder a bit. The mountains in the Sunset Forest are much gentler compared to the Stardew Forest, and the area is also not as large. Of course, the dangers are much less. As the plan approached, Jason gradually stopped hiding anything and let the little demon run out freely. As soon as the little demon entered the forest, it joyfully extended its branches and waved around like a child playing. The surrounding soul beasts sensed its presence and quickly avoided it, making the journey much smoother. First, let us find Tang San and see how powerful the soul guide guns he developed are. He was quite looking forward to this. The number of soul masters in Douluo continent does not exceed a few hundred, yet they control the entire continent. The people are still in a state of ignorance, and in a primitive state, strength is indeed the basis of domination. But now, firearms have appeared and soul guide devices have emerged. With development, personal strength can no longer determine the outcome of battles. It is the technology of soul guide devices that matters. The world is different, and the trend of technological development is bound to be different as well. Jason had no intention of letting the technology of his past life fully manifest in this world. It was too troublesome and had too many variables. Integrating into the rules of this world to develop technology will be much smoother. In his previous life, Tang San was born into the Tang sect, and he had the Leaf family under his command, making him the perfect candidate for the development of soul-guiding devices. As thoughts flowed through his mind, Jason unknowingly ventured deeper into the forest. In the town, the moon always had a grayish hue, but in the open and tranquil forest, the round moon in the sky resembled a bright silver plate, pure and flawless. Moonlight slanted through the trees, illuminating the rocks and weeds on the ground, and the entire forest seemed to be draped in a layer of silver gauze, quiet and deep. Occasionally, the howling of wolves echoed, distant and prolonged in the forest. Jason did not stop to camp for a rest, but continued to delve deeper into the inner forest. Over the past year, Jason had not only read the herbal notes Tang San had given him, but also books similar to an encyclopedia of soul beasts. Although he could not be as detailed as an encyclopedia, he could recognize the names of most soul beasts he had encountered. Therefore, this time he had already prepared several suitable soul beasts in advance. As for the age limit, as long as it did not exceed 80,000 years, it would be fine. As he went deeper, the little demon casually killed a few stubborn soul beasts, and Jason finally arrived at the inner area of the Sunset Forest. The little demon sensed the branches within Tang San's body and guided Jason ahead. Soon, as they went deeper, Jason suddenly felt a surge of momentum ahead, followed by a series of rumbling sounds, as if heavy objects were continuously crashing to the ground. Even from a distance, Jason could feel the ground trembling slightly. The direction indicated by the little demon was also there. It looked like they were almost there. Jason whispered and quickened his pace. As the tremors grew stronger, Jason finally saw the source of the vibrations. There was a temporary camp where a bonfire flickered and several people stood in a group, dumbfounded at the scene before them. A woman, completely wrapped in crimson dragon scales, was swinging a large scorpion by its tail, slamming it to the ground with each swing, causing vibrations. The woman at the center had red eyes, exuding a ferocious aura that was frightening. After enduring for over 30 years, she had finally found an opportunity, only to be interrupted by this soul beast. How could she not be angry? Unable to satisfy her desires, she had to vent her frustrations on this large scorpion. Jason stood on a tree branch, watching this scene with great interest, not in a hurry to greet them. Eventually, seeming to find it a bit boring, but still feeling unsatisfied, she tore off its limbs. How tragic. She then threw the remaining part of the scorpion's body at Ma Hongjuan's feet. Long time no see. Seeing it was over, Jason jumped down from the tree branch. Jason? The crowd looked at the person jumping down in surprise, seemingly not expecting to encounter him here. Yes, I came to find Tang San. You all continue. Jason pointed to the remains of the soul beast on the ground. Hey, Jason, what exactly is your goal in becoming the leader of our 7-treasure glazed tile school? The question that had been in Ning Rongrong's mind immediately came out upon seeing Jason. Shouldn't you show respect when meeting the leader? I won't hold it against you this time. Jason glanced at her, uninterested in explaining anything. Let's go. I can't wait to see the power of that item, he said to Tang San, and then turned to disappear into the darkness. After giving Xiao Wu a reassuring look, he said goodbye to his teacher and companions before following Jason. Chapter 121. Soul Guiding Handgun in the Dim Forest. Only the light provided by the moon allowed one to see this world. Jason stopped at a rock. Has there been any unexpected incidents lately? He lazily sat on the dark rock and asked. No, everything is developing steadily. The fairy herb you gave me recently has also elevated my insight to a higher level, making the research much smoother. He had asked Jason for a fairy herb, the Autumn Water Dew, which had directly upgraded his purple extreme magic eye to the 3rd level, the intermediate level. Well, if you need anything, you can tell me. I will try to meet your requests. Of course, you need to put more effort into the research. The early stage depends on you. Jason nodded. Having fused with the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, his demand for fairy herbs was not too high. Giving them to the little demon felt like a waste, and it would be better to use them to motivate his subordinates or for favors. Certainly, I have not neglected the research aspect. With the support of the Li family, both research and production have gone smoothly. Well, bring out the items. Let me take a look. He stated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Tang San took out the prepared martial spirit handgun from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and handed it to Jason. Jason took it and examined it carefully. The appearance of the gun was somewhat similar to the flintlock pistol from his previous life, entirely blue, with red patterns engraved on the outside. And the handle was designed for a comfortable grip. Just input soul power into it, and once the red patterns on the gun are fully illuminated, you can pull the trigger to shoot soul power bullets. Tang San explained at the right moment. According to his instructions, Jason input soul power. He saw the red patterns on the handgun starting to glow from the handle, gradually reaching the barrel. When the glowing red patterns reached the back of the barrel, Jason sensed a surge of soul power inside the barrel. Just pull the trigger. Bang! A crisp yet muffled sound rang out from the barrel, and then a compressed soul power bullet was rapidly propelled out, whistling through the air in a streak of red light. The moment he pulled the trigger, a small pit appeared on a nearby tree. Jason concentrated soul power into the handgun again, and with 3 seconds, plus the time it took to pull the trigger and fire, it took a total of 4 seconds. He frowned, adjusted his aim, and continued shooting. After trying a few more shots, Jason put down the somewhat hot handgun and directly threw it to Tang San. The power of this handgun was much greater than he had anticipated, comparable to the Desert Eagle from his previous life, and its firing rate was also much more stable. Additionally, its range could reach nearly 100 meters. However, the reloading time was a bit concerning. You need to quickly reduce the reloading time and develop the submachine gun mode I mentioned, as well as artillery and such. Once developed, implement the possibility of mass production as soon as possible. After you sort these out, I'll handle the population and funding aspects. However, he was already very satisfied that they could develop this within a year. Moreover, the development of this pistol is a leap from 0 to 1. With the theories provided by Jason, I believe that we will soon be able to develop strategic weapons such as soul-guided artillery, soul-guided sniper rifles, and soul-guided missiles. As for the population and economy, the forces built by the Star Luo Empire can fully support this. Well, after this elite competition is over, I will devote myself entirely to research. Since Tang San has already decided to follow, he will ensure that he does not betray us. Through Jason's actions, he could vaguely sense a great trend. Any obstruction from forces or individuals will be like a mantis trying to stop a car. The Tang sect might be able to shine brightly in this otherworldly situation. All right, I allow you to take care of your own matters first. Jason nodded. Subsequently, Tang San reported some intelligence about Heaven Do City to Jason. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have had the leisure to investigate intelligence. However, after acquiring the branch that Jason provided, he had secretly entered the Sunset Forest multiple times for hunting and plundering. So even though he spent a lot of time on research, his soul power cultivation had not fallen behind. Over the past year, he had also felt the convenience provided by the branch within him. Except for the roots that were lodged in his heart, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Everything else was fine. However, it was not very resilient, so he usually used it together with blue silver grass, which worked very well. I should also participate in this grand competition. The Spirit Hall should take some action. Do you have anything to say? After the topic ended, Jason suddenly asked. Tang San's pupils slightly constricted upon hearing this. What do you mean? He steadied himself and asked. Our power hasn't been fully unleashed yet, and we can't participate in the Spirit Hall's actions this time. However, with your enhanced insight, you should have noticed Xiao Wu's difference, right? What do you want to say? Tang San's body tensed up as he asked nervously. Xiao Wu is a transformed spirit beast that has lived for 100,000 years. Are you sure you want to take her with you? Jason continued slowly. 100,000-year spirit beast transformation? It seemed like it was the first time Tang San heard this. 100,000-year spirit ring is something that even a titled Douluo would go crazy over. I advise you not to let her participate. If Xiao Wu doesn't participate in this grand competition, the Spirit Hall people won't openly attack Tang San and the others. After the competition, things will be much calmer. However, if Xiao Wu participates, it will only advance Jason's plan a bit, but it will seem somewhat rushed. Many trump cards also need to be revealed in advance. He himself has to come out from behind the scenes. What is the basis for your statement? Although he knows this is a fact, he still finds it hard to believe. You don't need any basis. Just go back and ask her personally. Jason did not explain, only suggesting that he verify it himself. Tang San fell silent, lowering his head and not knowing what to think. The quiet moonlight shone on Jason, making him appear somewhat sacred. However, in Tang San's eyes, this moonlight resembled a silver mist. All right, let's end our conversation here for today. I also miss old Flander a bit. Let's head back. Jason suddenly broke the silence and stood up to speak. Also, I'm not very interested in the 100,000-year soul rings, so you don't need to worry about that. He walked ahead and suddenly turned around to say to Tang San, who was quietly following behind. Subsequently, the two of them, one in front and one behind, returned to the camp once again. In the camp, the members of Shrek had not gone back and were all waiting by the campfire, clearly waiting for Tang San. Chapter 122. Warmth. As soon as the two returned to the camp, Xiao Wu rushed to Tang San's side. Looking at the little girl who had grown up with him, Tang San felt a bit strange at first. Xiao Wu naturally noticed Tang San's unusual demeanor and felt somewhat anxious inside. What did you talk about spending so long? She asked casually, but her eyes were fixed on Tang San, constantly watching his reaction. Oh, it's nothing. Just discuss some matters regarding the Tang sect. Tang San calmed his emotions and smiled as he spoke. At this moment, both of them had their own thoughts and were talking to each other. On the other side, Jason also approached Flander and Zhao. Old Flander, Teacher Zhao, long time no see. Jason waved his hand. Hey, indeed, we two old guys have missed you a bit. Before Flander could speak, Zhao Wujia had already come to him, heavily patting Jason on the shoulder. Teacher Zhao, your strength has increased a lot. Feeling the force on his shoulder, Jason smiled helplessly. I heard you went to the Blaze Academy. Flander said cheerfully. Sigh, I originally wanted to go to the Tianshui Academy. Jason sighed and shrugged, expressing his regret. Hey, if you had gone in, I would definitely visit you every few days. Flander laughed heartily. By the way, old man, you're still single, huh? That's too pathetic. Jason teased him. Nonsense. If I wanted to find someone, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Flander said angrily, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're single. If it weren't for the academy, I would have found a partner long ago. Flander's face turned a bit red. You're almost 45. Aren't you single too? I think we're just 50 steps looking at 100 steps. He continued to argue. I'm still underage. No rush. And with my charming face that everyone loves, any girl who sees me won't blush, unlike you. Jason shot him a disdainful glance. You little brat. Flander felt his mindset was about to explode and immediately wanted to give him a bit of affection. Dean, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Zhao Wujia hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Teacher Zhao is also single. The teasing tone rang out again, causing Zhao Wujia's body to stiffen. Flander also stopped his movements, looking at Zhao Wujia with a half-smile. Well, Teacher Zhao is big and strong, not handsome or tall. There shouldn't be any woman who would like you. How sad. Jason said with a sympathetic expression. Zhao Wujia looked at Jason with a somewhat mocking gaze. Dean, let's go. He turned to Flander and said, Sigh, you two being single is your own fault. Why are you blaming me? Jason retreated helplessly. Kid, it's been a year, and your mouth has become sharper. Zhao Wujia said, clenching his fists. I'm just stating the facts. How can that be considered sharp? He spread his hands, looking confused. Don't argue with him, go. Two shadows quickly covered Jason. Flander clenched his fist, aiming for Jason's head to land a blow. Huh? His punch missed. Dodging this punch, Jason immediately mocked, "Sigh, old man, you can't hit me." As he spoke, he shook his head proudly. The level of mockery instantly hit its peak. Bang! Jason's shaking head was suddenly hit by a punch. The smug expression on his face instantly turned into one of pain. "Damn, Teacher Zhao, you're not following the rules of martial arts, sneak attacking an underage kid. Where's your conscience?" He covered his head, angrily looking at the simple-looking strong man. "Hey, you first learned that old Zhao is thick-skinned and cunning." Flander, who was initially angry, felt relieved immediately. "Old Zhao, well done." He gave Zhao Wujia a thumbs up. After that, the three of them chatted amicably for a while before starting to discuss serious matters. "I heard the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has a new leader, and that person is also named Jason. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Flander asked curiously. "Yes, that's me." Jason nodded. "Oh, you're so silly. What's so good about being a leader? Aside from having a bit of fame, there are no other benefits. Wouldn't he preferred to have a few thousand or hundreds of gold soul coins?" Flander said with a face full of regret, as if he had missed out on billions. Indeed, being able to evolve the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower and just changing the title of the leader does seem a bit of a loss. In everyone's eyes, this was clearly a losing deal. Sitting by the campfire, Ning Rongrong also perked up her ears. "I naturally have my plans. And it's indeed for a name," Jason said ambiguously. Flander also knew that the young man in front of him was very mysterious, and he was just worrying unnecessarily. "By the way, how was your time at the Blaze Academy? If you're not comfortable, Shrek welcomes you anytime." He asked again. "It's pretty good, and I've made 2 other friends. Besides, if I can't stay at Blaze, I want to be returning to Shrek." Jason smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes dimmed slightly, and he sighed. "It's not that Shrek is bad. It's just that Tianshui has also invited me, and they can make an exception to enroll me." He saw Flander's expression and knew his mood, so he hurriedly explained. "How about it, jealous?" Jason raised his eyebrows at him. "Is that true?" The two looked at him with doubtful expressions. "There's no way. My talent is too good, and I'm in demand everywhere." Jason pretended to be troubled. The two fell silent, seemingly realizing for the first time how thick-skinned he was. However, Flander was very happy because it was the first time he felt Jason's true side. In the past, conversations with him always felt somewhat distant, and his speech was also very proper, neither exaggerated nor overly rigid. Facing the attitude of the two, it was also Jason's attitude when he faced old Jack. "All right, everyone take a break. We still have to hunt for soul rings tomorrow." Seeing the warm scene of Jason and the 3 others, no one disturbed them. Ma Hongjun, sitting cross-legged on the ground, had already begun to absorb the soul ring of the Earth King, which had just been killed by Lu Erlong. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to want to say something, but ultimately didn't muster the courage to approach and return to the tent with Xiao Wu and the others. Lu Erlong took a deep look at Jason, then returned to her tent. However, after getting into the tent, she couldn't sleep, seemingly waiting for someone. But to her disappointment, the person she was waiting for never came in. Flinder and the others continued to sit by the campfire, chatting. After what had just happened, the two definitely dared not return to the tent. However, Jason was quite curious. Even with 2 adult men around, Lu Erlong still couldn't help but undress. Wanted to spend a romantic moment with the master. Jason really couldn't understand this behavior. After all, a tent is not as spacious as a house. He glanced at the master, who also stayed behind, and it seemed that even though Flinder and the others had prepared space, the master hadn't gone in. Lu Erlong was left alone in an empty room, I guess. Although he didn't understand, human hearts are unpredictable, and no one knows what kind of nonsense a person might come up with. Chapter 123. Excitement the next day, just as dawn broke, a loud howl rang out, which was Ma Hongjun, who had finished his training. But before he could feel happy, he was startled by an angry shout. Who was making a racket so early in the morning? Then Lu Erlong, disheveled, walked out of the tent, her face looking very grim. Ma Hongjun shivered, recalling the bloody scene from yesterday, and quickly hid behind Flinder. "Come on, why are you hiding? Teacher Erlong won't do anything to you. After all, she's older, and it's normal to have a bit of a temper due to hormonal changes," Flinder said, frowning and lowering his voice. "Flinder, do you want to die?" The irritable Lu Erlong immediately glared at him with somewhat reddened eyes. Flinder's face instantly turned bitter. He didn't expect that even speaking so softly, she could still hear him. I didn't say anything," he quickly admitted defeat. At the same time, he looked to the master for help. "Erlong, enough," the master said calmly. Lu Erlong stiffened, looked at the master, then turned back to the tent, covering her tears and grievance. To be honest, the master really isn't much of a man in this regard, Jason said helplessly after watching the scene. Jason, Flinder, shot him a glare. Liking someone is liking them. Not liking them is not. When to cut it off, just cut it off. Hiding and covering up like this makes everyone feel awkward. I really don't understand what you all are thinking. With his past life's views on love, Jason found their behavior hard to comprehend. But perhaps it was due to the lack of soul masters. After all, someone as old as Zhao Wujie still hadn't found a partner. The master remained silent, his grip on the bun and his hand tightening. After everyone took a short break, they continued their journey. However, the atmosphere felt a bit awkward with Jason's presence. Their feelings towards Jason were quite complex. Aside from Hongjun and Oscar, everyone else more or less knew Jason's identity. After absorbing the celestial herb, Ning Rongrong learned from her father that this herb was given by someone named Jason and had asked her many questions about Jason's identity. As for Xiao Wu, she has already learned from her interactions with Tang San about the source of the celestial herbs on him. As for Dai Mubai, he personally went to trade for the celestial herbs. With Zhu Zhuqing's intelligence, she could probably guess that the spirit herbs absorbed by her companions mostly came from Jason. Watching her companions rapidly progress while she was being left further behind, she wanted to ask Jason for a spirit herb. As for joining the Tang sect, she was in a situation similar to Dai Mubai. Although she despised her family, she didn't have the courage to break away. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, they vaguely sensed something but instinctively avoided thinking about it. Therefore, their expressions were subtle when facing Jason. Under the morning mist, a subtle atmosphere enveloped the team traversing through the sunset forest. Finally, after a short distance, a strange wind swept in with pink smoke, breaking this subtle atmosphere. Flander, who was conversing with Jason, darkened his expression. Everyone, be careful, there's poison in the mist. He and Lu Erlong then pushed out their palms, wanting to use their strong soul power to disperse the pink smoke ahead. However, although the pink smoke was blown away to some extent, it quickly recongealed, and everyone was soon surrounded by the pink mist. Under the cover of the pink smoke, visibility between them was very low. At this moment, Flander suddenly felt an astonishing heat emanating from Jason, as if he had just been pulled out of an oven. Then he saw the smoke that touched him hissing, with the high temperature evaporating all the smoke nearby. Under the revealing pink smoke, a scarlet halo appeared around him. What a brilliant technique. Tang San's eyes brightened. This method seemed to only make oneself heat up, but it required very precise control of soul power. Too much would burn oneself. Too little wouldn't be enough. It needed to maintain a balance. After marveling, he quickly shouted to his teammates, "This isn't miasma. Oscar, detox sausage." Then, brave in the heat, he approached Jason. "Teacher, please give me a fragrant spirit herb," he requested, cupping his hands toward Jason. He didn't lower his voice for this, so others surely heard it. Indeed, everyone who was eating the detox sausage looked shocked, some unable to believe it. Although they had sensed something, they always thought that Tang San and Jason should be in a cooperative relationship. They never imagined that Tang San would bow down to someone else. Although visibility in the pink smoke was low, they could clearly hear Tang San's voice. "Sure, here you go. Later, take some of the poisonous mist to see if we can research something." Indeed, this pink mist was also one of Jason's objectives for this trip. The toxin released by the pink lady was a stimulating poison. A small amount was harmless and even invigorating. The more toxins absorbed, the more excited the target would become. After a certain point, it would deplete vitality until death. This toxin was very similar to prohibited substances from the previous life. It's important to note excitement. Whether in competitions or in other activities, it had remarkable effects. If the side effects could be eliminated or reduced, selling it would undoubtedly yield astronomical sums. Moreover, it would have a significant impact on warfare. This substance was a great addition to Jason's plans. As he spoke, a large pale pink flower appeared in Jason's hand. This flower had no leaves, was 3 feet long, and the blooms were enormous, with each petal looking crystalline and translucent. The flower's center was light purple, like a purple gem embedded within, releasing an enticing fragrance that wafted out, refreshing and soothing. As the large flower appeared, a stream of light purple air swept out, rapidly dissolving the surrounding pink poisonous mist as if snow met water. It spread out for about 10 meters before stopping. At this moment, everyone saw each other. However, their first reaction was not to look at each other, but to gaze at Tang San and Jason with expressions of disbelief. Jason maintained a calm demeanor and said nothing more, simply handing the fragrant celestial product in his hand to Tang San. After receiving it, Tang San also said nothing, just nodded to everyone, confirming their guesses. He then took out a porcelain bottle from his storage space and threw it towards the distant poisonous mist. After it filled with the toxic gas, he used a special technique to retrieve it and plugged it with a cork before putting it back in his storage space. It should be a pink lady, probably around 1,000 of them. You all figure out. I'm leaving. Jason saw that everything was about done. The necessary introductions and arrangements had been made, and he was ready to say goodbye to Flinder. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light as he pierced through the mist. As for not hiding his intentions, a qualified reader should learn to think for themselves. Chapter 124. 50,000 years in a poisonous mist surrounded by pink smoke. Jason calmly cupped his hands towards Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Old Flinder, Uncle Zhao, I'm here in the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings as well. I will visit you often in the future, so this is goodbye, he said sincerely. Okay, see you at the competition. Flinder nodded after a moment of silence. Good lad. Stay safe. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. Jason then extended one arm upwards. A vine wrapped in black soul power shot out, devouring the pink smoke it touched, and then wrapped around a tree branch. At the moment the little demon appeared, everyone felt a powerful sense of pressure. The life force and soul power within them seemed to be on the verge of being drained. Everyone's expression turned to one of shock. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jason had already swung out with the vine, hidden within the pink smoke, disappearing from view. The little demon's aura was released without reservation. It was important to note that the little demon had absorbed the energy of the ice and fire two-eyed dragon, and had consumed many celestial herbs. Unlike Jason, who condensed his body using absorbed energy, the little demon used all the energy it absorbed to enhance its strength. Therefore, after a year of digesting the energy within, its strength was now approximately equivalent to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. As for the energy Jason absorbed from the Ice and Fire Two-Eyed Dragon and the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul, it was all consumed for his own rebirth. Thus, the increase in his strength was not significant. Is that the aura of a soul beast? Lu Erlong said with uncertainty. Although the others did not speak, their thoughts were in disarray for a moment. That powerful soul beast aura nearly made them tremble. But how could he possess the aura of a soul beast? This was completely beyond their understanding. Only the master seemed to be deep in thought. Although he also found it incredible, given the incident with Tang Hao, he had some knowledge regarding the transformation of soul beasts. He speculated that Jason might originally be a plant-type soul beast in transformation. This could explain his bizarre cultivation speed and soul skills. However, his martial soul was a tool martial soul, which puzzled him. In that instant, this speculation seemed to calm the master's heart, which had been struck. Xiao San, did you feel that aura of the soul beast just now? Xiao Wu came back to her senses, her face somewhat excited as she asked Tang San. Tang San nodded thoughtfully at Xiao Wu's excited demeanor. At this moment, sharp cries echoed, filled with fear and trepidation. Jason floated through the forest with the little demon. Heading deeper inside, the pink ladies surrounding them sensed the little demon's aura and all retreated in fear. After seeing Jason leave, the Pink Queen let out a roar, and her underlings once again headed towards Tang, San, and the others. After Jason left, the overwhelming fluctuations of the little demon's soul power made the soul beasts along the way cower in fear and retreat to the sides. Thus, they traveled unobstructed and quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Sunset Forest. Upon arrival, Jason instructed the little demon to restrain its aura and then began searching for the soul beast he needed to hunt. For his fourth soul skill, he planned to look for a flying soul beast. Although he could fly using flames for propulsion, it was not as practical as having fiery wings. Moreover, having wings significantly increases agility and defense in the air. However, flying spirit beasts are not common in the Sunset Forest, and Jason could only rely on luck. After all, not only does he need a flying beast, but it would be best if it also had water, ice, or fire attributes. Jason leaped through the forest, using his physical body, while his soul power spread rapidly like threads in a spiderweb. The direction he was headed mostly consisted of cliffs or tall trees, which are where avian spirit beasts build their nests. While Jason was fully focused on controlling the soul power web, he suddenly sensed a fiery red figure falling from the sky. Jason's face lit up with joy, and he hurried toward the sensed direction. Not long after, he heard a clear and melodious call coming from ahead. His eyes brightened again. This clear and melodious call was undoubtedly from a bird spirit beast. As he approached, the vibrations on the ground became stronger, indicating that two massive creatures were battling ahead. Moreover, There was a faint clash between the violent, scorching heat and the cold, icy water. From a distance, one could see trees collapsing, with dust rising into the air. The prominent red hue illuminated Jason's face. He had arrived at the main battlefield. The two soul beasts fighting were a giant eagle covered in bright red feathers, its size about 10 times that of an adult human. It was agile and powerful, with sharp eyes. Occasionally, a red glow would flash from its sharp talons, and the high temperature they carried would surely be painful if one were to be caught by them. At this moment, it was flying around a towering giant tree, angrily screeching, occasionally flapping its somewhat golden wings, unleashing a wave of scorching flames toward its target. However, halfway through, it was blocked by a layer of black water ripples. The one that blocked the flames was a triangular-headed serpent that exhaled corrosive gas, its eyes cold and sharp like ice. It was brown all over, resembling a massive vine coiling around the branches of the towering tree, with scales that rippled like water waves. Judging by the number of times it coiled around the giant tree's branches, it was about 300 meters long and roughly 50 meters in thickness. Its size was much larger than that of the bird. Yet, their roles were reversed, with the bird as the hunter and the giant serpent as the prey. The fire-red giant eagle soul beast was called the Crimson Flame Eagle, adept at controlling flames, primarily hunting soul beasts like snakes, rabbits, and gophers. Coiled around the giant tree's branches was a soul beast named the Blackwood Water Serpent, capable of spewing out highly corrosive black water with extremely low temperatures, colder than ice. It resided year-round on the branches, preying on monkeys and birds. However, it was still somewhat weaker compared to the Crimson Flame Eagle. Although the Crimson Flame Eagle was the hunter at this moment, with a moment's carelessness, it could easily become prey. The Crimson Flame Eagle continuously flew around the giant serpent, occasionally using flames to harass it, waiting for an opportunity. The giant serpent continuously twisted its body on the branches, causing a rustling of leaves and blocking the flames that surged towards it. Jason observed from a distance for a while, estimating the ages of both creatures. The Scarlet Flame Eagle, when it is between 100 to 10,000 years old, mostly has grayish-brown feathers. The older it gets, the more red feathers it has. After becoming a 10,000-year-soul beast, its feathers completely transform into fiery red. However, after exceeding 50,000 years, the fiery red gradually shifts towards golden. Yet no one has ever seen a completely golden Scarlet Flame Eagle. It is expected that after becoming a 100,000-year-soul beast, its entire body will completely turn golden, becoming a king and dominating the skies. Chapter 125, The Body of Infinity. The feathers on the wings of the red flame eagle in front of me have started to grow golden yellow, indicating that its age has exceeded 50,000 years. The Blackwood water snake on the opposite side is also not simple. One can tell its length from a number of times it coils around the giant tree trunk. The lifespan of the Blackwood water snake is calculated based on its length. However, growing to such a size is indeed not easy. 300 meters corresponds to about 30,000 years. Compared to the red flame eagle, which has a lifespan of 50 to 80,000 years, it is indeed much weaker. Nevertheless, with the advantage of the thicket, it can barely hold on for a while. However, faced with the sharp eyes of the red flame eagle, it has nowhere to escape. Coupled with the gap in strength and lifespan, it will eventually become the other's prey. Despite the significant difference in strength, the red flame eagle remains cautious. It must ensure that it is not injured while hunting. Therefore, it continuously harasses the opponent, exhausting its spirit, waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. The battle between the two continues, but the Blackwood water snake's condition is gradually deteriorating. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the opportunity arises. Observing the Blackwood water snake slowly turning its head, the red flame eagle flaps its wings and launches a sudden attack, sending a fierce burst of fiery flames mixed with a hint of gold toward its target. Just as the flames are about to hit, a black water wall appears on the surface of the Blackwood water snake's body. Clearly, one is building up power while the other is attacking. And the black water wall does not last long before being evaporated by the intense heat. In the cold, frenzied pupils of the Blackwood water snake, it is suddenly engulfed. With a joyful cry, the red flame eagle swoops into the burning flames. But just as it ignores the fire and is about to grab its prey with its sharp claws, it feels something wrapping around its claws. Alarmed, it flaps its wings in a panic, trying to escape the entanglement, but the thing wrapped around its claws ignores the high temperature and tightens its grip. It should be noted that it is a soul beast over 50,000 years old, with terrifying heat from the flames, strength in its body, and sharpness in its claws. Yet at this moment, it cannot break free. As it struggles, The flames gradually dissipate, and it sees what is entangling it, a vine wrapped in black energy. With its claws trapped, it hurriedly pecks with its beak. The vine breaks, but before it can feel joy, countless vines instantly wrap around it again. In fear, it releases flames, but the plant-like vines actually ignore the fire, continuing to bind it tightly. Its wings are gradually entangled, and its struggle becomes weaker. Finally, in its desperate gaze, the black, energy-wrapped vines engulf it. Thud! Thud! Two heavy thuds sound as something falls to the ground. In front of Jason, two soul beasts, the red flame eagle and the blackwood water snake, lie on the verge of death. The red flame eagle's once bright red feathers have turned gray and dull, and its weak breath seems as if it could die at any moment. On the other side, the blackwood water snake appeared to be more spirited, glaring at the somewhat diminutive human in front of it with a cold, fierce gaze. Its body was covered in burns, and a faint smell of roasted meat wafted through the air. Little demon, come back. With that, the vines that had been entwined around the two soul beasts retreated back into Jason's body. Jason summoned his martial soul, and a longbow made of flames and ice crystals appeared in his hands. The third black soul ring lit up, and soul power began to gather in his hands, forming a red arrow that was drawn but not released. As the soul power flowed in, the temperature emitted by the fiery arrow became increasingly terrifying. Third soul skill, power charge longbow. Time passed second by second, and the temperature had even caused the surrounding air to ripple. After an unknown amount of time, the gathered soul power of the ice fire-breaking bow seemed to reach a critical point. Jason released the bowstring, and the fiery red arrow, carrying intense heat, sliced through the air and instantly pierced the body of the red flame eagle, striking the blackwood water snake. The two soul beasts, already on the brink of death, died instantly, and two black soul rings slowly floated in the air. One of the rings was much more vibrant, belonging to the red flame eagle. Looking at the two soul rings before him, Jason took a deep breath, and the ice fire-breaking bow fell from his hands, floating above his head. He stepped forward to stand between the two black soul rings. Little demon, stay alert. The vines shrouded in black gas surrounded Jason entirely, then began to expand outward from him to a distance of 400 meters, covering the two massive corpses as well. Jason sat cross-legged between the two soul rings, and then his spirit began to draw them in. The two soul rings began to float towards Jason. He intended to absorb both soul rings at the same time. This idea had come to him during his fusion with Fire Dance. However, absorbing two soul rings simultaneously was virtually impossible for soul masters, as their rules dictated that one could only absorb one soul ring per rank increase. No one had ever considered or dared to attempt absorbing two soul rings at once. But the moment Jason saw the blackwood water snake and the red flame eagle, he thought of this attempt, even with the body condensed by the ice fire dual eyes. Absorbing a soul ring over 50,000 years old and another around 30,000 years old was still too risky. The clash of two soul rings could cause a person's body to explode instantly, which was why no one dared to try it. However, Jason had his own support, and this time it was an important experiment for him. At worst, he would lose a martial soul. The two soul rings floated towards Jason and then merged into the ice fire-breaking bow above his head. Jason began to operate according to the insights he gained from the fusion process. In the sea of spirits, the fully red flame eagle and the brown, bark-like blackwood water snake manifested. The residual thoughts of both fiercely attacked Jason. But then, the aura of the ice fire dragon king appeared, and the two, as if encountering their natural enemy, halted in their tracks and looked at Jason in fear. Disperse. A low shout caused the remaining spirits of the two soul beasts to instantly dissipate. In terms of spirit, there was certainly no issue, but the energy brought by the two soul rings began to surge within his body. The scorching fiery red soul power and the cold, corrosive black soul power moved wildly inside him. Some meridians were already beginning to be damaged. After carefully feeling the two energies, Jason clasped his hands together, visualizing Tai Chi. Jason's body was indeed condensed by the ice fire dual eyes, but it still had not reached its limit. He wanted to use this absorption of dual soul rings to advance his body further. From the dual body to the boundless body. Boundless means having no extremes, and also having no lack of extremes. Thus it is Tai Chi chapter 126. The way in the tranquil sunset forest, there were occasional disturbances, but for the entire forest, it was like a wave in the ocean, insignificant. At this moment, Tang San and the others had already dealt with the Pink Queen, and after handing it over to Oscar for absorption, They prepared to delve deeper to find soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Their eyes flickered as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. This is too slow. We still haven't found a suitable soul ring for Xiao-san. Why don't we just... Ma Hongjun, walking in the middle of the group, complained. After a long journey and the inexplicable heat in the forest, he had beads of sweat on his forehead and his breathing was somewhat chaotic. You two found suitable soul rings so quickly because of luck. Stop complaining here. Who told you to eat so much? Flinder couldn't help but retort. All right, if you're tired, we could take a break. But we still need to find a suitable soul ring for Xiao-san as soon as possible. In a few days, we have to participate in the elite competition and strive for everyone to be in the best condition. At this time, besides Xiao Wu, who had not absorbed the fairy grass and had not reached level 40, Zhu Zhuqing was only at level 38. The others all had related interests with Jason, so they had obtained the fairy grass through Tang San. Only Zhu Zhuqing had no supply and demand relationship with Jason, but she was also unwilling to betray her family and join his side, so she had not had the opportunity to absorb the celestial grass. However, watching her companions suddenly increase their strength by a level after absorbing the celestial grass, to be honest, she was quite anxious inside, but there was nothing she could do. With her pride, it was impossible for her to humbly go to Jason to beg, so she could only train even harder. Lu Erlong quietly stopped with the team, the resting place still vaguely protecting the master. Dejia took out his water bag and started to drink. But at that moment, a vast aura suddenly burst forth from a certain place in the sunset forest, and this aura quickly spread, soon covering the entire sunset forest. With the fire dragon martial spirit, Lu Erlong felt his body tremble, while the others felt a bit oppressed, but not as deeply as Lu Erlong. They could only blankly sense this overwhelming aura. A lone wolf engulfed in flames stood over a bloody prey. The golden-furred brown bear in the cave also opened its eyes at this moment. A middle-aged soul master who was about to kill a soul beast also stopped the long sword he was waving and stood still. At this moment, everyone in soul beasts in the sunset forest seemed to be frozen, staring blankly into the depths of the forest. It was a vast and grand aura, encompassing everything, yet chaotic and disordered, reaching everywhere. It was an enigmatic aura. At the same time, there was a shocking pressure, like an instinct deep within their bloodlines. Under this aura, they felt as if they were a grain of sand in the desert, a wave in the ocean, or dust in the air, insignificant. The minds of the soul beasts and soul masters in the sunset forest had fallen into a state of chaotic confusion. At this moment, the center of this aura revealed a large circle covering an area of 100 miles. Inside, there were energies of blue and red intertwining, operating in a Tai Chi pattern, gradually transforming into black and white as they rotated. During this transformation, the flamboyant ice and fire energy gradually retracted and disappeared, shifting towards a higher level of energy. Conceptual energy, yin and yang. One yin and one yang is called the way. Yin and yang are one body with two sides, mutually contained, feeling and replacing each other, and cannot be fixed on one symbol. Although the two have no fixed symbol and change according to the way. Both can be the way above and the tool below. The way is infinitely useful and exists everywhere. It is discussed based on its application. Application emerges, and once yin and yang are established, although the two are fixed, they can easily change at any time. Therefore, it is said, yin and yang are not two. They await as one. The one is Tai Chi, which governs the two, interacting and transforming myriad things. Taking advantage of this fusion stimulus of water and fire attribute soul rings, Jason intends to completely merge and transform the ice and fire energy within his body. Using ice and fire to comprehend yin and yang, merging into Wuji, this is the body of Wuji. Jason felt the energies of the two soul rings within him, diligently contemplating the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram from his past life. Gradually, the hidden energy of the ice and fire two instruments within him erupted, merging into the Tai Chi diagram. At the same time, the Ice-Fire Dragon King martial soul reappeared, and the Red and Blue Dragon King phantoms circled around Jason, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground for a while, seemingly resonating as the two phantoms floated into the Tai Chi diagram on the ground. With the addition of the phantoms of the two Dragon Kings, one fire and one ice, the rotation speed of the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram suddenly accelerated. The ice-fire breaking demon Bow above his head also split into red and blue parts, joining in to further accelerate the operation of the Tai Chi diagram. As the rotation quickened, The red and blue colors became increasingly thin, replaced by black and white. The violent ice and fire energy surrounding Jason at the center gradually became calm and stable. His breath became increasingly tranquil and natural, and his figure became more and more ethereal, as if he would dissipate into the world in the next moment, merging into this nature. In that instant, this world seemed to emit a joyful emotion, as if welcoming something. The gods in the divine realm also sensed the anomaly in the world for the first time, but after calculating, they could not understand why. The Tai Chi diagram in the sunset forest continued to rotate, but the speed gradually slowed down, though the colors had already turned into black and white. Jason, at the center, still kept his eyes closed, carefully feeling the insights he had just experienced. The Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated, gradually shrinking around Jason, and the mysterious aura that pervaded the sunset forest slowly dissipated, along with the pressure reminiscent of dragon might. All the soul masters and soul beasts also came back to their senses from that chaotic feeling. This magnificent and vast aura would surely be remembered for a lifetime. The Shrek group also snapped back to reality. What just happened? Ning Rong Rong looked at the master and asked with a trembling voice. Feeling so small as the little witch of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The others also looked at the master, who was frowning in deep thought. I felt a strong sense of oppression from the dragon might in that aura just now, Lu Erlong said, crossing her arms and looking shocked. Dragon might? If a dragon-type soul beast can make Lu Erlong feel oppressed, it must be a soul beast of very high bloodline rank. Is the sunset forest going to add a new overlord? The master murmured to himself upon hearing this. Because of his lack of strength, although he also had relevant bloodlines within him, he did not perceive the aura as deeply as Lu Erlong. In Shrek, if anyone felt the most profound impact, it would be Xiao Wu, even more so than Lu Erlong. She not only sensed the dragon might-like aura of the soul beast, but also felt the dragon might slowly disappearing within it. She felt that it was not because it was retracting, but as if it had been devoured. Chapter 127, The Ultimate Path. Hey, who cares what it is? As long as we don't provoke it, it should be fine. Flender quickly stepped in to ease the heavy atmosphere. Right, Xiao San's soul ring hasn't appeared yet. Everyone hurry up and search. Ma Hongjun said, while patting the water stains on his clothes. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was worth temporarily suppressing their heavy thoughts. It seems that the sunset forest will not be peaceful in the future. A newly emerged 100,000 year soul beast will surely attract many forces to hunt it down. After all, it is not like the Titan giant ape in the Stardow forest, which is so famous that people dare not provoke it. Even when the Titan giant ape was discovered, it inevitably faced hunting from many TurnsOut and other forces, but they obviously failed, resulting in the current inner circle being a forbidden area. After many people in the sunset forest came back to their senses and thought it over, they turned and ran towards the forest exit, some even neglecting the soul rings they had just obtained. This information is far more important than a soul ring. The annual Elite Soul Master Competition is about to commence, and the city of Tiando is already bustling with people. Hotels and inns are fully booked, and the streets are bustling with business. The four city gates of Tiando occasionally see a group of uniformly dressed handsome young men and women, their faces glowing with youthful confidence, and their colorful, extravagant clothing arousing envy. With only one day left until the competition begins, many academies have already arrived here in advance. At this moment, at the north gate of Tiando City, a group of boys and girls dressed in fiery red attire, adorned with golden accents, caught the attention of the passing crowd. Look, those are people from the Blaze Academy. I see, such eye-catching outfits, I'm not blind. There's even a girl from Blaze Academy this time. Really, she's so beautiful. Hey Xiaohua, did you see that black-haired boy? You just noticed? I've been watching him for a long time. He's so handsome. I wish I were younger. The Blaze Academy group walked straight, without looking sideways, entering the city gate amidst the gazes and discussions of the crowd. Under the guidance of their teacher, Jason and the others entered a hotel, which Blaze Academy had booked a week in advance. Upon entering the hotel, the fiery and impatient Huojia couldn't help but complain. By the way, is it really that special for us to have a girl in Blaze Academy? I heard that most of the seniors who participated in the competition from our academy were boys, forming a stark contrast with the Water Academy. So it's not surprising that they are amazed to see a girl in our team, explained Huoming, whose tall figure cast a shadow over Huojia. Then why do they only look at Jason? Are we not handsome? Huojia pointed at Jason, who was standing next to Huowu. Please don't use a question. Huoming shot him a faint glance, the meaning in his eyes self-evident. Huojia, all right, everyone come forward to get your room numbers. The competition starts tomorrow, so everyone should pay attention to rest and get in the best condition. The leading teacher was a middle-aged man with red hair who was also their soul skill instructor. However, Jason had never seen him. He only heard about him from Douluo. After all, he hadn't attended a single class since entering Blaze Academy. As the team captain, Douluo stepped forward to collect a stack of cards. He first gave one card each to Huiyun and Huiyu, and then distributed one to each person. Jason received a card the size of a palm, which read 206. Hey, which number do you live in? At this moment, Douluo came to his side, curiously looking at the card in his hand. Her head was pressed closely against his shoulder, and Jason could smell an enticing fragrance. The scent was as strong as her personality, intoxicatingly overwhelming. Jason silently nudged her head away. 206. Really, I'm right next to you. Douluo seemed very happy upon hearing this. Jason raised an eyebrow and glanced at Douluo. Douluo also sensed his gaze and blinked. Brother, it's up to you. After feeling the implication from the other party, Jason couldn't help but internally criticize. Other brothers would want to drive away anyone close to their sister. But this guy just keeps pushing his sister away. He shrugged at Douluo and then walked towards the stairs, heading to the second floor. Hey, wait for me. Douluo hurriedly followed him. Behind them, Douluo wore an amused smile. With their parents gone early, he had to be both father and mother since childhood. And now seeing his unruly sister being tamed, he actually felt relieved. Moreover, Jason is a handsome guy with a steady personality and strong abilities. The main thing is that Douluo also likes him, so he must be fully supportive of him. It's just that Jason isn't proactive enough. If his grandfather Huoxiaotian knew his thoughts, he might break his legs. After everyone settled into their rooms and tidied up, the team leader gathered everyone together to explain the rules and precautions for the upcoming Elite Soul Master competition. The explanation lasted until the evening, and after the teacher's final blessing, everyone began to prepare to go out for dinner. With the competition approaching, it was nice to relax a bit beforehand, as everyone had been tense and training hard for the past 6 months, just to make a remarkable impact in the competition. After enjoying some time in Tiano City, everyone returned to the hotel, exhausted. The next day, Douluo, still groggy, pushed open the door to her room and went to the door of the adjacent room. Knock, knock, knock. Jason, hurry up and get up. We need to go for morning practice. After a while, there was no response from inside the room. Jason. She became a little more awake and tried knocking again, calling out. Still, there was no response. Did he go out? How annoying. He didn't even think to call me. Douluo muttered a few complaints and then went downstairs to the hotel's backyard. The hotel was built in a small villa style, and behind the accommodation was a manor with low vegetation, flowers, and various resting pavilions. Since it was still early and the sun had not yet risen, most people were still asleep, making the entire manor quite tranquil. Douluo walked along the quiet path, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Since Jason did not have any soul power fluctuations during morning practice, she did not sense any soul power. After walking for a long time, the fresh morning air cleared her mind. Finally, she followed a small lake and arrived at an open grassy area. A figure is practicing boxing on the lawn. Her eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace. Just as she was about to approach, she slowed down again and stood quietly not far away. Watching the young man practicing, Jason in the field had his eyes half closed, his hands forming palms, moving rhythmically back and forth, side to side. His palms waved like floating cotton, slow and steady. His hands formed a circle in front of his chest and then casually moved. Spiraling currents of air flowed out from his waving palms, and within the airflow, one could faintly sense a pull. Indeed, Jason was practicing Tai Chi, or rather, he was demonstrating it. Ever since he returned from Sunset Forest to the academy, he had begun to explore the principles of Tai Chi and Bajikwan, focusing mainly on the essence within them. Chapter 128. Fiery emotions. Just as dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight had yet to appear. At this moment, on a spacious lawn behind the Yage Hotel, a girl dressed in a red outfit with golden stripes stood. The girl was stunningly beautiful, her tall figure radiating a faint fiery red hue, making the scenery around her seem even more vibrant. At this moment, she was gazing blankly at the young boy in training attire in front of her. The boy moved steadily and methodically, gliding left and right on the ground, never exceeding a height of 20 centimeters. As he walked, he seemed like a wooden post deeply embedded in the earth. His upper body swayed with his steps. At this moment, he shifted his body sideways, stepping forward with his right foot. The instant his right foot touched the ground, the soft grass surprisingly emitted a slight vibration. Then his right elbow extended, and with the power flowing from his waist to his elbow, he delivered a powerful strike. 8 Extremes Fist Elbow Strike. The elbow struck the air, creating a visible wave of slight vibrations. He continued to execute the movements, which were simple and straightforward, fierce and crisp, generating vibrations in the ground and air with every step and every strike. There were also muffled and crisp sounds accompanying them, forming a stark contrast to the hidden strength of the Tai Chi he practiced earlier. 8 Extremes Fist is extremely powerful and fierce, with the concept of reaching all directions and distances with its force. However, Jason was still just practicing the forms of the technique, and the deeper meanings still needed to be slowly absorbed. Beside him, Hu watched for a while and began to follow Jason's movements. Although her actions were not yet skilled, they were not as stiff as a beginneress. Her movements also caused air disturbances, but unlike Jason, she achieved this with her soul power. Of course, the power was considerable, thanks to Jason's generous guidance. However, she had only been practicing for a few days, and while she showed progress, she still couldn't apply it in combat. As the first rays of sunlight shone upon the earth, the once grayish world seemed to suddenly burst with vibrant life. The crisp sounds of birds chirping, roosters crowing, and the calls of unknown insects played a symphony of life. At this moment, Jason and Huo Wu were already sitting cross-legged on the ground, regulating their breathing. During meditation, their tense muscles began to relax slowly, and their breaths became steady and orderly, unlike the hurried pace at the end of their training. Let's go back for breakfast. We have a competition to attend later. Jason opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, then stood up and called out to Huo Wu. Huo Wu nodded obediently at his words and naturally hung on Jason's shoulder. Jason felt the soft touch of her arm, but said nothing as they walked toward the hotel lobby. Huo Wu had become increasingly docile in her demeanor towards Jason, transforming into a little bird that relied on him, in stark contrast to her previously fiery and unruly attitude. Of course, she only acted this way in front of Jason. Jason could clearly see Huo Wu's feelings for him. He always believed in letting feelings develop naturally. When Huo Wu appeared alongside Jason in front of Huo Wu Shuang and the others, everyone stared in astonishment at the once fiery Huo Wu, now so affectionate. Is that really Huo Wu? Only Huo Wu Shuang showed a knowing smile, genuinely happy for them. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll dig your eyes out. Huo Wu felt uncomfortable under their strange gazes. Though her face flushed slightly, she still shot them a fierce glare and threatened loudly. Let's sit down first, Jason said with amusement, looking at her proud demeanor. As soon as Jason finished speaking, Huo Wu's attitude took a sharp turn, acting like a little girl. Huo Yu and Huo Yun shivered at the sight. There's no need to cater to her. Just be natural. Jason shook his head helplessly and said. The two found a spot in the team and began to eat breakfast. However, the eyes of the other team members frequently darted toward them. Except for a few dull-witted members, most of the team could see Huo Wu's feelings for Jason. After all, Huo Wu's actions were quite obvious, and anyone could tell her intentions. But this was too sudden. They had become so close today, and Huo Wu's transformation was so drastic. However, Huo Wu was currently in the throes of young love, oblivious to their curious gazes, her eyes filled with Jason. For such an unabashedly passionate affection, Jason found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Her feelings were as intense as she was fiery and full-bodied. Their development surprised the members of the Blaze team, but as the competition approached, they became immersed in the excitement of the event. After finishing breakfast, the team leader led the Blaze Academy members to the competition venue. As the most grand event in the Soul Master community, it attracted not only Soul Masters, but also the attention of royalty, nobility, and commoners, all of whom would come to witness this grand event. The venue was temporarily transformed from the former Great Soul Arena, aside from the VIP area remaining in the center. The newly renovated area could accommodate more spectators. In the upcoming preliminaries, all Soul Masters would gather here. On the way from the hotel to the Great Soul Arena, the surrounding shops and streets were empty, and even when a figure was spotted, they hurriedly rushed toward the arena. The streets were practically deserted. As they approached the Great Soul Arena, the number of people began to surge, and the teams from other academies could be seen everywhere. With a designated passageway, Jason and the others entered through it. As they pushed open the door and stepped inside, a deafening roar hit them. Jason, who preferred quiet, couldn't help but frown. The moment they entered, countless gazes turned towards them. Some were discussing their academy, some were commenting on their team members' attire, and others were talking about the personal appearances of the team members. However, the others entering were quite excited, straightening their backs and walking into the main venue's lounge prepared for the participating academies. Once inside the lounge, many teams from other academies were already present. Upon seeing the Blaze Academy members, their expressions became noticeably serious. Huo Wushuang led everyone to find a spot to sit down. Today, there was only one match as part of the opening ceremony. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be facing the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy, which was likely to be the Shrek team. They were just there to go through the motions and register. Sure enough, not long after, a group dressed in dark green attire with a green Shrek emblem on the chest walked in. It was the Shrek team. Thanks to Xiao Yao's sensing ability, Tang Xin immediately spotted Jason from afar. He nodded slightly at Jason, then followed the Shrek members to find a corner to sit down. However, they had barely settled in when they were provoked. Then there was a bit of a quarrel, but due to the regulations of the competition, they did not resort to physical confrontation. Chapter 129, Opening Ceremony. The recent incident added some talking points to this rest area. Before long, staff members from the competition arrived to guide them. Members of the Blaze Academy, please follow me. The staff member in charge of guiding the Blaze Academy was a woman with a somewhat harsh expression, but at this moment, she wore a flattering smile, which looked rather odd. The team leader nodded lightly, stood up, and followed her, with Jason and the others following suit. After leaving the lounge and passing through a corridor, Jason and the others entered the main arena. In a vast and open plaza, the shouts and cheers of countless spectators filled the air. In front of the central arena, there is a podium set against a backdrop of golden beams, and behind it lies the VIP room. To be honest, after seeing the podium's background, Jason felt that having a golden halo behind it added a touch of class. The central area is about 200 square meters, more than enough to accommodate the incoming teams of Soul Masters from various academies. However, to maintain order, everyone was arranged by the staff to stand in designated areas. When the Blaze Academy entered, the host began to introduce them. Coming in next is the Blaze Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies, known for their extremely explosive flames that burn everything in front of them. In the last major competition, their academy reached the top 4, and it remains to be seen if they can go further this time and create more glory. The participating team consists of 8 members. Their slogan is, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." Teams that adopt an extreme style like Blaze Academy don't usually face too many opponents. So the number of Blaze Academy members didn't raise eyebrows among others. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted into deafening cheers. Jason also noticed that some areas of the audience had red banners proclaiming Blaze Academy must win. Goodness, if they had a hot cheerleading performance, it would be just like the competitions in his past life. Speaking of which, could the Tianshui Academy take on such a task? But considering his own safety, he decided against it. Imagining a group of women chasing after him, Jason felt it was better without cheerleaders. Once the staff arrived and took their positions, everyone except Jason curiously observed their surroundings. The preliminary rounds were merely a formality for them. Generally, the 5 elemental academies would not encounter each other in the preliminaries. Jason, however, looked toward the VIP area. At first glance, he noticed a person sitting in the middle of the front row among just 3 individuals. This person wore a crown adorned with gold and diamonds, had an ancient and calm demeanor, and looked slightly aged, sitting there as if he were the center of everything around him. This guy was the emperor of the Tiando Empire. Quite imposing. At this moment, Shuya seemed to sense a unique gaze and looked over at Jason. What a refined young man. After seeing the young boy in the Blaze team, he couldn't help but exclaim. The boy's features were as if painted by the best artist, yet very realistic. When Jason noticed him looking, he smiled kindly at him. Shuya also revealed a faint smile before turning his eyes away. This boy is quite interesting. Your Majesty, why are you smiling? Asked Ning Fengji, who was beside him, curious about Shuya's smile. I saw an interesting young man, Shuya replied, waving his hand. Oh, who is it that has captured your Majesty's attention? Asked the usually silent Platinum Bishop Salas, intrigued. It's nothing, just happened to see him over there, the refined black-haired boy from Blaze Academy, Shuya said, casually pointing at Jason. Following Shuya's indication, they quickly spotted the black-haired boy among the colorful hairstyles of Blaze Academy. I was just wondering why your Majesty would describe a boy as refined. And it seems to be true, Salas remarked after seeing him. By the way, why does this boy seem somewhat familiar? However, after watching for a while, Salas felt like he had seen this boy somewhere before. That's the leader of my sect. Bishop Salas must have seen him through paintings, Ning Fengji suddenly explained. Shuya thought he was joking and was about to tease him when Ning Fengji said, "You're joking, right? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is not suddenly." He recalled the announcement made by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School half a year ago. Huh. I didn't expect that the realization of your sect's long-held dream would be him. After thinking about it, Shuya couldn't help but chuckle and examine Jason closely. Young and ignorant, Salas scoffed, losing interest in Jason. Instead, Shuya became quite interested and began discussing with Ning Fengji. This made Ning Fengji somewhat wary. He knew that if it were just Jason, he could easily manage his sect, but if this old and cunning emperor was involved, the situation would not be good. Really? How did I not think of this? Ning Fengji felt he had underestimated the situation. There was nothing he could do but try to emphasize how close Jason was to his daughter and how harmonious their relationship was, hoping to dispel any thoughts the emperor might have. The last team to enter was Shrek Academy, originally known as Lamba Academy, which changed its name a year ago. Look at how distinctive their unusual outfits are. They have a total of 11 participants. Their slogan is "A champion without opponents," which is quite a thought-provoking slogan. Hopefully, they can perform outstandingly. Tang San and the others entered the arena with grim expressions. After they entered, the host paused for a moment before continuing. Next, may I invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to announce the opening of this competition. Amidst thunderous applause, Emperor Shuya slowly stood up. After he stood, he slightly pressed down with his right hand, and the deafening applause quickly subsided. The entire venue fell silent. A steady, resonant voice emanated from the sound amplification Soul Guide. I, Xia, Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing the Tiando Empire and the organizing committee of this competition, hereby declare the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Thunderous applause erupted once more, with cheers rising and falling. Subsequently, Emperor Shuya spoke a few more encouraging words, which sparked another round of enthusiastic applause. In the center of the arena, Jason could feel the fervent passion surging within the hearts of the participating team members. Then, under the host's guidance, Ning Fengji delivered a long opening speech, leaving some suspense. After that, Bishop Salas stood up, said a simple sentence, and sat back down. Then the main event of today began. The preliminary rounds officially started. Chapter 130, Untitled. The budget match list was drawn personally by head coach Salas. After drawing 2 pairs of labels, the host stepped forward to receive them, and then began to announce the results. In the first round of the preliminaries, Sanghui Academy faced Zixing Academy. Auckland Academy faced Huiyin Guanghui Academy. Hill Academy faced Xinghui Academy. Tiando Royal Academy faced Shrek Academy. As the opening ceremony, Tiando Royal Academy needed to take the stage first, and accordingly, the opposing team had to join them. Subsequently, under the disdainful gazes of the audience, a part of Shrek Academy's strength erupted, leaving them astonished. No one expected that a team dressed in clown-like outfits would possess such formidable power. After the first match of the opening ceremony concluded, aside from the Huang-Ming brothers who wanted to stay and watch the competition, Jason and others returned to their hotel. The list for the first day of the preliminaries did not include Qihua Academy. Instead, Tianshui Academy and Leitang Academy were among them. If nothing unexpected happened, Qihua Academy's list would be available tomorrow. Because the preliminaries were likely to conclude tomorrow, the elimination rounds would begin on the 3rd day. The pace was somewhat fast, but overall it was also related to the number of Soul Masters. Although this event seemed grand, there were not many participants. On the 2nd day, Jason stayed alone in the hotel, continuing his deductions, while Huo Wushuang and others went to participate in the preliminaries. As C teams, the 5 elemental academies would not encounter each other in the budget matches. Only during the elimination rounds would there be direct confrontations. In the evening, Jason sat cross-legged on his bed, and a pattern appeared on the floor, distinctly black and white, each occupying half, swirling and chasing each other. This was the martial soul that Jason comprehended after understanding ice and fire, the Taiji diagram. Then, with his eyes closed and sitting on the bed, Jason gently moved his right hand, and his thoughts began to visualize and condense. The Taiji diagram on the ground began to change, the black and white colors spinning rapidly, gradually merging into a spherical form floating before him. With the movement of his thoughts, the intersecting sphere of black and white began to scatter like ink, with colors changing accordingly. Finally, before him appeared a longbow divided by blue ice crystals and red flames. This was Jason's previous martial soul, the ice and fire-breaking demon bow. Then, the ice and fire-breaking demon bow before him once again spread like ink, transforming into a spear. 2 instruments soared: ice crystal trident, flame blade, Taiji staff, diamond axe. Jason was like an artist, casually sketching. Yin and Yang are not 2, treating it as one. The one is Taiji, which governs the 2, interacting with each other, transforming into myriad forms. The method just used was precisely governing the two, interacting with each other, transforming into myriad forms. In other words, Jason's martial soul would encompass countless transformations and be unpredictable. As his strength increased, perhaps he could further deduce beast martial souls. The current path had actually deviated from Jason's plan. Various variables during this time meant that if he took a wrong step, he could fall into an irretrievable situation. For instance, the embodiment of faith condensed had a trace of consciousness from an ascendant in the myriad worlds. But fortunately, the condensed embodiment required faith, and he was also the leader of the church, a de facto spokesperson. Although he could not fuse with the power of faith, he had condensed a body with great potential. Although the plan had encountered some variables, it had not exceeded expectations. It was just that the plan needed to change accordingly. Many things had to be prepared much earlier. Whether that was good or bad, Jason was uncertain. But it was indeed not as stable as the original plan. At that moment, a team dressed in golden striped fire-red clothes arrived on the second floor, their faces showing a hint of joy and excitement. It was Huo Wushuang and the others who had just finished the preliminaries. Jason, who was in the room, dispersed his martial soul, ending his deductions, and opened his eyes. "Jason, we're back. Hurry up and come out," Huo Wushuang shouted loudly while knocking on Jason's room door. Jason got off the bed and just opened the door when a red figure swiftly came to his side. "Aren't you going to change your clothes first?" He smiled at Huo Wu, who was linking arms with him, dressed in a casual white robe, and then asked Huo Wushuang and the others. "Hey, no need. The teams we encountered today were too weak." It didn't matter to Huo Wushuang whether there was a warm-up or not as he waved his hand dismissively. "Well, okay then. I happen to be a bit hungry too." Jason nodded and then followed them to the dining hall. It was now evening, dinner time, and when Jason and the others entered the cafeteria prepared by the hotel, many members from the academies residing in this hotel were already eating. "Look, that group of people is from the Chihuahua battle team. I saw it. It seemed like they didn't really fight in their match today. The opposing team was just pushed off the stage by their captain alone. Their captain is indeed very strong. You could feel the explosive flames in his hands just from watching on stage. Huh, who is that wearing white? Why is he walking with them? Don't you know? This time, the Chihuahua battle team has 8 participants. 7 were on stage yesterday, so the other one must be a substitute. But I don't think he looks very old. His level shouldn't be too high." Once the members of the Chihuahua battle team entered, they attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Many also noticed Jason, dressed in a white robe. After all, a splash of white amidst a group of red was quite eye-catching. Many wondered if he was some hidden ace of the Chihuahua battle team, but looking at his age, they were somewhat puzzled. "Let us go. There's an empty table over there. You guys go ahead. I'll order food." Huo Wushuang pointed to a corner against the wall, where there was just enough space for them to sit. Soon, the restaurant's waitstaff filled the table with dishes, since there might be a match tomorrow. And even if there wasn't tea, drinking alcohol during this period was not allowed. Each person had a cup of fruit drink in front of them. "So, did you notice any noteworthy opponents in today's matches?" Jason asked first. "Aside from the 5 elemental academies, there shouldn't be any opponents worth our attention," Huo Wushuang replied, taking a sip of his fruit drink and contemplating. "That's true, but Shrek Academy from yesterday seemed like a dark horse. It's best to pay attention to them." Huo Wu, sitting next to Jason, suddenly said. "Shrek?" Huo Wushuang frowned at this. "If we face Shrek, let me take the stage." Jason's word surprised everyone, causing them to look at him in astonishment. "You know about Shrek?" Huo Ji asked curiously. "Yes, the academy I was in before was Shrek. Their Shrek 7 monsters are a collective, probably all around level 40 soul masters. 1 or 2 may not have reached level 40, but they should not be underestimated," he explained lightly. "Really? So that means they're about the same age as you?" The people at the dining table looked incredulous upon hearing those words. They didn't dwell on why Jason had left Shrek. Since he had left, there must have been a reason, but it certainly wasn't a good thing, and there was no need to annoy others out of curiosity. Chapter 131. Musical instruments under the serious atmosphere of the Blaze Academy. The dinner came to an end. "You don't have to worry when I'm around," Jason comforted as he noticed the serious expressions on their faces just before everyone was about to part ways at the hotel. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Yes, they still had Jason. The techniques Jason had displayed during training had already shocked them enough, and they had never seen him show a soul ring. This also meant that the people of Blaze Academy only knew Jason's strength from the demonstration he had given 6 months ago during the 4 Great Elements exchange competition, where he still hadn't released a soul ring and relied solely on his self-created soul skills. The expressions of the crowd solidified, and their serious demeanor eased considerably. The strength of Shrek Academy that Jason mentioned was truly astonishing. They waved goodbye to each other and returned to their rooms to prepare for sleep. Jason and Huowu also headed to their respective rooms together. Huowu arrived at her room first and opened the door, but stood silently at the entrance for a while. Jason, watching her return, felt a bit puzzled. Then he saw her turn around, head lowered, her movements somewhat awkward, and her face flushed. "Do you want to come in and sit for a while?" She stammered, and after she spoke, her face, along with her neck, turned completely red, the rosy blush on her cheeks making her look enticing. Jason was taken aback by her words. Seeing her blushing appearance did stir something in him. But thinking of his plans for the future, he felt a bit reluctant. "Xiao Wu, I must tell you the truth. In the future, I may not have only you as my partner. For various reasons, I might choose to enter into a marriage with someone else." Jason spoke with a calm expression, without putting on a facade of sorrow or pain. "I hope you can consider this carefully before giving me an answer. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Some things are better said openly." He wouldn't assume that all women would be willing to share someone's heart. However, in Jason's heart, his plans outweighed his personal feelings. Preventing potential harm was more important. After saying this, Jason left and returned to his own room. The redness on Huowu's face had long faded, her head lowered. Her entire face plunged into shadow as she stood at the door for a long time. The next day, everyone went to the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena as usual. However, on the way, Huowu Shuang and others noticed that Huowu seemed a bit strange, her usual rosy hue appearing dimmer. She looked completely different from her usual vibrant self. "Huowu, what's wrong with you today?" the team leader asked with concern upon noticing her condition. Huowu Shuang frowned and glanced at Jason, sensing that this matter surely had something to do with him. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me," Huowu replied with a forced smile. Although everyone found her somewhat strange, seeing that she didn't seem ill or injured, they didn't delve deeper and began to think about the day's match. After Blaze Academy arrived at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, they went to the team members' lounge. Unlike the last time when it was bustling with noise, the venue had many empty seats. Clearly, many teams had been eliminated in the 2 days of preliminaries. After sitting down, everyone began discussing which team they would face in the first match today and the tactics they would use against that team. Although Huowu Shuang wanted to ask Jason for clarity, as the team captain, he had to focus on tactical discussions with the team members. Reluctantly, he could only look for an opportunity to ask. Suddenly, a loud sound of fireworks erupted, accompanied by deafening cheers that echoed throughout the venue. The massive applause seemingly shaking the very space. The cheers continued for a long time, and once it quieted down, the announcer began to declare the official start of the elimination matches. In the first match of the elimination round, Sanghui Academy faced Shinkong Academy. Tianshui Academy faced Jiwu Academy. Xiangjia Academy faced the Shrek team. Blaze Academy faced the Gasto team. This was just the first match of the day, if time allowed. A second match could also be held. Jason still did not participate in today's fight. The highest-ranked Soul Master of the opposing Gasto team was only at level 39 and followed a balanced approach. Against Blaze Academy, they had no chance of winning. Huowu Shuang and the others just needed to crush them. Jason stood in the stands, watching the battle between the two teams in the arena with great interest. The two teams fighting in the arena were the Enjoy Music team from Wildcheng Music Academy and the Battle Spirit team from Zhanhuan City Battle Spirit Academy. Wildcheng was known for producing music masters, such as those skilled in the piano, flute, drum, bell, and eru. Therefore, a music academy was specifically established in Wildcheng. Similarly, they belonged to the balanced faction, with main attackers, main supporters, and main controllers all present. Moreover, when their team comes to participate in the competition, the Academy's dean personally composes music for them, adding an alternative soul fusion technique. The name of the opposing team is as straightforward as they are, Battle Soul. The main focus in Battle Soul City is on powerful attack-oriented weapon spirits and beast spirits. As for support and control, they are basically non-existent among them. It's either agility or brute strength. In a word, reckless. Most of the members of the Battle Soul team are boys, with only one girl holding a black whip, tall and exuding a heroic presence. On the opposite side, there were both male and female musicians. The males were either refined and calm or soft and feminine, while the females were elegantly poised like white lotuses, exuding exceptional grace. As the battle began, the sound of a flute and a dull roar filled the arena. The Battle Spirit Team's intense fighting spirit transformed into a crimson mist that enveloped half of the stage. The leading captain shouted loudly and charged towards the Soul Master, playing the instrument ahead. Opposite them, A refined young man held a jade flute and played a musical score. As the music reached its climax, a sharp whistle from the flute pierced the air, sending a transparent sound wave that disturbed the airflow towards the leading captain. Meanwhile, a blue-haired girl on the left side of the team held a pipa and played a melody that turned into pink in the minds of the Battle Spirit team's members, confusing their senses. However, it seemed to have little effect on the Battle Spirit team. Jason, observing from the stands, noticed that the ears of the Battle Spirit team members were covered with soul power, blocking out the opponent's music. This was a significant drawback for the Music Academy. Unless they could reach the heart directly or develop a unique frequency, the effect would be greatly diminished once the opponent blocked their hearing. Infrasound and ultrasound were indeed good methods. After witnessing the tactics of the Music Academy, Jason was inspired. According to his earlier research on the music team, it seemed that the suona had never appeared as an instrument. For some reason, after overcoming various obstacles, the Battle Spirit team finally approached the music team. Without hesitation, the leading captain swung his war hammer and smashed it towards the flute-playing refined youth. The young man had no power to resist and was knocked out of the arena. The Battle Spirit team charged in like wolves among sheep, wreaking havoc as one opponent after another was sent flying out of the ring. Chapter 132. Battle against Shrek. In today's elimination match, Jason, as a member of the Blaze Academy, had not stepped onto the field even once. He simply stood in the stands, watching with great interest the various unique battle souls. Although Shrek encountered the Mecha Academy, it ended much quicker than in the original story. Tang San, with the branches of the little demon, possessed the plundering ability. Although he was delayed by the research assigned to him by Jason, his strength was significantly greater than in the original work. Therefore, facing the Mecha Academy, the trend was overwhelmingly in their favor. The elimination matches today lasted until after 10 o'clock at night, with more than 10 Academy's teams being eliminated. The reasons for elimination were either due to opponents severely injuring them or being unable to participate in battles the next day. Not every team could crush their opponents. Many evenly matched teams fought with all their might, inevitably leading to significant injuries. During the matches, due to the referee's inability to intervene in time, a team member was killed. Consequently, the member responsible for the death was banned from competition. Overall, today's battles could be considered the prelude to a complete climax. After the matches ended, the audience in the stands left the venue in small groups, reluctantly discussing the performances of the teams they supported. However, there were also many with ashen faces, leaving the venue like soulless beings, or expressing their anger with curses. Most were upset due to losing bets, with many being gamblers who had wagered all their savings. Jason returned to the hotel with the team leader and others, including Huo Shuang. The day's battles did not leave them looking tired. Instead, they were all excitedly discussing the day's events. Although Huo Wu seemed a bit off, she did not exhibit any lackluster behavior during the fights. At the hotel, after enjoying a hearty dinner, everyone yawned and returned to their rooms to prepare for rest. In room 207, the decor was uniform and the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bathroom. Under the bright lights, through the foggy glass, a tall and alluring red figure could be seen. Water droplets from the shower fell on Huo Wu's closed eyes, her brows furrowed as if she were troubled by something. The only sound in the room was the splattering of the shower water. After a long moment, accompanied by a heavy sigh, the noisy sound from the shower room came to a stop. Then a breathtaking figure walked out, coming to the bedside and crashing down heavily. The bright lights went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. The next day, Huo once again returned to her fiery self and approached Jason. "I will keep a close watch on you." In the team, she quietly came to Jason's side and said fiercely to him. After thinking all day yesterday, she finally found clarity. Since she couldn't leave him, she had to find another way. If anyone liked him, couldn't she just drive them away? "Let's see who dares to covet my man." Huo silently praised her own idea. "Figured out?" Jason looked at her and smiled. "Yes, anyone who wants to pursue another woman has to get past me first." She was quite confident in her own strength. "Ha, you're making me sound like a woman who would be peeped at." Jason chuckled in disbelief. However, thinking about the woman he planned to marry, he couldn't help but look at Huo oddly. "What do you mean?" Huo immediately pressed for an answer. "If you want to keep an eye on me, that level of strength is not enough. Do your best." The girl patted her head and quickly walked in the crowd with a pout on her face. The Heaven Do Great Soul Arena has arrived. Entering the arena, the surrounding audience was still packed, and the noisy sounds filled the entire competition venue. Jason and the others followed their team leader to the competition team's lounge. By the time they entered, many teams had already arrived. Finding a good spot to sit, everyone began to wait in silence. As expected, Today, Jason would replace Hui Ji on stage. About 10 minutes later, the host came to the stage and began announcing the matchup for the day. Shrek Team versus Blazing Fire Team. As the host's words fell, the expressions of the Shrek Team members all became serious. The master said solemnly to Tang San, "It seems that you Shrek's 7 monsters will have to go on stage together this time. If it were just a Blazing Fire Team, I wouldn't be too worried. But if nothing unexpected happens, Jason will also be participating in this battle." Tang San nodded heavily. Although Jason was a mysterious figure, this was a team battle after all, and they were all monsters. There was no need to feel too much pressure. Do your best to overcome all the enemies ahead. The master looked at the slightly tense attitude of the Shrek's 7 monsters and encouraged them. Exactly, the Blazing Fire Team is strong, but they seem to be quite a bit behind compared to you all. Why are you all so nervous? And who is this Jason? Talon asked, puzzled. As he looked at the serious Shrek Team members, Jiangzhu's eyes flickered as she recalled the boy she had led into the academy a year ago. "He is a very strong opponent," said Ma Hongjun, who was closest to Talon, in a low voice. "All right, the master is right. We are all monsters among geniuses. Let's all do our best and not be too nervous," Tang San said loudly. Although he said this, he actually felt quite unsure inside. Among Shrek, as Jason's subordinate, he had the most understanding of him, and thus could better comprehend the gap between them. Most of the reason their team had grown to this level was due to the celestial herbs provided by Jason. So, how powerful could he himself be? Tang San didn't even dare to think further. Now, let's welcome the Blazing Fire Team and the Shrek Team to the stage. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue through the amplification soul tool. Both teams took the stage. Many spectators noticed that the members of the Shrek Team had changed quite a few people this time. A new face also appeared in the Blaze Team. Similarly, this situation was noticed by the 3 sitting at the front desk, the Snow Knight Emperor and others. Regardless, the 2 teams that took the stage elicited intense cheers from the audience. Both sides released their martial souls. The competition rules were the same as those in the usual Great Soul Arena. Once the martial souls of the Shrek Team were fully unleashed, everyone in the VIP seats where the Snow Knight Emperor was located, as well as the surrounding audience, were shocked. Except for 2 girls whose levels did not reach 40. The others, surprisingly, all reached level 40. The others were captivated by the Shrek Team across the way, while Ning Fengji kept his gaze fixed on Jason from the Blaze Academy. Jason, dressed in the golden-red Blaze Team uniform, was surrounded by a burst of black and white light, and a distinctly divided circular pattern appeared beneath his feet. What kind of martial soul is this? Isn't his martial soul a bow? Before Ning Fengji could express his astonishment, the pattern under Jason's feet transformed into a cloud of smoke and then condensed before him into a longbow that coexisted with ice crystals and flames. Is this a mutated martial soul? Ning Fengji muttered to himself. Oh, it seems that Sect Master Ning knows quite a bit about that young man. The Snow Knight Emperor suddenly spoke up. Chapter 133. Arrow on the Arena. The red soul power occupied half of the space, while the other side displayed various martial souls. The dazzling martial soul energy made the entire venue feel like being in a mysterious, starry sky. In terms of momentum, the Shrek Academy on the opposite side was overall much stronger, but their faces showed no signs of ease. They were tightly focused on Jason at the back of the Blaze Team, as if facing a formidable enemy. The atmosphere in the arena was tense, like a ticking time bomb, waiting for the moment to explode. In the VIP section, the focus of the Snow Knight Emperor was not on the arena, but rather on Ning Fengji beside him. Haha, your majesty is joking. After all, this young man is our sect master, so I must understand him well. Ning Fengji said with a slight flash in his eyes, as many thoughts crossed his mind for a moment, before he laughed it off. Is that so? Could you tell me more about him? Since I have some free time, I'm also curious about your little sect master. Snow Knight tilted his head and pretended to be curious. Aside from knowing that his martial soul is a mutated one, I don't know anything else. Moreover, ever since he exchanged for the sect master position for me, he has been staying at the Blaze Academy, and I am completely unaware of anything else. Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment before bitterly smiling. Has he not used your sect master title for anything? Snow Knight asked curiously, seeing that his expression did not seem like a lie. Perhaps he felt that the position of sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had no benefits, so he lost interest. Sect Master Ning has indeed picked up a great bargain, Sarala said in a sarcastic tone, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was holding the shining 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda in the Shrek Team. Snow Knight and Ning Fengji immediately lost interest in talking and could only turn their attention to the arena with slightly unpleasant expressions. At this moment, The momentum of both sides surged, reaching the point of explosion in an instant. Start. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Boom. Before both sides even made contact. The collision of their momentum instantly caused a loud rumble. The 9 treasures are glazed. The 9 treasures are famous. Before she could finish her last sentence, a fiery red streak of light shot through the Shrek crowd from the Blaze Academy side, targeting Ning Rongrong at the back, who was holding the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The fiery red streak of light moved at lightning speed, and everyone felt a flash of red light before the arrow had already passed through the crowd and reached Ning Rongrong. However, the few who had been focusing on Jason had already reacted. The blue-silver grass entwined around Ning Rongrong instantly tightened, pulling her away from her spot. The red flame wrapped around the arrow continued to speed forward, but Ning Rongrong's figure had already vanished. If nothing unexpected happened, this arrow should have missed. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The flames at the tip of the arrow suddenly dimmed. In that instant when the flames dimmed, the flames at the back continued to burn fiercely. 2 arrows. Tang San, who was controlling the blue-silver grass, was taken aback. This was not a single arrow, but 2. Just as he was about to take action, it was clearly too late. As the flames dimmed on the front arrow, its speed decreased, while the arrow behind it, which had not lost any momentum, suddenly collided with the front arrow. Subsequently, the 2 arrows collided, changing direction. The front arrow, after being struck, shot towards Ning Rongrong's position at an angle of about 30 degrees. The curvature of the rear change was much smaller, and under the turn, it shot towards the path winding around Oscar's blue-silver grass. Ning Rongrong watched the approaching arrow with an unchanged expression. She trusted her partner. A trust built over a long time. Sure enough, the suddenly redirected arrow was shot down by a burst of flame before it could reach Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun proudly rubbed his thumb against his nose. Although Ning Rongrong's crisis was averted, the blue-silver grass connecting Tang San and Oscar was pierced by an arrow. Ahead, at that moment, Hu Wushuang and Dai Mubai, 2 attack-type soul masters, collided, while Hui Yun, Hui Yu, and the agility-type soul masters, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, engaged in a chaotic battle. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda had just stabilized, and Ning Rongrong was about to chant her soul spell again. But at that moment, Jason, at the back of the Blaze Academy, suddenly blurred the hand pulling the bowstring. Then, countless soul power arrows shot towards Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the others behind. At the same time, Hu Wu's 4th soul ring lit up. 4th soul skill, Fire Ring of Resistance. The 3 fighting ahead, Dai Mubai and the others, were immediately sent flying into the air. At this moment, Jason, after shooting a rain of arrows, began to concentrate and hold his breath, his gaze focused. A peculiar arrow appeared once again on the bowstring. The arrowhead was made of white ice crystals, spiraling in shape, while the shaft was a deep red, resembling an iron rod just pulled from a furnace. Hidden within was a volatile flame, soul power. At the same time, Jason's hand holding the bowstring began to twist, causing the bowstring along with the arrow to rotate. Tang San activated the blue-silver grass on the 3 people's bodies to pull them back, but at that moment, Hua Wushuang and the others unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating. Hua Ming and Hua Ji's support also surged into the 3 people's bodies. The momentum of the 3 instantly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of their respective opponents. The members of the Heavenly Water team, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but snort softly. They were quite familiar with this scene. But just then, several blue-silver prisons enveloped Dai Mubai and the others. Not just the 3 in front, but all Shrek members were surrounded by a blue-silver prison. In the center of Shrek, the black soul rings on Tang San lit up. 4th spirit skill of 40,000 years, blue-silver prison. The 3 members of the fire team seemed to have anticipated this situation and turned back to the team without hesitation. At the same time, they dodged the rain of arrows shot by Jason. The arrow rain covered the area where Shrek was located, and the soul power arrows attacked the blue-silver prison, causing waves of soul power fluctuations. The blue-silver prison acted like a fortress, and as the arrows struck the cage, they transformed into pure soul power and dissipated like ice crystals. At this moment, the surrounding audience was watching the battle on the field with rapt attention. The vast arena was silent, as if afraid of disturbing the ongoing fight. Unlike the audience's awe at the spectacle, the people in the VIP seats couldn't help but glance at Jason, who was holding the ice fire-breaking demon bow. If they had previously had high hopes for the fire team, after witnessing Shrek's full strength, their confidence in the fire team had waned, and they began to think that they might lose. However, the new boy who had just entered the fire team truly astonished them. From the very beginning of the battle, he used his advantage in reach and incredible archery skills to hold back the three opponents. Then, he further coordinated with his teammates to take control of the initiative in the attack. However, could he break through the eternal soul skill of the opponent? At the moment the blue-silver prison rose, Jason's arrow was also shot out. The arrow stirred the surrounding air into a spiral, accompanied by a piercing whistle, and it grazed past Hua Wuxuan and the others, aiming at Dai Mubai, who was trapped in the blue-silver prison. Boom! Just about a meter away from the blue-silver prison, the red arrow shaft suddenly exploded. For easier reading next time, you can click below to bookmark this chapter, Chapter 140, The Arrow, and you will see it when you open your bookshelf next time. If you enjoy the Hunters and Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 134, Victory in the Competition Venue. A burst of firelight accompanied by a loud bang erupted at the center of the two teams. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda turned out, and the 9-treasure was famous, saying, at this moment, Ning Rong Rong at the back quickly bestowed her support on the Shrek team. At this moment, Tang San's expression changed drastically. He knew that although his blue-silver prison protected his teammates, it also restricted their movement. However, facing Jason's precisely timed arrow, it was obviously impossible for him to disperse the prison during the time it would take to remove the blue-silver prison. The arrow would have already reached Dai Mubai accurately. At this moment, he still didn't have enough space to evade. Therefore, using the defensive power of the blue-silver prison was actually the best option. Dai Mubai stood within the blue-silver prison, focusing on the arrow shooting towards him, while his body instinctively leaned to the side. Even if he couldn't completely dodge it, this arrow could only inflict a minor injury. Dai Mubai's two heterochromatic eyes reflected the fiery, red arrow ahead. But suddenly, the arrow exploded. Before he could be shocked, amidst the fiery red explosion, a white shadow suddenly darted out. This white shadow then passed through the blue-silver prison, continuing on to pierce through his left shoulder with unyielding momentum. This white shadow then struck Tang San, who was right at the center of the team. Following that, there was an incredibly crisp sound of an explosion. In the outside world, people could only see a burst of fire in the middle, and at the same time, two members of the Shrek team were engulfed in a cloud of blood mist. It was impossible to see what had happened. The icy spiral arrow, shot by Jason, combined with the instantaneous thrust generated by the explosion, had clearly exceeded the speed of sound. The power of Jason, along with the kinetic energy carried by that speed, left both Dai Mubai and Tang San severely injured. Of course, Jason had held back. A bowl-sized wound appeared on Dai Mubai's shoulder, and his face gradually turned pale as his body seemed to slowly react. The nervous system only responded at that moment. The sudden wave of pain caused cold sweat to cover his face, and he couldn't help but groan, collapsing to the ground. Tang San at the back was in much better condition, although there was a small hole in his chest with no blood flowing out. However, a layer of white frost had already covered his body. The blue-silver prison that protected the Shrek team could no longer hold, and suddenly shattered. Shouts of surprise from Xiao San and the others rang out from the Shrek team, and then they all hurriedly ran to the two. Xiao Wu supported Tang San, looking at the blood hole covered with white frost on his chest, feeling extremely heartbroken. Her eyes began to turn red, and tears fell uncontrollably. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Tang San comforted her, wiping the tears from the corner of her eye. As long as we take the arrowhead out of the wound, relying on the vitality provided by the branches inside my body, I can recover quickly. The others, ignoring the battle, gathered around the two with concern. Moreover, they knew that Tang San and Dai Mubai had lost their combat ability, and they had no chance of winning at all. So what will it be? Are you going to admit defeat? Jason had walked up to them at some point. Xiao Wu and the others immediately turned their heads and glared at him in anger. I held back. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing on the stage watching the two of them. You'd be going back to prepare for a funeral. Faced with their anger, Jason helplessly shrugged his shoulders. After all, Tang San was one of his prized subordinates, and just this year's research on soul-guided devices had already made Jason value him highly. So how could he bear to kill him? As for Dai Mubai, he would still be useful in the future, so there was no need to kill him. We admit defeat. Tang San raised both hands and shouted. At this moment, the referee finally came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly began to announce the result. Shrek admits defeat. The Blaze team wins. Wow, the venue, which had just been somewhat quiet, suddenly surged like waves. What has happened? How would I know? I just saw the Blaze team shoot a rain of arrows. followed by an explosion, and then the two members of the Shrek team were injured. By the way, that new guy from the Blaze team is really strong. What was that attack just now? Many people were cheering for the Blaze team's victory, but they didn't know how Shrek had lost. At this time, the few people sitting in the VIP seats all wore thoughtful or appreciative expressions. Strength, timing, insight. This guy fully utilized his advantages, taking the initiative from the start by using his offensive advantage to restrain the two support Soul Masters on the opposite side, while also sending a powerful attack Soul Master to defend. Then, the next wave of attacks followed without giving the opponent a moment to breathe. The tight tactical cooperation between teammates forced the opponent to have to defend, and when the opponent was on defense, he calculated that their evasion range would not be too large, and then struck decisively. EntersDouluo commented with appreciation. Indeed, the entire process of the attack was tightly interlocked, and the timing was exquisite, resolving the battle instantly before the opponent could fully exert their strength. Douluo nodded in agreement. Clean and efficient, a deadly strike. Salas summed it up lightly, while starting to regard this boy he had always underestimated. However, after everyone marveled, they couldn't help but frown. Jason's final strike was visible to them, but what puzzled them was that when he launched it, there was no shining soul ring on him, which meant that this strike was not his soul ring skill. It's a self-created soul skill. Huyen-jun suddenly exclaimed loudly. Since the exchange with the 4 Element Academies 6 months ago, Jason had entered their sight. But the report at that time said that his self-created soul skill was an ice-type soul skill called Ice Form. Could this be another self-created soul skill? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. But only this thought could accept the situation before him. Are self-created soul skills now so worthless? First, there was Feng Xiaodian from the Godwind Academy, and now there was Jason, who was about to leave the stage, both having self-created soul skills. The others nodded in agreement. Bishop Salas noticed that Huyen-jun seemed a bit too shocked, but it was obviously not the right time to ask questions. So he could only wait until the end of the match today. Tang San and Dai Mubai, with the support of Xiao Wu and others, returned to the waiting room. Jason, on his way back with the Blaze team, said goodbye and arrived at the resting area of the Shrek team. Like the Tiando Royal team, the 4 Element Academies also had their own separate resting rooms. Shrek was in a lounge with other academies. When Jason entered the lounge, many eyes turned to look at him. Then he turned to look at Shrek Academy, his eyes filled with glee at their misfortune. To them, it was obvious that Jason was here to mock them. Jason walked directly to Master and the others. Dean Flander, nice to see you again. Jason greeted politely. For easier reading next time, you can click the bookmark below to save this reading record, Chapter 141, Victory, and you can find it on your bookshelf next time. If you enjoy the Hunters and Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135. Gillen, what are you here for? Ning Rongrong stood in front of Jason, looking at him with hostility. It's not good to be so rude to your own sect master. It seems like Elder Ning needs to teach you a lesson, Jason teased, tilting his head. Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned angry upon hearing his tone, wanting to step forward and punch him. All right, do you have something to say? Master suddenly intervened, looking at Jason and asking. I'm here to treat Tang San, Jason said, looking at Tang San, who was sitting in a chair with a pale face. At this moment, he was closing his eyes to heal while the soul ring of the red pearl flickered, white light pouring into his body to resist the injuries from his wounds. Even so, the frost on his chest showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it was slowly spreading, and the situation seemed rather grim. Jason's ultimate ice was not so easily melted, and coupled with the sublimation obtained from the fusion of ice and fire earlier. If left unattended, Tang San's wounds could become necrotic and continue to spread. Tang San was a rare research personnel under his command, and Jason valued him. He came to unfreeze him right after the battle. Saying this, Jason walked toward Tang San, and the Shrek crowd quickly made way for him. Tang San was using his Shintian skill and the branches within his body to resist the cold air in his chest with all his might. The internal ice crystal arrows had already melted, spreading towards his limbs. Facing Xiao Wu's complex gaze, Jason reached out his palm toward the wound on Tang San. Then, to everyone's surprise, the ice crystals on Tang San's chest slowly began to disappear, gathering towards Jason's palm. His tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. After about half a minute, the ice crystals on Tang San's chest had completely vanished, and a green energy flowed into his wound. The small hole in his chest visibly returned to a normal skin color, and then the wound healed rapidly, leaving no scars on his face. If they hadn't just seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Tang San had been injured. Beside him, Xiao Wu clearly sensed the aura of the little demon, her eyes flickering as she looked at Jason, seemingly wanting to say something. But at that moment, Tang San also opened his eyes. "Thank you, Bishop." Tang San quickly got up and bowed to express his gratitude. Jason nodded. "The rest you can recover slowly by yourself. After this competition, you should get busy and there will be little time for holidays. You need to be prepared." After saying this, Jason turned and left. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression became serious. "Is it about to begin? Xiao San, how are you? Are you okay?" Xiao Wu came to his side, asking with concern. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's face, feeling touched, and then reassured her, "The injury is fine now, just a bit tired mentally. Don't worry. It seems like I need to find an opportunity to ask the bishop about his attitude towards soul beasts." Tang San gently brushed Xiao Wu's hair and thought to himself. From their interactions during this time, it seems that the bishop is not very opposed to soul beasts. He could feel it from the branches he was given. If he wasn't mistaken, the bishop should have raised a plant-type soul beast, and it is an extremely rare blood-sucking tree demon. However, he was somewhat unclear about the bishop's identity. Maybe he is a soul beast over 100,000 years old, or perhaps just a human. The master behind them watched Jason's back, his eyes flickering as if deep in thought. After Jason returned to the Chihua team's resting area, he sat down next to Huowu. "By the way, the strength of Shrek Academy is truly impressive. If you had participated, we might have really lost," Huowu Shuang said, waving at Jason. "Yeah, Jason, how did you know about their strength?" Huoji also asked curiously. "Didn't I tell you? I used to be a student at Shrek Academy, but I dropped out for some reasons," Jason explained after sitting down. Did you say that? I'm so confused," he replied, looking puzzled. "How long has it been since our last meal? And you already forgot." Huowu Shuang shot him a speechless glance. After the reminder, Huoji finally remembered. "Ahaha, I was only focused on Jason going on stage at that time, and didn't pay attention to anything else. And this time he won so quickly." He scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, aside from the 3 minutes at the start, the battle ended in under a minute. Although we won this time, we Shun-Ti let our guard down. We won so quickly because of the element of surprise. They still have many cards up their sleeves. And the next battle won TB so easy, Jason reminded as he noticed their mindset seemed a bit careless. "It's fine, you're here, right?" Huoji clearly had confidence in Jason. "That's true, but just be careful not to be the first one knocked out. Then it won't be my fault," Jason said nonchalantly. The others immediately froze for a moment. Then their relaxed expression stiffened. Indeed, whoever is the first to be knocked out will be embarrassed. "All right, I'm off to train. Xiao Wu, the next battle will be up to you guys. I need to practice." There's another match this afternoon against Yaoyang Academy. I've seen their battle before. They're quite weak. None of them even have a soul master above level 40. So it's fine if I don't have to go on stage next time. "Let us go, Jason, come with me. I still have many techniques I don't understand. You have to help me a lot." Huowu Shuang came to Jason, ignoring his sister's killer gaze, and pulled him up. "Xiao Wu, I'm leaving first." After greeting Huowu, Jason followed the eager Huowu Shuang away from the competition venue. During his time at Chihua Academy, Jason occasionally guided Huowu Shuang, creating a set of explosive body flow techniques for him. It involved controlling and compressing flames, which would suddenly explode upon contact with the target. However, this style requires a high level of soul power manipulation. If compressed too much, it could cause excessive power and injure oneself. Moreover, one must be able to freely manipulate the soul power attached to every part of their body to protect themselves from being injured by explosions while simultaneously increasing the explosion's power. Once fully mastered, every strike and every move will carry an explosion aimed at the opponent. Just thinking about that scene makes one's blood boil with excitement. However, controlling explosive flames is not so easy. Flames are as volatile as they come, unlike the gentle nature of water. Therefore, up to now, Huowu Shuang has only mastered the following techniques: explosive body technique, explosive step, compressing explosions at the soles of the feet to rapidly accelerate speed through instant blasts. In the air, one can adjust the explosions and change body positioning. Explosive body technique, explosive fist. A violent flame condenses atop the fist. A light touch will trigger an instant explosion. Explosive body technique, explosive chi. During combat, flames are compressed on the body's surface and can be unexpectedly released in an instant, creating explosive shockwaves that push enemies away. However, the user will also suffer some injury. This technique employs contact explosions, allowing one to conserve mental energy in controlling the soul power in the fist. Only a fixed amount of soul power needs to be input. Based on these two techniques, Wu Shuang has developed more moves, such as Explosive Axe of the Great Tree, Superstar Blaze, and Explosive Claw Hand. The naming is quite unique. For easier reference next time, you can click the bookmark below to record this reading, Chapter 142, Healing, and you can find it in your bookshelf next time. If you enjoy the Hunters in Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 136, Promotion Match in the Backyard of the Hotel. There is a temporarily constructed training ground made from a large block of black rock, likely excavated from the black rock area of the Sunset Forest. This block of black rock is about the height of a person and roughly square-shaped, with no guardrails around it, and the surface is uneven. It seems to have been placed here directly without much processing. The black rock is indeed too hard to handle, especially such a large piece. Just bringing it over and setting up wooden stakes on it is already a significant effort by the owner. At this moment, in the center area, a young boy with golden hair and a red headband is striking a wooden stake in front of him, each hit accompanied by violent explosions and scorching flames. The high temperature of the flames and the shock waves from the explosions have charred the wooden stake. The aftershocks of the explosions blow through the few strands of golden hair hanging down from his forehead. At this point, Wu Shuang, who has been striking the wooden stake with his fists, suddenly takes a step forward. Simultaneously, he retracts his fist and bends his arm upward, exposing his elbow. Then the knee suddenly exerted force with the waist, and the elbow struck fiercely against the wooden stake. Top elbow. Boom. Crack. The explosion echoed with a roaring flame, and the charred wooden stake, after several rounds of explosions, suddenly shattered in flames. Looking at the broken wooden stake in front of him, Wu Shuang stood still, then sighed with a face full of regret. His right arm, which he had just used to attack, was already charred and drooping weakly. However, there was not a hint of pain on his face. Although the soul power membrane covering was sufficient, the compression time was too long. Next time, he needed to act faster. Jason, who was watching from the side, stepped forward, green energy enveloping his arm. The burnt and injured arm quickly recovered. It always felt magical to see it. Wu Shuang waved his right arm and said in surprise, "Well, let's continue. Strive to master the elbow strike today." Jason nodded and urged. Jason had already taught the 8 extremes fist techniques to Wu Shuang. The 8 extremes fist and the explosive body flow he created were simply a perfect match. Jason liked the momentary explosion, taking the initiative. If it was a counterattack, then it had to be a one-hit kill. In any case, he preferred to end the battle in an instant, without any prolonged fighting or consumption. After a complete set, the health bar was empty regardless of what backup you had. "Really, can't I get a break?" Wu Shuang complained, but still obediently went to the next wooden stake to continue training. After that, a series of low explosions echoed again in the hotel backyard. However, even after a night of self-harming training, Wu Shuang's training on elbow strikes was still not proficient enough, clearly not ready for the arena. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Wu and others happily returned to the hotel. The next day, the people from a Flame Academy continued to the competition venue. Yesterday, the Flame team won 2 battles, and today they were lucky not to encounter anyone from other elemental academies, easily securing victories. The win count was 4. Today, there were indeed 2 noteworthy matches. One was Shrek versus Tianshui Academy, and the other was Xiangjia Academy versus Thunder Academy. Even with the fusion soul skills, Tianshui Academy still lost the match. Shrek Academy won. This time, all members of Shrek Academy participated, and although they faced some obstacles against Tianshui, the gap in strength led to a quick victory. This left the members of Tianshui Academy a bit discouraged. Their original goal was to compete against the Flame team. But if they couldn't even defeat their previous opponents, how could they hope to face the Flame Academy? Xiangjia Academy also lost to Thunder Academy. However, after just finishing a match against the Thunder team in the morning, they encountered Shunfeng Academy again in the afternoon, adding another loss. Soon after, the preliminary rounds came to an end. Next, the top 5 teams from the preliminary rounds would be determined to participate in the promotion matches. After the last match concluded, at the signal of the host, the captains of the top 5 academies in the preliminary rounds stepped forward to receive their promotion rewards and qualifications. Without a doubt, the first place in the preliminary rounds was the undefeated Flame team. This marked the first team in history to remain undefeated in the preliminary rounds. Most of the Thunder Academy and Shunfeng Academy had experienced losses. However, it wasn't that their strength was lacking. Sometimes luck just wasn't on their side. As they finished one battle and immediately faced the next without any time to rest, or had a forfeit due to injuries among their team members. Moreover, It also depends on the number of battles you fight. If your strength is sufficient and your luck is good, you can win up to 4 battles in a single day. Therefore, the final ranking is Fire Academy 1st, Wind God 2nd, Thunder 3rd, Shrek 4th, and Tinshui 5th. Next, His Majesty, along with Ning Zhongzhu of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Platinum Bishop, will personally award the 5 teams that have qualified for the promotion tournament with certificates and prizes. A dedicated award presenter approached the 5 teams, holding a tray covered with a red cloth. After reaching each team, they lifted the red cloth, revealing a golden card and an item resembling a booklet. The golden card contained a prize of 10,000 soul coins, while the booklet was the qualification certificate for advancement. After each team received their awards, Emperor Shuya slowly stood up. Congratulations, children. You have successfully obtained the qualification for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. As the highest ruler of the Tiando Empire, I am proud of you. You are the glory of the Empire's future and its hope. As the captains of each team, your strength played an important role in the competition, so I have decided to grant you 10 titles of Viscount. The others. Emperor Shuya made a promise that stirred many people's emotions. However, Salas found it hard to watch. Your Majesty, this seems somewhat inappropriate. What is inappropriate? After a back and forth between the two, it was clear that Emperor Shia's words were reasonable, and Salas had no way to counter them. He could only sit down with a gloomy expression. After settling Salas, Emperor Shuya continued with a smile. The upcoming promotion tournament will still be held in the Empire, but the venue will change from the Tiando Grand Soul Arena to the Royal Arena. At that time, the 10 teams that have passed the preliminary rounds from the 5 principalities and kingdoms will compete with you in the promotion tournament. Emperor Shuya's commanding presence made many people in the audience feel a bit breathless. However, Jason only remembered that the promotion tournament would be held in a month, while everything else went in one ear and out the other. After the declaration, each team returned to their respective academies to prepare for a month of intensive training, gearing up for the promotion tournament. The promotion tournament will use a one-on-one format, which is a rare opportunity for Huo Wushuang to engage in actual combat. For convenient future reading, you can click the bookmark below to record this, Chapter 143, Promotion Tournament, and it will be available when you open your bookshelf next time. If you enjoy the Hunters in Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 137. Returning to school after the preliminary rounds were announced as concluded, everyone returned to their respective academies to prepare for a month of training. After 1 month, they would set off for the royal hunting ground of the Star Do Empire to participate in the selection for the promotion tournament. Normally, the champion of the previous Continental Academy Soul Master Elite Competition determines the location of the next finals. The last champion was indeed the team from the Spirit Hall. Therefore, after the Tiando Empire's promotion tournament concluded, based on points, as long as they exceeded a specific score, they could go to the Spirit Hall for the final competition. However, the journey to the Spirit Hall would not be peaceful. Nevertheless, Jason was not very worried about this, with his current strength. As long as he was not up against top-tier powerhouses like BB Dong, they would not pose much of a threat to him. If BB Dong chose to attack him, he could only borrow power from nurses. Since the Sunset Forest incident, Jason had rarely seen nurses, while the followers within the Star Luo Empire fervently worshipped the statue of nurses. Recently, there have been reports of a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a human walking in the desert wilderness of the far west. Similar rumors have also emerged from the far north. However, there is very little information, and only one person has claimed to have seen it, describing it as a soul beast. Jason can leverage the power of Nethys at any time. After all, it is Jason's body that activates the faith condensation. If it weren't for that trace of consciousness from Nethys, Jason would likely have already started studying the power of faith, integrating it into himself to strengthen his beliefs. The stronger the faith, the stronger he becomes. However, this requires maintaining one's divinity at all times. Over a long period, one might be forgotten, and discussions of faith power would be meaningless. But with the emergence of Nethys, Jason has the opportunity to strengthen himself through faith, shifting to self-enhancement. Although the speed of becoming stronger has slowed significantly, it is a power that completely belongs to him, instead of being like an illusory dream that shatters at a touch. Overall, the emergence of Nethersis is a good thing for Jason. The members of the Blaze Academy returned to the academy in a carriage, filled with excitement and anticipation. They had ranked first in the preliminaries, with no defeats, creating a perfect record in the budget tournament. The glow on their faces could dazzle everyone upon their return to school. Many outstanding students were already waiting at the academy, their faces filled with hope. Even though they did not participate, everyone was eager for their academy to achieve good results. They had heard that the Blaze team had won first place in the preliminaries, and they did so with a perfect record. Look, they are coming. Wow, that's amazing. I'm so envious. Look, it's that guy Fire Disease. I knew I wasn't mistaken about him. Who is the man standing next to Fire Dance? He seems to be a student who joined our school just a year ago and is said to have both Ice and Fire dual martial souls. I haven't seen him around the school, though. I heard he is quite mysterious and hardly ever seen, always practicing alone. After the Blaze team entered the academy, the surrounding boys and girls watched them with excitement or admiration. Among them, Jason was a stranger to them. He had spent his year at Blaze Academy in quiet meditation and rarely went out. Even as the academy's know-it-all, not much was known about him. The team leader took Jason and the others through a quiet path and arrived at an open area. This place was surrounded by towering trees, vaguely forming a circle. And the center was barren, without even a blade of grass, making it a natural arena. In the center of the venue stood a fiery red figure. A faint red glow surrounded him, but unlike Huowu, who was like a spirit, the red light around him was silent and seemed to quietly burn everything in the world. Grandpa! Grandpa! A voice filled with surprise and a hint of fear sounded among the Blaze battle team. The figure, with his back to the crowd, slowly turned around, revealing a slightly aged face. It was Hua Xiaotian. Director. Hua Ji and others quickly bowed respectfully and called out. Hua Xiaotian scanned the faces of the crowd, pausing momentarily on Jason's figure, then casually withdrew his gaze. Indeed, you have brought honor to our Blaze Academy. I hope you all continue to work hard in the promotion matches. If you can win the championship in this competition, I can grant each of you one condition. How about that? As Hua Xiaotian finished speaking, Jason clearly felt Hua Ji and the others beside him tremble slightly. So, how is your confidence? Yes. The youth's blood was boiling at that moment. Good. I like your youthful passion. For the next month, I will conduct special training for you. So don't start crying, young men. Hua Xiaotian looked at the vigorous youths in front of him, showing a satisfied smile. Seeing her grandfather smile, Hua Wushuang couldn't help but start to mourn silently, her face showing a bitter expression. Hua Wu also looked at Hua Ji and the others with pity. You guys go back and rest today. Gather here at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Hua Xiaotian said, planting a red flag in place before turning to leave. All right, everyone disperse. You all must be tired from the battles these days. Go back and rest well to prepare for the director's training tomorrow. Just a heads up. My grandpa is the kind of person who trains you to death if you don't die in training, so be mentally prepared. Hua Wushuang also turned around, kindly reminding Hua Ji and the others, who were excited. After that, she walked up to Hua Wu and Jason. You see, it's almost noon now. Let's go to your place, if you don't mind. Hua Wushuang said, winking at Jason. I don't mind. Two responses came, one from Hua Wu. After all, it was hard to finally have a world of two with Jason, so how could anyone interrupt? Jason didn't care much about it, seeing her sister's fierce gaze. Hua Wushuang ultimately chose food over the situation, laughing, haha, I just remembered, Grandpa just called me over, so I won't disturb you. Saying that, she hurriedly left. Hua Wu withdrew her threatening gaze and turned to look at Jason affectionately. Jason, my brother has something to do. Let's go ahead. I'm also hungry. It's been a long time since I tasted your cooking. She's craving food, and I'm craving her too. Then we'll head out first. Jason waved and led Hua Wu towards Jingxin residence. Everyone else returned to their dorms, heavily lying on their beds, ready to rest well. After consecutive battles, they were already close to their limits. If it weren't for Jason quickly resolving the battles each time, they would have long collapsed from exhaustion. Jason, who returned to the Tranquility residence with Hua Wu, found several uninvited guests inside, chatting and laughing, making the elegant abode quite messy. Chapter 138, Tranquility Lake, Fire Academy. As mentioned earlier, Tranquility Lake serves as a place for the Fire Academy to wash away restlessness, but very few students come here to cultivate their minds. Most are eager to enhance their own strength. Moreover, the Quiet Heart Lake is quite remote, and it takes some time to get there from the dormitory. Even very few students know about this place. However, that doesn't mean no one comes here. At this moment, Jason looked at the mess made of the Quiet Heart residence he had built, frowning slightly. Inside the residence were two people, a man and a woman, presumably a couple. Both were dressed in bright red school uniforms. The man had red hair and a strong face, but the slant of his eyes gave off a sinister vibe. The girl beside him was tall and slender, with sharp features and heavy blush on her cheeks. At this moment, Jason seemed to think of something and quickly looked at a small stone step near the wall. Although it wasn't very messy, It clearly showed signs of being disturbed. These two guys. Seeing this scene, Huowu was furious and immediately wanted to go teach them a lesson. Jason reached out to stop her, urging her not to act impulsively. As Jason and Huowu entered, the two sitting inside also noticed them. They got up from their meditation and stared at Huowu for a while. Huowu was quite famous in the Blaze Academy, and it was hard for anyone not to recognize her. However, they could also tell that the focus was on the male student in front, and some confusion flashed in their eyes. Huowu, what are you doing here? The girl asked, frowning at Huowu. It was clear that she didn't have a very good impression of Huowu. Why did you enter this room? Didn't you see that the door was locked? Huowu directly questioned the two without any courtesy. Is this your room? The girl asked, glancing at the boy beside her. This is a public area. We can go wherever we want. Who are you to stop us? Don't think I'll be afraid of you, just because you're the principal's daughter. Our Lai family is not to be trifled with. The boy beside her said disdainfully. The Lai family is one of the top families in Yen City, with their family martial spirit being the Flame Blade, known for its explosive attack power. Although they wouldn't dare provoke the principal of the Blaze Academy, they were not particularly afraid either. The boy in front of us is named Lai Quangdao, part of a group that is about to graduate from the academy, and he is definitely over the age limit for participating in competitions. The girl is his partner, named Jia Qing, and their relationship can be considered a family alliance. Lai Quangdao is not weak in strength and ranks among the top in his grade, with a proud and arrogant personality. Yes, he fits the character of a mindless villain perfectly. However, although he is arrogant, he has not bullied the weak. He's just too full of himself. Jason glanced at the mess in his meditation residence, which was quite impolite. This is my temporary dwelling, and I've lived here for a year, Jason said calmly. Kid, who are you? Forget it. This place belongs to me from now on. Do you have any objections? At this moment, he slightly raised his head, looking arrogantly at Jason. The temperature around Huowu was already slowly rising, and if Jason hadn't been holding her hand, she would have already charged at him. Although this is a public area, this place was indeed built by me, and regardless, you barged in without reason, which is very rude. Kid, don't push your luck. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a woman backing you up. Am I arrogant? Jason was momentarily confused. You're not welcome here. As he spoke, the little demon had already contacted the surrounding branches, which began to entwine around the two of them. TCH, you say we're not welcome. And suddenly, well, before the two could react, they were tightly bound. The two, who were just about to summon their martial spirits, realized that their soul power was rapidly depleting. Soon, the two who were wrapped up like dumplings were dragged outside, and then thrown with a burst of strength. The sounds of heavy objects dropping into the water echoed. A little lesson for them would suffice. There was no need to make it a life-and-death situation. However, looking at the mess in front of him, Jason glanced at Huowu. It seems we'll have to be busy for a while. The furniture inside the house was scattered everywhere, and there was some trash on the floor. He noticed a few pieces of disheveled underwear on the ground, all wrinkled. Sigh. Today, us young people really don't pay attention to hygiene. They finish and don't even know to clean up. These two are quite something. Not going to a hotel, but coming here to fool around. No wonder the room looks like it's been through a battle. After a while, the two who fell into the water crawled back up from the lake, both looking pale, not just from the soul power that was just drained, but also from drinking a lot of water when they fell in. They knelt on the ground, gagging for a moment before looking at the distant meditation residence, feeling the emptiness of their soul power, and could only leave reluctantly. You forgot your clothes. A faint voice echoed from within the meditation residence, and then a package flew out towards the two. Jia Mei caught the package, feeling the chill on her lower body, and immediately wanted to jump back into the water. Clutching the package, she hurriedly left the spot. Sai, wait for me. Lai Quangdao didn't have time for a staring contest and quickly chased after her. Jason opened all the windows to air out the place and dispel the smell inside. Although the stone cabinet with tea leaves had been disturbed, nothing inside was missing. There wasn't much, just a few simple tables and chairs. If he threw these away and let the little demon recreate a few sets, the house would return to its original state. Once everything was cleaned up, Jason went to the lakeside, where he had already set up a barbecue grill and began to skewer and cook meat from his Rui Bao Bao bag. The Rui Bao Bao bag was something Jason had obtained from Tang San, and since the system disappeared, he had been relying on bags or the little demon to store items. If you want to buy it, there's not enough money, and he doesn't really care about such things, so he hasn't paid special attention to it. Just so happens that there is a magic pouch that can store living things at Dugu Fu's place. So I asked Tang San to find a way to get it. What just happened could be considered a little episode, which had no impact on Jason. And he really doesn't think much of a family like the Lai family. There's nothing much to scheme about. At this moment, Huo also calmed down from her previous anger and hurried over when she saw Jason busy. You must be hungry too. Let us grill a bit more this time. If we can't finish it, we can take some back for your brother, and you can take that tea back for your grandfather too, Jason said while flipping the grilled meat. The smoke from the barbecue drifted casually by the lakeside, and it had already disappeared without a trace after not running far. Huo looked at Jason's face and nodded obediently. She found that the more she looked at Jason's face, the more attractive it became. His face seemed to have a unique charm, as if it had been meticulously carved by the heavens and earth. At first glance, it felt very delicate, but after looking for a long time, it felt like gazing at the universe, giving a sense of encompassing all things. The two sat on the lawn, eating skewers, quietly enjoying their little world together. Chapter 139. Training. After enjoying their two-person world, Huo returned home with a bag of grilled meat. As soon as she arrived home, Huo Wuxiang rushed over impatiently, his eyes fixed tightly on the bag in her hand. He even swallowed hard from time to time. If one didn't know better, they would think his martial soul was a canine type. The next day, everyone arrived at the training ground they had agreed upon on time. A group of giant trees formed a circular area, creating a natural training ground, though it's unclear whether it was specially built or naturally formed. About 10 minutes before the agreed time, when Jason arrived at the training ground, he found everyone was already there. Hua Xiaotian stood among the team members, greeting them kindly. The others were also excitedly responding to the elder's questions. Jason slowly walked out from a patch of shade. Everyone is here so early. He waved his hand to greet everyone. We were just waiting for you. How can a young person be so lazy? Hua Xiaotian's face darkened upon seeing Jason, and he couldn't help but reprimand him. Am I late? Jason was taken aback. Although he hadn't arrived very early, he didn't think he was late. This old man isn't being unreasonable. He just shot Jason a glare and then walked a short distance away from everyone. Since everyone is here, let us start training. You can use all your methods to attack me. Let me see what your strength is like, Hua Xiaotian said with his hands behind his back, looking up slightly. The members of the fire team quickly got into formation upon hearing this. As Huo passed by Jason, she said apologetically, don't mind him. My grandfather took the wrong medicine today. Standing opposite, Hua Xiaotian had his hands behind his back, and his fists were clenched. Jason could feel a gaze filled with killing intent watching him. It's fine. Just perform normally in the training later. Jason smiled helplessly and said. It seemed that he would be given special attention in the upcoming training. Are you all ready? After everyone took their positions and stood at attention, the opponent, Hua Xiaotian, couldn't wait to ask. Not yet, hold on. Huo Wuxiang thought there were some things he needed to discuss with his teammates, but as soon as he turned around, he saw his teammates had already charged forward. Before he could question it, a wave of intense flames surged from behind. Damn it, old man, you're not playing fair. Realizing this, Huo Wuxiang quickly followed his teammates into the fray. This time, Jason finally felt some similarities between him and Huo Wuxiang. Hui Ji and the others, as agile attack soul masters, took the lead and charged in. Once they reached Hua Xiaotian's vicinity, they began to circle around him, searching for an opportunity. Fire Wuxiang naturally charged forward. As Hua Ming and he unleashed their fire sparks, the members of the Blaze battle team were instantly surrounded by the fire sparks. Fire Wuxiang, with flames and the might of a dragon swirling behind him, aimed a powerful strike right at his face without holding back. However, Hua Xiaotian didn't even glance at him, his eyes fixed on Jason, who was holding a fire bow in the back. The red arrow had already reached his waist without him noticing. Hua Xiaotian let out a cold snort and shattered the arrow with a punch. He then prepared to narrowly dodge the incoming punch from Fire Wuxiang. But before he could even tilt his head, a wave of fiery impact rushed towards him. In an instant, Hua Xiaotian was engulfed in a sea of red flames. Following that, a punch came crashing down on his face. Explosive punch. The fire-type soul power that had gathered in his body surged into his fist and erupted instantly. Unlike soul skills, there was no wind-up before the release. And for a group of young boys, Hua Xiaotian couldn't possibly focus entirely on sensing their soul power movements. Moreover, Huo Wuxiang had never used this move before. Therefore, he suffered a hidden loss due to momentary carelessness. What was even more infuriating was that the brat who had kidnapped his granddaughter ruthlessly attacked him. Fiery red arrows shot into his body from Defei, and the three soul masters naturally did not miss this opportunity, quickly moving in to unleash their attacks. They showed no restraint, going all out with the goal of exhausting his soul power. Just as Hua Xiaotian was about to land, he resisted the flames. Just before hitting the ground, Hua Xiaotian was pushed back a little. Everyone took advantage of this moment to continue their assault, with the decline of moral standards. Why is an old man brutally beaten by a young man full of vigor? Is it a moral decay? Or is the world sick? When a heavy object hit the ground, a cloud of dust gathered. A clear sound of an explosion rang out, and a streak of white light shot out from the flames, piercing through the dusty area ahead. After the white light entered, it became silent. Huaji and the others, having exhausted their soul power, stood at a distance, feeling a heavy sense of oppression coming from the dust. The surrounding temperature seemed to rise sharply in that moment. Huo was still staring blankly at his hands, seemingly doubting whether he was dreaming. After feeling the overwhelming momentum that filled the arena, he came to his senses, and cold sweat immediately broke out. Roar! The furious dragon's roar carried blazing flames like waves, and the shockwave flattened the surrounding grass. The dust was instantly blown away, revealing the scene inside. Hua Xiaoyan's face was now charred, and his hair was burnt and curled in many places. Although he had not sustained any injuries, he indeed looked quite disheveled. He lowered the fist he had held in front of his chest and threw away a piece of white crystal. The normal ice crystal would have melted in his fist, but what Jason had was the ultimate ice, which clearly did not melt so easily. Hua Xiaoyan nonchalantly let go of his hand, revealing an ice white wound in his palm, with the cold air around it hindering the wound's healing. Grandpa, we were just training, right? You wouldn't go all out, would you? Huo Wuxuang nervously swallowed and asked. After glancing around at their conditions, he then fixed his gaze on Hua Xiaoyan and Jason. Not bad. I didn't expect you two to still have some combat power. It seems your strength is quite impressive. I need to properly test you both. Hua Xiaoyan emphasized the word test with a heavier tone. At this point, Hui Ji and the others, having given their all, had already exhausted their soul power within a few seconds. This was a tactic specially trained by the fire team. The moment they entered the field, they would seize the opportunity to unleash a sudden burst of power and settle the battle. Explosive power. Blitzkrieg, always the quickest, but it could only be used once. Once guarded against, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. However, during the battle, Huo Wuxuang had punched his grandfather in the face and had been in a daze ever since. So he still had plenty of soul power left. Rest in peace. Before Huo Wuxuang could say anything, Hua Xiaoyan suddenly appeared above him and punched down onto his head. Huo Wuxuang fainted. After dealing with his grandson, he turned his attention to Jason. Kid, are you ready? Chapter 140. Taiji Field in a Natural Training Ground. A group of people was gathered there. Apart from a black-haired youth and an old man exuding a fiery aura, the other young men had pale faces and looked drained, with one gray-haired boy lying on the ground with a white complexion. Despite their pale faces, they looked excited, their eyes fixed on the old and young figures standing in the center of the field. Hey, old man, your gaze doesn't seem right. This is just a test. No need to go hard, Jason said, somewhat nervously. Kid, let this old man see what you're made of. Show me what gives you the confidence to lead the fire team to victory in this competition. As he spoke, he transformed into a red shadow, rushing towards Jason. Before he arrived, the blazing flames had already reached Jason first. The fiery red flames cast Jason's face in a deep crimson, and the flickering shadows made him appear uncertain. Faced with the incoming flames, he seemed to have given up resistance, standing blankly in place. Even the ice fire-breaking bow in his hand had vanished. However, those around felt as if he was about to dissipate at any moment, a sense of illusion in their hearts telling them that this person was not really there. This contradictory feeling left everyone feeling a bit unsettled. Just as the flames nearly singed his eyebrows, Jason finally moved. He slightly crouched, stepped outward with his left foot, and simultaneously reached out his left hand, as if gently brushing through the flames. Under Jason's gentle touch, the explosive flames seemed to instantly calm down, swirling around his palm. Taiji open and close. As Jason's hands formed a circle, the explosive flames ahead vanished, replaced by a red energy ball between his palms. At this moment, Hua Xiaoyan had rushed to Jason's front, with a dragon claw wrapped in flames aimed at Jason's chest. But at that moment, Jason stepped forward with his left foot, raised the heel of his right foot, and planted his toes on the ground. As his left foot landed, his knee bent slightly, his body leaning forward, and his left arm shot out, suddenly tightening. The taut left arm perfectly blocked Hua Xiaoyan's attacking wrist, and his half-bow left leg also wedged itself between the opponent's legs. Taiji, Wild Horse, splits its mane. This move primarily tests the user's tension, flowing strength, and bouncing force. The tension is used for blocking. The flowing strength is to unbalance the enemy, and and the bouncing force is to use the enemy's strength to instantly spring forth. As the opponent lost control of their power, the fire energy ball that Jason had just condensed suddenly shot forward with his palm, like a tightly wound spring suddenly released. In the eyes of the spectators outside the arena, after the red figure charged towards Jason with a furious momentum, a black and white Taiji diagram had quietly appeared beneath his feet, slowly rotating. When the red figure reached Jason, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and a crisp explosion echoed throughout the arena. The red figure retreated at an even faster speed. What happened? Jason's seemingly slow movements appeared to others as swift as the wind. Jason calmly gathered his stance, slowly retracting his bent left leg, transforming his bow into a push, his body solidifying. His left hand rotated with his body, stretching upwards, while his right hand pressed slightly down at his waist. Taiji, white crane spreads its wings. Opposite him, Xiaotian's abdomen was charred, clearly suffering some minor injuries. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less, his eyes fixed intently on the young man opposite him. "This is a domain," he said, somewhat incredulously. He looked in shock at the expanding Taiji diagram centered around Jason. A domain. As far as he knew, only the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Elder Jian of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and that exceptionally talented Tang Hao possessed a domain. Perhaps only a few of them across the entire continent had such power, and they're all titled Douluos. But now, he actually sees the domain again on the body of the young man in front of him. But he is just a soul master. This is completely unreasonable, making this elderly man, who is over half a century old, feel the complexity of society for the first time. "Taiji domain, please let the dean enter." Jason's loud voice echoed throughout the area, bringing Xiaotian back to his senses from his shock. The Taiji domain is a new domain developed by Jason during this period. In this domain, Jason can neutralize all energy attacks and weaken the enemy's physical attacks. The formation of the Taiji domain gives Jason the ability to win with weakness and overcome rigidity with softness. Currently, the Taiji domain is still just a weakening circle and will continue to be developed further, with the goal of becoming a magic suppression domain. Within the domain, Yin and Yang are boundless, all returning to chaos. Once the domain is opened, all beings are equal. Of course, the gap in physical strength still exists. It is still in the initial stage, and it is just right to use the dean for testing. "Kid, I admit you surprised me. But do you think this domain can shorten the gap between us?" Xiaotian clenched his fist, standing upright facing Jason, but at this moment, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Then, the seventh soul ring on his body lit up. A red fire dragon appeared behind him, with long dragon whiskers and a terrifying dragon aura that completely covered the entire area. Martial Spirit True Body. Fire Dragon Spirit. This time, Xiaotian charged at Jason again. But this time, in addition to the flames, he carried the sound of dragon roars. Facing the imposing elder, Jason took a deep breath, his gaze solemn. Subsequently, the two figures were enveloped in blazing flames. Inside, Xiaotian engaged Jason in combat. As they fought, Xiaotian felt as if he were attacking a puddle of water. Much of his power was dissipated the moment he launched his attack. This was a fighting style he had never experienced before. Although he had been a powerful attack-type soul master and had faced countless enemies in direct combat, he had never felt so uncomfortable before. This feeling of having power but nowhere to use it was truly frustrating. Jason took advantage of this rare opportunity to slowly apply all the techniques of Tai Chi, including shelving, brushing, squeezing, pressing, splitting, elbowing, leaning, and sticking. The flames gradually dissipated, revealing the battle between the two. Those watching from the sidelines noticed that although Xiaotian's attacks were accompanied by fierce winds and had tremendous momentum, getting hit by a punch would definitely leave one dazed. However, Jason appeared somewhat relaxed in the face of such attacks. Every time his opponent attempted to strike, he was able to intercept at the opponent's elbow or wrist in advance and then counterattack using their own force. Upon closer inspection, Jason's attacking style subtly revolved around circle. Although it was known that the dean wasn't using full strength, witnessing a direct confrontation with a soul fighter still left people speechless. Chapter 141, Royal Hunting Area. Ultimately, the battle was called off due to Jason's insufficient stamina and soul power. However, Xiaotian didn't gain any advantage either. Looking at the calm boy sitting cross-legged on the ground, he snorted in dissatisfaction and then turned to leave. He needed to digest the shock he felt inside. This boy who joined midway was too mysterious and harbored too many secrets. The danger he sensed told him to stay away from this boy because he was too dangerous. Huo Wuxuang, being of the same age, might not feel it yet, but as someone older with more experiences, he had a more comprehensive view. Such strength was not something a boy should possess. It was too exaggerated and monstrous. Although he hadn't used his full strength in today's battle, he had a premonition that, even if he did, he might still not be able to hold him back. He even feared he might be killed. When this feeling arose, he found it absurd, but for some reason, thinking of that boy's calm demeanor throughout the fight, even under his attacks. He had not sustained a scratch while he himself had suffered some minor injuries, left him feeling utterly embarrassed. Perhaps this thought was not absurd after all. Who exactly was this guy? What was his purpose in coming to the Blaze Academy? What was the reason behind inviting all past Soul Masters of the Blaze Academy? No matter how much he had experienced or seen, he still couldn't see through Jason's true intentions. He suddenly regretted agreeing to that boy's proposition. As the departing dean was lost in thought, the wound on his palm had healed, leaving only a red dot, with the attached chill gradually melting away. Jason stared at the dean's back, hoping he wouldn't cause me any trouble. "Jason, are you okay?" Huo hurried over, looking worried. Jason turned his head and flicked her forehead, saying, "What could happen to me? You're the one who overexerted your soul power and feels uncomfortable. Take care of yourself first." Seeing her pale face from the soul power exhaustion, Jason placed his hand on her head and began to channel life force through little Yao. It was like parched soil suddenly receiving sweet spring water, and the comfort made Huo Wu squint her eyes like a cat. The others silently closed their eyes to recover their soul power. Although they had eaten breakfast, they didn't want to overstuff themselves. As for the big brother-in-law lying on the ground, he still remained there, as if forgotten. The next day, the dean summoned several teachers and adjusted the training methods according to each person's situation, assigning a teacher to supervise and instruct. As for Jason, he was personally taught by the dean, with most of the training focused on practical combat. During the teaching process, Jason could clearly feel that the old man across from him was becoming increasingly familiar with his attack patterns. This old man shamelessly came to steal his techniques. However, Jason was also validating some of his own methods during the battles. After all, it wouldn't cause him too much harm, and many novel ideas could be applied in actual combat. For example, the flame-cutting technique. This was very effective against opponents with strong defenses. As always, to develop his own soul techniques, precise control of soul power was essential. Previously, he had accumulated enough physical memory through the system experience card. However, achieving the kind of explosive defeat of a soul fighter was still too difficult for him. The previous instance of defeating a soul fighter was also due to the system. He definitely couldn't do it on his own. A month passed quickly, and during this time, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang were both practicing their soul techniques. Huo Wushuang continued to practice the explosive body technique, while Huo Wu focused on practicing the soul technique resistance fire ring, striving to achieve single target control while reducing soul power consumption. By concentrating all the impact into one point, they might be able to unexpectedly eliminate an opponent on the battlefield. Others were practicing the tutorials given by the dean, training hard under the supervision of their teachers. A month later, it would be the promotion competition, and after passing it, they would reach the finals. After witnessing Jason's strength, everyone was filled with confidence about becoming champions. To avoid falling behind, everyone was putting in their utmost effort to train during this month. The natural training ground was scorched black by the high temperatures, with pits scattered around containing crystals formed by the heat. As the end of the month approached, with the promotion competition about to begin, everyone gathered together today instead of training. Huo Wushuang and others stood in a row, wearing their team uniforms with their chests out. In front of them stood the dean with a solemn expression. "Kids, our academy participates in every elite competition, but even so, our best result has only been reaching the top 4. The championship seems out of reach for us." Hua Xiaotian paused, scanning the faces of each member, but this time, "I hope you can strive for a championship for the Flame Academy. This is an old man's wish. Can you fulfill it?" He shouted loudly. "We can." Everyone responded loudly. "Good. Then I wish you all a triumphant return." Hua Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction. He then led them to the academy gate. After everyone got on the carriage one by one and watched it leave, he turned and walked back to the academy. During this time, he had also changed. No matter what that kid wanted to do, as long as it didn't harm his granddaughter and grandson, it would be fine. The Royal Hunting Ground, located southwest of Tiando City, features varied terrain and a vast area, serving as a place for the royal family to hunt and train. Usually, about 10,000 members of the Royal Knights patrol and guard here, and they also train, with rotations occurring at the end of each month to maintain the army's combat effectiveness. To avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict, the 15 teams entering the promotion competition were arranged in different locations. The promotion competition attracted not only people from the Tiando Empire, but also kingdoms and principalities within its territory, all coming to watch. When encountering suitable talents, they would spare no expense in competing for them. Sometimes the conditions they offered could be even more generous than those of the Tiando Empire. When Jason and the others reached the entrance of the hunting ground, a man in fiery red armor stepped out from among the guarding knights. "Junior brothers, let's go in together. Are you senior Yinli?" Huo Wushuang asked him uncertainly. "That's right. It's been a long time. Wushuang, you still recognize me?" Yinli approached and patted his shoulder kindly. The two clearly knew each other. With Huo Wushuang's reminder, the others behind, including Huo Ji, also recognized him. "All right, let's talk as we walk." He waved his hand, signaling them to follow. Passing through the guarded gate, Jason and the others followed him inside. Chapter 142. The feeling of suffocation along the way, they occasionally saw training equipment and targets, as well as various hills, most of which displayed flags of different teams. According to Yin Li, these were the representative banners of each team. When a flag was planted on a hill, it indicated that the hill belonged to that team. However, there were only a few hills, and to occupy one, they would have to defeat the team currently in control, pull down their flag, and replace it with their own. Through their conversation, Jason learned that the young man in front of him was a graduate of the Flame Academy who had come to Tiando Academy and become a royal knight. He was still a trainee, so there was no need for him to wear the standardized bright armor, which could only be worn by officially recognized royal knights. However, once his internship was over, he would directly become a captain. Normally, the one leading you would be a captain, but since I was also from the Flame Academy, it's more familiar for me to receive you. Of course, I'm mainly here to see if any of you are interested in joining the Tiando Royal Knights. Yinli began to persuade them. Once you join, when you turn 18, you can directly become a captain and lead a small team, with treatment equivalent to a duke. This is what I was asked to convey to you, and here, I can also look after you a bit. The others, including Huoji, began to feel a bit tempted. Throughout the journey, Yinli enthusiastically introduced the benefits of the Royal Knights. Under various assurances, only Huoyun, Huoyu, and Huoji expressed interest in joining the Royal Knights, while Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu politely declined. The two supporting brothers had family businesses to inherit. Unsurprisingly, the Wushuang siblings were set to inherit their grandfather's legacy and manage the academy, making it impossible for them to join the Tiando Empire's forces. Moreover, if the two of them join, it would mean that the Fire Academy has joined the Tiando Empire. Pulling a single thread could affect the whole province. The other four major elemental academies would certainly try their best to strike against the Fire Academy. Please hand me the Academy's notebook, and I will deliver the lottery results to you tonight. You can rest here for a while. You should be staying here for the next few days. Yanli led everyone to a military camp that was organized and clean, with beds and bedding all prepared. "Thank you, Senior." Huo Wushuang handed over the notebook to him. "Our brothers in the military camp will be watching you, so don't embarrass yourselves." Yanli took the notebook and joked, then turned and left the camp. The next day, after finishing the breakfast prepared by the organizers, everyone followed Yinli to the training ground. The advancement competition used a one-on-one format. Unlike the team competition that tested cooperation abilities, single combat completely tested individual combat abilities, and strength could be easily discerned. One side strong, the other weak. Perhaps due to changes in ranking, the Fire Academy was lucky enough to have a bye in the first round. Last night, Yanli excitedly came to congratulate everyone and was quite pleased with his luck. In addition to the Tiando competition area, teams selected from other kingdoms and principalities also had to participate in the advancement competition. Although they had a bye, as a participating team, they still had to attend. They crossed a small hill and arrived at a vast grassland, where about 10,000 people formed a circle to mark the venue. The people surrounding the venue served not only as guards, but also as spectators. Tiando Royal Academy. Soul Masters are rare on the Douluo continent, so the number of Soul Masters is not very high. Only Soul Masters can become captains among the Tiando Royal Knights, and some teams might not even have a single Soul Master captain. In summary, the strength of the Douluo continent's factions heavily relies on high-end combat power. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not be able to stand tall between the Tiando and Xinghua empires. A brilliant and bright silver armor formed a wall as Jason and others walked in through a specially reserved passage under Yan Li's lead. In the distance, on a makeshift stand set up on the grass, besides Shui Yi and the other two, many people from other kingdoms were also present. They quietly observed the strengths of other teams as they settled into their designated area. Jason also spotted Shrek Academy in the distance. They were gathered together, presumably discussing the arrangements for the competition. When everyone had arrived, Shui Yi, standing on a high platform, also stood up and walked to the loudspeaker Soul Guide. Everyone gathered here is to showcase themselves. In the next half-month, I hope everyone can present their best selves. I announce that the Elite Soul Master Advancement Competition officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding knights shouted long live. In unison, a chorus of 10,000 voices surging like a tsunami. The first match featured the Shangkong Academy against the Exotic Beast Academy. When both sides took the stage, Jason saw a familiar face. Meng Yiran. After seeing Meng Yiran, he scanned the surroundings but did not spot Meng Pe. If it's not the right time, I'll let you live a little longer. Taking a deep breath, Jason's sharp killing intent slowly calmed down. What's wrong, Jason? Huo Wu asked from the side. I saw someone. An enemy? Yes. Who is it? I'll help you deal with it. Huo Wu said to Jason earnestly. No need. I can handle it myself. It's fine. Jason smiled and ruffled her hair upon seeing her serious expression. Huo Wu's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she softly replied. The highest soul master of the Exotic Beast Academy was only in their 30s, so they were easily defeated by the Shangkong Academy. Most teams from other kingdoms and principalities were also around the same level, with very few exceeding level 40, still a tier below the 5 major elemental academies. When it came time for the Shrek team to take the stage, they faced off against a team from the Clark Kingdom. Shrek sent out Xiao Wu, while the opposing team featured a captain. As soon as they took the stage, the opposing captain mocked Shrek's team uniforms. At this time, Shrek's uniforms were covered in advertisements. Colorful and indeed quite unique. Then came the slap-in-the-face moment. On the first day, the Fire Academy had a bye and spent the day observing other team strengths. Just like the audience. Midway through, Jason left the venue with a somewhat heavy expression. He originally thought everything was within his plan and that he wouldn't feel much pressure when facing it himself. But when he truly reflected on it, he felt an overwhelming heaviness, almost suffocating. The horrific scenes from that day still vividly replayed in his mind, every moment clearly etched in his memory. Like a waterfall, the rain of blood poured down. In his arms, the serenity of closed eyes. Sensing their master's emotions, Xiao Yao reached out a branch to touch Jason's cheek, trying to comfort him. Chapter 144. Elegance never goes out of style the next day. The Fire team matched up against an opponent, the Rose team from the Floral Kingdom, which reportedly was a team specially trained by the royal family. All members of the team had plant flower type martial souls. As the king of the Floral Kingdom had the martial soul of a rose, hence the name of the royal team. Just looking at their fiery red uniforms and then at the colorful outfits of the opponents, it seemed the other side was quite unfortunate. Not only were they inferior in soul power level, but they were also severely countered. In the first match, the Fire team sent out Huo Wuxuang, while the Rose team sent out a tall and poised girl holding a slender sword, her expression serious as she faced Huo Wuxuang. The combatants of the Fire team were Team Captain Huo Wuxuang, a level 44 attack-type soul master with a martial soul of a fire dragon. The Rose team sent out Captain Yi Wei, martial soul sword Rose, a level 39 attack-type soul master. Both sides summoned their martial souls. The announcer's voice rang out just in time. A fire-red dragon coiled up behind Huo Wuxuang, exuding a scorching aura. Behind Yi Wei, a purple rose appeared quietly, its petals falling with a hint of sharpness, making her look elegant and dignified. If we talk about etiquette on the Douluo continent, the Floral Kingdom is undoubtedly the most pleasing to the eye, even slightly surpassing the Tiando Empire. In the royal family, every noble begins to receive aesthetic education from the age of 3, and after 6, they start training in etiquette, where every step and movement must adhere to strict regulations without laxity. They believe that etiquette is the best means to showcase one's identity and respect oneself. Thus, the ideology of the Floral Kingdom influences its citizens, encouraging everyone to appear elegant and dignified. Elegance never goes out of style. The girl with the slender sword softly murmured to herself. This was her creed since the age of 6. To maintain elegance, strength is essential. Otherwise, one would only become a ridiculous joke. Huo Wuxuang heard her muttering and snorted disdainfully, saying, "Rude brute." The girl opposite glanced at him lightly. Huo Wuxuang remained silent. His relaxed hand clenched into a fist. Damn it. He had initially thought of showing mercy since the opponent was a girl, but now he didn't want to see her anymore. Start. Once both sides were fully prepared, the announcer shouted loudly. Boom. A loud explosion sounded from beneath Huo Wuxuang's feet, and he instantly transformed into a blur, charging towards the opponent. Rose's protection. The girl on the opposite side was only a level 39 soul master. facing Huo Wushuang's attack. She positioned her slender sword in front of her and immediately used her third soul skill. The third purple soul ring lit up, and a purple rose appeared in front of her, beautifully rotating and emitting a heavy wave of soul power. The flames collided with the purple rose, sending ripples through the air around them. At that moment, Huo Wushuang, who was clashing with the rose, noticed that the petals of the rose suddenly began to split and wrap around him, with sharp thorns on top. Instantly, a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. His third soul skill activated Dragon Claw. Scorching flames erupted from his palm, burning all the extending petals to ashes. Then, he raised his hand high, and a fiery red dragon claw formed, which he then swung down fiercely. With a sound of scorching and tearing, the rose flower shattered, revealing the cold-faced girl behind it. The residual power of the dragon claw continued to attack the opponent. The girl's expression showed no panic. She rotated her slender sword and blocked it before the dragon claw, her movements still graceful and calm. Then the girl flew out. The fire team's Huo Wushuang wins. Huo Wushuang watched as the girl fell off the stage. At this moment, she refused her teammates' assistance and slowly supported herself to stand up. When she rose, she did not use her slender sword for support. After standing, she straightened her tall body, held the slender sword in front of her face, and then slightly bowed, as if taking a curtain call. Even covered in dust, she could not hide her elegance that radiated from within, perhaps even in death. Watching the opponent's back, Huo Wushuang couldn't help but be stunned. Please invite the next member of the Rose team to the stage. The announcer's voice continued to ring out. However, the rest of the Rose team chose to forfeit. The fire team won. With their strongest captain defeated, there was no need for them to seek trouble. At this moment, Shrek and the others watching the battle were also observing Huo Wushuang's fight. That person is using Jason's combat techniques, Dai Mubai said confidently. Everyone was quite familiar with Jason's fighting style, which was hard to forget due to its ferocity and speed. It seems you all need to pay more attention to him when facing the Blaze team, Master said gravely. For such a powerful and fast fighting style, even he had to express his admiration, especially in a one-on-one battle, making it even more challenging. A moment's inattention could lead to the end of the fight. If it comes to that, I'll take the stage. Dai Mubai stepped forward, taking the initiative. How about I do it instead? Tang Xin suddenly said, as he had previously targeted Jason's fighting style and believed he would have a higher chance against Huo Wushuang. No, Jason will be your responsibility then. Dai Mubai shook his head, rejecting Tang San's suggestion. Tang Xin nodded in response, agreeing to it. Hey, don't overthink it. Whether or not we even encounter him is another matter. Flinders suddenly came over and patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. At that moment, the announcer called out that it was Shrek Academy's turn to compete. The Tiando Empire's team rarely loses to teams from other kingdoms and principalities, especially since this is not a team battle. In one-on-one matches, unusual situations rarely occur. After a while, on this day, the Blaze team drew Shrek team. At this moment, just like in the preliminary rounds, the atmosphere in Shrek team was tense. For Jason, at some point, he had vaguely become an insurmountable and unbeatable figure in their hearts. Regarding the team's atmosphere, Master remained expressionless and did not say much. The earlier competing teams quickly finished their matches. Shrek team versus Blaze team. Please have both sides select their first combatants. The announcer's voice rang out, and Dai Mubai and Huo Wushuang stepped onto the stage one after the other. For Shrek team, the combatant was team Captain Dai Mubai, a level 42 assault-type soul master with a martial soul evil eye white tiger. For Blaze team, the combatant was team Captain Huo Wushuang, a level 44 assault-type soul master with a martial soul fire dragon. Please prepare your martial souls, the announcer concluded, and the fighting spirit of both sides surged and collided with each other. Chapter 145, Dragon and Tiger Duel. The arena showcased the might of the dragon and tiger. Both adversaries facing off, their eyes locked onto each other. The match begins. The long-accumulated fighting spirit erupted instantly, colliding fiercely, causing the air to seem to solidify at that moment. The martial souls activated in an instant, and both sides transformed into their beast forms. The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger resounded. Dai Mubai's third soul ring lit up first, the white tiger diamond transformation. His body became more beast-like, and then he transformed into a white shadow, charging towards Huo Wushuang. On the opposite side, Huo Wushuang, after activating his martial soul, appeared very calm, his expression serious. His center of gravity lowered, standing firmly with an 8-level stance, his left elbow raised, the elbow directed forward, and his fist facing himself, in an 8-level, 2-phase stance. He seemed to become a sturdy pine tree, stable and concentrated. However, in Dai Mubai's eyes, the opponent looked like a bomb ready to explode. He felt something was off, but since he had already charged out, there was no reason to back down. He could only adjust his soul power and increase his speed as he aimed for him. Normally, running and initiating an attack can generate additional potential energy, making the strike more forceful, thus forcing the opponent to defend and allowing one to set their own rhythm. Therefore, initiating an attack does indeed hold many advantages. Carrying the momentum from his run, Dai Mubai's fourth soul ring suddenly lit up midway. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. He swung his fist forward, and like falling meteors, light bullets shot toward Huo Wushuang. Faced with this strike, Huo Wushuang finally moved. He stepped out with his left foot, and then an explosion sounded, kicking up a cloud of dust. And he vanished from his original spot using the force of the push. Facing the meteor shower like clusters of light ahead, Huo Wushuang extended his arms, then struck forward with his hands like whips. In the midst of Dai Mubai's White Tiger Meteor Shower, his movements were grand and powerful, each strike accompanied by bursts of sound and flashes of light reminiscent of firecrackers. His precise attacks landed on every cluster of light obstructing his path. Soon, as they charged up their momentum, the two sides were finally about to collide. Dai Mubai extended his tiger claw, the tips glinting with a cold light, and fiercely aimed to grab at his opponent. At this moment, Huo Wushuang had just shattered a ball of light in front of him, and seemed to only be able to passively defend against this strike. Great! Boss Dai is going to take the initiative. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists excitedly at this scene. No, don't you realize that the opponent hasn't used any soul skills until now, while Dai Mubai has already released his third and fourth soul skills? And the fourth soul skill has been neutralized by the opponent? If Dai Mubai takes the initiative, he will either defeat the opponent in one go, or if he gives the opponent even the slightest chance, he will lose this match. The master frowned and explained the situation in the arena from the sidelines. Boss Dai, take advantage of this momentum to defeat him. Oscar shouted loudly from the sidelines. At this moment, there was also a hint of relaxation in Dai Mubai's eyes. You dare to underestimate me? Not even using a soul skill? Then don't think about using one after this. He thought to himself as he looked at Huo Wushuang, who was so close. In the upcoming attack, he wouldn't give the opponent the slightest chance to release a soul skill. But just then, he noticed that Huo Wushuang, who had shattered the last ball of light, was not defending at all. As he ran, his body suddenly sank, and the explosive sound under his feet rang out again. The inertia from his run, combined with the explosive boost, caused him to suddenly accelerate. The explosive force reduced the follow-up action in his movements. Higher mountain. Therefore, Huo Wushuang unexpectedly dove into Dai Mubai's embrace without any warning. Bang! A heavy muffled sound echoed as Dai Mubai's body arched up, his feet forced off the ground. The sudden impact made his two differently colored eyes bulge out as if they were about to pop out. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt as if he had been charged into by a raging wild boar. Then, he was propelled like a cannonball, creating a wave of air as he suddenly shot out. Dai Mubai, who was knocked high into the air, traced an arc before being caught by the judge, who had long been prepared after leaving the designated area of the arena. The members of Shrek came back to their senses from their shock and hurried to Dai Mubai's side. Jiangzhu, hurry and heal him, the master called out. At this moment, many people also regained their senses from the shock of that strike, especially the royal knights surrounding the arena. Their hearts were stirred by such a ferocious and direct combat skill, making their eyes blaze with excitement. I think that kid just now must have used a self-created soul skill. Creating a self-created soul skill is itself a very difficult task. Even titled Douluos might not be able to develop one. Perhaps it's because the existing soul skills are sufficient or the newly created ones are not strong enough. Nevertheless, a self-created soul skill can even rival a soul bone. However, looking at Huo Wushuang down in the arena and thinking of Jason from the Blaze team and Feng Xiaodian from the Wind God team, the expressions of the three, including Emperor Xiuye, became complicated, but what followed was a thirst for talent. It might be difficult to recruit Huo Wushuang, and Jason is openly the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is somewhat absurd, but that's the reality. However, it's not impossible to manipulate. With the right approach, one could even carve out a significant piece from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It's time to let Qinghe meet that kid. Watching Jason talking with Huo Wu from the Blaze team, Emperor Xiu's eyes flickered. Then, the only one left is Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian is a student of the Wind God Academy, and his martial soul is a variant. He has no significant backing, making him the easiest to recruit. Huo Wushuang was unaware that his astonishing performance had triggered various thoughts among the distinguished guests. At this moment, he calmly returned to his place, quietly gathering strength. Long periods of calm are only for a more intense eruption. This was what Jason had told him, and he kept it firmly in mind. During this period of study, he clearly felt the growth of his strength. This was the first time his power increased, not due to soul power growth, which felt wonderful and was something he liked. Of course, he was even more grateful to Jason. After all, being able to share such a soul skill and even tailor a specific soul skill for him was something he remembered and understood the value of. He secretly noted in his heart that if Jason needed anything, no matter what it was, he would definitely do it without hesitation. But later, that might not be possible. In fact, for some reason, Jason suddenly felt a chill down his spine from the audience. In the second match, the Shrek team member, Vice Captain Tang San, with a control-type martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, is about to fight. Will the Blaze team change members? No. Huo Wushuang shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Please have the combat members ready. Both sides released their martial souls, and the battle began. Chapter 146, Battle against Tang San in the arena. Tang San stood with a serious expression, his blue-silver grass martial soul ready to go. Opposite him, Huo Wushuang's martial soul was possessed, with the imposing presence of the one-horned Tyrannosaurus exuding a dangerous aura. Shrek team, Tang San, level 40 control-type soul master, martial soul, blue silvergrass. Opponent, Blaze team, Huo Wushuang, level 44 assault-type battle soul master, martial soul, one-horned Tyrannosaurus. Both sides are ready. Start. As the announcer's words fell, countless blue silvergrass vines spread towards Huo Wushuang. From previous observations, Huo Wushuang had learned that the opponent's blue silvergrass could be immune to fire. Therefore, to deal damage, he could only rely on physical strength and the impact of flames. Thus, this time, he did not stand still looking for opportunities like in the previous match, but instead, he dashed forward towards Tang San with a loud bang. The vines seemed endless, obstructing Huo Wushuang's advance. Bind. Seeing Huo Wushuang getting closer, Tang San activated his first soul ring, and the vines on the ground densely coiled towards Huo Wushuang. Huo Wushuang quickly changed direction, moving to the side. The binding vines missed him, but Huo Wushuang's progress was significantly hindered. The vines continued to wrap around Huo Wushuang, forcing him to circle around Tang San, but making it difficult to break through to his front. Realizing that this would only waste his soul power, Huo Wushuang's soul ring finally lit up. Dragon Claw. His second soul ring lit up. Huo Wushuang's left arm was covered in flames, then transformed into a dragon claw, the scorching flames distorting the surrounding air. Under Huo Wushuang's control, the flames became more condensed, and the illusory dragon claw seemed to turn into a real dragon claw. This time, facing the approaching blue-silver grass vines, Huo Wushuang did not evade, but directly swung forward, easily tearing through the obstructing vines. If Tang San's blue-silver grass did not have fire immunity, these vines would pose no threat to him at all. Huo Wushuang charged through, quickly arriving in front of Tang San. At this moment, feeling Huo Wushuang's intense heat, Tang San operated his Xiantian skill, his palm appearing jade-like. When Huo Wushuang reached Tang San, he leaped up his arm like a whip, carrying the dragon claw to strike down at Tang San. Bang! The violent aura erupted, shaking the entire arena. However, just as everyone was captivated by this fierce scene, Huo Wushuang suddenly became alert. Suddenly, a bulge formed in the flames, and a figure rushed towards his face with a phantom-like step. Faced with this sudden attack, Huo Wushuang could almost feel the incoming punch's wind. In a split second, he twisted his body and flipped to evade the strike. At the same time, his elbow turned, fiercely hitting towards Tang San's neck. Tang San, facing this blow, looked serious and extended his left hand. Control the crane and capture the dragon. A force suddenly acted on Huo Wushuang's elbow, causing him to lose his balance abruptly. Good opportunity. Seeing Huo Wushuang's instability, a glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. In an instant, vines surged from the ground, and his jade-like hand struck fiercely at Huo Wushuang's neck. With attacks from above and below, Huo Wushuang, in a state of weightlessness, seemed to be doomed. And those outside the arena from the Shrek team also showed joy. But just then, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from Huo Wushuang's body. Then, a shockwave carrying heat surged from within him. Explosion. The sudden impact shattered the vines, but Tang San did not retreat as expected. Instead, he withstood the shock and continued to strike fiercely at Huo Wushuang's neck with his palm. The arena beneath Tang San cracked, showing just how much strength he used to withstand this shock. With a heavy blow to the neck, Huo Wushuang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, the violent aura around him calming in an instant. Huo Wushuang fell to the ground, and the Shrek team won. As soon as the announcer's words fell, Huo Wu rushed up anxiously, followed closely by Jason. "It's fine, he just fainted." After checking his condition, Jason comforted Huo Wu. "Jason, you must teach him a good lesson." Huo Wu sighed in relief, then glared fiercely at Tang San. "All right, you help him down first. The next match is mine." Jason nodded. Once Huo Wu helped her brother down, Jason turned to face Tang San. "The next match is mine. Show me all your skills. I want to test your strength properly." With a branch of a little demon, according to Tang San's not-so-kind nature, he should grow quickly. "Good. I also want to see the gap between us." Before joining the Fuxing sect, Tang San had simulated battles with Jason more than once. However, after becoming Jason's subordinate, he thought he would no longer have the chance to fight against him, but unexpectedly, he now had the opportunity. Yet, knowing that a significant part of his strength growth was due to the young man in front of him, his feelings became quite complicated. After calming the boiling blood that had just been stirred up, Tang San focused intently on Jason. With 3 minutes for soul preparation, Jason stood leisurely, seemingly not here to fight at all. In contrast, Tang San appeared grave. In the Blaze Fire team, Huo Wushuang quickly regained consciousness under the healing of the Tiando Royal Medical Soul Masters. Start. Big brother-in-law, watch closely what the 8 Extremes fist is. Jason stepped back with his right foot, raising his arms one in front and one behind. Erlang Banshan, facing the surrounding blue silvergrass with a plundering characteristic. Jason didn't even glance at it. Oomph. Accompanied by a sound like muffled thunder, Jason stepped heavily forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the entire arena seemed to tremble. At the same time, a burst of flame, like lava, erupted from around him. He charged towards Tang San like a wild horse, carrying a violent flame. The surrounding vines that tried to entangle him instantly snapped, unable to form any obstruction. With each step Jason took, the whole arena shook slightly. With each breath, it sounded like muffled thunder. The 8 Extremes fist means that the force can reach far in all directions. The 8 Extremes fist emphasizes strength and simplicity, relying on strong strikes in battle. As Jason approached, his momentum became increasingly violent yet condensed, like a running beast. As he got closer, the 8 spider spears behind Tang San involuntarily broke through his clothing and appeared behind him. External soul bone. The guests in the VIP seats, including Shui Yi and the Pope of Salis, looked in shock at the 8 spider spears behind Tang San. The greed in Salis's eyes was about to take on a tangible form. However, no one noticed that Tang San's hidden left hand was moving a quaint little hammer. Outside, the fireless Wushuang looked at the overwhelming aura surrounding Jason with fervent eyes. Is this the meaning of the 8 Extremes? Chapter 147. How Ian Hammer 8 Extremes slash. Like a whip, with his palm shaped like a knife, he fiercely slashed down at Tang San. Tang San stepped on Ghost Shadow mysterious steps, flickered a few times, and then retreated a step, dodging this slash. After he retreated, Jason also changed his move accordingly, stepping forward with a punch. His fist tore through the air, striking hard at Tang San. Facing this punch, the 8 spider lances behind Tang San reacted quickly, all positioned in front of him, with the 8 spider lances merging together to block in front of him. Bang! Jason's fist collided violently with Tang San's 8 spider lances. Subsequently, flames erupted from Jason's fist, engulfing Tang San completely. "Xiao San!" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes glowing red. The onlookers were also nervously watching the scene in the arena. "I remember the data said this boy is a sensitive attack-type soul master, right?" Shui looked at Jason's ferocious techniques in the arena and said with a strange expression. Ning Fingji didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Salis's gaze shifted from Tang San's 8 spider lances to Jason. He was using the elemental attributes of his martial soul, combined with unique fighting techniques, to form the combat style before them. It can be said that just his fighting skills have surpassed many soul skills. Moreover, his control over soul power has reached an incredible level. At the same time, he could also enhance his soul power. Without a doubt, he was not just a genius, but could be called a master of school. Salis looked at Jason in the arena, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. They at the Spirit Hall had also experimented with fighting techniques similar to Jason's, but during training, They found that each person accumulated research on the subtle manipulation of soul power, which was not as fast as the enhancement of soul power. And often the effects were not evident, which was not proportional to the effort invested. Therefore, they only experimented for a year before giving up. But now, looking at the fighting style of this young man in the arena, Salas knew that manipulating soul power also required a certain talent. Oh, something else has happened in the arena. After the explosive flames disappeared, the scene inside was revealed. There was a cocoon made of vines left in place, and the outer vines showed no signs of being scorched. Slash! A sound like fabric being torn echoed as Tang San, with his sharp spider lance, stabbed toward Jason. 8 spider lances transformed into phantoms aimed at Jason, but what was shocking was that, facing the attack of the 8 spider lances, he actually blocked them all with just 2 hands. Yes, just 2 hands, which were wrapped in ice crystals, colliding with the spider lances and producing a clear metallic sound. Is this guy a monster? Feng Xiaodian, who had fought Jason before, was now staring at him with a dazed expression. The power Jason displayed had made all the participants present lose their fighting spirit. At this moment, everyone seemed to forget that he was a sensitive attack-type soul master. The collisions in the arena continued, but Tang San's face grew increasingly pale. He felt that his spider lances were about to break. The ice crystals on the opponent's palm were too hard. His spider lances couldn't even break through the defenses. Instead, the force coming from the opponent made his spider lances ache. What on earth is this? Jason's extraordinary abilities left Tang San unable to find any countermeasures. The pain in the spider lances grew, and finally, under the intense collisions, one spider lance could no longer hold out and broke. Then, like a chain reaction, one after another, the spider lances couldn't withstand it and snapped. Tang San let out a roar with the last spider lance, launching his final attack at Jason. Jason squinted his eyes, and another layer of flames wrapped around the ice crystals. His 2 fists, enveloped in flames and ice crystals, looked magnificent. Jason's fists collided violently with Tang San's. The moment the spider lance and the fist collided, it broke inside. But clearly, Tang San did not expect this spider lance to succeed. The Haotian hammer in his right hand suddenly smashed towards Jason's fist. Jason's fist and Tang San's Haotian hammer were locked in a stalemate. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from Jason's hand, and a crack appeared on the ice crystals on his fist. In the VIP seats, a commotion erupted once again. Haotian hammer! Saras exclaimed with a gloomy expression. No wonder Ning Fengji understood why the other party had rejected his invitation. Nice hammer! Jason praised with a smile as he watched the cracks on the ice crystal on the fist increasing. Soon, a chill emanated from the ice crystal, frost crawling up the Haotian hammer, and then rapidly spreading over Tang San's entire body. Under the astonished expressions of the crowd, Tang San was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture. The 3 people at the VIP table were momentarily speechless. External spirit bones are rare, right? Strong but shattered. Haotian hammer, the #1 weapon spirit, was only able to crack the ice crystal on the opponent's fist. What is happening in this world? Is it still the world they know? For a moment, their minds were in chaos. Hurry up and count, or he might get frostbitten. Jason shouted at the somewhat dazed referee. Oh, the Blazing Fire team wins. The score is 2-1. After announcing the result, he released Tang San from the ice crystal. Thank you for showing mercy, Master. Tang San said with and bowed to Jason. Not bad. Focus on your research. Jason nodded. When Tang San left the stage, before the announcer could speak, the Master of the Shrek team loudly declared, Shrek Academy forfeits. Tang San hadn't even scratched the corner of Jason's clothing, so letting someone else go up would just be asking for punishment. No one laughed at Shrek's decision. Anyone facing such an opponent would feel hopeless. They just wondered what it would be like to face the people from the Spirit Hall. The Blazing Fire team wins. The announcer shouted. For some reason, the subsequent battles didn't seem as exciting. After a day of fighting, everyone was too exhausted to go out and play. They returned to their quarters, gathered together, and began to strategize for the battles the next day. As night fell, the moonlight enveloped the royal camp, and even the horses in the stalls stood with their eyes closed, falling into slumber. However, at this moment, some people simply could not sleep. External spirit bones, Haotian hammer, and that young man who had suppressed the opponent the entire time stirred their hearts. Go! Quickly invite Qinghe over, bring the Empire's highest resources, and we must find a way to keep that young man in the Tiando Empire. Shui decisively ordered the guard behind him as soon as he returned to his quarters. Yes. At the same time, a fast horse from the Spirit Hall area swiftly left the hunting camp. Brief, the prey will make me stronger. Even gods are my prey, although this prey may be a bit dangerous. Spear Hall, Enchanted Bow.